Family, the God Realm's Tang, San was so enraged that he exploded with fury, roaring about who dared to touch his chosen one. And the one who pulled his network cable was Lin Shi, who crossed over to the Douluo continent. He started with full innate soul power, and his martial spirit was a command seal, summoning Artoria to save Yutong, and even convincing her not to join Tang men. Now, this is going to be a huge mess. Let me tell you, family, who understands this? Just now, a brother in the God Realm was so furious that he exploded. With his blue hair, he was there in a fit of impotent rage, roaring, Who dares to touch my chosen one? You have chosen the path to death. Good heavens, that scene was just like the strongest esports player in 2025 discovering that his network cable had been pulled, completely twisted. You ask me how I know this? Because I was the one who pulled his network cable. I know you must be confused. Don't worry, let me explain everything from the beginning. It all started when I crossed over to the Douluo continent. Yes, you heard it right. The world of the deceased wife Douluo, where my mother is entangled and dog training is top-notch. What's worse is that I fell into the timeline of the second part. The most hellish difficulty in the 5-part series. Why? Because at this time, Tang Buddha, that ultimate old six, was just bored and was hanging out in the God Realm doing his malicious micromanaging. Let me tell you, in this version of Douluo 2, if you want to rely on local power to defeat Tang San, it's pure fantasy. The Silver Dragon King? Recovering from injuries. Even at full health, he can't beat the 2 Divine Kings. Soul-guided devices? A level 12 fixed soul-guided cannon can't even kill a god-level being. Can you rely on this? As for becoming a god through faith, by the time you develop, their dog's nose would have already sniffed you out and blocked your account. The original protagonist Hu Hao, the son of fate, ended up being PU'd into becoming his father-in-law's loyal dog. I certainly don't want to end up like that. But my start was terrible. I came from an orphanage. Without a system or cultivation method, my only hope was to awaken my martial spirit. Guess what? Full innate soul power. The martial spirit is command seal. Just like you think, the command seal's from fate. 3 red marks on my hand, totally badass. At first, I was conflicted this thing doesn't match up with Hu Hao's Ice Silkworm and Snow Emperor, and my original plan to seize the protagonist's script was directly voided. But after some research, I discovered that this ability was ridiculously strong. First of all, it's a Chaldea standard. It automatically returns 1 mark every day. 1 mark of command seal energy equals all my current full state soul power. What does this mean? It means I can get a full blue every day for free, directly used to permanently enhance my body. With this, I, a penniless person, upgraded my soul power faster than those big spenders, and I just broke through to level 12 recently. Moreover, I tried it, and this thing can also increase the lifespan of soul rings. Although slowly, but it accumulates over time. But this is just the appetizer. What's the real use of the command seal? It's summoning heroic spirits. Artoria, are you there? I softly called. The next second, a golden-haired girl appeared out of nowhere, her figure and aura simply stunning. Yes, master. That's right, my first soul ring, 100-year-old red dragon grass, was directly used as a holy relic to summon my king Artoria. Sword class heroic spirit in hand. I told her all about my situation as a traveler, and my king was supportive, saying, "You are my master, and I will be your sword." With such a top-notch fighter, my plan was set to begin. We directly stormed into the Duke White Tiger's mansion. Yes, Hu Hao's home. I had already scouted the place, and I discovered a shocking secret. This world's Hu Hao is a girl, named Yutong. Even worse than in the original, bullied every day by a group of little hoodlums. When I arrived, I happened to witness a leading young man kicking and punching a dirt-covered, tearful little girl in the corner. "Don't you dare insult my mother," little Yutong yelled, but it only resulted in a harsher beating. Even Artoria couldn't bear to watch, and I directly charged out from the corner, grabbing one of the little brats and slamming him to the ground. Wow, that little brat cried out immediately. The leading young man, a great soul master, looked at me dressed like a passerby with disdain. "Little brat, if you don't want to get beaten, get lost." Yutong wanted to remind me to run, but I smiled at her. "It's okay, don't worry." Then I pulled out a wooden stick and beckoned at the thug. "Come on." That guy laughed angrily and lunged at me. To be honest, if I hadn't had Artoria training me in the little room for the past 3 days, maxing out my combat instincts, I definitely would not have dodged that punch. But now, I anticipated his anticipation. I sidestepped, and the wooden stick smack hit him right in the face. He turned red instantly, going crazy with punches and kicks at me. I dodged what I could and took hits where I couldn't. Good heavens, a great soul master unleashed his rage for so long and still couldn't finish off a 6-year-old child. He was panting heavily himself. Black Snake, possess. He finally stopped pretending and directly activated his martial spirit. Scales grew on his body. His pupils turned vertical, and 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, rose. I smiled. It was my turn now. A yellow soul ring lit up beneath my feet. Come out, Artoria. The moment my king appeared, that thug's eyes widened, still trying to sweet-talk me into a trap to attack my human martial spirit. I couldn't be bothered with him. Artoria moved. An invisible sword edge flashed by, and the young man didn't even have time to react before being blasted away, screaming in agony. My king didn't even use a blade, just the release of magic power nearly shattered his insides. You bitch! You're pushing me! He yelled, lighting up the yellow 100-year soul ring, his body growing larger. I roll my eyes. A poisoned snake martial spirit. Instead of thinking about how to enhance his poison, wasting soul skills to increase physical strength. What a stupid move, bro. Really doesn't know how to play. The subsequent battle was a one-sided beatdown. The young man's frenzied attacks couldn't even touch the edges of my king's clothes. Instead, he was repeatedly struck by the invisible Wind King barrier, howling in pain. In the end, he was beaten down like a rag doll, unable to get up again. I ignored him and walked directly to the stunned Yutong, patting her head. Are you okay? He shouldn't bully you anymore. The little girl's brain short-circuited, stuttering to ask why I saved her. I glanced at the command seal in my hand and pretended to be profound. Maybe it's fate at work. My name is Lin Shi. I said with a smile. I am Dai Yutong, thank you. Her face turned red as she repeatedly thanked me. Plan successful. This child, Hui Yutong, if you treat her well a little, she will repay you tenfold. She inherently carries that grateful servitude. I don't need to seize her opportunities. One just need to lend her a hand when she is most desperate, and then guide her to seize those external aids that I can't use. This way, I can gain a luck child who is stronger than in the original and will listen to me 100. This business is simply a huge profit. Thinking of this, an excellent idea suddenly popped into my head. By the way, Yutong, can you promise me one thing? Okay, what is it? She agreed without a second thought. I smiled. Don't be so excited. It's just, can you promise me that no matter what happens in the future, you won't join Tang Min? She tilted her head, looking confused, but still nodded obediently. Okay. And at the moment she nodded in the God realm, in a place shrouded in divine light. The figure with long flowing hair suddenly turned fierce like a ghost, letting out a roar that echoed through the clouds. Damn it. Who is it? Who has interfered with the fate of the Son of Destiny? You have already chosen the path to death. Tang San was truly furious. He had long regarded the Douluo continent as his backyard, blocking all divine explorations, treating the Son of Destiny as his private property, even arranging for his daughter Tang Wudong, splitting her into 2 halves, one to be a bait, and the other preparing to possess the 3-eyed golden lion in the Stardow Forest, a double insurance, just waiting to reap the rewards. But now, the Tang sect route he had set up had suddenly been severed. He couldn't figure out who could break through his divine king's blockade to interfere with a mortal in the lower realm. He quickly contacted the 2 useless watchdogs he had left in the lower realm, Daming and Erming, only to find that these 2 were holed up in the Haotian sect, completely clueless. In the end, after calculating, the only piece he could use was still his daughter. I'm sorry, Xiao Qi. Tang San murmured to himself, his eyes turning sinister. He decided to add more restrictions on his daughter, directly setting it to automatically connect with the person who had the strongest fate power nearby. He believed that no matter how fate changed, the Son of Destiny would ultimately still be the Son of Destiny, and would end up in his daughter's hands, which meant it would eventually be in his grasp. At this moment, he still thought this was just a minor accident, completely unaware that the web he had meticulously woven had been punctured by me, an unexpected time traveler from its very core. As for that old man, he never took it seriously, thinking it was nothing, at most just losing a good dog. Family members wouldn't understand. He had no idea how his level of underestimation would bring about a catastrophic disaster for the entire divine realm in the future. Of course, I had no idea what that old man in the divine realm was going crazy about. Even if I did, I would just roll my eyes, thinking he was really finished. On my side, I was busy. My nurturing plan was in full swing. Goodness, let me tell you, both Yutong and I had just been knocked down to the ground by my wife, Artoria, with a single strike each. She stood there with her hands on her hips, looking incredibly serious, saying that the way we fought was like conjoined twins, completely ineffective. She said that I always wanted to show off by standing in front, but in a real battle, the first to die would be someone like me. Bai Wu, speaking of Yutong, her mind is entirely occupied with thoughts of me, devoid of any personal opinions, which is quite concerning. It has been a week since this little girl, and I have become remarkably acquainted. Upon hearing that I would practice swordsmanship with Artoria Liya in the evening, her eyes sparkled with excitement, insisting on joining me. I thought it was reasonable. After all, I was the one who rescued her from the treacherous Tang men. And I must take full responsibility. I must teach her skills far superior to the 6 absolutes of the Tang men. This little girl practices with such fervor, truly embodying the essence of a gender-swapped Huogua. In the end, it was my wife who could no longer bear to watch and forced her to take a break. As I observed her drenched in sweat, a bold idea suddenly struck me. I leaned in and asked her Yutong in a few days, "Would you like to accompany me for a grand venture? The scoundrel who bullied you claimed he would make us regret it. I plan to lure them outside the city and deal with them all. Will you join me? Let me explain why I want to take her along." In the original story, Hu Hao's past was tragic, burdened by childhood trauma that left him with a semblance of servility. Even after becoming formidable, he lacked the pride of a true strongman. I certainly do not wish for my future champion to follow the same path. She must witness firsthand how those who once oppressed her are cast down by my hand. This is the finest form of psychological fortification. However, what she said next completely caught me off guard. Gazing at the sky, she quietly revealed that the reason she practiced so fervently was that on that day, she witnessed a child of similar age to her defeat those who had tormented her. At that moment, she thought, if only she could be as strong as me. Perhaps she could protect her mother. She expressed that although sword practice exhausted her, she dared not relent, fearing that one day I might abandon her, leaving her to revert to being the helpless victim she once was. After she finished speaking, she turned to me, her little eyes filled with unwavering determination, and said, "Lin Shigu, although I may be a nuisance, could you please take me with you? I want to prove that I am no longer the same." What a remarkable response. I couldn't help but smile. This was 1,000 times better than the character in the original who merely played the role of a dog. I affectionately ruffled her hair and assured her, "Of course. Furthermore, you are now my junior sister. I will protect you for life. From now on, refrain from speaking such despondent words." Thus a week passed, and the two of us truly ventured to the outskirts to fish. I shouted with all my might, "Stop hiding, you scoundrels!" No sooner had the words left my mouth than a cold arrow shot toward my face. My wife, Artoria, effortlessly conjured a gust of sword wind, reducing the arrow to mere fragments. Moments later, a group emerged from behind the trees, led by a greasy middle-aged man in his 40s, the so-called Mr. Lee. The boy I had previously defeated was now like a lapdog, eagerly licking at his side. "Mr. Lee, it's this little brat. That blonde girl is his summon." Mr. Lee feigned civility, claiming that the trouble had indeed been initiated by the boy, but that my reaction had been excessive. I was ruining his future in the underworld. He suggested I apologize, and we could let the matter rest. I chuckled at his audacity. Apologize? What a pipe dream. I understood that this old rogue had no intention of negotiating. He merely sought an excuse to strike. I beckoned him with a finger. "Enough with the nonsense. Let us settle this together. I'm pressed for time." The old man's facade crumbled instantly, with a roar. He unleashed 4 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 1 purple, a soul master. His subordinates also revealed their martial spirits, all being 2-ringed great soul masters. I gave my wife a command, Artoria, hold off the old man. My wife was ferocious. Wielding an invisible sword, she wreaked havoc among the throng. The great soul masters couldn't even discern where her sword was. One touch would send them sprawling. This was the Wind King's barrier, my friends. An unseen treasure is truly the most formidable. Seeing his underlings falter, Mr. Lee grew anxious and attempted to maneuver around my wife to attack me. He thought he had a brilliant plan, capturing the king before the pawns. However, he underestimated my wife, who, without even glancing my way, swiftly dispatched the last ranged attacker. When Mr. Lee finally sensed something amiss and turned around, he was met with the sight of his 2 subordinates already taken down by Yutong and me, each wielding an iron sword. He was utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? How could it not be? I had not been idle for the past half-month. I learned a technique to enhance magic for my wife. For a brief moment, my physical prowess could soar to the level of a soul venerable. Coupled with the iron swords in our hands, defeating 2 great soul masters was a trifling matter. The old man was now in a frenzy, still hoping to negotiate. But I shot back, "You're dreaming. He immediately turned hostile, activating his fourth soul ring, unleashing a purple 1,000-year soul skill. Boy, to force me to use this skill, you're worth dying for. The speed was astonishing, akin to teleportation, as he lunged toward me in the blink of an eye. In that critical moment, I focused my mind and canceled my wife's summoning from 5 meters away, bringing her back to my side. With a clang, the lethal strike was firmly blocked. My wife couldn't help but praise my clever maneuver, yet it was still insufficient. The unleashed Soul Master was too overwhelming, and my wife began to struggle. I gritted my teeth and recalled her. The old man, believing I had cowered, erupted into laughter. I coldly inquired, "I have but one question for you. What did you plan to do after defeating us?" His face twisted into a lewd grin, unabashedly replying, What more needs to be said? Of course, I intended to violate and murder your summon." Upon hearing this, the last vestiges of my moral burden vanished. I raised my right hand, 3 command seals emitting a blinding red light. The moment the seals activated, Mr. Lee sensed danger and attempted to rush over. But my wife instantly dispelled the Wind King's barrier, the resultant gale slowing him down just enough. It was this crucial moment. Artoria, unleash your treasure with all your might. The tremendous magical power from the 3 command seals, combined with all my soul power, her innate magic, and the energy from my 100-year soul ring, all converged into that golden holy sword. Excalibur, a cataclysmic golden beam, soared into the heavens, like divine judgment descending, mercilessly obliterating Mr. Lee and all of his henchmen, along with the very earth beneath their feet, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. As the brilliance faded, my legs gave way, and I collapsed to the ground. Yet my heart was filled with exhilaration, and I couldn't help but burst into laughter. I winked at the utterly astonished Yutong and asked, "What do you think? Impressive, right?" Her little face flushed, staring at me. She nodded vigorously. "Yes, so impressive." I initially thought she was complimenting my wife's treasure, but later realized she had been praising me all along. This damn charm. That evening, Yutong unexpectedly came to find me in my room at the orphanage. I assumed she was frightened by the day's events, considering it was her first encounter with such brutality. However, she looked at me with confusion and asked, "Afraid? Why would I be afraid? Lin, she could help me take revenge. I'm grateful to you." Upon hearing this, my heart sank. It dawned on me that her understanding of life and death was fundamentally flawed. In the later parts of the original story, Hu Hao became somewhat indifferent to life, and I could not allow her to tread the same misguided path. I adopted a serious expression, causing her to panic, resembling a frightened little rabbit, thinking I was angry. She stammered that she would certainly change. Those who understand can appreciate how starved for affection this child must have been. I quickly ruffled her hair to comfort her. It's all right. You don't need to understand everything now. I will teach you gradually." Seeing her visibly relax, she finally mustered the courage to ask the question that had been weighing on her heart for half a month. "Lin Shigo, why are you so good to me?" Here it comes, the moment I had been anticipating. I had already prepared my response. I cleared my throat and commenced my performance. It seems that due to the nature of my martial spirit, I possess a certain sensitivity to destiny. I can sense, to varying degrees, the significant events of this world ahead of time, and my martial spirit informs me that you, Yutong, are destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse. I must admit, I had meticulously crafted this script in advance. After all, Yutong is a loyal individual, not a fool. My overt kindness towards her may resemble the act of wielding an invincible cheat. How could she not be suspicious? Furthermore, I plan to take her to acquire the Tian Meng Bing Kin, those external aids, and how will I explain my omniscience then? That would indeed be a true dilemma. Thus, it is better to be straightforward and lay my cards on the table. Except for the fact that I cannot reveal I am a time traveler. I will divulge everything else and allow her to make her own choice. I trust her, not only because I am aware of her reliability in the original narrative, but also because I have witnessed her character firsthand over the past fortnight. To my surprise, Yutong was utterly taken aback, her mouth agape as she pointed to herself. "You mean me? An unparalleled powerhouse? Me? With a mere innate soul power of level 1? Yes, indeed, it is you. I nodded, my expression exuding utmost certainty, then clarified my intentions. Everything I have done over the past half-month is, to put it plainly, an investment. I am investing in you, aiding you to grow stronger, with the hope of reaping benefits in the future. How does that make you feel? Do you think my character has collapsed? That I have shattered your illusions? Not at all. Yutong responded vehemently, shaking her head vigorously like a rattle drum. Lin Shige, I am fully aware of your kindness towards me. How could I possibly be disappointed over such a trivial matter? I knew it. I smiled, my expression warm and inviting. In the original narrative, Bei Bei and Tang, you merely offered Huiyu Hao a place to stand, and in return, he aided in the revival of the entire Tang clan. Although Huiyu Hao has his flaws, his loyalty is unquestionable. Now, with Huiyu Tong, the situation can only improve. I extended my hand towards her, a playful smile dancing on my lips. So, since you now know my greatest secret, shall we collaborate, my partner? A nod from you guarantees your ascension to the pinnacle of the continent, and perhaps even an opportunity to wander the divine realm. A shake of her head, and we part amicably to meet again in the martial world. Without a moment's hesitation, she grasped my hand tightly. I am willing. For her. Not only does the prospect of me aiding her in becoming a formidable figure appeal to her, but even if I were nothing, her desire for my friendship is unwavering. I am her first true friend. Who among her family can truly comprehend that? Excellent. I smiled with satisfaction. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? As partners, I assure you, I shall speak freely. Huiyu Tong pondered for a moment, then shyly smiled. Can you share some stories about your childhood, Lin Shige? Huh. I was utterly taken aback. Wait, did she not grasp my previous statements? I can see through fate. I can foresee the future. And you ask me this? Is your focus somewhat misplaced? So what? She pouted. I simply wish to know more about you. Lin Shige, consider it due diligence for a partner. Well, fine then. I sighed in resignation. After all, there is plenty of time ahead. The main plot will inevitably be revealed to her, so there is no rush. That night, we talked for a long while. Then, with a blink, 6 years had passed. During these 6 years, I, thanks to the unique attributes of my Ling, Zhou martial spirit, effortlessly became the youngest sole sovereign in the entire continent. Truth be told, had I not deliberately suppressed my progress, I would likely have already reached sole king status. However, I refrained from doing so, rather than focusing solely on soul power levels. I invested more of the Ling Zhou's energy into enhancing my physical form and extending the lifespan of my soul rings. After all, the strength of my heroic spirits is directly linked to the lifespan of the soul rings. My ability to surpass levels in combat is astonishing, undeniably making me the strongest soul sovereign in history. No arguments accepted. Oh, right, there was a minor hiccup when summoning my archers. It went awry, though not entirely. I initially intended to summon a culinary genius, but ended up with a darker version due to an artifact malfunction. Nonetheless, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. As this dark-skinned fellow excels in crafting soul-guiding devices, I promptly set him up with a workshop, diving into the soul-guiding business, yielding substantial profits. And now I have accumulated a modest fortune. Huiyu Tong has also undergone significant transformations over the past 6 years. In terms of strength, I provided her with abundant resources, and she herself worked tirelessly. 3 years ago, she reached level 10, fulfilling the requirements to meet the Tianmeng Bingcan. I imparted all the swordsmanship, magic, and knowledge of soul-guiding devices that I could teach her. Among her peers, she is undoubtedly among the elite. Regrettably, a year ago, her mother succumbed, unable to endure. This matter is shrouded in mystery. I strongly suspect that Tang San is orchestrating something sinister behind the scenes, willing to resort to any means to seize the child of destiny. After her mother's passing, Huiyu Tong, true to the original narrative, changed her surname and moved out of the Duke's residence. I took the opportunity to leave Luo City with her, embarking on a journey across the continent. As the enrollment period for Shrek Academy drew near, we set our sights on the Stardow Forest, the very location where the main plot initiates. It is essential to acquire the Tianmeng and Eli Kusi, those formidable aids. with 10 days remaining until enrollment concludes. We arrived at the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. Wow, is this really the Stardow Forest? A silver-haired little girl in a blue dress clung to my arm, curiously gazing about. She is my second summoned heroic spirit, Mei Lu Chi Na. Indeed, I chuckled, ruffling her hair. Your little forest cannot compare to this place. Here, the soul beast can even engage in arm wrestling with humans. Ah, I remember now. The golden-eyed black dragon king, Di Tian, is also here, right? Mei Lu Chi Na seemed eager to test her strength against him, curious as to who among the dragons is superior. Of course, you're the strongest. My Mei Lu Chi Na, I said affectionately. This is no exaggeration. If she unleashes her full power, Di Tian would be merely a breath away from defeat. Unfortunately, her abilities are currently constrained by my soul power, limiting her to a fraction of her potential. Yutong, trailing behind me, appeared anxious. Lin Shigu, will the Tian Mingbing can truly appear in these few days? Over these 6 years, my kindness towards her has become irrelevant to her. She now craves power more than ever, and the significance of Tian Ming to her is paramount. I am unsure of the precise day, but it will definitely be within these few days, I mused, stroking my chin. In the original narrative, Yutong encountered Tian Ming shortly before attending Shrek Academy, making the time frame quite clear. We merely need to arrive early and wait patiently. It's a matter of guarding the tree stump for the rabbit. However, as is often the case, the idealism faded in the face of stark reality. Upon entering the forest, we found ourselves utterly astounded. The ground was littered with the corpses of soul beasts, and new ones continued to charge at us frantically. I grimaced, glancing at the silver-haired girl beside me. Mei Lu Chi Na, are you certain you activated your dragon might? This quantity is absurd. How bothersome. I simply wish to wait idly for the plot to unfold. It feels akin to facing a beast tide. Mei Lu Chi Na frowned. I did activate it, yet they still keep coming. Your implication is clear. I narrowed my eyes, understanding that something far more terrifying is driving them towards us. Goodness. Surely it cannot be Di Tian himself? Yes. Mei Lu Chi Na nodded. The approaching entity harbors ill intentions. My expression darkened. What on earth? In the original narrative, how did not face such an ordeal? Why must I contend with this upon my arrival? Artoria, draw your sword, I commanded coldly. Mei Lu Chi Na. How long until they arrive? At most 10 minutes. With 10 minutes to spare, I quickly deduced our course of action. We must turn back and retreat to the forest perimeter. The 10-minute journey indicates these are not the most formidable beasts. If that is the case, we shall be prepared for battle. Today, all 3 of my incantations are in place. Artoria, Mila Yukingna. If things go awry, I might as well call over Wei Gong. I can still handle soul beasts beneath 100,000 years. I refuse to flee in defeat without at least discerning the identity of my adversary. Mila Yukingna hoisted me onto her back, cradling Yutong in her arms. And with a resounding crash, we soared into the sky. Minutes later, we arrived beside a towering mountain at the forest's edge. Mila Yukingna set us down and turned back with a grave expression. My heart sank. What is it? Is it formidable? She slowly nodded in affirmation. Yes, I can sense it. This creature is not on the same level as the soul beasts we encountered before. Lin Shi, I may not be able to protect you. If the situation turns dire, call for Wei Gong. Even Mila Yukingna spoke thus, causing my fists to clench tightly. What on earth is it? Before long, a wave of heat washed over us. The air temperature surging. That creature finally revealed itself. Its golden fur shimmered, its body resembling translucent crystal, with claws akin to a dragon, each foot enveloped in golden flames. Besides its ordinary eyes, a vertical pupil adorned its forehead, emanating an eerie red glow. I stood there, utterly stunned. I had never seen it before, yet I knew its name. Anyone who had witnessed the second tournament would undoubtedly remember it vividly. I was dazed for 2 seconds before incredulously exclaiming, "The three-eyed golden lion?" Let me tell you, if there were a ranking of tragic characters in the tournament, Huayu Hao Wunti even make the top. That honor would undoubtedly belong to Wang Xiaoer, the very three-eyed golden lion before me. Emotionally, she was a defeated hound, and in terms of strength, she had adorned others with her own garments, only to have her existence erased by the Tang God King. ultimately becoming nourishment for Tong Wudong, a true battle machine among tool beasts. And now, she stood before me. My lips twitched uncontrollably. What is happening? Wasn't she supposed to appear only after the tournament? Even if there were a butterfly effect, it shouldn't lead her directly to me. This plot is ludicrous. Even third-rate fanfiction wouldn't dare to pen such a tale. Yet, despite my inner grievances, I found solace. If my opponent is her, then whether through combat or negotiation, I possess the upper hand. The three-eyed golden lion? Yutong gasped beside me. Isn't that the imperial beast you mentioned? How could she be here? You ask me. And I ask whom? I advised her to keep her distance during the confrontation, and watched as the three-eyed golden lion approached step by step. Artoria and Kino were tensed, poised for action. Unexpectedly, the three-eyed golden lion halted and sat down with a thud, gazing at me and inquiring. Human, who are you? Or rather, what are you? Huh? No fighting? I suppressed my bewilderment, frowning as I replied. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking others? You already know my background, don't you? She tilted her head, clearly having heard my earlier exclamation. This is a matter of etiquette, I coldly stated. A tedious formality. She scoffed but complied, saying, I am the three-eyed golden lion, the entity governing the fortune of this forest. And you? I am Lin Shi, an utterly ordinary third-ring soul master. She clearly did not believe me. An ordinary soul master wouldn't be able to converse with me so calmly. That's their incompetence. I shrugged, squinting my eyes, and queried, rather than this, shouldn't you explain why you specifically sought me out? Thanks to you, my travel experience has been rather poor. The three-eyed golden lion appeared more perplexed. What's there to say? Though I don't understand why you stand on the side of humans. You are still a fate deity of higher rank than I, so it's only natural for me to greet you. Huh? What on earth? A fate deity? Higher rank than her? Me? My mind was in complete disarray. Which of her eyes determined I was not human? Wait, the three-eyed golden lion lay down, scrutinizing me with suspicion. You don't know your own identity, do you? I'm eager to hear more. What a waste. She sighed in exasperation, clarifying. I said you're a fate deity, not that you aren't human. In Dalu, those who master fate attributes are considered fate deities. So you count as one, but I don't possess fate attributes. My mouth twitched. You say you don't? She was astonished. Impossible. The concentration of fate energy within you could be deemed the essence of fate itself. How could you lack fate-related abilities? I paused in silence, then suddenly clapped my hands. I see. I can somewhat foresee the future. Does that count? Of course. She visibly relaxed. I was overjoyed. Of course. The foresight was a fabrication. Had I possessed such an ability, would I have been blocked by you? I had merely failed to connect the dots earlier. Now that I think about it, what is the origin of my martial soul? Fate. Isn't that destiny? Goodness. Aren't they simply bullying the honest? The information gap has emerged. Having come to this realization, it would be a disservice to myself not to utilize it. I wore a delightful smile and addressed her. Do you know why I have come to the Qingdao Great Forest at this moment? I informed her that I foresaw the giant insect, trapped by Di Qian and his companions, would escape in a few days. Then I directly threatened her. Do not interfere. As far as I know, if you meddle recklessly, within 10,000 years, soul beasts will be driven to the brink by humans. She believed me, for she could sense the truth in my words. What else could she do? She could only obediently observe from the sidelines. In the days that followed, I reveled in the experience. With the imperial beast in command, this excursion to Qingdao became a joyous outing, with not a single soul beast daring to disturb us. To express my gratitude, I even shared a few grilled fish prepared by Yutong. As expected, she relished them immensely. In the original text, these were akin to a euphoric drug, with anyone who consumed them becoming entranced. The result? She became even more frustrated. 2 days later, she could no longer contain herself and sought me out. When will that giant insect emerge? How do you plan to deal with it? Over these 2 days, she had realized that my combat prowess was astonishingly formidable, effortlessly defeating 10,000-year soul beasts. She recognized that the situation had long exceeded her control. After a moment of contemplation, I nodded. Indeed, you're quite anxious, aren't you? My fault for not clarifying. She was taken aback, surprised by my willingness to cooperate. Then I laid my cards on the table. How about this? You and Yutong touch foreheads? By doing so, you will exchange memories. She will know my upcoming plans, and you will receive the answers you seek. Observing my warm smile, the three-eyed golden lion's mind short-circuited for 2 seconds before she erupted in fury. Insolence! You dare propose that I, a fate deity, touch the forehead of a human? Are you provoking me? For her, having someone else touch foreheads essentially meant sharing fortune, which would be detrimental to her. With Yutong? What a joke. I shrugged nonchalantly. If you're unwilling, so be it. However, know that in that case, you won't glean any of my plans. I do not trust you. Let me tell you, at that moment, the little golden-haired lion was green with rage. She raised a claw, intending to flatten my friend Linchi. What happened next? Just as the thought crossed her mind, her entire being was overwhelmed by a surge of fate energy, sounding alarms in her mind, with red lights flashing and frantic screams. You will die. You will die. You will die. Well, she instantly calmed down. Oh, how reluctant she was, gritting her teeth and asking, must it be this way? Aren't you afraid? I'll summon Tian. You can guess how lean she responded. He simply shrugged with a smile, exuding calmness. Afraid? Why would Ti be? But you're far more frightened, aren't you? Once Tian arrives, this matter will no longer be something you can dictate. As a fate beast capable of foreseeing destiny, I do not believe you are unaware of that. One sentence silenced the little golden-haired lion, who understands the family dynamics. She could sense that if the big boss were truly called over, Lin Shi's prophecy of the 10,000-year extermination of soul beasts would come true, and the entire soul beast clan would be buried alongside them. This was a perfect maneuver. At last, the little golden retriever let out a deep sigh, fully accepting his fate. All right, so it's merely the sharing of the power of destiny, is it? I acquiesce. Let that little girl approach. Lin Shi offered a faint smile, bringing my Rain Tong closer, and said, Rain Tong, come, let us touch foreheads with Miss Rue Beast. Rain Tong tilted her head in confusion, wondering what peculiar ritual this was. However, she asked no questions and obediently leaned in. She trusted Lin Shi, believing he would not harm her. And what do you think happened next? The moment their foreheads met, a torrent of memories surged in like a floodgate bursting open, causing Rain Tong to faint instantly. Success. I must tell you, Lin Shi was overjoyed. He had merely wanted to indulge in a whim, aiming to bring forward the opportunity originally set for 2 years later. Such fortuitous events, of course, are best encountered early, if fortune favored them. Perhaps Rain Tong could transition from the spiritual system to an even more formidable destiny system. As for why he himself did not partake, he was quite cunning. First, he feared that should his power exceed that of the Rue Beast, he might inadvertently benefit others rather than himself. Second, this endeavor required a sharing of memories. His secrets as a traveler, including foresight of the future, would be laid bare. Such confidential information was a trade secret, and he would not engage in a losing bargain. He turned to the still-dazed little golden retriever and grinned triumphantly. Now do you understand my plan? The little golden retriever, still reeling from the impact of Rain Tong's memories, nodded blankly. Oh, so that is how the wisdom soul ring of that enormous insect works. What are your plans next? Lin Shi began to weave his scheme. How about joining me for a stroll in the human world? The golden retriever was clearly tempted, yet after a moment contemplation, shook her head. No, I need to digest these memories first. Very well. Lin Shi shrugged and pulled out a piece of paper and a pen, signing his name and handing it over. If you change your mind, take this to the Infinite Sword Control Merchant Association. They will arrange an identity for you. What do you think of the name Lin Xiaoer? At that moment, I thought to myself, this fellow certainly understands PUA, even arranging a future identity for her. The little golden retriever accepted the note and inquired. I notice your memories do not hold Shrek in high regard. Why do you still wish to go there? Lin Shi sighed with a smile. There is no other option. I have several crucial opportunities in my plan that I cannot miss. To seize them, I must infiltrate a top-tier force. My own influence has yet to establish itself, and after careful consideration, Shrek is the most suitable choice. His reasoning was sound. The Holy Spirit sect? a den of evil soul masters, a path to certain demise. The Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy? His martial spirit bore resemblance to those of evil soul masters, making him a target. The Body Sect? An assembly of antiquated individuals even more conservative than Shrek, who would vehemently reject soul engineering tools, yielding no benefits. Thus, after eliminating all other options, it was decided Shrek's main storyline it would be, with lower risk and stable returns. After listening, the little golden retriever seemed pensive and then suddenly proposed. Since there's nowhere else to go, how about joining us in the Stardow Great Forest? Lin, she was taken aback, then burst into laughter. The little golden retriever, feeling embarrassed, exclaimed, "What are you laughing at? Do you look down upon our Stardow Great Forest? I would never." Lin, she waved his hands, chuckling as he gently patted her lion-like head. "I appreciate your kindness, but I must decline. I am, after all, human. I can collaborate with you soul beasts, but to abandon my human identity and join you is out of the question." The little golden retriever huffed, brushing away his hand and shutting her eyes. "Then forget it. I need to carefully examine this girl's memories. Keep your distance. I don't wish to see you for a while." All right, Lin, she relished the quiet, lifting the unconscious Rain-Tong and slipping away. Once he was far enough, the little golden retriever quietly opened her eyes, her gaze a tumult of emotions. The impact of Rain-Tong's memories was overwhelming, showcasing the splendor of the human world and Lin Shi. In Rain-Tong's memories, Lin Shi appeared as a wish-granting machine, a god capable of anything. Now, she found it difficult to harbor anger towards him. Her perception of him had transformed. The following days felt as if time had doubled. Upon awakening, Rain-Tong indeed manifested the Eye of Destiny. The little golden retriever remained silent for a long while before unexpectedly volunteering to be a personal tutor, teaching Rain-Tong how to wield this newfound power. This caught Lin Shi off guard, a delightful surprise. After a few days, Rain-Tong and the little golden retriever were as close as if they were one, while the little golden retriever avoided Lin Shi, wishing to utter not a single word to him. Lin Shi did not mind. After all, he had tricked her, and being disliked was only natural. His focus was entirely on Rain-Tong, for the second pivotal moment in altering fate was imminent. On that day, the Tianming Bing can indeed appeared punctually, expressing a heartfelt confession before Rain-Tong. "At last, I have encountered a human with a spiritual affinity." Lin Shi and the San'Yanjin and I were concealed in a nearby cave, observing the unfolding drama. The little golden retriever gritted her teeth, using her mental power for remote surveillance. That wretched insect actually came out. Her tone was as if the meat from her own bowl had flown away. Lin Shi was in high spirits, chuckling, "At least it's a million-year soul beast. It must have some tricks up its sleeve." Just then, the little golden retriever suddenly exclaimed, "What is that gray thing?" Lin Shi felt a surge of excitement. Here it comes. The second external aid had arrived. He was about to rise and approach Rain-Tong when suddenly chaos ensued. The little golden retriever realized the danger and shouted, "Quick, run!" The gray entity lunged at him, ignoring his two ethereal bodyguards, and in a flash, it invaded his mind. Immediately, an ancient and arrogant voice resonated within his mental sea. "With the sun and moon in hand, I pluck the stars. There is no one like me in this world." Astonished, Lin Shi thought, "I never anticipated there would be another traveler like me. How intriguing." The entity continued, "Child, may I borrow your body for a moment?" The gray mist transformed into a pearl within his mind. No way. Lin Shi felt as if his circuits had malfunctioned. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. He always believed that this Yilikizi was bound to Tianming, a unique boon for Rain-Tong. How could it choose its own master? Did this external aid possess its own will? The San'Yanjin and I were equally alarmed and rushed to surround him. Lin Shi, both amused and exasperated, reassured them, "Do not panic. This is a significant opportunity, not a detriment. I intended to gift it to Rain-Tong, but it seems it chose to serve me directly." Thus, the expedition to the Stardow Great Forest was deemed a resounding success. Not only had he secured Tianming and the Eye of Destiny for Rain-Tong, but he had also fortuitously acquired an Yilikizi for himself. As they departed, the little golden retriever shot him a resentful glance, likely still holding a grudge for his refusal to join the Star Doe. Lin Shi sensed that it would not be long before he encountered this Miss Lin Xioer in the human realm. A few days later, they arrived at the outskirts of Shrek City. Raintong's soul power had soared to level 16, and she gazed in awe at the magnificent Shrek City. Lin Shi ruffled her hair and dismissively remarked, "Impressive? This is hardly a good sign. Shrek has long ceased to be merely an academy. It's a colossal sect disguised as one, destined for version sanction." He instructed Raintong to wait outside, then confidently strode into the Soul Engineering Department's teaching building, effortlessly making his way to Professor Fan Yu's office. Professor Fan Yu, a burly man, was currently overwhelmed with enrollment duties. Upon seeing a young child enter, he impatiently exclaimed, "Who are you? Get lost. I have no time." Lin Shi wasted no words, simply smiling as he dramatically displayed 3 soul rings. Black, black, black. 3 rings of 10,000 years. Professor Fan Yu's eyes nearly bulged out of his head, the documents in his hands tumbling to the desk as he froze in shock. His expression resembled that of someone encountering a living alien. Lin Shi winked at him, grinning like a mischievous imp. "So, Professor Fan Yu, do you still wish for me to leave?" Fan Yu took several deep breaths to steady his mind, executing a complete turnaround in attitude. "What is it that you desire?" His heart harbored but one thought. No matter what, this prodigious talent must remain within the Soul Guidance Department. Lin Shi, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, replied, "My request is quite simple." Meanwhile, Yutong was exhausting herself outside the city, feeling particularly insecure and believing she was unworthy of the omnipotent Lin Shigo. She feared that one day he might abandon her, leaving her unable to even catch a glimpse of his departing figure. Thus, she devoted herself to rigorous training, enduring excruciating, needle-like pains in her head, repeatedly employing her mental probing until her vision darkened, nearly collapsing, just as she was on the verge of giving up. Lin Shi returned with Fan Yu. "Yutong, this is Teacher Fan Yu," Lin Shi introduced, then directly stated, "Now, showing your mental probing sharing." "All right." Yutong responded without hesitation, braving the searing pain that threatened to tear her brain apart, and activated her soul skill once more, her expression remaining unchanged. Instantly, Fan Yu felt as if a divine perspective map unfurled in his mind, leaving him utterly astonished. He decisively declared, "You are certainly qualified. As promised, you both shall receive the treatment of core disciples in the Soul Guidance Department." Core disciples. Yutong felt a mix of shock and joy in her heart, knowing this was entirely due to Lin Shi's efforts. However, to her surprise, once Lin Shi concluded his business, his demeanor toward Teacher Fan Yu turned somewhat cold, dismissing him with just a few words. While Yutong gazed at him in admiration, marveling at his prowess, the next moment, Lin Shi turned around and playfully flicked her forehead. "Ouch, that hurts. Why did you hit me?" "Lin Shiga," Yutong exclaimed, cradling her head, on the verge of tears. Though the force was slight, she felt her heart had suffered a great blow. I must say, this flick genuinely left Yutong dazed. She covered her little head, her eyes glistening with tears, as if asking me why I had scolded her. My expression darkened, and I said, "Why are you asking me why? Silly girl, confess honestly. Were you pushing yourself again just now?" Yutong's gaze was evasive, her little hands nearly twisted into knots, as she stammered something about wanting to assist me sooner. Goodness, I was instantly exasperated. I said, "You don't think I'm upset about your diligence, do you?" Seeing her nod in that foolish manner, I flicked her again. "Let me clarify, I am not angry about your effort. Hard work is commendable. Who wouldn't want a phenomenal teammate to wreak havoc alongside? My frustration lies in your treating yourself as merely a tool. Do you comprehend? I brought you into this partnership to find a comrade to fight alongside, not to have a compliant AI made. If you're tired, just say so. If you don't want to do something, refuse. Don't concern yourself with me, and certainly don't worry about Fan Yu. Who does he think he is? Do not subjugate yourself for outsiders." My words may have been a bit harsh, and Yutong immediately buried her head, her shoulders trembling. Seeing her in that state, I sighed, my heart softening. I quickly ruffled her little head and said, all right, no training tonight. Brother will take you shopping to relax." She finally murmured a subdued agreement. Observing her obedient demeanor was quite endearing. It felt as though I had an exceptionally understanding little sister. After completing the enrollment procedures, I turned to lead her away, not noticing that the little girl behind me was grinning widely, stifling her laughter. She must have been thinking, Lin Shigo cares about me so much, I am so delighted. As it turned out, Shrek City was indeed bustling. After we finished our meal, I bought her cotton candy, and she asked while munching, Lin Shigo, what did you discuss with Teacher Fanyu for so long? As I wiped the sugary residue from her mouth, I explained, that guy took me to meet our future homeroom teacher, Zhou Yi, who is his wife. Just thinking about Zhou, he gave me a headache. In the original work, she was quite the eccentric educator. Yutong, being exceptionally clever now, squinted her eyes as she savored my service, but pierced through my words with a keen observation. The process didn't go smoothly, did it? Was it that teacher who posed a problem? I raised an eyebrow, realizing that since she had awakened her fate eye, her intuition had sharpened significantly. I nodded yes. We exchanged views on educational matters, and there was a minor conflict, but ultimately, I successfully reasoned with him. Successfully reasoned? Yutong's lips twitched. Goodness, she understood immediately. The last time I used that term was when I had dispatched a group of ruffians to the police station. Those who understand know. This girl conjured an image in her mind of me physically overpowering the future homeroom teacher, and she even silently mourned for 3 seconds. Then she asked the crucial question, so, what price did you pay to help me get in through the back door? That was what she truly wanted to know. I knew she was quite perceptive. I initially intended to brush it off, claiming it was a win-win situation. Her mental probing was a godly skill for the Soul Guidance Department, and they would be eager to have her. However, Yutong did not buy it. She calmly pointed out the logical fallacy in my words, stating that the choice lay with them, and I must have made other promises. At that moment, I lamented how clever this girl had become. She was no longer easily fooled. I had no choice but to lay my cards on the table. I did indeed promise him to be his disciple and choose the Soul Guidance Department in the future. Upon hearing this, Yutong's expression immediately dimmed. She must have heard from passers-by that the Soul Guidance Department was merely a refuge for those rejected by the Martial Spirit Department and was viewed as a haven for the inept. She felt she was a burden to me. Seeing her remorseful expression, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Please, don't carry any psychological burden. Even if I had to choose for myself, the Shrek Martial Spirit Department, not even a dog would go there. Let me tell you, that place is nothing but a giant nursing home for overgrown babies, filled with pampered individuals. They have grand ambitions, but little talent, always dreaming big. I came to Shrek to learn skills, not to be their caretaker. The Soul Guidance Department is much better. Thirsting for talent, it emphasizes practicality. That is the answer for the future, all right? After listening, Yutong seemed to ponder and was finally persuaded by my words. Just then, my 2 wives, Artoria and Kina, unexpectedly appeared beside us. Lin Shi, we found the person you mentioned. My spirits soared as I took Yutong's hand and said, come, let me introduce you to a senior. We're going to catch a fat sheep. I must tell you, the guy I asked my 2 wives to find is simply the biggest joker in Shrek. Su Sanshur, a wealthy young master, who persistently pursued a girl named Jiang Nanan like a lovesick puppy, his demeanor utterly humble. When we arrived, we found him lavishing attention on her, saying, Nanan, look at the flowers I bought for you. Nanan, shall we go out for a meal? Nanan, let me perform a little act for you. To which she simply retorted with a single word, scram. Yutong stood by, utterly dumbfounded, asking me, Lin Shigu, is this the wealthy young master you mentioned? She seemed to struggle to find an appropriate description. I shrugged and replied, indeed, that's him. I watched as he was scolded by her, looking thoroughly dejected, standing there like a lost puppy. The opportunity had arrived. I quickly pulled Yutong forward. Oh, is this Senior Su? I wish to propose a deal. This fellow was in a foul mood and had no desire to engage with me, attempting to walk away. I sighed and firmly grasped his shoulder. He tried to break free, but soon realized he couldn't move at all. My grip was as strong as a vice. His temper flared, and 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, appeared, summoning the Shinin Turtle Martial Spirit, a top-tier defensive martial spirit. And yet he still could not move. At that moment, his expression finally turned serious. Kid, who are you? I smiled brightly, Lin Shi, a first-year student. Impossible. His eyes nearly bulged out. A freshman could pin him. A ranked expert from the outer court. Down so thoroughly? I led the two of them to the edge of the sea god lake, where he looked utterly gloomy. I wasted no time and said directly, "Senior, let us make a bet. In a wager, should you emerge victorious, I shall procure 2 Xianshui Dan from you at double the market price. Should I win, you will gift me 2 and agree to become my friend." Upon hearing the prospect of receiving 2 Xianshui Dan for free, Su Sanshi was immediately inclined to decline. However, I added, "Let us be friends," and his eyes flickered with hesitation. He was undoubtedly contemplating the potential of a freshman capable of surpassing him, a prospect too enticing to dismiss. He assumed my strength lay solely in power, believing my speed would falter. Thus, he felt the odds were in his favor. "Agreed. It is a pact." He conceded. I smiled and retreated 50 meters, stating, "Let us proceed here. It would be rather embarrassing for you to lose to a newcomer in front of so many." Such bold words indeed. Su Sanshi chuckled in amusement, his body tensed, his martial spirit unleashed as he analyzed my weaknesses. I could barely suppress my laughter. In the next moment, I summoned Mei Lu Chi Na. With a flourish, the 3 10,000-year soul rings illuminated, casting a deep, purplish light that dazzled Su Sanshi's eyes. In the blink of an eye, the 50 meters between us vanished. By the time he regained his composure, Mei Lu Chi Na's icy spear was poised at his throat. "Do not move, little turtle. My weapon is rather sharp." The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Su Sanshi, paralyzed by fear, collapsed onto the ground. I assisted him to his feet, and he gazed at the 2 stunning beauties flanking me, his expression vacant. He pursued women with abandon, yet received naught but disdain. My soul technique summoned forth 2 companions, a stark contrast that stung deeply. He conceded defeat, promising to deliver the Xianshui Dan to me in a few days, solidifying our friendship. I smiled in satisfaction and casually handed him a black card. "As friends, allow me to gift you a membership. Do come support my family's business." Su Sanshi glanced down, his pupils contracting in shock. "Infinite Sword Control Merchant Association," he exclaimed. Indeed, it was I. The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. He could hardly fathom that the genius junior in his eyes was, in fact, the heir of the mysterious merchant association that had swept the continent in recent years. His demeanor shifted drastically as he eagerly proposed brotherhood and even offered to treat me to a meal. I politely declined, but casually remarked, "By the way, Senior, you share a close relationship with Bei Bei and Tangya, correct? I am quite interested in Tang Min's hidden weaponry. Could you assist me in arranging a meeting?" Su Sanshi's excitement was palpable, believing he had secured a monumental investment for Tang Min, thumping his chest in assurance. Alas, he remained oblivious to the stubbornness of Tang Min, who adhered strictly to ancestral practices. Attempting to engage them in weaponry was a futile dream. I chose not to disillusion him, allowing him to encounter disappointment on his own. After bidding him farewell, I took Yutong by the arm as we made our way back to the dormitory. Just as we stepped beyond Su Sanshi's line of sight, Yutong swiftly clutched my other arm. Startled, I inquired, "What is it, Yutong?" Mei Lu Chi Na chuckled beside me. "Ah, feeling jealous, little sister?" Yutong remained silent, glaring back in indignation. For reasons unbeknownst to me, she treated Artoria with utmost respect, yet harbored hostility towards Mei Lu Chi Na. Their rivalry had ignited almost immediately, akin to a fierce competition where losing to anyone else was acceptable, but not to one's sworn adversary. I confess, I was at my wit's end. Yutong was not easily swayed, and Mei Lu Chi Na found teasing Yutong as effortless as breathing. I could only cast a desperate glance towards Artoria, my sole hope. To my dismay, she averted her gaze, feigning interest in the scenery. I even caught a glimpse of schadenfreude at the corner of her mouth. Who could comprehend this? Was this truly the noble king of knights? In the end, I had no choice but to propose. "Shall we both let go?" Mei Lu Chi Na languidly refused, asserting, "No, I desperately need Lin Shisu. A substantial replenishment is in order." Yutong was even more resolute, declaring, "If she does not relent, neither shall I." Very well, I surrendered. That evening, I found myself flanked by these two unparalleled beauties, paraded through the entirety of Shrek Academy. Remarkably, I became the subject of campus lore. The following day, I hurriedly took Yutong to the Soul Guidance Department's experimental zone, eager to engage and surpass these otherworldly natives. Upon entering, a staff member warmly approached us, stating that Teacher Fan Yu had instructed us to find a senior named Kai Tu. My heart skipped a beat. Kai Tu was a hidden gem, an SSR. Yet, I feigned innocence, asking, Kai Tu, is that a type of food? The staff member chuckled, explaining that it was merely the senior's nickname, and he was quite amiable. As we arrived, the staff member called out, Kai Tu, your new junior siblings have arrived. A bald man, previously tinkering with a soul-guided cannon, hurried over. His curiosity piqued as he examined us. I stepped forward, introducing myself. I am Lin Shi, gesturing to Yutong as she followed suit. I am Yutong. Before I could finish speaking, she initiated a shared mental probe. The moment that godly perspective emerged, both Kai Tu and the staff member nearly dropped their jaws in astonishment. Kai Tu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, divine skill. Junior sister, this is simply divine. He immediately recognized the immense value of this ability. I chimed in, grinning. Let me tell you, the range of Yutong's skill will only expand further. What? Both were momentarily stunned, likely pondering whether such feats could only be accomplished with a 10-year soul ring. I looked at Kai Tu and remarked, now do you understand why Teacher Fan Yu took a liking to us? His laughter echoed, absolutely. Come, little sister. Let me see just how formidable I can become with your skill enhancing my own. Yutong cast me a glance, and upon my nod, she followed Kai Tu into the experimental zone. When Teacher Fan Yu arrived 2 hours later, he found us already integrated with the local team. He appeared surprised and inquired about my experience. I smiled, replying, it is wonderful. The people here speak so eloquently, and each one is exceptionally talented. I adore this place. Teacher Fan Yu nodded in satisfaction, likely contemplating ways to secure our long-term commitment to the Soul Guidance Department. I casually inquired about the elderly woman, Zhou Yi. Teacher Fan Yu's smile faltered, and with a sigh, he remarked, you went too far yesterday. I barely managed to placate her. Please do not provoke her again. I shrugged. Rest assured, if she does not bother me, I shall not engage with her. My time is far too precious. Thus began our lessons with Teacher Fan Yu. He inquired about our knowledge of soul-guided devices, and I stroked my chin, responding, well, I'm just a novice. It would be best to start from the beginning. Teacher Fan Yu seemed relieved, perhaps finally finding something I was not proficient in, restoring a sense of reality. Little did he know, he was about to face a slight shock in the realm of soul-guided devices. In the days that followed, Yutong and I immersed ourselves in the Soul Guidance Department. Yutong's progress was meteoric. Her formidable mental prowess allowed her to flourish. As for me, my advancement was more gradual. For my primary objective was to foster a relationship with Kai Tu. This individual was none other than a prince of the former Yuri Empire. His status could prove immensely advantageous if leveraged correctly. Meanwhile, Su San'sha's situation unraveled. Bei and Tangya returned, categorically rejecting my proposal for collaboration, citing that the secrets of Tang Min's hidden weaponry were sacred and should not be shared. I could only chuckle at their naivety. Their clan had not yet reached the depths of despair. Su San'sha, utterly disheartened, approached me to apologize, stating that his brother had momentarily lost his way. I feigned magnanimity, assuring him, no worries, I understand. The doors of infinite sword control shall always be open to Tang Min. Su San'sha expressed profound gratitude and even treated us to a meal. He proved to be an excellent friend, though he was unfortunate to be entangled with Bei and Tangya, a duo fraught with complications. 2 days before the official commencement of the school year, my greatest fear materialized. Upon returning to my dormitory, I was greeted by the sight of an extraordinarily beautiful youth with powder blue hair perched upon my bed. My expression soured instantly. Wang Dong. Just as she was about to feign superiority and establish her authority, I interjected, swiftly unveiling her secrets. Greetings. Are you not Wang Donger from the Haotian sect, possessing a dual martial soul and masquerading as a male? Wang Donger appeared utterly flabbergasted. likely pondering how I had launched such an audacious attack right from the outset. I regarded her coldly. You need not concern yourself with how I acquired this knowledge. Simply understand that I am aware of your true gender. If you wish to avoid any unwelcome advances in our daily life, I suggest you seek a room change with the instructor. After a moment of contemplation, she retorted, Why should I heed your command? I rolled my eyes and replied, Very well. Should you choose to remain, I am male, and you are female. I believe the implications of that need not be elaborated. With that, I departed to practice my swordplay, leaving her to ponder the situation. Upon my return, she was still ensnared in her thoughts. Finally, she mustered the courage to declare, If you possess the audacity to threaten me, let us settle this through combat. The victor shall dictate the terms. Agreed, I responded without hesitation. As she unfurled her butterfly wings and charged towards me, I merely scoffed. With no need to unleash my martial soul, I stepped forward, seized her arm, executed a fluid maneuver, and tossed her onto the bed, pinning her down so she could not move. Leaning in with a smile, I asked, So, are you now willing to move out? Wang Dong was rendered speechless, unable to fathom that a peer could best her without even activating a martial soul. Yet, to my astonishment, she quickly regained her composure and burst into laughter. You're truly a good person. She gazed at me with gleaming eyes, acknowledging that I was well aware of her background and that my strength surpassed hers. Despite having every opportunity to take advantage of her, I chose to use the excuse of inconvenience to urge her to leave, thus proving myself to be a morally upright individual. I was left momentarily speechless by the absurdity of her reasoning. So, I have made my decision. I shall not move out. Rather than live in fear in another dormitory, I would prefer to reside here openly. My face turned a shade of green. Are you serious? Seeing her nod, I sighed. Very well, you may stay, but I shall seek a room change. In a sudden panic, she blocked my path. Wait, do you truly find me so disagreeable? How about we strike a deal? If you agree to share a dormitory with me, I will provide you with certain benefits. Her shift in stance was astonishingly swift. I regarded her with mockery. Are you certain? She swallowed hard. As long as it is not too excessive. In the end, we formalized a rather humiliating Linwang dormitory treaty. The primary stipulations were that she would be responsible for maintaining the dorm's cleanliness, provide me with 10,000 gold soul coins each semester as a form of hush money, and swear as the heir of the Haotian sect that she would refrain from causing me any trouble regarding my limitless sword domain. My heart soared with joy. It seemed that fortune had finally graced me. Having secured Wang Dong, I hurried to inform Yutong, painting Wang Dong as a harbinger of doom, advising her to maintain a considerable distance. Yutong complied, though I sensed her greater concern lay in the fact that I was sharing a dormitory with a female. As time passed, the day of Shrek Academy's official opening arrived. Yutong and I arrived early at the classroom, and Wang Dong soon followed, haughtily snorting in my direction. How childish. Before long, the notoriously scorned teacher from the Douluo series, Zhou Yi, made her entrance. An elderly woman with thinning hair, yet her eyes sparkled with intensity. Upon entering the classroom, she did not spare me a glance. Her gaze swept across the room, and an eerie silence enveloped us. Then she commenced her iconic address. I am Zhou Yi, your homeroom teacher. In my class, no trash shall pass the assessment. I aim to cultivate monsters, not fools. I scoffed internally. With her reliance on expelling students to bolster her metrics, how could she dare label others as fools? Zhou Yi continued, in the coming days. Those who have fought, please stand. I sighed and rose to my feet. Wang Dong, unwilling to be outdone, also stood. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. Only two? Truly a pathetic bunch. Those who shy away from conflict are mediocre, do you understand? Everyone else, exit immediately and run 100 laps around the Shrek Plaza. Anyone who fails to complete the task shall be expelled. The class erupted in uproar. It was only the first day of school. One student stood up in defiance. But Zhou Yi coldly replied, because I said so. If you're dissatisfied, you may leave. The moment her words left her lips, a terrifying aura of a soul emperor descended. Her 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, instantly quelling any resistance. The new students, unaccustomed to such intimidation, scrambled to escape in a panic. Yutong cast a worried glance in my direction, and I offered her an assuring look, prompting her to follow suit. In an instant, only Wang Donger and I remained in the classroom. Zhou Yi approached us with a frosty demeanor, scrutinizing both me and Wang Donger. You didn't harm her, did you? Huh. I was momentarily taken aback, as was Wang Donger. This elderly lady was certainly unpredictable. Her demeanor had taken a complete 180-degree turn. And the reason for this shift traced back to a few days prior when I had been escorted to her office by her husband, a teacher named Fanyu. At that time, Fanyu appeared somewhat embarrassed as he said, "Zhou Yi, this student has been assigned to your class. He has a few requests." I had smiled innocently. Zhou Yi scrutinized me from head to toe, inquiring about my name and my requests. I cut straight to the chase. "Hello, teacher. My name is Lin Shi. My request is simple. I can attend your class, but you must not interfere with my affairs." Her brows furrowed, and she directly retorted, "Nonsense. Do you think this academy is your home? Students must listen to their teachers." I sighed, realizing that arguing with her was futile. "Teacher, primarily, I feel that you cannot teach me anything. Surely you wouldn't want me to waste my time following you, would you?" This statement ignited her fury. She coldly chuckled. "Arrogant. You think I cannot teach you? I am one of the most renowned teachers at Shrek's Outer Academy." As she spoke, a wave of Soul Emperor-level pressure surged towards me, attempting to intimidate me. Yet I stood my ground, smiling as I countered, "But you also expel the most students, do you not?" She faltered, and her anger intensified. "That is because they cannot keep up. We at Shrek only accept monsters, not waste." Upon hearing this, I chuckled, tilting my head and asking, "So, your implication is that here, strength is everything?" "Indeed." She nodded vigorously. I understood her intentions and shot her a challenging glance. "Then if I prove to be stronger than you, must you not heed my words?" This declaration left her both infuriated and amused. She turned to her husband. "Fanyu, did you bring this clown to entertain me?" Then, glaring at me, she warned, "Considering Fanyu's face, I shall let this slide this time. Should there be a next time, it will not end well for you." I raised an eyebrow. "Are you afraid?" Her expression darkened, resembling that of a simmering pot. "Silence. My patience is finite." Sensing the moment was ripe, I challenged her. "Teacher, let us cease the verbal sparring. You may directly engage me. Should I lose, I shall accept my fate and take my punishment. But do not regret it." Her smile morphed into that of a villain. Fanyu attempted to intervene, but it was too late. With a flourish, her 6 soul rings illuminated, and she launched herself at me like a cannonball. She must have thought to impart a lesson that I would never forget. However, reality proved to be merciless. In an instant, an invisible sword met her charge, and Altria appeared before me with poise. In that fleeting moment of her distraction, the outcome of the battle was sealed. "Family members, who understands?" A silver figure appeared out of thin air, moving so swiftly that it left a trail of afterimages. In an instant, a long spear was thrust against her neck. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence. Zhou Yi opened her mouth, wanting to say impossible, but as she gazed at the 3 pitch-black one floating beside me, she found herself utterly speechless. 3 Wan Nian Huan Huan. This concept either indicated that I possessed dual martial souls, with one already reaching the level of a soul king, or it suggested that my physical attributes were so extraordinary that I could absorb one directly. Regardless of the scenario, it unequivocally marked me as a true anomaly. I waved my hand, and Mei Lu Chi Na retracted her spear. Observing her expression of existential doubt, I smiled gently. "So, how is it, teacher? Now that I am the strong one, shouldn't you heed my words?" She finally snapped back to reality, tremblingly pointing towards the door. "Get out." I tilted my head deliberately. "Oh?" She erupted in a fit of rage. "Get out." Amid her frenzied shouts, I glanced helplessly at Teacher Fanyu, who was nodding vigorously. Only then did I leisurely step outside. As I exited, she turned to Teacher Fanyu, inquiring about the creature I was. Teacher Fan, you could only explain with a bitter smile, stating that it was rare to encounter a genius like me in the soul guidance department, and implored her to show some mercy. Eventually, this old lady reluctantly agreed, granting me privileges as long as I did not actively disrupt her teaching. She would not interfere with me. So now you understand, right? The complexity in her gaze was palpable. She feared that I might inflict some harm on Wang Dong. I shrugged, reassuring her, rest assured, teacher, he made the first move. I know my limits. Wang Dong shot me a defiant glare, as if to say I looked down on him, claiming I hadn't used my full strength. Naturally, I hadn't even unleashed my martial soul and had intentionally thrown him onto the bed. Surely, this lad knew where he stood. That's good. Zhou Yi breathed a sigh of relief, then glanced at me and Wang Dong, perhaps at a loss for words, for she had always emphasized the supremacy of strength. I seized the opportunity to inquire. So, teacher, may we take our leave now? Go ahead, do as you please. She waved her hand, then pointed at Wang Dong. Go run laps with those students. Huh, I have to run too? Wang Dong exclaimed incredulously, pointing at himself. Zhou, he finally managed a faint smile, of course. I never said you were exempt. Reluctantly, Wang Dong hung his head and followed me out of the classroom. Once outside, he began to vent his frustrations. What on earth is that old lady? Is she insane? I cast him a sidelong glance. I concur. But are you certain you don't want to hurry down and run? Time has already been wasted. Oomph. At my words, Wang Dong perked up, puffing out his chest in pride, claiming, I'm strong enough. This little delay is no issue. Oh, I nodded indifferently, thinking to myself that he could indeed manage. I wouldn't be joining him. Hey, what do you mean? Wang Dong was perplexed. By this time, we had reached the edge of the playground, and I ignored him, simply waving at Yutong in the running group. She noticed immediately and bounced over. Wiping sweat from her brow, concerned for me. Lin Shigo, are you all right? The teacher didn't give you a hard time, did she? I offered her a genuine, warm smile. No need to worry, I'm fine. Have the warm-up activities begun? Wang Dong stood by, utterly dumbfounded. He must have been thinking, this guy can actually smile like that? The previous smile had been as lifeless as AI-generated content, devoid of warmth. Yes, Yutong replied cheerfully. This amount of exercise is perfect for warming up. That is good, let us go. I smiled, taking her hand as we walked toward a corner of the playground. Wang Dong, snapping back to reality, called after me, hey wait, are you out of your mind? Do you dare defy that old lady's orders? I turned back with a sigh, regarding him as if he were a fool. Wang Dong, think carefully. Did the teacher instruct me to run as well? Is that even a question? Of course, Wang Dong faltered. After pondering for a moment, he realized Zhou Yi had not said so. Rather, she had stated, do as you please. This revelation sent Wang Dong's mind into a tailspin, not giving him time to ponder. I led Yutong to the corner and softly called, Artoria. The golden-haired girl appeared instantly. Yes, Lin Shi, what is it? I stretched my body and smiled. Recently, I've been too focused on learning about soul guidance devices and have neglected my sword training. May I catch up a bit? The diligence of a master is a boon for a servant. I am willing to serve. Artoria smiled in return. Ugh, a discontented voice interrupted. As Mei Lu Chi Na suddenly appeared beside me. When are you going to make up for the date you owe me? I chuckled, ruffling her hair, rest assured. I'll definitely make it up to you when I return. Then I turned seriously to Artoria. Shall we begin? As per usual, 2 against 1. Is that acceptable? Let us go. Artoria raised her invisible sword. No sooner had her words left her lips than Yutong and I drew our sword from our storage rings and charged forward, igniting an intense battle. Meanwhile, Wang Dong, left behind, was utterly dumbfounded. A transformation? And 2 such adorable girls appeared. As he watched our ferocious duel, his eyes struggled to keep up, and he instinctively swallowed hard. These individuals were truly outrageous. Impressive, isn't it? But it is the truth. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Yi had drifted to Wang Dong's side, patting his shoulder. This world has never lacked geniuses. Do not become complacent merely because of your own talents. Hurry and run. All right. Wang Dong, in a daze, began to jog laps. Zhou Yi observed our training with a grave expression. The impact on her heart was no less than that of Wang Dong. She could see that my most terrifying aspect was not my physical prowess, but rather my swordsmanship, which had already entered the realm of the divine. She even imagined that if she were in my position, Artoria would have dispatched her in an instant. We continued practicing until class ended. Artoria nodded. Not bad. Having shared mental perception makes a significant difference. Both of you have improved greatly. I gasped for breath as I accepted the water Mei Lu Chi Na handed me. After all, it's a million years soul skill. However, the gap is still too vast. With Yutong as assistance, I can only barely hold my ground and cannot retaliate. On the playground, the other students who had finished their laps stared at us, their expressions filled with despair. Their confidence as the chosen ones had been thoroughly shattered by our display. Zhou Yi observed their expressions, secretly nodding in approval. This was precisely the effect she desired. Clearing her throat, she began to take attendance. Chung, Chiu Jianrao, you 9 can return and pack your bags. You have been expelled. What? The 9 of them were instantly dumbfounded. Among them, a burly man named Tai Long stepped forward, shouting, Teacher, why? Zhou Yi replied coldly. Shrek does not need opportunists. Tai Long, did you run enough laps? Of course I ran enough. Is that so? Zhou Yi smiled, if I recall correctly. You slacked off for 2 laps at the beginning, which means you only completed 97 laps. Tai Long's face flushed crimson with anger, and in a fit of humiliation. He pointed at me, but they didn't run either. Why aren't they punished? Goodness, what a blunder. Zhou Yi narrowed her eyes. Did you fail to notice their training volume has long surpassed your paltry 100 laps? Moreover, do you know how powerful this student named Lin Shi is? Let me tell you, he is a 37th level soul master. In terms of cultivation, he ranks among the top, even in the 5th grade. The strong naturally possess privileges. Do you not understand this simple principle? An oppressive silence blanketed the crowd. A 37th level soul master? That figure stunned everyone into silence. Zhou Yi huffed. Do you understand now? Shrek only accepts monsters. If you possess strength like his, you too may enjoy privileges. If not, then get lost. Tai Long and his companions dared not utter a word, leaving in disgrace. Of course, they were not heading to pack their bags. They were off to the academic office to file a complaint. I gazed at their retreating figures, squinting slightly, and softly spoke to my companion. Mei Lazina, could you please keep an eye on them? I have a matter to attend to shortly. Understood. Mei Lazina replied affirmatively and ethereally followed them. Zhou Yi, sensing her objective had been achieved, was in high spirits and urged us to return to the classroom within a quarter of an hour. This time, no one dared to linger, each rushing to the dormitory as if fleeing from disaster. I, however, was in no hurry, leisurely making my way back to the dormitory. Upon reaching the entrance, I collided with Wang Dong, who had just emerged after changing his clothes. He regarded me with a complex expression, likely his confidence as a genius shattered, leaving him momentarily speechless. Finally, he managed a dry greeting. Hey, you're back. Yes, I nodded. Have you finished changing? Oh, yes, he replied, dazedly nodding. I raised an eyebrow. Then why don't you move aside? What? Do you wish to observe me changing? I never anticipated that the little princess of Hao Yian sect would have such a taste. No, wait. Wang Dong's previously muddled mind suddenly cleared, his face flushed crimson. You're the one who is thirsty. Scoundrel. Rogue. Libertine. Ha, is that all? Such a feeble retort, my young friend. I sneered and, uninterested, walked past him and closed the door. Outside, I could hear Wang Dong's irate voice. I could easily imagine the expression on his round face. Soon after, I changed into my clothes and arrived at the classroom, where everyone was punctual. As Zhou Yi entered, she wrote the words attack and defense on the blackboard. After a sarcastic remark, she began her lecture, calling on Wang Dong to answer a question. Wang Dong stood up and stated, naturally, strong attack, agility attack, and control systems are more inclined towards offense, while support, food, and defense systems lean toward defense. Zhou Yi bluntly remarked, that is a foolish answer. Wang Dong fell silent, likely beginning to doubt his existence. Zhou Yi then turned to me. Lin Shi, what is your answer? I lazily stood up and reiterated Wang Dong's response verbatim. The classroom erupted in uproar. Wasn't this blatantly challenging the teacher? Only Wang Dong sighed in relief, glad that I was there to share his folly. Zhou Yi's expression darkened. Lin Shi, what do you mean? No, I listened, and I understand what you, the teacher, wished to convey. I shook my head helplessly. What you want to say is the impact of soul guides on the existing soul master system, right? Her eyes narrowed slightly, clearly caught off guard by my insight. I sighed and continued. But, teacher, after discussing soul guides, you will surely also mention that those who wield soul guides are undoubtedly more formidable soul masters, correct? Yes. I had effectively silenced her with that statement. I shrugged. So, isn't your viewpoint essentially the same as that of classmate Wang Dong? He was rendered speechless. Realizing she seemed unable to refute me, I returned to my seat, inwardly lamenting that this teacher's class was an utter waste of time. She awkwardly cleared her throat, forcibly redirecting the topic, announcing that we would engage in physical training in the afternoon and then dismiss the class. Her retreating figure exuded an unmistakable scent of hasty escape. As soon as she left, Wang Dong approached me, grinning and patting my shoulder. Thanks, Lin Shi. I appreciate you standing up for me. You have no idea how satisfying it was to see her embarrassed face. I was left with a large question mark. I stood up for you? Upon reflection, however, it seemed I might have genuinely aided him. My feelings became somewhat complicated. Yutong curiously directed her gaze at Wang Dong. Who are you? Lin Shi's roommate? Yes. My name is Wang Dong. Wang Dong smiled and nodded, striking a pose he believed to be cool. He was well aware of such situations, since donning female attire. He had attracted several girls. Yutong squinted at him, her eyes scanning him as if equipped with a scanner. Upon closer inspection, she instantly discerned Wang Dong's true identity as a girl. No way. Could it be that someone could be deceived by such a crude ruse? Wang Dong attempted to act suave. Are you interested in me? Sorry, miss. However, Yutong was utterly disinterested, turning to me directly. Lin Shi, what shall we have for lunch today? Her attitude towards Wang Dong was not merely one of indifference, but brimmed with hostility. The mere thought that this person shared a room with Lin Shi made her quite displeased. I smiled and replied, You may choose, but first, we need to meet a few people. At that moment, outside the Wuhuan Department's office building, the 9 expelled individuals, led by Tai Long, stood dejectedly, their faces filled with confusion. Coincidentally, I arrived before them. I approached them directly. The expelled group resembled wilted eggplants, squatting in a corner, questioning their existence. The leader, Tai Long, upon seeing me, reddened with rage, standing up to block my path, as if daring me to utter even a single word more. Oh, the level 37 genius has come amok us? I found it amusing and waved my hand. Calm down, my friend. I have no time for that. I took out a stack of business cards and handed one to each of them, feeling that it was a pity for you to be expelled. So I'm pointing you toward the new path. I told them, the old hag Zhou, he doesn't want you, but I do. How bad could someone who got in a Shrek be? If she doesn't want you, I'll take advantage of the situation. Isn't that the essence of a win-win? They accepted the business cards with skepticism, and then one boy named Yun Xiaopiao, who had some background, glanced at the card and exclaimed, Infinity Sword Control. You are from Infinity Sword Control. I nodded, casually stating, Yes, that's my personal enterprise. We need people. Interested? The moment I said that, Tai Long and the others looked at me with newfound respect. Yun Xiaopiao quickly educated them on how popular Infinity Sword Control was. Their minds likely short-circuited. While they were expelled from school, I had already become a domineering CEO. Who would believe such a script? Tai Long, however, was quite practical. After pondering for a moment, he directly inquired, What are the benefits of joining you? That's the right question. Discussing money doesn't hurt feelings. I didn't beat around the bush, pulling out a small vial and pouring out a pill. It was blue and steaming, fragrant enough to clear the mind. Yun Xiaopiao once again became my mood enhancer, exclaiming, Xian Shui Dan. At that moment, everyone went wild. This was a treasure that could directly enhance talent, something priceless and rare. I watched them, their expressions a mix of eager curiosity and restrained caution, nearly bursting into laughter. Just as you think, this is our company's benefit. As soon as I finished speaking, they nearly fainted from joy. However, I quickly added a caveat. It's only available to core members. If you want to be core, you need to work diligently for 6 months first. What do you think? Yun Xiaopiao was the first to jump up. I'm in. Boss Lin, can I bring my family members too? The others quickly followed suit, eager to express their willingness. There was no way around it. What I offered was simply too enticing. Who could resist such a windfall? Little did they know, I could replicate the San'sFate Dan as long as I had sufficient magic power. Mass production was not a problem, focusing primarily on cost control. Once I had secured this group, I turned to leave. Yutong was waiting for me in the shadows, not far away. I was pondering how to cultivate her emotional control abilities, and this was a perfect opportunity for her to observe firsthand. I ruffled her little head and asked how she felt about it. She furrowed her brow, saying, "They really seem very happy." "That's good. This girl has an extraordinary talent for emotional perception, and this skill must be developed promptly." In the afternoon class, let me tell you, the atmosphere was extraordinary. Zhou Yi's earlier display had left everyone in awe. Just as I sat down, a circle of young girls surrounded both me and Yutong. Who understands, my dear family members, they were merely 11 or 12 years old, looking at me as if I were a delectable treat. I could barely contain myself. I was here to study, not to run a kindergarten. Fortunately, Zhou Yi arrived promptly, entering without uttering a single trivial remark. "All stand, gather at the square." Upon reaching the square, a heap of iron chains awaited us. "Zhou Yi publicly declared Lin Shi, shall be the class leader as I am the strongest in the class." No one dared to voice dissent. They had all witnessed my prowess that morning. Then came the main event. She gestured toward the pile of chains, stating, "This is called iron clothing. Each person must wear one and run laps until class ends. The last one will be expelled." Wang Dong donned that contraption, his face paling. It weighed at least 30 pounds. Zhou Yi commenced her motivational speech, proclaiming that on the battlefield, adversaries would not adhere to fairness. I couldn't help but scoff. "Dear sister, this is a school, not the Normandy landings. Is it meaningful to have a caregiver practice weightlifting? This educational philosophy, stagnant for eons, is regressive and utterly laughable." Nevertheless, I chose to ignore her. The more Shrek faltered, the more my spirits soared. What transpired? As soon as the class bell rang, except for the exceptionally skilled Yutong and myself, everyone else collapsed. Zhou Yi, her eyelids not even fluttering, waved her hand decisively, ordering the 20 who remained to endure the countdown to leave. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wang Dong, the little princess, noticed my cheerful demeanor and exploded. "Are you really so happy that a classmate has been expelled?" I chuckled and replied, "Do you not understand? They're escaping from suffering, rushing towards my magnificent wealth." I casually handed her the recruitment letter for my infinite sword system. She took it, glanced at it, and half a minute later, a piercing scream echoed throughout the dormitory building. "San'sFate Dan." The following morning, I felt a sense of unease, as if I had forgotten something. Recently, everything had been going smoothly. I was both gaining allies and acquiring funds. Just after finishing my sword practice, I heard someone nearby shout for help. I thought, this can't be good. Rushing over, I was met with the sight of a red-haired lunatic wreaking havoc, several students already lying on the ground. My mind raced. Ma Xiaotao. I had completely forgotten about this. I immediately shielded Yutong behind me and commanded, "Mei Lu Qina, save them. Artoria, engage. Use your ultimate." I assure you, the scene was akin to a Hollywood blockbuster. Artoria's Wind King barrier clashed with Ma Xiaotao's Phoenix Flames, with a sizzling sound. That crazed woman was brought crashing down from the sky. Unwilling to concede, she attempted to clash with my saber. But Artoria's noble phantasm was unleashed faster than any other heroic spirit. Do you comprehend the significance of that? Excalibur, a golden beam, shot into the sky, obliterating that fiery phoenix into mere fragments. As the smoke dissipated, Ma Xiaodao lay in a large crater, wounded and unconscious. After the fight, the Shrek elders finally arrived, primarily concerned with collecting the bodies. The elderly man in white robes picked up Ma Xiaotao, relieved that she was still alive. He then turned to me and asked, "Child, did you see who made the move?" I stepped forward and coldly replied it was I. He was incredulous. "Impossible. You, a soul master, are not worth my time." I summoned Artoria to demonstrate skill, her invisible sword swiftly slicing a mark on the old man's hand. At that moment, the old man's eyes nearly popped out, and upon seeing the 3 shining black soul rings on me, his breathing quickened. The old man's demeanor shifted dramatically. Overwhelmed with excitement, he asked, "Child, what is your name? Are you in the first year? Would you like to be my disciple?" I am a titled Douluo and a member of the Sea God Pavilion. I couldn't help but laugh. I retorted, Old man, I am aware of the Sea God Pavilion. But do you realize what it means to be a soul master capable of defeating a soul emperor at the age of 12? Do you think you are worthy to be my teacher? He was instantly rendered speechless. I didn't give him a chance to respond and pointed at Ma Xiaotao in the pit, asking, what happened with this woman? Several students were burned by her, and I have already sent them to the infirmary. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression changed drastically, and he yelled at me, Nonsense. Why did you make such a decision on your own? I scoffed contemptuously. What? Afraid it will be too late to cover it up? It became clear to me. The first thing these individuals did upon arrival was not to concern themselves with the injured, but rather to protect their own. In my mind, Shrek's reputation plummeted. I had no desire to further engage with them, grabbing Yutong and turning to leave. The old man still felt smug, thinking that I would eventually understand their intentions and embrace the privileges. He failed to grasp that my anger stemmed not from the attack, but from their deeply ingrained arrogance and favoritism. On the way, Yutong quietly asked why I was so angry. I remained silent for a while, then sighed. I apologize, Yutong. I am misplacing my frustration. I am angry with myself. She looked at me, puzzled. I spoke solemnly. I have long known that Ma Xiaotao would go mad, but I forgot. My recent good fortune led to my arrogance, resulting in this elementary mistake. Those students could have avoided injury. I am not blaming myself. I am infuriated by my own hubris. If this continues, I fear that one day, I too will stand helplessly as the most important person in my life perishes before my eyes. Thus, I firmly grasped Yutong's hand, appointing her as my cyber overseer. The moment I began to soar, she was to deliver a sharp rebuke. Yutong, initially taken aback, then nodded vigorously. Seeing her earnest expression brought me comfort, and I led her back to the classroom. However, as she gazed at my back, her expression was complex. She was likely pondering how to alleviate my burden and hasten her own growth. I assure you, she could never have imagined that the greatest storm within the academy was about to erupt because of me, just as I had just taken down Ma Xiaotao. Within an hour, my personal information was unearthed and placed squarely on the desk of Yin Xiaozhe, the dean of the Martial Soul Department. Upon seeing it, the old man's eyes reddened, and he sprang from his chair, racing towards our soul guidance department. His singular thought was, at all costs, reclaim this prodigy for the Martial Soul Department. At that moment, we were still in class when the door to Vice Dean Qianduo's office was kicked open violently. Yin Xiaozhe stood at the entrance with a dark expression, immediately launching into a tirade. Old Qian, how could you be so unscrupulous? You secretly took in such a monstrous genius without informing me? It was no surprise he was agitated. He had just learned of Ma Xiaotao's rampage that morning. His heart in his throat, fearing that his prized disciple had fallen to the path of a sinister soul master. When a report indicated that no one had died, he sighed in relief, only to hear that Ma Xiaotao had been subdued by a soul master. His first reaction was disbelief. Are you joking? When Ma Xiaotao goes berserk, her combat power rivals that of a soul Douluo. How could a soul master defeat her? Upon inquiry, the truth confirmed his disbelief. Yin Xiaozhe could no longer remain composed. Ma Xiaotao's talent was already among the top tier of the younger generation in Shrek, being defeated head-on by a junior 6 years her junior. What was this? It was a prodigy. Historically, even the most extraordinary martial souls at the age of 12 did not exhibit such prowess. Yin Xiaozhe, overwhelmed with excitement, was about to grant me the status of core disciple when he learned that I was already a member of the Soul Guidance Department. He was stunned. How could these ironclad individuals act so swiftly? He had never even heard of me, and yet I had already occupied the position? No, this simply could not stand. Such an epic genius should not be wasted in the Soul Guidance Department. Thus, he stormed over to claim me. Meanwhile, Vice Dean Qianduo yawned, wearing an expression that said, I knew you would come, casually crossing his legs and smugly declaring, Old Yin, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you. This matter is truly beyond my control. This student Lin, she is here voluntarily, actively seeking to join our Soul Guidance Department. We must respect the wishes of the students. Mustn't we? Yin Xiaozhe was not convinced, sneering, spare me that. You must have offered some incentive. Who doesn't know that the martial soul department is the favored child of Shrek? Why would a genius like him choose not to join the martial soul department and instead go to your place to forge iron? Has he lost his mind? Duo shrugged, his expression one of exasperation. By heaven's conscience, we truly did not offer any incentives. You may find it hard to believe, but we too are experiencing considerable distress. This is indeed the truth. At that time, in order to avoid incurring any obligations, I asked for nothing in return. This left the three titans of the soul guidance system in quite a quandary, as they felt I was utterly devoid of desires, making it impossible for them to gauge my intentions. However, Yin Xiaozhe was skeptical. To him, it seemed I simply looked down upon the meager offerings of the soul guidance system. What his martial soul system could provide was the true currency, 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Could your soul guidance system afford that? My martial soul system certainly could. Lao Qian, I will ask you one last time. Will you allow this person? Yin Xiaozhe issued his final ultimatum. Duo also ceased his mirth, responding resolutely. Not a chance. Excellent. Yin Xiaozhe nodded. Then we shall meet at the Sea God Pavilion Conference. Goodness, to vie for a mere newcomer. The highest level Sea God Pavilion Conference of Shrek was summoned on such short notice. In less than half an hour, the conference hall was brimming with prominent figures. At the head of the table reclined a figure whose face was obscured, yet whose aura was extraordinarily potent. I later learned this was dragon god Douluo in the stabilizing force of Shrek. Yin Xiaozhe stood first to speak. Esteemed elders, I have discovered a genius who has the potential to ensure Shrek's flourishing for another 300 years. The head of the soul guidance system, Xianliner, slammed her hand on the table. Yin Xiaozhe, cease your sensationalism and speak plainly. Ignoring her, Yin Xiaozhe continued. This morning, Ma Xiaodao lost control and was directly subdued by a first-year newcomer. The hall fell silent. An elderly man scratched his ear, incredulous. Xiaozhe, are you certain it was the newcomer's own doing, not the intervention of his elders? Absolutely. Zhang Lao can testify. The white-bearded elder nodded. Indeed, that lad's attacking power is undoubtedly at the Soul Saint level. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. A first-year newcomer with Soul Saint level attack power? Unheard of. Mu In spoke, his voice gentle yet commanding silence throughout. Xiaozhe, while discovering a genius is noteworthy, was it truly necessary to convene the Sea God Pavilion? Yin Xiaozhe revealed his true intention. Quite so. However, the problem lies in the fact that this genius has already been claimed as a core disciple by the soul guidance system. This is against protocol. Upon hearing this, the elders understood it was merely a matter of student acquisition, and thus remained unperturbed. Duo immediately rose to counter. Esteemed elders, Lin Shi is of the summoning system. His base is a shortcoming. Our soul guidance system can swiftly equip him with soul guidance devices. What can your martial soul system teach him? To engage in hand-to-hand combat? Therefore, he must join our soul guidance system. Upon hearing this, several elders nodded, finding it reasonable. Yin Xiaozhe, in a frenzy, stood up. Nonsense. Does learning to use soul guidance devices not require time and effort? What if his talent for soul guidance devices is lacking? Would that not impede his extraordinary cultivation potential? Our martial soul system is far more reliable. More elders nodded in agreement, finding merit in his words. The debate escalated until the elder who had been gnawing on a chicken leg interjected. What are you all bickering about? You have overlooked the crux. The one who offers the greater benefits shall claim the lad. Let strength speak for itself. Yin Xiaozhe was overjoyed. Competing with resources? His martial soul system feared no one. I am willing to represent the martial soul system, personally assisting him in hunting for soul rings, ensuring he is equipped with a full set of soul bones, including at least one that is 100,000 years old. He cast a triumphant glance at Duo, as if to say, what can you possibly offer against this? In response, Duo exchanged knowing looks with Xianliner and chuckled. He stood upright, his voice resonating. In that case, our soul guidance system shall not hold back. We have decided to invest all resources of the Extreme Individual Soldier Program in Lin Shi. cultivating him into a super powerhouse capable of altering the battlefield dynamics of the continent by his own strength. We are confident that within 30 years, he will become a formidable force. Liner was even more resolute, swearing, if this plan fails, I shall resign from my position as the head of the soul guidance system. This declaration rendered Yin Xiaozhi speechless. Yet, the elder interjected with disdain. The extreme individual soldier program sounds appealing, but who knows if it is effective? 100,000-year soul bone is far more tangible. Moreover, soul guidance devices are merely a side path. The martial soul is the true path. A genius like Lin, she must join the martial soul system. Such words were exceedingly harsh, rendering the soul guidance system worthless. Liner's face turned pale with anger, as it seemed a conflict was about to erupt. Xuanzi apologized. The previously silent Mu In suddenly spoke. He instructed Xuanzi to apologize to Liner, followed by a speech that left the hall in stunned silence. He stated that soul guidance devices are not to be dismissed. He had witnessed firsthand how the Sun Moon Empire had developed soul guidance devices capable of threatening even extreme Douluo like himself. Should one continue to belittle soul guidance devices, Shrek would inevitably suffer grievous consequences. This revelation was immensely impactful, leaving everyone speechless. In the end, Mu In proposed a final solution. Both sides possess valid points, yet also face issues. Therefore, why not complement each other's strengths? Who decreed that a student must choose only one system? Let him cultivate in both. The knowledge of the martial soul system and the soul guidance system shall both be his to learn. Liner sought to argue further, but Mu In firmly stated, I trust the child's choice. Reluctantly, she acquiesced but imposed a condition. Fine, but the martial soul system must not compete with us for Yutong and Kai too. Without hesitation, Yin Xiaozhi agreed, as he thought Yutong, an ordinary soul master with a 10-year soul skill, would be more of a burden than a benefit to the soul guidance system. Little did he know that this decision would lead to his profound regret. Thus, the Sea God Pavilion Conference concluded. Lin Shi became the first dual-core disciple of both the martial soul and soul guidance systems in Shrek's history. Meanwhile, just after class, I was being hounded by Wang Dong with incessant queries about whether our trade association was still hiring and if a position could be reserved for him, which was quite overwhelming. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered the classroom, surveyed the room, and inquired, Who is Lin Shi? I raised my hand. That would be me. Greetings, I am the Director of Education, Douluo Lin. Please come with me. I nodded and gestured to Yutong. May I bring her along? To my surprise, he smiled and consented. We followed him to the office building of the martial soul system, where he pointed to a door. The person you are looking for is inside. I pushed the door open, ushering Yutong in with me. Inside sat an individual whose imposing aura made Yutong shudder. The old man regarded me with a grin. Young man, seeing you so composed, you must have guessed why we are here, have you not? I simply nodded, meeting his gaze with unyielding confidence. Allow me to clarify, my friend. I was well aware of the script, and I recounted it in full. I raised a finger, commencing my performance. First, this morning I defeated that senior from your inner academy, which must have stirred the higher-ups. Once you investigate, you will discover that such a genius as I is an orphan without any backing. Naturally, the martial soul system would rush to recruit me. However, upon your inquiry, you would find that I've already been claimed by the soul guidance system. Those tech-savvy individuals in the soul guidance system would never relinquish a morsel once in their grasp. Thus, the only means by which your martial soul system could compete for me would be to convene the highest-level Sea God Pavilion Conference. And now you, a prominent figure of the martial soul system, have personally come to seek me, while the soul guidance system remains silent. What does this signify? It indicates that you have already convened, reached a consensus. As for your identity, I smiled at him. Need I even guess? The esteemed dean. The old man, Yin Xiaozhi, was momentarily stunned, his expression akin to encountering a ghost, perhaps pondering whether I had gained clairvoyance. He chuckled, saying, Impressive, truly impressive. At your age, I certainly did not possess such acumen. Clearing his throat, he inquired, I presume you have also deduced the arrangements we have for you? Leaning against the wall, I languidly replied, Of course. You merely wish to inform me of the upcoming plans while ensuring I become familiar with your presence, fearing I would ignore the martial soul system when it comes time to choose a side. Precisely. Yin Xiaozhe beamed with satisfaction. The Academy has decided to bestow upon you an unprecedented identity, dual core disciple of both the martial soul and soul guidance systems. From this day forth, you will enjoy the same rights and resources as inner disciples. His expression was as if he were saying, "Hurry up and appreciate me. This is a tremendous favor. Who among my family understands?" At that moment, I felt my inner self rolling its eyes to the heavens. Is this it? The drawing of this pie is rather petty. Dual core disciple? Inner courtyard resources? It sounds impressive, yet in reality, it is devoid of substance. With my talent, entering the inner courtyard is merely a matter of time. Isn't it? What difference does it make? Truly, the perspective is limited. However, it is for the best. The more stingy he is, the lighter my psychological burden will be when I eventually leave. Thus, I adorn my face with a perfect smile and sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Dean Yin." This matter was settled. In the following 3 months, I entered a mode of ultimate labor. During the day, I accompanied Yutong in sword practice, and at night, I took her to delve into the knowledge of the soul guidance department. My own soul power surged from level 37 to nearly level 39, while my precious Yutong soared like a rocket. I treated her to Xian Shui Dan like QQ candy, with her consuming one every few days. Her soul power skyrocketed from level 16 to level 20, and her mental strength surged as well. Now, if she were to launch a soul impact at me, I would be incapacitated for 2 seconds without any defenses. In terms of soul guidance devices, she had also reached the threshold of a second-level soul master, leaving Fan Yu and Kai Tu utterly astonished. In stark contrast, Class 1 of the new students faced a brutal reality. Without the halo of the original protagonist, the devilish training from the old, which Zhou Yi deterred 2/3 of the students. Wang Dong, however, remained, and for reasons unknown, worked tirelessly to cultivate. Now firmly seated in 3rd place in the class. Why 3rd? No matter how fast she is, she cannot surpass my extraordinary Yutong. Before I knew it, the day before the new student assessment arrived, Zhou Yi stood on the podium, her old face still as icy as ever. Today's physical training is suspended. Tomorrow is the new student assessment, and now I will outline the key points. She paused, suddenly looking at me. "Lin Shi, come here." She instructed me to distribute a stack of paper for everyone to write their future cultivation direction. I tell you, the old witch's gaze towards me has changed. 3 months ago, she regarded me as merely a kid who knew a few secret methods. But now, as she observed me practicing swordsmanship, she must be feeling quite apprehensive. She knows full well that she cannot teach me. Thus, for these 3 months, we have kept our distance. What she does not realize is that this is about to be our final encounter. I had already requested Yin Xiaozhe to ensure that after the assessment, I would not be placed in the same group as this old witch. Yin Xiaozhe readily agreed, eager to comply, as he was frustrated with Zhou Yi for not reporting my situation promptly. When the grouping results were announced, as expected, Yutong and Wang Dong were placed in the same group. Wang Dong, resembling a large dog, was grinning foolishly beside me. After Zhou Yi explained the rules and cast a menacing glance around, warning that anyone eliminated would face dire consequences, she dismissed everyone but the 3 of us. Once the classroom was empty, Zhou Yi asked us to submit our filled-out cultivation directions. Wang Dong, feeling guilty, tried to hide behind me. Upon glancing at the papers we submitted, Zhou Yi's eyes twitched. "So, you 3 are trying to give me a hard time, are you?" Upon hearing her words, my heart sank. "No way, sir. Can this really be replicated?" I quickly inquired. "Teacher, please tell me that we 3 did not all write for the control system." Zhou Yi looked at me in disbelief and nodded. My mind went blank. I turned to Wang Dong. "Wang Dong, go over there and change your paper." "Oh, please no." Wang Dong protested, wanting to argue that I could fly and attack from a distance, which also counts as control. "Change it," I replied, expressionless, realizing my determination. She pitifully looked at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, amused by her antics, said, All right, you silly girl, I know you want to be in the same group as Lin Shi. Assault and control cannot be separated. Go change it. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong's tears instantly transformed into a beaming smile as she swiftly changed her designation from control to assault. Zhou Yi then turned to Hui Yutong. What about you? Do you not want to be separated from Lin Shi? Hui Yutong shook her head, resolutely stating no. I believe the control system suits me better than the support system. She did not wish to merely be a support. She wanted to fight alongside me. Zhou Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Then she looked at me and asked, Lin Shi, do you know why I kept you 3 behind? I was furrowing my brow, pondering about Wang Dong, when she slammed her hand on the table to regain my attention. Oh, it is to ensure we win the championship, right? This was only natural. Zhou Yi sighed. I have one more request. You better not take action. Even if you do not take it too seriously. I understood immediately. She feared that I would overshadow everyone else, depriving her other students of the opportunity to shine. This suited my intentions perfectly. I originally wanted Yutong to engage more with her peers and build her confidence. I smiled and assured, no problem, I will primarily focus on companionship. Once our discussion concluded, I took the 2 of them and slipped away. Upon returning to the dormitory, I turned around and fixated my gaze on Wang Dong. Wang Dong, did you really choose the control system today, just so you wouldn't be separated from me? She immediately panicked, her face turning crimson as she looked away. Yes. Is that not okay? This alone was not an issue. I walked up to her, forcing her to meet my eyes, and threw my straightforward question. Wang Dong, you do not have feelings for me, do you? Yeah. She was caught off guard by my direct question and erupted in indignation. Stop joking. You bully me every day, confront me, and give me the cold shoulder. Do you think I'm a masochist? Fair enough. I let out a sigh of relief. That is good. If you like me, that would be quite problematic. What do you mean by that? She grew displeased. Are you unhappy if I have feelings for you? I was truly at a loss for words. What exactly do you want? Overall, I have no romantic feelings for you, so do not misunderstand. She shifted her gaze uneasily. I understood. Nodding, I sat on my bed, preparing to cultivate. Wang Dong stared at me in disbelief. Aren't you going to ask me again? I rolled my eyes. You have said that. What else is there to ask? In truth, I was 90% certain that this girl definitely had feelings for me. If I continued to probe, who knows what unexpected situation might arise. I was genuinely troubled, for I reflected that I had not treated her kindly over the past 3 months, constantly ridiculing her. Then again, I recalled an incident from the beginning of school, about 10 days in, when Wang Dong was utterly defeated due to Zhou Yi's brutal teaching. That night, she sought out my company while sparring with Yutong, asking if our strength was a result of such practice. At that moment, I had given her a dose of harsh reality, telling her that hard work was insignificant in the face of talent, further deepening her despair. Seeing her on the verge of giving up, I suddenly thought she resembled Tanya and feared she might take a wrong turn. Thus, I instructed Yutong to face her in a match. At that time, Yutong's soul power was still inferior to hers, but with shared mental strength and emotional interference, she unleashed a sequence of emotions. Fear, joy, sadness, that left Wang Dong bewildered, allowing her to win effortlessly. I lifted her from the ground and told her, effort may not defeat genius, but it can help you become a better version of yourself. Observing her stunned expression, I casually had Yutong cast a confidence buff on her. That girl immediately transformed, beaming as she rushed off to train, declaring that I was quite a decent person. Could it have started from that moment? Goodness, I merely wanted to help her avoid expulsion. How did it evolve into this? In my previous life, I had been perpetually single and knew nothing about such matters. Thus, the next day, I was utterly dazed, my mind elsewhere during sword practice. To my dismay, I was thoroughly reprimanded by Artoria, drenched in a torrent of scolding. Even Hui Yutong looked at me with a strange expression, filled with suspicion. She must have thought something was amiss between Wang Dong and me. Who among my family understands? Her little gaze was almost etching the notion of something is going on between you two on her face. Thankfully, she merely found me perplexed. Had she known that Wang Dong was shy and nervous, I feared she would have immediately sought out Wang Dong for a real duel. The eerie atmosphere lingered until the following day, when the new student assessment officially commenced. Let me tell you, the three of us from Group 17. Once we stepped onto the stage, the ambience was utterly relaxed. Who were our opponents? What do they look like? It was inconsequential, truly inconsequential. In our minds, there was but a singular thought. How could we possibly lose? It was a situation we could win with our eyes closed. Meanwhile, the three brothers opposing us appeared quite tense, brimming with anticipation, exuding a formidable aura. Then, with a command from the teacher, the assessment began. And before I could even react, Wang Dong soared into the sky. My goodness, it was quite a spectacle. A pair of blue-purple butterfly wings adorned with golden patterns. And it felt as if the background music had started playing. All eyes in the room suddenly fixated on her. Especially her purple second spirit ring, a millennium spirit ring. It left everyone in awe. Wang Dong was reveling in the heights, feeling as though she had reached the pinnacle of life. I understood. She had been overshadowed by my brilliance for the past 3 months, and now she finally had her moment to shine. Just as she was basking in the envious gazes of the crowd, preparing for a grand dive, what do you think happened? The defensive guy on the opposite side, his body turned iron gray, ready to play the role of a tank, suddenly collapsed with a thud. Just like that, he fell, his eyes closing, legs kicking, and he was out of the game. Silence engulfed the arena. Unbeknownst to anyone, under the cover of Wang Dong's dazzling wings, our dear Yutong spirit ring quietly flickered. Let me tell you, the psychological shock is the bane of all defensive styles. No matter how high your defense, if an attack targets your mind, can you withstand it? One by one, it was like slicing vegetables. The hardest bones were eliminated in an instant, leaving the rest to be easily dispatched. Wang Dong didn't even need to use her second spirit skill. With a flap of her wings, the butterfly blades casually waved a couple of times, and within 10 seconds, the other two were thrown out of the arena. The battle concluded, and it was time to clock out. Everyone was dazed, including the teacher. Who understands? I merely stood there watching the spectacle, not lifting a finger, and we won just like that. Wang Dong, exhilarated, descended and hugged Yutong's shoulders, exclaiming, "Yutong, you are incredible." Yutong, with an impassive expression, shrugged off her hand and turned, gazing at me with wide, eager eyes. I couldn't resist, smiling as I ruffled her little head, praising her for a job well done. Instantly, she broke into a beaming smile, her eyes squinting with delight. Next to us, Wang Dong appeared rather sour, pursing her lips, and I felt an air of lemoniness permeating the atmosphere. Once the battle concluded, I quickly found an excuse to send Wang Dong away, taking Yutong to meet our esteemed client, Su Sanshi. We arrived at the restaurant. Su Sanshi was already waiting, and upon seeing us, immediately inquired why we were so late. I could only sheepishly explain about the new student assessment. Upon hearing this, he chuckled and sighed. Should I feel sympathy for your opponent? I thought to myself, indeed, it was quite pitiful. We were just about to discuss the significant spirit guide device order, which would solidify his standing within the family, when, unexpectedly, the door of the restaurant was kicked open, and a fiery red-haired woman stormed in like a debt collector. Su Sanshi's face turned ashen, as if he had encountered a ghost. The newcomer was Ma Xiaotao, here to seek him out as a fire extinguisher. Su Sanshi was exceedingly humble, nodding and bowing as he pleaded, "Sister Xiaotao, could you please ease up today? I have urgent matters." He was in a predicament. Offending Ma Xiaotao might only result in a beating, but leaving me, a significant investor, hanging would jeopardize his business and familial standing. Ma Xiaotao, however, was brazen, raising an eyebrow and threatening him. "Are you sure?" Su Sanshi, determined, steeled himself and insisted. "I'm truly sorry, but there is something very important today." Ma Xiaotao, likely taken aback by his unexpected courage, approached me, sizing me up, and asked, "Is Xiao Su discussing matters with you? Financial issues? I can cover it for now." I frowned. Who was this person, so presumptuous? The last time she nearly set me ablaze, she didn't even have the decency to apologize, and now she was acting like a big shot. I forced a smile and shook my head. "I'm sorry, but this matter between me and Brother Su doesn't involve you." Ma Xiaotao immediately grew displeased. "Junior, do you know who I am?" I shrugged. "Of course I know. Sister Ma Xiaotao, from the Inner Academy, disciple of Dean Yin, the evil fire phoenix." A genius spirit emperor. Very impressive, but what does that have to do with me? She was momentarily rendered speechless. My expression turned icy as I retorted, I respect you as a senior, but I hope you exhibit some seniority. Your junior has stated there are urgent matters, yet you persist in this entanglement. Is this the upbringing from Dean Yin? You shall not insult my teacher, she exclaimed, clearly agitated, instinctively reaching out as if to confront me. Just as her hand approached, I hadn't even moved, and Yutong shot her a glance that sent Ma Xiaotao stumbling back, her head pounding as if struck by a needle. I swiftly seized her wrist, sneering, What? Do you wish to engage in combat? An inter-academy disciple attacking a first-year student? Ma Xiaotao, you are truly tarnishing the academy's reputation. She attempted to pull her hand back, only to be horrified to discover that my strength was formidable beyond her expectations. Even as a spirit emperor, she couldn't break free. Oh, are you anxious? I continued to mock. Her eyes reddened, flames erupting from her hand, prompting me to finally release her. She glared at me, gritting her teeth. Could it be you or Lin Shi? At last, she had connected the dots. I raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I thought you would take longer to realize. Now she understood why I harbored such animosity towards her. Taking a deep breath, she slightly lowered her head and said, I sincerely apologize for what happened last time. Su Sanshi, witnessing this, looked utterly astonished. He probably never thought he would see Ma Xiaotao apologize in his lifetime. However, I shook my head. I did not accept it. She shot her head up, disbelief etched on her face. I propped my chin, coldly regarding her. Don't wear that expression. Ultimately, I wasn't injured by you. Consider it akin to being barked at by a stray dog. But what about those 2 students you burned? Have you apologized to them? Her lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. Now that was settled, I spread my hands. You've misidentified your targets for apology. What more is there to say? She appeared quite unconvinced, huffing. I admit it was wrong to burn them, but I was out of control at the time. The responsibility does not rest solely on me. I found her logic laughable. Not your fault? Let me ask you, are you aware of the flaws in your martial soul? Of course I am. Then, if you are aware, why not address it? If I could resolve it, I would have done so long ago. Why must you say this? Her tone was quite confrontational. I lightly replied, then simply refrained from cultivating. She exploded. What did you say? I chuckled. Why the shock? Isn't that the best way to address your rampaging issue? Could it be that for you, the lives of others hold less value than your own cultivation? How could that be? She retorted loudly, attempting to justify herself, claiming to be a part of Shrek, dedicated to safeguarding the peace of the continent. Then take action to prove it. My voice suddenly grew stern, to elevate your cultivation by engaging in acts that may harm others. Ma Xiaotao, do you understand whose behavior this is? She stumbled back, her face pale. I offered her no respite, delivering a final blow. This is the act of an evil spirit master. That single statement sent her spiraling. Ma Xiaotao, breaking down, fled the restaurant in utter disgrace. I exhaled deeply, alas. To prevent her from truly descending into the realm of evil spirit masters, today I had to play the villain. Once she had departed, I turned back to find Su Sanshi staring at me in disbelief, as if witnessing a deity. Stammering, he asked, Did you just scare Ma Xiaotao away? Indeed. I nodded affirmatively. He suddenly grasped my hand, his face flushed with excitement. Lin Shi, from now on, you shall be my beloved elder brother. You are truly a warrior. To have driven away the female tyrant who has oppressed him for so many years, my image in his heart must now be akin to that of a deity. The following day, we encountered the towering Huang Chutian and the pair of twin sisters. As the competition commenced, Huang Chutian charged towards Wang Dong like a relentless iron tank. Wang Dong, still riding the wave of yesterday's triumph, boldly approached without a moment's hesitation. The result? With a resounding crash, she was sent flying back. Engaging in a direct confrontation between elemental and pure strength was nothing short of self-inflicted torment. Had it not been for Yutong's covert intervention, which applied a debuff to Huang Chutian, rendering him momentarily stunned and preventing him from pursuing, Wang Dong would likely have faced dire consequences. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. I would have to lecture her thoroughly after the match. At that moment, Yutong communicated telepathically, Wang Dong, you handle those twin sisters. I will take care of this simpleton. Wang Dong obediently turned her attention away, but Huang Chutian attempted to intervene, only to hear Hu Yutong's voice echo in his ear. Your opponent is me. Initially reluctant to engage a mere first-ring girl, a sudden, overwhelming impulse surged within him, compelling him to fight Hu Yutong. He could not fathom why. Logic dictated otherwise, yet emotion swiftly slapped reason aside. In a fit of frustration, he shouted and lunged at Hu Yutong. Those who understood the nuances of the situation recognized that a psychic martial soul was indeed insidious. It could slay without a trace, manipulating minds with unparalleled finesse. Meanwhile, Wang Dong was effortlessly dispatching the twin sisters, slicing through their defenses as if they were mere vegetables. On Huang Chutian's side, the spectacle was utterly pitiful. He was bombarded by various psychic debuffs from Hu Yutong, leaving him dizzy and nauseous, unable to muster even a fraction of his strength, while Hu Yutong relentlessly pursued him with her iron sword. In a fit of rage and embarrassment, he attempted to unleash his second soul skill, only for Hu Yutong to deliver another psychic disruption, causing him to miss entirely. As he watched his soul skill fail spectacularly, Huang Chutian was abruptly engulfed by a profound sense of emptiness and despair, leading him to forfeit all resistance, ultimately being struck off the stage by Hu Yutong's blade. Recognizing the dire situation, the twin sisters quickly embraced one another, intent on executing a powerful soul fusion technique. However, I had already forewarned Hu Yutong. With a fierce glare, she incapacitated them before they could even utter a sound, interrupting their skill activation on the spot. Yet again, we emerged victorious. The spectators were left in a state of bewilderment, utterly confounded by the events that transpired, perceiving Huang Chutian's team as utterly nonsensical, akin to a theatrical performance. They had no inkling that throughout this battle, Hu Yutong had single-handedly carried the team to victory, achieving a remarkable triple kill. Subsequently, the remainder of our matches unfolded seamlessly, as our team effortlessly secured a 10-win streak. Upon returning to class the next day, Zhou Yi's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot, for our class had been eliminated along with 3 other teams. With a stern demeanor, she stood at the podium, delivering a scathing assessment, insisting that we should not celebrate prematurely, for this was merely the first year and there would be tears ahead. I must say, the glare from Zhou Yi was so fierce it could almost pierce through flesh. As she continued her tirade, it was clear she was not finished. You remaining 10 teams must continue to compete. Show me results, or you will feel my wrath. Aside from myself, the rest of the class shrank back in fear, their shoulders huddling in unison. Those familiar with the dynamic understood that she was not merely a teacher. She resembled a warden. Satisfied with our intimidated demeanor, Zhou Yi nodded and began analyzing our forthcoming opponents. Meanwhile, I was preoccupied with a singular thought: my package. A few months prior, I had asked my reliable brother, Wei Gong, to procure a treasure for me, and it was high time for its arrival. Sure enough, as soon as class concluded, I dashed back to the dormitory, where the dormitory supervisor had my parcel waiting. Just as I retrieved it, Wang Dong's curious head peeked over. Linshi, what is it? Sensing her inquisitiveness, I decided to tease her. With a serious demeanor, I unwrapped the package, revealing a small, pitch-black dagger, approximately half a foot in length. I fixed my expression and gazed at it as if it were a legendary weapon, solemnly declaring, "It's nothing, just a cursed dagger that will lead its owner to a tragic demise." Wang Dong gasped and leapt back 2 meters, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Then why on earth did you buy it?" I cast a nonchalant glance her way, "Because it is quite useful to me. Now please step outside. I must begin its purification." She hesitated, glancing back as if I were leading her to the gallows. "Just don't do anything reckless." I waved her off reassuringly. "Fear not. I value my life." Once she departed, I promptly locked the door. This was no mere cursed dagger. It was the soul-eating dagger, the key item to unlock my powerful ally Yilix. To ensure absolute safety, I called out within my room, "Wei Gong, stop lurking and come assist me." Instantly, a striking figure with dark skin and white hair appeared before me. He was my most dependable support. Hey. I gestured towards a dagger, inquiring, "Can your magic nullify the curse on this?" He glanced at it dismissively, a trivial matter. With his assurance, I finally felt a sense of relief. Safety was paramount. Should this dagger fail to awaken Yilix, I would rely on Hei to back me up. Taking a deep breath, I prepared for the task at hand. Come forth. Yilix, I am here to liberate you. The moment my fingers grazed the hilt of the dagger, an overwhelming malevolent energy surged towards my mind. Yet before it could react, it was swiftly subdued by the spirit gold within my mental realm. Suddenly, an ancient yet gentle voice resonated. Oh, spirit gold? I never anticipated you possessed such a treasure. Success. Fireworks erupted in my heart. The first step, awakening Yilix, was accomplished. Seizing the momentum, I hastily continued. Yilix, are you aware of my circumstances? The voice chuckled warmly. Of course, a fellow unfortunate soul from another world. I am more curious about how you know my name. I laid everything bare, speaking candidly as if pouring out my secrets. I disclosed that Dalu was merely a book, that Tang-san was the author's favored son, and that I possessed a spirit summoning system designed to oppose him. Since it was impossible to hide the truth, I opted for honesty, believing it would foster a cooperative spirit. Upon hearing my revelations, Yilix's CPU seemed to overload. A being who had existed for millennia was utterly befuddled by my childlike worldview, leaving him momentarily speechless. After regaining his composure, he smiled and said, Silly child, I believe you, but let us set aside this conversation for now. We must address the matter of the spirit gold. It is of great significance to me. He proposed, Child, relax your mind and let me take over. In the next instant, I felt a chill wash over my eyes, my pupils transforming to a shade of gray. In an astonishing turn of events, Yilix seized control of my body. The sensation was exhilarating, as though I had activated a divine assistance mode. He directed my hand towards the ominous dagger, sending forth a stream of gray energy. The dagger trembled violently, emitting a cacophony of anguished cries. Yilix's voice resonated in my mind, brimming with authority. To infuse evil intent into spirit gold is a grievous waste. Purify it. My eyes shifted from gray to pure white, and as the light of purification emanated forth, the sinister visage that had materialized on the dagger instantly dissipated by half. The entire process unfolded rapidly, within moments. The once ominous dagger transformed into a crystalline blue gem, exquisitely beautiful. Yilix sighed. Alas, I have weakened so much. Exerting my power has left me fatigued. Lin Shi, are you prepared? It is time to fuse. My heart raced with anticipation. The moment had arrived. In the original narrative, Huo Hao had the audacity to embed this object into his own forehead. Although I was aware that it posed no real threat, a sense of trepidation still lingered. Gritting my teeth, I declared, Come on, Ilao, I am prepared. Ilao chuckled softly. Excellent. He guided my hand to grasp the crystalline fragment and forcefully pressed it against my forehead. In that instant, an overwhelming surge of pain rendered my mind blank, and my entire body convulsed violently. Yet I resolutely clenched my teeth, uttering not a single sound. After all, I had to showcase my indomitable will to this venerable elder. Ilao appeared quite pleased. My display of fortitude seemed to invigorate him. The terrifying vitality surged through my mental ocean, transforming it into a verdant sea. An exhilarating sensation indeed. Then came an even more astonishing feat. Ilao manifested the image of an elderly man clad in white within my mental expanse. With a grand gesture, he summoned forth my two wives, Altalia and Mei Lizina, directly from the soul rings and established their residence within my mental realm. The moment Mei Lizina emerged, she leaped into my embrace, exclaiming, Hey Lin Shi, now we can be close anytime. Ilao further remarked that with prolonged nurturing, it might even be possible to grant them corporeal forms. Family. This was an immediate elevation, was it not? I felt an overwhelming urge to bow to Ilao. He was not merely a teacher, but rather a parental figure reborn. Once my emotions stabilized, Ilao began to clarify my inquiries. I asked about the concept of fate power he had previously mentioned. He stroked his beard and explained, in simple terms, fate power is akin to the protagonist's halo. The stronger the halo, the more one can resist the scripts the world lays out for them. and the easier it is to attract significant events and other individuals with similar halos. Suddenly, it all made sense. It was no wonder I frequently encountered pivotal characters like Yutong and the three-eyed golden lion. It turned out that the halos of protagonists tend to attract one another. Curious, I pressed further. Why is my halo so potent? Ilao proposed 3 possibilities, dismissing the first 2 as mere coincidences. Finally, he offered a mind-blowing conjecture. Is it possible that we are currently situated within a significant singularity? I was momentarily taken aback. A singularity? Yes. Ilao grew increasingly animated as he elaborated. Consider this. The history of this world is similar to what you know, yet there are subtle differences. Differences significant enough to alter the entire future. Is this not the hallmark of a singularity? He pointed out incisively. The Yutong in your story was originally meant to be male, was he not? A sudden realization struck me, and my mind cleared. Indeed, I had overlooked the fact that Yuhao had transformed into Yutong, a monumental shift that fundamentally altered the narrative. Thus, the trajectory of this world's history had encountered a glitch, and the world's will, or what we refer to as the suppression force, had drawn me. A repairman endowed with an FGO cheat and extraordinary fate power into this realm. Goodness, after all this time, I was merely an officially recognized savior sent to rectify the world. This revelation opened up a whole new paradigm. Ilao and I quickly reached a consensus. I would assist him in regaining his powers, enabling him to attain divinity, while he would be my most formidable ally in opposing Tang San. Although our adversary was the very author of this world, the presence of Ilao, a top-tier strategist, brought me immense reassurance. After we had discussed everything, my consciousness returned to my body, and I slowly opened my eyes. To my astonishment, I found myself staring into a pair of striking powder blue eyes, mere centimeters from my face. We both froze in place. After a second or two, Wang Dong finally reacted, letting out a shriek. Startled, I instinctively raised my hand, propelling her into a graceful arc, sending her flying across the room. With a loud thud, Wang Dong landed on the ground, her eyes swirling with stars. As she prepared to unleash her fury, I seized the moment, frowning as I admonished her. What are you doing? Do you not know that scaring someone can be deadly? If you wish to confront me, just say so. My rapid-fire retort left her speechless. After a brief pause, she managed to mumble, I was just worried about you. Only then did I realize that twilight was fast approaching. My earlier actions had consumed several hours. This girl had grown anxious waiting outside and barged in to check on my condition. Observing her face alternately flush with embarrassment and pale with concern, I surmised she was mortified at being caught eavesdropping. However, I had no time to ponder her youthful sentiments. My mind was consumed by Lao's singularity theory. Yutong was at the core of this glitch. I needed to seek confirmation immediately. I sprang from my bed and dashed towards the door. Wang Dong, astonished, called out, Hey, where are you going? I paid her no heed, my feet swift as the wind, disappearing in an instant. I raced with fervor to the girls' dormitory, calling out to the dormitory matron at the entrance, Excuse me, could you please summon Yutong? Tell her Lin, she is looking for her. The matron paused, then regarded me with a peculiar expression, akin to a farmer noticing a pig rummaging through his cabbage patch, before slowly entering the dormitory building. Her gaze was unmistakably one of judgment, as if she believed I was in public seeking a romantic liaison with a young lady. Under normal circumstances, I would have commented on the peculiar mentalities of the natives of Douluo, but today I was far too preoccupied. Before long, Yutong emerged, jogging towards me with a rosy complexion, a hint of shyness evident in her demeanor. Linshi, what do you need? I glanced around, only to see a plethora of heads resembling gophers peeking out, all eavesdropping on our conversation. My lips twitched. I must say, having such acute hearing is not always advantageous, as I caught snippets of all the bold and flirtatious whispers floating around. I grasped Yutong's wrist and urged, This place is not suitable. Let us find somewhere more private. I led her to a secluded grove before halting. The young lady's face flushed even deeper, likely thinking I was about to make a romantic confession. However, As I spoke, the atmosphere swiftly plummeted to freezing point. Taking a deep breath, I fixed my gaze intently upon her eyes and said, Yutong, please recount all the events from your childhood before you met me. The more detailed, the better. She blinked in confusion, clearly taken aback by my request. Although she understood I was not there to profess love, she had not anticipated this line of inquiry. I quickly apologized. I am sorry. I know that time is painful for you to revisit, but the situation is urgent, and I must know. Please. Immediately, she shook her head. It's all right, Lin Shi, it's all in the past. I will tell you now. Oh, family, who understands? I felt tears brimming. She recognized my urgency and wasted no time, recounting every detail of her childhood memories, piece by piece. After listening intently, I fell silent. One thought consumed my mind. This was dire. Ilake's third conjecture was most likely correct, though I was unaware of Huo Yuhao's childhood in the original story. I could discern that Yutong's experiences were undeniably divergent. Even without me, her life trajectory had already veered off course. Frustration gnawed at me as I ground my teeth. How could I have overlooked such a simple truth? Just because I was a traveler, I had naively assumed I was the sole variable, completely disregarding the butterfly effect of the protagonist's gender transformation, which held far greater influence. I felt a burning embarrassment wash over me. This sense of superiority as a traveler was truly humbling. I chided myself. Lin Shi, remember this. Should you ever become so arrogant again, you will merely be a fool. Noticing my distressed expression, Yutong anxiously called out, Lin Shi? She grasped my hand, her gaze unwavering and resolute. Though I may be weak and unable to aid you much, one thing is certain. You saved me. Therefore, no matter what transpires, I will stand by your side. I was momentarily taken aback, then let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, why should I indulge in self-reproach over such trivial matters? How can I serve as a role model? Slowly, I envelop her in my embrace. Lin, she go. The young girl in my arms instantly stiffened like a piece of wood, her cheeks flushed to the point of resembling a ripe fruit. I felt her petite, soft form against me, and, in the most earnest tone of my life, I vowed in her ear, no matter what happens, I will undoubtedly protect you. You're my only family in this world. After that incident, my mindset shifted, and life returned to its rightful path, albeit with the addition of two incessantly chattering tenets in my mind. Perhaps the confinement of being a spirit had taken its toll, as ever since Alvia manifested physically in my mental realm, their chatter could easily fill a 24-hour live stream. Algolia was tolerable, being the noble Night King. But as for one could only say she was indeed the wretched dragon birthed by the despicable Morgan. However, I found it amusing and even rather delightful. Soon, the newcomer's assessment resumed, and we encountered a seed team led by Ning Tian. Before the competition commenced, Muna piped up in my mind, Lin Shi, is that red-haired girl across from us the one you mentioned with the red dragon martial spirit? Aldoyer furrowed her brow. Red dragon martial spirit? That doesn't seem likely. I couldn't help but chuckle internally. Oh, it's merely a name coincidence. Don't hold too high expectations, or you will surely be disappointed. The red dragon in Douluo is like the difference between a discount on a platform and a genuine product. Do you understand? The opponent, Wu Feng, remained oblivious to my internal banter as she approached me, her chin held high. Newcomer Class 9, Wu Feng, a level 25 assault system soul master. A green-haired girl beside her tugged at her, seemingly reprimanding her for being overly arrogant by announcing her level. Newcomer Class 9, Nan Minyoner, a level 24 agility system soul master. Then their captain, Ning Tian, spoke in a calm manner. Newcomer Class 9, Ning Tian, a level 31 support system soul sovereign. Soul sovereign. After Ning Tian introduced herself, Wu Feng shot me a contemptuous smile, her expression a blatant mockery. I felt a sense of helplessness, such childishness. I ignored Bing's outcry to go teach her a lesson and simply exchanged a glance with Wang Dong. Wang Dong cast a pitying look at Wu Feng and stepped forward. Newcomer Class 1, Wang Dong, a level 25 assault system soul master. Next was Yutong. Her gaze ominous. Newcomer Class 1, Hui Yutong, a level 20 control system soul master. How dare you look at my Lin Shi go like that? Your time is up. The words seemed to be etched in her eyes. Wu Feng paid no attention to a mere level 20 and directed her gaze straight at me, clearly implying, "What about you? I bet you are just over level 20. I sighed. I had no intention of flaunting my prowess, but since she was so brazen, how could I not give her a taste of reality? Newcomer Class 1, Lin Shi, a level 39 Soul Sovereign. The moment the words left my lips, the air in the arena froze. The three girls opposite me all looked at me with expressions of disbelief. Indeed, level 39. I entered school at level 37. And in these 3 months, I had advanced another level, absorbing the essence of living beings to reach this point. Unfortunately, the referee didn't allow them the time to process their shock. Shouting, "Begin!" Wu Feng gritted her teeth, forcibly suppressing her astonishment, and charged at Wang Dong first. She had a fantastical notion of swiftly eliminating Wang Dong and Yutong before surrounding me. However, such fantasies were not grounded in reality. With equal levels and top-tier martial spirits, Wang Dong's soul ring configuration was even superior to hers. Upon collision, Wu Feng was forced to retreat repeatedly. Watching the scales and flames erupt from Wu Feng's body was thoroughly disheartened. This is the dragon of this world? It's a disgrace to the term dragon. I chuckled. I told you not to have expectations. She doesn't even qualify for comparison with you. My focus remained on Ning Tian behind Wu Feng. This young girl was intriguing. Ning Tian was clearly anxious. She recognized that my absurd level had shattered the morale of her two teammates. She had to take action. Only by using her 7 Treasures Glaze Tower to instantly elevate her teammates to the level of Soul Sovereign did they stand a glimmer of hope. However, just as her martial spirit activated, preparing to unleash her soul skill, a wave of excruciating pain surged through her mind, and darkness engulfed her. She collapsed straight down. Another soul shock. Yutong's battle awareness was at the pinnacle level of Shrek Academy, South Outer Court. Upon realizing Ning Tian was a support type, she knew victory was assured. The common knowledge was to eliminate the healer first in a team fight. She awaited the precise moment when Ning Tian's focus was most scattered to strike decisively. With Ning Tian down, the battle was essentially concluded. Ning Tian. Wu Feng turned to see her fallen comrade, her eyes reddening. A crimson light radiated from her body as she unleashed her second soul skill, Dragon's Fury. Rushing forward in a frenzy, she never even considered that it was Yutong who had dealt the blow. In her mind, the one capable of taking down a Soul Sovereign could only be me. Yet a small figure stood in her way. "Get out of my way." Wu Feng threw a punch without even acknowledging Yutong. Yutong merely sidestepped, easily evading, and then swung her iron sword at an exceedingly cunning angle. Wu Feng was forced back, and from the corner of her eye, she noticed, to her horror, that Nanmin Yin'er, like Ning Tian, had silently collapsed to the ground. Indeed, this battle marked Yutong's first full display of power, utilizing her soul shock to the fullest. She aimed to convey to Wu Feng, "Your arrogance is utterly worthless before me." Wu Feng completely lost her composure, convinced it was I who had orchestrated this. Suddenly, a surge of potent anger, anxiety, and sorrow erupted within her, overwhelming her senses as she completely lost her reason, attacking Yutong like a madwoman. This was another of Yutong's soul skills, mental sharing. In the original text, this skill was rendered ineffective, but in Yutong's hands, it became an amplifier for emotions, capable of magnifying the opponent's negative feelings to the point of self-destruction. Unsurprisingly, Wu Feng, drained of soul power, was met with a fierce thrust of Yutong's sword hilt to her abdomen, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Another one down. Wang Dong watched in trepidation from the sidelines, shrinking back. This girl, truly a monster, was the product of my training. Thus, our team secured yet another victory, overwhelming in its magnitude. In the infirmary, Ning Tian slowly opened her eyes. A headache throbbed as if her skull might split, and she understood they had lost. With a sigh, she prepared to rise when she turned her head and found me sitting beside her bed, greeting her with a cheerful smile. "Oh, you're awake? I suggest you refrain from moving around. The aftereffects of a mental attack are not easily remedied." Ning Tian was momentarily stunned, her mind swirling with questions. "Why are you here? What about Wu Feng? The more she thought, the greater her headache became. I helplessly placed my hand on her forehead, channeling a bit of life energy to alleviate her pain. Gradually, she regained her composure, eyeing me warily. Lin Shi, what exactly do you intend to do? Come to mock me as the victor? I remained silent and directly handed her a business card. Curiously, Ning Tian accepted it. Upon seeing the words Infinite Sword System inscribed upon it, her expression abruptly shifted. The next moment, a business-like smile graced her face, her demeanor transforming from that of a defeated student to a shrewd merchant in an instant. So, the young master of the Infinite Sword System seeks to collaborate with our Seven Treasures glazed sect? I was nearly applauding in my heart. Finally, someone with a functioning mind. I nodded. Precisely. You lack self-defense capabilities, and we can mass-produce soul-guiding devices at a low cost. We are a match made in heaven. Ning Tian smiled, initiating the commercial negotiation. However, as far as I know, you can only mass-produce low-level soul-guiding devices. Our Seven Treasures glazed sect needs high-quality goods. I shrugged nonchalantly and stated bluntly, Ning Tian, let us speak frankly. Does the Jiubao Luli sect truly require advanced soul-guiding devices? Ning Tian was immediately rendered speechless. Damn, I had struck a nerve. The innate flaw of the Qibao Luli Tower's martial soul is that it can only be cultivated up to level 79. For millennia, apart from their ascended ancestor Ning Rongrong, no other member of the Jiubao Luli Tower has emerged. Their claims of being the Jiubao Luli sect are nothing but false advertising. Why would someone who cannot even reach the 8th ring need 7th or 8th level soul-guiding devices? They would be utterly useless to them. Ning Tian took a deep breath, realizing she could no longer deceive me. Speak, how do you wish to collaborate? I held up 3 fingers. First, we shall engage in a long-term partnership, providing you with preferential pricing for your purchases. Second, we will acquire your various precious elixirs at a high price, but only 1 sample of each is necessary. Third, I intend to host a trade conference in Luo City in a year, and I require your Jiubao Luli sect's assistance in promoting it. After hearing this, Ning Tian's lips twitched. Are you certain? These terms seem exceedingly favorable for us, almost too good to be true. I laid my cards on the table. Indeed, there will be no room for negotiation. If you are unwilling, I will seek others. She fell silent for a few moments. I personally agree, but I must report this to my family. Very well, I shall await your good news. I stood up, preparing to leave. My objective was simple, to exchange a small profit for the vast connections and status of the entire Jiubao Luli sect. For someone like me, capable of producing soul-guiding devices at 0 cost, this was an incredible gain. So, this is how it shall be. I shall take my leave now. Oh, and you might want to advise your friend Wu Feng. Her personality is bound to lead her into significant trouble. Wait a moment, Ning Tian suddenly called out to me. She furrowed her brow and asked uncertainly, who knocked me out? You or that girl named Yutong? How could a soul master with less than 2 rings possibly defeat a 3-ring soul venerable in an instant? Who would believe such a tale? Yet, as she recalled the event, she felt that someone of my caliber had no need for ambush tactics. However, she quickly shifted her focus to Yutong. I must say, Ning Tian's perceptiveness was exceptional. She immediately deduced that Yutong was behind it. After all, the sword in Yutong's possession was merely a broken iron sword, neither a martial soul nor a soul-guiding device. Yet her soul ring had never extinguished. What did this signify? It indicated that our small team possessed an abundance of hidden treasures. Wang Dong was a top-tier soul master, and Yutong could silently eliminate a soul venerable. Combined with my enigmatic leadership, she understood clearly that the champions of this new student assessment could only be us. At that moment, I shrugged and openly acknowledged, indeed, you are correct, it was Yutong. The expression on Ning Tian's delicate face was complex as she lowered her head, seemingly lost in thought. I surmised she was contemplating that even if she did not collaborate with me, she must maintain a favorable relationship. Naturally, who would not wish to cultivate ties with someone of my potential? I cannot be bothered with her further and turned to leave. My inner voice, that of Artoria, was growing anxious, questioning You are requesting elixirs from her. Are you genuinely intending to venture into the alchemical business? Please, does she and Mei Lu Qi not know who I am? I could easily replicate the process of crafting Xian Shui Dan. Yet, I shook my head and replied, no, that would equate to declaring war on all sects across the continent. The time is not yet ripe. We should regard elixirs as internal benefits for our boundless sword domain, utilizing them to recruit talent. This is the optimal solution. Upon hearing this, Artoria sighed in relief. As long as my judgment remained unclouded by greed. In the following days, the new student assessment swiftly progressed to the semifinals. Finally, it was our turn to face Dai Hua Bin's team. Along the way, we encountered a squad named Xie Huanyu. That fellow was also a warrior, the only one courageous enough to charge directly at me. He believed that as a defensive soul venerable, he could withstand my assault. The result? I sent him flying off the stage with a single kick, rendering him unable to continue the fight. His two teammates, witnessing this, were left dumbfounded and promptly surrendered. This single act solidified my fearsome reputation. Before the match even commenced, Dai Hua Bin and his companions had their gazes fixated on me as if I were spotlight. They had inquired about Xie Huanyu and knew how resilient he was. Dai Hua Bin himself admitted that without utilizing their martial soul fusion technique, he could not contend with Xie Huanyu. Now, with a mere kick, I had resolved the matter, which implied that I could physically confront their fused form. Beaming white tiger. Despair gripped them, sheer despair. Dai Hua Bin's face darkened, his expression as grim as coal, as he tightly held Zhu Lu's hand, resolutely deciding to unleash their ultimate technique at the onset, aiming to eliminate Wang Dong and Yutong before surrounding me. The referee summoned us forward, rattling off a plethora of rules. The core principle was simple: fight fiercely, and they would handle the aftermath. Then came the introductions. While Dai Hua Bin and his two companions glared at us as if they were ready to devour us, while we appeared outwardly calm. Yet, who would understand? Yutong's eyes were sharp as knives, piercing through the atmosphere. As the referee called for the match to begin, Dai Hua Bin and Zhu Lu radiated blinding light, preparing to fuse. To be honest, their movements were indeed swift, but someone was swifter. With a swish, a gust of wind swept through, leaving Dai Hua Bin dazed. When he turned around, he found his prized teammates, Zhu Lu and Chui Jie, firmly pinned to the ground by Mei Lu Qi Na. Upon refocusing on my side, he froze in place, 3 black 10,000-year soul rings adorning me. At that moment, a singular thought crossed his mind: defeat. What was there left to fight for? We were not even in the same dimension. Just as he was about to grit his teeth and concede, I called out, "Hey, Dai, do you dare to challenge my Yutong to a duel? If she loses, this match is yours." Dai Hua Bin was momentarily taken aback. What was this? You want him to duel Hui Yutong? He had investigated us and knew I was a monster, Wang Dong a prodigy, and Yutong, with her decade-old white soul ring, was merely a connection in his eyes. Now, I was suggesting he face off against her, and if victorious, he would advance? This was nothing short of a profound humiliation. His face darkened with rage, and he turned to the referee to concede. To my surprise, this lad exhibited a commendable backbone. He understood that regardless of the outcome, he would never hold his head high again, for he had accepted my mercy. What happened next? Just as the referee was about to comply, the dean, Yin Xiaozhe, transmitted a message to him. Let them fight. Who would understand? The dean was exceptionally astute. It was evident he was biased in our favor, prioritizing the one with higher talent. Dai Hua Bin, the second son of a duke's estate, could not compare to my boundless potential as an orphan. Moreover, the dean was undeniably curious about Yutong. Thus, Dai Hua Bin was left with no choice but to fight, whether he wanted to or not. He gazed at Yutong, who approached him slowly. His expression twisted in a snarl. Very well, let the battle commence. A tiger does not reveal its claws. Did he truly think of her as a sickly cat? He had already resolved to instill psychological trauma in Yutong, ensuring I would regret it for a lifetime. Yet, he remained unaware that Yutong had awaited this day. This vendetta must be settled by her own hand. As the referee declared the duel to commence, Dai Hua Bin roared and charged forward, his white tiger martial soul activated. radiating a brilliant white light as his nails elongated like blades. He intended to unleash all his fury upon Yutong. Yutong regarded him with a complex expression. This was the white tiger martial soul her mother had longed for her to awaken. Yet, she now felt grateful that her own awakening was the Ling Mu, for it led her to me. With her mental probing activated, every action of Dai Huabin's unfolded in slow motion before her eyes. She merely sidestepped gently, evading the attack, and retaliated with a swift thrust of her sword. Dai Huabin sneered, activating a protective barrier, intending to withstand the strike and counterattack. However, he was gravely mistaken. Yutong's sword pierced through his defenses, delivering an immense force that compelled him to retreat repeatedly. He was utterly bewildered. How could this be? As an assault type, soul venerable, he was losing in raw strength? He was utterly unaware that Yutong had employed enhancement magic, rendering her strength on par with an ordinary soul master. Seizing the moment of his bewilderment, Yutong unleashed a flurry of strikes, her sword light flashing as she relentlessly pursued him. Dai Huabin found himself retreating under the onslaught, completely at the mercy of Yutong's rhythm. Desperation set in, and with a furious roar, he activated his third soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. His muscles swelled, tiger stripes appearing on his skin, seeking to crush her with sheer power. However, Yutong merely narrowed her eyes. The next moment, she initiated her emotional manipulation. Dai Huabin emitted a cry that was anything but human. A cacophony of emotions, joy, fury, sorrow, and pain, exploded within his mind, rendering him incapable of controlling his own body. Yutong showed no mercy. She had seen his intentions clearly and deemed him unworthy of leniency. Seizing the opportunity, she unleashed a barrage of attacks. Were it not for the two buffs still active on Dai Huabin, he would have surely been felled already. With bloodshot eyes, Dai Huabin realized that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. He opened his mouth, intending to unleash his second soul skill, White Tiger's Fiery Wave, but just as he did, Yutong's fist connected with his chin, forcing his mouth shut. Following that, a kick struck his chest, launching him away. The audience fell into a stunned silence. Who could have imagined that Dai Huabin would be so utterly powerless against her? Yutong halted her assault, signaling Mei Luzina to release Doulu. She was preparing for the second phase. Doulu rushed over to support Dai Huabin, overwhelmed with concern, her gaze toward Yutong filled with fear. Yutong coldly regarded Dai Huabin, beginning her taunt. What's wrong? The son of Duke White Tiger cannot even defeat a mere orphan like me? Her words pierced deep into Dai Huabin's heart, for he idolized his father, Dai Hao. Yutong was effectively accusing his father of failing in his teachings. Enraged, he attempted to fight back, but Doulu held him tightly. Yutong pressed on. It seems you remain unconvinced. How about this? You possess a martial soul fusion skill, correct? Come, unleash it with full intensity. If your Yuming White Tiger can defeat me, I shall apologize. At this declaration, the entire arena fell silent. She intended to face the Yuming White Tiger alone? Dai Huabin laughed madly. Good. This is your own folly. He believed he had deciphered Yutong's abilities. Against the Yuming White Tiger, she would be nothing, perfectly positioned to eliminate her. He could even claim it was at her request. He embraced Doulu, a radiant glow enveloping them as a colossal transparent white tiger materialized in the arena, its purple eyes coldly fixated on the diminutive Yutong. This creature possessed combat prowess rivaling that of a high-ranking soul sect. The giant tiger raised its paw, preparing to strike down. At that moment, Yutong lifted her head, a look of disdain on her face. Suddenly, a magnificent golden vertical eye slowly opened above her head. Yin Xiaojia sprang to his feet, exclaiming, the second awakening of her martial soul. Regret flooded him. Why had he not investigated further earlier? Yutong closed her eyes, her surging mental energy instantly locking onto Dai Huabin's position within the Yuming White Tiger. She unleashed a soul shock with all her might. A beam of golden light surged toward the tiger's paw, directly penetrating the Yuming White Tiger's forehead. The massive paw abruptly halted just a millimeter from Yutong's forehead. With a resounding wail, The Yuming white tiger disintegrated in an instant, leaving Dai Huabin in a deep unconscious state, while Zhu Lu collapsed from exhaustion. The arena was engulfed in silence. This battle had shattered everyone's perceptions. The subsequent events unfolded simply. We secured the championship without any suspense. Thanks to this incredible performance, Yutong solidified her position as a core disciple. I casually tossed the championship reward, a soul bone, to Wang Dong, as it was merely a favor owed to the academy, with no connection to Yutong or myself. Wang Dong was profoundly moved, nearly offering herself in gratitude, which left me quite overwhelmed. After the class division, Yin Xiaozhi kept his promise and appointed a reliable homeroom teacher, Wang Yin. Yutong and I seamlessly became the class president and vice president, while Dai Huabin, upon waking, could only glare at us without daring to utter a word. Ning Tian soon arrived with news from the Jiubao Lili sect, and we officially formed an alliance, eagerly supplying them with soul-guiding devices. Time flew by as if on double speed, and in the blink of an eye, 8 months had passed. During this time, both Yutong and I reached a bottleneck in our soul power, yet we did not rush to acquire new soul rings. She needed to wait for the Ice Emperor, while I sought a suitable soul beast to summon my next heroic berserker. This class was quite a headache for me. I lacked combat power, but required functionality. After scouring the bestiary, I finally identified a target, yet the success of the summoning, along with the ensuing interpersonal dynamics, made my stomach churn at the mere thought. As for Yutong, her most significant breakthroughs occurred in the realm of soul-guiding devices. While her soul power cultivation hit a standstill, her application of her martial soul also faced a temporary bottleneck. However, in the field of soul-guiding devices, she soared far ahead. I tell you, in just 8 months, Yutong ascended to become a second-level soul engineer. Were it not for her soul power level restriction, she would have dared to challenge the 3rd level. This pace left Fan Yu and Qian Duo, the two old-timers, utterly bewildered, questioning their existence as they pondered whether they were dreaming. There was no helping it. After all, my Yutong was the chosen one. Her martial soul, soul skills, and temperament were all seemingly designed for the creation of soul-guiding devices. In contrast, my brother, she remained stuck at the 1st level, but his specialization lay in extreme solo combat, focusing solely on overwhelming combat strength. As long as he could use soul-guiding devices, he had no demands for further improvement. To be honest, the faculty in the soul-guiding department felt fortunate to have retained my brother Shi. They believed it was due to their ancestors' blessings. Little did they know, my brother, he was a man of his word. He had promised to join the soul-guiding department, and even now, as a core disciple of 2 systems, he would never abandon his commitment. After all, what kind of man would he be if he broke his word? Perhaps spurred on by the ambitious duo of my brother Shi and Yutong, Wang Dong seemed to have gone a bit mad over the past few months. My brother, she was taken aback, noting that every time he returned to the dormitory, she was fervently practicing. He even began to suspect whether she had been possessed by Tang Wudong. However, upon reflection, he dismissed this thought. After all, Tang Wudong, with her reliance on synthesized martial souls and bestowed soul cores, might not possess the same level of diligence as the current Wang Dong. You wouldn't believe it. But Wang Dong's determination allowed her to catch up to the original storyline's pace, reaching level 30 before the holiday break. Even without my brother, Shi's Haodong power assistance. Time swiftly passed, arriving at the last day of the semester. Homeroom teacher Wang Yin spoke a few words, announcing the start of the break, and the class erupted in excitement, akin to a New Year celebration. These 11 and 12-year-old children, having been confined in school for a year, were utterly homesick. My brother, she looked at them, amused. Yet his amusement stemmed from the anticipation of an impending major plot twist, one of the most significant turning points in the original narrative. At this point, I must insert a segment about their previous life as roommates, which was quite amusing. One evening, for reasons unknown, the elderly Zhou Yi insisted that they correct assignments together. Wang Dong was not pleased at all, slumping in her chair and complaining. I really don't know what Zhou Yi is thinking, making me work with you. My brother Shi, without lifting his head, retorted, great minds think alike. I also would prefer not to see you. Could you kindly move farther away? How naive. If anyone were to leave, it would be you. Wang Dong clicked her tongue and then began to act bratty. So boring. Why not chat with me? My brother, she rolled his eyes. Aren't you the one who dislikes me? Wang Dong replied with confidence. I do dislike you, but right now, I have no other choice. You should be grateful for this honor. What was the result? Silence ensued. My brother, she treated her as if she were invisible, continuing to correct assignments. Wang Dong pouted, but surprisingly did not get angry. She found it absurd that anyone at Haoyan sect would dare to treat her this way without facing her wrath. It can only be said that habit is indeed a formidable force. After a moment of silence, Wang Dong suddenly asked a crucial question. Lin Shi, you're clearly so strong. Why do you still adhere to the rules so strictly? As Aishigo paused in his grading, he regarded her with a look of concern, questioning, following the rules? Are you referring to me? Goodness, the most unruly in the class is undoubtedly him. Wang Dong hastily clarified. No, what I mean is you clearly possess the audacity to disregard the rules and are indifferent to them. Yet why do you choose to comply with Zhou Yi's instructions for revising your assignments in these peculiar instances? Oh, this is quite simple. Aishigo responded with immediate understanding, because it is my responsibility as the class leader. Huh, that's it? Wang Dong was taken aback. Why, of course. Aishigo replied casually. If I were not the class leader, no one would have authority over me. But since I have accepted this role, I must execute it well. Is that not a matter of course? Wang Dong felt a twinge of displeasure. But have you never considered your own feelings? Shouldn't one prioritize their own emotions? Upon hearing this, Aishigo fell silent for 2 seconds before intensifying the conversation with a philosophical inquiry. Wang Dong, what do you believe defines a person? Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback, stuttering, someone who can speak, think, and possesses a martial soul? Partly correct, yet also incorrect. Aishigo remarked, continuing to revise assignments while exuding an air of superiority. A person is the sum of their social relationships. What a revelation. Delivering a succinct lecture on Marxist philosophy, elucidating how humans are social creatures, interdependent with society, and how the responsibility they bear differentiates them from animals. Wang Dong's mind was utterly overwhelmed, her eyes glazed over, struggling to comprehend. Instinctively, she felt that Lin Shi was merely spouting nonsense, using incomprehensible language to obscure the true answer. This person undoubtedly harbored colossal secrets. Just as she was about to probe further, Aishigo snapped the final assignment shut, casting a disdainful glance at the mountain of work piled beside her. Why do you still have so many? At this rate, you shouldn't be called the goddess of light, but rather the dim-witted turtle. In an instant, Wang Dong's train of thought was derailed. Secrets, brilliance, none of that mattered now. This person was just a mouthy brat. Her face flushed, and to mask her embarrassment, she seized her notebook and began to write furiously. Returning to the holiday, after class, Wang Dong followed the two, feeling a hint of melancholy. We're going to be apart, and you two are orphans. Where will you go for the break? What about your spirit rings? She was no longer concerned about class assessments, especially with Aishigo and his peculiar group around. Whether there were enough spirit beasts for them to battle was another question altogether. Instead, she found herself genuinely concerned for the two. Aishigo shrugged, teasing her as usual. Don't worry, we have it all under control. But you, if you lose next semester, be wary of me and Yutong punishing you. Hey, I'm showing concern for you. Have a heart. Wang Dong retorted, growing anxious. Unexpectedly, this remark caused Aishigo to halt abruptly. He glanced back at Yutong. Yutong, have you packed your things? Yutong understood immediately, shaking her head. Not yet, I'll go do that now. Lin Shi, you can chat with Wang Dong. After speaking, she turned and departed, showcasing their remarkable rapport. Aishigo proudly boasted to Wang Dong. How about that? My Yutong is quite obedient, isn't she? All right, enough boasting. Wang Dong rolled her eyes. Why did you send her away? Do you have something to discuss with me? Aishigo nodded, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Let's south find another place. The two made their way to the shores of Sea God Lake. The morning sun glimmered upon the water's surface, casting a warm atmosphere. Wang Dong, feeling a bit melancholic, inquired, what is it that you wish to say? Why go to the trouble of sending Yutong away? Aishigo gazed at the lake, then dropped a bombshell. Wang Dong, have I ever told you how I met Yutong? Before Wang Dong could respond, He continued, I possess the ability to some extent, foresee the future. I saw her potential to become an unparalleled powerhouse, and thus sought her out. Wang Dong was momentarily stunned. When I approached her, I specifically chose a moment when she was being bullied, rescuing her in her most vulnerable state to leave a lasting impression. Ashigo chuckled self-deprecatingly. To be honest, I was aware of her struggles, but for my own interests, I refrained from intervening. Looking back, I now feel a sense of guilt. Then why did you treat her so well afterward? Wang Dong asked, struggling to comprehend. Because she is so sweet and clingy. Ashiji's gaze softened, lost in reminiscence. Reminiscent of an adorable creature, akin to a loving younger sister. As a fellow orphan, I too yearn for familial affection, and unconsciously, I have come to regard her as genuine family. He recounted their reliance on one another after her mother's passing and how he had taken her away from home, detailing their experiences as two children under 10 navigating the world. Just hearing about those days was heart-wrenching. Wang Dong's eyes glistened with tears, and she sighed in relief. As long as you both are happy now, that's what matters. However, Ashiji's subsequent words sent her spiraling into despair. His smile vanished in an instant, and his gaze turned frigid. Because of this, I will never forgive any enemy who seeks to disrupt my happiness. What? Wang Dong was bewildered. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. One moment, they were reminiscing about hardships, and the next it was as if a switch had been flipped, his eyes icy enough to chill to the bone. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that I would disrupt your lives? Wang Dong's face paled. Not now, Ashigo shook his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the void, but those around you might. My foresight warns me that your estranged father may wish harm upon Yutong. This is precisely why I initially hesitated to become your roommate. Old matters resurfaced, yet Wang Dong felt no joy. Why tell me this now? Because I sense your fondness for me is growing. Ashiji's voice remained calm. If you're destined to be an adversary, it is better to clarify sooner rather than later for everyone's sake. Wang Dong found it hard to breathe, trembling as she posed the critical question. What if, hypothetically, I were to pose a threat to Yutong in the future? What would you do? In an instant, a murderous aura erupted from him. Wang Dong felt as though she were staring death in the face. Ashigo finally turned to her, speaking each word with utmost seriousness. If it indeed came to that, for the sake of the year we spent together, I would place a bouquet of flowers at your grave. Wang Dong was rendered speechless. She could sense that she was entirely serious. He was not jesting. This was a conclusion he had drawn after profound contemplation. Ashigo patted her stiff shoulder. That concludes our discussion. Reflect on it carefully. I will apply for a room change next semester, and I hope you do not make a choice that disappoints me. Farewell. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Wang Dong alone, her eyes reddened, disheveled by the wind at the lakeside. At the entrance of the girls' dormitory, Ashigo found Yutong. Gone was the earlier aura of menace. He wore a bright smile, handing her a bottle of drink. Sorry to keep you waiting. Aren't you curious about what I discussed with her? Yutong sipped her drink, her eyes narrowing in comfort, and hummed, I am curious, but since you sent me away, it must be because you didn't want me to hear. So I want to pry. She cast a triumphant glance at Lin Shi. Besides, I can guess roughly what you said. Oh, pray tell. Wang Dong has feelings for you, but you have none for her, so this time you aim to reject her. Yutong raised a finger. The reason for refusal probably relates to me, since you fear she might harm me. Ashigo smiled wryly. If you had truly overheard, that would have been troublesome. I feel you would replay those words in your mind repeatedly. Of course. Yutong nodded without hesitation. Such words are worth more to me than any treasure. Now it was Ashiji's turn to fall silent. He joked, Is this girl for real? And how do you think I will handle my relationship with her? With a warning and a room change, I suppose. Yutong tossed the empty bottle aside. More than her, I'm concerned whether her family will cause trouble. Rest assured, I am well aware. Ashigo gently ruffled Yutong's hair. You guessed everything correctly. You truly understand me. However, this time, Yutong did not squint her eyes in enjoyment, as usual. She firmly grasped Lin Shi's hand and pulled it down. I understood Lin Shi all too well. She met Lin Shi's astonished gaze and pouted, requesting that he no longer force himself to consider my feelings. You are feeling quite down, aren't you? Lin, she was taken aback, smiling bitterly while rubbing his forehead, realizing that he had forgotten about this aspect of her. Rest assured, I would not be so easily shaken by trivial matters. That's not what I meant to say, Yutong suddenly shouted. Leaping up to give Lin Shi a light smack on the head. Huh? Lin Shi was momentarily stunned, realizing that the impact was not physically harmful, but rather a strong insult. Yutong, hands on her hips, scolded him like a little adult. Foolish Lin Shi, have you forgotten what you told me on the day of enrollment? Do not do things you do not wish to do for the sake of others. I am not that petty. This is a case of being on the receiving end. Yutong sighed, disregarding the gazes of others, tiptoed, and gently patted Lin Shi's head, just as he had done countless times for her. Therefore, Lin Shi, do not worry so much in front of me. I strive to become stronger, not to be your burden, but to alleviate the pressure upon you. I must say, upon hearing Yutong's words, my heart was filled with warmth. It felt as though all the toil of the past year had been worth it. She took my hand and ran ahead, insisting on treating me to a well-deserved relaxation. Watching her lively figure bounce away, I found myself utterly helpless against her charm. Fine, I shall heed your wishes today. However, this so-called relaxation consisted of abandoning me in the extreme north. Achoo! I had just let out a thunderous sneeze, my nose now a bright red. I must tell you, this cursed place is unreasonably cold. It feels as if the air entering my lungs is laced with ice shards. Beside me stood Wei Gong, my heroic spirit and caretaker, who shrugged nonchalantly and remarked that this was the territory of the Snow Fairy Queen, with her 80,000 years of cultivation capable of influencing the climate, making the cold entirely expected. I understood it was normal, but could I not complain a little? My purpose for this journey was grand. I intended to use the 80,000 old Snow Fairy Queen as a sacrifice to summon the Fairy Queen Morgan. She is the ruler of the Sixth Strange Tale, possessing top-tier magical abilities, firepower support, and artifact creation. Once she arrives, my strength will undergo a qualitative leap. Yet, there lay significant problems ahead. Who among my family understands? My aloof king, Artoria, has been silently protesting in my spiritual sea for several days. After all, she and Morgan are bitter enemies. Even before my harem has been established, I'm already experiencing a scenario akin to Zhen Huanzhuan. Ridiculous. The only one pleased is Melusina, my quirky dragon, who has been bouncing with excitement all along. Thanks to her, we reached this desolate place from Shrek in just 2 days, far faster than depicted in the original work. My objective this time is the 80,000-year-old Snow Fairy Queen, whom I had expensively sought out 2 months ago. The age limitation perfectly aligns with my capacity, making her an ideal sacrificial offering. As we walked, Wei Gong suddenly called for a halt, and in an instant, a row of long swords appeared beside us. Melusina and I instantly understood. Action was imminent. Sure enough, a flurry of sounds erupted as over 100 ice and snow sprites charged towards us, varying in size, with the strongest boasting 3,000 to 4,000 years of cultivation. A year ago, encountering such a spectacle would have left me severely injured. But now, times have changed. Without hesitation, Wei Gong unleashed a barrage of sword rain, eliminating dozens of the little minions. This, however, stirred a hornet's nest. The sprites screamed and began to summon reinforcements, and suddenly, a blizzard enveloped the sky, causing temperatures to plummet, as though a domain had been unleashed. I must tell you, this tactic is exceedingly insidious. The longer one remains within, the weaker the enemies become, while they grow ever stronger. The solution is succinct. Speed. Amid the snowfall, a silver figure darted swiftly. I must say, Mei Lu was exuding elegance, truly remarkable. Her spear danced in the air, each thrust taking down even those of a millennia's worth of cultivation. How could one joke? She is a being capable of wielding an A-rank artifact, as if it were merely a basic attack. Before long, this wave of minions was entirely wiped out under the combined efforts of her and Wei Gong, with soul rings littering the ground like dumplings. I inquired whether they needed a moment to rest, given that we had just finished a battle. Melusina shook her head, claiming she possessed the heart of a dragon and regenerated quickly. Wei Gong also insisted we should not pause. With such a commotion, the queen would undoubtedly take notice, and we needed to find the main target swiftly to prevent future complications. Very well, I shall trust your expertise. I sensed we were nearing that 80,000-year-old behemoth. Sure enough, less than an hour later, we laid eyes upon the Snow Queen. She resembled a 6-year-old girl, perched upon a branch, her ice-blue eyes coldly fixated on us. The air around her was almost freezing solid. Wei Gong glanced back at me. Master, we must resolve this quickly. I understood, as the sounds of wings multiplied around us. The queen was summoning her minions, attempting to prolong the battle until we were exhausted. I nodded, and Melusina shot upward an instant, her spear aimed directly at the queen. The queen, clearly taken aback, had not anticipated our boldness and immediately retaliated. However, as an 80,000-year-old spirit beast, her reflexes were swift. Muttering incantations, countless ice crystals shot toward Melusina while she retreated. Simultaneously, her minions began to sing collectively, intensifying the blizzard into an overwhelmingly powerful domain. I felt my soul power depleting rapidly, even my perception of Melusina becoming intermittent. Realizing this was untenable, I called out to my caretaker, Wei Gong, is your time to shine. Then the iconic chant began. I am a bone on my sword. I must tell you, with that background music, goosebumps covered my skin. The swirling snow was drawn towards him, forming a vortex around him. The Snow Queen, suddenly frantic, let out a shriek, attempting to rush over to interrupt, only to be firmly ensnared by Melusina. A few sprites attempted to ambush. Artoria appeared out of nowhere, dispatching them with a few swift strikes. I shot her an approving glance. She haughtily turned her head away, but her blade did not falter. Wei Gong's chanting continued. So as I pray, unlimited blade works. As the final words of the incantation were spoken, the world transformed. The snowy forest morphed into a desolate hill filled with long swords, the sky now a dusky hue. I must say, this inherent boundary possesses an extraordinarily high priority. In the blink of an eye, the queen, once commanding an army, found herself utterly alone. Not a single one of her minions was drawn into the fray. In her moment of bewilderment, Artoria and Melusina lunged at her, while Wei Gong began to manipulate the countless weapons scattered across the ground, unleashing a torrential assault akin to a rainstorm. My soul power dwindled by half, but I was determined to see this through to the end. The queen, battered and bruised, appeared on the brink of collapse. She emitted a final shriek, unleashing a terrifying gust of cold wind that formed a shield while she conjured a perilous sphere of light, preparing to fight to the death. Resolutely, I took a gamble. I activated all 3 command seals in rapid succession. By the command seal, Artoria, block her attack. By the command seal, Melusina, break her shield. By the command seal, Wei Gong, in this battle, the sword of oath victory. The golden beam collided with the sphere of light, resulting in a thunderous explosion, both forces nullifying each other. Melusina transformed into a silver meteor, her spear piercing the shield, which shattered almost instantly. Just as the queen attempted to execute her previous tactic, the entire sword-wielding world suddenly contracted, condensing into the spear raised by Wei Gong. We were instantly back in the snowy forest. The queen, momentarily ecstatic at the thought of summoning her minions to turn the tide, was met with unlimited lost works. A single gunshot rang out and a bullet pierced her body. She had just attempted to move when her body froze. In the next moment, countless swords erupted from her form, transforming her into a porcupine. The battle concluded. After the skirmish, I felt utterly drained. All 3 command spells were depleted, and my soul power was nearly exhausted, leaving me feeling hollow. I could only retract the Daimao Wang and Wei Gong, delegating the task of clearing the remaining minions to Melusina, finding a clean spot to sit. I dedicated an entire day to absorbing this 80,000-year soul ring, nearly bursting from the effort. Then came the main event, summoning Morgan. My hands trembled as I began reciting the familiar lines. Overflow, overflow, let the magic circle shine brightly. A silver-haired elder sister appeared from thin air. Berserker Morgan. the queen of the fairy kingdom of Britannia. Midway through her lines, she abruptly faltered, staring intently at Artoria. "What are you doing here?" Artoria's face stiffened as she struggled to explain that we were now colleagues. Morgan laughed coldly, brandishing her staff, ready to attack. "Red Dragon of Britannia, are you prepared to face my wrath?" Realizing the impending conflict at home, I rushed to intervene between them. Morgan scoffed. "You? A mere child? Do you think you can stop me with your toy-like command spells?" "No," I retorted vehemently. "I will not use command spells against you. It is my principle." Morgan paused, seemingly taken aback. She sneered. "Then how do you intend to stop me? Don't you wish to see Ba Wan Shi one last time?" I shouted with all my strength. In that instant, the atmosphere fell silent. Morgan's regal aura dissipated, resembling a deflated balloon, and after a long pause, she finally said, "Explain." A weight lifted from my heart as I hurriedly divulged everything I knew about her daughter, Ba Wan Shi. To my surprise, Morgan accepted this information, agreeing that as long as Artoria did not provoke her, she would refrain from violence. Just as I sighed in relief, Morgan floated closer and threw down a bombshell. "It seems you have been under a misconception. Your martial soul is not a command spell at all." I was taken aback. "What? If it's not a command spell, then what is it?" "It appeared in my hand when I awakened." Morgan snorted. "A command spell is essentially a large charging device. It cannot possess summoning capabilities. Your martial soul should be the qualification of a master, intrinsic to you." She continued to clarify that my ability to summon heroic spirits in this world was due to the imminent collapse of the moral fabric of Douluo world. Think of it as the will of the world. I was brought in as external aid from a neighboring world specifically to address the bug known as Yutong. My mind raced with realization. I was the chosen one. I quickly inquired, "Morgan, does that mean my martial soul qualifies as a core martial soul? One that can undergo a second awakening?" After a moment of contemplation, Morgan provided an affirmative response. "I believe it can. If you allow me to witness your core martial soul's second awakening, I will find a way to help you awaken as well." Wonderful. My dear friends, this was akin to unlocking a new cheat. I was so excited I burst into laughter. Morgan, observing my reaction, even smiled faintly. "Your mind works rather quickly. As my master, you are somewhat acceptable." I felt a bit bashful, scratching my nose. I was confident that Yutong was managing well, as I had nurtured her from a young age. However, things turned out to be quite precarious. Let me tell you, the situation with Yutong was nothing short of thrilling. She was in the midst of merging with the Ice Emperor's soul bone. Initially, everything was going smoothly. She endured the pain and torment through sheer willpower. But when she reached the crucial third stage, problems arose. This process required an immense determination to sustain it. Otherwise, the mental realm would shatter. In the original story, Hui Yuhao overcame this with an insatiable thirst for vengeance. Yet, Yutong had been healed too well during her childhood. She harbored resentment towards the Duke's estate, but not to the extent of living solely for their destruction. Thus, you see, there was insufficient motivation, as her mental sea began to crack like a fractured phone screen. The Ice Emperor and Tian Meng looked on anxiously, akin to ants on a hot pan. Tian Meng stubbornly reassured the Ice Emperor. "Ice, trust me. Yutong will create a miracle." The Ice Emperor rolled her eyes. "This? I doubt it." Yutong, in her frantic state, was mentally calling for me. At that critical moment, she suddenly recalled a bedtime story I once told her about a little girl enduring a storm, desperately seeking her own star. In an instant, she understood. What she desired most was not revenge, but rather me. She remembered asking about that star, and my response. It could symbolize the future, hope, or merely a flicker of kindness in the darkness. She had not answered then, but had held me tightly. Now, she realized that what she had been seeking was indeed her answer. Once this realization struck her, the effect was nothing short of miraculous. A brand new power surged forth. Her feelings of attachment, gratitude, and closeness towards me exploded into energy, solidifying her crumbling mental realm. The Ice Emperor and Tian Meng, witnessing this, were left utterly dumbfounded, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. How is this possible? The Ice Emperor was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden surge of power. Tian Meng breathed a sigh of relief, proud as a peacock. See ice? I told you it would work. Only to be met with the Ice Emperor's retort to shut up, as it wasn't her doing. The commotion did not go unnoticed. Even the divine realm was stirred. A formidable figure known as Rong Nianbing, who specialized in emotional power, was engaged in a game of chess when he accidentally knocked over a piece. He sensed someone below was encroaching on his territory, but the aura vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving him perplexed. Meanwhile, Tang San felt the disturbance as well. The information blockade he had placed over Douluo continent was momentarily breached by Yutong's surge. This crafty fellow spoke to Xiao Wu. This is a good sign. It indicates our successor possesses extraordinary talent. We'll be able to travel soon, eliciting a smile from Xiao Wu. However, internally, he was calculating, his eyes cold and calculating, fully convinced that someone was opposing him and tampering with his destined child. This old fox was already contemplating sending his two mountain-like subordinates, Deming and Air Ming, to investigate. As the various factions stirred beneath the surface, a golden-haired girl named Lin Xiaoer, clutching my handwritten letter, was en route from our Infinite Sword Systems Trading Association to Shrek Academy. A new player has entered the arena, and things are about to get lively. When Yutong returned from a nearby town beside the extreme northern land, she was brimming with joy. With her twin martial souls and the ultimate ice attribute, her potential was boundless. Yet, more importantly, she had come to a realization. She no longer intended to suppress her feelings and had resolved to take the initiative. She even approached her spiritual C.S. Tianming and the Ice Emperor, asking Tianming, "Ice Emperor, how can I become more feminine?" It left me in stitches. Just imagine, a million-year-old solitary creature and a several thousand-year-old Ice Queen Scorpion. And she turns to them for advice. What do they possibly offer? After a long pause, Tianming awkwardly fabricated a response, suggesting that femininity comes in various forms. And the key lies in understanding one's role. And guess what? Yutong truly grasped it. She found the warehouse where we had agreed to meet, took a deep breath, flung open the door, and without regard for anything, leapt into my arms, disregarding my astonished gaze. She buried her face deep in my embrace, concealing her crimson cheeks, and in a soft yet resolute voice exclaimed, Lin Shi. I'm back. Not Lin Shi Ji, but Lin Shi. Who among our family understands? I was utterly frozen, my mind buzzing. It was over. My sister had entered her rebellious phase and no longer recognized me as her brother. My heart shattered, reminiscent of the time in my past life when my sister grew up and stopped calling me brother. I felt a wave of melancholy wash over me, as if life had lost its vibrancy, desperately in need of some electronic ibuprofen to soothe my soul. I forced myself to mask my feelings, adopting an expression of forced contentment, and with a voice filled with heartache, I welcomed her back. Welcome home, Yutong. I hastily concocted an excuse to send her away, leaving me alone in the room to wallow in despair for nearly 2 hours. Morgan, unable to bear it any longer, criticized my lack of ambition while simultaneously working on her grand project. That's when I noticed she was constructing an incredibly intricate magical array in the room. When I inquired about her activities, she explained, I'm locating the ley lines of this world, preparing to connect. My curiosity piqued. Ley lines? Morgan elaborated that although the soul power in this world resembles magic, its quality is vastly inferior, thus the structure of the ley lines differs. She had figured out the configuration and would connect it for me shortly, alleviating my worries about insufficient magic power. I felt invigorated. Does this mean you can restore your peak condition? However, she doused my enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. What are you thinking? That's impossible. She clarified that the strength of the spirits is fundamentally linked to me. I am the faucet, and only when I am strong will they be strong. Connecting to the ley lines would merely replace a water pipe with a fire hydrant, addressing the blue consumption issue, nothing more. All right, a fleeting hope dashed. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I asked, by the way, Morgan, can you connect Yutong to the ley lines as well? Morgan shot me a sidelong glance, saying, of course, and the benefits she would receive would be far greater than yours. My curiosity was piqued. Why? I was utterly bewildered. It made no sense. Morgan, with an air of nonchalance, explained, The reason is quite simple. The ley lines not only assist in combat, but also significantly enhance her ability to absorb the powers within her. My pupils dilated. You mean the powers of Tianming and the Ice Emperor? Those are colossal energies. I had assumed Yutong could only gradually unlock them, akin to a gentle massage, but she could absorb them directly? Morgan proudly nodded. Of course, it's a simple matter. After this, her cultivation speed will increase tenfold. And the so-called issue of declining cultivation speed after level 30 will be utterly non-existent. I swallowed hard, my heart racing uncontrollably. How long will it take to fully absorb this energy? What level will Yutong reach after absorbing it? After a brief estimation, Morgan provided an answer that left me utterly speechless. It would take approximately 5 years, and her cultivation would reach the level of a tidal Douluo. I was left at a loss for words. 5 years for a girl in her teens to ascend directly to the level of a tidal Douluo? Goodness. I always knew Morgan was remarkable, but I never imagined her capabilities extended this far. Moreover, I must emphasize that Morgan is not one to exaggerate. She genuinely possesses this power. Her plan was astonishingly straightforward. Simply let Yutong do nothing but connect to the ley lines daily, absorbing the energies of Tianming and the others. And in 5 years, 17-year-old tidal Douluo would emerge. If outsiders heard this, they would undoubtedly deem her insane, but I knew she was serious. As I grappled with this monumental revelation, the door swung open, and Yutong returned. Her face was flushed, and she stammered, Lin Shi, when shall we go and obtain the third soul ring? I was left completely perplexed. What? The third? I was stunned. But didn't Tianming help you secure the second one? He can't be that negligent. Yutong shook her head. No, I already have the second. I am referring to the third. What? I was utterly dumbfounded. It seemed my vacation would be devoid of rest. While I busily accompanied Yutong in her quest for soul beasts, the new academic year commenced at Shrek Academy. The school gate was teeming with people, resembling a bustling market. Yet, none of this concerned Wang Dong, who was holed up in the dormitory like a mushroom. She had spent the entire vacation feeling as if she had suffered a heartbreak, locking herself in her room, replaying the harsh words I had spoken before the break, that we were enemies. Her 2 foster fathers, Neo Tian and Titan, were concerned about her daily melancholy and had inquired multiple times about her well-being, but she could not articulate her feelings. The girl was no fool. She had long sensed that her fathers were concealing something from her. Now, with my words echoing in her mind, she was even more convinced that her origins held significant mysteries. She curled up on her bed, lost in thought. She believed that although I may seem harsh in my words, I was, in fact, a good person. The notion of wanting to change dorms due to inconvenience, throwing her onto the bed during a fight, and even the harsh words I'd spoken were, in her eyes, forms of clumsy affection, a case of short pain being better than long suffering. I must say, her capacity for imagination was deserving of a novelist's pen. Thus, she awaited my return, preparing for a final conversation. Yet, as days passed, the sun rose and set, and the deadline for reporting approached, my figure remained absent. Wang Dong could no longer remain composed. She knew my punctuality. I always arrived 10 minutes early to class and was never tardy, a true master of time management. I should have returned 2 days ago. Why hadn't I? Panic began to seep in, and she wondered, had I already moved away? But upon seeing my belongings still in the room, she felt something was amiss. I was not the type to waste money on betting. Thus, this girl, sporting a face weary from sleepless nights, commenced a school-wide search for my whereabouts. She first stormed into Teacher Wang Yan's office. Teacher, have you seen Lin Shi? Teacher Wang Yan shook his head. She then rushed to Teacher Fan Yu. Teacher Fan Yu, have you seen Lin Shi? Next, she approached Zhou Yi and Su Sanshur, inquiring about my whereabouts from everyone who might know, receiving the same bewildering response. No, haven't seen him. It's as if he vanished from existence. That evening, Wang Dong stood alone at the empty dormitory entrance, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. One thought consumed her mind. He doesn't want to return. He find me too dangerous as an enemy. So he has fled overnight with Yutong to transfer schools. Upon this realization, she could no longer hold back. Woodenly, she pushed the door open, collapsed onto my bed, inhaling the remnants of my scent, and began to mock herself. Had she known that would be our last encounter, she would have done everything to keep me there. But now it was too late. Let it all end, she thought, and quickly. Just as she prepared to resign herself to despair and evade reality, the door creaked open. The hallway light flooded in, revealing a figure she was all too familiar with. Stepping into the room against the light, I carried a few items in my hands and gazed at the figure sprawled on the bed. I casually greeted, "Oh, are you ready to sleep? I truly envy you. I still have to explain the situation to Dean Yen later. Sleep is not on the agenda for me tonight." With that, I intended to set my things down and make a hasty exit. However, Wang Dong's pupils instantly widened in alarm. In her eyes, my turning away signified a permanent departure from her life. She would not allow such a thing to transpire. "Lin Shi," her piercing call startled me. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" I was about to retort when she suddenly embraced me from behind, almost knocking me over. "You rascal, you actually know to come back. Do you have any idea how long I've waited for you?" Listening to her lament like a broken dam, I felt utterly speechless. I had initially intended to dismiss her concerns, but seeing her tear-streaked face made me swallow my words. The tumultuous emotions of youth. Let her vent, lest she bottle it up and fall ill. After nearly 20 minutes, she finally calmed down, wiped her reddened eyes, and glared at me with mock ferocity. "Where have you been? Why did you return only now? Do you know the report has already concluded?" Observing her cute yet fierce demeanor nearly made me chuckle. She was trying to appear menacing, but her pitiful expression betrayed her. I stifled a laugh and replied with a straight face, "I already informed you. I took Yutong to find her soul ring. Spirit-type soul beasts are exceedingly challenging to locate, hence the delay. As for my tardiness, of course I am aware. What of it? You don't really think in Xiaozhou would dare expel me, do you?" Upon hearing this, Wang Dong pouted in dissatisfaction. "Why do you seem completely unashamed?" I sighed. "Why should I feel ashamed? I take pride in helping Yutong find her soul ring. But you, Wang Dong, what exactly is our relationship? I made it abundantly clear last time. Shouldn't you keep your distance from me?" She finally realized she was still clinging to me like an octopus and quickly jumped back, her face flushing crimson. Choosing to ignore my latter statement, she shyly inquired, "So, you're not leaving Shrek, right?" "Of course not," I said, glancing disdainfully at the tears and snot she had smeared across my clothes. "Have you lost your mind? Why would I leave now?" "Is that so?" she replied, her familiar cheekiness causing her to grin. It seemed she had finally come to terms with my return. A sense of dread washed over me. I feared I had inadvertently nurtured a submissive character. If my sister from my previous life were to find out, she would undoubtedly label me as perverse. I shook my head, ready to conclude this farce. "Well, I'm leaving now. No need to tidy up. I'll inform Dean Yin not to assign you a new roommate. You can have a single room." "Wait," Wang Dong called out to me once more. She sensed that if I left this time, we would truly become strangers. Fixing her gaze on me, she asked earnestly, "Earlier, you mentioned that my father intended harm towards Yutong. Who is truly at fault?" I scrutinized her for a couple of seconds before responding decisively. "The fault lies entirely with your father. Yutong is merely an innocent victim." "That's a relief," Wang Dong exhaled, and then a radiant smile blossomed on her face. The dilemma that had plagued her throughout the holiday finally had an answer. She stretched her arms wide and then dropped a bombshell. "Don't tell Dean Yen about switching dorms. You don't have to move." I was taken aback. "Huh? What nonsense are you spouting?" But as the realization dawned on me, my eyes widened in shock. "Wait, you can't be suggesting what I think you are." "Yes, indeed," Wang Dong replied, her delight evident. She took 2 steps back, plopped herself down on the bed, and declared, "I will be the one moving out. I plan to come out to the academy about my true gender and move to the girls' dormitory. Don't worry, I won't disturb you, Tom. My sole target is you." I rubbed my forehead in exasperation. "Wait, let me get this straight. You believe that this will change our relationship? The fact that you're the daughter of my future enemy remains unchanged. Your actions are futile." "How can that be futile?" Wang Dong pouted. "This way, I can pursue you openly. Don't even think about escaping. I will cling to you no matter what. As for my identity," she chuckled nonchalantly, "it's no big deal. You already said the fault lies with my father, so I won't assist him anymore. He isn't raised me anyway. This is what we call filial rebellion." I felt my facial muscles strain to contain my incredulity. What sort of madness was this? I sighed, making one final attempt to reason with her. What about Neotion and Titan? They are your father's accomplices. Are you going to turn against them too? Of course. Wang Dong huffed, a sly smile creeping on her face. I'm not turning against them. I'm saving them. I grew up in the Haotian sect. I have a certain perspective. Lin Shi, by the end of last semester, you must have had at least the combat power of a soul, Douluo, right? Now, I reckon you could even contend with the title Douluo. Give it another 2 years, and my 2 fathers' combined Wuden Ti be enough to face you. I don't want them to perish, so I can only infiltrate the enemy ranks. With that, she winked at me. So what do you think of my response? Lin Shi? Do as you wish. I capitulated completely. What else could I do? As the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. This girl was throwing caution to the wind. What more could I say? Wang Dong's face lit up instantly. Thank you, Lin Shi. I'm going out for a moment. I'll be right back. Just wait for me. With that, she dashed out like a gust of wind. I stared in disbelief, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. All I wanted was to distance myself from her. Yet somehow, she had morphed into this ultimate love-struck character. Just as I was reflecting on this, the door swung open again, and a girl who was both familiar and unfamiliar rushed in. With long blue-pink hair, a youthful and adorable face, and a vibrant presence, she was none other than the light goddess, whom Hui Yuhao had longed for in the original story. She jogged up to me, extended her hand, and in a melodious voice said, "Hello, Lin Shi. I'm Wang Dong. It's a pleasure to meet you." Wang Dong radiated an unprecedented, brilliant smile, illuminating the entire dorm room along with the light streaming in from the door. 10 minutes later, in Yin Xiaojia's office, he set aside the documents and looked at the 3 of us with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. So, how do you plan to explain yourselves? I, Hui Yutong, and the freshly minted Wang Dong were all familiar to him. One was a peerless genius, another a prodigy, and the last a descendant of the Haotian sect. Quite the eclectic mix. He didn't truly mind our tardiness. He merely sought an explanation. I candidly stated, I took Hui Yutong to obtain her soul ring. Spirit-type soul beasts are exceedingly elusive, which caused the delay. Yin Xiaojia appeared slightly disappointed, feeling that my reasoning was too mundane. He raised an eyebrow, but doesn't the Academy offer rewards? They can assist you in obtaining soul rings at no cost. So using that as an excuse seems inappropriate. I shook my head and smiled. No, teacher, it is indeed quite suitable. Then I turned to Yutong. Yutong, enlightened Dean Yin. All right. Yutong nodded. In the next moment, to the astonished gazes of Yin Xiaojia and Wang Dong, 3 soul rings slowly rose beneath her feet, 1 white, 1 purple, and 1 black. An extraordinary soul ring configuration. Yin Xiaojia shot up from his seat. How is this possible? His usually stoic face was now filled with astonishment. Another monster surpassing the optimal soul ring configuration. Moreover, she had advanced 10 levels over the holiday. Beside her, Wang Dong was equally flabbergasted. She had thought her diligent training during the break would help narrow the gap. But instead, what happened? She quickly asked, Yutong, what level are you now? Hui Yutong glanced at her nonchalantly, level 35. Darn. Wang Dong cursed silently in her heart. She was only at level 31. Not only had her advantage vanished, but she had also been overtaken. What on earth transpired during this holiday? Yin Xiaojia was equally curious. Regaining his composure, he sat back down and inquired with interest, could you tell me how this was accomplished? I directly recited the prepared speech. Dean Yin, do you remember the 3rd eye of Yutong during the freshman assessment? That signifies her second awakening of the martial soul. Upon breaking through the 2nd ring, the soul power she had accumulated, combined with the boost from the 2nd awakening, erupted all at once, propelling her to this level. Dean Yin Xiaojia nodded thoughtfully, though he failed to notice the glimmer of mockery in my eyes. Of course, this was all fabricated, a mere ruse to take advantage of Shrek's ignorance regarding the true nature of martial souls. The real reason lay in the energy of the Ice Emperor coupled with Morgan's bizarre connection to the Earth's veins. Yutong's soul power surged as if it had been launched by a rocket. But could I share this revelation with them? Certainly not. Revealing such information would mean the end of our peace, with that so-called extreme solo soldier program knocking at our door daily. I had no intention of allowing that. I smirked and confidently inquired, "So, Dean Yin, do you find my explanation satisfactory?" Yin Xiaozhe snapped back to reality, only able to offer a wry smile. Satisfactory indeed. Slaying a 10,000-year spirit-type soul beast and spending a holiday on it seems quite reasonable. Regret coursed through him. He lamented the vow he made at Sea God Pavilion to disregard Hui Yutong. Now, he watched helplessly as a top-tier genius was squandered by the Soul Engineer Department. His heart filled with frustration. He turned his gaze to Wang Donger. "And what about you, Wang Donger? Do you plan to backtrack?" Wang Donger nodded. "Yes. I wish to move to the girls' dormitory." Yin Xiaozhe cast a glance at me, a hint of amusement playing on his face. "Why? Did Lin Shi harass you?" Wang Donger replied with a hint of melancholy, if only he could. "Oh." Yin Xiaozhe's eyes sparkled with approval as he regarded me. "What a charming young man you are." Hui Yutong's gaze toward Wang Donger sharpened instantly. This girl, after having been put through the ringer by Lin Shi, somehow appeared even more exhilarated. Wang Donger felt the intensity of the stare, but still took a deep breath and proclaimed, "Dean Yin, the reason I wish to revert to my female identity is that I want to pursue Lin Shi as a girl." The room fell into a dead silence. Hui Yutong's eyes practically burned with fury. I was utterly speechless. This girl had truly lost all sense of shame. Had she? Was this what they called breaking the jar and letting it shatter? Yin Xiaozhe, ever the provocateur, stoked the flames. "Lin Shi, you have quite the way with the ladies. Don't you? Aren't you going to respond?" Before I could interject, Hui Yutong stepped forward and firmly stated, "We are students. This is not the time for such considerations. My dear little Yutong." Upon seeing the murderous glint in Hui Yutong's eyes, Yin Xiaozhe hastily waved his hands. Just a joke, just a joke." His gaze shifted to me, filled with a mixture of envy and sympathy, likely foreseeing the chaotic scene that awaited me in the future. "All right, I understand the situation." He waved his hand. "You may return now." As he spoke, he added with a mischievous grin, "Lin Shi, the issue with Wang Donger's dormitory won't be resolved until tomorrow, so you will have to share a room with her tonight. Do try to keep your impulses in check." "Shut up." Wang Donger internally lamented, feeling as though Hui Yutong's fury could solidify into a tangible form. She genuinely feared for her life that evening. I shook my head in disbelief. "Rest assured, Dean, I have long been aware of her gender." As the three of us exited the office, Hui Yutong immediately directed her gaze at Wang Donger. "Wang, what do you mean by this?" Wang Donger maintained her composure, refusing to back down. "It means exactly what it says. Also, please call me Wang Donger. Is that so?" Hui Yutong raised an eyebrow before turning to me, apologetically asking, Lin Shi, could you step out for a moment? Wang Donger and I have some private matters to discuss." I smiled gently. "Of course, no problem. Please, go ahead." After saying that, I turned and walked away, knowing that, given the current circumstances, Wang Donger would not stand a chance against Yutong. There was little for me to worry about. However, observing the tension between the two, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Alas, I had barely taken 2 steps away when the atmosphere shifted dramatically behind me. I turned to see Yutong swiftly closing in on Wang Donger, a single finger pressed firmly against her neck. The speed was astonishing. Wang Donger had no time to react, freezing in place. Yutong's voice was chilling. "Do you know why your words earlier irritated me?" I could only imagine the panic surging within Wang Donger at that moment. She understood that while Yutong appeared gentle, she was, in fact, a formidable character. If I were the harsh exterior with a soft heart, then Yutong was the ultimate opposite, a seemingly innocent facade masking an inner powerhouse. Her sweetness was my protected realm, but for others? Just ask Wu Feng and Dai Huabin, who had been defeated by her in the freshman assessment, and they would likely still bear psychological scars. Thus, our freshman class shared a consensus. Harbor intentions towards me if you must, but first consider whether you can withstand Yutong's intense scrutiny. Wang Donger was no pushover either, even in such a tense moment. She dared to retort with a mocking smile, "I guess you're jealous of me?" Well, she was clearly asking for a beating. But to everyone's surprise, Yutong merely shook her head. "No, I'm not jealous of you." In an instant, the atmosphere changed. Yutong closed the distance, nearly pressing her face against Wang Donger's. her eyes icy enough to freeze. I simply find you very selfish, which annoys me greatly. Your speech in the office sounded like a declaration of love, but in reality, it was all self-indulgence. You never once consider my brother's feelings. He has no interest in you, and yet you force him into a predicament. This was a masterstroke aimed at the heart. Yutong then provided a vivid simulation. Imagine if you were a girl, and your roommate was a girl disguised as a boy. On the first day of the new semester, she declared in front of the teacher that she wished to switch back to female attire to pursue you. How would you feel, knowing you had no romantic feelings for her? With that one question, Wang Dong fell silent. As she briefly put herself in that position, I imagined she was on the verge of regurgitating her last meal. Indeed, a confession made without regard for the occasion or the feelings of others was not a display of deep affection. It was selfishness, pure and simple. She finally grasped how reckless and thoughtless she had been moments earlier. Seeing her reaction, Yutong continued to drive the point home. Do you understand now? If you wish to compete with me, then let us rely on our own merits and see who can win my brother's heart. But if you continue to engage in such self-indulgent theatrics that only serve to trouble him, do not blame me for being impolite. Even if I am scolded by my brother, I shall ensure you understand why flowers bloom so brightly. Remember that. Wang Dong instinctively took a step back. She had not flinched at having a finger pressed against her neck, but now, Yutong's words had struck a nerve. She finally realized the disparity between her and Yutong's mindset. While she thought persistence would suffice, Yutong prioritized my well-being above all else. Anyone who dared to create trouble for me would face her wrath, even if it meant I might come to resent her. Family matters, who understands? Wang Dong likely sighed in relief, grateful that I had always regarded Yutong as a sister. Otherwise, she would not even have had the chance to sit at the table. She immediately raised her hands in surrender, forcing a rueful smile. All right, I understand. I will be more mindful in the future. By the way, you are surprisingly tolerant of your rival. Yutong retracted her hand with a huff. My brother is so exceptional. There are plenty of girls who like him. Should I go after each one? How exhausting that would be. Instead, I would rather focus on ensuring he sees only me. Behold, the essence of a strong mindset. Wang Dong was left utterly bewildered. The next day, Wang Dong and I entered the classroom one after the other. To my astonishment, Dai Huabin leapt up once more, standing and speaking in a mocking tone. Oh? Someone is late. According to the rules, doesn't that mean you and your core disciple identity are at risk of being revoked? However, before he could finish his sentence, he was suddenly sent flying across the classroom like a cannonball, crashing into the back wall with a thunderous bang. The entire class fell into an abrupt silence, with all eyes suddenly fixed upon me. I blinked innocently and asked, "Why are you looking at me?" I didn't raise my hand. Wasn't he engaged in performance art? Did anyone see me act? I turned to the closest classmate and flashed a friendly smile. Bro, did you see me do anything? He shook his head vigorously, as if it were a game. Naturally, agreeing at this moment would only lead him to become the next victim embedded in the wall. Satisfied, I nodded and declared, "Isn't that settled then? If he enjoys his wall-passing antics, let us not disturb him. We must respect personal hobbies to maintain harmony among classmates. Understood?" The class nodded in unison. Wang Dong behind me was sweating nervously. She probably thought, Dai Huabin truly has some nerve, daring to insult Yutong in front of me. My principles are quite simple. I don't seek trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. If you leave me alone, we could be good friends. Do you want to step on my head? Look, Zhu Lu is over there, trying to dig her partner out from the wall. To be honest, Wang Dong felt quite frustrated and even contemplated giving him a few kicks. As the atmosphere grew tense, she hurried into the classroom, transforming into a focal point the moment she donned her female attire. Hi everyone, I've changed my outfit. Do you still recognize me? Lan Susu immediately stood up. You are Wang Dong? Indeed, but it's more suitable to call me Wang Donger now. Lan Luoluo, curious, asked, why did you dress as a boy before, and now choose to reveal your true identity? Wang Dong glanced at me, recalling Yutong's advice from yesterday, and promptly corrected herself. I used to fear being harassed by boys. However, I now feel that my classmates from Shrek are quite amiable. I trust that even after returning to my female identity, everyone will act with propriety and not cause any trouble. Hey, I raised an eyebrow. Today Wang Donger seemed remarkably agreeable, almost as if she had gained some wisdom. Before long, she was surrounded by a group of classmates, and the incident involving Dai Huabin seemed to vanish from their minds. I took the opportunity to sit back and casually toy with a pen. Approximately 10 minutes later, Teacher Wang Yan arrived. Upon entering, he spotted me, his eyes brightening, only to be immediately drawn to the large humanoid hole in the wall, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Can someone explain what happened to the back wall? And why are you all gathered here? The crowd parted, revealing Wang Donger in the center. Teacher Wang's jaw dropped. You are Wang Dong? Wang Donger shyly nodded yes. I'm now called Wang Donger, Teacher Wang. After a moment of gathering himself, he cleared his throat and pointed toward the wall. So, what happened to the back wall? No one dared to speak, but their furtive glances were directed at me. Wang Yin frowned and looked at me. Lin Shi, care to explain? Of course. I stood up, waved my pen, and pressed a button. The next moment, Dai Huabin's audacious voice echoed from the pen. Oh, someone is late. According to the rules, your core disciple status and that of your partner should be. As the recording played, those who initially sought to ridicule me, even those prepared to take advantage of the situation, turned pale. The evidence was irrefutable. Dai Huabin had instigated the confrontation with his harsh words. Following the regulations of Shrek, I could only be deemed as acting in self-defense, and any punishment would be minimal. Disappointment mingled with curiosity among my classmates. What was this device I possessed? Could it record sound? I had never heard of such a thing. Teacher Wang Yin, equally puzzled, inquired, Lin Shi, what kind of new soul guide is this? I smiled slightly and began to promote my product. Indeed, teacher, this is called a recording pen, a half-level soul guide that can be operated easily by any soul master. This is a new product from my business association, Infinite Sword System, and it will be hitting the market soon. I hope everyone will support it. Teacher Wang Yin nodded thoughtfully, taking notes, then shifted the conversation. Regardless, injuring a classmate is unacceptable. You're to stand outside for a class. Very well. I willingly exited the classroom. Standing outside was a minor inconvenience, and I understood that Teacher Wang Yin was doing me a favor. Outside, I immersed my consciousness in the sea of spirits. Let me tell you, my mental realm was bustling at the moment. Morgan and the old man Ilix were deep in discussion. Ever since Morgan arrived, the once stoic Ilix had transformed into a curious apprentice, eagerly asking Morgan questions daily. I floated over, Morgan, Ilix, how is the research on soul spirits progressing? Ilix cheerfully replied, the type you described has reached the final stages. We should soon grasp the underlying principles. So fast, I was astonished. With Morgan's presence, it felt as though I were playing a game of mowing down enemies. However, I noted one particular phrase, the type you described. This implied there might be an even more formidable version. Morgan responded, her tone calm, yet exuding an air of superiority. Indeed, I am contemplating constructing a throne of heroes in this world. Huh? I questioned if I had misheard. Building a throne of heroes in Douluo Dalu? Yes, Morgan affirmed, but it will be based on the history and strong figures of this world. Rest assured, you are the only one capable of summoning the heroes from our world. I felt as though my mind was spinning. This woman was undeniably extraordinary. I quickly changed the subject. By the way, Morgan, what are your thoughts on soul cores? I explained the principles of soul cores to her. After listening, she scoffed dismissively. Boring. This device is merely a substandard product created by those in this world lacking magical circuits. I can assure you, once you practice with this, your magical circuits will be entirely rendered useless. Would anyone be foolish enough to forsake an entire magical system for some unstable power? I let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank goodness I asked beforehand. Otherwise, I would have been left with no avenue for regret. Morgan observed my relaxed demeanor and added casually, don't celebrate too soon. In a few days, I will help you develop your magical circuits, and it will be quite painful. Haha, no worries. I waved my hand dismissively. Compared to the helplessness of regret, this minor physical discomfort was insignificant. The class bell rang, and Yutong and Wang Donger approached me. Wang Donger wore a disappointed expression. Sigh, Lin Shi, do you know what Teacher Wang said? I barely lifted my eyelids and casually guessed. I've been barred from participating in the upgrade assessment? Wang Donger's eyes widened in surprise. How did you know? I was speechless. Last year's new student assessment, I was told not to intervene, so it's surely the same this time. If I participate, wouldn't that guarantee our class a perfect score? The Academy isn't foolish. Foolish. Seeing her unwillingness to accept this, I flicked her forehead. What are you worried about? With Yutong in our class, isn't a perfect score guaranteed? All right. Wang Donger suddenly recalled that Yutong's spirit ring configuration was indeed extraordinary. She curiously turned to Yutong. Yutong, what is your third soul skill? However, Yutong completely ignored her, engrossed in her reading. I leaned in to see, and to my astonishment, it was titled Methods for Cooking High-Quality Ingredients. Yutong, why are you reading this? Yutong snapped the book shut and handed it to me. I recently developed an interest in culinary arts. I think I'll prepare lunch today. Huh? Why? I was somewhat bewildered. Ever since becoming a core disciple, we had been enjoying the sumptuous meals from the cafeteria, both delicious and nutritious. What was driving her to change this? She remained unfazed, nothing much, just a whim. However, I knew that she had ulterior motives. She must have listened to that old pervert Tian Meng's misguided advice. To win a man's heart, one must first win his stomach, intending to train me to the point where I couldn't survive without her cooking. As I continued discussing her dormitory change with Wang Dong, a hurried sound of footsteps approached. Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu, those unfortunate souls, were charging toward us again. Dai Huabin, having recovered in just 2 minutes at the infirmary, now appeared lively and eager to stir trouble. He pointed a finger at me and shouted, "Look at the mess you've caused. I missed the assessment rules because of you, which has affected our class's performance. Do you still deserve to be class monitor? Oh, look who has learned to throw accusations." As I was about to retort, Yutong suddenly spoke up, her voice frigid. Strangely enough, she did not stutter when mentioning my name. "You need not worry. Your significance is such that, compared to my brother, you are hardly worthy, let alone myself. How about we compare scores in this assessment? If you win, I shall apologize to you. If I win, you must apologize to my brother." Dai Huabin let out a cold chuckle. "What use is your apology to me? What I desire is Lin Shi's apology." He had discerned that forcing me to apologize would be the most painful for Yutong, a clever double-edged tactic indeed. Just as Yutong was about to explode in anger, I gently pressed her shoulder and smiled before turning to Dai Huabin. "All right, if Yutong loses, I shall apologize." I could barely contain my laughter within. This fool, who had been thoroughly defeated by Yutong last year, now dared to challenge her again. Since he was so eager, I felt obliged to accommodate him. I added a small stipulation. However, the wording of the apology must be determined by the victor. "Are you certain you are prepared for this?" Dai Huabin, with a frigid gaze, replied without a second thought, "Of course." Chapter 75. Apologies for not allowing Yutong to unleash her full power. Part 1. Thus, the wager was settled, and soon the two parties parted ways. At noon, Yutong, after a long hiatus, showcased her culinary skills. She felt somewhat rusty after so long. Yet she savored the meal with great delight. Naturally, Wang Donger was not entitled to any of Yutong's food, but clearly, she was not overly concerned, as her focus was more on the wager between Yutong and Dai Huabin. From her perspective, Yutong's confidence stemmed from her formidable black third spirit skill, which undoubtedly served as a significant advantage. Eventually, Yutong, feeling vexed by Wang Donger's incessant inquiries, allowed her to experience the effects of her third spirit skill firsthand. After that, Wang Donger fell silent. The skill's effects were truly repulsive, nearly impossible to counter in battle, and had a profound psychological impact. Just envisioning a confrontation with Yutong made Wang Donger's face turn a shade of green. Setting aside the question of victory or defeat, she declared Yutong her most detested adversary. Even a match against Lin Shi would be preferable to facing her. At least with Lin Shi, one could lose with a semblance of comfort. As time swiftly passed, the assessment commenced in the afternoon. Watching the arena's gates slowly open, Wang Yin inquired of Wang Donger and the others, "Who among you intends to take the stage first?" Excluding Lin Shi, the highest-ranked students in Class 1 were undoubtedly Wang Donger and Dai Huabin. Considering last year's freshman assessment results, Although Hui Yutong's level was slightly lower, her strength could still place her among the top 3. Wang Yin decided to allow these 3 students to take the lead. After exchanging glances, Dai Huabin stepped forward first. "Teacher, I shall go." "Very well," Wang Yin nodded. In his view, Dai Huabin's high level and powerful martial soul made him a solid contender, securing his position among the top 3 in the class. Wang Donger cast a puzzled glance at Hui Yutong, having noticed the inexplicable animosity Hui Yutong harbored towards Dai Huabin. How could she, who seemed so averse, allow him the first opportunity? Hui Yutong snorted softly, indifferent to the order of appearances, as Dai Huabin was destined to lose regardless. If that were the case, she might as well let him revel in his moment before he comprehended the chasm in their strengths. Having trained for a year in emotional application, she understood that the stark contrast created by a rapid descent from a peak emotional state was the most powerful. As in the original tale, Dai Huabin opted for a Millennium Spirit Beast as his opponent upon entering the arena. The judge, though surprised, adhered to protocol and released a lion for him. After a fierce battle, Dai Huabin emerged victorious. Following a discussion among the teachers in Yin Shaozhe, he was awarded a high score of 140 points. He strutted off the arena, casting a cold glare at Hui Yutong as he passed. A score of 140, nearly perfect, ranked among the best in the history of Shrek Academy. He did not believe Hui Yutong could surpass him. Hui Yutong remained expressionless, seemingly unfazed by the triumph. Defeating a Millennium Spirit Beast was trivial to her. Only spirit beasts over 10,000 years posed any real threat. As time flowed swiftly, all classes completed their rounds, and it was once more Class 1's turn to select a student. Wang Yin looked towards Hui Yutong and Wang Donger. They exchanged a glance, mutually understanding each other's intent. Wang Donger stepped back, and Hui Yutong advanced. "Teacher Wang Yin, I shall take the next turn." "Very well. You may proceed." Wang Yin had no reason to oppose this decision. In fact, he was eager to witness how this girl, who had effortlessly bested Dai Huabin in last year's freshman assessment, had evolved. Hui Yutong ascended the competition stage with unwavering composure. In the observation area, Yin Shaozhe's gaze was fixed on Hui Yutong. He had come to observe this assessment primarily to see Hui Yutong. He was curious about how this girl, who had already displayed remarkable talent the previous year, would perform now. Defeating a 5-ringed opponent like the Yuming Baihu before reaching the 2nd ring showcased her as an undeniable top-tier genius. To be candid, had this cohort not included Lin Shi, Hui Yutong would undoubtedly have been a strong contender for the title of the foremost genius. As Hui Yutong prepared herself, the judge inquired, "What level of spirit beast do you wish to fight?" "Millennium." Upon hearing Hui Yutong's unwavering response, the judge could only smile wryly. How could the current students be such monsters? The previous youth had just defeated a Millennium Spirit Beast with overwhelming force, and now this girl sought the same. Having witnessed many assessments, he had never seen such intensity in a cohort before. Regardless of his thoughts, he had to comply with the student's request. The judge gestured from a distance, and soon, the iron gate opposite began to creak open. A winged wolf darted forth, swiftly closing the distance to Hui Yutong. Unlike the agile wind wolf, Hui Yutong stood still, motionless. Was she paralyzed with fear? The judge tensed, ready to intervene should the wolf attack. But in the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. One white, one purple, one black. The judge thought, what on earth? The first spirit ring was white, a rarity among the monstrous students of Shrek. The second spirit ring bypassed yellow and transformed directly into purple, a staggering leap. Yet more astonishing was the third spirit ring, which, as if to dismiss the significance of the purple, revealed itself as black. At that moment, the judge felt as if his worldview was shattering. Then, he witnessed Hui Yutong's black spirit ring flicker. With remarkable calmness, she sidestepped and effortlessly evaded the wind wolf's lunging attack, swiftly delivering a devastating blow to its neck, causing it to collapse to the ground. This provoked the creature, igniting a furious onslaught. Then, under the astonished gazes of all, the black soul ring of Hui Yutong began to flicker wildly, causing all attacks from the Fenglang to miss their mark. She, however, was not idle. Relentless strikes rained down upon the unfortunate soul beast. Her leisurely demeanor suggested she was not taking this encounter seriously at all. As a minute passed, accompanied by a cry of despair, the Fenglang collapsed to the ground. A sudden silence enveloped the arena, excluding the initial shock brought about by Yutong's soul ring. The scene of this battle was decidedly bizarre. The once flamboyant Fenglang appeared to be performing for Yutong, launching comically ineffective attacks that she effortlessly dodged. To those in the know, it was a beast fight. To the uninformed, it resembled a playful interaction with a dog. Only Yin Xiaozhe appeared contemplative, stroking his chin as he perceived some underlying clues. He noticed that whenever the Fenglang prepared to attack, its movements were swift and decisive. Yet, the moment Yutong's third soul ring illuminated, it seemed to lose its direction, behaving in a farcical manner. Could it be a capability to create illusions? Or perhaps to disrupt its sense of direction? He could not arrive at a conclusive answer. Curiously, he glanced towards Lin Shi below. Yutong's third soul skill ought to be information he had helped procure. He should know the specifics. In fact, Lin Shi was well aware of the particulars regarding Yutong's third soul skill. Mental severance was the name of this skill. While the name suggests a highly aggressive capability, it is in reality a control-type skill. Its effect is quite straightforward. It temporarily severs the connection between the enemy's 5 senses and their mind. The absurdity of the Fenglang's behavior stemmed from its constant disruption by Yutong's third soul skill. Each time it attempted to launch an assault, it found itself in a predicament of blindness and deafness. All methods of perception rendered ineffective. If it managed to strike Yutong, who maintained her mental detection, it would have been sheer luck. The strengths and weaknesses of this soul skill were evident. For comparison, when juxtaposed with soul impact, mental severance demanded far less energy and had virtually no cooldown time, permitting an exaggerated frequency and number of uses. Its drawback, however, was that its effect was merely disruptive. It lacked the firm control of soul impact and was heavily influenced by the opponent's mental strength. Now, even if Yutong faced a soul Douluo, utilizing soul impact to its fullest while disregarding the consequences of activating the Eye of Fate could daze her opponent for several seconds. However, employing mental severance in the same manner would yield no effect whatsoever. Thus, the positioning of this soul skill was akin to Yutong's preferred emotional disturbance from the previous semester, both achieving control by interfering with the opponent's senses. Moreover, the two complemented one another, yielding a greater combined effect when confronting intelligent beings. Regardless, it was an undeniable fact that Yutong had vanquished a 1,000-year soul beast. Observing her relaxed demeanor and the 3 extraordinary soul rings hovering around her, no one in attendance doubted that even if more foes appeared, she would effortlessly prevail. While Yin Xiaozhe internally marveled at the exceptional talents of this cohort, he assigned a score, a flawless victory achieved through overwhelming dominance, successfully controlling the opponent from start to finish, 150 points. As his words fell, an uproar of cheers erupted from the direction of Class 1. They had initially believed Lin Shi's absence would greatly impact their performance. It seemed this was not the case. The achievements of merely Dai Huabin and Yutong had already placed Class 1 at a nearly insurmountable lead over the other classes. Yet, while some rejoiced, others were dismayed. Most were elated, but one individual's face contorted in anguish. Lin Shi approached him with a bemused smile. "What's going on, Dai Huabin? Surely you wouldn't go back on your word?" Dai Huabin remained silent, his fists clenched tightly, disbelief evident in his eyes. How could this be? As the son of the Duke of the White Tiger, he had lost once again to that wretched Yutong. Such a notion was impossible to accept. No way. She must have cheated. There was no way she could possess such capability. That third soul skill must surely be a fabrication. Before the break, she hadn't even reached the second ring. How could she suddenly become a soul master afterward? And with a 10,000-year soul ring? He raged internally. Lin Shi sighed in resignation, stepping before him and grasping his shoulder. With a sharp pain, Dai Huabin was jolted back to reality, meeting Lin Shi's seemingly gentle smile. "Let me guess what you're thinking right now. With your pride, you wouldn't consider breaking your promise, so you must be devising ways to deny this outcome. You are thinking that Yutong must have cheated, right? Or that the soul ring is certainly not genuine. How unfortunate. Both assumptions are incorrect. Such ugliness, Dai Huabin. Lin Shi mocked. Is this the upbringing of the Duke of the White Tiger? When faced with unfavorable circumstances, your first thought is to escape reality. You bastard. Dai Huabin's eyes flared with fury. The very words of Lin Shi struck at his vulnerabilities, inciting even greater rage. At all times, only the truth is an unyielding blade. His eyes filled with a crimson hue as he raised his fist, intent on teaching Lin Shi a lesson. However, just as his fist swung forth, he was struck on the cheek by a petite fist, sent crashing to the ground, momentarily unable to rise. It was Hui Yutong, who had just returned from the arena. Upon witnessing Dai Huabin's intent to strike Lin Shi, she acted without hesitation and delivered a punch. Behind her, Wang Yin stood awkwardly, his hand outstretched in surprise. From his perspective, after winning, Lin Shi had merely exchanged a couple of words with Dai Huabin before he suddenly became enraged and attempted to strike Lin Shi. He had been preparing to intervene when Hui Yutong had acted first. Though Hui Yutong had struck him, it was evident that Dai Huabin had initiated the aggression, leaving Wang Yin with no choice but to accept this reality. He turned to Lin Shi, asking, Lin Shi, what did you say to Dai Huabin? Lin Shi wore an expression that was disarmingly innocent. It is as follows, Teacher, do you recall the dispute I had with Dai Huabin this morning? He believed himself to be in the right, and thus we made a bet. Whoever lost in the assessment would apologize to the other, with the apology phrased as dictated by the victor. I am merely here to collect on the reward he promised. Upon hearing this, Wang Yin fell silent. He regretted having publicly posed the question. Now, this matter had been overheard by all present, and should Dai Huabin possess any semblance of dignity, he would be obligated to fulfill his promise. However, what would ensue after honoring the promise? That would undoubtedly deepen their animosity. Lin Shi and Dai Huabin were on opposite ends of the spectrum, one an unparalleled genius and the other a scion of a noble family. A conflict between the two was something Wang Yin wished to avoid at all costs. Yet, given the circumstances, what could be done? He reluctantly turned his gaze toward Dai Huabin. Classmate Dai Huabin, is this true? Dai Huabin trembled with rage, but ultimately, he gritted his teeth and nodded. It is true. Lin Shi chuckled with delight. Let us turn the page on this matter. Upon my return, I shall provide you with the apology script you require. Grant me a couple of days. For now, let us continue with the upgrade assessment. Observing Dai Huabin's expression, he sensed that amusement was on the horizon. Since this fellow had already stooped to the level of wagering like in the original narrative, one could perhaps anticipate what would follow. Particularly with the bet regarding the apology still lingering, the likelihood of him taking risks was heightened. Let the games begin. He and Hui Yutong were not akin to the characters Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong from the original tale. Presently, even if the entire Duke's mansion rallied against him, they might still find themselves at a disadvantage. Unlike Ma Xiaotao, he would not be foolish enough to leave no chance for survival. Thus, it seemed as though this matter had simply passed, and the atmosphere in class one of the new students returned to normalcy. However, the true nature of events would only unfold in a couple of days. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, what is the matter, Veron? The competition is truly thrilling. What did you say? Lin Shi's sister, Chapter 77. The transfer student the upgrade assessment concluded swiftly and uneventfully. As anticipated, Class 1 of the new students achieved the highest scores. Oh no, I stand corrected. They are now referred to as Class 1 of the second year. This outcome was inevitable, given their formidable composition, with soul masters such as Hui Yutong, Wang Donger, and Dai Huabin among them. Even if Lin Shi, the outlier, refrained from participating, it would be difficult to lose to other classes. Moreover, the overall quality of the remaining students was commendable. Wang Yin could not possibly be so inept as to falter with such a hand. Early the following day, Lin Shi arrived at the classroom as per usual and greeted Dai Huabin. Hey Dai Lauer, I spent the entire night crafting your apology lines. I should have them ready by tonight. Are you prepared? Tomorrow, I shall have you recite them. Upon hearing this, Dai Huabin's expression darkened momentarily, but he seemed to recollect something, suppressing his anger and forcing a smile. Of course, I shall not go back on my word. I am prepared. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, smiling without further comment. Prepared for what? Surely, those in the know would understand. One could only say this fellow was destined to remain a perennial second fiddle. His intellect paled in comparison to his brother's. Satisfied with the exchange, Lin Shi took a seat with Yutong, ready for class. Strangely, even as the class bell rang, Wang Yin had yet to arrive. Whispers began to ripple through the classroom. This was quite an unusual occurrence. Wang Yin had always been the first to arrive over the past year, never once late. Had he encountered some unforeseen circumstance? As the chatter grew louder, Wang Yin finally made his tardy entrance. However, his expression was peculiar, particularly the intense gaze he directed at Lin Shi, leaving Lin Shi perplexed. Noticing the collective attention focused on him, Wang Yin cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "I trust everyone is curious about why our teacher is late today. The truth is, Dean Yin unexpectedly provided me with a transfer student, and I have been occupied assisting her with various matters. Let's invite her in now." At his words, a wave of confusion swept through the class. When did Shrek Academy begin to accommodate transfer students? Each of them had toiled tirelessly to pass the assessments and endure the outrageous elimination rates to remain at Shrek Academy. Yet now, a student could simply transfer to the second year. They were eager to see who this individual was that warranted such preferential treatment, and the students of Class 1 simmered with indignation. However, when the transfer student entered the classroom, all doubts and grievances were momentarily cast aside. The newcomer was a girl with radiant golden hair and striking crimson eyes that shimmered with disdain. Her gait exuded a sense of superiority, as if she regarded everyone present with contempt. Yet, upon entering the classroom, her gaze fixated on Lin Shi, a teasing smile playing upon her lips, captivating all who beheld her. Stunning. This was the immediate impression of nearly all the students present. Although Wang Donger, who had recently shed her disguise, could rival her in terms of beauty, the latter's aura was far more aggressive than Wang Donger's gentle demeanor. Mere presence in the classroom naturally drew the eyes of all. Lin Xiao'er, a level 58 assault system battle soul master, Lin Shi's sister. Instantly, the entire class turned their attention to Lin Shi. This individual was already a formidable entity, yet he had an even more extraordinary sister. However, none were as astonished as Lin Shi. The moment he laid eyes on Lin Xiao'er, he discerned her true identity and began fervently communicating within his mental sea. "Ilao, Morgan, quickly." Simultaneously, he made a swift mark on the sigil in his hand, directing it toward Morgan. This mark bore no explicit command and lacked any coercive power, yet it was sufficient for Morgan to grasp the gravity of the situation. In the next moment, Lin Shi felt an overwhelming loss of control over his body. A gray and blue aura enveloped his entire mental sea, and he sensed an instantaneous elevation of his soul. As his level steadily increased, the world around him transformed. He felt as though he could accomplish anything, with all things in existence under his command. Concurrently, a striking blue-gold hue emerged in his line of sight. The brilliant blue-gold light emanated from Wang Donger, who appeared to be in a noticeable stupor, clearly not in the right state. Lin Shi immediately understood that this was a fragment of Wang Donger's soul, guided by the sea god's consciousness. So was this phenomenon truly existed. Scoundrel! The voices of Ilex and Morgan echoed in Lin Shi's mind. Lin Shi had conveyed all pertinent information to them, and they quickly grasped the situation. As the fragment of consciousness was about to merge with Lin Xiao'er's body, Ilex and Morgan acted simultaneously. A gray barrier suddenly enveloped Lin Xiao'er, blocking the intrusion of the sea god's consciousness. Simultaneously, a dark blue spear materialized above her. Descending with great force, Lin Shi experienced a profound sense of emptiness as the spear forcefully pierced through the fragment of consciousness. In the end, it could only hastily retreat back into Wang Donger's body. Lin Shi hurriedly inquired, "Ilao Morgan, what transpired?" Morgan's calm voice resonated within his mind. "It is over. I have obliterated a substantial portion of it, reducing it to a mere 10%, and the core has been completely shattered, rendering it ineffective. Moreover, I have concealed a portion of your spiritual energy within it. Should it attempt any further actions, it will trigger my traps." As for you, I utilized your spiritual energy throughout. Can you withstand it? Lin Shi offered a wry smile. No problem. The golden essence of life has fortified my spiritual energy. This level of depletion is insignificant. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief for having acquired Shengling Shi Jin in advance last semester. Although it was rather expensive, its assistance had proven invaluable. Had it not been for the recent upgrade of his spiritual C, he might have succumbed to Morgan's influence just moments ago. The voice of Yilex also rang out. Rest assured, your call for help was timely. That fragment of consciousness hadn't yet managed to touch the young girl, and she remains unaffected. That's good to hear. Lin Shi sighed with relief. He returned his awareness to reality, only to find the entire class staring at him. What is the matter? Wang Yin replied helplessly. Lin Shi, you seem lost in thought. Your sister mentioned she wants you to show her around the campus. All right. Lin, she quickly stood up. Chapter 78. The postponed response. Why such a sudden turn of events? Transferring without prior notice and claiming to be my sister? Isn't that a breach of etiquette? As the classroom appeared somewhat desolate during the lesson, Lin Shi strolled alongside Lin Xiaoer. Of course, it's to give you a surprise. What is wrong? Are you not happy? Lin Xiaoer casually replied, flashing a smile at Lin Shi. It feels more like a shock than a surprise. Lin Shi sighed helplessly, ruffling his hair as he inquired, You claim to be my sister, and the academy accepted that without further questioning? He noted their stark differences. He had black hair and eyes, while Lin Xiaoer possessed golden hair and red eyes. The disparity in their appearances and temperaments should have aroused suspicion. Yet Lin Xiaoer glanced at him oddly. Whether they believe it or not is irrelevant, right? What matters to them is whether what I say holds truth. Indeed, Lin Shi's lips twitched. As Lin Xiaoer articulated, the Academy's interest lay not in the veracity of her claim to be Lin Shi's sister, but rather in one fact. Lin Xiaoer was a 13-year-old Soul King, and that was sufficient. Everything else would be left for Lin Shi to manage. After all, they would not let such a prodigy slip away. If it were true, it was advantageous, and if false, it would be inconsequential. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shi composed his expression and looked at her. So, what is your purpose for coming to the academy? Any plans for the future? Lin Xiaoer shook her head. I haven't decided yet. I just found that little girl's memories intriguing and thought I'd see if the human world is truly as beautiful as she remembers. I'll just be here for a while, following you for now. Lin Shi smiled wryly. It seems I've become the guardian of a little ancestor. If I don't protect you well, there might be trouble. Yes, perhaps Tian and the others would be furious. Lin Xiaoer replied absent-mindedly, furrowing her brow as she looked at Lin Shi. By the way, you've asked me so much. Aren't you going to share any information about yourself? What do you wish to know? Lin Shi felt a sense of foreboding rising within him. He sensed that this girl might utter something extraordinary. Lin Xiaoer pondered for 2 seconds before asking, How is your relationship with Yutong progressing? Huh? Lin Shi was taken aback. Progressing? Was it the kind of progress he thought she meant? Lin Xiaoer raised an eyebrow, a disdainful huff escaping her lips. Your expression suggests you haven't been swept off your feet yet. Yutong seems less capable than I imagined. Stop right there. Lin Shi quickly interrupted Lin Xiaoer's startling remarks. Don't say such things. My relationship with Yutong is not what you think. This misunderstanding could not be allowed to spread. While he was indifferent, he was mindful of Yutong's reputation as a girl. Lin Xiaoer scoffed. What? Are you doubting me, who has seen all of Yutong's memories? Don't be absurd. Lin Shi responded helplessly. No, you misunderstand. Adolescents often misinterpret their feelings of affection for the opposite sex as love. I'm the only male friend she has, so it's only natural for her to develop such misunderstandings. She'll grow out of it eventually. He understood that Yutong was quite close to him, but that closeness had been similar to what his younger sister had felt in a past life. Now, Yutong had reached a stage where she disliked calling him brother, and he believed that in due time, she would lose any feelings for him. Perhaps years later, when Yutong reflected on this period, she'd be embarrassed by her youthful antics. After listening to him, Lin Xiaoer crossed her arms and scrutinized him for a while, causing Lin Shi to feel a bit uneasy. After a lengthy silence, she seemed to come to a realization and let out a chuckle. Haha, fine, that is acceptable. I suppose I did misjudge the situation. Please take me around the academy. All right. Although something still felt unresolved, Lin Shi knew that continuing the discussion would only disadvantage him. So he fell silent and began to guide Lin Xiao'er through the campus paths. Lin Xiao'er observed Lin Shi's profile from the corner of her eye. She was certain that he was lying, not only to those around him, but also to himself. A year ago, after Lin Shi and the others departed, she had meticulously reviewed Hui Yutong's memories within the Xingdou Great Forest. Though merely 11 years of recollections, they paled in comparison to her own thousands of years of experience, and she quickly assimilated them. However, the more she re-examined Hui Yutong's memories, the deeper her confusion grew. There were too many enigmas surrounding Lin Shi. Why did he possess such a mature worldview despite still being a child? Why was his reasoning more astute than that of many adults? How could he summon those spirits that were clearly not from the Douluo continent? These questions ignited her insatiable curiosity, leading her to hesitate repeatedly before ultimately deciding to transform into a human and stealthily seek out Lin Shi. She sought answers in him. Perhaps he would not divulge them. But that was of no consequence. She had ample patience for close observation. The reason she adopted the identity of Lin Shi's sister was twofold. First, Lin Shi had given her a name that conveniently shared the same surname, making it easy to explain her identity. Secondly, after reviewing Hui Yutong's memories, she discovered Lin Shi seemed to have a peculiar fixation on the role of a sister. She had a premonition that this identity would facilitate her approach to him. Yesterday, she successfully passed through Yin Xiaozhi's scrutiny with the identification provided by Wuxian's sword system and her extraordinary talents, entering the academy. She even specifically requested Yin Xiaozhi not to disclose this to Lin Shi, wanting to surprise him. In truth, seeing his expression revealed that he had not anticipated such a notion, which greatly satisfied Lin Xiao'er, who had long been toyed with by Lin Shi since their acquaintance. Initially, she had intended to extract information about his true identity during this moment of vulnerability, but for some reason, she changed the topic to Lin Shi's romantic life. This shift in conversation yielded unexpected developments. Through their dialogue, she could almost ascertain that Lin Shi was merely deceiving himself. Based on Hui Yutong's memories, he was at most inexperienced, but he was certainly not dull. He would likely notice if a girl liked him. How could he fail to recognize Hui Yutong's affections? Someone he interacted with daily? That was inconceivable. The only explanation was that upon realizing the truth, he instinctively refrained from contemplating it further. If he did, the relationship between him and Hui Yutong might fracture, a prospect he dared not confront. Lin Shi, a person of remarkable decisiveness, surprisingly found herself deceiving her own emotions for such a reason. At the same time, Lin Xiao'er felt a twinge of delight amidst her disappointment, though she could not quite grasp why. She simply felt a sense of joy when she heard Lin Shi assert that he and Hui Yutong were not involved in any romantic entanglement. Perhaps it was the discovery of this fellow's less admirable side that brought her satisfaction. Lin Xiao'er gradually followed behind Lin Shi, pleasantly lost in her thoughts. The two of them epitomized the saying that those embroiled in a situation often lack clarity, while observers can see the truth with startling clarity. Chapter 79. Movements in the Divine Realm. At that moment, within the Divine Realm Committee, Tang San's complexion suddenly paled, and he stumbled slightly. His unusual reaction immediately drew the attention of the other deities present. Ji Dong swiftly inquired, "Senior Sea God, are you unwell?" Tang San shook his head, regaining his composure. "I am fine. I merely recalled an urgent matter. I must leave now." With that, he disregarded the objections of the god of destruction and hastily exited the Divine Realm Committee, leaving behind a seething god of destruction. Tang San strode purposefully down the corridor of the Divine Realm Committee, heading towards his quarters, his expression shadowed. To be fair, he would not typically act in such a manner. After all, he still needed to consider the opinions of the other gods. This was a golden opportunity for a performance. The more urgent the news that troubled him, the more goodwill he could cultivate by staying. However, this time was different. A serious issue had arisen. He sensed that his divine consciousness attached to Shao Qi had been compromised. This was a matter he could not afford to ignore. Firstly, Shao Qi could be in danger. Secondly, and more crucially, his plan to assist Shao Qi in her ascension might be in jeopardy. Thirdly, and most importantly, The issue with his divine consciousness had repercussions on his true self. Divine consciousness is the most fundamental component of a deity's soul. Even a slight depletion is a significant loss. The strand of divine consciousness that had just been damaged would require months to restore. For the foreseeable future, he could no longer rely on it to observe the situation in Douluo continent. Everything was spiraling uncontrollably. Tang San was a person with a strong desire for control. He could not permit events to slip from his grasp. He inhaled deeply. The only silver lining was that this incident confirmed his suspicion. The one covertly obstructing him on Douluo continent was undoubtedly a formidable adversary, lurking close to Shaoqi. After all, the damaged divine consciousness belonged to him. While the quantity might be small, its quality was sufficiently high. Inflicting damage upon it was not something that mere mortals, lacking the rank of title Dalu, could achieve. Next, he needed to promptly contact Deming and Ming to investigate the truth. Tang San's gaze grew increasingly cold. He had intended to address the unidentified enemy after the meeting, but since that individual seemed so eager for destruction, he might as well facilitate their demise. Entering the Sea God's exclusive office, he closed the door and confirmed that no one was eavesdropping before establishing a connection with Haoyan sect. Soon, the faces of Neo Tian and Titan appeared on the screen. "What's the matter, Sangu? Is there something you need?" Tang San frowned, feigning concern. "It's nothing. I merely wanted to ask about Shaoqi. It has been a while since I last saw her, and I'm somewhat worried." Neo Tian and Titan exchanged glances, guilt evident on their faces. "We apologize, Sangu. To be honest, Shaoqi returned from a recent break in a rather odd state. When we asked her about it, she was reluctant to disclose any details. Do you know what is going on?" As expected, Tang San's heart sank, and he sighed helplessly, anxiety creeping into his tone. "I have some suspicions. Recently, I sense that someone has tampered with her divine consciousness. It seems there may be someone intent on harming Shaoqi." "What?" Neo Tian and Titan reacted with alarm, especially Titan, whose face flushed with anger as he shouted, "Sangu, who is trying to harm Shaoqi? Let me at him." A faint smile flickered across Tang San's face. "There is no need for concern, Ming. I appreciate your concern for Shaoqi, but this matter must be approached with caution. We cannot allow anger to cloud our judgment." He felt a surge of disdain within him. Beasts are, after all, still beasts, easily led astray. He turned to Neo Tian. "Deming, where is Shaoqi now?" In contrast to Titan, Neo Tian remained noticeably calmer, responding respectfully. "Shaoqi is currently at Shrek Academy. It should be the start of the new term there." "I see." Tang San's expression firmed instantly. "Deming, Ming, the insect seeking to harm Shaoqi is lurking within Shrek Academy. You must go there immediately and root him out." Neo Tian furrowed his brow in concern. "But Sangu, we cannot simply apprehend anyone at random. Does that enemy have any distinguishing features?" Tang San fell into contemplation. The ability to damage his divine consciousness indicated that the enemy must possess at least title dual level capabilities, which was the minimum threshold. However, given the enemy's extraordinary luck, he might be capable of achieving such feats even beyond his rank. When did Tang San himself attain title dual level power? With this thought, Tang San solidified his decision. He spoke solemnly. "That individual must be hiding close to Shaoqi, and their ability to interfere with my divine consciousness suggests they are at least Soul Emperor level. You should investigate those around Shaoqi who are above the 6th rank, and report back on their affiliations with Haoyan sect. I trust that the folks at Shrek will not give you trouble." Tang San had only achieved title level power at the 7th rank, so it was prudent to set the target at 6th rank or above. It cannot be any lower. "Understood." Neo Tian and Titan replied in unison. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, Tang San ended the communication and sank into the sofa, his gaze shifting restlessly. In truth, he was still not entirely confident in the capabilities of those two. Deming and Ming were somewhat mindless beasts. Without him, they could hardly accomplish anything significant. Relying solely on them was indeed unsettling. However, the other subordinates he had placed in Douluo continent each had their own issues. His parents were currently unavailable. Sea God Island was too distant and isolated, making it challenging for them to gain trust from Shrek. As for Tang Min, it was merely a discarded pawn. devoid of any useful legacy, thus incapable of providing any assistance. Given the circumstances, Deming and Erming were still the most suitable candidates. However, if they truly failed, Tang San would have no choice but to mobilize Sea God Island. He hoped they would not let him down. Tang San sighed. At that moment, Xiao Wu entered, her expression filled with concern. Sengge, I heard from Sheng Ming that you left the meeting early. Are you all right? Tang San instantly donned a gentle smile. I'm fine. I merely missed Xiao Qi a bit and wanted to inquire about her situation from Deming and Erming. Xiao Wu's worry escalated. Is something wrong with Xiao Qi? Tang San rose and gently embraced her. No, she is well, and she will only grow better. Do not worry. Well, that's good. Xiao Wu beamed with joy. In a perspective unseen by Xiao Wu, Tang San's gaze gradually transformed into a menacing glare. Indeed, whether it was aiding Xiao Qi in her evolution or securing for her the fortune of a chosen one, all was orchestrated to ensure a smoother journey for her future. No one should dare to thwart his intentions. Such an obstruction was utterly unwelcome. Chapter 80. The treasure appreciation gathering the following day passed with a velocity akin to that of an accelerated time, leaving Lin Shi to contend with the incessant inquiries of his classmates, particularly the male students. They were evidently intrigued by Lin Xiao'er, yet intimidated by her formidable aura. None dared approach her directly. Consequently, they resorted to seeking Lin Shi's attention instead. Lin Shi, however, was unperturbed, casually responding to their queries without much thought. After all, they were merely 12 or 13 years of age, while Lin Xiao'er had lived for over 10,000 years. He did not believe she would take an interest in any of the students in this class. There should be limits to such predilections. As evening fell and classes concluded, the space beside him finally became vacant. Yutong, Wang Dong'er, and Lin Xiao'er had all taken seats nearby. Wang Dong'er, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, Lin Shi Yutong, will you attend the treasure appreciation gathering tonight? Before Lin Shi could respond, Lin Xiao'er interjected, treasure appreciation gathering? What is that? Wang Dong'er cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xiao'er, her expression revealing a tangle of emotions. It is a high-end market organized by merchants in our Shrek City. As a commercial hub, Shrek City is favored by many traders for hosting auction events. And the treasure appreciation gathering allows us students to preview the items before the auctions commence. The remaining items chosen by students will then be presented at the auction. For reasons unknown, Wang Dong'er instinctively felt reluctant to approach Lin Xiao'er. Ever since Lin Xiao'er entered the classroom, she had been subconsciously drawn to her, sensing an unusual allure that almost threatened to extract her very soul. Subsequently, a slight sting coursed through her, leaving her with a distinct impression that something within her was amiss, while simultaneously feeling as though something new had intruded, causing her considerable discomfort. Lin Xiao'er noticed Wang Dong'er's demeanor but paid it no mind, turning her gaze to Lin Shi and asking, "Are you planning to attend?" Lin Shi nodded, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, I have long been intrigued by the famous treasure appreciation gathering. Of course, he intended to attend. How else could he seamlessly venture outside Shrek City and confront Dai Huabin subordinates? They were not fools. If Lin Shi were to inexplicably step out, their suspicions would surely be aroused. By participating in the gathering, he would have ample opportunity and justification to act, allowing him to defend himself while also assisting Yutong in acquiring the whale gel, thereby paving the way for a prosperous future for all. Wang Dong'er beamed with joy. That's wonderful. Let us set off immediately. Yet, Yutong shook her head. No, we must wait a moment. Why? We must eat dinner first. Very well. As a result, when the group finally reached the entrance of the gathering pavilion, 2 hours had elapsed. Lin Shi cast a resigned glance at Yutong. Once again, she had prepared his dinner, and he couldn't shake the feeling that she had been increasingly fixated on peculiar matters lately. He attributed it all to the restlessness of youth. Lin Xiao'er observed the scene with a cool demeanor, letting out a derisive hum. Upon entering the gathering pavilion, Wang Dong'er's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, look over there. They're selling soul bones. Is it a level 7 soul tool? There are hardly any level 7 soul masters in this region. And this is a millennium ice grass? Is this truly a gathering meant only for core disciples of the Outer Academy? Watching her, Lin Shi found himself increasingly bewildered by how Nyotian and Titan had raised her. If they had raised her in poverty, she had claimed in the original text to consume whale gel as a snack. Conversely, if she had been raised in luxury, she had once said that nearly being killed for a soul-ascending pill was worth it, which significantly diminished the stature of a young master of the Haotian sect. Now, she appeared so naive and unworldly. Truly a peculiar case. With a shake of his head, Lin Shi approached a staff member to inquire about a few details before heading straight for his intended target. "Excuse me, miss, I would like to purchase this." The attendant by the side of the Millennium Whale gel looked taken aback upon hearing Lin Shi's request. She had anticipated that this inferior item would remain unsold until the conclusion of the auction, so she was pleasantly surprised that someone wished to buy it before the gathering had even begun. Naturally, she harbored no dissatisfaction. Selling this inferior item to a willing buyer would ensure her reward. She quickly smiled and said, "Certainly, please hold on a moment." With that, she hurried off to handle the necessary formalities. As Lin Shi had expected, he was granted the highest level red discount, allowing him to claim 1 treasure a year at a 40 discount. Yutong and Wang Donger received purple discounts, entitling them to a yearly allowance of 100,000 gold soul coins at a 10 discount. As for Lin Xiao'er, perhaps due to her recent arrival, she had no associated privileges, despite no one preventing her entry into the gathering pavilion. The others paid little heed to this. Lin Xiao'er regarded the items before her as far less precious than a stone from the bottom of her hometown's lake. While Lin Shi had no intention of utilizing the privileges offered among the items of the gathering, he had no intention of purchasing anything other than the Millennium Whale Gel, which cost merely 5,000 gold soul coins, less than the ceiling fee Wang Donger had given him the previous year. Thus, no discount was necessary. The free was the most costly. The more he became greedy here, the greater the debts he would owe in return. He had no intention of becoming a pawn for Shrek in the future. Thus, it was better to refrain from seizing any so-called bargains. After completing his purchase, he concocted a casual excuse to slip away from Wang Donger and stealthily exited the gathering pavilion with Yutong. Initially, he had intended to leave Lin Xiao'er behind as well, but he forgot that she possessed a certain sensitivity to his presence, and before long, she caught up to him. "You intend to leave me behind? What are you sneaking away for?" Lin Xiao'er crossed her arms defiantly, glaring at him, clearly unwilling to let him depart without an explanation. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Shi relayed his plan to her. Upon hearing it, Lin Xiao'er burst into laughter. "You're not bringing me along for such an intriguing affair? How inconsiderate, brother." She emphasized the word brother with a tone dripping with mockery. She was fully aware of Hua Yutong's complete memories, hence she understood the relationship between Dai Huabin and Lin Shi. In her mind, she could only express her disdain. Dai Huabin had always exhibited unsavory traits since childhood, and it was unlikely he had improved as he matured. Lin Shi sighed deeply. "Fine, if you're interested, then come along." After all, they were somewhat familiar with each other, and despite Lin Xiao'er being merely a Soul King, even a combination of Soul Kings and Soul Emperors might not suffice to contend with her. Safety was not a concern. Thus, the group gradually made their way out of Shrek City. Chapter 81. Counterattack and Interrogation as expected. It wasn't long before they had exited Shrek City when foes appeared within their perception range. The configuration mirrored that of the original text, a quintet of Soul Kings accompanied by a single Soul Emperor. In response, Lin Shi and his companions seemed oblivious, continuing their jovial march forward. Before long, they unwittingly entered the encirclement set by their adversaries. "Go!" With a terse command, 6 figures leapt from the underbrush. Their objective was to eliminate Lin Shi and Yutong without a trace, which unfortunately included Lin Xiao'er, as she posed a potential leak of their intelligence. 5 Soul Kings and a Soul Emperor against a Soul King, a Soul Sect, and a Soul Master. Advantage was on their side. Yet, awaiting them was Lin Shi, wearing a relaxed smile. That fool Dai Huabin, fully aware that both Yutong and I were no ordinary Soul Masters, still sent this pitiful lot to confront us. Is he out his mind? No. Upon reflection, this might indeed be the best he could muster in such a short time. At this juncture, The most formidable force of the Duke's residence, Duke by Hu Dai Hao, had yet to achieve the rank of title de law. It could be said that the Soul Emperor and Soul Saint were their backbone. Earlier today, he clearly informed Dai Hua Bin that, by tomorrow morning, an apology would be demanded. Hence, for Dai Hua Bin, tonight was the final deadline, and no matter how unsatisfactory his recruits, they would all be deployed. Never mind. It matters little. Let's resolve this swiftly. Lin Shi gestured, and the figure of Artoria materialized by his side. Then, a burst of golden light erupted. As it dissipated, the assassins lay defeated before them, utterly devoid of the capacity to resist. Witnessing this, Lin Shi raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Artoria, after merging with the earth veins, had significantly improved. Now just her magical release wielded such power. It's astonishing to think that these individuals, despite being a Soul Emperor and Soul Kings, would have previously required the holy sword of minor release to be dispatched so easily. This is indeed a good sign, indicating that Artoria's combat prowess is now perilously close to that of a title de law. Regaining his composure, Lin Shi crouched down and cheerfully inquired of the leading Soul Emperor. "Oh, dear brother, who sent you here? Do not tell me this assassination attempt is merely a jest." He was in high spirits. The Soul Emperor's gaze flickered momentarily before he gritted his teeth and replied, "I will not divulge that to you. Do as you will." He understood that he was likely to perish here. Neither this monstrous youth nor the Shrek Academy would let him off the hook. However, he could not betray Dai Hua Bin, for Duke by Hu Dai Hao had shown him kindness. "Ah, predictable," Lin Shi remarked without much astonishment. It was customary for captives to be defiant. He had anticipated this. He grasped the Soul Emperor's chin, compelling him to meet his gaze, and smiled. "Well, it matters not. If you refuse to speak, I have my ways of prying the information from you. Interrogation is too slow and inhumane. Let's be more direct." As he spoke, a gray soul ring began to rise beside him, and a gray aura enveloped him. With the gradual restoration of Ilex's strength, Lin Shi's necromancer abilities were becoming increasingly accessible. The soul ring contained a complete set of necromancer skills, proving to be exceedingly useful in this moment. The Soul Emperor, sensing the impending doom, attempted to struggle. Yet Lin Shi's grip was akin to a vice, preventing any escape. Soon, with the infusion of the gray energy, the Soul Emperor's eyes grew vacant. Lin Shi inquired with a smile, "Do you comprehend the situation at hand?" The Soul Emperor mechanically responded, "Yes. We obeyed the young master's orders to assassinate classmates who were at odds with him, but the attempt has failed." "Indeed," Lin Shi noted, his heart settling as he exchanged a glance with Yutong. Yutong nodded, signaling her readiness to proceed. Lin Shi then turned his attention back to the Soul Emperor, gently asking, "Could you elucidate the events leading up to this?" "Yes," the Soul Emperor numbly nodded. Beginning to speak, "Our young master is Dai Hua Bin. Ever since his enrollment, 2 students have consistently opposed him, particularly during this recent assessment, which caused him great embarrassment before many witnesses." In a fit of rage, as the Soul Emperor divulged the truth, the expressions of the surrounding Soul Kings grew increasingly despondent. They had not anticipated such an easy revelation. Desperate to flee from this grinning monster, they soon found themselves unable to control their bodies as the gray mist enveloped them, forcing them to submissively lay on the ground and listen to their leader's confession. Before long, Lin Shi effortlessly extracted all the information he sought from the leader of the assassins. He nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Your answers have been greatly beneficial. You may now rest." With a snap of his fingers, the Soul Emperor succumbed to unconsciousness. Lin Xiao observed the unfolding farce and inquired blandly, "What do you plan to do with these individuals next?" Lin Shi shrugged. "Naturally, I will hand them over to the academy. I am quite curious to see how they will handle this incident." Recollecting the earlier subtle exchanges between Lin Shi and Yutong, Lin Xiao's understanding dawned, and she wore a smile that suggested she was eager for the unfolding drama. "Interesting, as expected of you. It seems the forthcoming developments will be quite captivating." "Not too bad," Lin Shi casually replied, then addressed Yutong. "Let us return to the academy, Yutong." As he spoke, he hefted 2 of the assassins over his shoulders. With 3 individuals present, it was convenient to carry the assassins back. Upon entering Shrek City, their appearance quickly attracted attention. A few children, merely 12 or 13, shouldering two grown men each, were indeed hard to overlook. Several guards soon approached. "Excuse me, what is the situation here? Who are they?" One guard inquired. Lin, she smiled and replied, "They are individuals who attempted to assassinate us three, but failed. Could you assist us in delivering them to the appropriate authorities?" The guard's expression tightened. An assassination attempt on Shrek Academy students outside Shrek City? This was a grave matter. He promptly bowed. "Not a problem. Leave it to us." With that, several guards took the incapacitated assassins from Lin Shi and his companions, carrying them away. As he watched them depart, Lin Shi's smile faded, and his gaze grew cold. Well then, how will this develop? While he could roughly predict the outcome, he still desired confirmation. He hoped that Shrek Academy would not let him down. Chapter 82. The Academy's response, however. It soon became evident that Shrek Academy would never disappoint Lin Shi in the realm of disappointment. The following morning, as Lin Shi stepped out of the dormitory building, he noticed a teacher awaiting him. "Are you Lin Shi? Please accompany me. Dean Yin wishes to see you." Lin Shi's eyes flickered. Very well. The crucial moment had arrived. They quickly arrived at Yin Xiaozha's office, where he encountered Yutong and Lin Xiao'er, who had also been summoned. Once everyone was present, Yin Xiaozha cleared his throat, drawing the attention of all in the room. "Lin Shi, do you have any insights regarding yesterday's events?" Lin Shi nodded. "Certainly. I suspect it was Dai Huabin's doing." Yin Xiaozha furrowed his brow. "What leads you to that conclusion?" "Because he lost a bet with us the day before yesterday. And according to our agreement, he must read the apology I wrote for him today. Given his pride, he would be most reluctant. Thus he has ample motivation." Observing Lin Shi's eloquence, Yin Xiaozha's frown deepened. "Are you certain his intellect could be so foolish? Any rational person would suspect him first, wouldn't they?" Lin Shi fell silent. He fixed his gaze on Yin Xiaozha and after a long pause, asked in a low voice, "Are you, Dean Yin, intending to suppress this matter?" "What matter?" Yin Xiaozha chuckled awkwardly, realizing he could not deceive Lin Shi. "My dear child, you must understand that the Duke's residence is, after all, a pinnacle of nobility in the Xinglua Empire, and they have maintained excellent relations with our Shrek Academy for generations. Such an incident makes it quite challenging for us." Noticing Lin Shi's increasingly frosty demeanor, he hastily added a smile. "How about this? We will provide you with compensation. You may choose 3 items from the treasures showcased at last night's event, and we will permanently revoke Dai Huabin's access to the inner courtyard. What do you think?" In truth, he felt somewhat guilty, yet the relationship between the Duke's residence and Shrek Academy was indeed strong. Not to mention, both young masters of the Dai family are exceptionally talented, and currently, Dai Lauda is still among the 7 monsters. The support they have provided to the Academy over the years has compelled him to handle this matter with great care. Moreover, since Lin Shi and the others had not actually encountered any mishaps, he believed that if handled appropriately, this could be reduced from a significant issue to a minor one. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi suddenly smiled. "No need for that, Dean. We do not require your compensation. It is nearly time for class, and we should be on our way." Yin Xiaozha intended to say more, but Lin Shi clearly did not wish to listen. Pulling Yutong and Lin Xiao'er out of the office, Du Weilin, who had been standing nearby, inquired, "What shall we do, Dean?" It is evident he is not satisfied. Yin Xiaozha's expression darkened. Soon, he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Have the 3 most valuable treasures from the treasure showcase delivered to his dormitory. No, send over the top 5. As he uttered these words, his heart bled. For someone accustomed to being frugal, the top 5 treasures represented a substantial expenditure. In reality, this compensation was not insignificant. A single piece of the Golden Radiance left arm bone was valued at 9 million gold soul coins, and the combined worth of these 5 treasures might exceed Lin Shi's entire fortune. As compensation, it was undeniably generous. The question remained, did Lin Shi truly care? On their way to the classroom, Lin Xiao'er alluded to Lin Shi. "So, are you prepared?" Lin Shi nodded. "Yes. I have instructed my subordinates to set up in every corner of the academy, ready to activate at any moment." "Huh, that is splendid." Lin Xiao'er chuckled with glee. She held no fondness for Shrek, as countless soul bees from the star Doe forest perish at the hands of Shrek Academy students each year. She felt it was absolutely right to seek out Lin Shi first. How could she witness such amusing events without being by his side? Lin Shi turned to Yutong with a hint of guilt and said, "I apologize, Yutong, but you'll have to wait a little longer." Yutong gently shook her head. "It is of no consequence. The Academy has been unreasonable. Lin Shi, you have done nothing wrong. Besides, they will soon regret it." "Won't they?" "Indeed." Lin Shi narrowed his eyes. Yutong was correct. Shrek Academy would soon rue their actions. The previous incidents, such as with Ma Xiaotao, did not directly affect him, so he lacked the motivation to intervene. However, now that these deeply corrupt individuals had encroached upon his territory, he could not afford to show leniency. Upon arriving at the classroom, Lin Shi's first target was Dai Huabin. "Oh, Dai Lair, how was your evening?" Dai Huabin's face turned pale, and he forced a response. "Why does it matter to you how I fared?" He had known things were dire when his dispatch personnel failed to return, especially after the Academy's representatives conversed with his personal guards residing in Shrek City, amplifying his unease. He now hoped the Academy would consider the years of support from the Duke's residents and show mercy. Lin Shi smiled. "You truly have the audacity to utter such words. Nevertheless, I shall not engage in this trivial discussion. Are you prepared to deliver the promised apology?" Dai Huabin's countenance darkened immediately. The event from last night had been so shocking that he momentarily forgot the reason he had dispatched assassins after Lin Shi and the others. However, with everyone watching, he could not deny it. Otherwise, it would seem as though he could not bear the defeat. Thus, he gritted his teeth and asserted, "Of course, it is prepared. Dai Huabin, keep my word." "Ah, splendid." Lin Shi extracted several sheets of paper from his storage soul guide and handed them to Dai Huabin. "Recite it." Under the gaze of the entire class, Dai Huabin trembled as he took the paper and read aloud. "I, Dai Huabin, hereby apologize to Lin Shi and Yutong." It took him a full 10 minutes to finish reading the apology Lin Shi had specially crafted for him. Upon completion, he felt as though he might vomit blood from frustration. In summary, it stated, Dai Huabin acknowledges his wrongdoing. He has been poorly raised, and his lack of upbringing stems from the Duke's residence's negligence in educating him. He will diligently learn the etiquette of a normal person henceforth. The entire text was a veiled critique of the Duke's residence, which he found utterly unacceptable. Lin Shi smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent. Now you're behaving properly." Then, he leaned closer to Dai Huabin and whispered, "However, do not think this is the end. I have yet to settle accounts with you for last night's incident." Dai Huabin, who had intended to confront Lin Shi with a vengeful heart, felt his resolve chill instantly. Just as he was about to inquire about Lin Shi's meaning, Lin Shi stepped away and casually took a seat. He had no choice but to withdraw his impending question. The class passed swiftly, and throughout the lesson, he pondered the implications of Lin Shi's words, leading him to be inattentive and receive several reprimands from Wang Yan. Finally, as the first class was drawing to a close, he found his answer. "Are you aware of the current situation?" "Yes, we follow the young master's orders to assassinate students who are at odds with him, but the assassination failed." Chapter 83. Chaos Last Night. Lin Shi's interrogation of the Soul Emperor who attempted to assassinate him echoed throughout nearly the entirety of Shrek Academy. This was Lin Shi's strategy. The glance he cast at Yutong before the interrogation signaled her to begin recording. Subsequently, he alone copied this recording onto thousands of recording devices in his dormitory and entrusted Melazina and others to disseminate it throughout the academy, amplifying the volume to the maximum. The recording devices were merely semi-grade soul guides, requiring minimal soul power. Morgan merely performed a couple of spells to enable all the recording devices in the academy to operate simultaneously. Now, all the students were shocked as they listened to the Soul Emperor divulging the truth piece by piece. With every utterance, Dai Huabin's complexion paled further. It was over, utterly finished. As matters have escalated to this extent, a smooth resolution is no longer feasible. The subsequent developments will undoubtedly be detrimental to certain individuals, a conclusion one could easily derive. Lin Shi observed his demeanor with a cold huff. In truth, had Yin Xiaozhe provided them with a reasonable outcome, he would not have been averse to allowing the matter to fade away. After all, Yutong yearned for personal vengeance, and at present, her strength was insufficient. Revealing her intentions prematurely would not bode well. Regrettably, Yin Xiaozhe made an erroneous choice. Was he after treasures? No. What he sought was an explanation. An assassination incident transpired within the academy. Yet the instigator continues to teach in the classroom without consequence. Such is the demeanor of the continent's foremost academy. Although Lin Shi anticipated this outcome, the reality laid bare before him still evoked disappointment. Since these individuals are devoid of shame, he felt no obligation to regard their dignity. What actions would the academy take next? Regardless of the essence of Shrek, its existence as an institution could not ignore events that significantly impact its reputation. Unsurprisingly, the first to arrive was Yin Xiaozhe. Within moments of the recording playing, he burst into the classroom, approaching Lin Shi. Closed the door. Without even inquiring, he had already concluded that this young man before him was the culprit. Only he possessed the motive, and recalling his disappointed gaze from the morning, it cannot possibly be anyone else. Lin Shi, with an odd expression, queried Yin Xiaozhe, Director Yin, "Is this what you ought to be saying at this moment?" As the academy's director, his first thought upon encountering such an incident should be how to address it and explain it to the students, rather than how to suppress it. This was utterly abstract. Did he truly believe everyone was a fool, accepting whatever the academy decreed? Yin Xiaozhe clicked his tongue, regaining his composure, and addressed the curious students surrounding him. "Do not overthink it. The academy will handle this matter seriously. Lin Shi, let us depart." With that, he seized Lin Shi without seeking his consent and swiftly left the classroom. Observing the students' eager expressions, he realized that this matter could not be silenced. The only course of action now was to minimize the damage as much as possible. Within 10 seconds, they arrived at a secluded corner. Yet, even in this place, the voice recorded by Lin, she continued to confess Dai Huabin's crimes. Yin Xiaozhe, his expression darkening, inquired, "Lin Shi, why must you do this? Did I not promise you compensation?" Lin Shi chuckled softly. "I have not accepted it." Yin Xiaozhe insisted. "You have no idea how valuable they are. Lin Shi, you are still too young and too impatient. You should confirm before taking action." He still did not comprehend Lin Shi's true desires. "I apologize, Director Yin, but even if you were to bestow upon me all the treasures of the Treasure Appreciation Conference, I shall not relent unless Dai Huabin receives appropriate punishment." Lin Shi's gaze turned frigid. "Let us speak plainly. Had it not been me or a core disciple attacked last night, but rather an ordinary student, would he have succeeded? And after such success, how would you have dealt with Dai Huabin? I believe I hold significant value for Shrek. Yet, faced with my assassination, your attitude is thus. How can I trust you to defend the students' rights?" Yin Xiaozhe found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The answer to Lin Shi's query was painfully obvious. Yet, he could not allow his authority to wane. Thus he replied, "Did I not promise you that Dai Huabin would not enter the inner academy?" However, Lin Shi merely retorted coldly, "Is that so? But I do not believe it." How ironic. In the original text, they said the same thing. Yet what was the outcome? Dai Huabin not only entered the inner academy, but even represented Shrek in the second competition. Yin Xiaozhe's promises seemed as empty as air. Nothing he proclaimed had come to fruition, making it impossible for Lin Shi to trust him. Furthermore, even if Dai Huabin were truly banned from the inner academy, Lin Shi would not be satisfied. Matters concerning life and death cannot simply be resolved by barring entry to the inner academy. Witnessing Yin Xiaozhe falter against Lin Shi, an aged voice interjected, "Humph, Xiaozhe, why bicker with him? He is clearly targeting Shrek deliberately. Further discussion is pointless. We should show him a lesson." As he spoke, the ground began to tremble, a dusty aura rising, and an unkempt old man appeared, lunging at Lin Shi. Lin Shi tensed instantly. As expected, Xuanzi had made his move. Just as he surmised, he had long anticipated that his actions would lead to a confrontation with this old codger. Xuanzi's reasoning was simple. Lin Shi was merely an orphan without status or backing. Perhaps he possessed some talent, but what of it? In an institution like Shrek, students without influence could be easily manipulated. If they could coerce Lin Shi into apologizing to the entire academy, claiming that this recording was merely a prank, all would be well. As a rank 98 super Douluo, with Yin Xiaozhi at rank 95, it was improbable that Lin she could escape under such circumstances. The first step was to ensure that this lad experienced some hardship, teaching him what truly mattered. However, just as his hand was about to touch Lin Shi, a surge of golden energy suddenly manifested, intercepting his assault and sending him flying. Muin's furious voice resonated. Enough, Xuanzi. Do you not feel ashamed? Mulao. Xuanzi rolled on the ground, incredulous as he exclaimed, I was doing this for the sake of the academy. Silence. The golden force struck Xuanzi once more, compelling him to cease his protests. Muin's voice was unusually unstable. Yin Xiaozhi, convening the Sea God Pavilion meeting, I never imagined you would fall to such depths. Utter nonsense. He then took a deep breath, managing to compose himself, and addressed Lin Shi, Child, rest assured, we shall provide you with an explanation. Lin Shi responded, feeling a sense of relief. The support of Muin was on an entirely different level. In confronting Xuanzi, he had confidence that Morgan could use the water mirror to facilitate his escape along with Yutong and Xiao'er. Yet, against an ultimate Douluo wielding spatial power, with such a vast difference in strength, escaping would require considerable effort. Fortunately, Muin was not entirely corrupted. Now, all that remained was to await the outcome. Chapter 84. The Second Sea God Pavilion Meeting, Part 1. Soon, the Sea God Pavilion meeting reconvened. Unlike the previous gathering, where the elders were informed of the situation through Yin Xiaozhi's explanations, this time they were already aware of the specifics. The recording of Lin Shi resonated throughout the academy, leaving no one unaware of Dai Huabin's transgressions. Regardless of how the academy handled this matter, Dai Huabin's reputation had already been irrevocably tarnished. Only a fool would dare befriend such a madman who resorted to assassination over a mere disagreement. With everyone present, Muin spoke solemnly. Let us hear your thoughts. The impetuous Xianliner was the first to rise. What further opinions could there be? This child has done remarkably well. When faced with bullying, one must retaliate fiercely. That is commendable. Last night, upon hearing that Lin Shi had been assassinated, she and Duo were deeply agitated and wished to address the matter. However, Yin Xiaozhi would not permit their involvement. Compared to the esteemed Martial Soul Department, the Soul Guidance Department's status was still too low to intervene in the decisions of others. Thus, upon hearing Lin Shi's recording, Xianliner felt a surge of exhilaration. Well done. Such a child, who seeks vengeance with fervor, embodies the spirit of a Shrek student. Duo nodded in agreement. The opinion of the academy head is my opinion as well. In contrast to Xianliner, Duo remained notably composed. While he concurred with Lin Shi's choice, his primary concern lay in the method by which Lin Shi disseminated these recordings. He had just traced the sound and discovered that it emanated from an exquisitely small soul guidance device, requiring almost no soul power to operate. Unfortunately, this device was equipped with an anti-tampering mechanism. As Duo attempted to examine its internal structure, it self-destructed, leaving him somewhat frustrated. Were it not for the inopportune timing, he would have sought out Lin Shi directly to inquire about the creation of this soul guidance device. Yin Xiaozhi, troubled, rubbed his forehead. You both underestimate the impact of this matter. If handled poorly, the blow to our academy's reputation could be monumental. He did not harbor any resentment towards Lin Shi. He understood the rationale behind Lin Shi's actions. Yet he still felt that Lin Shi had gone too far. As a member of the academy, could he not take a step back? Xianzi huffed in discontent. What do you youngsters know? The most important thing is the glory of Shrek. His actions tarnish the academy's honor. I suspect he is a spy planted by another faction. Otherwise, how do you explain his exceptional strength? In his view, a child like Lin Shi should receive a severe lesson. Otherwise, he would not understand who truly holds power. Xianliner was immediately irked. Xianlao, which family would be foolish enough to send such a talent as a spy? Ask Yin Xiaozhi if he would be willing to send Ma Xiao Tao to another organization as a spy. Yin Xiaozhi awkwardly touched his nose. Wait, Liner, why am I being dragged into this? However, he did indeed find Xianliner's argument reasonable. If such a talent truly belonged to a certain faction, that faction would undoubtedly keep a close watch, fearing any mishap. Lin Shi could not possibly be a spy sent by another faction. It was unnecessary. Xian Liner ignored him. In any case, Lin Shi is undoubtedly a good child. I wholeheartedly support his actions. We in the Soul Guidance Department stand behind him. Xian Zi's expression darkened. What? Are you saying that your Soul Guidance Department has been bribed by him? Though the Academy has not treated you well in recent years, you must not act in such a manner. He understood that Xian Liner had a point. But what of it? The greatest truth in this world is strength. His strength surpassed that of Xian Liner, so he felt no need to engage in reasoned debate with her. He only needed to act unreasonably. Xian Liner was nearly driven to laughter by her frustration. How absurd. They were suddenly labeled as rebels? Xian Lao, I respect you as Xian Lao. But could you not act so unreasonable and chaotic? Lin Lao, who had been silently listening, furrowed his brow and interjected. Liner, please be more respectful when addressing Xian Lao. Xian Liner felt exasperated. She did not believe she had erred, yet Xian Zi was being utterly unreasonable, showing her no respect. A surge of unnameable anger began to rise within her. Perhaps she should follow Lin Shi's example and create a grand spectacle. At least that would make those who look down upon the Soul Guidance Department aware of their prowess. That way, they would not have to feel so constrained as they did now. As the scene grew increasingly chaotic, Muin suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Enough! His voice, though not loud, instantly silenced those speaking, bringing a hush to the room. Disappointed, Muin said, I ask for your opinions. Yet all you discuss is your views on that child named Lin Shi. Why do you have no reflections of your own? Yin Xiaojia hesitated and queried. Teacher, do you mean to say that we have acted wrongly this time? Certainly, you have. Muin sighed deeply. Due to his severe injuries, he had neglected the Academy's development for years, only to discover that it had transformed in ways he had not anticipated. Faced with such an incident, the first thought should not be self-examination and correction of errors, but rather the concealment of facts and control of public opinion. How can the Academy have a future under such arrogance? Sooner or later, it will lead to ruin. He continued, speaking slowly. With grievances come responsibilities. That child named Lin, she was assaulted by a member of the Dai family. And, as teachers, we should compel the one surnamed Dai to apologize and face consequences. This is not only due compensation for Lin Shi, but also a warning to those unruly second-generation heirs, teaching them the rules of the Academy. But Xiaojia, what have you done? Meeting Muin's fiery gaze, Yin Xiaojia lowered his head in shame. Seeing that he recognized his error, Muin turned his gaze to Xian Zi, who was gnawing on a chicken leg. And you, Xian Zi, your transgressions are even greater than Xiaojia's. While Xiaojia acted wrongly, at least he attempted to resolve the issue peacefully. But look at what you have done, attacking students to conceal the truth. Is this the ethos of Shrek Academy? Muin's tone was far more severe towards Xian Zi than towards Yin Xiaojia. In his eyes, the most disheartening aspect of this incident was the second-in-command of the Sea God Pavilion. But Mu Lao, that child named Lin, she is clearly one of our Academy's own and shows no concern for the Academy. I see him as having rebellious intentions. We cannot condone him. Xianzi fervently defended himself, still not believing he had done wrong. Enough. There should be limits to unreasonable behavior. Muin's voice was filled with fury. Rebellious intentions? What is he rebelling against? What does he have to rebel against within our Academy? Xianzi, what do you truly believe our Academy is? Our primary duty is to educate and nurture, not to cultivate private armies. Get that straight. But, Xianzi stuttered, attempting to argue. He was also acting for Shrek's benefit. Why was his master being so harsh on him? His mind was in disarray. You see, observing Xianzi in such a state, Muin felt an urge to express his thoughts. Yet all the words that swelled within him ultimately transformed into a resigned sigh. He had known Xianzi for several hundred years. He was well aware of the man's character. Indolent, neglectful of duties, obstinate in his views, unrepentant, and possessing an extraordinary talent for acting unreasonably when relying on his own strength, yet utterly useless when it came to matters requiring thought. Were it not for the fact that he was the only rank 98 super Douluo in all of Shrek, Muin would never have allowed him to occupy the position of Vice Master of the Sea God Pavilion. Yin Xiaojia would have been far more suitable. At least Yin Xiaojia could put on a proper facade, knowing how to act unreasonably in appropriate contexts. However, regrettably, there are no ifs. After his demise, it is highly probable that Xuanzi will assume control of the Sea God Pavilion. His time is running short, and he truly does not wish to entrust the future of Shrek to Xuanzi. With a misguided leader, the ethos of Shrek would undoubtedly deteriorate in unimaginable ways. Thus, when he learned of Lin Shi, it was as if a light had shone before him. To possess combat prowess that surpasses a 7-ring soul master at the tender age of 12 is a talent of unprecedented magnitude, one that far exceeds even his own in his youth. He firmly believes that, given time, this young boy is destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the continent. If he could merely endure for a few more years, perhaps he could surpass Xuanzi and directly hand Shrek over to Lin Shi, a child he's been closely monitoring, whose character he finds commendable. However, with the revelation of the situation, his plans were utterly derailed. People have their pride. How would Lin Shi perceive such treatment? It is worth noting that he could have presented all the evidence from the outset, yet he chose to wait an entire night, evidently preparing to observe the Academy's response. But what was the Academy's explanation? A meager punishment for the perpetrator, a negligible compensation for the victim, tacit approval of the incident, intimidation of the students, and a steadfast refusal to repent. This was hardly the conduct of an educational institution, but rather that of a terror organization. Undoubtedly, the boy is now thoroughly disillusioned with the Academy. How could he possibly lower himself to beseech them to take over Shrek? Muin expressed his disappointment, saying, "Very well. I will not attempt to make you understand where you are mistaken. In any case, Xuanzi, from now on, you must adopt a more respectful attitude towards Lin Shi. Treat him as you would treat me. Do you understand?" "Master Mu, what do you mean?" Xuanzi exclaimed in shock. Did Muin intend to pass his position to Lin Shi? Muin reiterated sternly, "I ask you, do you understand?" "Yes, I understand." Xuanzi nodded vigorously. Muin let out a long sigh. This was the best course of action he could conceive. Reasoning with Xuanzi was futile. Currently, persuading him could only be achieved through absolute strength. Among the Sea God Pavilion, only he, Muin, possessed such power. He could not afford to show leniency. He had to exert pressure on Xuanzi, for who knows what he might do to Lin Shi otherwise. Lin Shi's impression of Shrek was already quite low. It could not afford to diminish further. He surveyed the members of the Sea God Pavilion present and lamented, "Due to my prolonged injuries, I have neglected the governance of the Academy, and I never anticipated it had decayed to this extent. I asked you to discuss this matter. Yet you all deliberated on whether the victim's actions in seeking justice were appropriate, without reflecting on whether your own behaviors were correct. My time is limited. How can I entrust the Academy to you?" "Teacher," Yin Xiaozhi gasped in shock. He understood his teacher well. Given Muin's words about his limited time, it was likely that he had less than 5 years left. After all, he had maintained this demeanor for so many years, and no one had realized how little time he had left. Yin Xiaozhi quickly cast a questioning glance at Elder Zhuang, hoping to receive a more favorable outcome from this soul-healing specialist. But Elder Zhuang merely shook his head slightly. Yin Xiaozhi's heart sank. Muin sighed. "Xiaozhi, you need not worry about me. Your ability to amend your shortcomings is far more significant." He spoke with a wistful tone. "You, my child, are often lured by trivial gains, forgetting what truly matters. This applies to both personal relationships and your career. As the dean, a broad vision and an expansive mindset are essential, yet you lack precisely these qualities. I hope you will reflect deeply on this matter and learn from it." "Yes, teacher, I will certainly strive to improve," Yin Xiaozhi replied eagerly. His respect for Muin was genuine. After all, this was the mentor who had nurtured him since childhood. Now, upon learning of his imminent demise, he was willing to fulfill any request. "Sigh, I hope so," Muin said with a bitter smile. Like Xuanzi, Yin Xiaozhi's narrow-mindedness was a fundamental flaw, one he had lived with for years, making it difficult to change. Taking a deep breath, he stated earnestly, "Xiaozhi, you and Xuanzi should go and apologize to Lin Shi. Dismiss Dai Huabin, and whatever compensation Lin Shi seeks, we must fulfill it to the best of our ability. We have erred, and we cannot afford to repeat our mistakes. Do you understand?" "Yes," Yin Xiaozhi immediately agreed, while Xuanzi, though still somewhat unconvinced, nodded as well. Muin waved his hand. "Very well, everyone disperse. Such foolishness must not occur again in the future. Hearing this, the elders exchanged glances before departing. Once they had left, Mu-in wearily closed his eyes. Shrek had dominated the continent for millennia, a fact that was not necessarily a good thing. In truth, Shrek was not truly invincible. Should he pass away, the question of whether Shrek could withstand the onslaught of the body sect remained uncertain. Yet, everyone had been blinded by the prolonged tranquility, instinctively believing that future events would unfold as smoothly, thus fostering a plethora of arrogant and detrimental attitudes. Mu-in understood that this negative atmosphere must be addressed promptly. Otherwise, whether in the long term of thousands of years or the imminent outbreak of war, Shrek would face utter destruction. However, the pressing question remained: how could this issue be resolved? His time was limited, and this arrogance had already seeped into the hearts of every high-ranking member of Shrek. A sense of bitterness welled up within Mu-in. The damage had already been done. Chapter 86. Lin Shi's request. What do you think the Academy will do about this matter? By the Sea God Lake, Lin Xiao'er curiously inquired of Lin Shi. As the protagonists of the assassination incident currently under widespread discussion at the Academy, the three of them were undoubtedly the center of attention. Consequently, Lin Shi had Morgan cast a spell to diminish their presence, rendering students below the 5 rings completely oblivious to them, while those above 5 rings would also feel its effects. Only titled Douluo could completely disregard this spell. Lin Shi did not respond, instead smiling at Hui Yutong. Yutong, what do you think? He had already informed Hui Yutong of Shrek's personnel composition, trusting she could surmise the general situation. Hui Yutong pondered for a moment before replying. First, Dai Huabin will certainly be expelled, as this incident has become widely known within the Academy, forcing the institution to provide an explanation to the students. Therefore, Dai Huabin, the instigator, will inevitably face expulsion. Next, I believe that the Sea God Pavilion Master, Mu-in, will not be pleased with how Xuanzi and Yin Xiaojia handled the situation and will likely demand an apology from them. Lastly, as for compensation, I genuinely cannot foresee what form it might take. Indeed, that aligns with my thoughts, Lin Shi remarked with satisfaction, gently ruffling her small head and shrugging at Lin Xiao'er. What I wish to express, Yutong has already articulated. For reasons unknown, Lin Xiao'er felt a twinge of sadness upon witnessing this scene. She huffed. And what if it were you? What compensation would you seek from the Academy? Let us not forget the Duke's residents. They're also involved, Lin Shi reminded her. Although Shrek's actions in this matter were less than honorable, it is essential to recognize that the true transgressors are the forces represented by Dai Huabin and the Duke's Manor. This cannot be overlooked. He subsequently replied, As for the Academy, I do not seek any form of compensation. I merely desire that they handle this matter with fairness and justice. Why not? Lin Xiao'er inquired with curiosity. It was a rare opportunity to have Shrek bow down, yet he chose not to seize the moment for his own benefit. Lin Shi smiled and responded, Because it is unnecessary, and trust me, I desire no compensation. The Academy is far more anxious than I am, or rather, Mu-in is the one who is more eager. Compensation inherently carries the implication of seeking forgiveness, and accepting it can be seen as a form of absolution. To accept compensation signifies that the matter is resolved in both parties' minds and should not be revisited. By refusing compensation, I am essentially indicating that I am unwilling to forgive Shrek. He owes me for this incident. Consequently, in the future, Mu-in will find it challenging to voice any objections regarding my separation from Shrek. Furthermore, what could Shrek possibly offer me? They possess no top-tier soul bones. And with Yutong destined to acquire soul bones exceeding 100,000 years in quality, their mere 1,000-year offerings hold no value. They lack any superior soul tools. Not only is the highest level in the Soul Master System merely 8, but there isn't a single 9th-level soul tool available. Even if one were to exist, I would hardly be concerned, particularly with Lin Shi's collaboration with Morgan. As for rare materials, Lin Shi had been investigating the precise location of the Ice and Fire Tuyin Eye for several years, narrowing it down to a small area over the past 2 years. Moreover, all the various elixirs sent by the Jiubao Lily sect were already backed up at Wei Gong's location. If we were to speak frankly, the dragon pill in Mu-in's possession could be considered something Lin Shi desired, yet he doubted Mu-in would relinquish it to him. The imminent sea god pavilion master would surely entrust the dragon pill to someone capable of upholding the Shrek banner. I see. Lin Xiaoer nodded in understanding. What do you plan to do about the Duke's manor? She was aware that for Lin Shi and Hui Yutong, this was the crux of the matter. Well, Lin Shi said, gazing at the rapidly approaching dark figures in the center of the sea god lake, playfully keeping them in suspense. You will know shortly. Before long. The figures arrived before them, consisting of Xianzi, Yin Xiaozhe, and several aged members of the Sea God Pavilion. Yin Xiaozhe stepped forward and bowed, saying, I apologize. Lin Shi, this incident was a mistake on our part at Shrek Academy, and we ask for your understanding. Lin Shi remained silent, shifting his gaze to Xianzi. With a grunt, Xianzi reluctantly murmured, I acted a bit thoughtlessly in this matter. I apologize. His dissatisfied tone rendered the atmosphere awkward, yet Yin Xiaozhe quickly interjected, sincerely stating, of course, merely saying sorry will not suffice. You may present any request, and, as long as we are able to fulfill it, we will certainly comply. Lin, she shook his head. Director Yin, we do not desire anything. Yin Xiaozhe furrowed his brow, realizing the complexity of the situation. This cannot be. We must face consequences for our mistakes, right? You should impose the punishment. Xianzi, chewing on a chicken leg, interjected with discontent, Xiaozhe, if this lad does not want anything, then we need not provide him with anything. That way, both sides are satisfied. Xian, please refrain from speaking. An elder beside them urged quietly. Xianzi finally fell silent. Meeting Yin Xiaozhe's expectant gaze, Lin Shi resolutely shook his head. No, Director, had I merely wanted compensation, I would have agreed this morning. The things I desire are beyond your means to provide, and the things you can offer hold no allure for me. So it suffices as it is. Yin Xiaozhe took a deep breath. What then do you wish for? With Muon's orders in place, Shrek would spare no effort in fulfilling Lin Shi's desires. He had faith that they could acquire it. However, he underestimated the situation. Lin Shi pondered for a moment before smiling. Could you procure the soul rings of the Snow Emperor and the Evil Emperor for me? Instantly, the atmosphere fell silent. Soon, Xianzi erupted. What did you just say? You seem disgruntled and wish to make things difficult for us at Shrek. How could such a thing be possible? Remarkably, everyone present nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Snow Emperor and Evil Emperor were ferocious beasts second only to the Emperor of Heaven, and even in their home territory. They might not be inferior to him. Obtaining soul rings from such formidable beings was no simple feat in fact for Shrek. Merely escaping the clutches of the Emperor of Heaven would be a blessing. Lin Shi shrugged. Thus, I say you cannot obtain them. But I assure you, I will undoubtedly achieve it in the future. Treasures that you dare not even dream of will eventually come into my possession. Can you still claim that you can provide whatever I desire? Yin Xiaozhe was left speechless. In truth, Lin Shi was not making empty claims. In the original narrative, none of Hui Yuhao's more powerful soul skills were acquired with Shrek's assistance, including the Snow Emperor and Evil Emperor, which ultimately became his soul rings through his own efforts. Shrek had no involvement at all. What use are they to us? After a prolonged silence, Yin Xiaozhe sighed. He understood that this matter would be challenging to resolve. Do you have any demands regarding the Duke's manor? He asked, albeit without hope. After all, if Lin Shi held Shrek in such low regard, it was unlikely he would voice any demands of the Duke's manor. However, to his surprise, Lin Shi responded, well, considering I am also a classmate of Dai Huabin, a simple apology will suffice. Lin Shi's smile radiated brightly. I want Duke Baihu, Dai Hao, to personally apologize to us. In that instant, Yin Xiaozhe found himself in a predicament. The Duke of the White Tiger was a figure of great authority in the Luo Empire, and demanding his presence to apologize to a student from Shrek was, in essence, an infringement upon the affairs of another nation, complicating matters considerably. But the next moment, he recalled Mu Un's orders and gritted his teeth, saying, no problem. When shall we have him come? At this point, it was crucial to placate Lin Shi and the others. Everything else could be negotiated. Lin, she turned to Hui Yutong. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hui Yutong replied, have him come now. They were no longer the same as before. Now, they felt no fear of the Duke's manor's power. It was time to bring certain matters to the forefront. Understood, I will attend to this matter and summon Duke Bai Hu as soon as possible. You should return to your classes. Yan Xiaozhi nodded and turned to leave with the elders. Xianzi shot an annoyed glare at Lin Shi and the others before vanishing in an instant. Soon, only Lin Shi and his companions remained. Lin Shi yawned. Let us return to the classroom. We may evade it for a moment, but we cannot escape it forever. In order to strategize, he toiled throughout the night. And today he remained in a state of heightened alertness, weary from the effort to prevent Shrek from resorting to underhanded tactics. Lin Xiaoer intercepted him, confused, and inquired. Lin Shi, wait a moment. Shouldn't you be less courteous towards the Duke's mansion? She possessed a certain understanding of Lin Shi's capabilities. Although he might struggle against the super Douluo, he would undoubtedly prevail against the title Douluo. Moreover, the Duke's mansion currently lacked any title Douluo, and given his combat prowess, he could easily sweep through them. Lin Shi paused momentarily before offering a wry smile and sighing. Ah, Xiaoer, it is best not to maintain the jungle law of the Star Doe Forest in human society. Lin Xiaoer tilted her head in confusion. Lin Shi elaborated. In terms of sheer combat strength, both Yutong and I do indeed possess the power to obliterate the Duke's mansion. However, we cannot act upon this capability for two reasons. Firstly, the Duke's mansion is, after all, the largest noble force in the Xingluar Empire. Our aggression towards them would be tantamount to declaring war on the nobility of the entire empire, who would feel secure knowing that someone could extinguish their existence at any moment. In such a scenario, we would be contending not merely with the Duke's subordinates, but with the empire's elite. Secondly, despite our current strength, it is primarily mine that is formidable. Yutong's abilities are not yet sufficient on the global stage. However, her desire is to seek vengeance on her own. From this perspective, even against the Duke's forces, our hard power falls short. Thus, we must refrain from direct confrontation with the Duke's mansion for now. That said, imparting a lesson to them is entirely feasible. Given Shrek's current demeanor, it seems likely they will bring Dai Hao here in a couple of days. I am curious to see how he will respond then. Lin Xiaoer listened attentively, nodding and understanding. She grasped Lin Shi's reasoning. Although she inherited most of Hua Yutong's memories, her essence remains that of the San, Yin, Jin, and I, and she cannot entirely adopt a human way of thinking. Compared to the jungle law of the soul beast realm, where might makes right, the human world is far more intricate. Humans collaborate, employ cunning, and consolidate fragmented strengths, which likely account for their gradual ascendancy over soul beasts. Currently, she does not truly comprehend humanity. Her knowledge is limited to her own and the perspective of Hua Yutong. However, she is undeterred, time is on her side, and she trusts that Lin Shi will elucidate the essence of being human. After receiving Lin Shi's insights, Lin Xiaoer ceased to impede him, and the trio departed from the sea god lake, swiftly returning to the classroom. To Lin Shi's surprise, upon entering, his attention was immediately drawn to Wang Donger. She sat unusually still in her chair, silent and disengaged from the vibrant discussions surrounding the recent events, starkly contrasting with the lively atmosphere of the class. Noticing her demeanor, Lin Shi recalled that she had not been her usual self, persistently seeking his attention throughout the day, a rarity indeed. What is amiss? Is she unwell? Lin Shi recalled the destruction of the sea god's consciousness from the previous morning when Xiaoer enrolled. Could the shattering of that consciousness have adversely affected her psyche? Upon reflection, it seemed plausible. The sea god's consciousness had resided in Wang Donger's mind for many years, likely integrating with her mental sea. The damage inflicted could indeed destabilize her mental equilibrium. Lin Shi felt a twinge of guilt, although he did not regret his actions. It was true that they might have caused her harm. He decided to check on her. However, just as he approached, he was encircled by eager students clamoring for information. Class monitor, is what we just heard true? What did Dean Yin say to you? What actions has the academy taken? Are you satisfied with the outcome? It was evident that gossip was a universal instinct, particularly when it concerned matters so closely related to them. The shocking revelation that a Shrek student had been assassinated near the academy was indeed sensational. They had learned from a recording that the assassination team consisted of 5 Soul Kings and 1 Soul Emperor. Even upperclassmen might hesitate to claim they could escape such a formidable ambush, let alone them who might not even grasp the manner of their demise. Everyone cherishes life, and the proud students of Shrek even more so, as their illustrious lives had only just begun, who would allow themselves to perish unceremoniously. Consequently, it was not until the end of the day that Lin Shi finally managed to address all the inquiries from his classmates. He rested his head on the desk, exhaling deeply. Sigh, dealing with these folks is more exhausting than training with Artoria. The latter was a physical strain, whereas this was a direct assault on his mental faculties, an experience quite rare for him. Yutong approached with a smile, presenting him with a meal box. You must be tired. Here, enjoy your dinner. Lin Shi accepted it, smiling in gratitude. Thank you. I feel bad for troubling you every day. It's nothing, if you wish. I can prepare meals for you a lifetime, Yutong replied, her eyes glimmering with meaningful intent. In truth, this was her aspiration. Lin Shi chuckled. Thanks. Your kindness is greatly appreciated. Just as he was about to open the meal box, he caught sight of Wang Donger in the corner of the classroom. She remained there, staring vacantly out the window, lost in thought. Lin Shi furrowed his brow. She had been like this all day. Could the impact of a shattered consciousness truly be so profound? He approached her. What troubles you? Are you unwell? Chapter 88. Wang Donger's dream? Wang Donger snapped back to reality, gazing blankly at Lin Shi. He waved his hand in front of her eyes. I'm asking what's wrong. Why you seem so drained today? If you're unwell, you should seek treatment. Even minor ailments can escalate into serious conditions if left unattended. No, I'm fine. Wang Donger quickly shook her head, her eyes filled with confusion. I was just contemplating. Lin Shi seated himself before her, expressing concern. What were you contemplating? Wang Donger hesitated, her gaze wandering before she replied. I had a rather perplexing dream last night. Lin, she narrowed his eyes. Dreams, at other times, would not have piqued his interest, as they are a natural occurrence. However, the timing was too coincidental, occurring right after the shattering of the sea god's consciousness. It was difficult not to associate it with the awakening of memories belonging to Tang Wudong. Had his actions caused this? Concealing his curiosity, he inquired. What was the content of the dream? Did it involve any memories? Wang Donger strained to recall for a moment before eventually shaking her head. I'm sorry. I can't remember much. Just that the scenes in the dream were quite different from this world, almost as if from another realm. I see. Lin Shi's heart sank slightly. It is likely that this is a resurgence of memories. The so-called otherworld may very well be the divine realm. The events in her dreams are reminiscent of her childhood experiences in the divine realm. He quietly sighed within, attempting to compose himself. Perhaps this isn't necessarily a negative development. If it truly is the awakening of Tang Wudong's side, at least Xiao'er can be assured of her safety. The synthesis has concluded, rendering the synthesized materials essentially useless. In other words, Tang San's plan to synthesize a daughter has undoubtedly been declared a failure. Lin Shi exhaled, saying it's all right. Don't dwell too much on the content of your dreams. After all, dreams are merely dreams. If you have this dream again, come find me, and I will find a way to assist you. Yes, thank you, Wang Donger replied slowly after a prolonged silence. Lin Shi furrowed his brow. Is everything truly fine? Your demeanor raises my concerns. Wang Donger silently shook her head. Lin Shi sighed once more. Well then, if you're feeling unwell, do come back to me. He sensed an inexplicable feeling of distance and rejection emanating from Wang Donger. During such times, it is prudent not to press too closely, as it may yield adverse effects. He turned to leave, unaware that behind him, Wang Donger was gazing at his retreating figure with a peculiar expression. She had lied just now. In truth, she vividly recalled the content of last night's dream. In her dream, she momentarily transformed into another person, experiencing a life entirely different from her own. That individual was also named Lin Shi. Curiously, this Lin Shi was not the same as the one she knew. They inhabited entirely different worlds. The world in her dream was one filled with various strange soul-guiding devices, referred to as electrical appliances, powered not by soul energy, but by electricity. The inhabitants of that world, despite their apparent weakness, where a single soul master could reign as the strongest, had, through intelligence and unity, forged a remarkably splendid civilization. While experiencing these memories, she was not consciously aware, as Wang Donger, It felt as if she had truly become that Lin Shi, living like an ordinary person and engaging in actions that her original character would never undertake. The memories were fragmented, totaling perhaps just a month or two of experiences, yet spanning from infancy to university life. She could not comprehend why she dreamt such things, nor the connection between the Lin she knew and the one in her dream. However, she instinctively sensed that this was not something to be spoken of lightly. Thus, even when classmates inquired about her melancholy, she remained tight-lipped, revealing only a hint of information to Lin Shi. Based on his reaction, she felt he might have some inkling of understanding. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, he seemed reluctant to divulge any information. A sigh escaped Wang Donger's lips as she forced a smile and ran her fingers through her hair. Typically, she would be eagerly pestering Lin Shi with questions at this moment. Yet now, her spirit was devoid of such enthusiasm. More perplexing matters were unfolding in her life, and the situation with Dai Huabin no longer piqued her interest. Regardless, with Lin Shi's cunning, it was evident that Dai Huabin and his associates would ultimately bear the brunt of this affair. This sufficed for her. Her greater curiosity lay in uncovering the truth of the dream. Was it a reality that transpired, or merely her imagination? If it were simply an illusion, why did it feel so genuine? If it were indeed an occurrence from the past, what was Lin Shi's current state? These questions tormented her mind. At this juncture, she remained oblivious to the fact that she was mistaken. Or rather, both she and Lin Shi were misled. Lin Shi mistakenly believed that the dream world described by Wang Donger was the divine realm, surmising that she had awakened childhood memories. Wang Donger misinterpreted Lin Shi's response as evidence of his knowledge of the truth, thinking he understood her meaning but was unwilling to share. Both had engaged in a genuine cross-realm dialogue. The truth of the matter, if pieced together from their conjectures, nearly reveals itself. Wang Donger's soul is not entirely complete. Her memories as Tang Yutong were sealed by Tang, San within the sea god-s consciousness, awaiting subsequent soul fusion. However, this strand of sea god-s consciousness was shattered by Morgan. Although remnants of memories lingered, they could not aid Wang Donger in recovering her memories. Initially, Wang Donger would indeed face hardship as Lin Shi predicted. At the very least, the loss of part of her soul was unavoidable. However, the trajectory of events shifted due to a precautionary measure enacted by Morgan to prevent Tang San from covertly manipulating Wang Donger. A mental barrier was established in her mind using Lin Shi's spiritual energy. This energy contained fragments of Lin Shi's memories, which, upon Wang Donger's subconscious request, merged with her spiritual sea. Last night's dream was the consequence of this fusion. As time progresses, she will eventually comprehend the significance of these dreams. For now, however, she can only vacillate between puzzling over the details of her dreams and forming unreliable hypotheses about the truth of the matter. As for the upcoming release, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this book will be published at noon today. I could have released it a fortnight ago when I had around 140,000 to 150,000 words. But I hesitated and ultimately refrained from doing so. Lacking a stockpile of manuscripts due to my inadequate writing skills, I felt somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, after writing for a month and a half, I have made some progress, and in the last 2 weeks, I managed to compile a few chapters, providing at least a semblance of fulfillment. My initial encounter with Zhu Shi Tangmin was during elementary school, since I approached it in the order of Do e manga, Do e novel, and Do e novel. It became my first web novel. During my elementary years, I did not perceive anything amiss until I rewatched the anime recently, which left me utterly disgusted. Coupled with my fervent engagement in FGO at the time, this work came into being. I invested significant effort into its creation, which can be viewed as a testament to my sentimental attachment. Now, let me outline the trajectory of this book. Concerning power dynamics, as some readers have noted, the narrative follows a semi-invincible path. Unlike Hui Hao, who continuously relies on his external powers, the protagonist Lin, she possesses a singular external advantage. However, due to the overwhelming strength of this advantage's design, his combat prowess has surpassed expectations. While some readers appreciate this, others feel the pace is too rapid and fraught with risks. I would like to clarify my stance. The protagonist may experience a relative slowdown in growth, but he will not be weakened or have his power suppressed. Rather, his strength will continue to rise steadily. Although the first chapter explicitly states the summoning order of the heroic spirits, many may have forgotten it by now, so I will reiterate. The order is sword, spear, bow, assassin, sorcerer, rider, and extra. In other words, the next heroic spirit summoned by the protagonist will be an assassin-class spirit. Upon reviewing, it appears that no one has guessed correctly, which is understandable, as it is easy for most to overlook them. The protagonist's combat power is positioned at 3-ring soul Douluo, 4-ring 9196, 5-ring 9798, 6-ring 199, while 7-ring is invincible beneath the gods, with 8 and 9 rings necessitating divine intervention. The sudden rise of the 4 rings can be attributed to 2 primary factors: the formidable support from Morgan and the secondary awakening of the martial spirit occurring during this phase. The protagonist's combat prowess experiences 4 distinct ascension stages: the 1st ring, the 4th ring, the 7th ring, and ultimately, divinity. The 1st ring signifies the advent of combat capabilities, while the 4th ring introduces Morgan and the awakening of the martial spirit. As for the 7th ring and the attainment of divinity, I must keep those details under wraps. This encapsulates the essence of the protagonist's strength. Now, regarding the emotional narrative, it must be said that the author, having never been in a relationship, finds it challenging to write romantic scenes. Perhaps for this reason, the romantic subplot has undergone multiple revisions. Initially, when the story was merely a nascent idea in the author's mind, Yutong was even envisioned as Huiyuhao, not the female lead, and the world building was not particularly unique. As time progressed, it became apparent that the protagonist's relationship with Huiyuhao might attract considerable criticism, prompting a gender swap, a concept that shaped my first draft. Subsequently, the character of Yutong presented vast potential for development, leading to a reconfiguration of the world building to center around her as a pivotal figure. The final product showcased Yutong, who, compared to the originally intended female leads, Qiu and Dong, has triumphed in various respects, from being overshadowed by the male secondary character to sharing equal footing with the ordinary female leads. And finally ascending to the core of the narrative, her status has significantly elevated. Even now, despite numerous debuffs, Yutong remains formidable, surpassing the combined strengths of Qiu and Dong. At one point, I impulsively considered introducing Miss Meng into the narrative, but upon reflection, I opted against it. Fellow readers rightly pointed out that 3 characters are already ample. Adding a 4th would disrupt the story's rhythm. Consequently, I also eliminated the romantic subplots related to the heroic spirits. The sheer volume of characters became unmanageable, and if I were to include all summoned entities, the count would approach 10. I humbly ask for patience from my readers as I navigate this challenge. As for the rules regarding additional chapters, 1 chapter for every 300 monthly votes, 1 chapter for every 10,000 coins, and 1 chapter for breaking 1,000 first subscriptions, with an additional chapter for every extra 200 votes thereafter. I randomly borrowed these rules from another novel, suspecting they may not apply to my humble work. However, rest assured, I will uphold my commitments, as I have chosen this particular period for publication to avoid unforeseen circumstances. In 2 days, the arcade collaboration will commence, and I wish everyone luck in their endeavors to draw Team Ma and Show and I, hoping for an abundance of blessings. Thank you for your unwavering support. Chapter 89. Daihao. Following 2 tumultuous days, the Academy issued a notification confirming the authenticity of the recording revealed by Lin Shi, stating that the matter would be addressed with utmost severity. Dai Huabin was expelled from the Academy, and Duke Baihu Daihao was summoned to offer a personal apology. This announcement stirred considerable commotion among the students. This was an official confirmation. Any prior speculation that Lin Shi had fabricated the recording was now unequivocally dispelled. Qin Luoxian sensed something amiss with Chun Xingyang and inquired with concern, as Chun Xingyang had endured significant distress for her sake. Wu Yu couldn't help but marvel at the speed of the Supreme Realm. It was truly terrifying, and he pondered when he might possess such formidable strength and velocity. Observing his own meticulously unbuttoned shirt for the interview, he noted that the man had barely acknowledged him. He yearned to engage in meaningful conversation, to inquire about origins and the enigmatic secrets of immortality. However, he recalled that the Yufeng Taoist had mentioned that the Liuli lineage had long been marginalized in ancient times, comparable to the great sacred beasts, being distant relatives of the Qilin. In this age of silence among all spirits, an ancient Qilin would undeniably evoke awe. Yet, if the legends held true, the dragon god had been forced into hiding due to unfortunate circumstances, which could explain the treasures belonging to the dragon clan that he might possess. Yan Jiqing smiled faintly, just about to revert from his soul transformation when the office phone rang once more. Let's prioritize our current affairs. Once we conclude our business, you may freely seek a cave to pursue whatever endeavors you wish, but we remain in the realm of the Halloween Demon Emperor, where imperial seals are still being contested. With a resounding crack, half of the mask was torn away, revealing a bloodied and mangled visage. Nerves were severed, with gruesome remnants adhering to the back of the mask. At that moment, countless cultivators within the imperial domain gazed upon this scene, their hearts filled with anticipation. You mentioned that the source of this pond is connected through an interdimensional mural. I nodded in agreement, confirming its accuracy. This revelation astonished all present, as they had assumed that Su Daqing would position Su Yang within the group's upper echelons for a gradual mentorship. Observing the elderly man's peculiar gestures and unsettling laughter, I was suddenly reminded of the hanged fox I had encountered earlier. At this thought, Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. This standard seemed to be set by the elder himself, evidently fearing his mother-in-law. Tears slowly streamed from her eyes as if she had endured a frightful nightmare. Her body stirred gently, and she began to weep softly. In truth, the Blood Clan possesses the most advanced biological technology in the world. Zhe spoke nonchalantly. Wu Xinghe, are you foolish? Or do you think me more foolish than a pig? Do you believe I am an idiot? Do you think I cannot discern the truth? Am I truly so naive in your eyes? He genuinely believed I was oblivious to everything. Su Yang squeezed tightly, and with a faint crack, the white fox's throat was instantly crushed. Na Yanhua, having completed her makeup and donned her wedding dress, appeared dignified, elegant, and beautiful. Zhao Hui assisted Na Yanhua with her dress, exclaiming, "What a stunning bride. You look absolutely breathtaking in that gown." Na Yanhua smiled, replying, "You look beautiful today too. Next year, you will be the bride." Zhao Hui laughed. So Tianjun, the leader of the Celestial Clan, is the benevolent figure of the 4 seas and 8 desolations, who descended to endure trials for the sake of longevity. Chapter 90. Do you still remember Hui Yuna? Dai Hao gazed at Hui Yutong, instinctively furrowing his brow. Child, have we met before? A peculiar sensation washed over him. Seeing Hui Yutong evoked an overwhelming sense of familiarity, as if he were reuniting with an old friend. Moreover, Hui Yutong's appearance struck him as strikingly familiar, as if he had encountered her before. Coupled with Hui Yutong's recent remarks, Dai Hao surmised that they had likely crossed paths in the past. Meanwhile, Hui Yutong, with her eyes closed, shook her head, paralleling the situation on this side. The alliance among the Jianghu factions had similarly failed to reach a consensus on whether to continue their collaboration, as their current allies were dwindling, with some even considering alliances with the other 2 major factions. Although the situation was tense, the whereabouts of the Jingzhou army were now clear, and developments were largely within expectations. Thus, despite the looming threat of an approaching army at Jiankong City, Wei Jie remained untroubled, chuckling at the absurdity of the situation. The youth could hardly recall how it all came to be, only aware of a haze enveloping his vision as tears streamed down uncontrollably. Despite the fervent desire for battle within Pang Yun, he found it difficult to directly counter Wei Jie's insistence on caution. After all, whether they chose to gamble sideways or vertically, who could truly discern which wager would prove victorious? The dual forces of yin and yang surged into his wounds like a tide, bringing forth waves of pain and itchiness that relentlessly stimulated his nerves. The failure to establish a formation rendered him incapable of fully grasping the myriad transformations inherent in the array. Silence. Allow Captain Li to finish. The uproar prompted Song Ming to furrow his brow, Unable to contain himself any longer, he bellowed, unleashing an invisible pressure that silenced everyone present. The atmosphere turning so still that one could hear a pin drop. Indeed, it was the effect of the Qiankoenda Nui. It appeared that this technique could replicate the opponent's martial arts. Li Chonglin quickly regained his composure, fixating intently on the movements of his opponent, committing every action of the burly man to memory. The red-haired brute let out a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. But as he instinctively bent to protect his groin, Xiang Yu's knee rose once more, crashing into his face, causing blood to spurt forth and his visage to contort grotesquely. The ferocity of the various Saint Emperor attacks surged exponentially, resembling a torrential flood that crashed against the golden Lingfeng barrier. Should this bet, fueled by anger, result in Cecilia becoming a servant or a slave, even a Nighthawk would feel a pang of conscience amidst the remnants of his integrity. Except for Shai, who remained despondent, everyone else regained their senses, their attention drawn to the tide of corpses surging around the armored vehicle. I won't be too busy, don't worry. I will accompany you on holiday this weekend. Yin Yisin smiled as she playfully pinched her cheek, creating an atmosphere of intimacy. Wang Chun and the others felt powerless in the face of such behavior. This girl had become this way, Yin Wang Chun's heart. As long as her character remained untainted, everything else was secondary. After a considerable distance, Yin turned back and saw Ling Qing standing at the end of the road, resembling a statue. Within, there seemed to be the faint stirring of bones, accompanied not only by a pungent scent of blood, but also by a strong odor of decay. At last, Yifan was granted the opportunity to learn the unique techniques belonging to the Piaomiao Peak, filling him with excitement. This was not merely about the Tao itself. More importantly, he could finally master a hallmark technique of Piaomiao Peak, thus marking his path with the essence of this esteemed sect. How could I refuse? Yin thought. But upon realizing that was not her true intention, the latter part of her words became lodged in her throat. He could no longer contain his pent-up fury, raising his head to the heavens and unleashing a fierce roar, an overwhelming aura emanating from him that shook the earth around him, filling the air with palpable tension. Chapter 91. The Cad, the Profligate, and the Hypocrite. Before long, Yin Xiaozhe brought Dai Yaoheng over. Upon entering the office, Dai Yaoheng wore a somber expression. Although he had not been to Shrek Plaza moments earlier, news had spread at an unfathomable speed. He was uncertain which rumors held truth. Yet he knew the situation had escalated. Had his father merely come to apologize, how could these classmates possibly know of the existence of that woman? Huiyun. Initially, everyone understood it was merely a charade, yet when feelings were hurt, the pain remained acutely vivid and unforgettable. At this moment, the issue of the wound on Bahu's chest had gone unnoticed by the others, leading to a lack of concern for Wang Mozi's condition. In truth, Shi Yao had sensed it herself. His repeated actions had altered her perception of Bai Li Ziqian. Shi Yao believed that Bai Li Ziqian was certainly not an ordinary individual. Dian Wei nodded in agreement. Gao Shun was correct. Their master often exhibited unexpectedly remarkable behavior that yielded unforeseen results. Hence, every time he fell ill or sustained an injury during their travels, he would always appear timely. It was no wonder that everyone felt lost, as the map had curiously revealed only the 36 paths of exit, while none of the routes they had taken upon entry were displayed. It gave the impression of being only half complete. Prince Wei smiled faintly, gazing at Shi Yao as though he were witnessing the spirited Yun Yi of yesteryears on the battlefield. If I were to admit to something, what would it benefit me? Lin Tai was straightforward, not concealing his intentions. Hearing this, the elder surnamed Jiang sighed in relief. Compared to the previous two conditions, this was significantly easier. Lu Xuesher trembled all over, suddenly roaring in fury, his bushy beard quivering as he charged fiercely towards the golden-winged rock, his wings flapping rapidly behind him. In his grasp, a towering iron staff appeared, aimed at the claws of the golden-winged rock. P.S. 2 updates today, totaling 7,000 words. I kindly ask everyone for a recommendation, or even just to add to your favorites will be greatly appreciated. Not only that, but he also received full marks twice. Su Momo added with a wry smile. It was evident that must believe this $100 million would be enough to cause Lu Zijian some heartache for a while. Initially, the Grand Lady's invitation merely required a single invitation card. Even upon arrival, there was no warmth shown, except toward Sun Yin, which was quite exceptional. Huiwearer feigned indignation, glancing around at the crowd with a sly look. They ceased their conversations and began to prepare for their departure, some wheeling out bicycles, others electric scooters, while a few brought out electric tricycles, filtering out of the petition office in a sparse manner. Although Bu Hai and Wan Yu were martial arts experts, Chen Xianlan was cunning and adept at employing treacherous schemes against Yuhan. Gu Si felt a flush creep upon her cheeks, lightly clicking her tongue as she glared at the onlookers who reveled in the chaos. No one could threaten her position as the crown princess. Once Hao Ji ascended the throne, she would become the queen. Long Fei Xue furrowed her brow slightly, wondering if the emperor had any plans or if he was merely testing her loyalty. Since the Xianyang sect was unwilling to expend personal favors for him, Zhou Yang. Then in the future, whenever the Xianyang sect required his assistance, they should follow proper protocols and refrain from invoking emotional appeals. The emperor was her uncle, and she had also met his favored consort, being somewhat familiar with the hierarchy. There's no need for excessive courtesy, Aunt San said, retrieving a porcelain jar from the warm stove, ladling out thin porridge. The contents were not mere rice porridge, but rather medicinal congee infused with restorative ingredients. Binger, don't cause a fuss. Li Yushi clasped her fists, his tone exuding helplessness, as though she were the one being unreasonable. Chapter 92. The Declaration of Revenge. Who are you? Yin Xiaozhe exclaimed in shock, his eyes widening. He had some recollection of Mei Lazina. It seemed that during last year's freshman assessment, Lin Shi had subdued Dai Huabin's team through her. Mei Lazina did not respond, but instead threw Dai Huabin to the ground. Just moments ago, while Yin Xiaozhe had gone to summon Dai Yao Heng, Lin Shi had secretly released her, requesting that she bring Dai Huabin over. While this was not particularly troublesome for her, the routine test still needed to be conducted. The Shengwu Academy was not merely a martial arts institution. The blade's aura cleaved through the waves, directly targeting Duan Wanshan, while the separated waves of true essence surged towards Yuan Tianpa. Nia Yinyang, whose arm was trampled upon, attempted to struggle, but was once again struck fiercely by Pei Jun's powerful fist, which landed on her previous wound. The overwhelming force of frost erupted, inflicting further injury, and the chilling power of frost completely engulfed her, turning her into a figure of ice. Naturally, with tens of thousands of citizens migrating inland, Colonel Lu Lang of the National Army could not take on this task, as it was readily assumed by Fan Sudong, who had been appointed as the CEO of the group by Lu Lang himself. Pei Jun's body moved like the wind, transforming into a whirlwind of lightning, with mighty clouds coalescing with a profound essence of water in his grasp. With a thunderous strike, the force was immense, as if it sought to tear the heavens asunder. This is fundamental. The ancient iron tools that have been passed down through the ages, such as those associated with Zhang and Quan, bear similarities. When this technology is developed to its zenith, it becomes a form of surface coating technology, which is, in essence, an entirely different technique. Like these individuals, he too had endured calamity and suffering, witnessed the struggle at the brink of life and death, and recognized the fleeting and fragile nature of existence. Disasters and pain invariably foster growth, rendering one resilient, teaching the importance of undertaking significant endeavors within the confines of a limited lifespan. He found it utterly perplexing that someone like Bai Yunsheng, the proprietor of a grand restaurant, a veritable tycoon in a county such as K County, possessing both wealth and reputation, would suddenly approach him with such humility, seeking an introduction to the obscure Lin Hao. Initially clad in 2 woolen sweaters and cotton coats, they now found the heat unbearable and hurried to their rooms to shed their garments. It was not that the Huiyuan and Zhengshitang intended to deceive Guorong. Rather, the Huiyuan system, since its inception by Wu Zetian, had undergone numerous revisions, ultimately evolving into its present form. Having spoken, Zhang Xiaolong tightly grasped his injured hand, an expression of agony on his face as he prepared to turn away. The Chaobang controlled the cargo transportation platform, Whether merchants required ships for unloading or porters and sailors sought work, they had to go through the Chaobang as an intermediary. He could no longer contain the impulse within him. Tonight, he would unleash all his pent-up fury. Huang Rong took a deep breath, awaiting the arrival of the first thunderbolt of tribulation. Haunted by the shadow left by the silent tribulation process, her body trembling involuntarily. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that the confusion within this secret realm was pervasive, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to navigate. Lao Jiu hesitated, fearing the repercussions of provoking a significant figure, which could potentially lead to ruin. Yet, whenever he wished, he could create chaos. This was the terrifying aspect of the battlefield, where countless blunt instruments swiftly targeted their mark. Returned swiftly. Even in a hospital gown, the flamboyant president, she could exude charisma. His enchanting peach blossom eyes fixated intently on Xia, the affection within them nearly overwhelming. In retrospect, it seemed he had indeed grasped a second chance at life. Qiu Hai's gaze rested upon Chu Hao, brimming with indignation. Coughing, Huaiya was perhaps taken aback by his words, choking on her saliva. Chapter 93. The Arrival of Hao Yan. Neo Tian and Titan hurriedly made their way after receiving orders from Tang San. This was both a task assigned by Tang San and a genuine concern for Wang Dong. If even Tang San's consciousness could be erased, the strength of that rogue must be formidable. If the matter was not resolved promptly, Donger could be in grave danger. The two did not conceal their presence, thus remaining a distance from Shrek. As they approached, they saw a figure slowly emerging from a narrow alley. Dressed in a modern Zhongshan suit, sporting a crew cut, clearly an outsider among the traditional long robes of passers-by. "Did you harm her?" Qin Sang nodded at the elder's words while inquiring. Unfortunately, at that moment, his mouth was sealed, and despite the turmoil within him, it was of no use. He never anticipated that Tan Weiko would turn the sex rules against him. Xia Zixuan understood that if he did not respond to this battle, Fo Du Sheng would not relent, leading to incessant troubles in the days to come. Such items were indeed precious, and possessing them was already a stroke of luck. One could not expect to carry many. Shun Fei explained, "Our impressions of our enemies are often subconsciously distorted, as the ability to genuinely empathize is a rarity, more often found in fictional narratives." Qin San did not linger within the Viscount's residence. After handing over the servants sent by Qin Xiong to Wang Xingxin, he relayed a few messages from Qin Xiong before departing, leaving his son Qin Yong and the other servants behind. Upon meeting Dunyo, Wang Xingxin pulled him aside for a brief discussion, igniting a fervent response in Dunyo, whose eyes blazed red, before Wang Xingxin left with a grin. The autumn rain continued to fall, yet he found himself devoid of thoughts, shaking his head as he walked directly into the house. In the game, conversations typically fall into two categories: scripted dialogues and impassioned expressions, and the gray-haired man before him was clearly acting on impulse, seeking revenge for previous actions. As she contemplated this, her heart began to ache, and Yukino felt the warmth of tears mingling with the cold raindrops cascading down her face. She suddenly felt grateful for the rain, allowing her tears to blend in, as if she had never wept at all. It seemed there was no other choice. Kunya nodded, and the three made their way toward the exit. The soldiers, upon hearing someone dare to call out the emperor's name and demand his presence, were outraged. Lucci, however, was different. His noble physique rendered the power within him remarkably unique, seemingly capable of absorbing the air from the surrounding sky. Ilu gently helped Tong Nai to a bed, releasing a sigh of relief before heading downstairs. Shortly after entering the amusement park, Ilu and Ing Lily fell silent. How had this place not yet closed down? On his shoulder rested a beetle mark, its dual horns and knife-like legs eerily reminiscent of Gu Xuanqiu's original form. Yet, the wings on his shoulder were folded, revealing more intricate details. When the two wing cases aligned, they formed a blurred butterfly visage, quite terrifying. Huang Tao scoffed, remaining silent as he led several individuals with torches into the mine. Chunyi exchanged a glance with them, who subtly nodded before quickly following Huang Tao inside. He sought the Ziwei stone. I could certainly provide him with a piece. How is the wind in the mine? Wu Xiang inquired. a matter he had deliberately instructed before entering seclusion. Whether he could withstand it was his own concern. He merely hoped for your unreserved cooperation. Upon hearing Mr. Jin's words, Zhang Jiang immediately spoke up, seemingly anxious that Mr. Jin might retract his statement, emphasizing the phrase unreserved cooperation as if he anticipated some restraint from Mr. Jin. Chapter 94. The Wrath of Mon. So, where's your evidence? At this utterance, the previously lively atmosphere abruptly stilled. Titan could not contain his outburst. "Old man, did you not hear? We are speaking of the sea god's divine decree." Yet, in the face of Titan's fervor, Mun remained unperturbed. "Oh, the sea god's divine decree, and then what?" He tilted his head, stating, "It has been 10,000 years since the sea god." Chumo's heart leaped with joy as he hastily retrieved it from his spatial pouch. However, before he could revel in his triumph, the smile on his face froze once again. Fanfan released her grip on the suitcase and, with a composed demeanor, presented a business card to Fanyu. Su Yuanqing felt a shiver run down her spine under the man's piercing gaze, her heart weighed down by an overwhelming dread. Shu Guanlei strode forward with relentless determination, while the guards behind him halted Chunyu and Shan. After a few steps, Ling Xian rushed out, blocking Shu Guanlei's path and kneeling on the ground. It was a shared belief among everyone that Si Mohan, a busy man of ascetic charm, was unlike ordinary folk and had no time for social media. Drawing from past wisdom, I realized I should perhaps adopt a pitiful demeanor, which might elevate my standing. Are you truly unwilling to advocate for Gu Jiangji's opportunity? Lu Sheng furrowed his brow, observing the preoccupied Lin Yuan. You two may stay here for the time being. We shall arrange further accommodations shortly, remarked the scholar in white, pointing towards an adjacent room. Whenever his marriage was mentioned, Yu Yuehan appeared eager to send him off, which caused him much distress. Ran Kongxia and Wan Jinyu struggled to appreciate the so-called authentic Western cuisine, hastily concluding their meal. With Long Yi absent, what was there to fear? She thought to indulge herself a little, and once satisfied, she would be the one seeking her own favor. "And is there something you need?" Zhao Ziqiao rubbed his eyes, clearing the remnants of sleep as he inquired. Yixing lifted her gaze towards me and murmured, "It is not merely guilt and sympathy. It is a deeper affection." As she spoke, her eyes were filled with warmth. She lay on the cold ground, struggling to lift her hand to wipe away the blood before her, her eyes reflecting fear. Unbeknownst to her, footsteps approached from behind until the sound of a door closing made her glance back, discovering Xiao Yu standing before her. The man, clad in a black robe adorned with a golden dragon, had his hair tied high and secured with a golden crown, accentuating his striking features. "High Tide, listen to me." At that moment, Su Minghui, usually composed and astute, showed a hint of panic, likely taken aback by my unexpected maneuver of feigned retreat, and my sudden counterattack under the pretense of a business trip. Presently, she felt like an empty shell, devoid of spirit and thought, merely drifting through days that felt like years. It is worth noting that Suya once held affection for Qin Jiaxi, but upon realizing his indifference, she relinquished her feelings and even encouraged Lin Wenxuan in hopes of uniting her with Qin Jiaxi. Xia Chao, in the prime of her youth, could not simply survive on porridge. Hua Jinglei rose and went to the kitchen, fetching a large bowl to mix their 2 bowls of porridge before dividing it between the siblings. Su Yin had already drawn the Long Yuan sword, its presence making him exceedingly uneasy, prompting a cautious demeanor. She closed the door, pondering that if she continued to treat him like a prince, their relationship would no longer possess the same intimacy as before. As online acquaintances, their identities were equal. The distinctions of reality could be disregarded. Chapter 95. The storm subsides. Lin Shi, they have departed. Upon hearing Morgan's voice echo in the sea of consciousness, Lin Shi finally exhaled in relief. Moments ago, he had prepared for a hasty escape. Not only had he instructed Morgan to be ready with the water mirror, but he had also silently recited the summoning incantation for the half-plane of the undead, ready to whisk Yutong and chill her away at any moment. Given Mu In's physical limitations, if those two truly intended to act, they would need to consider the Academy's resources. Overall, I extend my gratitude for everyone's support. Without it, I would not have come this far. Last month, I had a chance to break into the top 5 of the flower rankings, which was likely my only opportunity. Regrettably, I did not cherish it. The tree desires tranquility, yet the wind does not cease, and the child wishes to be filial, but the parent is no longer present. When a system notification reverberated through the starry sky, the atmosphere surged to a new climax. This was also the reason the shares of Xinya Group did not rise, as Zhou Mingjun suddenly understood, then exclaimed with joy. The fierce blades of wind shot out in all directions, encircling the enemies who, after suffering heavy losses, began to hesitate, no longer charging recklessly. When the ball unexpectedly rolled towards him, Harmon graciously accepted the grand gesture from Elgra and, with a swift kick, sent the ball soaring. Zhan Yue exuded an imposing presence. Locking onto Meng Feiyu, startled, hastily retreated and burst through the window. EC, with a cold countenance, crouched on the ground and casually tossed a handful of sand at his face. Ed suspected that EC's tense expression, nearly resembling a grimace, was merely an effort to suppress laughter. However, since he had not yet burst into laughter, Ed could only pretend that he was still angry. I wonder if revealing Lu Bu's strategy to the Emperor would allow me to return. Jin Yong prostrated himself before Yuan Yao, inquiring earnestly. The bolder the man, the greater the yield. Often, it is not a lack of ability, but a lack of ambition that confines us. Yang Feng chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to comment. Little did he know that the very person he schemed against daily was his own elder brother, Long Chun. Though he had just met Long Chun, the legendary figure who once dominated the cultivation world thousands of years ago, he had heard tales of him upon arriving at the Shushan sect. A colossal blood-red hand radiated a terrifying power, seemingly tearing through the surrounding air with a deafening roar. Li Qingfeng continuously battled the Thunder Dragon, yet his physical strength paled in comparison, resulting in relentless defeats. The elite soldiers of the ground force marched past with formidable tanks, while eagles soared overhead. A regiment of mechs stood in perfect formation, their resolute presence akin to nails driven firmly into the earth. Lin Shui entered the sales department, initially intending to check on Li Qingfeng, only to overhear a heated argument inside. The ferocious flame serpents roared, yet they dared not attack, wary of Mo Fan's supernatural abilities. Such an adversary was not fearsome. What was truly daunting was the lurking threat of ambush, leaving me in a position of disadvantage. The trio, with no other option, retreated swiftly. However, as Lin Chun made a subtle movement, his mind relaxed, and the spiritual energy from his sword began to emanate once more, compelling him to focus and continue his actions. I must admit, my father-in-law's capacity for alcohol is rather poor. He was inebriated after half a bottle, subsequently driven home by my mother-in-law, Mu Xiaoyan. Upon hearing Qin Fan's explanation, Song Zixuan and the onlooking collectors suddenly understood, their gazes towards Qin Fan filled with admiration. Qin Fan complied and sat on the tatami mat, pouring himself a glass of cool tea to temper his rising temper, finally casting aside the distractions in his mind. They not only participated in dealing with Xiao Chao, but also seized Xiao Chao's blood transformation demon blade, the stone coffin that sealed the celestial god, and additionally, the blood shadow clone had been sealed by Jiang Hong and needed to be retrieved. Chapter 96. The Selection of the Seven Oddities, Part 1. The following days unfolded as the two had anticipated, spent amidst various inquiries. Through their efforts, the entire academy now held a more accurate understanding of Hua Yutong's identity. After this incident, the reputation of the Duke's estate was not merely tarnished, but significantly diminished. The second young master had attempted to assassinate a classmate, and the Duke was a scoundrel, if not for the White Tiger Duke's actual contributions to national defense. Their status among the students of Shrek Academy would have plummeted to a level unworthy of even a dog. Though unable to comprehend the complexities of like-S emotions, she was nonetheless acutely aware of the sorrow and anguish steadily eroding his heart. Yuchi paused at a relatively low terrain, contemplating that had he been a member of the Xianbei, he would undoubtedly have chosen to ascend from this very spot. Turning back, he was met with the piercing gaze of Hua Mingyang, the head of the foremost clan in F country. who had been dismissed as inconsequential by the two of them. Indeed, Chinaria now possessed her own sword, a symbol of her identity, a weapon, and a companion. She would forever remember Qin Shuan's words, never to forsake this sword, no matter the time or place. Taking a few steps forward, she anxiously descended the stairs, calling for Su Momo to fetch some nourishing ginseng and snow lotus from her mother. They had approached Su Qingjiu several times, but she merely advised them to wait patiently. Jiao Wang then learned of the ambush that had been laid by Cuanjun Yi against Gan Ning's fleet, which resulted in a crushing defeat. There had been instances in the past where Zhao Yu handled company matters on behalf of others, so for the time being, the company personnel would likely not raise suspicions. As the specter approached Lin Feng, even Qin Tian, on the brink of collapse, endeavored to muster his strength to stand. What was happening? The master of the Luo family, Luo Feilong, along with the other elders, stood dumbfounded at the farcical outcome unfolding on the arena. With a snap of fingers, a blurred figure caused 5 puppets within the arena to disassemble instantaneously, scattering their parts across the ground. Having expended little energy, we set up camp on a relatively gentle and flat section of the mountainside before the despair slope. After a moment of confusion, I reached for my phone to call Chintu, but upon hearing footsteps, I turned to see Chintu approaching with an enormous bouquet of roses, sweat glistening on his brow despite the winter chill. The old Taoist stood his ground, leaving him no choice but to yield. He had long harbored thoughts of cultivating immortality, and with a sect leader willing to take him as a disciple, he felt it would be a grave mistake to let such an opportunity slip away. At that moment in early summer, flowers bloomed sporadically, with the delicate white buds exuding a faint, enchanting fragrance. How could you bring a stranger to the outside of my tent? Zhang Zizhong pointed angrily, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him, incensed that his trusted soldiers would assist an outsider. Luo Xue and Luo Feihong scrutinized Xuana and Tatanu. A 6th-level magical beast was equivalent to a silver-armored dignitary of the 5th rank among human warriors. It was astonishing that Xuana and Tata could slay a 6th-level beast with their initial cultivation as bronze-armored warriors. Meanwhile, outside the yamen, a clamor arose. "Return my justice. The Huang family is wronged." Several members of the Huang family, clad in mourning attire, shouted their grievances at the entrance. "Yanli, if you have courage, do not hide. I shall see how I deal with you." Huang Lia felt a surge of anger, nearly overturning the table. Yesterday, the timely arrival of Yanqihan's people had made her realize they had dug a pit for her to fall into. Observing her subordinates drenched in sweat, Li Yobin refrained from rushing into the topic, instead inquiring where they had come from. As he spoke, he stood up, poured himself a cup of jasmine tea from his canister, and filled it with hot water, the fragrance wafting through the air. Chapter 97. The Selection of the 7 Oddities, Part 2. Time swiftly passed to the afternoon, and the core disciples of Class 1 in the 2nd year gathered at the entrance of the Dual Spirit Zone under Wang Yin's leadership. Soon, Xuanzi arrived on the scene, confirming that all were present except for Ning Tian, who had taken leave and led the students into the Dual Spirit Zone. Xuanzi addressed the students, speaking through the special voice transmitter on his armor. "Listen carefully, you little ones. The upcoming assessment for core disciples is quite simple. I call it the collective." Passers-by glanced curiously at Yin Poyu, who had suddenly erupted with youthful fervor, but only an elderly man, already in his 60s with silver-streaked hair, walked with the poise of a seasoned soldier and smiled knowingly at him. The wind-riding steeds galloped toward the rear camp, while the Corpse Witch army surged forward like a tidal wave. After shouting these words, as she witnessed the man drawing closer, tears blurring her vision, Li Tianer cast one last lingering glance at the boy lying in a pool of blood, who gazed at her with longing. Without hesitation, she raised the utility knife and plunged it into her chest. At that moment, Mu Qianfan warily observed Lin Yue alongside the murmurs around them, and reluctantly decided to lead everyone away. I was terrified that Duan Mu Zhigo would weep. Fortunately, no one dared to enter, or else upon seeing Lin Yue, her efforts would have been in vain. Lifting the resplendent imperial crown, intricately woven with fine gold threads, its inner edges adorned with gilded rims, Two symmetrical dragons coiled at the top, their heads raised, mouths agape, eyes wide, with a circular fire orb between them, surrounded by flames. Muka exchanged glances with Liu Ming, unsure when it began, but every time she learned of Liu Ming's peril, an inexplicable worry would arise within her. Moreover, although our two families lacked the military strength to contend with the Montes family, we nonetheless managed to assemble 4 divisions to support you and Counselor Xue. Shearman also chimed in. The structure comprised 2 floors connected by an arch bridge, closely linked yet seemingly unrelated. Thunder Emperor. The Holy Eagle has risen from the ground. At this moment, facing the impending threat, he steeled himself. Channeling his vital energy with great effort, his injuries were suppressed, and flesh rapidly grew, healing the wounds, while the tattered armor was restored. The contest in Wuqing had progressed to this point, and he had forged a path through countless obstacles. Others believing his aim was merely to vindicate the young warriors from the village, to teach the historically haughty 4 great families a lesson. Liang, if you think this way, you are gravely mistaken. This was originally Feng Hai's idea. Do you believe his intentions are so simple? Merely to uncover the hiding place of the Xu family? Over the course of the year, he had made tremendous strides in the way of the staff. A transformation so profound it was as if he had traversed realms since the previous year. Upon entering the room, I was astonished to find yet another aunt present. Though her presence was devoid of warmth, her complexion terrifyingly pale. Aside from Yang Biao, no one else in the court could replace his position. Lu Ji had already retreated, and Zhu Juan and others had long since passed away. Thus, retaining Yang Biao was an inevitable choice for Liu Bei. The county magistrate suppressed a breath, contemplating, alas, what manner of general begets such soldiers? Dongzhe has already annihilated Yuan Taifu's entire family. How could his subordinates be virtuous? I shall merely turn a blind eye and endure this indignity. Chapter 98. The 7 Oddities. After expelling all the unqualified participants from the arena, Xuanzi beckoned, gathering the remaining 8 individuals before him. He took a sip of wine and inquired, "Do you know the purpose of this competition?" Except for a few from Class 1 in the 2nd year, most present shook their heads. Xuanzi began to recount the history of Shrek Academy. In the very beginning, our academy was merely a small rural institution. Yulu, you are truly foolish. Your actions for my sake are not worth it. Gui Mulang. Embracing the barely conscious Zhang Yulu, choked out these words. Kong Min lowered his head to search carefully and soon spotted a burly man riddled with over 10 arrows, yet still alive. His eyes widened as he pointed a trembling arm toward a nearby pond, his lips parting as if to utter something, but no words escaped. Certain equipment had already begun calibration, including the blowing of film and granulation, with corresponding projects nearing completion. Muyi, noticing that a potential individual of the 17th rank sought him out, frowned in disdain and inquired, "Who are you? Am I acquainted with you?" The fiery liquor, aptly named, burned as it slid down the throat, igniting flames upon contact. Suddenly, a flicker of white light flashed across Ling Qingshan's forehead, and then, in the previously clear celestial nectar, specks of silver began to emerge. This mountain was sealed within a separate space, and, according to Shinzi, the strength of the seal was such that even a cultivator at the golden body stage, armed with divine weaponry, could not breach it. Both swords were lethal, yet the agile fox spirit deftly evaded the crucial strike. Only the one aimed at her neck managed to graze her right rib as she attempted to leap away. During the day, as Mo Fei passed by, she discreetly slipped a talisman, aware that her master would surely disapprove of such thievery, yet she paid it no mind. At that moment, Yihuan Gongmu halted his steps, gazing intently into the depths of the canyon, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. "What else do I desire?" Aunt Sue, witnessing the fury in her son's eyes, felt her own anger swell. The demon wolf gripped the ground tightly with its claws, mere inches from plummeting off the cliff with the ice block, unwilling to turn away from the falling ice for a long while before finally retreating. The habit of laziness had already taken root and was not easily altered, remarked Quan Qinglin, upon witnessing the opponent wield the Bai Hai Guanlan divine sword. Yao, he felt both astonishment and confusion. her mind momentarily dazed. As she suddenly snapped back to reality, the purple divine sword of the man in black and white descended from the air, accompanied by a thunderous sound. Yao Yi's face turned pale with fear, recognizing the lost opportunity, and found it difficult to contend with the opponent's overwhelming might. Beneath the icy plains of Bingling Hai lay vast, rolling waves. Deep within the ocean, clusters of towering tree-like seaweed resembled a dense forest stretching endlessly. Su Jiao Air and several other oddities from Xingxiu unveiled the cloth covering dozens of cages, revealing creatures resembling dogs and wolves. Their eyes glowing with an eerie green light, startling in the darkness like flickering will-o'-the-wisps. It's nothing, just inquiring about relevant matters. Doesn't this provide motivation for studying? Wang Yu felt that Mei Sanxiang had changed somewhat. The essence of demonic power, absorbed by the Jin Wu from the sun's supreme yang energy, was now contained within these mountains. It was said that the soul emitted an invincible energy that unexpectedly drained the spirit energy from the surrounding tide. Finally, I have returned to this place. That soul-capturing stronghold truly instilled fear in me. I always feared being deceived by evildoers on the road. Shen Yuexin, reminiscing about the soul-capturing stronghold, spoke joyfully. Mu Shifeng gazed at Ren Tianxing's unflinching demeanor, feeling a measure of respect for these ancient beings who had cultivated for millions of years. Indeed, it is said that the elderly are wise. Each of these old fellows is not to be underestimated. Chapter 99. The gossipy man Lin Shi and her companions deliberated and ultimately chose a grand hotel. Shrek City, a first-tier metropolis with a plethora of businesses, boasted hotels of extreme luxury, albeit at exorbitant rates. However, the attendees were evidently not short on funds, casually reserving a private room and ordering their meal, thus commencing their soiree. Unsurprisingly, the first to spark conversation was the lively Su Sanshi, who engaged Bei Bei with flattery. In truth, for the nation of Chunghua, which enjoys a perennial spring-like warmth, encountering a thunderstorm even once a year is quite rare, predominantly occurring at the border with the northern nation of Xiagua. After rehearsing for so long, there was finally some progress, especially for Fat Cat. Your memorization of lines must deepen, Chun Bin remarked with a smile, feeling relieved as they had all grown particularly familiar with one another. Su Shanhong gradually calmed her nerves, though a faint blush remained on her beautiful face. Nestled in Dongfang Yunyang's embrace, she reminisced about the nearly suffocating sensation from moments prior, her lips instinctively curling into a barely perceptible smile. Meanwhile, within the Kuan-Ning Palace, the Empress was nurturing her pregnancy. Hearing from the imperial physician Su Zhong, that Li Chan was also expecting and that the emperor had elevated her to the rank of second-class imperial consort. She could not help but feel a mix of joy and sorrow. She rejoiced at the prospect of another child for the emperor, yet lamented that Li Chan's rise could threaten her own position. Among the brash young men were the eldest son of the Liaodong general Zhou Mutang, the nephew of the Yin Sui general Lu Min Quan, and the second son of Lu Huanzhang's favorite concubine, all of whom had seized the opportunity to prove themselves during last month's visit to the capital. Jiang Chong nodded slightly, his fingertip glowing with golden starlight, illuminating the funnel-shaped architectural holy symbol in his hand with countless specks of light, each representing a lifeless body. However, he now understood the purpose of the 1,000 gene talismans. It seemed Lu Xiangyang's intent was to prevent anyone from opening this urn of ashes, and the person he had cursed was indeed the future master of this tomb. Huanghua, a proud and wild smile flickered across Kay's face, her lips curling like a razor's edge. A terrifying wave of mental energy transformed into a massive cone, hurtling toward the rapidly ascending purple ground below. His throat felt parched, though he could not ascertain how long he had lain in bed. He sensed that he had surely surpassed 30 years of age. The Taoist was astonished, yet his inner emotions remained undiminished. He continually reminded himself that all that lay before him was but an illusion. At the current pace, it would take over 10 minutes to locate an energy crystal core. Right, Guardian. I kindly request you convey to your sex leader that an old acquaintance has arrived, Zhao Go stated directly, while the host eyed him warily. His identity had always been a closely guarded secret, known to few, yet the fact that this unfamiliar man was aware of it compelled him to exercise caution. Uncertain whether he was friend or foe. Although Kumu Rong was confined within a secret chamber, he was not completely isolated from the outside world. He was aware that the inner city was under siege, yet he seemed unconcerned. Perhaps he believed the outer city had sufficient defenses against the beast tide, while the inner city possessed formidable pure yang protective arrays that could not possibly be breached. Sales and others could not help but smile bitterly, thinking how this fellow could not discern the situation, his knack for causing trouble matched only by that of a copper hammer. Liuli swung the scythe in her hand, striking the descending sword of light with tremendous force. The power of destruction emanated from the scythe, wrapping around the sword of light, which instantly developed countless cracks. Indeed, it was one of the esteemed elders of the Yin-Yang sect, the perfectly balanced Jindan Shuanghua, Heibai Zi. His eagle-like eyes emitted a sharp, cold light, targeting the Crane King, Heibai Ri, and the three individuals behind him. Chapter 100. The Women of the Shy Lotus Gathering, Part 1. However, contrary to Lin Shi's expectations, Jiang Nannan felt utterly restless at that moment, observing the three fiery-eyed junior sisters before her. Jiang Nan began to question her very existence. What was meant to be a simple gathering for a meal and emotional connection had transformed into this. An hour ago, unlike the boys, the girls laid out a picnic blanket by the sea god lake and began their feast. Yutong's culinary skills were exceptional. As everyone entered, they found her leaning against the headboard, absent-mindedly caressing the jade pendant in her hand, lost in thought. Unbeknownst to her, Chuyun's substantial appetite was due to his rigorous training. At his current stage, he required a continuous influx of energy from external sources, with food being the most effective means. He could easily consume 10 plates of beef and lamb, and even 10 more. The giant Kwa Tian exclaimed, "I'll take the lead." He dashed up the platform in a few swift strides, and in an instant he vanished from sight. Yi Song, feeling awkward, opened his mouth to speak but ignored Jiang Huai's mockery and wandered over to a large array of clothing, calling Chu Lian to join him. Liu Bufan nodded and stealthily approached Ren Hundan, pinching him hard. Ren Hundan shuddered awake, astonished to find himself emerging from a dream. Chuyin showed no sign of surprise. His companion's words were entirely expected. He still could not grasp her true intentions. "You must have 180 thoughts swirling in your head. Did I finish speaking before you interrupted?" Zhou Yang cast a sidelong glance at Bai Ziang. Suddenly, several hundred people appeared around the tower, creating a magnificent sight. The crowd was puzzled by the absence of the Grand Sorcerer. Zhen Shi waved and swept a wine glass to the ground, the crimson liquid merging into the dark carpet, disappearing in moments. After that, a sudden shift in his aura transformed his grand robe into the armor of a warrior, and he exhaled a plume of black mist that billowed into the shape of a large blade. "I command you to release her," Duanmu Hao reiterated coldly, his words laced with a hint of warning. Song Song shared the sentiment. "How could I let a mere assassin pay for injuring my mother? It must be a complete reckoning." Time seemed to freeze at that moment, the anticipation of death stretching out interminably, as if a century had passed. Luo Tian sensed the magic approaching him. He opened his arms, wrapping them around Ning Ryue and Wan Xiu, finally resting his hands on Lan Yun's, holding her tightly. "Qing Yi, I just spoke with her on the phone. She is much better now. The doctor says she can return home in about 10 days. Zifeng informed Yu Qing." Jiyan finished her soup, stretched lazily, and wrapped herself in the fragrant cotton blanket, leaning back on the couch, drifting off to sleep. Queen Yang went to her room for a nap, leaving only 3 people in the house. Suzy Jean went outside to feed the cattle, while Ranwei prepared breakfast in the kitchen, as the man on the Kong had yet to awaken, giving them no reason to continue watching over him. Seeing everything arranged adequately, Zhongshan prepared to leave, leaving behind a few kitchen knives and bags of salt, advising them to trade with any other tribes that might come by, allowing them to decide what to exchange. "That won't happen," and Xiang'er retorted sharply. Realizing she was at a disadvantage in her argument with Han Jingxian, she stepped forward and yanked the blanket from Han Jingxian, causing an envelope to flutter down to the ground. "Just like that time with the bellows, my mother still fears mentioning it," Xianyigan remarked. causing Chu Mingqiu to fully comprehend that they were not afraid of him, but of Lu Yi, who had made them retreat with a single phone call, leaving a lasting impression. Mommy has arrived. Upon hearing this unexpected voice, Lin Shi was taken aback. You're Tiamat? The blue-haired girl before him nodded with delight. Indeed, I am Tiamat, and I am here to support you. Lin Shi felt a headache coming on. Today was his birthday. Although both had lost their families in this world, the mature aura emanating from him, a man 12 years her senior, intoxicated her like fine wine, leaving her unable to resist. It's nothing serious. Our third young master told me to inform you if I saw Miss Dongling. He will be away for a while, but will remember his promises to you and will seek you out upon his return. The apothecary's assistant conveyed the message earnestly. Gu Shiran tilted her head slightly to look at him, catching a pleasant whiff of his masculine scent. Your Majesty, allow me to attend to concubine Hui, she offered humbly, and I saw Bao Yuan nodding approvingly. Perhaps usually, Feng Guang would notice the discrepancies in the system, but at this moment, she was utterly captivated by his allure. Just then, another figure returned, and upon seeing Feng Guang lost in thought, Xie Zhan felt a sudden pain in his head. Thus, the birthday of Long Ma was decided, featuring a custom-made tennis racket. Although the gift might not be particularly novel, Qianai still hoped Long Ma would appreciate it. The moment Gu Chun left her side, he felt as though his heart had been shredded into countless pieces by the evening breeze, unable to mend itself. It felt as if a fierce wind swept by, and in a fleeting moment, Sun Fengzhao experienced a fleeting illusion in his dazed consciousness. Time had momentarily halted. Wu Shi, you used to call me He Ting. Yuan He Ting felt Su Wu Shi's arm slip from his grasp and sensed an unsettling loss, not wanting it to be so. Beside Wang Huayu, two pools of metallic liquid continued to merge, while the code on the screen before him kept changing, everything proceeding in an orderly fashion. Zhou Longfei chuckled, noting that his salary here was merely 20,000, which felt insufficient. In Huaxia, 20,000 a month was quite manageable, but here, it seemed to vanish too quickly. Just focus on your studies at the academy and refrain from thinking about escaping, Shangguan Lingyan threatened, shaking her fist. Finally, it was completed. At that moment, Millie, who had been assisting in setting up the photography studio, paused and approached the two. I simply cannot understand. Is the nature of a husky so powerful that it cannot change even at the stellar river level? Zhao Wuyan remarked, his face a mask of confusion. Kaya pondered whether the ultimate evolution of innate abilities would rebound against the world when utilized in this realm, although she felt that the capacity to maximize techniques existing in a state of desperation could not be influenced. Who could say for certain? Should she gamble with the future of the world at stake? Yes, Xiao Ting. If your friend calls, let them join us, Shang Wanyin said with a gentle smile directed at Lin Shouting, following with a calm remark. Of course, but there's more to it. That 1% of talent is the most crucial, Kaya continued. This is a truth known to many supreme beings, and it is also the reverse scale of time, regarded as a disgrace. Li Wan Yi, Li Miao Yu, Li Wan Yun, Wei Qing Chan, and Wei Qing Huan turned to look at Wei Qing Fan. Chapter 101, The Gathering of Women at the Shy Lotus Venue. Part 2. What kind of expression is that? Lin Xiu'er complained. Hui Yutong's expression was clearly one of disdain towards her. From childhood to adulthood, she has only been met with reverent gazes. This particular expression is one she has never witnessed before. Hui Yutong shrugged her shoulders, remarking that it was quite impressive for someone to be so oblivious to their own feelings, yet speak so confidently. Lin Xiu'er scoffed, expressing her preference for the simultaneous charge of the sword and shield soldiers alongside the spear soldiers. The sword and shield soldiers would first withstand the onslaught of the magical beasts with their long shields, allowing the spear soldiers to thrust their weapons through the gaps, catching the beasts off guard and causing significant casualties. The conflict among the three kings was ignited over the crucial city gate, leading to an overt and rightful advance into the royal palace. Can I use this? Luo Yu inquired, gazing at the spoon in her hand as she lightly tapped the black jade bed of Yun Shirtian. It was somewhat frightening. Even I, along with Yin Lu, could not deter the situation, ultimately resorting to binding Wang Li with a rope to resolve the matter. The provincial authorities also offered substantial rewards, encouraging hard work. Initially, I intended to conduct an in-depth investigation to understand your experiences. He even dreamt of sitting atop a massive cotton puff, soaring like a celestial being, traversing through the fiery mountains, ascending to the heavens. The conditions and foundations necessary for robust optical fiber product development, as outlined in the application report, have been met. A large pool of technological talent and workforce exists, along with a solid material foundation and financial strength, supported by decades of market credibility and a nationwide network of distributors. Meanwhile, the aggrieved individual observed Gu Chengda's countenance with disdain. Gu Chengda, feeling the weight of his actions, gestured as if commanding an army. You can only cultivate by the riverbank, Kong Daoran stated, suggesting the scenic beauty of the plains, where one could journey from the villa to the aquatic regions. Relishing the fragrant lotus roots alongside the fish, the pure and untainted hibiscus, satiating without the need for food or drink. Luo Yu held the spoon, unable to cry or laugh, merely blinking her large eyes and turning to look at Yun Shitian. Although unaware of Xiao Lin's reasons for purchasing these items, he respected his brother's request for secrecy and refrained from speaking out. After years apart, the two once familiar brothers had returned to the carefree camaraderie of their youth after a brief outing. After glancing at Qingqing, who was hosting the auction, and then at Qingya beside him, Qin Juanxi turned to address Qingya. The heat rising from the ground was nearly unbearable, making it difficult for his feet to remain on the ground for long. In such oppressive heat, the entrance was barren of life, with only the occasional black crow soaring overhead. The cracked earth seemed on the verge of collapse, yielding underfoot like loose soil. With a sudden tilt of his head, Yun Xiao swallowed the massive heart of the fire vein whole. Upon ingestion, a wave of warmth surged through his throat and abdomen, a sensation both soothing and tingling. Albeit fleeting. On the competition stage, the young man in purple, Qi Weiyan, who was expected to achieve unprecedented success with 1,000 consecutive victories, vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Provided with ample materials, Montella, the master of formations, along with 15 colleagues, constructed the 72 formation pillars with remarkable ease. Once all 72 pillars were erected, Wei Xian would place the Wuxing Yao of the Great Wall as the focal point of the formation, and then all would be in readiness, awaiting the auspicious moment. The outer disciples scattered across the stairs beheld Lu Tuo's fierce demeanor, retreating in fear as if confronted by a demon, adopting a posture akin to submission. As Qin Juanxi walked, he discarded items along the way, forcefully stamping the stones into the earth until they were buried beneath the soil. Chapter 102. The Agreement with He Kai Tu. Meanwhile, Lin Shi exited the hotel, exhaling deeply. Su Sanshi, in a drunken stupor, lay sprawled across the dining table, having been indulged by Lin Shi's intentional leniency. Bei Bei was also inebriated, albeit in a more graceful manner than Su Sanshi. As he continued to pour more liquor into his mouth upon Lin Shi's exit, it was evident that Zhang Lishuan's troubles weighed heavily on him. Just then, someone entered to report on work, causing Gu Buishuan's call to be delayed until the evening. Yixia had become completely numb since being captured, and with all her sensory faculties blocked, her heart had sunk, indicating the intruder was well prepared. Night raid, Yin eagerly inquired, though some products were sold outside. The cleanliness of his own home remained uncertain. I have always held gratitude for the commandant's wife. Had I known she could not bear to hear of Mr. Tian's passing, I would have refrained from uttering a word in her presence. Li Na remained silent, her gaze fixated on the racket in Chun Jieshi's hand, as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable. Enough. Ling Long placed down her handkerchief, scooping him up and heading toward her room. The sensation was akin to a parched soul in the desert suddenly falling into a spring of fresh water, or a famished individual encountering the most exquisite dish. The drama school predominantly featured skilled actors, a fact widely acknowledged in the industry. Yang Mi's assertion left Tang Yin with no grounds for rebuttal, merely pledging to try her best. Jin Yang's journey to Yinmen Pass under normal marching conditions would typically take around 5 days. Yet Lu Tianhao and his companions accomplished it in merely 3, demonstrating a remarkable pace, marching tirelessly without shedding armor. "Let go," Qian Ziao said coldly, attempting to shake off his hand. Shun Wanwan regarded Sun Ma with a half-smile, causing Sun Ma to feel an unsettling chill as if she were being seen through. Observing the desolate landscape with its sparse inhabitants, Xiaochu felt quite satisfied. Fewer people meant better circumstances. The expelled ninjas appeared to be utterly broken, their bodies limp as they flew outward, blood seeping through their garments. Upon entering the command unit, Zheng Sanpao wore a pained expression as he recounted his experiences in the recruit company. Hearing this, Xiaochu's expression darkened, without granting them further attention. She simply covered the plastic sheet. Jiang Heng was indifferent to these matters. Once the medic departed, he swiftly pulled up a chair to sit beside Ling Yinji. However, certain situations are inescapable, and he decided to observe what kind of scheme Tang Yishan was concocting. Should the intruder indeed belong to the northern faction, intent on sowing discord? Having a few from the southern faction present would provide some reassurance. Gu Mingyu's peach blossom eyes sparkled with warmth, exuding a blend of tenderness and charm. As he gestured to indicate he would refrain from speaking further, Yi Jingyun awoke early but remained motionless, lying in bed with vacant eyes fixed on the pristine wall before her. In a moment, Lin Yu reached the 10th floor, where the undead beasts had vanished. "Brother Yun, you may break through now. I shall guard you." Yi Zi comprehended Yi Jingyun's intention and promptly declared, "The blood-devouring tiger, being a spiritual beast equivalent to a human cultivator of the Spirit King level, left Yi Jingyun without a moment's respite." Hua Xingxi's smile faltered as she once more felt the warmth of her father's strong embrace, unsure where to place her hands in this unfamiliar comfort. Chapter 103. Are we targeting Lin Shi? Is it true? The outcome was reminiscent of the second encounter with Ma Xiaodao. Su Sanqi found himself utterly intoxicated once more, once again being carried back to the dormitory by Lin Shi. However, the distinction lay in the fact that this time, an additional individual had joined the ranks of the inebriated, with a K2 taking over the task from Hui Yutong. Fortunately, the recovery abilities of soul masters surpassed those of ordinary individuals, and by the next day, their previous state of disarray was no longer apparent. Lin Shi found himself perplexed by the situation among the female group. The atmosphere was thick with silence, and even the individual present had their face covered, staring blankly at Li Mu, who had never before received a slap across the face at such an age. If a complete set of the Zhu Xian sword array could be assembled, it could be ritualistically refined together, thereby saving time and effort, enhancing efficiency. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he might not have noticed the bloodstains adorning Ma Ningyao's arm. Although Yang Pan had elevated Yongchuan Xuan to an extraordinary level, its limitations were evident. Martial arts in a world devoid of magic inherently bore constraints. The expanse of a single continent was vast, and, similarly, the Jin Shi clan, occupying 1/3 of Fengzhou, held territory of considerable magnitude. However, the demeanor of his attendant revealed much about the identity of the individuals within the carriage. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and the serpent-headed figure looked up in astonishment to behold a pale, beautiful face, strikingly beautiful, yet inexplicably inducing a sense of dread. The emblem of Kuerwei indeed bore resemblance to that of Wuling Hongguang, yet Kuerwei represented a true classic of luxury sports cars, capable of fetching hundreds of thousands of dollars even in the year 1975 for its two-seater variant. The two brothers did not anticipate that Liu Jian would arrive bearing gifts. They were momentarily taken aback, followed by expressions of joy as they hurriedly opened the package to reveal a gleaming black watch quietly resting within, clearly of no inexpensive variety. Thus, prior to their departure, Rongxi had specifically instructed them to borrow several sets of clothing from the servants of the residence. Lin Songming's words left Jia Lan deep in thought, and after a long silence, he finally spoke. "What are your thoughts now? Are you truly considering bringing back that old man's head in exchange for Fei?" His tone was indifferent, revealing no trace of emotion. On the way back to the residence, Yuxin was informed that Cai Yin had arrived once more. Due to Yuxin's previous poisoning incident, Shooting had advised the guards, resulting in Tsai Yin being blocked outside the general's residence. However, given Guo Shifu's authority and significant influence in the court, along with his grasp on a faction of the new nobility in the capital, the long-term implications remained uncertain. Shi Hui glanced at Xiang, suspecting the crown prince might harbor feelings for her. He felt that his actions from yesterday were quite foolish. If he were to let go, wouldn't the crown prince seize the opportunity to uncover Xiang? I never expected Su Yunhua, who typically maintained a demeanor of grace and elegance, would utter such words to me. Uncertain of her intentions, I could only smile in response, choosing not to reply. It is indeed perplexing. While this matter does not involve Lao Qin, and he is not the one who killed the young father, ultimately, Pan Hao's son is a scoundrel, one of many. Surely, the king and queen are not the first guests of the general, Ling Yishio inquired directly, avoiding any circumspect language. Long Qining scratched his head, chuckling, and exchanged an understanding glance with Long Qianjue. Uncertain, Ji Gongyuan turned to gaze at the mountain. The moon hung high in the sky during the full moon period, illuminating the valley with clarity. The absence of lights and candles rendered the night even brighter. He adjusted the bow and arrows on his back, moistening his lips with his tongue. He glanced at the rope still tied to a low tree before approaching the cliff's edge. Looking down, he saw a sea of clouds and mist, obscuring the bottom. The severed end of the rope swayed in the empty void. He quickly retreated, recalling how he had previously fallen from such a height, feeling his legs grow weak. Chapter 104 concluded with Xuanzi's voice echoing as Dai Yaolong was the first to rush out. After all, he was considerably stronger than Dai Huabin, and although he did not understand Xuanzi's reasoning for such arrangements or Su San'sfate's attitude, he discerned one thing: never underestimate Lin Shi, lest one truly face defeat. Moreover, he had intended to take advantage of this opportunity to vent his frustrations on Lin Shi, regardless of the latter's strength or weakness. Yayue also forced a smile, astonished by the mysterious origins and exceptional intellect of Luo Xuan. Subjecting one's meridians to the cycle of rupture and recovery daily would significantly enhance their resistance to the high-intensity infusion of Star Force, ensuring that when executing the Shenlong Yin technique, they would not experience meridian ruptures during battle. The innate one-chi slash. Zhang Zhenren let out a clear whistle, and with the Qixia Jian in hand, he unleashed the golden sword energy that had previously perished alongside Chang Shi's bloodline ability, Sui Yue. Thus, after 4 back-and-forth exchanges, the 20-meter height transformed a solitary life into a gradual ascent. He gazed quietly at the painting on the wall, a smile of happiness gracing his features as he explained to Xue Lianer. Ruye, do not underestimate anyone, Guiran sternly advised the somewhat complacent Lien Rui. How dare you act so brazenly in my city? You two possess great audacity. Today, I shall use your lives to warn others that no one is permitted to act recklessly within Baolin City. The elder glared at the bull-headed and horse-faced figures within the formation, his voice heavy with authority. She never forgot her mother's teachings, always keeping them close to her heart. It was only upon losing her child that she realized that no matter how much one remembers, it holds little value. Without a child, all rules become meaningless. I have placed him in the side room, Pu Xiuxing stated, and Jin Shimon headed straight for the side room without looking back. A blade floated in the resurrection point, deeply frustrated. He had never anticipated that leading a dozen 5th transformation companions would result in being swiftly defeated by a 4th transformation player, an experience exceedingly unpleasant. Just after hearing this, Zhou Xuan and the others prepared to flee, only to be slaughtered by Feng Chengzhu and Feng Yong's troops. I am from the first team, Long Hao, currently engaging with the opposing side. Long Hao had been assigned to the first team to maintain order. Of course, accounts cannot be settled in such a manner. It ultimately depends on how the funds are utilized. If allocated for high-speed rail construction, $40 billion might only cover 280 kilometers of track. Unlike humans, demon beasts strengthen themselves further. A 5th-level demon beast physique can rival that of a holy-grade secret treasure. As the supreme aura of the magical artifact radiated before him, Xiao Xingyuan's heart remained remarkably tranquil, devoid of any turmoil. The night breeze caressed, sending loose gravel scattering, and the low camel grass swayed incessantly, rustling beside the hooves of the horses. Chai Xiao and his companions halted in the wind, engaging in quiet conversation. What exactly is the nature of Erlongshin? Zhang, you found it hard to believe. If Erlongshin possessed no extraordinary abilities, how could he become the most valued talent beneath the Jade Emperor in the Heavenly Court? Once synonymous with the Jade Emperor, he must possess something significant to convey the Emperor's will. Chun Xining had learned all that he could on the mountain. To achieve further breakthroughs and reach a higher level, he must undergo the trials of life and blood. Liu Qingqing, accompanied by Yinqing Yahong, had experienced the convenience brought by the teleportation array several times and was thoroughly impressed. The three ruffians finally breathed a sigh of relief, simultaneously contemplating how to express their gratitude to Ada later. The enemy, observing the completion of their charge, unleashed a radiant brilliance akin to the sun in the clear sky, aimed directly at the mechanized city in the heavens. Ling Yun's debut in the competition attracted an astonishing audience of 300,000, filling the entire virtual arena to capacity. Chapter 105. Why does Xuanzi choose to retain his history of harming students? The Shrek team appear to be grappling with a palpable sense of unreality regarding this outcome, particularly for the main team members who had never witnessed Lin Shi's instantaneous defeat of the core disciples from the Outer Academy. Their expectations of his capabilities were thus skewed, leading to an even greater sense of disillusionment. Observing the despondent members before him, Xuanzi could not help but smile with satisfaction in his heart. He believed that a few setbacks would serve these arrogant students well. After all, achieving the status of an immortal emperor seemed daunting. Yet breaking through the 9 heavens was within reach. The Zijin Shenlong stroked its chin thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Abba skillfully alternated between using a pistol and a submachine gun, methodically progressing through each challenge with grace and precision. Hey, you claim to have a long-standing friendship with clan leader Feng Qingyan? Did he ascend over a century ago without your knowledge? Our current clan leader is Feng Qilong, the nephew of clan leader Feng Qingyun. Feng Qiushui remarked coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Observing Zhao Yi and his companion's attire and demeanor revealed their affluent backgrounds. They lacked for nothing. Grandfather, this is for your own good. Let be. If Li Qinghuan is destined to win, then let him have it. We should refrain from contesting this matter. Yiku expressed her concerns after Xiao Feng concluded his phone call. What surprised me was not only the deathly presence, but also the gathering of information on the 6 demon generals. It felt as though unseen forces were orchestrating everything from behind the scenes, with their focus seemingly directed at our Death God faction. Lu Yujing was furious. Li Junqian's wish did not include him, as they had clearly dismissed his significance. The Jintianling formation was granted by the power known as the Sword Mansion, specifically for this war, with the spiritual energy within the formation transmitted from the Sword Mansion, ensuring no mishaps would occur. All right, everyone rise. Is there any unusual activity from Wuzishan? The Taoist glanced at the two with mild scrutiny before returning his attention to the chessboard. The middle-aged man was entirely fixated on the board, not lifting his head. Divination? She implied that while she could not glimpse others' pasts, she could not see her own. Caressing the soft, flowing hair of the beauty, Liu pressed a gentle kiss upon her pristine forehead, trailing down to savor her sweet lips. History can be profoundly ironic. Since the reforms of Shangyang, the Qin state dominated the world, with only the Zhao state capable of curbing its formidable military might. As descendants of the Ying clan, the responsibility for unifying the realm fell upon these two kin, leading to a bitter rivalry between the Qin and Zhao states. Though military regulations prohibited the consumption of alcohol, when it was offered, a sip was deemed acceptable. A squad of loyal guards swiftly formed a protective barrier around Liu, while dozens rushed towards the surrounding forests, executing their tasks with meticulous order, leaving no opportunity for adversaries to exploit. The ferocious strikes felt as though the sandbags were not mere bags, but rather the enemies who had slain his father. Of course, this did not imply that Cheng Yu's cunning was inferior to Chen Gong's. Rather, compared to Cheng Yu, whose resources were severely limited while trapped in Dongyi City, Shungong's broader array of resources posed a much greater threat. The other experts at the referees' table initially intended to voice their opinions, but ultimately refrained, as they dared not contradict Lei Yin's words. Regarding Li Kuafu, there was indeed an enigmatic aura surrounding him. Anyone present within the Tian Gang, Jiu Xianjin formation, was shielded from the harm of an Yin, and this damage had fully manifested upon Yin Ci. Li Yu, lost in thought, remained unaware that his omission of a yet unrevealed invincible commander had led to a slight miscalculation in Wang Liao's strategy, filling him with regret. Chapter 106, Undercurrents. Contrary to his expectations, Lin Shi appeared entirely unperturbed. Are you planning to file a complaint? By all means do so. However, I must caution you. Whether Xuan Lao believes you is one matter, but you must also consider the consequences. After all, you have the entire Duke's Manor behind you. Upon catching a glimpse of Lin Shi's enigmatic smile, Dai Yaoheng suddenly realized the implications. Lin Shi was correct. Unlike this fellow, Dai Yaoheng lacked the means to record evidence, rendering his claims unsubstantiated. The Bai Palace attendants were the weakest within the palace hierarchy, while above them were the Hongyi attendants. Currently, surrounding Si Fengjing were not only the Hongyi, but also several individuals clad in black fitted attire. According to Xuanling power, black was a tier above red. Instantly, an entire bottle of mineral water transformed into a resplendent blue hue, emitting a faint blue glow, even when diluted hundreds of times. The arcane energy within the water remained potent, reminiscent of the previous viscous blue liquid, albeit less dazzling. This sweet rice was soft and fragrant, melting in the mouth, with its refreshing sweetness sliding down the throat like gentle sunlight dispersing the chill, causing Wang Yan's previously tense expression to involuntarily relax. Yet, the vigilant man refrained from engaging in a deadly struggle. Instead, he turned and fled. When he shouted, he sounded robust, appearing ready for battle. Yet no one could have anticipated his swift departure. Meanwhile, Shangwan Fei and Lu Bing aimed to align Lu Bing's meridians, breaking the blockages with illusionary energy, and treating his injuries until Lu Bing either recovered fully or could practice with illusionary energy independently. Make yourself comfortable. I will be finished shortly. As she spoke, she struck the keyboard with unwavering focus. Xing Tianyu stole a glance at the screen, which appeared to contain data compiled from the laboratory's earlier experiments. Yu Ziqing noticed Yu Zizhen's expression, his brow furrowing, while Yu Weiyin cast a sidelong glance at Yu Zizhen, his demeanor unchanged. Regrettably, he had not dealt with Yu Zizhen directly on that day. Now, however, Yu Zizhen, rendered half-paralyzed, was in a state worse than death. The Sun Pagoda was summoned, instantly enlarging to rival the size of the Buddha's hand. It emanated a soft golden light, embodying imperial merit, while flames burned around it, representing the true fire of the sun. Having lived 2 lives, Lu Bing had encountered various individuals in her past. She understood that some men loved other men and had acquaintances who felt the same. However, this did not imply that she believed Shangwan Fei was among them. Talon watched with great interest as fans entertained themselves during halftime, a rarity as they usually retreated to the locker room during this interval. From a tactical perspective, Atletico Madrid's display of dense defense in this match diminished Iniesta's core value, limiting his ability to serve as a wall, break through, distribute, and even score. GMO glanced at his chest. The sight startled him, as half of the flesh had seemingly vanished. Although it was bandaged, it was evident that significant flesh had been lost. He carefully placed the floral wreath around the neck of the spirit, who shook its head and let out a loud snort, beginning to step in place. I do not wish for you to leave, but can I truly stop you? Yuqi casually replied, shaking his slightly sore neck. Gue Jianshou did not bear a look of bitterness or reluctance, as if he were making a significant decision. Finally, with a determined expression, he retrieved a jade token from his pocket and placed it on the table. He held a piece of translucent jade in his hand and said, "This jade has accompanied me for many years. I gift it to you, hoping you will find happiness in the future." As he spoke, he gradually closed his eyes and fell silent. When Real Madrid was on the defensive, Ramos and Pepe would sometimes anticipate the attacks coming from midfield, which led to their own positional errors, providing excellent opportunities for their opponents to exploit. Chapter 107. The Fall of the Strongest Soul King. Each person harbored their own thoughts as they hastily made their way, and within a little over a day, they arrived at the Ming Dome mountain range. Everyone took a breath, looking at Lin Shi and the others with expressions akin to observing a monster. Throughout the journey, the students with the least experience had exhibited remarkably absurd behavior. Lin Shi was not to be compared with this monster who could annihilate them in 10 seconds. Lin Xiao'er was understandable, as her cultivation was second only to Dai Yaoheng, and considering her martial soul, her combat power was commendable. Eating well was a good thing. The more you eat, the more you work. For the next week, the three of you will be responsible for cleaning the temple. If it is not done properly, Fang Zheng shot a glance at the pot. His meaning was quite clear. The tailed beast recovery plan involved 9 tailed beasts, with the core members of the Akatsuki organization perfectly matching the number of 9, aside from the leader, Pain. Zhang's face turned pale at once. This monk was too enigmatic. He had arrived empty-handed, yet could produce a 100-meter-long rope from his robe, and now he had taken out a safety buckle. Was this man human or ghost? Lin Yuan AI curled her lips into a slow smile, gestured for them to continue, and then quietly walked to the nearby rooftop, gazing at the distant blue sky and white clouds. After a moment, she descended the stairs, got into her car, and left. Tomorrow they would enter the city, and the day after that, when the anxious waiting refugees and the affluent learned of the news, they would be reluctant to pay the cost for entering the city. At that point, entering would become a commonplace affair, not causing any delays, nor requiring excessive expenditure, as the officials had left ample leeway. This scene startled Fang Zheng and Hong Haier, who were originally playing as lone wolf, salted fish, squirrel, and monkey gathered around. In the past few days at the old witch's courtyard, he had not rested well, and now returning to his mother's embrace felt truly warm. The words of the crowd became increasingly nonsensical, and Yu Wei-yin angrily shoved by Li Wuchen aside, supporting Cui Hong's hand and preparing to leave. Unfortunately, the 9-tailed Yuan Saint had arrived at Shurtua Ridge ahead of time. The two sides had already engaged in combat, and they had been captured and sent back to Miao Yin Palace. "Follow me," the man in red said as he slowly turned and walked forward, while Han Yuan did not move. Yet the horse unconsciously followed the man. Upon hearing the term benefactor, Helian Lu could not stop the crystalline tears from streaming down her cheeks. She knelt before Lang Xia, bowing her head 6 times. For her grandfather had told her that her life was saved by this benefactor, and whenever she saw him, she should bow according to her age. Uncle Ba quickly explained, urging Ba Hufeng not to search for Xiao Qing, Hu, and the others. Although Ba Hufeng understood the need for cooperation, her heart had long since flown away with Xiao Qing Hu. She could not explain why, but ever since becoming engaged to him, her heart had been wholly occupied by Xiao Qing Hu. Yihua took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a few puffs, leaving it dangling from his lips. He did not have a strong addiction. A few puffs sufficed. Now that he was financially well off in the past, he would have extinguished any unfinished cigarette to save it for later. Bai Mujin looked at her with a meaningful smile, and in a moment of distraction of the old lady Bai, a fleeting coldness flashed in her eyes, startling Bai Yun Shi. It was the first time she had seen Bai Mujin with such a terrifying gaze, akin to that of a malevolent spirit. Yin Jiuling choked up, saying, "They protected me until death, yet I could not avenge them. By the way, find out when the Lord is in, I will go then, otherwise, it would be a wasted trip." Lu Shi pondered before speaking. In truth, in the past, Qin Jiu would never lazily lean against anything like a boneless creature. It was just that at some point, he had changed this habit and now habitually leaned against chairs. The Saint Seiya family warriors at the 15 o'clock direction also noticed the sudden appearance of the enemy, and the clash between their double-edged wide knife and the enemy's dagger produced a faint sound. Ouyang Pengcheng's continuous fire attacks accurately struck the enemy. Chapter 108. The Supreme Elder of the Holy Spirit Sect. "You, how did you survive?" The Grim Reaper messenger was startled and took 2 steps back. This was impossible, given the explosive power just now. Even a soul saint could not possibly remain unscathed in such a sudden attack. The highest among them was only a soul emperor. How could they have evaded so swiftly? The inner courtyard students exchanged awkward glances. Just moments ago, they too had thought they were doomed. However, at the moment of the explosion, the responsibility for failing to protect the master was cast aside, and death was deemed inconsequential. Shang Xiang did not even glance at Shang Hu and simply left. Since you dared to think of killing me earlier, it is only natural that I now wish to kill you. When Fan Yu said this, Li Shui's eyes filled with terror. What do you mean? Ran Zi's eye displayed a puzzled expression, looking at Fan Yu as if he were heeding his advice. Finally arriving at the main hall, the moment Ling Jiantong's feet touched the ground, her heart relaxed considerably. Yin Yao had always suspected Zhou Mei Run, but as the mistress of the harem, it was unlikely she would personally take action, making the most trusted Lian Xin by her side the prime suspect. Ji Qindao was taken aback. He truly did not dare to provoke Mo, and could only inwardly curse himself for being foolish enough to seek discomfort. All right, by then, I will be the commander, and everyone will have to listen to me. Jining was very pleased. She always desired to lead others, possessing an inherent desire for leadership. This sect master wishes to meet Saint Jingge. Suddenly, an icy and deep voice echoed from outside the door. The masked man's task had been completed, and he silently retreated, leaving only the pale-faced Ling Lin and Ling Jiantong bound to a pillar. Ling Jiantong was momentarily stunned, as everything around her faded into silence, no longer concerning her. All the generals were filled with a fervent desire to excel. Since they had joined the army to fight, it was to achieve merit and success. They occasionally made lewd comments, but none were as unrestrained as this girl, especially since many were already grandparents. After all, Lucci's capabilities were limited. Although he had the support of a system, he could not be considered a renowned general. Some things could be seen through, but that did not mean he could perform better than Xue Li and the others. When Lu Yu ran cultivated to the 10th level of qi refinement, unable to break through the bottleneck for a long time, he decided to descend the mountain and travel in search of foundational cultivation methods, which led him away for 3 years. Young Master Zi Huan treated others sincerely, actively leading people to farm in the countryside, helping the common folk understand the benefits of new plows, which garnered him considerable goodwill and yielded excellent results. In an instant, Lin Xiaotian felt as if he had recovered, but he understood that it was merely the spell of an immortal, granting him a momentary lack of pain, yet unable to reverse his impending fate of death. Coming from the countryside, she would not judge others by their family conditions, but for a rogue, that was unacceptable. It was a bottom line. She knew her sister-in-law was poor, but in business partnerships, the most taboo was someone who always sought to line their own pockets. By the time her peripheral vision caught sight of a vehicle, it was already too late. The two cars collided. Observing Xia Xiangrong's furtive demeanor, a glimmer of amusement flashed through her ink-black eyes. The sensation was unbearable. It felt as though a multitude of ants were gnawing at him, driving Wang Fei into a state of torment as he writhed on the ground. His skin was torn from scratching, yet the itching only intensified, a maddening blend of pain and itchiness that threatened to drive him to madness. The sword energy of the katana flashed like a swallow's tail, slicing through the remnants of Tang Qiao's illusions with precision. She had no obligation to assist Wu Hanji in this performance. Her sole intent was to draw out the master behind the Bai Tao, yet she found herself exerting considerable effort, reluctantly burdening Kong Qing and Su Jin. Chapter 109. Tanya outside the female dormitory of Shrek Academy. Tanya wiped her sweat, despondently gazing at the neatly packed luggage before her. Today marked her departure from Shrek Academy. When she entered Shrek years ago, she had believed that with sufficient effort, she could alter the fate of the Tang sect. However, reality had proven her overly optimistic. Her blue-silver grass martial soul had sealed her potential, as long as she adhered to conventional training. It was utterly impossible for her to catch up with Bai Liao Tian. "Your classmate has come to see you," a voice rang out, louder than before. Even Yu, who had stepped aside, and Xiao Huan, lost in his own world, were taken aback by He Zheng's choice. Following the gunshot, the bank fell into a hushed silence. Hubei displayed no signs of worry or fear. As the capital of the 7th district, the 7A1 stronghold by Jing City, was the most prosperous stronghold in the entire 7th District. Having emerged from a gank on the road, Nightmare plunged once more into the embrace of the jungle. Not intending to invade, but rather to establish vision, farm his own jungle, and await the arrival of night. Lu Dongliang's expression darkened. Even the academic director had confirmed it. Lu Zheng had indeed scored 732 points. Previously, he had been willing to serve under Lu Zheng solely, due to his formidable and unmatched strength. Though the food had grown cold, the extra was clearly relishing the meal, knowing that this might be his last supper. Seizing the opportunity provided by the production crew, he resolved to eat his fill, indifferent to whether it was hot or cold. Neither he nor Wu Qianqian could return to the past, yet the bond forged over 3 years remained, and neither wished to face excessive awkwardness in their future lives. Lu Jiaoxi discerned a calm, yet distant tone in He Zheng's words, and his heart raced. He sensed that the other was not jesting, but was indeed serious. Without hesitation, he drank it down. A minute later, Zhen Wu Su closed his eyes, savoring the experience, immersed in the sensation of his newfound power. If this were still a dream, would leaping from the top of the building awaken him from his current dire situation? Jia Xian genuinely felt he was seeing ghosts. Usually, he could speak nonsense effortlessly, but now, in her presence, he felt as if his mind was tangled, rendering him clumsy. The following morning, Duyan awoke in a haze of heat. She attempted to move, but found herself unable to do so. Gradually, her muddled mind began to clear, and she suddenly remembered her whereabouts. No need to worry about this right now. Focus on your surroundings, Qinglong advised. Curiously, she clicked into Li Xiang's live broadcast room, taken aback by the barrage of comments and gifs filling the screen. It was noteworthy that this was a live room that had only been active for 2 days, and she lingered to see what the host was broadcasting. In the living room on the 29th floor, heavy curtains obscured the dawn light, leaving the interior shrouded in thick darkness. Lu Yin'er had begun making a fuss since the early morning. The incident had occurred suddenly, and he hurriedly donned his clothes to rush over, lacking time for a thorough inspection. Whether there was spiritual power was of little consequence. It was said that the Taishi sword dance was originally created by someone devoid of spiritual power, only later transmitted to the Tianji sect, resulting in the present form of the Taishi sword dance, albeit not quite accurate, as it was the Taishi sword dance from millennium ago. Chen Xiangzi spoke slowly. Luo Mumu nodded in agreement, stating, "It is a pleasure to meet you. Here, take this." He handed Qi Ziyuan a bottle of high-quality healing elixir. Afterward, I discharged my submachine gun, shattering the frogman's skull. Upon its demise, it reverted to a shattered toad. If the Empress were still alive, considering the preferential treatment bestowed upon him at birth by his father, should his mother have been a consort, he would likely face considerable difficulties under the Empress's scrutiny. Chapter 110. Returned to Xinglua City days later, Lin Shi and her companions arrived in Xinglua City. With the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy's Soul Fighting Tournament set to take place here, this first-tier city, renowned across the continent, was unusually bustling with tourists. Almost all hotels were fully booked, prompting the authorities to requisition some residences and establish temporary accommodations for visitors. Moreover, not only were there tourists, but the number of merchants had also risen dramatically, not merely for this reason. Bai Miao felt compelled to reassess Tang Jin, though Tang Jiuyan had just reminded her, and she had forgotten about Xiao Jia due to Bai Zhao's interference. Wolves traversing the land, sensing that the knife-wielding girl would venture into the lower mid-lane, refrained from forcefully controlling the line, hoping to secretly consume the layered resources to regain some economic footing. Tang Outyin bore no resentment towards Bai Miao for the continuous losses. On the contrary, he found this granddaughter-in-law rather endearing. Only by driving him to desperation could he become more effective. Once these trivial matters passed, he would naturally dispatch him. Qin Yinbai wore a sly smile. Despite the destruction of the milk tea shop and numerous unfortunate events, life must go on. And Bai Miao still needed to prepare for the unparalleled interview in the afternoon. Lin Jiayong hurried over, confirming that it was indeed as his daughter-in-law had described, and promptly questioned the elderly Wang sitting aside. This morning exercise passed after 2 rounds, followed by a team formation and chant, yet Bai Miao could not articulate the words. Gu Fengji sheepishly admitted that he had initially come to stir trouble, but unexpectedly received such great benefits. Anyone struck by a single strike from the Supreme Realm would undoubtedly perish, regardless of whether they were at the Gathering Spirit Realm or the third stage of Great Completion. At that moment, Director Peng walked sternly between me and Director Gao. I stood up, offering my chair to Director Peng while leaning on the table with one hand, eager to hear what he had to say. However, she clearly did not care for such a trifling sum. These supplies were worth at most several tens of thousands, yet enabled them to continue exploring this world, a highly favorable exchange. Zhang Ting, are you certain the captain can defeat that pirate chief? At this moment, he could not refrain from inquiring. When He Yuran thought that He Liyun had perished, she was thrown into a state of panic, only for He Liyun to awaken, startling He Yuran, who then seized a nearby dumbbell and fatally struck He Liyun. Yu Xinchuan had not anticipated Nangong Ao's fury, leaving him speechless, unsure of how to respond. Others from various sects, although some supported Yu Xinchuan's actions, dared not offend Nangong Ao and remained silent. Even the impetuous Shirqiu lowered his head, unwilling to utter a word. The decor here was lavish, with the flooring crafted from spiritual wood, exuding a fragrant aroma that lifted the spirits and whetted the appetite. After approximately 3 seconds, Su Shui resurfaced, and at the moment their eyes met, Li Fei exhaled in relief, while the latter's expression reflected sheer terror. Zhang Yang repeatedly pulled his hair back from her grasp, as she attempted to bring it to her lips. Therefore, receiving praise and admiration from someone who would never flatter was indeed a cause for great joy. The bodyguards, unable to comprehend Tom's words, understood his gestures and assisted the 3 security guards struck by Niu Dan in departing. This sequence of events only deepened Zhang Wanwan's sorrow, leaving her bewildered about the peculiar behavior of her father and brother, who usually showered her with affection. Although Chun Lingxian and Zhu Su were prepared, they were still taken aback by Chun Feng's unexpectedly formidable tactics. The situation unfolded as follows. I had mentioned before that I had brought Yi Fan to pose as my fake boyfriend, but this had led to complications. My family demanded that I bring Yi Fan home, otherwise my life would become intolerable. You understand, Zhang Lu said, feeling embarrassed. Chapter 111, The Winds Rise. Young Master, the people from Shrek Academy have arrived. What? Ning Tian exclaimed, abruptly lifting his head from his desk upon hearing his subordinate's words. Lin, she had finally arrived. Her tone was tinged with excitement. The day after the upgrade assessment concluded, she had taken leave from the academy to prepare for the trade conference. After all, for someone who achieved the Soul Master level at the tender age of 12, training could be set aside for the moment. In response to him was a robust arm, as the upper half of the robot resembled a kite flying backward, crashing against the wall beside the armory door and exploding into a heap of scrap metal. Jianfeng, come here, we need to talk. Zheng Hao called out to Zhang Jianfeng, who was seated on the sofa with a smile. The mutated suit zombie stood over 3.5 meters tall, while the mutated suit Giant King reached around 5 meters. Inja listened for a while longer, observing that Yu Xiaoyao was merely uttering sentimental words, feeling a pang in her heart and a tingling sensation throughout her body. She found herself unable to concentrate and quietly took her leave. Previously, her brother had also invited a nurse to educate her, as it was considered extremely rude for a bride to eat anything in the bridal chamber, which could lead to frequent trips to the restroom. Thus, during her ascent from the town, she had refrained from consuming even a drop of water. Even in his weakened state, Jack still urged Colonel Myers to cease the persecution of the Nahui people. Xuechen noticed several illogical and contradictory aspects in his testimony and kindly offered to revise them. The demons mean no harm. They would never dare to take your life, said the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva as he waved his hand, directing a beam of golden light towards the unsuspecting trio of demons. Dabai was left blushing fiercely when questioned by a child about such an embarrassing matter. Reflecting on Yuan Yongping's kindness toward her, she could hardly suppress her bashfulness. You are my dear elder sister. I would never betray you. Before I departed, I also warned Xiao Nandong that he must fulfill his responsibilities as a husband and ensure you are not left alone. Rest assured, we will be fine. In the midst of chaos, Song Ming channeled his magic, isolating the blood-red spring water around them. The surrounding rocks shattered, posing no threat to him or Lu Qinqin. With the swiftness of lightning, he navigated through the turmoil and gently descended to the bottom of the crevice with Lu Qinqin. Deploying troops is not an issue. However, our familiarity with the geographical environment is lacking, Najibura admitted with some hesitation. Yuan Tiangang issued a low command, gesturing with his hand, causing a figure clad in black to suddenly leap into the air and land on the chessboard. At that moment, a beeping sound resonated through the room. The visual telephone had started ringing. Without Zhang Yi, she would still be the same old figure, desperately seeking attention, looked down upon by other deities. However, as this pertained to the cause of Li Bai's death, he maintained a stoic expression, offering no tangible rebuttal as he sat in silence. After traversing a considerable distance, I finally arrived at the Wushan residence, specifically the sleeping quarters of the Wushan, which was, in simpler terms, a bedroom. Nevertheless, the attendant insisted on referring to it as the sleeping quarters. Upon entering, I removed the oversized Wushan robe and hung it on a nearby rack. The members of the Sumiyoshi Union, though vociferous, were reluctant to make the first move. After all, their leader was still in the hands of their adversaries. No one dared to act rashly, as the consequences would be dire. In truth, she did not wish for things to unfold this way. Yet the reason remained elusive even to her. Seeing him with Xiao Lan stirred a pang of bitterness within her heart. Wei Jie hesitated to clarify his intentions, causing Sima Xiuji to feel somewhat apprehensive. He urged, "Please, do not keep me in suspense. Do not deceive me. If you're not a hacker, how could you possibly have such a secure hideout? I suspect you must have investigated the surveillance when I mentioned Stanker. Otherwise, you would not engage me in this conversation." Although Fan Jinhua was not a hacker, his analytical skills were certainly commendable. Chapter 112. Sibling Bonds in the Mortal Realm. Lin Shi had just exited the hotel with Wang Yan when she unexpectedly encountered Ning Tian, who had come to greet them. Ning Tian paused upon seeing Wang Yan, her previously joyful expression dampening somewhat as she replaced it with a professional smile. "Mr. Wang, you are leading Shrek's team for this competition, correct? Congratulations." Wang Yan nodded, curiosity evident in his voice. "Ning Tian, are you one of the main coordinators for this trade conference?" As one of the few first-year students, Ning Tian finally came to the realization that emotions could not be the sole focus of life. However, achievements in her career could indeed provide a sense of fulfillment. Thus, she poured herself into her work with fervor. All right, Brother Jiang." Wang Su mimicked the motion of zipping up a jacket, turning away as a chill ran down his spine. The way Jiang Yoshi had looked at him earlier felt as if she intended to end his life. It was terrifying. How could she possibly frighten me? "I am a kind and lovable class leader," he lamented. The Gu King had not yet knelt down when he heard those words, his face turning the color of liver, nearly dripping to the ground. "We are far too few here. Even if we were to engage in a fight, we would be outmatched," Lin Tian muttered, uncertain if they had been overheard. The following day, after completing the morning assembly and attending to official duties, Luoyu descended to the mortal realm. Concealing herself within a room, she revealed herself at the table, summoning Cin Shishir to sit beside her and assist with her medication. "That won't do. It would be better to nurture it for 2 years before seeking a suitable family for marriage, allowing our business to flourish further. Where are you going?" The sudden disappearance of the figure before Xiao Xiu caused her heart to race. Raz had never anticipated that she would possess the courage to utter such words. This was her moment of glory. Dr. Tang merely observed as he noted the loss of an arm, mistaking his youthful visage for a sign of vulnerability. Had he inquired even slightly within the military district, he would not have needed Jin Gang's assistance to fetch medicine. He rarely encountered the general in such a state. The last time had been many years ago, during the tragic demise of the Mu family. Over the span of 10 days, Chuhi engaged in close combat with numerous brawny members of the defense team, enduring countless blows, returning each day with nary a piece of clothing intact, causing Zhao Muchio great concern. When it came to singing, Qin Mozhang fell silent. Indeed, his singing was somewhat off-key, but only marginally so. Shui Haoyu's expression darkened, resembling one who had just tasted something foul. He himself had lost over 100 million in the recent jade auction, primarily due to his disputes with Zhao Tianming. The five of them huddled together, engrossed in discussing their tasks, when Wu Jin suddenly felt a warmth at the nape of her neck, as if a gaze from a great distance was piercing through her, causing the hairs on her neck to stand on end. Locke, controlling the gargoyle, found it struggling to navigate mid-flight, likely due to its injuries, making both turns and dives exceedingly difficult. Upon reflection, the absence of capturing the flustered demeanor of Xiao Yingdi after his sudden intrusion pales in significance. In the next moment, Lin Wei's retina is illuminated by the three-dimensional image of that peculiar device, which is dissected into solid and dashed lines. Both its exterior and internal structure vividly displayed before his eyes. Presently, Luo Ku is engulfed in despair. The colossal box exudes an energy that is remarkably abundant, rivaling the power emitted by the three magical energy crocodiles within the city. I acknowledge my past mistakes. Will you find it in your heart to forgive me? I am willing to kneel before you, vowing never to indulge in alcohol again. Upon witnessing my gesture of affirmation and my playful grin, Qing Han momentarily froze, her cheeks flushing crimson, subsequently falling silent as she comprehended my intent. At this moment, amidst the flattery of generals and officials, Zheng Zhilong is in a state of euphoria, his face aglow with joy, basking in the springtime of his success, continuously bowing in gratitude while gleefully responding. I directly called Lin Tian. Over the years, our families have maintained a strong bond, supporting one another, making expressions of gratitude somewhat unnecessary, so I conveyed the matters at hand. Chapter 113, The Present Predicament. If one were to gauge Lin Shi's disdain towards the forces that emerged in the second round of the tournament, Shrek would only rank third. The foremost in her disdain is undoubtedly the Holy Spirit cult, followed by the Sun and Moon Empire. The Holy Spirit cult needs no elaboration. Any person with a sound moral compass, upon learning of the organization's operational principles and actions, would find its existence intolerable. Shrek's issues are also well known: arrogance, double standards, hypocrisy, and meanness. People, upon first glance, see a glossy black energy sphere slowly advancing towards its target. The sphere, with a diameter exceeding 10 meters, expands as it absorbs free energy from the cosmos during its trajectory. Is Tatori truly that formidable? Qian Ai exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. I only recently discovered this. It appears to be someone from the He family. Both my uncle and grandmother are already aware of this matter, and they advised me to feign indifference. Chang'an remarked with a wry smile. Upon Yin Qing's words, the trio of jesters behind Gao and Mo Han nearly erupted in applause, while Suziga and Gao and Mo Han maintained their usual composure. Regarding the awakening from that time, Tatori blushed slightly as she glanced between her father's legs. Sensing her gaze, her father hastily closed his legs, his expression turning ashen, seemingly recalling the pain of that time. If memory serves, it should be right here. Zhang Yi retrieved a green orb from his pocket, exhaling a breath of azure energy as he tossed it into the air. Orange Lawn, come here for a moment. Tatori boldly called out to the Orange Lawn, who was conversing with her mother. Orange Lawn shivered, instinctively scanning her surroundings before cautiously approaching Tatori in confusion. Suddenly, with two money ants calling for convenience, Qianli was referred to as Antli for distinction. Xiao Zheng quickly waved his hands. No. That's not what I meant. Appearing overly polite, felt insincere, and driven by genuine desire, he embraced the stack of papers, expressing his gratitude before hastily departing. Master Lu Wu ignored Xing Ruogu's proposal, cheerfully setting down his razor, performing a Buddhist gesture towards the two outside the room, and walked away. Although he couldn't fathom by Chang Tian's motives, Yi Fan understood the wisdom in avoiding immediate peril. Regardless of the purpose, he must comply, for failing to do so could result in fatal consequences. Consequently, Mu Cheng erected a shrine, unexpectedly dedicating it to Mu Rongqing Ran's altered appearance. For Mu Rongqing Ran, this was a trivial matter. Yet for the citizens of Mu Cheng, who faced issues the court could not resolve, her singular method brought resolution, thus deserving of divine reverence. Xian Wuze, Vanessa closed her eyes, compelled to confront her scars once more. After gambling everything, she realized no additional arrows remained on her person, prompting her to surge forward. By the way, Sectmaster, what are the matter regarding the cultivation island? Fang Yi's face displayed a hint of hesitation. Their purpose in joining the Bu Yi sect extended beyond mere sustenance. They sought a sanctuary to establish their family and friends. Mu Rongqing furrowed her brow, questioning the absurdity of such regulations. What do you mean by unworthy of possession? Henceforth, each assassin in the Dark Assassination Hall must possess a name. Violators will face execution. Having spent nearly 2 years on by Ling Island, they seldom ventured outside the courtyard. This rare opportunity to breathe fresh air was cherished. An explosion of potent energy erupted, indeed causing the formation to tremble, yet remained unbroken. With the overwhelming force rebounding toward him, Nanshu slowly lowered her eyelids, allowing herself to gamble with fate once. If liberation from him necessitated this path, she could only tread it step by step. Chapter 114. The Emergence of the Holy Spirit. Yet, can such a method fundamentally resolve the issue? Meng Hongchen frowned, stating, "Your merchant association is about to face an onslaught from nearly all rival associations. Do you truly believe that establishing an organization will suffice? Without strength, all is in vain. To provoke the ire of many while seeking to maintain integrity demands absolute power. Clearly, you currently lack such capability. Genuine salvation must rely on existing formidable forces." However, after bearing 3 months of pregnancy, suddenly losing a portion of her belly, how could one not be aware? Time flew like a fleeting horse, and he abruptly opened his eyes, radiating a piercing brilliance, a smile gracing his lips. Thus he gathered a group of comrades, harnessing their collective strength to intimidate her. It is said that in moments of boredom, one is capable of anything, until the moonlight faded and the starlight re-emerged. The myriad golden threads cascading down to earth vanished as if they had never existed. In the sky, a colossal black object descended from above. It was the pinnacle creation of the Lei Ma group, the Kunpeng bomber. The divine I meticulously scoured the earth 9 times, stirring up clouds of dust, eventually growing weary, retracting its imposing aura and leaving behind a scene of devastation. At this moment, Lu Qingshan could ascertain that, although other beasts lurked nearby, the previous scene had not escaped their notice. Kuang Ji Lu mentioned that a few days prior, his phone had malfunctioned, severing contact with his son. At noon on the 5th, he returned home to deliver lunch money. The usual entrances and side doors were inexplicably locked, so he circled to the back door, which was ajar, and gently pushed it open. Almost immediately, the village echoed with the sound of doors being opened, as if the previously secluded villagers were now emerging from their homes. Yet, a terrifying force relentlessly surged from the unyielding blade, as if it could tear apart and shatter everything, directly assaulting Chun Zong's hand and arm, spreading throughout his being. I spotted my father in the front row, giving me a thumbs up, while Gu Qingji's gaze remained fixed upon me, with a composed smile. He was the first to applaud as soon as I finished speaking. "Du Heng, you actually have a 7-year-old son. 7 years ago, how old were you?" "Merely a year older than me. You were only 19. What were you doing having a child at 19? "So many? Surely over 10,000? Longo questioned. "Shall we find another location to land the helicopter?" Zhu Yushan inquired. Yi Chun had never spoken with such earnestness and gravity before. Bai Huanji watched his lips move, and her inner despair intensified. The others, witnessing this, began to imitate him, and soon they all appeared like refugees from Africa. When Zhang Tian pointed out the gaps in Li Ke's words, it was then that people truly recognized this young man who had never fought. Mu Bai's gaze was resolute. He intended to set off immediately, no longer willing to delay, for he was genuinely worried about Yang Xiao and feared for his safety. Just as Long Yichen and the other two entered the hall, a loud shout suddenly silenced the previously bustling room. "The largest beast we encountered during our hunt is this oddly shaped bird in my hand," Kai stated. Interrupted by Alstalai, Li Wei promptly returned from his reverie, smiling apologetically at Alstalai, ready to say something to her. However, upon seeing the youthful face of Alstalai, Inspiration struck him like a flash. Her eyes were hauntingly captivating, glowing red like fire, and though she remained still, she exuded an intimidating aura, akin to a deity in meditation. Chapter 115, Setting a Trap. Yet, after clenching his fist for 2 seconds, he ultimately relaxed it. Now was not the time to act. It was not a matter of ability, but rather the inappropriateness of the situation. Nangang Wan was a 93rd ranked title Douluo. Presently, Lin Shi was indeed stronger than him, but only to a limited extent. While she could potentially defeat him with her full strength, it would undoubtedly cause significant turmoil in the process. Acting recklessly would not only jeopardize the trade negotiations, but could also endanger the surrounding civilians. The students at Jiqing, dressed neatly with clean hands and feet, arrived early in the classroom, where a charcoal brazier was placed beneath their desks, and snacks were secretly hidden in their drawers. The rural classmates with frost in their hair became the subject of mockery, experiencing a measure of humiliation. Fudu's face was devoid of color, but his primary concern was his son's safety. That palm strike he received would undoubtedly inflict serious injury. Yet this foolish child had chosen to shield Tan Lin with his own body. In the process, he had taken away more than a third of his life. I quietly rejoiced, still holding on to the hope of facing it in a one-on-one duel. The three began to harbor doubts. Meanwhile, a multitude outside awaited news of the second negotiation, yet there was no movement. They were oblivious to what had transpired. Did the three parties, country people, an alliance, no longer wish to negotiate? Or had something unexpected occurred? What is it? Tian Sheng asked with an indifferent expression. Until he understood the true intentions of the other party, he could not afford to place too much trust in them. This is a friend of mine who will be staying at my house for a few days, with the consent of my father, Bo Xian said with a smile. This statement brought genuine joy to Jing Ruiyun's face, and she looked at Tian Sheng in disbelief. Brother Tian Sheng, is that true? You truly wish to bring him to see me? The change in her address reflected her unguarded delight. He did not dislike her. Rather, he resented her lack of trust in him, her unwillingness to confide in him. At the position of the 129th Division, over 30,000 People's Party soldiers were engaged in fierce combat with the nationalist forces ahead. Su Xiao, fearing to say too much in this crowded place, quickly shifted the topic, addressing Dan, Xian, and Zhuing. Have you forgotten the rules upon meeting our son-in-law? Her tone was tinged with urgency and reproach. Nearby, Lan Ke, overhearing this, couldn't help but wince, losing her footing and sliding down. After several days of training, Li Fugue seemed to grasp some understanding of the workings of this power. Pan Ling and Wu Shui discussed it and decided to schedule the event for that very evening. It was wise to finalize this matter sooner rather than later. As Wang Tian had pointed out, delaying would not bode well. Jose believed that the bond he once shared with his brother, cultivated over more than a decade, would not waver simply because the world had changed. Step by step, he would coax forth the deepest desires of the scarred heart, only to utterly destroy them, ultimately imprinting himself in the other's heart when they crumbled, thus obtaining the information he sought. Count Wakanda glanced over, and to his astonishment, he realized that out of the 150 cavalrymen on his side, only 20 or 30 remained. Although Jiang Hao was the top disciple of Yin Zhendong, he was often too busy to assist in teaching his own disciples. Yet as he slept, Ishihara Satomi mentioned feeling cold and afraid of the dark. With no other options, Jiang Hao had no choice but to hold her close. The two, both from a Qianyue sect, had already deduced the likely reasons for Qiong Huan's retention. However, Li Zhao soon regained his composure, contemplating the events that had unfolded. Today was clearly a banquet hosted by Gao Xinji, and they were in Chang'an. Who would dare to set a trap for him in Chang'an? Li Guangbi was appointed by Li Zhao and granted the title of Duke of Yan. If Li Yizhong were to be conferred the title of Duke of Ji, it would mark the first instance of father and son both holding ducal titles in the history of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 116, Dark Thunder. Could you elaborate further? Does your organization have any unique requirements for newcomers, similar to the Benti sect? Lin Shi inquired, though her heart narrowed with suspicion. Recruiting newcomers. Was it to prepare for the impending war? If so, his decision to refrain from immediate action was indeed wise. Nangang Wan's role was to recruit newcomers. suggesting that other evil soul masters still lurked within the city. At that moment, the airborne Sham Ming and the monarch, among others, also noticed the arrival of Yatsukata, causing them to break into a cold sweat. Like a frigid iron block, she radiated no warmth whatsoever. Even her own touch felt chilling. Chun Xian observed Feng Lingyue's hand, which she intended to give to him. He did not reach for the piece of spirit jade she held. Instead, he wielded his wooden sword to fend off vengeful spirits, telling Feng Lingyue, your spirit jade is your protective talisman. I will not take it. I must protect your jade. Such a pitiful and sympathetic demeanor did not appear attractive to others. In Tai Dan's eyes, it was not only unattractive but also deeply discomforting. Inside the palanquin, Yuling candidly expressed her inquiries without disguise, while Fenger patiently listened without interruption. In truth, Fenger understood her companion, Yuling, all too well. Had it been anyone else, they would have posed similar questions. Li Yongfeng, witnessing the cannon crew's audacity, was instantly enraged, his ugly face turning red and pale, feeling an intense heat. Outnumbered, especially by so many men, Ning Xin chose not to resist, allowing them to bind her before she was kicked out and fell to the ground. Thus, the casualties of the Ming army continued to rise, forcing Lu Zhao to send someone to Lu Ting for assistance. The young master was surprised to see him approaching with his Sanchi, while Min Wen's face looked grim as she gritted her teeth, suppressing her anger. Even the black crow seemed to droop its head, as if regretting its hasty decision to follow him. Luo Jiuyu glanced down to find that her shirt buttons had inexplicably come undone. Her cheeks flushed as she quickly fastened them, then suddenly smiled at him. Xiaodian spoke while tucking his handguns back into his sleeves, and upon witnessing this scene, Su Zijuan finally understood how he had managed all of that. Then you should lie down and rest, Shu Ran said, adjusting the pillow and helping him lie down before sitting at the bedside. He just mentioned the location of his tracker. Kuei raised his gaze, a wicked expression gracing his face, exuding a somewhat cruel and terrifying aura. From a physiological perspective, individuals with robust skeletal structures possess stronger muscles, resulting in a greater physical strength compared to the average person. What are you doing? Chung Keek's voice was laced with irritation as she reached for her phone. If there is nothing amiss, please leave at once. The underworld is not a place for casual intrusions. The tone of the Yin soldiers was filled with authority. Despite the urgency, Wang Han remained composed, first retrieving a steel knife from the ground, intending to pierce Xianzhen to eliminate future threats. However, upon encountering something hard and angular on Xianzhen's body, he quickly reached in to feel, discovering it to be a vest resembling the design of a later era's back support device. Countless eyes were fixed on Yin Shi, awaiting his decision. For the first time, Yin Shi felt an unprecedented torment, especially under the clear, emotionless gaze of Eugene, which seemed to coldly admonish him to think carefully before making a choice. Song Sheng, appear, with Eugene's command. The previously concealed Song Sheng sword suddenly materialized in his hand, emanating a silvery light tinged with malevolence. In the end, Xiao Feng found himself at a loss for words and delivered a fierce slap to Lu Ziyuan's left cheek. Chapter 117. Returning Home, Part 1. Early the next morning, when Zhang Xingheng, the director of Xingyun Orphanage, opened the door and saw the youth before him, he couldn't help but freeze. You are. Lin Shi blinked and teased. Director, you haven't forgotten me, have you? Zhang Xingheng quickly replied. How could I forget? Of course not. You're Lin Shi, right? He had a very vivid impression of this boy. Having run the orphanage for years, Li Jing found herself helpless against her colleagues' jests. Indeed, hearing others call her boyfriend handsome brought her a subtle joy. However, the description of Dao Ming's Si made her chuckle. She scooped some pickled vegetables, chopped them into sections, and prepared several chili peppers, minced scallions, ginger, and other seasonings before heating the oil in the pan. Due to the lack of proper accommodations on the island and the absence of a legitimate temple for worship, they traversed the island with a pious heart. By the afternoon, when everyone reconvened, Shui Aimei found herself unable to walk. He merely needed to methodically conduct the trial. Once the verdict was delivered, there would be no need to influence the outcome, as the foolish would naturally gravitate towards his camp. Initially, She thought Ji Jingyong was calling out of concern, only to realize it was merely to inform her to meet Yi Leiazizi's grandson that evening. Su Zishan seriously walked to the door, grabbed 2 chairs, offering one to Song Haiyang and keeping one for himself. The intense spiritual energy surged through his meridians, causing Lu Xiubai to break into a cold sweat. As he relaxed his grip on the ground, he fell to the floor, one hand clutching his chest and the other desperately gripping the ground, gritting his teeth to stifle his cries. Dressed anew, he set out to find Madame Fong, as the 2 families had agreed to visit the Rose Garden hair salon for hairstyling. It wasn't just the viewers in the live broadcast room who thought so. Even Guan Hongshan, who had been closely monitoring the situation, wore a grave expression. Despite the proclamations of equality between cultivators and mortals, the former, endowed with the gifts of heaven and possessing spiritual power, held the reins of that so-called equality. Yet how could he express this to her? He still had matters to attend to in the palace, and if he spoke out now, Changla might not know how to treat him, possibly ignoring him for a lifetime. Some even said that if it weren't for Wan Fei, Xu Fei should be the emperor's most favored consort, not only because of her youth and beauty, but also due to her disinterest in the palace's intrigues. Even when Shigi Fiai and Dou fought fiercely, she always maintained neutrality as a member of the noble consort's entourage. Meng Chongqing's expression turned serious as he gazed at the figure emerging from the void. Although he had not seen the true form of the Heishan old demon at Lanrua Temple, the aura surrounding the figure was unmistakable. Thus, upon its appearance, Meng Chongqing immediately recognized it as the Heishan old demon without a doubt. Feeling helpless yet startled, he realized there was no way to turn back now. He had already struck. What more could he do? Qin Ming sensed a vast, righteous energy continuously flowing through the dimensional portal into the Titan Star Fortress. This surge of grand, cosmic rhythm was steadily diminishing, the radiance of the light fading at a visible pace. Observing his steadfast and caring gaze, Nanchi felt warmth in her heart. She found this man utterly inscrutable. One moment he was cunningly exploiting her, and the next he was tenderly accompanying her, leaving her bewildered about his true intentions. Shen Rushue hastily gathered her belongings and, alongside Xiang Er, headed outside, only to turn back and slap Xiang Er's face without hesitation. The originally silver-embroidered cloak was dusted with residual snow, and even his hair and eyelashes bore traces of the fallen snow. Suddenly, he raised his index finger, gently brushing away a portion of it from her. Chapter 118. Returning Home, Part 2. Zhang Xingheng raised an eyebrow at the remark. It seemed that this lad had fared quite well in recent years. After all, Lin Shu was a prodigy endowed with innate soul power, making it significantly easier for him to amass wealth compared to others. He felt a momentary temptation. Running an orphanage was no simple task, and he had not accumulated much savings over the years. However, the words that formed on his lips took a different turn. The Titan clansmen sought assistance from outsiders, primarily concerning their own kin, as they had expectations regarding the growth of the fruit and might seize the opportunity to snatch it away. In contrast, outsiders found no value in the fruit and thus posed no threat, making them excellent allies for protection. As the last bodyguard fled, Chun Xuan and Gao Han felt rather uninspired, while Meichuan Yoshio and several bodyguards from Goryeo seemed disinterested in confronting Gao Han, finding their own spots to sit down instead, ignoring both Gao Han and Chen Shuyuan. The man in the blue shirt wasted no time, his pace unrelenting as he swiftly approached Ning Etienne, delivering a punch against his protective shield. Clearly, his politeness pleased the python named Tsuhua, whose 3-meter-long body smoothly descended from the tree, coiling around Ji Wushuang's legs, eventually resting its plump head on her shoulder and flicking its tongue at her face. After approximately 10 minutes, Howard descended, surrounded by a throng of people, all kept at bay by his bodyguards. Ji Wushuang felt a pang of disappointment. He could not assist Zidi, nor could he enter her world alongside her companions. She didn't even require his help. The bond between them had been forged through life and death, and the only emotion he shared with her had been forgotten by her. A chilling, sinister laugh echoed through the mountains and forests, the gaps between the trees acting as invisible amplifiers, rendering the laughter distant yet close, sending shivers down one's spine. It was now the dead of night, and the streets lay eerily silent, with the occasional car passing by, leaving no other pedestrians in sight. The person's cold words caused Yi Xian to pause, her teeth clenched as she focused on the glimmering dagger approaching her, each step echoing in her heart, accompanied by the rhythm of her pulse. This is my method of punishment, a round trip with the Grim Reaper. I wonder if Captain Zheng will be satisfied? Chun Lin addressed Zheng simultaneously. The dark mist began to sprout countless tendrils, encroaching upon the sea of consciousness of Yunchun. Inside the benchy AMGS, the high-grade wooden panels and top-tier handcrafted, leather-enveloped Chinlin, evoking a sensation reminiscent of traveling in first class. Indeed, Neogio's previous response sufficed to exonerate the members of the Qingzhou gang, as he had already acknowledged their act of arson. However, Lu Zhen was evidently unsatisfied. He was determined to implicate the Jinyui. "Come, let us sit and converse," Zhu Qiyu remarked with a smile, asserting a position of authority. As he spoke, his palm unleashed a surge of energy towards me. Caught unawares, I was struck to the ground. At that moment, the effect of the blood-cursed talisman waned, significantly diminishing my strength, and my battle armor reverted to its original hue. I severed the connection voluntarily. It was time for battle, and further dialogue was futile. Having already entrusted her fate, I believed she would not transform into someone like Zhang Aoyan. This entire episode unfolded abruptly and swiftly. Not only were the officials at the county office taken aback, but even the adept Jinyui guarding the entrance were caught off guard. By the time they attempted to intervene, it was too late, allowing him to whisk Yin Xiangru away towards the outer courtyard wall like a whirlwind. I can wait no longer. Qin Yu resolved to pursue in vitro fertilization. As long as she could conceive, she was willing to do anything. The vehicle entered the garden, where numerous workers were trimming leaves. The garden pathways twisted and turned, and it took several rounds before we located the villa. Near the villa, a row of parking spots accommodated only 2 hovering vehicles, where I parked and disembarked with Zixian. Chapter 119. Tomb sweeping soon. Lin Shi and Hui Yutong traversed the bustling crowd, arriving beside a small hill adjacent to the Duke of White Tiger's mansion. Here lay Hui Yun's grave. Unexpectedly, they encountered an unanticipated figure. Lin Shi positioned herself protectively in front of Hui Yutong. "Daihao, at this juncture, what brings you here?" Indeed, kneeling before Hui Yun's tomb was none other than Duke of White Tiger, Daihao. His gaze was a complex tapestry of emotions. In the match, head coach Lippi faced suspension due to a red card, resulting in far slower tactical adjustments compared to England. Thus, Tang Zheng's responsibility was to ensure the successful execution of the strategies laid out by Coach Lippi before the match. The Shenhou Mansion was in dire need of manpower, particularly skilled individuals, and Zhuge Zheng was currently in a state of eager recruitment. Were it not for this, given Qin Yun's past exploits in the martial world, he would not have easily gained entry into the Shenhou Mansion. "You insolent wretch!" The emperor's forehead throbbed with rage. His fury, so intense, he almost wished to strike down this rebellious son. Moreover, such occurrences were not unprecedented in the global football arena. Trivial issues were often selectively ignored. Wang's family could also be deemed foolish. No matter how much they loathed themselves, they should not display such disdain publicly. Shinji Kagawa, who had sat on the bench for a full 90 minutes, envied Tang Zheng, wishing for the day he could be the object of the crowd's adoration. Moreover, this individual had managed to escape entirely even when the entire guild was annihilated. Upon descending the stairs, he discovered only a moderately sized circular space, with 4 large fire basins positioned slightly towards the center. Although devoid of any fuel, bright flames danced within the basins. "Weren't you quite vocal about those dishes the other day?" Shirtu chuckled meaningfully. During a chance encounter with flowers, Qin Yun suddenly sensed a shift in his internal mana. Subsequently, through experimentation, he discovered his mana could rejuvenate flowers that had lost their vitality, causing them to bloom anew. Lei Zhongqi trembled with rage, fully aware that Jiang Qingce's words subtly mocked Nan Gonghan's ignorance. The Daqin Iron Cavalry. The city guard stared in astonishment at the officers beside Yin Chong. Though clad in Yin Kingdom armor, their faces were obscured by black masks, appearing like phantoms in the night, causing them to collapse in fear. Under the moonlight, with a gentle glance back, the dreamlike large eyes of Yu Zhongfu fixed upon He Qing Fan, seemingly conveying the longing of many days, while also advising against impulsive actions. Sister Rong glared fiercely at Jiang Lu, uncertain of what potion he had fed to Yu Er. He did not bully you. I arrived hastily, and had I been a moment later, who knows what might have occurred. Moreover, he bullied me mercilessly back then, and I was left speechless, not even daring to confide in my closest mentor. In the office, Han Qiming reclined on the sofa, nodding slightly to the black-clad youth beside him. Upon witnessing Lin Feng shatter the ghosts serve at the outset, the surrounding high school students were left in utter astonishment. Zhu Gecher remained silent for a long while before finally speaking, as the matter involved core family secrets that could not be disclosed. Jun Hui and Yin Yi suddenly comprehended, but upon seeing Luan Ro's astonished expression, their cheeks flushed, and they hastily concealed themselves behind Gu Chun, feeling mortified. Even within the Nanyang Prince's mansion, bathing chambers were not ubiquitous. Furthermore, given Chun Rong's status, she could not indulge in such luxuries. Just as I was consumed by thoughts of Chun Yuanyan, Li Dinghua's deputy, Gao Anbong, returned from Lu Zhongmin's camp to the palace. This was undoubtedly a fantastical realm, and the cultivation system should commence with the Huang Shi, with further realms to follow. Chapter 120. The Arrival of the True Body, Part 1. Ah, I've been discovered. When did that happen? With a light-hearted voice, two figures emerged from the shadows, approaching Lin Shi. Lin Shi coldly remarked, I've known for quite some time. Your disguise earns only a score of 40, which is far from passing. In her view, this person's ability to disguise was inferior to Hui Yutong's simulated release aided by virtual magic. At the very least, she had genuinely identified him without relying on Morgan. However, when Qi Ming swung his blade, he was sent flying by the residual spiritual energy, his body crashing to the ground like a meteor, embedding himself within the earth. Wei Yefeng conducted an extensive investigation before finally uncovering the truth. This meeting was merely a pretext. He seized the opportunity to dismiss several high-ranking officials from their posts. Confronted with this dilemma, the heart-bathing monk could only shake his head slightly, leaving the meaning of his gesture ambiguous. Suddenly, Yi Shaoxian rose into a meditative posture, levitating into the air with a golden lotus radiance behind him, seemingly sensing the echoes of ancient Buddhist chants. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Yang Chun was uncertain whether his elder brother would suddenly take action against him. Nevertheless, he felt a strong conviction that his brother would not resort to such measures. If he did not trust him, Yang Chun dared not release him. It would be troublesome if any chaos ensued at home. Li Yin hurriedly filled Shun Jun's bowl with rice and meat, surprising him. He buried himself in his meal, finishing in mere moments. Li Yin had barely consumed half of her meal when she prepared to make a swift exit. A single glance from Li Yin rendered Shun Jun motionless, while the other disciples exchanged glances and quietly departed. Take him away, the leading officer commanded loudly to his fellow officers. Li Zixiao's words pierced deeply into Li Zileia's heart, particularly the final remark, which implied that she lacked the allure to captivate him. The scene was incomplete and unclear, causing Yi Shaoxuan's head to throb painfully. Yet, he could not halt his descent, driven by an insatiable desire to continue forward. In early autumn, the bustling streets of Tianjin City were as lively as ever. Amidst the swarming traffic, an ivory-white antique carriage stood out, within which sat our very own Yi Xiao, Yi Shaoxian. Sun Kursin was acutely aware of the misunderstandings arising from Han Sio's signature, yet she found herself engulfed in profound sadness. Shortly after Su Xian departed, Deng Huimei arrived. With Luo Mi now deceased, and the two sorcerers also gone, her life had naturally returned to a semblance of normalcy. Though unfamiliar, the Six Doors possessed records pertaining to Qianshanlu, which originated from a faction of the Honghu during the late Qing dynasty, engaging in clandestine activities. It was surprising to learn that Qianshanlu still existed, having relocated overseas long ago. Lin Yingyan elucidated this to Yi Wudao. Fortunately, the mountain path allowed for horseback riding, avoiding the congestion of foot traffic. Everyone strived to keep their eyes on the flickering torches ahead, moving forward cautiously, each step a careful balance as they supported one another. Yi Wudao understood that having crippled his disciples' cultivation, Bai Hongru would certainly not let this transgression go unpunished. Since they were adversaries, there was no reason for him to exercise politeness. After all, it was merely a matter of money, and he was not lacking in that regard. Du Yuan offered a slight bow, bidding farewell to the two disciples of the Shushan sword sect. In the distance, beneath the moonlight, the figures engaged in conversation were none other than Bingyu and Chu Jifeng. They initially dispatched several teams of underwater robots to retrieve the remaining 2 boxes of Type 88 nuclear bombs. Nonsense. I am a steadfast man. How could I possibly send money to Letian? The blonde scoffed, having spent all his money at the bar last night. His pockets emptier than his face. Where'd he find money to send? Raising his right hand, he swiftly formed a spell, and with a gentle flick of his fingers, the incantation manifested in the air, transforming into a refreshing breeze that swept through the entire bedroom, banishing the dust within. Chapter 121. The Arrival of the True Body, Part 2, Perfect. Wang Gang lunged toward Lin Shi. As he charged, his arms rapidly enlarged, and the optimal combination of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings rose from beneath his feet. He exerted only 30% of his strength in this attack, confident that it would suffice to subdue Lin Shi. However, a golden-haired maiden stood in his way, and as her invisible blade struck, he felt a tremendous force that pushed him back 2 steps. The king of Samsara had learned his lesson. This time, he refrained from approaching anyone, opting instead to strike from a distance, attempting to eliminate everyone present. It was as if dozens of Haishimo launched a simultaneous assault, filling the air with terrifying whips and the relentless sound of breaking air. He wandered this world as a mere traveler, reluctant to join any sect. This meant that as long as there were individuals crafting weapons in this realm, he could draw upon their Tao power. Clark soared swiftly, delivering a powerful punch that sent the wasteland wolf crashing to the ground, then mounted its neck, unleashing a barrage of strikes. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and as the demonic entities approached Clark, they transformed into ice sculptures, shattering upon impact with the ground. Is that so? Yet in my homeland, a soldier's duty is to protect the nation and its people. Su Yuan calmly articulated the words he had long wished to express. Steve, facing him, was momentarily taken aback. Even at the depths of the ocean, he felt no discomfort. Beyond the atmosphere, he would not suffocate. He possessed the ability to control low temperatures, lying on the ice in the Arctic without feeling cold. The initially blowing west wind suddenly shifted, transforming into an eastward gale, causing the toxic smoke before Dianhua to swirl and then blow eastward. Can you imagine the feelings of the fans of Lulu Xiao, who had their expectations teased for months only to confront such an ending? Chun Guer's teeth rattled. He could discern that the individuals within were seasoned butchers, indifferent to human life. He had a rough idea of who they were, as a chilling sensation extended from his soles to the crown of his head. Overthinking, setting aside whether such a level truly existed. Even if it did, the city was vast. How could it possibly reach the outskirts? It was better to contemplate how to deal with the most likely fears rather than get lost in terrifying speculations. Li dismissed the frightening thoughts from his mind. Thus, Lance ultimately decided to follow her, avoiding a frantic dash that might lead to a dead end, where facing the terrifying feathered serpent would leave one in despair. Enlightened? Upon witnessing the events unfolding around Zhan Pingyu, Zhan Ping was taken aback, revealing signs of surprise. Xian Su was speechless. She could not fathom the erratic thoughts of the prince before her, nor could she grasp the meaning of this journey. Would he truly disband the Wuxing army? Could he bear do so? Chen Lin, ignoring Mr. Pengli's mockery, resolved to clarify this matter once and for all. I know you may not fully trust us, but as you previously stated, we possess more experience here than you do. Collaborating with us will be advantageous for you, Lan Pa declared openly. She feared that if she stepped away from the cave entrance, the Straw Hat Man would seize her and use her to further threaten Qin Yuan. However, Jiang Wei showed no signs of fear, growing increasingly exhilarated. This was what constituted a challenge. He longed to see the day when he had fully grasped the way of water, contemplating the heights of power he might achieve. Would he be capable of altering the very fabric of existence with a mere gesture? Lu Feng and Lu Yu, the twin siblings, were born in the 2nd month of the 9th year of Jianan, and now, in the 8th month of the 14th year, they had reached the age of 5.5. From beginning to end, Jiurong's fluid motions flowed seamlessly, oblivious to the complex emotions of Lan Yu and the others nearby. Chapter 122. Birthday wishes. After ensuring the unconscious duo from the Benti sect were settled, Lin Shi leaned against the wall beside the Duke's residence, beginning to wait. He did not have to wait long before Yutong approached. Perhaps having said everything she wished to express, she appeared more at ease than before. Lin Shi offered a slight smile. Is it over? Yes. Yutong nodded gently, hesitating before asking, have the people from the Benti sect come by? You and I have been friends for so many years. Surely you understand my character? I said it was over with Du Hao, and that is final. Do not mention that he is not yet divorced. Even if he were, I would not care. Furthermore, your warning comes too late. I just encountered Du Hao outside the Jibao mountain residence. Gu Ming murmured softly. This scene did not escape the notice of the others, each displaying expressions of shock. It was evident that Can Beat possessed formidable strength, especially after the Daluan Kingdom's ruler declared his intent to confront Can Beat head-on. This was no small feat. It was not surprising that Deng overlooked this, as he did not arrive in Chilean province as a disciplinary committee officer. First and foremost, he served as the director of the cadre assessment grading system, and secondly, he was the deputy director of the Qinchuanu district, overseeing organizational personnel work and the political and legal committee. There was a strange sensation. The teacher's profile indicated that Hong Tuming was only 22 years old, yet he treated Shin Feier with a protective demeanor akin to that of a caring elder. In another world, on a different plane, two colossal entities faced each other, scrutinizing one another's authority and might. Chu Tianshu was wholly focused on driving when his phone rang. He pressed the speakerphone button as Wei Shiji called. Although he had previously defeated opponents by large margins, Zhang Peng, Wu Yingda, and even the current Morong had all achieved such feats. The emotions of this group had never been so stirred. The rapid-fire cannons fell silent, their ammunition spent, while the soldiers transporting the shells scattered in terror. Regardless of the circumstances, F.A. Zhang was unwilling to witness Wang Can stagnate, merely condescending to occupy a position such as Shu Ho, Zhenan General, or Izhou Mu, titles conferred by the Han Dynasty. Now, with Wang Can monopolizing a region, he possessed the capability to declare himself king. The opportunity to seize power was ripe, especially after defeating Yuan Shao and Cao Cao, making it an opportune moment to assert his sovereignty. Gu Ming sent her email address to Tang Ming's phone, realizing for the first time that it was time for an upgrade. Her current phone, purchased years ago, had limited photo capabilities. Were she to acquire a new model, there would be no need for an email, as Tang Ming could send files directly to her device. After deliberating with Luo Feng and the village heads, they secured unanimous consent. The following day, Meng Qi and Luo Feng led several militia members into the city to procure the necessary military supplies. Have I passed? Meng Qi turned to the somewhat dazed elder behind him and inquired. He had been so immersed in evading that he hadn't heard the elder stop, and upon realizing the elder's voice had ceased, he hurriedly asked. Whether the clothing fits is only discernible when worn. Mere external embellishments are of no consequence. No matter how appealing, if it cannot be worn, it is futile. Why burden yourself with such trivial matters? Lin Fei remarked with a smile. The three souls represent a person's essence, while the seven spirits embody their vital blood. Any being formed from vital blood must possess three souls and seven spirits. Suddenly, from beneath the lotus leaves in the lake, over a dozen individuals emerged, their movements swift and composed, showcasing their mastery of both internal and external skills. Zhao Jianhui gritted his teeth and lunged forward, his right palm poised to strike at Lu Jiyang's chest. Lu Jiyang, bracing himself, drew upon his inner strength. only to be caught off guard when Zhao Jianhuai shifted from a palm strike to a three-fingered jab, hitting three critical acupoints: Tanzhong, Shun Ke, and Qi Hai. Chapter 123. The tournament commences. A busy day passed in the blink of an eye, and at last, the highly anticipated Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament began. The competition stage for this year's tournament was not erected in the center of Luo Square, but rather in front of the main gate of the imperial city. Thus, His Majesty, the Emperor of the Luo Empire, could observe the battles from a vantage point alongside his civil and military officials, ensuring the best view and utmost safety. He was rendered immobile, his body incapacitated, and recalling that terrifying force still sent shivers down his spine. Who exactly was that youth? What kind of formidable power did he possess? "The company is out," Cui Jian scoffed, helplessly waving at the man squatting on the ground. However, before returning home, apart from the young Yi Jun Wang ship, he had entrusted everything else to Kue Long. To his surprise, this vessel had been purchased by Qiao E.C. Gu Huizhu surveyed the crowd before her, estimating at least dozens of relatives present. Could she truly distinguish who was who? Shun Yin internally roared that name, his blood boiling, his chest heaving with fury. As the Chu Ci stated, they were merely attending a wedding. There was no need to sacrifice their lives for mere curiosity. Yi Luo's beautiful eyes darkened as she took 3 swift steps to where the Shunji bracelet had fallen, retrieving it and clutching it tightly in her hand. The Yaoling Daoren seemed poised to divulge even more explosive secrets, but Song Fu Rong would not grant him that opportunity. A pair of sisters, a duo of friends, were momentarily stunned upon meeting, clearly taken aback by the serendipity of encountering one another after leaving Yu City. "I have no desire to repeat what I have said." Lung Yifan sat there handling official business, his imposing figure radiating an air of authority. He did not even spare a glance at Lin Ruoying, his words cold and devoid of warmth. The television series had concluded filming, yet he still needed to participate occasionally in post-production, providing voiceovers and music. Luo Chao exuded a fierce and domineering aura when sincerity was called for. He adopted an earnest demeanor, appearing far from a scheming individual. Under the influence of the shockwave, Bashia and Jaha retreated 3 steps, while Cappadocia advanced, its venomous claws aimed at Bashia's face. Contemplating this, Gong Li's expression grew solemn. He had already lost his most beloved, and he could not afford to push away his concerned employer any further. Amid the chaos caused by the ferocious beast, it had also been struck by lightning several times, suggesting that the heavens would not tolerate its existence, resulting in a repulsive phenomenon. Yet, it was powerless against its own nature. Inside the cloth bag lay a RU skirt. Although it was intended for a maid, Baijin did not seem to fit that description. After changing into it, she pondered for a moment before styling her hair like a maid's, taking her time to descend from the upper floor after a fragrant stick of incense had burned. However, just as everything seemed settled, Lung Yifan sprinkled a handful of scallions over the noodles. Su Dongshang spoke with evident pride, and Jiang Che could distinctly sense his joy. He simply wished to cherish the present moment, letting go of the matters concerning Zhou Yi. He did not want to be troubled by Tang Tang's issues. It was not until then that Lan Nade regained his senses, watching the white clouds drift away and the disdainful expression on Abbassite's face. He felt a mix of shame and anger as he left, looking disheveled. "I believe what the Emperor wishes to inquire is," Su Mian, considering Nan Yaoyao's countenance. "How could you dare to label her a fairy? After a millennium of cultivation, she has transformed into that grotesque visage. What is she truly after? My mother has already gone to sweep the streets at that shop. Only then did I dare to return. Upon attempting to unlock the door with the key, I found it wouldn't budge. After struggling for a long time, I realized the key wouldn't even fit. Initially bewildered, I eventually understood." Chapter 124. Chaldea, Part 1. Departing from Luo Square, they arrived at the Trade Fair exhibition area, which was surprisingly sparse in terms of foot traffic. It was evident that the majority of Soul Masters had been drawn to the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament. Nevertheless, the bustling atmosphere of the Trade Fair area was undiminished, as merchants from all corners of the continent gathered to converse and negotiate, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Upon seeing Lin Shi and the others arrive, Ning Tian hurried to greet them. You finally made it. I've been waiting, Qin, Chuan remarked, rolling over to gaze at the dog frolicking in the grass. Logically, after several rounds of chemotherapy, he should have lost all his hair. Why was it still so thick and lustrous, resembling anything but a wig? Drinking is no problem. I have plenty of alcohol here, Xiang Kong laughed heartily, ushering Lu Lao-san and his companions into the main military tent, offering them food and drink with great hospitality. The choking smell of smoke and alcohol mingled with a plethora of other odors, making Su Shaoqing feel nauseated as she pinched her nose and retreated to the doorway. Haha, with you joining, I am no longer a lone commander. I must thank you, Lin Zihan said with a cheerful grin. He understood the principles of operation, but only through personal experience could he grasp the sensation of executing them. Moreover, once seated inside, he realized the areas that could be improved. At that moment, Su Xiao disregarded Su Huang on the ground, retracing his steps and sitting cross-legged in a relatively concealed thicket, once again rewarding the golden particles. If you find me annoying, feel free to hit me. Qin Chuan turned, pulling in Ning into his embrace with a candid smile. The air was saturated with fiery energy. If he could control the black hole to devour it, that would be quite advantageous. Zhong Liu and Cheng Yin Nia collaborated in sharing jokes, which Mi Miao absorbed entirely, her heart a medley of emotions. Such power must belong to a transcendent, immortal cultivator. Yet, even an immortal cultivator cannot remain suspended in the air for an extended period like Lin Yu. Can they? Thank you. Gong Xiao Xia took over. A large doll measuring 1 meter and 50 centimeters tall, which even someone of Gong Xiao Xia's stature found somewhat cumbersome to hold. The airport, usually tranquil, was bustling today, and the reason for this commotion was the presence of the Tang and Yin families, two of the 3 great families of Huaxia, stationed at the airport entrance. Yang Huayuan had scarcely walked 5 meters when a cold voice echoed in everyone's ears simultaneously. At that moment, the old man waved his feather duster lightly across the jade waist token, producing a sharp crack, causing a fissure shaped like a character E to appear in the words Tian Yu. At the entrance of Han Palace Silver Pavilion, although many luxury cars were parked, the most eye-catching was still Gong Xiao Xia's. It gaped wide like a bloodthirsty maw, intent on biting my neck. Upon witnessing this, Li Xingyue swiftly stuffed a second bomb into the mouth of the Yin corpse. At this moment, Feng Xian felt a dizzying sensation before he could utter a word. He tilted his head and fainted. Indeed, Xinge, that night you truly intended to kill the La, Tenxiang replied softly, pursing her red lips. The pitiful true saint, having once erupted with a burst of 3 flowers gathering atop, could no longer muster the energy to extinguish the flames engulfing him. You shall return to the Zhe and diligently cultivate Buddhism, and you will naturally comprehend the Dharma. Now that you have recited scriptures with me, you have already attained Buddhist nature. Given time, you shall surely attain the heavenly dragon. The prince clasped his hands together and proclaimed a Buddhist chant towards Yinglong. Thus, you agreed to assist Feng Changmingfu in locating the whereabouts of Genghis Khan's tomb. I sighed heavily, feeling somewhat helpless listening to his story. I suddenly realized that I could not summon hatred towards Niahaoren. Were I in his position, I would not hesitate to act similarly for Yundu Rua. Yifeng's remark was rather provoking, yet the man who appeared to be in his 30s, whom he had locked by the throat, remained calm and unruffled, disregarding Yifeng's words and mockery, choosing to abandon his disguise entirely. Chapter 125, Chaldean, Part 2. Ning Tian spotted him and quickly waved him over. Hurry, we've been waiting for you. She appeared somewhat excited, rapidly speaking to Lin Shi. There are many attendees, not just representatives from various trade guilds. Notably, Shrek, Ryu, and Binti Zong have all sent people to show their support. So don't be stage fright. I have a feeling that you might be the one in trouble. Lin, she casually remarked, glancing outside. Zhang. Several individuals bowed respectfully, astonished at the news that Kunlun Zhangzhenren would attend in person, not expecting to witness such a legend. The man in white furrowed his brow as Shui Yuan, who had been standing quietly, stepped forward and swiftly pressed a pressure point on Xianshi, before he could react. At the forefront, a white-haired artificial being stood before the large screen. Serving as the commander of the Project GE, this was the first deployment of a new GE unit into battle. Originally intending to hold hands with Xia Fanyuan, Gong Xiaoxia seemed somewhat disheartened when only Xia Fanyuan grasped his wrist. Sumu Bai was also sensing the source of that supernatural force, but failed, as the supernatural energy had completely vanished. At that moment, he believed that the Ghost Master had already departed the hotel. Yi Xiangjun raised an eyebrow and shrugged. His son was too intelligent, so it was only natural he would have foreseen these matters. Sumu Bai was certain that Old Qin had already detected his presence, as he could feel the other's gaze upon him. Tristan nodded vigorously, tearing open a disposable training suit as he entered the court. At the technical platform, he encountered Magia, who was also preparing. This afternoon or evening, he would meet Bai Yu, joining the powers behind Bai Yu for protection. As for the opposing Olaf UF team, they could only adopt a passive attitude, unconcerned as Tarek's ultimate ability faded, allowing Mu's Vayne to finally unleash her ultimate moment. This seemingly unremarkable black stone was entirely opaque to him. Despite his attempts with a heart of compassion, and from within the stone, a faint voice seemed to emanate. However, mastering the Thunder Law and Taoist arts would still leave him confined here, a purple dragon taunted. Should he disclose the truth and collaborate with them, or continue to conceal it? Yet, Lin Yu's stance was already clear. If he persisted in hiding, it would irreparably sever ties. And Jimmy could forget about receiving any assistance from Lin Yu and his companions. All personnel from the agencies were elected by the council, making every elected individual the head of the court. This is the true center of national power. The alluring demoness smiled. Your Highness, I thought you had forgotten about me. That subtle hint of sorrow was utterly captivating. At this moment, while Lin Yu engaged in a challenging transaction, Tuanzi Lair had already exhausted its energy and entered a dormant state. This was just as well, as it was time to bathe. Zhen Shiji had spent 3 years studying abroad and 1 year preparing for the imperial examination in the capital. During these 4 years, Jin Wangguan had taken care of Zhen's elderly parents. Perhaps because his own parents had passed away, he treated Zhen's parents as his own. Speak, what is your intention? I cannot believe that you, a magician, would make such a dull transformation. He completely disregarded Kaidi's words, crossing his arms and fixing his jet black eyes on him. Staying in Xiangzhou for childbirth was optimal. After all, no one could guarantee that the fetus would not suddenly arrive during the journey. Although they belonged to the Buddhist clan, their ambitions soared high. Now having forsaken their human lineage, they had established their own kind and naturally could not afford to show him any favor. Had it been in the past, she would have turned a blind eye, but today she had several questions to pose to this divine being, and she certainly would not let her slip away. Chapter 126, Indestructible Poison, Part 1. How could that be? I am well aware of my capabilities. I cannot defeat you. Senior, Lin, she earnestly addressed Indestructible Poison. I merely wish to have a proper conversation with you in a secluded place. Oh, Indestructible Poison retracted the power he had been readying. What do you wish to discuss with me? Naturally, it pertains to the collaboration between Caldine and Benti Zone. Ha looked at Lin Shi with a serious expression. The ice lizard let out a thunderous roar, its red aura swirling in its eyes, glaring fiercely at the two. On the way home, Huang Yin remained deep in thought atop his horse, while the docile Zhao Yiyu lion seemed almost sentient, gracefully trotting forward. Fortunately, Xiahou Dun was both broad-minded and meticulous. Before the military campaign, he had left the carpenter Yang Gu and the blacksmith Wan Liang at Xiahou Manor. What you haven't heard of doesn't mean others cannot achieve it. This involves confidentiality, and Piao Wuzong would not be foolish enough to disclose it. What? Who is your wife? And I, Pinger, suddenly screamed, realizing something was amiss, extending her hands and attempting to assert her dominance. Very well, take me with you. Some matters can only be clarified once I am there. But you must allow me to put on some clothes first. I am not a murder suspect. There is no need to keep such a close watch. Yi Tian said, his expression filled with dissatisfaction. Sigh, the divine race of the heavens rewards those with fate. Do not be disheartened. However, you have not returned empty-handed. Within Long Kuan's perception, a peculiar fluctuation of energy was felt within Mu Tianqian. Faint tendrils of dark energy began to intertwine with the violet energy. The entire day was marred by the oppressive atmosphere of dinner. I secretly lamented why I had to endure such a meal. Moreover, a monthly subsidy of 200 yuan will be provided to the officers involved in combating unauthorized mining to enhance their enthusiasm. However, prior to the commencement of any actions, not a word of information must be disclosed to them. Wu Jiang Kai Dao, Tianyan, how long do you think it will take for me to master the first level of Jiushao Lei Quan? Suddenly, Ling Qian, who was inhaling the essence of heaven and earth, posed the question. At the door's crack, a dagger glimmering with a cold light slowly emerged, quietly nudging the latch. And with a soft click, the latch was easily disengaged. But if he were indeed Hua Yuheng, then who was the young master of Bei Ming that I encountered in Ruei, Sioux City? Contemplating this, sleep eluded me. I rose from the bed, donned a black cloak, and stepped out of the room. The swan understood that he sought to grasp her hand, yet she refrained from extending her own. For an unbridgeable psychological barrier existed between them. Yin Wei Yang's gaze sharpened slightly as she glanced at the sky, then turned and donned a black cloak. Stealthily navigating the night to evade the patrolling demon soldiers, akin to a nimble cat moving toward a corner. After running several hundred meters, she spotted a vehicle approaching and waved, but regrettably, it did not stop and instead accelerated. The hues of the two pieces of fabric complemented the lady's complexion and temperament splendidly. In my opinion, she would certainly choose them. Zhuang Er chuckled. Hui Gu and Hong Gu exchanged bemused glances, questioning whether Li Xin had lost his mind conversing with a dog, for could livestock comprehend human speech? Nevertheless, in the next moment, their eyes widened in astonishment as an endless stream of black energy was devoured, serving as nourishment for the portly individuals, creating a grand spectacle as the chaos abyss rumbled, akin to a battle between unparalleled titans. Were they perhaps afraid of my hearing or of disturbing my rest? If so, it would indicate that it was not an urgent matter, and thus there was no need to intrude at such a late hour. Taking a breath, I commanded the soldiers to set up camp and dispatched the sole 11 cavalry scouts to survey the surroundings. Zhang Chong settled himself in a house that had not been completely consumed by flames. Chapter 127, Indestructible Poison, Part 2. Indestructible Poison inhaled deeply and stated solemnly. I admit that I previously misjudged the strength of your Jiao Lidi. A true man is capable of both yielding and resisting. If one were to compare him to Xianzi, the difference would lie in his ability to recognize his mistakes and act reliably. He lowered his previously assertive demeanor and inquired calmly, "What is the third aspect you mentioned?" How brazen to claim he would assist our Benti sect in enhancement. Jiang Fan, upon hearing a subtle sound, recognized that someone was approaching, and thus he fixed a serious gaze upon Xia Shui Er and Xia Xiaobin, directly addressing the elder. 8 formations, like a relentless force, completely engulfed the entire Sunset Valley, now advancing toward the center square, where a faint scent of blood began to permeate the air. Jiang Fan's life, once peaceful, transformed overnight into something unrecognizable. This abrupt change left him somewhat taken aback. Uncertain of how to respond, I felt a surge of anger. Yet even if I were to eliminate my second brother, it would not resolve any issues. Thus, let us deliberate on how to remedy the situation. Li Zhao Qian reported. As Long Qiu Ying summoned the Tian Gang finger technique, it collided with the ancient celestial techniques of the East Gate Young Master and the South Gate Young Master. Unbeknownst to them, they missed an opportunity for ascendance. Sometimes, opportunities arise but slip away, and by the time one can seize them, it is too late. Chu Sheng even observed the 9-colored thunder, saint standing with hands clasped behind his back upon the 9-colored lotus ladder, smiling at him. Brother A Feng's words ring true. However, if you wish to visit us, you must come to Miaojiang. Gai Zhenlin expressed with a hint of reluctance. Should my father-in-law become angry, Jin Hui would accept the consequences. Aware that the Yang family would eventually erupt, Jin Hui responded with disdain, adopting an attitude of indifference. The air was devoid of any lingering tension as Jian Yi silently exhaled in relief. She went to the restroom to address the oil stains on her clothing. But despite her efforts, it seemed unlikely the garment could be cleansed. I need not be instructed. I'm well aware. You need not worry. Nangong Tian smiled lightly, understanding the gravity of the matter. Even at the cost of his life, the firearm must not fall into the hands of others. His greatest aspiration was not for the welfare center to become increasingly bustling, but rather to see it become quiet. For that would signify that all the children had found their own homes, no longer needing to reside there. The warmth enveloped her like a dish freshly cooked, carrying the flavor of a rustic farmhouse, reminiscent of her hometown. An elderly man, seated at the edge of the bed, donned a deep blue robe, his hair streaked with gray, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, yet furrowing his brow in contemplation, his gaze reflecting a flicker of confusion. Should they indeed be hunting this azure, iron-winged dragon, it would be understandable, for this creature is a star-level beast of the 5th rank or higher. The horizon gradually darkened to a muted leaden gray, the clouds descending ever lower, indicating that rain was imminent. Wang Ran could not help but feel a surge of excitement, affirming that the belief in the possible was indeed correct. Of course, such concerns were predicated on the absence of Chun Feng, allowing the devices to operate autonomously. Alas! Elder sister, rise quickly. We are on Yunli Street. Such antics are not welcome here. Lin Fan promptly interjected, while nearby citizens helped Xie Mei to her feet. Smiling warmly, Uncle Yin, do you know who my mother is? Shun Jingyun inquired, and in that moment, Shun Jingyun transformed, undergoing a metamorphosis unnoticed by anyone. A figure resembling Shun Jingyun emerged in his mind, exuding pride and defiance against the heavens. Chapter 128, Indestructible Poison, Part 2. Indestructible Poison found a place to sit. Though reluctant to admit it, you indeed possess that qualification. What do you wish to obtain from us? Just moments prior, Lin Shi had engaged him in a lengthy discussion about what Jia Lu Di could offer the Benti sect. Yet he had failed to articulate what he sought from the Benti sect. The answer to this question would symbolize his desire for collaboration. Lin Shi responded without hesitation. Zhou Ming's furnace is evidently of inferior quality, belonging to the lowest tier, while theirs, supported by the Li and Wang families, are valued at over 1 million each. The Turtle Spirit Holy Mother could not help but acknowledge that if Du Yi were to be dismissed, it would be a tremendous loss for the Shangqing lineage. Zhou Ming's nose twitched involuntarily, still bearing the residual warmth from the place where it had been grazed by the fire beast. Sinan Ting usually traversed this passage with ease, yet this time, the moment he stepped onto it, an alarm blared, the piercing sound reverberating as the automatic defense system was activated. On this occasion, Su Ichio did not refuse, but slowly approached him from behind, resembling a koala as she clung to him, wrapping her arms around Qin Shangxing's neck and resting her head on his shoulder. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, realizing how warm and secure such an embrace could be. Xia Kuan was left bewildered by Lin and Rant's words, wondering why she had suddenly acted this way, feeling utterly perplexed. Nanual, unable to grasp the meaning behind her words, feigned comprehension and nodded earnestly. However, as soon as Lin and Rand greeted Xia Kuan, he hurried forward to grasp Rand's hand. No. I have matters to attend to at the hospital. I must take my leave. Mr. Qin, please call me if you require anything. The doctor was eager to leave that place, fearing that staying for a meal could cost him dearly, as he was unwilling to engage in any activity that jeopardized his life. With his tacit approval, his body was taken over in less than an hour, sealing his soul within his own consciousness. Originally, Zhou Yang did not take afternoon naps, but due to Liu Yan's habitual practice, he adapted to it. Mama Shun believed that, as the emperor, there was no need to govern the common people directly. It sufficed to manage the ministers, who would handle affairs below them, sparing the emperor from direct involvement. The anger on the beautiful face of the woman was palpable, as she felt the weight of suspicious and peculiar gazes upon her, making her wish to hide immediately. Regarding further matters, it was essential for each team to return successfully, as the fragments they carried would piece together one truth after another. The inhumane torment lasted a mere 10 minutes, after which Lin Han covered her with a blanket, sighed, and left the room. Upon seeing the homeroom teacher, he felt an overwhelming urge to find a corner to hide in. His right hand scratching the back of his head in an expression of embarrassment, his heart racing with anxiety. As Qin Xian was about to clarify that he was not He Shi Er's boyfriend, He Shi Er swiftly intervened. He would not concern himself with any issues, leaving the mess entirely to Liang Kuexen, who in her desire to please him, would undoubtedly handle it meticulously. The driver, catching a glimpse of Liang Kuexen's face in the rearview mirror, noticed a hint of blush from the setting sun and turned the corner, stopping the car right at the Liang residence. Regaining his composure, Yifeng nodded slightly to Zhang Dechuan, offering a genuine smile and expressing his gratitude. However, having arrived so late, he suspected that they had likely been apprehended by the Amei faction. It would be prudent to inquire at their lodging for confirmation. The corpse before him appeared to have died not long ago, as it emitted no foul odor. Its exposed skin bore multiple bruises, while other areas were concealed by clothing. In Chapter 129, Melted Thoughts of Ice and Shadows, the two discussed matters further and ultimately scheduled the pest control operation for the following day. After all, prolonged delays would show disrespect towards the people of Xingluo City. Finally, as midnight approached, Lin Shi ended her communication with the immortal poison and released Hui Yutong. She glanced around and realized they were in a hotel, prompting her to inquire, "Is it over? How did the discussion go?" Lin, she set down the walkie-talkie, smiling as she spoke. Thinking of this, Cheng Hu felt a surge of joy, as it meant that his relationship with Wang Zhe would continue unblemished, avoiding conflict between brothers. Cheng Hu was not foolish. He simply preferred not to exert himself mentally. "Don't speak, just kiss me." The alluring Rose winked at Chun Fan, her charm flowing like water. Had the circumstances been different, he would have been far more forward. The remaining disciples faced dire consequences, with 60% perishing and many of the survivors sustaining severe injuries, including gunshot and sword wounds. Chun Fan's consciousness swept through the surroundings, realizing he and another were at the same realm. Yet, the avatar he summoned now was far more formidable than that conjured by Elder Luo Mo during his Golden Core days. Despite her short hair and daring attire, she ignited the desires of men from the depths of their hearts. "Wait a moment. I doubt you two lack funds, right? I'm not sure about you two. But as for the Kai Xing brothers, they are undoubtedly wealthy." Han Yu gestured for Wang Ruo Chen to calm down before uttering unexpected words. After enduring many days and nights in the land of the Woku, the two had developed a tacit understanding, their hearts interconnected, creating a thrilling yet perilous bond. The upper echelons conveyed that they understood. The dead held no value, especially when compared to talents like Li Yang, who wielded cutting-edge technology. To protect him, many nations might not hesitate to wipe out everyone on the cruise ship. In this encounter, Pei Xiu exhibited formidable prowess, collaborating with He Fan and the Grey Bear Brigade to vanquish the relentless pursuit of 3,000 Goguryeo troops, incurring minimal losses while rescuing over 1,000 Han people who had suffered for more than a decade. "With your words, I can rest easy," the king of Qianshi hurriedly replied. Although the simple reassurance from the Heavenly Emperor seemed trivial, it implicitly assumed full responsibility for the entire situation, including any potential accountability for future tasks. The current world was inherently low-end, and despite the presence of deities and beings surpassing them, Wu Chun felt no fear. Marco was, without a doubt, the second in command of the White-Beard Pirates. Though he was a first squad leader, his status was akin to that of a vice captain in other pirate crews, making his anxiety and urgency surprising. Yu Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Though uncertain of her intentions, a sense of nervousness crept into his heart. Upon hearing that Ran Xinyan was about to leave, Fan Xiao felt an unyielding obligation to follow and see him off, though a bittersweet smile graced his face. As Acer smirked, he remained silent, stroking his chin while observing the tea-drinking Balakyle, pondering his ulterior motives. Who was managing this place, and who had cleverly hidden these goods? Lost in thought, Wu Chan failed to notice he had crossed an invisible line, one that emitted no warning yet undeniably existed. Such an environment left everyone stunned. How peculiar it was that monsters could cultivate food. Seeing Lin Si Lei's insatiable expression, reminiscent of a famished infant, Every pore seemed to crave the essence of Wuchun. In Chapter 130, Tang San and Melted Thoughts of Ice, Yutong, wake up, hearing the familiar voice in her daze. Yutong opened her eyes to find Lin Shi's anxious face before her. Lin Shi, brother? What happened to me? Seeing her finally awaken, Lin Shi felt a wave of relief. You just went through your second awakening to the final stage, but something went awry, and you suddenly fainted. It has been 2 hours. Do you know what occurred? However, it was of little consequence, as Mo Lu's skills had cooled down, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the vampire that instantly drained half its health. Sun Yu, a sharpshooter, wielded a pair of M9 pistols, engaging in an evenly matched shooting contest against the enemy. Xiaoying had just nodded at Yueshi when Nangong Beidu strode forward like the wind, rushing to his side. Scholars possessed a certain tenacity, but news trickled in steadily after Yi Bai's return. Xiaoying noticed Xiao Yu slightly shiver, her body instinctively curling up as if responding to a sudden chill in her sleep. He clearly heard their conversation, aware that they had reached this conclusion through their spiritual means. This blood weasel was indeed extraordinary. Li Yunqing's mystical eyes failed to discern the blood weasel's true form, leaving him perplexed about its realm. Following the aura of humanoid beings, the two descended underground, only to find that upon reaching the depths of the cave, the presence vanished, revealing only a stone wall before them. The purple fox shouted fiercely, exerting force, but the blood marks on its ankle caused the high-quality whip to snap. After several years apart from Xiao Yu, he felt an inexplicable void in his heart as he watched his silhouette fade away, a hint of melancholy manifesting on his face. "Boss, what's wrong? Are you all right?" Lu Mu, emerging from the kitchen, inquired urgently upon noticing the two of them entering, clearly startled. Zhao Wanyu, typically calm and mature, spoke with an unusual intensity, a fierce aura surrounding her, a sight that startled Long Jiao for the first time, while Lu Xinro was equally taken aback. Yet, Li Mingxiu could only silently scream within, maintaining his composure as he began to answer their questions. Truth be told, it had been over half a year since he had last seen his mother, despite his longing for her. He couldn't help but wonder what her sudden visit signified at this moment. Instantly, chaos erupted in the Liao army camp, voices clamoring and flames illuminating the entire grounds. Though he felt he was not quite as formidable as Sun Wukong, he realized that he had been overly naive. After handing Jessica a set of chopsticks, Li Mingxiu eagerly indulged in instant noodles, the rich aroma immediately engulfing his palate. Through inquiries, Lu Shiba learned that one of the owners or stakeholders of this establishment was among the powerful figures controlling the gathering place, dealing exclusively in brand new standard weapons produced by the armory. Shi Xie, having lived most of his life, felt a tinge of anxiety despite being half buried in the ground. This was not due to any official position, but rather concerning the Shi family standing. The next day, Yu Tian was quite open-minded about the situation, promptly agreeing to Wang Yang's conditions and proceeding to gather the materials Wang Yang required, leaving the two to wait in the shop. Zhenzu reminded everyone, yet he himself was also unsettled by the formidable powers of the rumored underworld demon map. Lacking confidence while continuously resisting a force outside his own system instilled a sense of trepidation within him regarding the legendary entity. When Mo Hang returned, his expression was frosty, clearly displeased, as he sat directly across from Pei Qin, scrutinizing her. In Chapter 131, The Shattered Star Douluo, to address this unexpected situation, the two deities in the divine realm were filled with urgency. However, the instigator, Yutong, was exceedingly comfortable, having been meticulously cared for by Lin Shi throughout the day. Although Lin Shi usually indulged her, he remained a rational individual, unwilling to spoil her without boundaries. Yet today was different. Perhaps her unconscious state had stirred his protective instincts. How did they die? Gazing at the skeletal remains, Sanzi and Li Dong felt a chill creep into their hearts. The location of the boss remained unknown. Even the testing players were oblivious, requiring numerous players to slowly explore for answers. However, as the teacher mentioned, that esteemed individual seemed to have fallen long ago. With a soft sigh, Hua Yin retrieved a crystal orb, presenting it to Li Daoyuan. This was also connected to the students' quality, as those admitted to the Ba Modern Language Academy were undoubtedly exceptional. Eavesdropping on others' conversations is inherently unethical, despite Zhang Jia's unintentional intrusion. Thus, he stealthily returned to the living room from the balcony, pretending he had heard nothing. The current Wei Qin Wang lacked the vigor he possessed 2 weeks prior. Nevertheless, upon encountering Shi Yao, he still stood tall, his gaze piercing. When Yulu spoke, Ming Nan's cold eyes shot toward He Feng, as if intending to cast him out. Xiang Fan's illness became known among relatives during the New Year visits. This year, the Ouyang family did not go to Wuyo Island. Thus, on the 3rd day of the New Year, the Ling family came to pay their respects. Consequently, Sheng Kai felt ashamed and fortunate not to have been born into his uncle's family, lest he face dire consequences. Zhang Jiaza suddenly recalled a phrase: "The time you squander today is the tomorrow that the deceased yearned for. The present you despise is the past that you can never return to." He could not remember where he had encountered this saying, but it resonated with him on a deeper level now. Perhaps some may think this conclusion is not sufficiently fulfilling. However, when the contracted word count was reached, he could only craft this rather simple yet still beautiful ending. Lan Shi awaited the promised gifts from Wang Di and found no inclination to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival, especially after boasting at the Linlang Palace. A failure would surely render her a laughingstock in the harem. The peculiar nature of the Chang cavalry stemmed from their past encounters with Dongzhuo. The notorious bandits of the Three Kingdoms era were not to be taken lightly, with the Shiliang cavalry being the most formidable, known for their ruthless policies. After a meal, the two took a brief rest. Kimmy soon left, citing work the next day, and I had no intention of detaining her, as I had my own matters to attend to. The doctor glanced at Hao Ming and then at Xia Yeno, hesitating as if indicating that the child should be excused, for the ensuing conversation would be challenging for a young one to bear. "Father Yo, what should we do? It appears there are quite a few of them. Should we retreat?" Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, Luo Eru was the first to suggest withdrawal. Just as a refusal was on the tip of his tongue, he suddenly recalled that all masters receive monthly silver. Observing the favorable treatment, it seemed the monthly pay was substantial. If 10 taels were merely a month's income, perhaps he could settle with that detestable eunuch, as offending such a person would surely lead to dire consequences. No, I must find something to occupy my mind, enrich my life, and thus I can thoroughly let go of him. Chapter 132. Exterminating the Evil Soul Master. For Nan Gongwan, the day should have been a cause for immense celebration. His relentless efforts in sending subordinates to search for potential new evil soul masters finally bore fruit. He had anticipated that, due to the dual impact of the trade fair and the competition, he might not recruit even a single newcomer before the conclusion. To his astonishment, merely one day into the competition, his subordinates brought forth a young girl with the potential to become an evil soul master. Aware that the words of Ning Wang were often frivolous, Ru Xin chose to remain indifferent, merely smiling and engaging in light banter. Both she and Uj had accumulated too many enemies, fearing that releasing her would be akin to setting a fish free in the ocean. "I see you cannot be dissected by me." After a prolonged wait, Zuyin, lost in thought, finally spoke. Guan Xian's heart raced, holding her breath, wishing she could extend an umbrella outside her ears to ensure she could hear every word Ling Long would utter next. Yet, those present seemed to shun such inquiries, offering no responses, only pleading for Ling Long's understanding. Uj and Mr. Bai had their encounters in the bathroom once, later being pinned to the sofa for several more. Guofu agreed, and thus, Lin Tianyao repeated himself several times until Guofu finally comprehended. Yu Zhongli completed the final rinse of the cesspool with clean water, wiped the sweat from his brow, sighed in relief, raised his eyebrows, and smiled. If the filming proceeded smoothly, then Ji Xian would benefit significantly, as all the footage would belong to her. He was also puzzled. Usually, it was his son who stood on the same front as him. Why had the allegiance shifted today? Throw it away. Shun Jiao commanded sharply, fully aware that his actions stemmed from guilt. Yet, she refused to acknowledge this sentiment. As Ing Sisi entered, she spotted Li Yue clinging to old Madame Song's arm, a pang of envy stirring within her. Shortly after, Luo Fan arrived, followed by managers Wu Wu and several impeccably dressed individuals. Although Nan Shu was a new signing, Su Jiaohan, being Lao Kuei's dedicated manager, was wary of any potential discontent Lao Kuei might harbor. The two warriors engaged in casual conversation while pushing Chun Che away, leaving him feeling a chill at his neck. Mr. Chun, being knowledgeable in pathology, must have already devised a treatment plan, correct? Someone, please seat our esteemed guests. The once condemned, now dramatically transformed into honored guests. The murder of her brother was an intolerable act. Even the mere possibility of it happening in the future inflicted upon her a heart-wrenching pain. One was an untouchable rich heir, the other a martial arts master. They must not become collateral damage. She rose, glancing around in confusion, realizing not only was she alive, but her surroundings mirrored those of her reality before entering this task world. It was one thing for the train to arrive on its own, but bringing the entire What Company apparatus into the Marvel Universe was a troubling habit, commodifying and trivializing superheroes, a blatant disgrace. As his words fell, a crimson flame ignited across the dust within a radius of hundreds of feet. The martial practitioners present held their breath, anticipating the unfolding spectacle. Mo.U refrained from further inquiries, remaining silent for a considerable time as he channeled some ancient spiritual energy within him. Then he stepped forward, climbing onto the back of the old crane, descending first from Yin Chao Peak into Yin Gui City. The use of lightning techniques was still unrefined. He could only rely on speed for victory. Yun Song mused that his mastery of lightning was still at a rudimentary level. Discussing offensive capabilities was unnecessary, as he could only depend on agility and the speed of the essence of lightning. Chapter 133, Master and Servant. The scene shifted back a day. Morgan stood before Lin Shi, posing a question. Lin Shi, how do you interpret the title of Master? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Shi responded, the one who commands the servant? That was a correct answer, but Morgan revealed, what I mean by master is the one who governs the servant. I nodded in agreement, then suddenly laughed. Sister Joie is indeed formidable. Perhaps she has surpassed the previous empress and claimed the title for herself. The former coach of Real Madrid, now the head coach of Malaga, the Chilean engineer Pellegrini, wore a smile, remaining silent. The three-edged military dagger pierced the leg of the short man, rendering both legs numb. Blood spilling profusely. Lao Chi remained calm, then used the dagger to sever the main nerves in the short man's arms, leaving him to lie there, waiting for death from blood loss. Zhang Lianbi, who had always harbored disdain for me, chose to retire to her quarters. The gentle concubine feigned fatigue and returned to her chamber, leaving only the prince and me. In the Liu family's living room, Liu Gongzi recounted the events of that night to Ning Huanxi, explaining the reasons behind Ji Mo's bruised face and some of Ji Mo's drunken remarks. Apart from a few patrolling guards in the distance, no one could be seen. I followed the ethereal sound of the flute. Well, it must be done this way. Lei Ming descended 2 steps, linking his arm with hers, and began to hum The Wedding March cheerfully. The Divine Emperor was entirely oblivious to the direct relationship between Shangwan Shuriwei and Lin Ming. He merely thought that the divine race owed Shangwan Shuriwei a debt of gratitude, and since she was one of their own, she would undoubtedly fight for them with all her strength. Once out of Shangwan Lei's sight, he inquired about that disciple and learned that it was indeed the old lord who had sent for her. Su Aizi had returned and wished to see her. The Wasteland Nation would grant him citizenship, though he was unaware of its benefits. Nevertheless, he stated that the others were commoners who would not be enslaved. Pei Yuan Shao considered this sufficient, trusting his friend Zhou Song's credibility. Moreover, the number of refugees had decreased compared to before. Being grateful for even 20 a day was a blessing. Additionally, there were issues within Shao village that needed to be resolved by Shao Mo Crown Prince. I have heard of you. You are from Zhejiang University. What do we have to discuss? Lang Tu wore an expression of confusion. I came solely for the Yunso technique, yet unexpectedly discovered such a secret. This is undoubtedly another significant bombshell. This contact list is distributed to each member of our county committee office. While only department heads in other departments possess it, you must keep it safe and understand how to use it properly. Mei Kaidu emphasized as he handed the contact list to Wang Peng. Moreover, Due to fortunate circumstances, the Wasteland Nation controlled 2 gold mines, an iron mine, a copper mine, as well as coal and salt, granting them sufficient financial resources to support a large army. After shooting an arrow, the man before me did not linger to inspect. He immediately released 3 more arrows, all hitting the same target as the first, causing massive cracks to form around the stone mountain, showcasing terrifying destructive power. The lightning raven had departed, and Li Ji, hands clasped behind his back, strolled onto the balcony, gazing up at the sky. Once the lightning raven became his pathbearer, he looked forward to the arrival of that master of the skies, knowing that he would be willingly falling into a trap. After New Year's Day, Wang Peng convened several meetings to further address issues regarding the land and the high-tech park, funding, and investment attraction, with a particular emphasis on advancing investment initiatives, introducing an incentive policy rewarding those who brought in investments. Chapter 134. The encirclement concludes. Such was the situation. Lin Shi's positioning was intentionally devised to draw out potential enemies lurking in the shadows, ready to deliver a lethal strike once they emerged. The wielder of the Death God's dagger, being an assassination-type agile attacker with low defense, was caught off guard and unable to evade or defend in time, utterly consumed by the brilliance of the Oath Victory sword, leaving not a trace behind. The remaining 2 evil soul masters witnessing this scene finally. And now, losing one, I felt to her as if she were an alien, existing in a realm where she did not belong. The legendary fire used by the Night Clan originated from thunder and fire, but ultimately transformed into darkness. The thunder and fire were the only anomalous flames capable of mutation. A blackish-purple fire. Li Chang glanced at the insignia and epaulets of the other party, not getting entangled in further complications. His act of touching the engine compartment was merely a spontaneous whim. If he did not manage to touch it, so be it. He would not perish for failing to do so. Once Wu Yu seated herself beside Li Qingmu, his ears flushed crimson, and his demeanor grew somewhat awkward. Yang Jian and Dugu Zhuo were enjoying lunch, which, while luxurious compared to an ordinary household, could be deemed simplistic given their esteemed status. The food on the table lacked delicacies, relying instead on ordinary ingredients. However, the palace chefs were exceptionally skilled, making even the simplest ingredients delectable. Gue Dai attempted to sense the spiritual meridian within her, noticing the faint golden flow emanating from her wrist. It seemed that Hua Hao Duo still had a semblance of conscience, as he had indeed provided her with genuine medicine. Despite wielding formidable power, they remained utterly defenseless in the presence of a team composed of cultivators. Upon the first sip, Tao Huazhanren fell in love with the flavor of the spiritual spring water, wishing to linger in the peach blossom realm to savor it daily. Thus, there existed a strong likelihood that the dual cultivation truly could enhance her strength. Yet the sacrifice of her purity for the sake of elevating her cultivation seemed an exorbitant price to pay. His voice was excessively gentle, so tender that she instinctively closed her eyes, refraining from uttering shy refusals. Aina contemplated seeking out the missing Luo Shi in the town, but that voice reassured her not to worry, stating that he was already on his way back. Shu Guan picked up a broom, sweeping the wood shavings into a corner before tidying up the items that had been on the table. He then settled into the chair where he usually sat and began to ponder. Qing Ying, in a bid to protect her, was suppressed by the malicious Shu within a bottle, refusing to be released. Jiang Tian had underestimated the situation, failing to realize that Su Chan possessed the same power as he did. At this moment, Bei Xian's opponent had already discerned the path to death, forcing him to open the door of demise. Even if it meant expending his last breath, he was determined to eradicate all malice here. Meanwhile, Mai Tianluan grasped the long rope hanging in the air, alternately pulling himself upward, occasionally glancing to see how far Zhongfang had climbed, seemingly unwilling to be outdone. He retrieved some colorful ribbons he had purchased from the street vendors, tying a pink ribbon around the cat's tail and skillfully crafting a bow. Director, how could Mr. Su and the police officer be injured? And why would the police be looking for her due to Mr. Su's injuries? The emperor declared that Jia Bao heir could not reside in the former princess Xiao Qingcheng's palace and must be assigned a new one. close to the Empress, yet not too distant from himself. Perhaps that person was, in fact, a notorious bandit or held another dubious identity, with the silver notes being ill-gotten gains, masquerading as a paper fan trader in a bid to smuggle them away, only to meet an untimely end en route. Was there truly no one to watch the low-tier live streams? Upon hearing Xiao Feng's remarks, Li Si reluctantly abandoned the thought, furrowing his brow. Chapter 135. Bei Bei's Gratitude. Bei Bei, open the door. Senior Sister Tang has come see you. What? Hearing a knock in the dead of night, Bei Bei hurriedly opened the door to find Lin Shi standing outside, with Tang Ye trembling a meter away. Lin Shi? And Xiaoya? What is happening? Lin Shi's expression was grave. Senior Sister has been captured by an evil soul master. Bei Bei gasped in horror. Do not forget, you are now another me. Can I not calculate my next move correctly? There is no error in my steps, Chongming remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Fortunately, the prolonged wait did not last too long. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and the curtain was lifted by soldiers stationed outside. General Aiding C, responsible for coordinating the 3 legions of the front lines, strode in, helmet in hand, with a palpable battle intent evident in his gaze. Yin Qing cast a distant glance at Su Zigu, who was preparing to compose poetry, bemusedly thinking, I wonder if this counts as vandalism? Yi Weian watched as Jin Qing, carrying a large medicine box, disappeared around the corner, silently turning to board the carriage, with Yi Cheng following closely behind. Yet, Yuan Jin Qing acted rather unscrupulously, having finished the fight and departed with the bulk of the general's forces before old Master Meng could seek retribution, leaving him unable to retaliate in the immediate term. However, thinking of the countless materials consumed and the century of effort that culminated in the successful forging of a powerful weapon, only to see it so easily destroyed, caused Zhang immense heartache. He silently resolved that if he lacked the strength in the future, he must avoid provoking such formidable beasts. Otherwise, it would lead only to his demise. While shouting, Tuat all, he racked her brain, eager to join the fight. However, her lack of combat experience left her uncertain of her role, fearing that her actions might disrupt the coordination of Charlotte and the others. Indeed, as planned by Ao Ka, the fleeing Hai Chi had already crossed the wilderness and returned to the edge of the jungle, but he did not advance further, not due to the loss of his guide, but because a Roman army awaited him there. In an instant, the eyes of thousands gleamed with a wolfish hunger. No one could resist such temptation, whether soldier or officer. They fixated on the chests overflowing with gold coins, unwilling to divert their gaze even an inch. This was akin to discovering the exceedingly rare giant panda within our nation. If one were to find a wild panda and neglect to protect it, instead opting to release it back into the wild, would that not be tantamount to seeking death? Certainly, with the technological prowess possessed by the underground city, if they could obtain the finished product of the potion, they might reverse engineer it, potentially allowing a continuous supply of such potions to flow into the underground city. Even knowing that further struggles were as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot, they remained unwilling to concede. Aside from the scattered ranks and official positions, the Tang dynasty also had honors and titles, with 12 ranks of merit generally awarded for military accomplishments, and there were also special merit titles that conferred certain levels of benefits, without engaging in practical affairs, merely serving as a form of entitlement. A mix of confusion, surprise, doubt, and exhilaration swirled within Wang Shangxiao, leaving his emotions in a state of extreme complexity. Of course, their web page's traffic was rather dismal. Prior to the impending internet explosion, this promotional outlet had yet to reach a point where it could genuinely unleash its potential. Lu Jun, though merely a 7th-grade officer, was the grandson of a renowned general, with his father also being a military heavyweight, serving as a middle general in the left guard, and he had an uncle who was a minor official. Your cat? The senior sister inquired, her habitual desire to pet it tempered by a hint of trepidation. Chapter 136. The fragmentation of Shrek's outlook after exiting the hotel. Lin Shi let out a long sigh. The figure of Dubu appeared beside him. You truly are devoid of desires. He had already heard from Lin Shi about the relationship between Bei Bei and Mu In, witnessing Bei Bei's devoted attitude toward Tang Ye and the vows he had made. In such circumstances, Lin Shi could have easily demanded some form of compensation, yet he refrained, leaving Du Bu Si incredulous. Yu Qingli was uncertain if he had stumbled upon some crucial point, but she too shared a curiosity regarding this matter. Aja, I never thought you had a romantic side. Previously, he had been entirely focused on his career, and even after letting go of Ziwei, he remained calm and rational. What is happening? Ying actually appeared on a show herself? Shui Gao mused that perhaps their idol's manager was seeking to debut independently. She wondered about his injuries, where he was hospitalized, and felt compelled to visit him and extend an apology. After speaking, Zhang Beichun gently ruffled Xian's hair and departed. Chen Lu Yao trembled with anger, the fleeting admiration he had briefly harbored collapsing in an instant. It must be said that Chao Shuefang's culinary skills were truly exceptional. The soup was rich and flavorful. She smiled with her eyes crescent-shaped, exclaiming how delicious it was, genuinely appreciating it without a hint of flattery. Upon witnessing this display, the elderly matron could not help but feel a stir within her aged eyes. It was evident that this venerable friend was ostensibly inviting her for tea, yet was subtly issuing her a warning, which prompted such a demonstration. No worries, you may enter the house first. It seems you've been exposed to the sun for too long. Chang Sun Changqing nudged Qin Xiang and followed her inside. The individuals at the entrance escorted Chen Luyao and Jiang Tiantian into the heart of the traditional courtyard, whereupon opening the door, they were greeted by a magnificent peony relief adorning the entrance wall. In the next instant, Chu Dantian slipped unexpectedly, veering swiftly to the side. To prevent any unforeseen mishap, he crossed his arms and raised them defensively at his throat. A glint of chilling brilliance flashed in Wang Zhen's eyes. And only when Wang Tian was mentioned did the frigid demeanor on his face soften slightly. The officials of Dongquan County held a certain prestige there, appearing quite refined. However, upon arriving in the capital, they seemed like rustic bumpkins, utterly out of place. During lunch, they made quite a commotion in the hall, shouting boisterously. And upon seeing a foreigner, they pointed and gestured, lacking in decorum. All right then, if something goes awry, don't blame me. Your mother is no pushover, so don't provoke me, as I like to live a little longer. Yi Tian spoke these words sincerely. As for whether it was stolen, Tang Yu was not as foolish as Sun Liming. Such treasures could hardly be pilfered. That important figure would never discard something so valuable. And even if it were stolen, how could it ever be put to use? Sun Liming was undoubtedly a fool. What about the villagers nearby? Have they evacuated? Yi Tian did not delve into the specifics of the scene, but inquired about the surrounding situation. Such atrocities typically would not spread outward. Yet an ominous foreboding lingered in Yi Tian's heart. What is a blessing may not be, and what is a calamity cannot be avoided. Li Feng's intuition informed him that he would eventually have to confront these unclean matters, so he resolved to venture out. After all, was it not said that nighttime was when ghosts and monsters roamed? I was set ablaze in a supermarket in Xuanqing, Hazy remarked, observing Sun Changle's reaction. This time, the golden sage had wised up. With his sword raised, the power of the radiant sage surged forth, conjuring a protective shield in his hand. Subsequently, the golden sage leaped into the air, and beams of light from the sword struck Lu Yin like a barrage of cannon fire. Zhang Pingping fought back tears, determined not to let them spill, and forced a smile towards Li Feng, feigning normalcy. He is already the emperor of the Middle Yuan. Old Master Xiao surveyed the elderly gentleman present, his voice tinged with gravity. Chapter 137, Soul King, 1-7, Crushing Victory, Part 1. The next day, Lin Shi arrived punctually at the competition venue. Wang Yin cast him a questioning glance. Lin Shi, if you have pressing matters, feel free to leave. You need not concern yourself with us. We have an alternative plan that does not require your involvement. To be honest, Lin Shi's approach yesterday morning, when he volunteered to participate in the first round of the round-robin tournament, had astonished him immensely. He had been Lin Shi's homeroom teacher for a year and believed he understood the child's character well. Yin Ryu had endured years of frustration and finally found an opportunity. She would not let this chance for catharsis slip away. Observing Wen Shuyun, he noticed her keen perception and camera presence, yet he saw nothing else. Even as his heart stirred with anticipation, for he was inherently a person of great inner drama. This Feng Kai Jun had evidently practiced martial arts and was reasonably adept. Situated around the mid-level of Mingjing, Mu Junwu glanced at the black line with a calm demeanor. That is merely for record-keeping, indicating which generation of the sect leader's achievements this illustration depicts. Even the traffic police arrived to assess the situation, revealing that Zhang Ying had swerved into the curb while trying to avoid an elderly lady crossing the street, resulting in minor damage to the front of the BMW. The one inquiring was Zhao Fulai, one of Zhao Jichang's adopted sons. After Zhao Jichang's demise, this close attendant role was designated to him by Yuan Defei. Everyone believed that with Bai Shiyun's capabilities, she was unworthy of such a precious treasure. It would be better to obediently hand it over and seek some reasonable compensation from the academy. He had heard that the mastermind behind the fruit and vegetable trading center was an elderly bossyu. Sure, Qingyun and the others possessed keen hearing. Even in the midst of fleeing, they caught wind of the peculiar elixir's commotion. Madame Qin had turned down all suitors, and those who sought her hand and were rejected spoke quite harshly. Bai Shu realized that Songlong was approaching him, yet he could neither see Songlong's form nor hear the sound of him wading through the water. The snowflakes and wind had all vanished. A dozen monks suddenly focused on the 7 or 8 painted faces, their hands gradually reaching for their waists, deciding to employ methods against the formless. At this moment, without Bai Shu needing to say a word, Miss Ma could detect that Dong Sei was not quite right. She nestled in Bai Shu's embrace, her complexion pale as parchment, her hair as white as snow, and her breath faint as a wisp. As a physician, she could discern that Dong Sei was gravely ill. From Lin Han's guarded gaze, one could perceive a hint of astonishment. As Yi Chu Shui emerged from the water, dripping wet, a surge of overwhelming spiritual pressure rose, evaporating the moisture from his body. After locking eyes with Lin Han for a moment, he slowly began to speak. The two had sensed danger when Chang Tian condensed the leaf in his palm, and although they were unaware of the technique being employed, they felt the true essence waves emanating from it, its power rivaling that of their own attacks, compelling them to exercise caution. Wuxing did not exert force, gently holding her, yet her breathing quickened involuntarily, her body trembling mysteriously. A peerless figure, having consecutively slain dozens of seasoned veterans of the Zhao realm, reigning as the most formidable being for over 30 years, acquired a priceless secret technique and chose to seal the gates of life and death. The white serpent demon in midair lightly swung the white demonic blade in its hand, unleashing a surge of white demonic energy straight towards Mang Bailing. Suspended in midair, one hand grasping the Chongling's sword, Mang Bailing also wielded her spirit sword, and a thunderous crash echoed. The reason for their arrival, seeking treasures, was merely a pretext. In truth, they sought to humiliate them to pass the time. They hadn't even made a purchase. The uniforms at the outer branch differed from those at the main branch, having been altered to be warmer and leaning more towards cooler tones. Chapter 138, Soul King, 1-7, Crushing Victory, Part 2. After witnessing Lin Shi's terrifying power, the crowd from Zheng Tian Academy stood frozen. Who's next? Who will step up against this monster? As no student dared to take the stage, the leading teacher from Zheng Tian Academy gritted his teeth and said loudly to everyone, "What's wrong? Are you all afraid? Rest assured this kid, no matter how strong, is merely a soul king. He cannot maintain such power indefinitely." Sister Chu Ran, I have obtained the video. I am calling the police right now. Yin Yin immediately dialed. This strange sensation arose suddenly, as the atmosphere shifted slightly around them, and the ground beneath their feet trembled noticeably. Everyone felt a twinge of confusion. Yet the battle continued unabated. Since she had not yet fully integrated, she could not grasp what this sensation was. But Yin Zun had no reason to blame her, for she had committed no wrongdoing. This feeling only served to torment him, as if his heart were placed upon a burning flame. Upon hearing about Shaoling's fall into the abyss of despair, Qing Qi was immediately engulfed in panic. By that time, she had already reached the Yaowang Valley, where Zhu Danzi resolutely forbade her departure, for none who had plunged into the abyss of despair had ever returned alive. Even as the Chima dealt with the decaying flesh upon its body, its gaze remained fixated on a Jia-esque countenance. When it finally witnessed a look of terror cross his face, the demon could not help but burst into laughter. This phrase bore profound implications, revealing the deepest layer of Shun Ying's puppet-like existence. Her exterior controlled all power, which was precisely why Shun Ying had concealed this secret, wishing to keep it hidden from the world. It was only at this moment that Cheng Ming realized he had committed an exceedingly foolish act, having unwittingly gifted a rare treasure to another. Not only he, but within the Danting, Yu Baiyun was also vigorously chastising the individuals in the dungeon with a soul whip. Shun Xiao had sustained severe injuries, rendering her unable to complete her discharge procedures even now. Having missed several days of classes, He Xian could no longer restrain herself and decided to pay him a visit. "How is your health?" The typically reticent and aloof Zhong Li suddenly inquired. He Ming, she clearly embraced him, feeling the cooling temperature seep into her palm as Lin Ran lay unconscious. At this moment, Hu Shui Yin pondered how to generate profit through trains, as did the other merchants who were contemplating the business opportunities it presented. Matters directly affecting their interests were of utmost importance to them. Extracting a magnetic card from his wallet, he opened a phone booth door and stepped inside. At 5:40 p.m., Chu Zuosheng sat on the couch, remote control in hand, switching to the sports channel, eagerly awaiting the 6 o'clock sports news. "This is undoubtedly a positive development for the team," Ibaishi Xiongqi remarked with ease. Moon Yangzi had long instructed someone to retrieve the spiritual stones that Yu Qianchou sought at Qianli Lake. After tossing the stones into her storage bag, Yu Qianchou hurried back to Shun Tian Island, only to find Bai Chong Chun still seated in meditation, seemingly unaware of how long he intended to remain in that state. Upon observing Zhong Shan's expression, Nie Qing offered a faint smile, her form trembling slightly before she closed her eyes once more. In response to a piece of news, Chelsea's official representatives swiftly reacted, with Peter Kenyon accompanying the team to the United States, clarifying that there were no issues between Abramovich and head coach Ichio, stating that all aspects were well coordinated. However, since they had come this far, they must persevere regardless of the circumstances. Initially, Hoffenheim made a bid of 10 million euros, which Lazio ignored. Subsequently, Hoffenheim raised their offer to 12 million, prompting Lazio to express a willingness to negotiate. They countered with a price of 20 million euros. Chapter 139, The Soul King. 1 through 7, Crushing Victory. Part 2. It was evident that the individuals from Zheng Tian Academy shared the same thoughts. Furthermore, facing the pressure from Lin Shi, they discerned even more. Their captain, Yi Wu Qing, inquired of another Soul King, Tang Xiaolei, "Do you have confidence in countering his stealth soul technique?" Indeed, contrary to what most assumed, Lin Shi had not utilized a spatial transfer soul technique upon vanishing from Yu Meng DS site. Rather, it was a stealth soul technique. "You can hardly comprehend my brother Wang's character. He has never been fond of constraints and has never held power in high esteem. His confidence and arrogance surpass mine tenfold. Even the grand foundation of the Wei dynasty means little to him. To him, as long as one is willing, they could create countless Zhong Wei. Uncle Qian, urge Zhong Min to marry sooner. That way, we can hold our grandchild sooner and avoid this desolation," Zhao Zheng so cheerfully suggested. 2 years prior, Zheng Tao had secured a position for his son, Zheng Fan Shun, at the Provincial Police Academy, and he finally graduated before the new year. Zheng Tao leveraged some connections to secure his son a position at the Chengguan Police Station. Additionally, Zhou Jiping commanded a temporary militia unit, led by the Massey hunter Yutong Ba, drawn from various tribes. Their task was to disperse and observe any suspicious activities along the way, promptly issuing alerts to Zhou Jiping and the tribal contingent. The illusory angel silently nodded. It was no surprise that Feng Kasi could perceive my power, recognizing its potential threat to its life. Beasts are indeed creatures that fear death. At present, I am no match for you. It is as if I am the fish on the chopping block, subject to your whims. In an instant, the black dragon appeared, aged by a millennium, its speech lacking vitality. The city of Jizhou had erupted into conflict, with battle clouds looming ominously. At this moment, Zhuang Wangu learned from Bo Lu that Dong Huang Tai Yi, Di Jun, and Zhu Rong had launched an assault on the valley. His spirit stirred, and Bo Lu seized this opportunity to unleash his saint-level ultimate move, Qianli Ma Changyu, for the rare steed is seldom found. Historically, the nation has always valued officials over merchants, a notion deeply ingrained in many minds. To entirely overturn this belief may take a decade or more. The old dragon nodded, acknowledging that he had indeed healed thousands of elven kin, and one must not fall short in their obligations. Bowman agreed, as she was still capable of performing her duties. Do you believe yourself to be beautiful? When I say I wish to embrace you, it is merely a pretense. Dong Fong Buji laughed. Wang Gang distributed the grains he had exchanged to the yellow-turbaned soldiers, who were more appropriately referred to as farmers. Jiang Qi accepted the wooden basin handed to him by the maid. Although he noticed the exchange of glances between Xiao Xian and the maid, he refrained from verbalizing his suspicions, understanding that to earn others' trust, he must possess sufficient strength. Song Quan was taken aback, pondering what the market operates at a profit and loss meant. Relying solely on that meager rent, how could one possibly pay the laborers? However, since Wang Gang had stated it, he felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Lung Yin reflected that the two elders might be disappointed, as a prodigy was about to fall into decline. Yet, whenever those corpses approached, as if influenced by some mysterious force, they would abruptly turn back. Xiang Xiaomu had just risen to step out for a restroom break when he was suddenly yanked back. Looking up, he met Qing Nua's expression that was a smile, yet devoid of warmth. The general had not noticed anything unusual until it was mentioned, and upon reflection, Han Sui also turned his gaze toward the horizon, sensing something amiss with the distant hills. The leaders had not imposed any punishments and had provided strong support, merely requesting adherence to regulations. What reason did they have to refuse? Chapter 140, Starry Net, Sun, Moon, and How Tian upon the City Wall. Su Jiawei contemplated the spirited youth on stage and asked the elder beside him, Senior Sui Xing, you fought alongside Lin Shi last night, correct? To what extent do you believe he exerted his abilities? How powerful would he be if full strength? Sui Xing Douluo, guarding Su Jiawei, pondered briefly before responding. Your Majesty, I believe he has not even tapped into 1/10 of his strength. Undoubtedly, as long as he participates in this competition. Then, they first dealt with the time-consuming soup ingredients, washing the bone-in chicken from the refrigerator and placing it in the pot, followed by the thoroughly cleaned mushrooms. A pinch of chicken essence and salt were added, along with a few cloves of garlic, completing the majority of a simple mushroom chicken soup. All that remained was to wait for it to simmer. The three donned red and black wizard robes, their faces obscured by masks covering the lower halves, surrounded by a layer of black mist that radiated an ominous aura. Everyone believed this to be their current task, thus refraining from idle chatter and dispersing to prepare for rest. Like a spray gun, a gray shell burst forth from the computer, striking with a forceful impact. Coincidentally, at that very moment, the long-anticipated torrential rain began to pour from the heavens, drumming relentlessly upon the earth. Zhang Yunling smiled as she regarded Guan Qingcang, as if to say that should he dare to divulge the news, he must consider how he would atone. Zhuge Bai's erratic gaze irritated Yi Yaoqin, who began to regret bringing him to the dormitory, a decision made in a moment of impulsiveness. The reborn Doris remained silent, yet the violent heaving of her chest plate revealed her considerable agitation. However, he harbored resentment towards the young man before him, possessing military credentials. Why did he not present them, leading to their misunderstanding and resulting in him receiving a beating, thereby humiliating himself before his comrades? A typical member of a gang might resort to treachery, thus his words cannot be taken at face value. How about the four masters? My magic has not disappointed you, has it? Eric proclaimed with pride. A strange aura had suddenly emerged from the south, and over the past few days, he had sensed this unique essence in several individuals. How many tendrils had infiltrated Aosalu? His heart did not share in the laughter. If Chen Shandao readily agreed, then their enmity would be solidified. Should he refuse, it would suggest that, despite his self-serving nature, he had not completely forsaken his humanity and would not willingly betray a loved one. leaving room for reconciliation. A hoe is indeed a weapon, and a sickle for harvesting is no less so. Within those conical hats, one could certainly conceal daggers and short swords. And as for an umbrella, why could its handle not serve as a sword's hilt? The Shura carried an umbrella, concealing a sharp sword within, prepared for the journey into the city to manage weaponry as needed. No need, Zian told me to go down. It surely won't be deep. Observing Su Zhao's unwavering confidence, Yiwei too became convinced. With Zian's anxious demeanor towards her, it was undoubtedly correct. At the moment Taoist Duobao made his move, Zhuang Wangu had already struck, employing the first form of the 8 styles of heaven, Cosmic Rift, combined with the 4th form, Celestial Blade, resulting in an explosive manifestation of magical power complemented by the most ferocious striking technique, culminating in a devastatingly powerful attack. This notion aligned perfectly with Su Xiao's intentions. She did not wish to falter midway. With such a splendid platform at her disposal, failing to perform would bring her great shame, especially with the esteemed Zian as her mentor. While she found Bai Jingqing's words to be quite accurate, she felt the 3 years ahead would be lengthy. For a family without income, the struggle would be arduous. In the hearts of the demon clan, the primordial treasure, the Chaos Bell, wielded by the stern and solemn Dong Huang Tai Yi, held an even greater reverence than that of the demon emperor, Dijun. It was the totem of the demon race, embodying their true spiritual support. Chapter 141. The Shadow of Assassination King. Brother, I've brought the person. Oh, bring them in. With Su Jiaowei's permission, Su Jiuzhou smiled slightly at Lin Shi and ushered him into the room. Upon entering, Lin Shi instinctively scanned the room's layout. As the emperor of the Xingluo Empire's office, the decor of this room was so austere that it cast doubt on its authenticity. Su Jiawei sat behind the desk and gestured for Lin Shi to take a seat. Please sit. Eastwood shrugged casually, yet deep down, he felt that Zhou Bingquan was rather ungrateful, as an outsider pretended to be knowledgeable in his presence. Did he truly believe that anyone could direct films in this day and age? However, Feng Qi acted thus to prevent her from recalling anything about the past and to ensure she would no longer encounter Yanheng. Thus, it was only natural that he kept her within his protective sphere. Even Lu Yunqing and the initiator, Chaos Spirit, did not anticipate that such a casual strike would yield such profound results, directly annihilating a major sect of the Tongtian Alliance, which could be deemed quite remarkable. Without crops, there would be no food the following year. During that spring, incidents of starvation began to emerge, resulting in many people and horses perishing. People claimed this was a once-in-a-century occurrence, with perhaps only one survivor among 1,000. Previously, he and Ning Rongrong had their eyes set on a soul-guiding device, but their funds fell short, prompting him to seek assistance from Yu Yuanjin. Wuge was aware of several excellent eateries in the nearby alley. Clearly, Ma Sen aimed to alleviate his worries by venturing further to the bustling Chong'an Temple. The youths chattered incessantly, inquiring why Qin Han was so formidable, and how he managed to lift the Great Cauldron, among other questions. Noah timely reminded the novice Ross to undertake what he deemed necessary. The veteran's reminders stemmed from experience. Later, old Lady Chu even made a special trip to Hao Xingchang's residence, though Zhou Bingquan was less informed about this matter, as they had little opportunity to interact thereafter. Thus, he harbored a sense of observing a tiger fight from the mountains. If Lin Zheng truly possessed the capability to eliminate Lu Weigang, he would be most pleased, as it represented an opportunity for him. Upon emerging from the Bodhi Tower, the aura of his nascent soul solidified further, even showing significant enhancement. It could be said that this confrontation was one that the Broken Star Palace could not afford to lose. For them, it was more than merely qualifying for the Celestial Sanctuary. In the Emerald Valley, before the Absolute God Alliance, an extraordinary battle was unfolding. With his palm raised, Ajir signaled for the troops to gradually slow down, then raised 2 fingers, preparing to utilize his perception to gauge the situation. Princess Yuzhen sidestepped, not to evade outsiders, but to respect Wu Sanqi's privacy. While he harbored resentment, he dutifully ventured to the supermarket to procure beef and vegetables. Returning home to consult a recipe, and prepare a meal for her. Ji Mingji, despite the distant relationship, remained his biological mother. Should Du Bian allow that middle-aged man to tarnish Ji Mingji and Li Dao's innocence, he would be even less than a beast. Thus, the 3,000 troops arrived in Luoyang without baggage or laborers. It was merely Dong Zhuo employing tricks to deceive. In reality, Dong Zhuo's camp consisted solely of those 3,000 Chong cavalry. Luo Nan and his companions planned to stay at the Luo families for dinner. Luo Jun Tian summoned the cook, instructing her to buy some groceries at the supermarket. Zhao Gan bent slightly, placing his hand to his mouth to breathe, then picked up a piece of hard, burnt wood, beginning to dig into the ground like a mouse. Nan Ruoqing's gaze shifted subtly, deep as a pond. He stared blankly at the person before him, as if countless emotions swirled at the bottom of that pond, only to be suppressed and dissipated. Chapter 142. Bone of the Ice Blue Scorpion's Left Arm. Su Jiawei took a deep breath, adjusting his emotions, and inquired, "In summary, I have comprehended the energy of Galatians. I fully trust the information you provided regarding the Holy Spirit sect, and must express my gratitude for your assistance in clearing out the pests entrenched in Xinglua City last night. Do you have any desired rewards?" Lin Shi pondered for a moment before responding. "As for the reward, Your Majesty, do you have a left arm bone of the Ice Blue Scorpion prepared for auction? The situation is not as dire as you imagine. Brother Zhou has taken full responsibility for your actions. As long as you do not speak of it, no one will know the truth. Furthermore, this matter has reached a conclusion. Now leaving Xuanshanflo is not only beneficial for Brother Zhou, but also for you and your child." "Thank you, Gong Baodao." Recalling that he had recommended someone to lead troops in quelling a rebellion just yesterday, Hong Ji suddenly entertained the notion of whether he should also suggest himself to lead an expedition, hoping to encounter some tasks along the way. Invisible ripples spread outward, and all laser beams exploded into a myriad of light particles that slowly drifted in all directions. Who could remain unperturbed under such circumstances? Thus, Mo Ye's current thought was quite straightforward. As long as she could set sail and engage in battle like a true warship, she would be willing to devote all her strength, regardless of who the adversary might be, even if they were her compatriots from the Sea Mist or the flagship itself. It seemed that once entangled with Sima Weiji, even Tian Tongmu Jin became less cautious and rational in her actions, daring to extend an invitation to someone she had only met once without even conducting a thorough investigation. It was truly perplexing whether to commend her for her boldness or to question her judgment. Zhang Bao, who had been in a daze, suddenly regained his composure, sharpening his gaze in fear of having misjudged the situation. As the two engaged in casual conversation and arrived at the buckwheat noodle shop, Artoria had also gleaned some information about Tonyuan Zongxi from Mori Natsuki, while Mori Natsuki had developed a rough understanding of Artoria. This led Hong Ji to feel that he needed to treat the old and impoverished with special consideration in the future, even if no benefits arose. It would prevent him from provoking formidable entities that could vanish him in an instant. Were they merely there to observe? Did they not undertake any other actions? Yamamoto Turu continued to inquire. If the evidence currently at hand corroborated the feedback received from AI Zhe and his team over the past few days, a new hypothesis gradually emerged in Lin Xiuyi's mind. The five elements Taoist glared at the bone fog. This capricious chief tyrant actually believed he could persuade him, as the leader of the righteous killing merchant group, to abandon his oath to the client and cease hostilities based on some obscure leverage. Finally, Mingyu regained her senses, though still somewhat shaken. However, the few life-saving words spoken by Qian Cheng, filled with concern, were deeply etched in her mind. "We did not find the videos and photos you mentioned on your phone," Suan Mei interjected. Lin Xiaoshui remembered her husband mentioning a red birthmark on her mother-in-law's left wrist. She did not want her husband to first experience hope only to be met with disappointment. So she took the opportunity to carefully observe. During the phone call, she had intended to inquire about Wu Yin, but considering that Wu Yin might not be aware, she refrained from asking, opting instead to consult the old man, knowing he would provide the clearest understanding. "Apart from that, Commander, is there anyone else you can enlist to assist you?" Long Sheng inquired further. "I am currently employed elsewhere, and can take you along without needing to face my father's disapproval at the main estate. After several encounters, his reputation among various resistance groups soared, while the notorious red-named teams from the three major guilds harbored intense resentment towards him. In the first battle, Yutong faced off against a man who voluntarily forfeited the fight, unwilling to engage Yutong, despite being a formidable opponent capable of killing within 50. He chose to surrender upon seeing Yutong, thereby losing face in front of the world. Chapter 143. Wang Dong Heir's Thoughts That Night. Wang Dong Heir lay in bed, tossing and turning, when she heard a knock at the door. Ahem, Dong Heir, may I come in? Second uncle? Wang Dong Heir blinked in surprise and hurriedly got out of bed to open the door. Titan entered, greeting her warmly. Hey, Dong Heir, your second uncle has come to see you. Are you surprised? Wang Dong Heir squinted her eyes and huffed softly. Surprised? The Beiyan envoy had come to the Great Zhou. Fully prepared, it was evident that Zhuge Xinji was quite extraordinary, or else Beiyan would not have allowed her to take the stage. He was a senior student at Hanyang University, a prestigious institution with strong faculty and excellent facilities. Most importantly, the younger students seemed to admire him greatly. Come on, what are you afraid of? Zhao Shanfeng exclaimed in anger, lamenting why he had not utilized connections to eliminate the Long Hu gang before the apocalypse. Now, finding himself oppressed to the point of not daring to retaliate. Shun Wei was incredulous, her fingers trembling as she clutched the inspection report. Her gaze towards Guzhou Huai filled with surprise, confusion, and repressed joy. Jiang Xing had gained precognitive abilities through a demonic contract, possessing a hyena-like instinct for impending danger. Su Ju came prepared. He had considered all the issues raised by Wu Zhao and, with the Burning Heaven technique at his disposal, approaching the source of the extinguished realm's fire was not a daunting task. Li Tian Su roared, his spiritual energy surging wildly, causing the ground beneath him to crack, and the surrounding space to freeze instantly. Coincidentally, Zhang Xijia's parents were also nearby, and Jiang Yin was willing to assist Zhang Xijia in locating her parents. Qing Qiu nodded in agreement. It was indeed inappropriate to be seen by others, and she was curious about the person's true intentions. What the hell? Did I say something wrong again? Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. However, upon reflection, what significance did prior disagreements about worldviews hold in this context? Now, with Long Tian Wei's blatant counterattack, there was no longer any pretense. If Cao Cao were to retaliate, everyone could foresee the Dragon family's troops arriving immediately to annihilate the Cao family. The Taisho family mercenary group, in a past life, had been a fallen mercenary group. Yingxi had hoped to alter their fate in this life, as Taisho Ji was a reliable ally and had maintained the Baihe mercenary group in the Pit Valley, significantly changing Yingxi's perception of Taisho Ji. He had initially planned to cultivate in the Alliance world for 12 days before emerging, but after gradually mastering the super control of the gray gas, he found it hard to leave. He wished to achieve success in his cultivation before departing. A wave of energy suddenly erupted from Feng Lu Bao's body. As he stepped forward, a powerful form advanced towards Lu Tian, yet was halted by a delicate arm. The God War ape lifted its stubbled chin, settling itself onto the ground, while the cold tiger blinked, bewildered. No, no, no. How can we discuss something as mundane as money during such a touching moment? Wouldn't that reflect poorly on our taste? Now, I declare that you may leave. Nighthawk exaggeratedly waved his hand, unexpectedly gesturing towards Song Liang and Song Yu. Long Petion and the Long family had made numerous enemies both domestically and internationally. Given the chance, adversaries would not spare his descendants. An unassuming nightingale silently descended from the sky, landing on a tree branch, observing the dark iron chains, seemingly pondering how to unravel them. Some expressed their thoughts upon witnessing Yi Feng's plight, contemplating whether to join a particular faction. Just then, someone knocked at the door, and Qin Xiao turned curiously to glance back. When Meng Xin and the others left, he had specifically instructed them to close the door tightly. No one should be aware that someone was in the courtyard. Who could be at the door? Could it be Chun Yi intentionally coming to provoke him? Chapter 144. The Conclusion and Choice of a Dream, Part 1. She had dreamt this dream dozens of times already. Although it was ostensibly the same dream, the content varied slightly each time, with the time frame encompassing subtle changes. The outcome was that, despite these dreams revealing less than a tenth of her life, Wang Dong-er had roughly grasped the fundamental aspects of the boy named Lin Shi's past. For instance, what is currently being broadcast may well be the foundation of her destiny. The nature of that mysterious force is exceedingly bizarre. It is neither a physical assault nor a spiritual attack, but rather resembles a higher dimensional rule of engagement that transcends the energy levels that Xuan Ning can presently comprehend. When one summarizes the actions they are undertaking, claiming they are for the greater good of Jingzhou, it is likely that even they do not believe it themselves. This delineates the vast chasm between fictional characters and historical figures. He clasped his hands and stepped forward, about to speak, when he noticed Yin Wei Xiao casting aside the third token. After observing numerous strange connections of this sort, Kato Megumi could not help but question the accuracy of her memory. Her lower body was enveloped in a black skirt, accentuating her curvaceous form in a most enchanting manner. Having remained by the boss's side for so many years, Song Lian's position was not merely a result of nepotism through his wife serving as a bodyguard to Zhang Jingjing. In fact, early last year, Song Lian had already attained a considerable administrative rank at Tianqian Investment and was jointly responsible for managing Feng Yiming's team alongside Peng Xinyan and Yi Zizi. Russell's complexion was notably pale, his body drenched in blood, with his left arm hanging limply and an ice-blue arrow embedded in his shoulder. I am a newly emerged pioneer wishing to survey this place before taking charge. Zhao Gao did not disguise his aversion to such filth, since the other party was forthright. He felt no need for pretense and proposed a reasonable condition. It is possible that Zhang Changhe also harbors suspicions regarding the funding sources of Tiana Dairy. Feng Yiming softly instructed to take out his phone, but before he could dial, it vibrated unexpectedly. As a seasoned player in the market for over 2 years, although he had not mastered the art of subtlety nor become any wiser, he at least had some awareness of the pricing from various suppliers. He filmed a short introduction to psychology, in which he continuously changed his position and orientation, with the camera adjusting its angles and perspectives in tandem with his discourse. Tai Ta felt an uncanny familiarity with Mei Ruoxue, who was seated on the sofa, engrossed in her computer, yet he could not quite place it. However, upon entering a comprehensive building and subsequently removing his jumpsuit in a dimly lit changing room, a silent figure suddenly emerged, darting towards his back. Vatsi, I am truly exasperated with you. How can there be so much to do every day? After hearing He Zi's words, Su Jin felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Yen Ruojiao was equally formidable, wielding her long blade with a fierce grace. She compelled the guards to refrain from closing in. Luo Shuang abruptly halted her horse, not turning around nor uttering a word, yet her figure exhibited a momentary stiffness. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Jiang Zhengxi downed an entire cup of ginseng tea in one go, followed by a series of labored breaths. Recently, the Brown family, dominating a significant portion of the global oil trade and ranking first among the 7 prominent families, has been actively extending its influence into the arms industry. Although there were intentions to obstruct, Wade felt palpably outmatched when confronting them. Song Zheng could not help but burst into laughter. Upon reaching the doorway, Lu Fenger turned back and shot a fierce glare at Song Zheng, her cheeks flushed, before hastily departing. Perhaps the wind was too strong for Shu Yuang to hear, as I called out several times, yet she remained oblivious, her face etched with confusion. Chapter 145, The Conclusion of the Dream and the Choice, Part 2. To be frank, this left Wang Donger exceedingly infuriated. Are you envious? Perhaps. But more so, it is discontent directed towards Lin Shi and those surrounding her. In his previous life, he toiled day and night to provide for his parents and secure a better future for them, only for it to all crumble due to an accident that was beyond his control. Despite having a second chance at life, he continued the patterns of his former existence, devoting all his time to the same pursuits. Even after millennia, the city of Blasted is transformed into an entirely different visage, yet the statue of A.O. Xingfeng remains unscathed. Although the descendants of the Lamanisian clan may have forgotten this history, they recognize him as their true hero. Of course, that is a tale for another time. In the shadows, the four who had narrowly escaped the collapsing ground wore expressions of utmost gloom. The royal family's typical paranoia is understandable. Their initial strength was formidable, yet they lacked the capacity for counteroffense, effectively leaving them helpless against Li Bai's retaliation. Yi Tian detested being targeted since the inception of Tiancheng Pharmaceuticals. He had encountered numerous challenges and complications. Now, he resolved to resolve this matter once and for all, freeing himself from perpetual entanglement. Void Shadow Technique. Shui Ru Yin softly uttered these words, which were the means to enter this realm of magic. At that moment, Du Cheng had revealed himself. No longer concealed in the shadows, his power was merely that of a mid-level warrior. Although the gaming room was also decorated in monochrome, it exuded a rather unpleasant atmosphere. The filthy floor was littered with remnants of food, and game discs and various consoles were haphazardly piled atop the electronic military simulation sand table. Mortals are indeed foolish. Realizing the truth now is far too late. Today, you will all perish here. A fierce expression returned to the face of the explosive deity, and suddenly, an incredibly profound divine power surged through the Origin Temple, vast as the ocean. Merely its aura rendered one breathless. The previous scene had been so terrifying that had it not been for witnessing the severely wounded and near-unconscious Shanju, Muhai might have doubted whether it had all been a dream. What happened? What transpired afterwards? The innocent Charlie was evidently captivated by this tale. There were no screams, no anomalies. A colossal Lucifer dragon, comparable to a mountain, simply vanished into thin air. When is the grand wedding scheduled? Feng Qing, you lay languidly on the soft couch, her eyes half closed, speaking in a faint tone. The man's shoulders heaved slightly. As someone attempted to assist him, Mu Jingchun swiftly stepped forward, pressing the man back down. Yesterday, he stubbornly insisted on being attacked. Today, he suggested practicing being hit by a car, and one could only wonder how far his madness would escalate by tomorrow. During filming, there was a scene requiring wire work for combat, marking Yinan's first experience with such stunts. Naturally, she felt a twinge of anxiety, but fortunately, with the guidance of Su Yi and assistance from Xiaomo and others, the initial attempts went relatively smoothly. Jiang Yuan Zhou set down his cup. In truth, he could not bear to remain in this place for even a moment longer, having felt as though he had encountered a ghost to have entered here. Mu Jingchun gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes radiating anger and malice. He had never anticipated that after being betrayed, the perpetrator would silently flee. Resolute, he gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, summoned his courage, and gently pressed his lips against her face. Who am I? Clarify, who exactly am I? The middle-aged man, with a mocking expression, incessantly pressed Lu Yun. Sacrificing for the family is expected. Kill. Commissioner Li's expression darkened as he seized a killing crossbow, aiming it at the obstructed Wang Wei. Lin Mengyin, noting her companion's inquiry, gestured towards Chen Xian and Xiao Che, and upon seeing them, Xianera's eyes brightened as she pulled Lin Mengyin in their direction. Chapter 146. The Conclusion of the Dream and the Choice. Part 2. Pahaha. Accompanied by a sound akin to a deflating balloon, Tang Wu Tong was sent flying. Wang Donger offered her no respite, pouncing upon her before she even touched the ground, raining down punches upon Tang Wudong like a torrential downpour. Ugh, no. Do you think you can handle me just because you cough? Tang Wudong finally reacted, desperately fighting back. Whether through long or short strikes, enjoying baseball ultimately depends on what one seeks. The orange hero pursues victory. Thus, for him, scoring points is enjoyment. Despite Sebastian's formidable abilities and his capacity to rebound after absorbing energy, he was still forced to retreat in the face of such fierce firepower and aggression. Setting aside the yet-to-be-sung battleship, Sebastian found the foes before him to be quite overwhelming. If you had arrived any later, I would truly have been in trouble, Zhao Meiming said with exasperation. But then her gaze scrutinized the four Hokage following Vortex Jishu closely. Day by day, waves of individuals continued to enter Liji village. The the revolutionary stronghold. Let go! Newton exclaimed sharply, and Thor was instantly flung aside like a mere rag doll. Despite his physical prowess capable of bearing 100 tons, he remained insignificant under the weight of gravity. Upon learning of these matters, Wang Yu was astonished, realizing that due to the insufficient number of souls, his initial plan to gather more from other worlds had fallen through. Just months had passed since his last collection of souls was exhausted, and now it seemed he had enough, leaving him in profound wonder. With the strength to withstand the dark, long-tongued, toothed Beast Queen, Zhang Xiaojian unleashed his full potential, activating a damage amplification aura that escalated his continuous damage to 1,400 points per second. Barrett's flame rounds, ice projectiles, and armor-piercing shells assaulted the dark, long-tongued, toothed Beast Queen, leaving her wailing in agony. Wang Ruomei's demise was indeed a cruel blow for these two who had been separated for over 20 years, both human and ghost alike. Feigning ignorance, are we? Then do not blame me for resorting to my ultimate techniques, Li Sun declared as he lifted Li Un and planted a forceful kiss on him. Hearing his son's cries, Li Sun couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, this obstruction prompted 4 silver wings to pursue closely, clashing with a resounding clang, sending the blue streak crashing into the sea. This matter is lengthy to recount, not easily explained in just a few words, sighed Fengxiang. The Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves. A new generation surpasses the old. From today forth, it shall be you young individuals who shoulder these significant responsibilities. Teacher Chiu chuckled, stroking his beard. Duo, do you know why Sun Wukong has no children? Xia Haoyu suddenly asked with a serious expression. After the battle with the Legion Ants, he felt no desire to upgrade his skills tonight and opted for an early rest to recuperate. After her death, her soul was drawn to this place, and she realized she had fallen into Han Fei's hands. Uncertain of Han Fei's intentions, she sensed that being captured by her was merely a prelude to further schemes. Bang! The giant forcefully lifted its foot, shattering the thick ice beneath. It stepped forward, raising both hands to strike down. The old matriarch knew her son placed great importance on his reputation, momentarily taken aback, unsure how to counsel Li Kuei, while still harboring a protective heart, especially with Wu Song present in the room. General Salin has assured that once all current affairs are settled, he will personally come to thank you alongside Madame Jennifer, Sancho said with a smile. Chapter 147, Wang Donger's Intelligence and Requests. Lin Shi opened the door. Early in the morning, Lin Shi was greeted by a spirited voice outside her room, accompanied by persistent knocking. What is it? Lin Shi reluctantly set down her pen, leaving her desk to open the door. Unsurprisingly, it was Wang Donger waiting outside. However, upon seeing her, Lin Shi instinctively rubbed her eyes. Wang Dong, why the question? Li Bai, Lu Shidi has won so many Dragon Balls for you, and you can't even muster a word of thanks? Li Jun chided playfully. I don't know how many times I called out, but aside from the reverberating echoes, there was no response. Yi Lingfeng now realized the complexity of the Ji family. Indeed, such an ancient lineage harbored depths beyond his imagination. Gradually, an inexplicable sense of danger approached him. Yet Lu Yi sensed no formidable dragon aura, nor saw any golden dragon. How terrifying! Miao Jiuyang quickly clenched his teeth, channeling his true energy to counter the beast's aura, intensifying the tremors of the earth. Thinking of the silver and the prospect of seeing her youthful visage once more, Li Xiuqing felt a pang of jealousy, akin to a mosquito bite, unbearable yet not painful. Speaking of which, the ninefold Demon King trembled with rage, seemingly unable to contain his grievances. Yi Lingfeng fully comprehended, realizing that the ninefold Demon King's journey had been equally fraught with tribulation. Am I that kind of person? Though I'm under considerable pressure, I have never genuinely considered breaking up with her. I will strive to fight for it. The neurology department is not large. After Li Weidong's outburst at the hospital, it created a significant deterrent, as true mental illness is indeed rare. It sounds simple, but your recent closeness to Xiong Lei has hindered some people's businesses. And they have turned to me, Neo Yukai revealed, presenting an unexpected situation. Not a penny less. Whether the amount is large or small is irrelevant. What matters is my brother's face. To offer less is unacceptable, don't you think? Yang Leffen shook his head firmly in disagreement. He strode down the street with a brown bear, seeking several butcher shops. Due to the owner's high-handedness, they parted ways unhappily, and after several back and forths on the street, Li Ning's patience began to wane. Resolutely, he decided that if he faced further bullying, he would draw his sword. My wife has finally forgiven me. I cannot stray again. Hold firm. Hold firm. I must not succumb, Yang Leffen silently chanted with closed eyes. Often looked at her. If you don't learn properly, just study hard. Turning to Jiang Yishan, she asked, Sister, what happened? How could you suffer such a great loss? In Offing's view, Jiang Yishan, not dismantling the Mu family when facing Duxiu, was already a show of respect. How could she possibly suffer a loss at Duxiu's hands? The Yin Emperor merely indicated for her sit, but did not specify where, leaving Offing uncertain. The upper seat naturally belonged to the Yin Emperor, with the most esteemed position to his left. Lin Hanqi understood perfectly why Shangwan Wan'er would speak thus. She questioned her own heart. Aside from feeling moved, did she harbor not a shred of affection for Yifeng? If she claimed there was none, it would be a lie. One is not wood or grass. Who could be devoid of feelings? Yifeng brought her far more than mere emotion. Boss, I don't know what's going on either. Perhaps it's due to the events from a few nights ago, which led to this influx of people early in the morning. Thankfully, there hasn't been any conflict. Zhang Ming pondered aloud. Yang Zhongyo chuckled as he took a seat, his gaze towards Offing filled with satisfaction. He had not experienced such concern for himself in many years. Chapter 148, A Fortnight. Contrary to Lin Shi's expectations, the subsequent half-month passed with remarkable tranquility. Just as Wang Donger had said, Titan did not seek him out, seemingly having truly dismissed her suspicions. After that meeting, Su Jiawei would often invite Lin Shi over to converse about his unique perspectives on the situation in the mainland. It is said that he found Lin Shi's insights remarkably profound. Naturally, Lin Shi did not decline, for any opportunity to engage with this person was a privilege. He felt a twinge of jealousy upon first seeing Ouyang Luo, as the beauty of Xia Yuyi was striking and captivating. It pained him to realize that she was surrounded by shadows, as Xia Yuyi belonged to him. She had been his for 3 years. He did not want her to belong to anyone else. Zhong Li Feiyue smiled silently, glancing at Liu Xian, occasionally directing her gaze towards Yun Wanhua in the inner room. Watch how I deal with you. As I rolled up my sleeves, I realized they were mid-length, yet when I tried to push against Rauer, my hand passed right through her. Was this a time travel? Emochiwe crashed to the ground, creating a large crater, his bones shattered. He had utterly failed. Long Luo remained silent, observing the expression of Qiu Yin, who remarked that with such cultivation, he must have encountered numerous grand occasions and should know about the Zue Huanyang. Upon receiving the challenge letter, Gu Qingfeng, the lord of Qingfeng City, could not help but recall the recent rise of Dao Wuhui in the Sanyue Kingdom. Indeed, I am Luo Zhan, the grand protector of Heifeng Zhai. Who are you to ambush us? Luo Zhan inquired with confusion. Chun Jingshuan quickly altered his technique, employing the Morning Phoenix Sun Palm to block Sima Xian Yin's finger technique. Suddenly, Sima Xian Yin's fingers spread wide, channeling energy, and with a flick, he unleashed the Eagle Claw technique towards Chun Jingshuan. Such a journey was indeed uncomfortable, but there was no alternative. Longzhu walked for a while before listening intently. Her hearing was evidently exceptional. As rain began to fall, Gunyan stepped outside without an umbrella. This was typical of a city, where rain could come at any moment. She remained unfazed, walking through the rain, preparing to take the subway back. Her smile seemed contagious, as the townsfolk instinctively nodded and made way for her. You are the foolish one, Shu Zian huffed, her eyes snapping open with renewed vigor. The moonlight bathed the earth, casting a silvery glow in every corner, as though a gentle light enveloped all places. Despite the decline of Fuxing Jianghe, the seasoned merchant Mu Tianxiao still commanded respect, adopting a senior's demeanor to greet Yi Chun, his hand extended in courtesy. For instance, there was a task issued by an NPC in the western village regarding the red-eyed rabbits stealing vegetables, where players could accept a quest to eliminate 10 of them. Lei Jiuxiao, possessing greater strength than others, immediately discerned the middle-aged man's cultivation level. Even Mida, the cardinal in red, had to temper his arrogance in the presence of such dedicated practitioners, for if he fell into their hands, he would not know how he perished. They stood before an extraordinarily spacious cavern, suffused with a faint dark red hue, reminiscent of congealed blood. Typically, he might have laughed carelessly, but now he was devoid of such frivolity, his resolve strengthening as he observed the two before him. Within his soul, the frost was not merely ice formed from water. It consisted of wind frost, earth frost, and the ethereal soul frost, which could corrode the soul and harm without a trace. Chapter 149. The indestructible poison emerges from seclusion. The fourth limit Douluo. With a thunderous sound, as he emerged from seclusion, an overwhelming aura swept through the entirety of Luo City. A dark green beam of light shot into the sky, the immense pressure rendering everyone breathless. Ha ha ha! At last, I have finally surpassed this barrier. His formidable presence startled numerous figures, who quickly ascended from within Luo City to encircle the radiant pillar. Among them, two individuals exuded an exceptionally captivating aura. Zhu Geqing endeavored to maintain a relaxed smile, almost inscribing indifference on his face. After boarding the plane via a special passage, Bai Shu received a call just as they awaited clearance from the tower to take off. She regarded Qing Yin as a descendant solely because he accepted the Tianhu inheritance. It was said that some individuals wished to pay low-tier commission fees while hoping to encounter a more capable card designer, thus acquiring a higher quality card. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately sat up and struggled, realizing he was tightly bound. He turned to look towards Gu Yi, Di Qing, and Yang Lingyun's direction. Accessing the 9-grid interface, Bai Lu commented, "It truly takes looks to have looks and talent to have talent. Apart from appearances, what is there? If they changed actors, I wouldn't have to watch for just 20 minutes. Bai Gu, sister-in-law, shall we find a quiet bar to sit for a while?" Liang Yi asked, picking his teeth with a toothpick. He understood the reasoning, but to focus on casting spells while monitoring numerous subtle changes was quite the challenge. Upon hearing the voice from above, Wei Fei breathed a sigh of relief as she sat beside Jing Fei and Xu Fei. To confront Liu Yu Dao Man and the fifth tier, low-tier spiritual practitioners were merely sacrifices, and there was no need to interfere. People began to speculate about Du Feng's performance and his identity. If he truly was a fifth-tier alchemist, then young Master Xue had stirred trouble. As a third-tier alchemist, openly challenging a fifth-tier alchemist could lead to expulsion from the Alchemist Guild. As for Cui Zhuhan, though Cui Zhu Daoran was aware it was hidden within the Cui Zhu forest, he did not pursue it, for as an immortal sovereign, he had no need for it. Xiao Imo followed the advice to rest, yet he found it difficult to sleep, sitting on the ground as he meticulously polished his wild sword. Each time he wielded it, he felt an inexplicable connection, perhaps the essence of a secret treasure. Upon hearing those words, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically, turning to look at Daru, including the esteemed medical director Ma Lai Xiosi. Saying this, Xu Yu rose from the bed and moved about. Her injuries had indeed improved significantly, as the penetrating fractures and ghastly scars had vanished. However, upon returning to Shao village, Xiao Mo discovered Wu Ji appeared quite content. He wondered what brought about such joy. Could it be that Liu Yi had successfully recruited someone? Yet beasts like Tao Tai, despite their high intelligence, were filled with ferocity, driven solely by bloodlust and slaughter. If positions could be marked in advance and adequate lighting provided upon entry, special forces could swiftly eliminate these foes, Gao Fei remarked. It turned out that the two had long been hiding around the waterfall, having witnessed Xiao Feng's arrival. Before stepping into the realm of the divine sovereign, Kong Meng Ong had no intention of tampering with the Hun Tianjuan Pan. The explosive might unleashed by the Baolai God King's hammer under the energy core's control was immensely powerful, which was a source of comfort for Kong Meng Ong. After all, the energy core was also his avatar, and respecting the energy core was akin to honoring himself. If his calculations were correct, the pinnacle of the Earth Yuan Outer Dan method was the Dan Jia, with the pure solar true fire and lunar true water refined from the Dongji Dan. Neither of these extreme and vast energies could be drawn directly from the void of heaven and earth, as he had done, nor could conventional alchemical materials and methods encompass them. Chapter 150. Timing, Geography, and Harmony Among People. Hearing this, the star-shattering Douluo was overjoyed and promptly clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your support. I express my thanks here." Du scoffed, casting a provocative glance at the reluctant Xuanzi and Titan before transforming into a green meteor and departing. Only then did the onlookers collectively exhale in relief. To be frank, had Du truly chosen to unleash his madness here, they would have been utterly powerless to restrain him. "Qiu Shui, where are you?" After hanging up Zhang Shan's call, Zhang immediately dialed Li Qiu Shui, who hailed from a military family likely residing within that forbidden zone. He believed that although he had taken possession of the Book of Life and Death, and the Yomi Dao Zun was unaware, for some unknown reason, it still alerted him. Upon encountering Li Yin, Luya boldly spoke, regardless of whether Li Yin acquiesced. To him, the inheritance within Li Yin was destined to be his. Albeit the former path appeared simpler. The latter necessitated contending against the repulsive force within the Sun God Temple. Zihuang Daorun and He Wu Sung were two figures of Buddhism and Taoism encountered by Hong Fu over the years. They often spoke of karma and causality, guiding numerous virtuous souls into the dual teachings of Buddhism, leading to considerable disputes between Hong Fu and them. Perhaps this could be interpreted as a form of conquest inherent to man, a fundamental nature that often remains unaltered by status and integrity. Many simply conceal such thoughts within their hearts without expressing them. Observing Chu Chun retreating with gritted teeth and visible discomfort, a smile instantly appeared on Duan Xiong's face. Luo Huaner found herself in a disaster-stricken zone, nearly crowded to the point where not even a fly could escape. As the mast swayed, the drooling man fell, creating a large hole in the deck, and plummeted into the cabin. We rushed over to peer at the edge, finding him already submerged in waist-deep water. Floundering in a panic, we quickly urged him to remain calm, assuring him that we, too, would descend shortly. In the distant prison city, remnants of the Delweda Fa Wang's forces also bowed down, awakening the surrounding citizens from their stupor, compelling nearly all remaining souls in prison city to kneel before the Fa Sun of Lian Huashang. It is understandable that anyone would feel discontent at having their painstakingly nurtured guild snatched away. The raccoon also harbored such discontent, which drove it during the mechanical era. Simultaneously employing summoning techniques and multiple contracts would undoubtedly increase Zheng Li's consumption. Why undertake both at once? The cold wind blew fiercely, and the snow-laden road delayed the police, causing them to arrive just as Chun Yang and the others were nearly frozen. Perhaps that utterance of husband pierced Xiao Yu's heart. She fixed her gaze upon Wei Ming for a long time, suppressing tears before ultimately tossing her keys at his feet and fleeing the prison. Yet, would the esteemed Master Yu, the distinguished leader of the Huashan sect, truly deceive? Could it be that Yuan Baoer is not a sword immortal after all? The view here was obstructed by trees, rendering the courtyard invisible, while only the outside was visible. Following the gunfire, no one appeared on this road. Chen Yao immediately responded. If he were to tarnish Xiang's impression of him, would Xiang not be driven to madness? This was indeed peculiar. The golden balance beam was smooth and lacked the teeth of a key. How could it possibly get stuck? Although Yu Shui was the leader of the Qing Cheng sect, and Pan Yang also hailed from that lineage, Pan Yang would undoubtedly choose Yuan Baoer over Yu Shui. As for the Qing Cheng sect, he felt no sense of belonging. As dinner progressed, Air Bao arrived, and Xiao Pei Yu prepared an extra set of utensils for him to join in. Then why did you say there are so many troubles? Unable to hold back, Zheng Li posed the question. Xiaozhi returned to the villa, having taken a white pill before sleeping, as per Mr. Robertson's instructions. Upon awakening, it was 4 a.m. Chapter 151, Deputy Leader of the Holy Spirit Sect. She slightly twitched her mouth. Senior, have you forgotten that my Chaldea has only just been established for half a month? If you create a scene in front of everyone now, how will I announce our alliance afterward? Ah, indeed. Du chuckled and nodded, having indeed forgotten this matter. Chaldea was currently in its infancy, eager to establish a good reputation. If at such a critical moment, the main sect were to be targeted by the Xing Luo Empire, I could initially provide you with 800,000 for the purchase of advanced machinery. However, later on, I hope the plastic you utilize will be sourced from the recycled materials I bring back. After sharing some anecdotes about Wang Mengde, Lu Minglang articulated his request to the two individuals at the plastic processing factory. William's identity abruptly shifted from that of a grand sorcerer to a super wealthy individual, leading many self-proclaimed beautiful maidens from the divine realm to completely change their attitude towards him. The host finished his sentence with a smile, placing down the microphone, a knowing smile gracing his face. Upon hearing his uncle's words, Lu Minglang first nodded, then with a serious expression stated, in the coming years, that route will be the most lucrative, yet also the most perilous. Given Yiming's previous confrontation, the shirt man was quite displeased with her, seeking an opportunity to retaliate. Now was the perfect moment, as he naturally did not believe Yiming could truly cure the purple poison disease. How could he pass up such an opportunity to mock her? In truth, there was little time for idle chatter due to the multitude of insects at night, which could easily be swallowed in one mouthful. The audience's laughter showed no sign of abating, as the performance continued unabated. I apologize, Your Highnesses, but I need to discuss some matters privately with William. As for the details of the bus incident, my colleague will take a statement from His Highness Wilson. She had been awakened by the matron before dawn to prepare her makeup, yet sitting there grew increasingly tedious, prompting her to call upon these individuals. Zhuang Yu smiled at Su Jiu, who had just returned from a reverie, waving his right hand. The human-shaped phantom struggled as it was drawn forward by the golden light net to stand before Su Jiu. What significance does your testimony hold? You are her husband. With beauty before you, does it matter if she is a princess? As long as there is a captivating person present, that is enough. Yang Tian looked lewdly at Yun Qianji's bosom, grinning inappropriately. Mu Yuan Che took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to severely reprimand the knight. His words were indeed sharp, not only disparaging Xiaoyin Yu, but also seeking to distance himself. What does it mean to have no further entanglements? What does it mean to not interrupt the spring night? After consuming one of the remaining 3 bowls of water, Lu Yong took the rest without needing to be prompted. After a series of preparations, the ritual finally commenced, with 4 groups competing in a total of 48 rounds to determine the top 2 for the final showdown. Today's sun was exceptionally intense. Yin Xiangu extended her hand, watching the sunlight filter through her fingers. She relished this warm sensation, feeling her heart warmed as well. In response to your master, I am uncertain. Yi Chen lowered his head slightly, as a fugitive, a former prisoner of dark cells. What refined sentiment could he possess while gazing at the lotus? Yin Yushu, if you so enjoy interpreting the nuances of others' glances and actions through your logic, please seek someone else. Do not recklessly use me as your test subject. A surge of annoyance and anger welled within me, directed not only at Yin Yushu, but primarily at myself. Then what kind of you would you like me to like? Yin Jingchu gazed into Bai Li Wushang's eyes and softly inquired. Such a blend of both kindness and severity left Zhu Zhanggue feeling both anxious and exhilarated. His heart a tumult of emotions, leaving him momentarily speechless. That may be true. Everyone in the palace is anticipating life. Who will serve the emperor? Shi Pin let out a cold laugh, lifted her wine glass, and departed from the table, warmly approaching Zhu Chanshi to toast and ingratiate herself. Zhu Chanshi responded with composure, displaying no hint of trepidation. Chapter 152, Feng Ling's Nightmare. The target was struck, and only 7 individuals survived. Through magical reconnaissance of the battlefield, Morgan stated in a calm tone, the second launch of Luan Gumi in Ayuda is prepared. Suddenly, an astonishing surge of soul energy emanated from directly above the group from the Holy Spirit sect. Feng Ling trembled as she rose from the ground, her eyes wide with fury as she gazed at the swirling golden vortex in the sky. What is this? She realized that with such a strike, he could no longer act as a mere figurehead. He must personally oversee the recommended units to ensure they possess the qualifications to fulfill his orders and produce the products that met his standards. In a flash, He returned to his original position, where Robert had already begun to fight desperately. Nevertheless, the disparity in strength compared to the prince was still too vast. The man remained clad in a simple white shirt and black trousers, his face sharp and cold, with slightly raised sword-like brows, deep dark eyes, a prominent nose, and sensuous thin lips. Over the years, Jiang Zhe had been searching for Tanya, believing she would not venture far, thus concentrating his search efforts domestically. Granting us too much time to rest is unwise. We could fall asleep instantly. Qi Shi Zhen added, everyone is already quite fatigued. Indeed, if given rest time, we would all succumb to slumber. Yet, she hesitated to relinquish that piece of cake, hastily chewing a couple of bites before swallowing it down. The others hurriedly helped him up, using their true essence to protect his heart meridian. He was on the brink of death, and if they did not act swiftly, he would likely perish. Fortunately, everyone arrived just in time. Wang Yang's gaze darted away, no longer daring to meet Tang Qiuzhen's eyes. Fully aware that he had offended the wrong person today, and that he should never have gone against Tang Qiuzhen, who was exceedingly ruthless. The indispensable element is the romance segment. However, compared to the previous MV, the love storyline in this one has significantly diminished. After tidying the bedroom, to her satisfaction, Jessica finally revealed a smile that warmed like the melting of an iceberg. You may leave. Let me see him once more, even from a distance. Su and Ran gazed forlornly at the two beside her. The Duan family could only use the Hui Tiandao talisman as a conduit through their ancestral lineage to return to the mortal realm. Witnessing this scene, I instinctively speculated that this fellow was about to unleash a powerful move. The warriors ahead might not withstand it, prompting me to hurriedly retrieve the Panlong shield and rush forward. Lu Songhua and Lu Song Yen exchanged glances, both feeling helpless against this bloodthirsty scatter. They nodded in unison, assisting Dai Zheng in exiting the room. Yi Shangjia held a cup with one hand, leaning in close to Jiang Zhigu with a hint of a smile, saying softly. Mo Yun, filled with sorrow, turned her head away, still reeling from the blow of Mo Xiang replacing her to perform a dance. She could not fathom how her kind-hearted sister would have to navigate treacherous paths in the depths of the palace. Those days spent begging along the streets and gathering firewood and rice were memories she alone would repeatedly savor, relishing them. She exhaled heavily, and under the envious gazes of all, she dumped everything from the box on the table into the trash. As night fell, the chilling moonlight enveloped the looming Diaoyu city, which was supported by several layers of city walls and had a network of horse paths, making travel quite convenient. Meanwhile, the door to the side hall where they were located was suddenly flung open, and Rong Feng rushed in first. Yi Shangjia watched his departing figure with a helpless smile, then stepped forward to pursue him. Now he realized that the poison in his body had been entirely resolved, thanks to Yi Shao Wan personally seeking out the medicinal herbs, which took 2 days and nights to restore his life. Chapter 153. The conversation between Xian Zi and Titan. In truth, his vigilance was well placed. In a small tavern, Titan and Xian Zi sat across from each other. Although their last meeting had been fraught with conflict, the atmosphere had softened considerably this time as they stood on the same side against the indestructible poison. Titan tasted the taverness signature dish and was pleasantly surprised. Wow, this flavor is indeed remarkable. How did you discover it? Not an easy feat, Xianzi replied with a hint of pride. Seizing this opportunity, he enveloped her voice within his own, successfully claiming an advantageous position and savoring her essence. He quickly released her, pulling up a chair for her to sit opposite him, wary of what might transpire should he embrace her again. Such proud individuals often harbor issues within their hearts. Even if they cultivate soul techniques, they may not reach the highest realm. Upon hearing this, Ruali lifted her head to discern the identity of the newcomer, but found her eyes swollen and the figure before her clad in white, making it difficult to see clearly. She raised her sleeve to shield her vision. Especially with the latter phrase, countless talented individuals exist. Let us see who thrives in the present, which served as an apt reminder, implying that she subtly urged him to recognize the current circumstances and understand who holds the favor of the court. Gu Chengxian typically appeared carefree, yet when serious, He was not easily deceived. He could discern the truth behind his sister's words. While I am here, that will not happen. You have been here for several hours. If you were to strike, you would have done so by now, so why wait? Ziyin chuckled, patting her back, signaling her not to panic. Lu Delong and Bao Shiqian nodded in agreement, while Bao Mingfeng seemed quite intrigued by Wei Tao's suggestion. It was not greed, but the speed of capital flow that would facilitate his subsequent actions. Even though he no longer felt the pressure of the ghostly emissaries and his strength had returned, his ghost did not wish to come back so easily. Qimeng turned around and found a door appearing on what was once a solid wall, revealing the familiar scene of the ghostly street beyond. Upon receiving a call from Yu'er, he immediately set off, leading his canine team to the company of this lucrative target, resulting in utter chaos. This left Zheng Chong feeling somewhat troubled. If there were indeed soldiers inside, it would be quite challenging to deal with. Setting aside the presence of various military facilities and weapons, he felt a twinge of insecurity at the thought of opposing soldiers, as that would mean standing against the government. In reality, she had long since recovered. However, Qiao Yingsheng remained adamant that she should rest and instructed Alu to ensure she took daily walks after meals. We have enjoyed many years of amicable relations and share a profound impression. The introduction stated, Shui Qin is reserved yet precious, serious, and earnest, with bright eyes. Though small, they are spirited. Her eyebrows are fine and light, often silently following Sange, reporting on Lan Shui's physical condition. However, to Sumu Hang, today as Sun Xiao Lin appeared markedly different from usual. Her complexion seemed slightly pale, and after giving a brief nod to herself, she hurriedly prepared to leave without intending to converse with him. At this moment, the remaining 4 boys exchanged glances, feeling awkward for a couple of seconds before continuing to play on their phones, not bothering to look up. Immediately instruct the office and the economic department to inquire and report back to me tomorrow during work hours. Do not engage in any other tasks, just listen to the report. Mo Ting pondered and thought it was reasonable. Mo Ting chose this major instead of something like business administration primarily because practical experience is more critical in business administration. Moreover, wasn't he their teacher like Yin Yin? Although dissatisfied with this decision, Nathan lacks the authority to make a choice. Little does he know, his flight today will be fraught with peril. Chapter 154, Breaking the Facade and Departing from Shrek. In the evening, Xuanzi entered Lin Shi's room without even knocking. Lin Shi, what are you up to? Lin Shi, seated on the sofa with his eyes closed in meditation, opened them upon hearing the noise and looked toward Xuanzi. I am pondering future development plans. Do you have something to discuss, Xian Lao? Of course, Xuanzi chuckled, gesturing towards the door. Everyone come in. At his words, Dai Yaoheng, Ling Luocheng, Bei Bei, and Su Sanshi entered suddenly. Unexpectedly, a warm current surged in Zhang Yuanhao's chest, causing his golden scorpion tattoo to subtly shift. However, Zhang Yuanhao was already drenched in sweat from climbing and was oblivious to the peculiar movement on his chest. What surprised him was that the 3 golden sword lights, struck by the sword intent, did not vanish immediately. Dian Wei gazed at the unremarkable broken sword, secretly astonished. This scoundrel produces a piece of scrap metal, yet remains undeterred. Truly remarkable and perplexing. Amidst the great turmoil, despite the multitude of formidable enemies, the man did not waver, fighting until the last moment, shedding his final drop of blood, leaving an indelible impression on the chaos of that era. Could it be that the Golden Cauldron had recognized him as its master, thus saving his life at a critical moment? This could explain the fact that he was struck by lightning yet remained unscathed. The aura of the Tao spread. A great sun bearing supreme divine power poured down a cascade of golden sacred fire, enveloping Yi Chun in an endless sea of flames. Upon re-entering the cabin, he hastily commanded all concealment restrictions of the Kunlun flying vessel to activate, abruptly increasing the ship's speed, vanishing into thin air. Is there anyone beside your majesty from the officials? Yu Jingyan felt a sense of disappointment toward Zhao Zhan. After a moment of reflection, the 2 begrudgingly accepted this reality. After some discussion among the 3, they resolved to push forward with all their might. Yet, Chun Xin continuously reminded himself that he was not from this world. He was merely here to witness a live broadcast of a drama. Moreover, he understood that he could not reveal any weakness in front of everyone, fearing it would undermine the morale of the troops. Fu Jiu resolved that in half a year, should he step into the third secret realm, he would certainly return to the Jiu Han Empire. The aura was exceedingly violent and terrifying, akin to a deity descending from the heavens, gazing down upon all beings, compelling every creature to prostrate beneath its might. Indeed, his body moved of its own accord, startling the consciousness of Chun Xin. Could the former version of Chun Xin be returning? Does this mean he would cease to exist? Fu Jiu walked through the desolate streets, with the shops on either side closed their doors, and some signs hung precariously, mirroring the unstable hearts of the populace. This time, the clash between the great divine and the clamoring clam allowed Qin Tian, the fisherman, to reap the benefits, and Liang Changxing certainly felt discomfort by this. Chun Xian, unbeknownst to where he procured them, acquired 2 chickens, 2 lamb legs, and a rack of ribs, currently savoring them as they roasted. Logically speaking, any exceptional tomb should be a prime piece of feng shui, yet the damp wall surrounding it clearly defied reason, not to mention his own great disciple. Even the current sovereign of the Ming Sword sect would defer to Master Wui. One should know that even within the vast expanse of Baiming, individuals who reached the 9th heaven of the Dao, severing realm, were exceedingly rare. He understood that Lu Ji cherished her sister Lin Lucio above all. Should anything happen to Lin Lucio, she would risk her life, as that was her bottom line. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from the joined palms of the three, instantly engulfing everyone, illuminating the entire night sky in a dazzling brilliance, causing all to instinctively shut their eyes, none daring to open them. Chapter 155, The Attitude of the Xing Luo Empire. Ha ha, Xuanzi, did you truly believe I would allow you to harm Lin Shi? The wildly arrogant laughter of Du Bu Si reverberated through the skies of Xing Luo City. Lin Shi sighed softly and soared into the air. Senior, your voice is too loud. Please tone it down. The recent strike was indeed severe. Even Xuanzi, who had exerted all his strength, would surely find it unpleasant. Fortunately, Du Bu Si still maintained some restraint. The Northern Mountain Demon Emperor bellowed, "No problem." As soon as he spoke, flames erupted from his body, engaging in combat with Tu Shanyi. And Zai Shuo, naturally, could not let this opportunity pass and pressed the shutter button. In the frame, and Zai Shuo had cut his hair, donning a youthful, campus-style short haircut, which clashed with his performance outfit. Yet, this very contrast inadvertently drew attention. Upon seeing the great elder's attention successfully diverted, Ru Fei breathed a sigh of relief, resolutely deciding not to let the great elder take Gao Fei as a disciple. As for the handsome Bai Majian, he had yet to fully grasp whether this was reality and was still processing it, while staff approached, indicating it was time for him to perform on stage. Thank you, Senior. Shweta Huzi pulled out a chair, sat down, and immediately began pouring wine into his mouth. Moments later, the wine jug was empty, and Shweta Huzi smacked his lips, appearing somewhat unsatisfied. Shortly after Xuechao's departure, news of the fire department's large ship disintegrating at sea reached Lingshan, causing widespread discussion throughout the area. The bald eagle bore some resemblance to Park Mingxiu, first in appearance resembling a bird, and then truly suffering from hair loss. His forehead quite bald, thus creating a vivid image. He guessed correctly, yet received no reward. As a result, Chao Yu's words were met with Zhang Han's deadly grasp. Let me tell you, I ran away from home. I'm capturing you to prevent my father from punishing me. If he finds me and punishes me, I can just hand you over, and that will be that, Alina stated earnestly to Yu Hao. Not only was he cold towards Ing Er, but he had also maintained a distant demeanor towards him. Even though he and Zhou Zhongkong attended the same school, they hardly spoke or interacted. Zhang Su's life was a compilation of experiences as he reached the pinnacle of the Tongbi Taijiquan lineage, achieving a realm of unparalleled mastery, becoming an insurmountable peak in the history of Tongbi martial arts. Excuse me, fellow villager, may I inquire about something? Losing one's parents' graves is a significant matter. Thus Chinbachi must seek clarity. Xie was not foolish. He knew this fellow bore ill intentions in the memorial, and repaying kindness with enmity was mandatory. However, not now. He would wait for an opportunity. The current moment was one such chance, as Xie had more than one target in mind. Swift raised his hand and turned around, whereupon he saw an Asian man pointing a gun at him and his partner. The man bore a foolish expression, yet the soldier's demeanor was lethal, creating a striking contrast that felt rather bizarre. Jeffrey took a deep breath. In 1 minute, he would verify the results of the past 6 months of work alongside his German colleagues. Should they fail, those extremist Christian fundamentalists would undoubtedly proclaim this as divine retribution. Jeffrey sincerely hoped such a calamity would not occur. If it were Jibei Ho, he could articulate his prior promise, and the two brothers would negotiate thoroughly. Why not just get another one yourself? Why act so mischievously? The fox playfully chided, lightly tapping Lanyard. Yet, this could also be considered a matter of quality. With the esteemed master Tung Qingshan personally guiding him and thriving in a favorable environment, his accomplishments are commendable. His strength is already approaching that of a top-tier martial artist. In Chapter 156, titled The Might of the Extreme Limit Douluo, it is essential to understand that the disparity between a 100,000-year soul ring and a 10,000-year soul ring is not merely a matter of a tenfold increase in age. The 100,000-year soul ring not only provides 2 soul skills, but also signifies the corresponding soul bones. The moment the soul rings illuminated, Xuanzi and Titan subtly found themselves at a disadvantage. Xuanzi roared, "Brother Titan, the old poison master excels in close combat and deadly toxins. I will use the earth element to withstand his toxins while you engage him in melee." These eyes, cold and brutal, bore no trace of humanity, and the skin was devoid of elasticity, resembling a mere wrap around bones. Its claws, though long and sharp, were riddled with unevenness and flaws. Xiao He remained uncertain of what other tactics Li Gu Xiao might possess, while Li Gu Xiao was equally oblivious to how Xiao He had managed to defeat both Pejun and Tai Shun despite being 2 major realms below them. At this moment, his sole thought was to block the devouring serpent, determined not to let it clash forcefully. If it came to that, he would face this terrifying calamity alongside it. The specific effect of the first technique, the West Mountain Divine Power Healing Technique. When cultivators from West Mountain are fatigued or injured, consuming a pill can alleviate their exhaustion and promote healing. Furthermore, if the West Mountain cultivators can absorb the divine power within, it enhances their cultivation. Azrael remarked indifferently, "Tao Man, such a barbarian is unworthy to be a rival to a follower of the holy light. Besides, I am not a summoning wizard." He raised his hands, pressing a high-concentration, holy light sphere that had long awaited on his palm against the chest of the Gale Wolf. Unbeknownst to Ning Tianlin as he entered, both soldiers bore pinhole cameras on their shoulders, transmitting the scene to a video based the moment he appeared. The explosion sent Japanese soldiers and weapon parts soaring through the air, creating a spectacle. Some thin flesh of the enemy flew into their astonished mouths, while others landed directly on the soldiers' faces and clothing. "Why didn't you say so earlier? You've made me so exhausted," Wang Fen exclaimed, stomping his feet in frustration. He had been unaware of where to find a good card and had to make at least 3 to 5 exchanges to obtain one, which left him utterly drained. This was with 2 godly hands of the goddess in front and a triple-layered earth body behind. If it were his former self before refining his body in the stone tomb, a single punch would likely have reduced him to dust. "Wolf, we shall defend here. You can go in with peace of mind." The formation shouted at the Gale Wolf. The most terrifying aspect was that the phantom wolf spider utilized the advantage of its web, often capturing creatures stronger than themselves. This meant that even for Han Xiao and his companions, entering this cave would likely be a perilous venture. Luo Qiang, lacking the necessary cunning, found herself in an awkward position. Brave as she was, she understood that in the event of an unexpected situation, being too close could complicate their response. In this upper-class society, most individuals exhibited considerable decorum, yet there were exceptions, such as Zhuang Daba, who consistently regarded others with an arrogant demeanor. Xiao Fu deftly dodged the venom, his movements precise as he struck the poisonous snake's head, swiftly followed by a short blade that severed its body. The man seemed to possess a unique magical aura, releasing malevolence as he flew, effortlessly tearing through the mist of dark energy like a sharp blade. Disappointment washed over the crowd, yet Gong Judy's eyes sparkled with excitement, as the 749 before her appeared to her as merely a 7, devoid of the subsequent 4 and 9. This individual smiled warmly at Lin Mu, displaying great enthusiasm as he endeavored to facilitate their transaction. For instance, the Shura sacred tree of Jiu Li Mingfu, the immortal spirit sacred tree of Ling Xian sect, and the war god tree of the Wild Temple, all are considered sacred trees. In Chapter 157, The Collapse of Xuanzi, Part 1, one might wonder, how is this possible? Is the prison of the Qing Luo Empire merely a place of idle labor? Dubuxi scoffed. The evil soul master captured this morning was a 97th level super Douluo, stronger than Yin Xiaozhe from your academy. Do you think it would be difficult for Yin Xiaozhe to break out of prison? Xuanzi was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, Dubuxi's comment bore the hint of hindsight, as he had not anticipated that Feng Ling could. The former marshal of Stormwind City, Winder Zur, was a man of unyielding strength, impervious to the allure of Katarina. Ultimately, he was manipulated by Katarina and Burwal, dispatched to the perilous burning plains to establish a camp that would constantly endure assaults. The key was that the long whip had not been infused with substantial mystical energy, rendering Xiao Fu incapable of moving the wooden soldier mercenaries. On the following morning, Lin Feng summoned a glimmer of spiritual light, directing it to shine upon Shun Wu's room. Upon completing their tasks, the two hastily dined at a tavern. Martial academies differ from military schools, as the rewards for training are generally elixirs and martial arts techniques that enhance one's power. Xiao Fu, however, preemptively tossed a porcelain vial away and used her whip to latch onto a tree at the cliff's edge, leaping down the mountainside alongside Yan Zhaoxi. Stars adorned the deep night sky, with the full moon resembling a silver disk. The summer breeze swept away the heat of the day, instilling a sense of serenity that beckoned one to indulge in a few drinks. The elixir given to Lin Feng by Ling Long was a treasured family remedy, with only 2 pills allotted to each family member. This elixir was renowned for dispelling evil, restoring balance, and healing wounds. Lin Feng opened the alchemy furnace and tossed in a blood orchid, purifying it one by one, eventually refining all 10 blood orchids simultaneously. The Empress grew restless, pacing at the door with an anxious expression. She understood that should this desperate gamble fail, their mother-son bond would not only shatter, but her brother and the Deng family would face extermination under the pretext of rebellion. A brilliant light suddenly filled the cave, and Shun Qingshui and her companions beheld flames surging toward the boss, imbued with a terrifying energy. Perhaps youth is defined by the willingness to selflessly offer oneself for the sake of a beloved. Lu Dong's strength was unfathomable. His realm was indiscernible, akin to an imposing peak looming before them, as if a mere glance could crush them to oblivion. Firstly, the Yu family's wealth and influence were not inferior to that of the Shui family. Secondly, the ages of Yu Laotai and Shui Laozu were comparable. The surrounding massacre village intentionally killed half and spared the other half, ambushing the grain convoy, even sacrificing 200 soldiers to ensure the Yin army would pursue. The strongest among them was Ho Lei, a first-tier martial king, followed by Jiang Yang and Zhang Hao, both third-tier martial kings, while the others were at the 4th or 5th tiers. In that moment, they felt no respect for Wang Mang, their gazes filled with disdain. The opposing profession was that of a boxer, a melee class transitioning from fighter, strikingly similar to the priest class known as Holy Fist-Bearer, both adept in close combat. Jiang Chun and Shun Qingshui, along with their companions, emerged from the dungeon, only to be met by a throng of players gathered outside, a sight they had not anticipated. As she gazed at Gu Yixin's despondent figure, Ji Fanyue could only furrow her brows in confusion. What on earth is happening? Huh? Who do you think you are? Show me your identification. If not, just remain here quietly. Is anyone else at home? The portly officer paid him no mind. You assert that everything I am aware of I shall convey to you. He has never deceived her. In truth, Xiaohong has long been eager to demonstrate that he is worthy of her trust, and no matter the circumstances, he will always respond to her without delay. Qian Xiaoqiao, along with her admirable maternal uncle, Tianxing, reflects upon her time at Qianzhizong, pondering why they would resort to such drastic measures against her. Chapter 158. The Collapsing Xuanzi, Part 2. Even when subjected to such harsh rebukes, Xuanzi found himself unable to retort. If he could muster a defense against Wang Yan, he was utterly speechless regarding Bei Bei, for her words echoed his own sentiments. He felt as if each utterance from Bei Bei was a dagger to his heart, causing it to bleed profusely. After a lengthy outcry, Bei Bei finally grew weary and softly implored. "Censure, please let me go. I am fine." They could not comprehend the skeletal being's discourse, nor were they aware that they were indeed conversing. The creaking sounds merely registered in their ears as the friction of bones. In contemplation, the surgical room doors slowly opened, and Director Song, clad in surgical attire, emerged, appearing somewhat fatigued. After dealing with the slime, Yi Zhiqiu retrieved a belt and a leather pouch from the remains of the adventurer. In summary, the Kuan clan possesses the remarkable ability to traverse various realms effortlessly. Even without relying on their reputation, forging connections with them is undoubtedly advantageous for Quan Xian, a rare opportunity that others could only aspire to attain, as Bai Jing cheerfully remarked. As the top team in the region, the Huiyushi team was the first to take the stage, facing off against Class 9. Initially, he intended to delay the implementation of death penalties until the player count increased, but it now seemed unavoidable. Han Xiluo lay in bed, his lips turning a shade of purple, continuously coughing up blood, his weakened eyes squinting as he appeared to be on the brink of death. Thus, he sent Qian Yingying to the Ho residence, persuading Wu Shuhong to coerce Shun Yuyue into surrendering the medical hall under the pretense of divorce. With the exceptional healing properties of Qingshan Alpha Cubo Pa, once this became widely known, subsequent recruitment endeavors would undoubtedly become significantly easier. Indeed, it appeared that Bai Wuchang, in stark contrast to his professional demeanor, currently lacked the resonant iron chain and the lengthy tongue that had previously hung outside, its whereabouts now a mystery. Listening to her mother wailing, while searching her body for injuries and vehemently cursing the drug traffickers, Zhuang Yi found her tears, which had welled in her eyes, forcibly repressed. Qian Jiao paid little heed to Qian Rian's words, as she had never truly intended to marry Zongjing Berry. However, now that the betrothal gifts had been presented, it signified that their wedding day was drawing near. As soon as Shi Jui entered, Lan Chuchu sensed something was amiss and hurriedly exchanged glances with the nurse, who understood and summoned the two children. After resolving Zhao Rao's grievances, we shall set sail immediately. Hence, I would like an extra day to organize matters, Yijin stated. You mentioned that the rift is no place for humans, asserting that this world comprises countless realms, and that the separation of the human realm and the beast realm merely represents two insignificant points among the infinite multitude. Although she was unaware of what it truly was, it was precisely that unique vitality that had allowed her primordial spirit to endure despite its considerable weakening, clinging to life rather than succumbing entirely. Faced with the boundless uncertainty of the unknown, even when the outcome seemed inevitably favorable, her heart remained burdened and restless. Within the three realms, the only known dual spirit ring belonged to the exalted sovereign, with no others existing alongside it. Given that Zongjing Berry was absent from the Wang residence, this further corroborated his suspicions regarding Zongjing Berry being Jiu Li. Once the matter was concluded, the male cultivator was unceremoniously expelled, crashing from the third floor to the ground while dressing and cursing, exclaiming, "Don't you understand the order?" However, Lin Hame insisted that it would be best to wait until the remaining overseas box office figures were released before summoning the directors. Chapter 159. Autumn and winter in a corner of Xinghua City. Wang Donger observed a green light transform into a shooting star, gradually receding from the city, prompting her to raise an eyebrow at Lin Xiaoer. "Hey, he's leaving. Aren't you going to find a way to follow him?" Lin Xiaoer resolutely shook her head. I can sense Yutong's location. It wouldn't be difficult to trace him, but losing you makes it significantly harder to relocate you. Just moments earlier, when Lin Shi and Dubu Si were locked in confrontation above, Wu Exine darkly remarked, "Seventh brother, this is none of your business. Take your brothers and leave." "Look, the chicken leg is missing. It must have been eaten by my mother," he noted, observing that the roast chicken on the offering table was indeed missing a leg. During today's auction, Maoshan's sect remained remarkably low-key, scarcely participating in the bidding, leading many to forget the existence of this fifth-tier power. "It is I, Lu Tian." "What? Do you wish to challenge me to regain your honor? Or have you brought assistance?" Lu Tian replied casually. Visibly, the vast expanse surrounding the tower was densely covered in intricate symbols. "Not yet. We still need one more dish." Feng Ling shot Lu Tian an exasperated glance before turning to re-enter the kitchen. Lu Tian could only scratch his head, gazing at the sumptuous dinner with no means to partake. For him, aside from the unwavering vow to protect his master, there were no other options. Otherwise, he would merely await death in this place. Su Changsheng was deep in thought when suddenly, a flicker of divine consciousness from the old ghost Lu Jiandong emerged from the gourd, revealing a hint of trepidation. After an unsuccessful strike, Tao Dongxi's expression hardened. Yet he quickly resumed his nonchalant demeanor, jesting about a certain individual. "This is a priceless item, with an opening bid of 50 million, not including the final sale price after bidding." Initially, the individuals from Ziyuhai and Kunlishan believed that obtaining a golden membership card would be nearly impossible, but now, they had already spent over 50 million in celestial jade. The master weighs merely over 100 pounds, even if the armor is heavy. With his cultivation as a celestial martial master, he can effortlessly lift it, regardless of its weight. "Why do you ask so, your majesty?" Concerns began to flicker in Song Fei's mind, pondering the implications of his majesty's inquiry. Recalling Shun Chaohuang's earlier words, could it be that his majesty had learned of their conversation? The electromagnetic cannon is quite impressive, isn't it? Misaka Mikoto gained fame in Academy City thanks to this technique. Yet if one for all desired, he could also unleash an electromagnetic cannon, even more potent than Misaka Mikoto's. "Mother, I fought him to a standstill," scowled Xiao Xinqing, observing his mother's arm bending outward, hastily voicing his grievance. While most remained oblivious to the nature of the dark mist, some, particularly the older members of the Guardian clan, recognized it as their own weapon, not that of an enemy. Since Yu Hai's incident in the mountains, the Liu family had been deeply affected. They had heard tales of ferocious beasts in the deep mountains, yet during her decade at the Yu family, Yu Hai had ventured into the mountains countless times, encountering wild boars only occasionally, let alone ferocious beasts like tigers or wolves. Following the dissemination of the news, villagers from numerous hamlets hurriedly arrived, forming long lines outside the store. Dongshan Village, due to its association with the county prince through the Yu family, received the news first, allowing them to secure a position near the front of the seemingly endless queue. The customs of Yuming Longjuan are derived from the ancient Chu state. In addition to wearing fragrant sachets, each room is meticulously adorned with incense crafted from various spiritual herbs and exotic flowers. In truth, so much time has elapsed since those events, it would be best not to bring them up again. Yue Mingyuan pondered that if the past were not rehashed, it would be preferable for Yue Mingzhou to lead a quiet life with his wealth. Chapter 160. An article on the homepage of Xinghua Weekly states that the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent is fervently underway in Xinghua City. Not only have many memorable matches taken place on the competition stage, but outside the arena, a rare clash of formidable powers has stirred widespread discussion. Let us delve into the truth behind this incident. Summary of the incident. On July 13th at 10:26 a.m., the entity Douluo du Busi ascended to the rank of Extreme Douluo. This location is not on the mainland of Sightland. Could it be the legendary land across the stormy ocean? Cliff concluded thus. The Tianlong Majiang possesses a terrifying strength, akin to that of his elder brother Tonghua. Facing such an existence would result in a swift demise. The river roared with the sounds of battle, blades glimmered, and axes swung, as the heads of the Qing soldiers fell one after another into the water. Regrettably, there is no disparity in power. The essence of pure yang and the chilling aura of ghosts exhibit a significant contrast. This place is reputed to challenge the limits of humanity, yet in Tong's eyes, it appears to be merely a venue for human demise. Those who were eating were momentarily taken aback. Was it not supposed to be a joyous barbecue? Suddenly, a chilling aura emanated from Bai Yujing. He tilted his head to observe his bleeding hand and, after scanning the crowd, fixed his gaze on Tuni, covered in quills. 3 formidable figures besieged a dominant one. Could there still be any suspense in such a battle? Scores would soon be available for inquiry. And her desire to achieve high marks and become the top student of Liao province made her understandably anxious. Observing the bewildered expressions of Tailania and Aeonaclea, Lin Feng merely said a few words. Even if he wished to intervene, he felt utterly powerless. Tuni, musing, then asked, Jiaweizi, his soul has returned to heaven. Has it not? In truth, Tuni was inquiring about the fate of Jiaweizi's soul, should there exist heaven and hell. At this point, those present felt they had grasped some hidden insight. It seemed the man was hinting at something significant, for gathering such individuals was no ordinary feat. The first man captured by the police was named Idiwa, and his testimony only intensified the anger and humiliation felt by Kaitalin and others. Upon witnessing Yaolong's ultimate card, Yun Xiao was profoundly shocked. Yet, despite his astonishment, he made a decisive choice. He must withstand this strike. For victory or defeat, let this blow determine fate. If celestial beings were involved, they would not manifest in the mortal realm, a conviction firmly held by Lu Yu. He mused that figures like Yesu and Jabali could not possibly be heavenly entities. However, if they were not, then rumor should have circulated a millennium ago. Liang Xiao embraced the somewhat rigid Lu Ank as they entered the elevator. Watching the doors close, the head nurse finally felt a sense of relief. Liuji chuckled, realizing he had forgotten about this. Father, shall we move together? Jiao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Turning to leave, while taking the dark object with her. Should Daxia, Niubian, and the others discover Liang Hua's self-aggrandizement, they would undoubtedly scorn him without hesitation. During fights, Liang Hua was particularly ruthless, targeting the most vulnerable spots, often more vicious than others. If such behavior could still be deemed kind, few would qualify as good in this world. Returning to his room, Liu Yu could not suppress his contemplative expression. His current position seemed almost too easily attained. Unbeknownst to these cultivators, a terrifying battle was erupting deep within the Wu Yu battlefield. Conclusion. At long last, the first competition arc has concluded. Let us casually discuss the original outline and the forthcoming plans. It is evident that the outline of this work has undergone numerous revisions. The recently concluded competition arc was not intended to be so lengthy in the original plan. Initially, Lin Shi was meant to part from Shalake only after the sea goddess fate, with the 3 female leads officially confessing their feelings there. However, upon realizing that readers' patience with Shalake was nearing its limit, I impulsively decided to expedite Lin Shi's departure significantly to coincide with the conclusion of the first competition arc. Similar alterations abound, but I shall refrain from enumerating them all. Fortunately, I have managed to navigate the work adequately, despite the outline's modifications. There have been no glaring errors thus far. Nonetheless, the repercussions are quite evident, as this competition arc occupies a staggering 1/3 of the current narrative. Truth be told, I, too, found myself unable to bear the pacing and hastily leapt forward 2 weeks, culminating in this chapter, which is a direct result of my rushed progress. The auction of the Snow Empress embryo, the relationships with the Hongshan siblings, the interactions with the Shu siblings, various competitions, and the final battle between Lin Shi and Feng Ling. All these plotlines, which could have filled many chapters, were sadly bypassed. In my original plan, the climactic showdown among the 3 champions was meant to unfold over an entire week, with each chapter featuring a significant highlight. However, in order to hastily conclude this arc, I regretfully had to drastically truncate the narrative. The sheer number of factions I introduced into this arc made swift resolution an unattainable goal for a novice like myself. From back-end data, it appears readers may not have enjoyed the competition arc as much as anticipated. Reflecting on it, A competition arc devoid of matches might leave the Do Air fan community rather sparse. The underlying issue lies in Lin Shi's design being excessively overpowered. Even the strongest team, Shalake's main squad, could hardly withstand a single strike. It would be unreasonable for him to enter the fray without annihilating his opponents. Yet the continuous slaughter seems devoid of appeal. Coupled with my aversion to filler content, I find myself stuck in this awkward position. Fortunately, the competition arc has finally concluded, and the overall tone of the story is set to shift. Although I made substantial revisions during the competition arc, one overarching outline has remained unchanged. The first competition stirred the winds, while the second will stir the clouds. Both competitions serve as pivotal turning points in the narrative. Following the conclusion of the first, Lin Shi officially enters the spotlight of various factions and embarks on his journey onto the world stage. I trust that the concluding newspaper article of this chapter has conveyed this point adequately. If the previous segments were largely aligned with the original work, the story following the first competition will completely diverge into uncharted territory, which I believe still holds considerable intrigue. How will Donger protect herself and her loved ones after leaving home? Upon discovering the true identity of the enemy, how will Chiora report to the Silver Dragon King? Who is the shadow lurking within Yutong? Is it friend or foe? What is the relationship between this being and Lin Shi in Yutong? How will the factions, now thrown into disarray by Lin Shi, vie for dominance? These questions will be addressed in the forthcoming chapters, specifically in the main narrative. Simultaneously, after the first competition, the protagonist Lin Shi finally encounters his first true adversary, Hao Ian Zong. Do not be deceived by the current plight of Titan, who is suffering under the poison. Remember, his true form is that of a divine priest. His reluctance to unleash his full power stems solely from a fear of attracting the attention of the god of destruction. However, the present circumstances on the Douluo continent have been shrouded by an enigmatic presence employing unknown means, which implies that both adversaries can now exhibit their full strength. How Lin Shi will confront the two formidable foes who have transformed into divine priests will be the primary focus of the main narrative prior to the second competition. The emotional arcs of several female leads will also undergo a significant transformation in this chapter, leading to the introduction of a new heavyweight character. Frankly, I find this quite daunting, and I believe that all readers who have reached this point can discern that I am not particularly adept at writing romantic narratives. The challenge of adequately capturing this aspect in the upcoming transitional chapter will be considerable for me. What can be done? One must press forward, for life necessitates looking ahead. I shall leave it at that for now, and I thank all who have taken the time to indulge my musings. I will return to my writing duties. Chapter 161, Princess Weina. Lin Shi gazed thoughtfully at the newspaper in his hand. Lin Shi, what are you reading? Hui Yutong inquired as she leaned closer, resting her head on his shoulder. Lin Shi handed her the newspaper. Here, the Xinghua Weekly has reported on my affairs. Hui Yutong took the newspaper, glanced through it, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. The bias is rather evident here. The Su family is quite impressive. At last, a child could no longer contain their excitement and tossed a jade piece into the air, illuminating the night sky once more, bringing joy to every child's face. And Zhang Pa shared in their delight. Upon returning to the hotel lobby, Bai Caigu generously offered the male driver double fare, and he happily accepted the money. Murong Changtian and Murong Chu exchanged puzzled glances at the sight of Murong, sitting cross-legged on the ground, unsure of his intentions. Although his eyes were closed and his body remained still, his expression shifted continuously until it settled into a serene smile. Let go, that person-seeking prince who has arrived. A middle-aged man called out as he approached. The words spoken by King Qin Zhao were heartfelt, meant only for the most trusted of confidants like Fan Sui. However, without data to analyze, relying solely on the descriptions provided by those involved may not yield significant assistance. The major felt a sense of frustration. After some time, he instructed the children to line up on the horses, distributing chopstick-like thin sticks for them to hold in one hand while flicking the tips with the other, creating a dazzling display of colors that danced in their hands. Who among them would enjoy such trivial matters? If the members of the Shan family discovered something on their own, that would be a different story. Moreover, Shunda Gongzhu Mengshi had previously sought a favor from Hongxiu for a certain gentleman, and although Hongxiu did not explicitly state it, she refrained from pursuing the matter, thereby granting Shunda Gongzhu some consideration. After a moment of exuberance, Zhang Pa regained his focus and declared, "Let us depart." He had intended to examine the remains of the great tiger, but with the presence of the greedy wolf, he opted for simplicity, postponing it for another opportunity. "Officer, may I lock the door?" Lu Chang asked with a mournful expression. "That is out of the question. If we encounter another situation like today, we may not have time to reach the hospital. I do not care. Even if you refuse, you must comply. I will call Yuan Jie to discuss this matter." With that, Chu Shi stepped out of the hospital room, phone in hand. Luo Yunshu returned to the Chu Wangfu, and surprisingly, she was not stopped by the servants, likely due to Zhan Qing's prior communication with them. Lin Jiu stood up and peered through the window at Zhao Shi, who was happily conversing with Grandma Zheng in the courtyard. Her brow softened, and her previously agitated heart found peace. If she wished to contend with the Zheng family, mere wealth would not suffice. She must possess greater power and influence. The burly man spoke up, noting that Xian Yu had specifically observed the conditions of the three heads of the family, all of whom were evidently drenched in sweat, facing obstacles within the illusion. And each bore an insurmountable burden, particularly the eldest, who was the most formidable. He had confirmed the presence of an external spiritual master, seemingly quite extraordinary. Xian Yu, reflecting on the elder's experiences, resolved that his legacy must not fall into the hands of bandits, and he decided to erase the last trace on the wall. Song Yuhang sensed her shyness, smiled softly, and departed with those waiting beside him. "Is Brother Fong busy?" After getting into the car, everyone looked at her in confusion as she walked directly up to Fong Jiaxing and inquired. Chapter 162, The Sunset Forest. Half a day later, in the Sunset Forest adjacent to the capital of the Tianhun Empire, a deep green light descended from the heavens. A tremendous sound reverberated, shaking the very earth and causing the surrounding soul beasts to flee in panic. As the green light dissipated, the figures of Lin Shi and his companions became visible. Poison Immortal glanced around. "Lin Shi, are you certain there are treasures here?" "It does not appear so." Lin Shi shot him an exasperated look. At this moment, Yuqi abruptly halted his speech, contemplating his son who lay on the couch. "Is it lonely grass?" Su Hong retracted his breath, gazing at his hands, aware that this overwhelming power was merely the most basic transformation. It must be acknowledged that while a stone pickaxe can easily unearth solid ground, it is not as efficient as a shovel. How can one compel soldiers to willingly adhere to a plan, and what appropriate punishment can be administered when the plan fails? He was somewhat surprised, yet it did not hinder his movements. As his body turned, he maneuvered to the side. "I understand," Zhu Nanji remarked, glancing back at Han Wu, fully aware of the consequences of continuing her mischief. Gathering the three individuals by the hearth, she picked up the freshly written material from the table to show you how. Zhang Qishan approached the corpse, crouching down to use his military knife to pry open the black substance clogging the throat of the corpse. Teacher Song Tang truly deserves recognition as an outstanding educator and a genuinely good person. Regardless of whether it was due to their teacher-student relationship or some other connection with Yang Yantian, Teacher Song Tang genuinely cared for him. Even the itinerant monk, Master Huiming, along with several prominent masters from Huaxia, were effortlessly defeated by Yang Hao, rendering them mere fodder against him. The elder overseeing the realm of space informed Li Yang that the Lingqi Ju could be upgraded, and as levels increased, its capabilities would also grow stronger. Crucially, Lu Xinghe was not a cultivator and had only recently emerged from the Thunder Abyss, rendering him entirely ignorant of the Xinghe sect. After all, Hanzhong Mountain is situated at the heart of Handu, where the martial gods of the Han Nation and their disciples reside. The status of martial arts is exceedingly high in the Han Nation, and even the newly inaugurated presidents make a point to visit martial arts experts on their first day in office. Witnessing his full force strike merely leave a blood mark on the head of the sky-eating thunder beast, Kuang Dao was taken aback. Jin Shi, although inherently a magical beast and aided by the Tianshan Shui Tan, requires a substantial period, typically several years, to elevate from the 8-star dozong to the 9-star realm. With a peak cultivation at the 2nd level of Xuanwu, Chu Xiaoyang can exert his full strength to contend against formidable adversaries at the 5th level of Xuanwu. However, it is said that my great-grandfather once plundered a tomb, but for reasons unknown, he ultimately relinquished his pursuit. You see, prior to arriving at Yining, I held a rather inflated view of myself. Chen Bo wore a faintly self-deprecating expression, gazing intently at Yuan. Take your time. I shall ensure that you surpass me before I depart. Richard reassured as he lightly patted Go Wei on the shoulder. The second echelon would not allow such a significant advantage to go unclaimed. They descended like a sweeping army, targeting the regions recently assaulted by Long Qingming, unleashing another wave of brilliant light upon the weakened players. Once prepared, Li Baoqiang stood before the formation, having instilled the basic soldierly qualities during their preliminary training, which included standing at attention and running, but they still fell far short of becoming true soldiers or elite warriors. Chapter 163 by Lin Qi Juhua. Moments later, Dubuxi returned, his demeanor somber. I have located it, he announced. Lin Qi expressed surprise. So soon? What do you think? Dubuxi furrowed his brow, responding. I have yet to enter, as I return to inquire if you possess any means to counteract the potent toxins. To speak frankly, Dubuxi himself harbored no fear of such poisons, despite his prior mastery over toxic arts. I cannot bear to witness this. Although Aru's loyalty is innate to dogs, I cannot allow such a spiritually attuned canine to perish in vain, as that would be exceedingly tragic. The gaze of the crowd involuntarily followed her footsteps, and soon they beheld Rachel joyfully launching herself into the embrace of a tall youth, bestowing a passionate kiss in front of all. Upon hearing the young man's words, everyone instinctively retreated to the center, while Tan Qian, still unfamiliar with Long Tian's prowess, felt a twinge of concern and wished to inquire, but before she could approach, Zhu Yafeng pulled her back. As they traversed the woods, a tree suddenly exploded, and debris grazed Lin Hai. Chu Min was shielded by Du Zhuo and remained unscathed. Du Zhuo placed a finger to his lips, signaling Lin Hai to remain silent. Glancing at Dodo, Lin Hai sighed inwardly, resigning to let the youth navigate their own affairs. Subsequently, Ling Yu recounted the events to Chen Feng, presenting the vests he had stripped from various individuals for Chun Feng's inspection. Whether this indeed constituted affection remained unclear to either Zhang Tianyang or He Mei Gui. As the saying goes, we shall speak of it later. What exactly does later entail? I invite everyone to ponder deeply. As Xiao Xinzi spoke, she sensed an unusual heaviness in her body, as if something were compressing her. I do not wish to perish just yet. For reasons unknown, I yearn to live, to be with you. Does this signify that I have indeed fallen in love with you? Meanwhile, within the hospital, onlookers curiously observed Long Tian and her companions, speculating on the extraordinary circumstances that had summoned the patriarchs of the 4 great clans. Who was the man wrapped in gauze entering the ward, daring to speak to the clan leaders with such commanding authority? Perhaps it would be best if the true Shiyan were to clarify this matter. Zhao grasped the bracelet, flattening her palm, and with a surge of demonic energy, the bracelet was illuminated and whisked away. Could it be that Ling Yin desires to mend relations with us? Alice's remark left Xia Lingyin momentarily at a loss. How could that be? Have you not always regarded me with hostility? Xia Lingyin retorted. He promptly summoned 20 infantry fighting vehicles, dispatching 10 towards Yu Zifan and Yi Wuxiu's base perimeter, while another 10 positioned themselves at the heads of 2 bridges along the route of the Black Hawk fighter jets. Haying opened my mouth, and fresh blood surged forth, obstructing my words. Not only Zheng Huading found himself puzzled. Members of the Jin, Ding, and Wan families, including Yu Ziyu and the entire assembly, found themselves in deep contemplation, casting inquiring glances at Feiyu. The youth continued to smile broadly, his gaze unwavering, yet his words were strikingly sincere. In an instant, snowflakes swirled at the entrance, caught in an enigmatic push and pull of 2 opposing demonic energies. The veil on Wu Xiangzi's hat clung to his cheek. Just as Yi Fifan, returning to the base with the Wolf Fang Legion, overheard the world announcement, he could not contain his excitement. This was a substantial gain. Even Liang himself had not anticipated that the act of closing the door would inadvertently lead to such a situation. Upon entering the palace, Ziqing immediately furrowed her brows. While the exterior of the palace gleamed with opulence, within, she discovered a chilling wind sweeping through the halls. Chapter 164. The Eyes of Ice and Fire. Soon, they arrived at the terminus of the poison formation. Upon witnessing the true visage of the sacred ground, safeguarded by the Bai Lin Qiju Hua, all present were momentarily rendered speechless. The sky was entirely shrouded in a kaleidoscope of poisonous clouds, casting the valley in a mesmerizing, rainbow-hued glow. The distant cliff face was adorned with deep blue vines, giving the entire rock face the appearance of being crafted from shimmering gemstones. Even the long-vanished thief, Yi Xing, reminiscing about past events, could not help but feel a wistful longing. They intended to intimidate, not to reveal the nature of the artillery or its operation. Placing them in a depression was most suitable. Merely listening to the sounds would suffice. Chao Chong chuckled in the vehicle, realizing that Zhang Ji, known as Zhang Zhongjing in Niang, was not merely famous but extraordinarily renowned. Upon entering the city, they swiftly located Zhang Ji's medical hall without needing to inquire. They simply followed the flow of patients. Stop. I surrender. Present the contract. I declare that I shall not work beyond a year, Lin Jinsi asserted, extending her right hand, as if admonishing her companion, who rivaled her mother in verbosity. Get lost. While the legendary pinnacle is formidable, the disparity between it and the divine spirit is akin to that between an infant and a fully grown man. The dark flame dragon's tail swung, striking the mage's magical shield with a resounding crack before landing a blow on him. The elderly man's fair fingers stroked his chin, then grasped the air, revealing a shimmering, golden transparent space. Qianji Zhenjun glanced at the sword. He had long heard of Lu Taihua's descendant, Lu Mingxian, renowned for her exceptional swordsmanship. Though he had not witnessed her wield a sword before, now that she summoned it, he recalled tales from the past and felt a heightened wariness toward Lu Mingxian. Naturally, this information could not be disclosed. Even A.O. Yun, who had been regarded as an ally and a covert test subject for the fake death potion, must be kept in the dark. After all, this was a clandestine matter that would deceive the sovereign and contradict his will, leaving no room for error. What on earth is happening? This is astonishing. Bao Qing expressed his surprise, having never expected Lin Fei to possess such prominence. The tanks and armored vehicles belonged to the Independent Battalion's Armored Division, tasked with engaging the advancing enemy forces to prevent them from crossing the front line and reuniting with the encircled enemy division. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group set off towards the high platform ahead. Zhongli gazed at the retreating figures before him, a vague conjecture stirring within him. It seemed that the people before him might stir the winds and clouds of the central domain in the future. I have already stripped him of his cultivation, so let's not speak of it further, Xiao Fei remarked. Tang Zhan, the bodyguard of Ai Shiwa, was a formidable expert within the Hongmen sect in India, holding a high position among them. With a visage as handsome as a painting, a stature as upright as a mountain, and eyes shining with the brilliance of a dragon, he appeared to be the sole existence in the universe, ethereal and independent. However, due to Xiaoli keeping her head down and remaining silent throughout the journey, he could not be certain and simply shook his head in resignation. A deafening boom echoed as the disciples of the prison void sect finally unleashed a powerful strike. Zhang Daiwei was sent flying, his bloodied armor shattered, and he fell into disarray. I do not wish to hear this impractical drivel. Prepare yourself immediately for another assault. At this moment, the chief officer was concerned about the inability to contact reinforcements. Should that be the case, the landing troops would be of little use, and the siege of Jinzhou would remain unresolved. The sword light from the Tianlei sword, infused with the power of the Tianlei stone, the sharpness of the lapis lazuli, and the celestial force of the meteorite, became terrifying under Chun Hao's psychic command. Chapter 165. The Most Miserable Day in Yu Yu's Plant Life, Part 1. Yu Yu. Possessing a cultivation of 100,000 years as a rare fragrant Qi Roxian product, held an exalted position in the eye of ice and fire. While not the leader, the majority of plant-type soul beasts were inclined to heed her commands. Coupled with other formidable plant-type soul beasts, such as the octagonal ice grass and the blazing apricot blossom, she maintained good relations with them. Thus, despite the infrequent human visits over the millennia, she lived quite comfortably. She had anticipated that today would unfold like any other day. But initially, according to his old standards, he had bestowed upon her a considerable amount of money, and now he possessed an abundance of wealth. The commander harbored such thoughts, and the officers beneath him were certainly wary of being lax. The Wei army's offensive grew exceptionally fierce, with all officers urging their soldiers to charge forward. After a brief exchange, Madame Wang and several leaders conveyed their plans to me, then armed themselves with hunting rifles. Following behind me, while maintaining a safe distance, so that Wang Laochuan would remain unaware of their presence. Upon checking the game leaderboard, she discovered to her dismay that she had not even cracked the top 100 in her district. Emotionally perplexed, he transformed into a question mark monster, driven by an insatiable curiosity for answers. Who is he? Who is the foe supporting role? This was a doubt harbored by the foe supporting role, as well as the core programming of the question mark monster. The fist, imbued with terrifying power, struck with ferocity, and a strange energy erupted from Zhang's fist, sending the creature staggering backward once more. Water should reside above the earth, yet now my compass had spun into chaos, indicating that the water and soil at the target location were also in disarray. Even when withdrawn, she maintained an eerie posture while cradling Iguyutai, fearful of him suffering even the slightest harm. Lifting her gaze, she encountered the Shun family's carriage, and the person driving it was none other than Chu Yu, whom she had been thinking about throughout her journey. Upon finally returning to her lodgings, she listened to the snoring of the eunuchs in the quarters. Sitting on the ground mat in the corner, accustomed to the scene, Qin Yu found herself momentarily at a loss, feeling both helpless and secretly vexed. As it reminded her of past sorrows, Qin Yu sought to investigate why the original owner's spiritual consciousness test had been advanced and where the original owner's spiritual consciousness had vanished to. We are utterly powerless. Zhang Chun and the fatty are gravely injured. If you delay any longer, we will all perish. Hong Taiyang exclaimed. It must be noted that her assassination skills were a result of her past life's accumulation. Furthermore, Shang Wanliang had undoubtedly endured much to achieve such prowess today. Shin Manyun smiled, raising her head to gaze at Chu Yu, her eyes filled with determination, as if she had no regrets in this life. After all, he had spent several 100,000 years in the heavenly realm, understanding far more than the mere child known as Qianwan. Is it not because we have not formally signed a contract that you lack the strength to take me back? Wang Lingyun questioned, feeling somewhat bewildered. Was it not a matter of insufficient power to invoke the time reversal technique, but rather that she had fallen victim to the heart knot? What was that? Observing Nan Chongqing still smiling, Qin Yu, who merely intended to offer a reminder, felt genuinely irked. Ma Lao was just such a person. Managing personnel inevitably breeds offense. Yet he seemed intent on offending no one. Returning to her room with Tang Yu, there was little to tidy up. Opening the wardrobe revealed only a few inconspicuous garments. Tang Yu suggested discarding them and buying new ones in Shanghai, leaving me at a loss for words. In truth, I had been awaiting this day, and now that it had arrived, I felt a sense of liberation. The secretary sighed in relief. The appearance of Xianyuan Zikin brought much comfort to Chenlangia, yet her heart swelled with gratitude. In her time of peril, she had risked herself to save her, a debt of gratitude akin to being reborn. With a cry of despair, they fell beneath my serpent firebow. As the god clan S. Bing Xian perished, no one held the skeleton general S. enmity. Allowing the god clan S. fire god to be caught by the skeleton general, who pierced him with a spear, and the fire god knelt and succumbed. Chapter 166. The Most Miserable Day in Yu Plant Life, Part 2. Thus, Yu, unable to withstand Lin Shi's threat, surrendered the pharmaceutical cannon and toxic cannon left here by Tang San. The curious Dubu approached. Do not just look at it alone. Let me see too. Oh, very well. Lin Shi cast him a glance, shifting the book in his direction before opening it. The first page revealed a message expressing delight at someone reading their note. Lin Shi's lips twitched as Wei Shi ignored Wei Shi he, pushing the plate toward Su Su, inquiring, "Will you eat or not?" with a melodious AI-generated voice. The scene transitioned into a welcoming display in an exquisite choral style. The two engaged in a tumultuous struggle within the tomb, battling from one corner of the tomb to the branches of the bronze tree, subsequently using lightness skills to duel mid-air. Zhou Huimin, having encountered various individuals in Xiangjiang and acted in dramas, was well aware of these boys' sentiments. Each member still concealed their forms and faces beneath an array of cloaks. Known only to the event organizer, Suya, observing this imposing atmosphere, Yu Zhongtian could not help but reveal a confident and proud expression. Lu Jing sensed a subtle enhancement, but found it unattractive, dismissing the modest improvement. "It won't be long. Nothing will happen." Last night, Su Qing reassured the frowning Zhou Aya with these words, conveying them to Wan Qi Mo. Some believed they had matured sufficiently, yet many still faced discontent. Easy Man scarcely slept a wink, caught between the serious young Zhao Zhao and the rare opportunity to present herself well. Besides that, after receiving a call from Li Man, she arranged an itinerary for her. "What does that have to do with you?" A low, gloomy voice echoed in his mind, mocking him harshly. Furthermore, the worker Li Yu had formulated a plan, hearing that there were many beggars in the Qinglongfang. He intended to head there tomorrow to distribute porridge and begin recruiting, confident he would find workers. Yang Sun nearly choked on his words from his own mother's statement. But after much effort to clarify, Shi Saiwa finally agreed to visit the Han family to gauge their intentions. Qinghuanlu is distinct from ordinary flower houses, as it is not situated in a bustling area, but rather in a tranquil and secluded location. "Would you care to listen to some music?" Jin Ma smiled as she handed him a headphone, feigning ignorance of his awkwardness. After approximately 10 minutes, Qin Muyang had thoroughly dissected the entire gray limestone leopard, collecting all valuable materials into the Qinkuan ring. The vehicle noticeably reduced its speed as it passed by her, eventually coming to a complete stop beside her. Although he practiced assassination techniques, the teachings within the Hongshuan Fist Manual also included numerous skills related to stealth and infiltration. Even if Qin Muyang wished to substitute his martial arts, he found it challenging to locate a suitable technique at that moment. Apart from the chain, Zhou Yunjue could also clearly observe that 3 additional white chains extended from the other sides of the white box-like object, seemingly penetrating the drilling wall, leading to an unknown destination. Therefore, as long as my 2 sons sought refuge here, the Guangming lion family would essentially belong to the Tower of China. Surrounding the man were 10 brawny youths, all recently discharged Special Forces soldiers. The master and disciple simultaneously expressed their thoughts, only to fall silent again out of mutual respect. Their interruption of each other had rendered the atmosphere awkward. Capelli, Loren, and Pasai regarded Gao Chuan as a superhero, with Capelli even suggesting a celebration at a bar for Gao Chuan's hat trick and assists. He glanced at her. She held a large fan, having just performed a beautiful dance on stage with it. Chapter 167. The most challenging day in Yu Yu's plant life. Part 2 soon. An hour had passed. Lin Shi had gathered the essential information he sought from Yu Yu. Observing Lin Shi rise, Yu Yu trembled and asked, "What do you intend to do?" "I've already told you everything I know. I warn you, no. I beg you, spare me. Rest assured, I have no intention of harming you." Lin Shi ignored her and approached the ice spring, calling out, "Old Duck Tang." Despite the heightened tension, Hui Yuanjia complied with the boss's orders and responded to the command. Not only did she harbor a dislike for Qin Jinghong, but Mu Nuanyuan also bore no favorable feelings towards other members of the Qin family. Deep within his dantian, the profound power of virtue surged like a volcanic eruption, indicating an imminent breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. The only conclusion drawn from Inukai Ikemen's investigation was that they were ordinary army soldiers. Otherwise, he had nothing else to show for it. The reason she relented was that she did not want them to take Wang Jing away. If they did, and his identity was discovered, sending him back home would mean losing a caring grandson she had finally encountered after so many days. Following that statement, Do surprisingly began to form seals. And during this process, Shu Mao's Yin-Yang master clone performed an astonishing act by uncapping a gourd at his waist and tossing it out the window. In addition to these, Shu Mao had access to a considerable number of summoned beasts, including the initial Yuan Ma clan, all of which he could summon, as well as the Blue Wolf clan, including Kuang Luo, and some members of the Frog clan and Pegasus clan, among others. "Up, it's our turn," Mo Danxing commanded, and after assessment, it was confirmed that the mutated demon had indeed lost half of its health. Now it was time to see how they would fare. And Li Yi's task was considered complete. However, now was not the time to ponder these aftermath matters. Retrieving the pilots and the aircraft wreckage, as well as ensuring the air defense missile unit returned safely, was of utmost importance. The 1,000 tons of vinegar had been transported back from Xinhua, Zhai to Qingchuan, and Gu Bei was not in a hurry. The actual peak of the SARS outbreak would be in April or May next year, and there was still plenty of time. Meanwhile, Intermedia was operating normally, and Gu Bei was particularly focused on the situation concerning Shunxiang and Li Zhaoxiang in Zhejiang province. Just then, a taxi unexpectedly stopped in front of Tao Ran, who felt a rush of joy and quickly got in, asking the driver to take her to a nearby place to eat. A cargo ship can carry a net weight of 1,000 stones of grain, and slightly more when transporting currency, as copper is heavier than grain. However, the excess is limited, as every ship has a weight capacity. "You seem quite fearful of him," which is unlike you, Huashi remarked sarcastically, soaring back into the sky on her sword. Zhao Texan understood that if the truth were laid bare before her, she would undoubtedly choose to confront it. Better to endure the pain of clarity than to dwell in the bliss of ignorance. Is it true? After all, we have 100 days of contract. Once that time passes, we shall merely be passers-by. Her gaze fell, and her heart sank with it. Exhausting all her strength in a futile struggle, she found herself in despair. What did their deaths have to do with her? If they bore no relation, why did they cling to her? Could they be their enemies? Yet the coachman outside, oblivious to Yu Junjing's voice, refused to stop, entirely disregarding Tsang Juyo's words. Although Tsang Juyo had not overheard the outside world's private discussions, she could easily imagine what they were saying. Lung Qianing's gaze shifted to her flat stomach as she wondered if it contained the emperor's child. Her expression appeared content, even blissful. The clinking of the teacup and tray in Gue Ro's hands revealed her shock by Luo's sudden inquiry, leaving her at a loss for words. Chapter 168. Octagonal Xianbing Grass and the 10 Absolute Flowers of Biluan. Soon, another half-hour passed, and Yutong opened her eyes once more. She exhaled deeply, and to her astonishment, ice shards formed instantly from her breath. At this moment, Ilex had returned control of his body to Lin Shi and was deliberating with Yu. Yu's voice, filled with indignation, could be heard from afar. "No, you cannot do this. You are asking for too much. Do not bargain with me. You have no choice in this matter." Lao Jun always regarded himself as a true disciple of Pangu, though he did not constantly vocalize it as the original Tong Tian did. His thoughts remained unwavering. Now, even the Rogli song could defy the rules of Dao ancestor Hong Jun. Thus, he could do the same, and even better. Regarding the circumstances at Yuan Dapeng's home, Lei Mingde knew them all too well, and although she had previously been preoccupied, she was now ready to assist them wholeheartedly. Amidst the increasingly dark waters, Ruoshue's delicate form shimmered and transformed into a streak of black light, like a black phoenix, soaring towards the Queen Mother of the West. The venomous Fox Robert truly lived up to its reputation, once again trading the lives of 10,000 giant wolf cavalry for the escape of the Behemoth Legion. At this point, Su Dongqing deliberately paused. Zhao Jingzi straightened his posture, appearing attentive and eager to listen, knowing that impersonation could easily be exposed. His willingness to proceed indicated both courage and capability. He was curious about the identity of this individual. Of course, for most people, this legend seemed absurd. How could the wings of the wind god transform into a soil-like hillside? Only the formless and free wind that comes and goes is the true essence of the wind god's wings. Nevertheless, the name Windwing Hill has persisted through time. By the way, where is Xin? Why can't I sense her magical presence here? Houston inquired curiously. Wait, a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. And in a moment of tension, I abruptly stood up and asked Yang Tian word by word whether there were particularly many people in the capital controlled by sorcery. How many families and their attendants were there? Yang Tian seemed to sense something amiss, pausing in contemplation for a long while without answering. Sang Ji could not help but frown. How had she, who was never picky with food, started to nostalgically crave the zhajiangmian made by men shouting? After hanging up the phone, Yin Sikin did not cast a glance at her, but instead kept his head down, incessantly instructing Ran Shiwai about something. At this moment, all she could do was pray that Jiang Lijun's company would endure. As long as he could weather this storm, nothing would pose a threat to him in the future. Wei Min bent down, resting his hands on his back, then pushed against the ground with 2 fingers, balancing on the tips of his toes to begin doing push-ups. Many officials flushed with excitement, especially the old ministers who had spent their lives in service, kneeling on the ground with tears soaking their garments, worshipping Bai Li Qing Song alongside the common folk. If a demon cultivator had not reached the tribulation stage, their humanoid form would remain incomplete, retaining some features of their original beast form. For instance, this demon cultivator's face was covered in black fur, easily revealing him to be a bear demon. It was uncertain whether it was due to the resentment in the heart of the Duke of He, but the old lady, who should have been buried in the ancestral grave, was instead interred in a village, a place where she had once encountered the late Duke. I sent a string of numbers and felt a faint sense of loss within me. I could not fathom why I felt a twinge of pity for Yu He. Furthermore, I sensed that his fate was intertwined with mine. Guan Chuqing directly initiated an interrogation mode, her gaze towards Jiang Lijun brimming with affection. A gentle breeze caressed my face, instantly reminding us of the changing seasons. We would never allow the transition of seasons to affect our moods. Chapter 169, 4th Soul Skill, Mental Poison Prison, Mental Paralysis. The Bai Lin Chi Ju flower, when it reaches the 10,000-year level and transforms into a plant-type soul beast, its leaves will exhibit a 9-fingered state. Advancing to the Bai Lin Ju flower, the leaves before me had already begun to take on a 10-fingered form, evidently not far from reaching 100,000 years. The poison did not die. It clearly sensed the power of this Bai Lin Chi Ju flower and hesitated to look at Lin Shi. Lin Shi, are you certain you want this one? Undoubtedly, there are many wicked individuals in the world, but not everyone deserves death. Among them are those who, having strayed from the path, seek redemption. One should refrain from taking action unless absolutely necessary. Even in his humanoid form, his sensory abilities remained robust. Perhaps it was the blood and flesh provided by the Great Serpent, a first-tier mutated beast, that allowed Zhang Jiaming to continue tracking with his own capabilities. She now cared little that this was the Leaf family and not the Ren family. The individuals seated at this table could very well be her future mother-in-law and husband. She did not remember that she had yet to marry. What mattered now was to behave sweetly. The plum garden caught fire. Do you not recall it all? He looked at her suspiciously before finally speaking. In the past, Long Ming would have comforted Lon Lon, but now he felt only a tumult of emotions, remaining stiff and motionless. Well, that's fine, Zhan Xiu replied, hesitating to say more and quickly sat down to rest. Retrieving her parents' company would indeed be beneficial, yet she had never been involved in such matters. How could she be certain enough to return so much money to Yunzhe, her master? The old man trembled at the words of Shi Duzi. Had she not killed her master? How could he possibly come to rescue that girl? Was it that the girl's master, like himself, appeared dead but was actually alive? On television, she saw Xiao Yichen confessing to Su Yinin, feeling no sorrow. But now witnessing Xiao Yichen stirred a pang of sympathy in her heart. Chuning was secretly anxious. He was not worried about the battle in Hebei. Yet he was solely concerned about Ling Zhou. Feudal power lies with the emperor. There has never been a case where a vassal lord proclaimed themselves a sovereign and the court later recognized it. Chuning's petition to confer the title of baron upon Qi Nuo was one matter. Unilaterally bestowing such a title was another. The former was merely a request for merit on behalf of a subordinate, while the latter was a grievous overstep tantamount to rebellion. Luo Song was exceedingly confident. This sudden strike would catch anyone off guard, making it impossible for even Chuning, let alone Qin Shubao, to evade. Having attained the second stage of the Yulong style, Jun Shisan's combat power multiplied several times. It could be said that now he could easily defeat the 10 of his former self from days past, showcasing the strength of his fist. Do you truly believe they would create such a commotion merely to increase the difficulty of your game? Joel remarked, puffing on his pipe. Team leader Lee, walking ahead of the group, suddenly heard a warning of an enemy attack from behind and hurriedly ran back. Gunfire erupted, and as Sun lunged towards Zhang Zhang, the others found their shooting angles and opened fire. The bullets failed to hit Zhang Zhang. He caught the gun with his hand, as a membrane had already shifted behind him, shielding his head and body. Me? Why? Tang Xian sprang to his feet, fists clenched, his face reddening, uncertain whether from anger or something else. The rhinoceros demon and the tiger-headed demon were quite astute, swiftly changing their tune and flattering Alpha. I will deal with this matter personally. General, take care. The person outside the tent concluded and turned to leave, not lingering for a moment longer. The moonlight, like water, illuminated his face. Who could this man be but the renowned General Zhou Yu of Dongwu? From Zhou Yu's fierce confrontation with Lu Meng to his surrender to the Qi army, it was merely a theatrical performance. Inside the room, Lu Zhongling glared at Jing Yinling, wishing for her not to smile. Yet Jing Yinling, seizing the opportunity, ignored Lu Zhongling's expression and focused on Han characters formed by ghostly symbols. Chapter 170. The Current State of Shrek, Part 1. At this moment, thousands of miles away, in the Sea God Pavilion, Muin looked at the elderly Zhuang before him and asked gravely, "What is the situation? Can it be saved?" Elder Zhuang shook his head, sorrowfully replying, "I am sorry, Elder Mu. I can still find a way to keep Xian alive for 20 years. And his injuries can be healed, but for Tanya, it is more difficult. Her wounds are not severe, yet something inexplicable is causing her to continuously emit energy." The sea steward witnessed Qing Ling finally giving up on being wasteful, secretly sighing in relief. For he had lived for over 2,000 years with immense power only to serve others here humbly. "Look, is this how you disgrace the Wang family?" Wang scolded furiously, and the gathered individuals below dared not speak, all retreating. Only Uncle Zhong remained seated in the corner. In recent years, the Earth has indeed been fraught with troubles. Local superheroes and supervillains continuously making headlines, occasionally disrupted by newly emerging anomalies. And now, even aliens have launched a massive attack to join the fray. After numerous violent tremors, the smoke cleared, revealing several terrifying trenches on the ground, each over 10 meters deep and wide, stretching across the mountain forest. After all, the sect leader, Diao Sanyi, had not arrived, and his disciples naturally did not dare to compete with their masters and uncles. Cao Cao believed that even with just these 200 men, they would be sufficient to handle the potential upheaval in the city. "Brother!" A sharp scream pierced the air as the girls stumbled in from outside, followed closely by a worried Ying and an irritated Yu Chao. A trio of resplendent orbs hovered ethereally above the figure's head, with a swirling mass of innate energy that appeared remarkably enigmatic. Around the neck, a string of jade beads hung, and upon a cursory glance, Tai Xian discerned that this necklace comprised a total of 49 beads, alternating between shades of purple and yellow. Despite experiencing a significant leap in cultivation from the mid-stage of Hua Hai to the 9th layer of the late stage, Chun Jin felt no trace of joy. Instead, he furrowed his brow. The discord over the union with the Mo royal family had led to the latter resorting to threats of force, compelling the Yang family to relinquish the position of administrative officer of Shiyang town to the Shi family. Yang Lian expressed his ire with a sharp slap on the tea table, as Shinsini paused momentarily on the staircase. She stepped forward only to be greeted by Li Jihong's beaming smile, who attempted to grasp her hand, but she deftly evaded his reach. The emperor of the Kangxiang Empire and the beast king of the Mengshou Empire were as restless as ants on a hot pan, hastily dispatching their leading generals to devise countermeasures. Yet, one could not fathom how a young nobleman could acquire such exquisite human skin masks. Huangbo cast a sidelong glance at Gongzi Mo, increasingly skeptical of his identity. Although it resembled a rocket launcher, I knew the apparatus slung over that man's shoulder was far more potent than anything I had previously encountered. Could I have been mistaken? A grown man unaware of his own home was nothing short of incompetent, a veritable lost soul. Nangong Wei stood with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of superiority. Her gaze was fixed intently on the trees ahead, their leaves rustling in the wind, reminiscent of a beckoning hand. Indeed, the Fengshi Academy's Western Campus Wind System student, Lang Hao, challenged you. At that moment, Lang Hao began to channel his fighting spirit, preparing for battle. Long Quan had indulged in ample libations, yet his tolerance was commendable. Otherwise, he would not have had the opportunity to turn the tide. Meanwhile, the alluring dealer had also consumed considerable amounts of alcohol, yet her composure remained unshaken, effortlessly manipulating the game. Su Jin spoke without pausing for breath, delivering a rapid succession of words that left Tian Xuanzi with no chance to respond, effectively ensnared by Su Jin's silver needles. Chapter 171, The Current State of Shrek, Part 2. You remain as astute as ever. No sooner had the words left his lips than a shadow clad in black materialized within the Sea God Pavilion. It was Muin's long-standing friend, the other half of the legendary black and white holy dragon, the Dragon Emperor Douluo, Long Xiaoyao. He casually selected a seat and inquired, "What brings me here? What is the purpose of this gathering?" Muin responded, "You have seen the young girl in the room. Do you possess the ability to save her?" It was referred to as a stone coffin, yet no stone was visible. The coffin's exterior was entirely coated in a viscous, black-red substance resembling paint. The old Taoist recognized this as blood lacquer. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Ziang understood the connection between several matters. The golden bell in Li Huan's possession, combined with this phoenix crown, likely constituted the final security mechanism of this tomb, ingeniously designed. The man who had been struck staggered back, uttering a pained cry as the object he held fell to the ground with a thud. He would also inform Su Linggu and her sister Su Miaogu, ensuring that they would no longer suffer from torment. None anticipated that Jiang Wei would unleash such brutal attacks, annihilating everything in his path. "Fenger, you may enter." The voice sounded ethereal and subdued, as if just awakened from meditation. "Why did you conceal this object in your trousers? Do you not find it uncomfortable? From this distance, I can almost detect its odor." Chen Ziang scoffed. After Li Fan had spoken these words, he retreated half a step toward the abyss of fallen demons, his feet already halfway submerged in its depths, prompting a visible change in Yin Feng's expression. Ying Sha observed Lian Sheng's meticulous movements, applying oil, flipping, and sprinkling spices, each step executed with precision, without a hint of error. Sun Feng hurriedly crawled forward with both hands, retracing his steps, and upon reaching the entrance of the cave, he witnessed the bloodthirsty ants and the bull-headed spirit beast. Once allies, now engaged in fierce combat near the fissure, rolling towards the chasm above. "One more question. Are you all unwell? Must every cultivator entering the city be subjected to such scrutiny?" Naruto inquired. It became evident that they were, after all, common folk, unable to compare with those agile martial artists who could traverse rooftops with ease. Mu Xinwan grew increasingly troubled, contemplating whether to send Chun Yu to find him, yet hesitating, recalling the earlier disrespect he had shown her. The park was the same one they had visited just yesterday, and now, in the early morning hours, it was not overly crowded, with only a few individuals engaged in morning exercises. Fortunately, this fissure was far less daunting than that of Wanyu Valley. Though it appeared high, it measured less than 100 zhang, and even a brief pause for breath would not be required, as one could easily reach the ground. Before long, 51 corpses nearly filled the modest courtyard, each uniformly dusted with bone powder. Lon Dyer sat dazed upon the ground, devoid of any visible emotion as dawn broke. Among the several teams that had once formed Team B, only Trapani's B team ascended to Serie B. Of course, according to the rules, if Trapani reached Serie A, they would forever be barred from ascending to that level. The commendable performance of Team B did not necessarily reflect the excellence of Trapani's youth training. Currently, admission to Trapani City was free of charge, a delightful opportunity for local residents to revisit their team, prompting Hugo to muse if this might signify a resurgence for Trapani. Just as it prepared to shake off the dust and relocate, two colossal dragons stealthily approached from behind, exchanging curious glances at the unexpected presence of a magical beast. One dragon began to chant a spell, evidently intending to capture it alive. Chapter 172. The Star Do Great Forest. Simultaneously, not far from Shrek City, the Star Do Great Forest experienced its own upheaval. Tion's mood fluctuated as he regarded Lin Xiao'er. Is what you say truly accurate? Lin Xiao'er gently nodded. Indeed, I believe it to be correct. After departing from Luo City, she reflected that, despite her displeasure, Wang Donger had spoken the truth. The recent events in Luo City had made her aware of her own circumstances. Removing the badge and storage ring from the body of the Transformation Realm Warrior and all weapons, Lu Xian frowned as he stared at the cadaver on the ground. The nomadic tribes of the grasslands, despite their differing names, all identified themselves as descendants of the Tailu tribe. The Tailu clan was once the most formidable nomadic people on the northern grasslands, ruling over the entire region. Had it not been for the overwhelming power of the Chu Kingdom in the Central Plains, they would have long since taken control. Gung Haosher turned and presented his back to the middle-aged man, playfully patting his backside. Crops like rice were relatively safe, as the harvest from the previous year remained intact. However, wild game had become too dangerous to pursue, leaving only fish to catch. Several officials glanced at the lifelike figure of Zhang Jian within a coffin, astonished at how it appeared, as though he were merely asleep. Have you considered whether he would still love you, knowing your current profession? I found an empty seat and sat down, having handed over the collected evidence to Director Yang. The individual should now be in Yang's custody for interrogation. Du Dui remarked in response. Zhang Yong has now changed his name to Zhang Dashan and works as a dyer at Jiqing Dye House. The workers there would never have imagined that the taciturn dyer, Zhang Dashan, was once a person who served the imperial court. Upon hearing Murong Ting's voice, Yin Yer suddenly stiffened, gazing in disbelief at Murong Ting's silhouette. Typically, after a homeroom teacher is dismissed, the matter would come to a close. However, Liu Mo understood that the situation could not be so straightforward. This was the office wherein Tianzhua usually conducted his affairs, equipped with various special designs, making it quite difficult to eavesdrop on those inside, whether through the use of Yuan-Chi techniques or advanced technology. Initially, it was assumed that the so-called Three Realms Alliance would be primarily supported by the Xianjia. Unexpectedly, the greatest contributions came from the Xianshu. Upon reflection, every arrangement before the conflict and the preparation of resources were entirely orchestrated by them. The Xianjia, far from being the main force, had become a mere supporting character. Even the least populous Mingjia surpassed them. As the sun set in the golden twilight, the strikingly handsome figure of Hua Duxiu appeared before Jin Yin's eyes. Marinov gritted his teeth, stifled his voice, and once again took aim with both hands, firing several rounds toward the direction of the restaurant. Yet he was unable to keep pace with that figure. A bodyguard stepped forward to take Zhou Qingfeng's phone, surveying him coldly before re-photographing the image with his own device and forwarding it. He also commanded through the walkie-talkie for the hotel to verify if the man in the photograph was a guest. The modified Volkswagen's tires screeched violently against the ground, the powerful engine delivering immense strength. Zhou Qingfeng, behind the wheel, took deep breaths to force himself to remain calm. The masterful driving skills he learned from Linda found their moment to shine. Moreover, at the instant the stone door opened, young Master Hua distinctly sensed a faint aura of demonic energy. Am I not dead? How is it that my life soul was devoured and I still survived? This is perplexing. The strength of ghostly entities lies in their unpredictable nature, akin to what is commonly referred to as magical damage, while zombies are the harbingers of physical harm. Su Tong appeared quite astonished. Yesterday, she accompanied Tan Eileen to the hospital to visit the injured Xia Hui and Wang Han, in a sense atoning for Ku Nanqing's actions and seeking to uncover the truth. Xia Hui and Wang Han were injured while fighting Ku Nanqing, falling from the second-floor staircase. She was unaware that Ku Nanqing had also suffered. Chapter 173. Haoyan. Outside Haoyan's sect, Wang Donger was climbing toward the mountain peak. Although Haoyan Fortress was nearby, she had no intention of visiting. Her destination was the secret realm of Haoyan's sect, which had been passed down for millennia, the divine ring chamber. Each generation's core disciples could venture there to acquire soul rings, which astonishingly matched the absorptive capacity of the recipient perfectly. Previously, Wang Donger only knew that it was a place of significance within Hao Yin's sect. De Ji excitedly spoke, but upon seeing Chu Yoming's eyes, she realized her error and hastily corrected herself. The Five Thunder Divine Heaven Jade, originally intended for exchange with the giant spirit god for Su Yan's use, had unexpectedly been directly given to Yi Han by the giant spirit god. Sensing the astonishing momentum of Tai Yunlong, which even surpassed Yi Han's, the surrounding guards voiced their astonishment. What had she done wrong to offend Yin Fangfei, to evoke such cruelty, and even devise a scheme to achieve two objectives with one action? In the battle with Yi Han, although he survived, he suffered severe injuries, coupled with medicinal pills. He spent a full 7 days recuperating before recovering. In this secret realm, while everyone sought opportunities, he alone was mending his wounds. This overwhelming strike transformed into an astonishing force, surging forward with an imposing demeanor, colliding fiercely with the body of the golden three-headed dragon. Fortunately, both their fists were quite resilient, having cut down numerous adversaries along their path, although they had also endured considerable hardships in the process. Upon hearing this, Qin Aofing rushed to the window and opened it, looking down to find no sign of any carriage. "Let her go." Nangong Ling emerged from behind them, his eyes dark and dangerous like black holes, exuding an aura reminiscent of Satan. This was Nangong Ling. Xianya thought to herself that his kindness during that period must have been feigned. This was his true nature. Yet at that moment, many lay sprawled on the ground, with only the more powerful struggling, while the rest lay lifeless. Soon, he devoured all the dragon fruit, his aura strengthening once again, though he still did not break through. He mistakenly believed that the 7 stars borrowing life could suppress the yin-yang body, but the result was an eruption of the yin-yang body, causing Ruan Qingyu to suffer once more from searing pain. Several faces turned pale, ever since Lin Xian gifted him a scorching piece of land at Qingfeng's birthday gathering. All attendees had conducted inquiries into Lin Xian. Seeing that it was indeed Cui Bin, Nua Yi rushed over, unable to remain composed in the presence of the formidable Zhen. When Jin Yuchu returned to the bed, he noticed Fang Boyu staring vacantly out the window. Following Fang Boyu's gaze, he saw nothing, prompting him to inquire. Having learned from previous experience, Gu Qingqing navigated this situation with ease, her ghostly aura perfectly subdued, appearing no different from an ordinary person. Gung Yu smiled slightly indeed. "I am aware of what you have stated. As for the remaining ambushers, let us take this opportunity to have you clear them out, considering that only you can remain awake tonight." Mo Jia picked up the chipped porcelain bowl, her red lips pursed slightly, and Yuan Xiu followed suit, slowly sipping from a bowl before glancing at Mo Jia and then gulping down another mouthful. "One must admit, the fact that you two could sit at this position together is not without reason. Fortunately, the current experience points for the Butterfly Void system are maxed out. Remembering that the scars left by magical combat cannot be healed by ordinary medical equipment, aside from healing magic. This villa area is newly developed, with the leading construction unit being the Chu Group. Currently, no tenants have moved in, as it has been designated by Chu Zhenghua as a relocation point for Yamamoto, Ryota, and others. Chapter 174, Arrival at the Body Sect, Part 1. On the edge of the extreme north, a few individuals emerged as if on a picnic, their faces beaming with joy, clearly having reaped substantial rewards. Vina excitedly half-embraced Hui Yutong, her eyes sparkling. "Wow, Yutong, your martial soul and soul skills are incredibly convenient. In the future, when I hunt for soul rings, can I come to you for assistance?" Hui Yutong, with a sullen expression, appeared reluctant, yet surprisingly did not refuse, instead nodding in agreement. Bai Shui observed Hua Li's demeanor in silence, her eyes glistening with tears as she collapsed into Hua Li's embrace. He realized that ultimately he had not escaped the other celestial grasp. It seemed that sometimes the speed of action is indeed a reflection of strength. After the knife sliced down, Han Zhen and Li Haidong remained silent, at a loss for how to comfort Su Yu. "Good Liner, Daddy loves you the most, doesn't he? De Guang seemingly saw a glimmer of hope, shamelessly stating. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Ling Mohan nodded in agreement, having no objections. As she had no plans of her own, hearing of the green water, yet unaware of the type, the individuals behind were somewhat displeased, thinking, "Are you not just trying to fool everyone?" However, at this moment, Zhou Tianlong found himself unable to make any moves. He could only first eliminate the Minghua sect and capture Yi Tian, then return to the sect to inquire about the circumstances surrounding the Xianhai Lingyu after meeting with Yutong, and subsequently devise the next course of action. Although Wang Na repeatedly insisted that Wang Ying keep her secret, she secretly anticipated that Ying, with her loquacious nature, would inevitably divulge her address. Would Liang come to find her immediately upon discovering her whereabouts? Zhangyan Su Hua Fun Tian Ju activated, conjuring a magnificent pyramid that suddenly appeared before his consciousness, exuding an overwhelming pressure. A strand of crimson flame shot forth, akin to an arrow drawn taut. The phrase "going to university" brought immense shock to the Miao Bingyun sisters. Having been abducted by Chun, who before graduating from high school, they believed they would endure a life of humiliation, devoid of the opportunity to enter a university campus. A sliver of light seeped through the door crack, and like other rooms, faint snoring could be heard from within. Here, one could casually smoke and drink. Lei Chun pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and tossed it on the table before heading into the room to fetch some liquor. On one hand, he was reluctant to break through, yet on the other, he longed for a breakthrough. Such a contradictory sentiment was indeed perplexing. Yet the enhancement of one's cultivation was always a cause for joy. However, her flustered demeanor, flushed cheeks, and trembling voice betrayed her true thoughts. As for the present, since the Yang family could secure a beauty ranked at the bottom, it indicated that the situation was not overly dire. Nevertheless, the Dezhou Ci Beit Zhang surpassed the comprehension of ordinary warriors. It was a unique skill created by a Tian Dao master over a lifetime, irreplaceable by any weapon. You should have dedicated yourself to the sect, yet you have survived until now. Accepting you now counts as a sacrifice for the sect, which is indeed commendable. My cultivation has improved, and naturally, the merits belong to you as well. Ha ha! As he spoke, Ping Hai relentlessly advanced towards Dongfang Shao. This time, I had learned my lesson. I waited until my grandmother had risen after the night, and upon hearing the snoring return, I finally set my belongings on the table. Bai Luo scoffed coldly. In an instant, hundreds of divine swords appeared, sealing off all escape routes for the Shadow Dragon Elder. The C4 members led by Fei Mao acted swiftly, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the mercenaries who had leapt in from the nanny's room and kitchen. Director Zhen, I am utterly powerless regarding this game strategy. Jia Bu hung his head low, growing increasingly fearful as he realized that matters of life and death were beyond his capacity to articulate in a guide. This kind of cruelty was not merely psychological, but also stemmed from physiological prohibitions. Chapter 175, Arrival at the Ben T Zone, Part 2, Lord Sectmaster. Jin Peng is indeed somewhat skeptical. Regardless, he could not believe he would be weaker than a youth who appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years old. Dubussy smiled. I knew you wouldn't believe me. No matter, we shall be family from now on, and there will be ample opportunities for sparring. You will understand my intentions in due course. Let's proceed inside to converse. All right. Jin Peng nodded and led everyone in. Isn't Kunyi seeking a fated person? Let him venture into foreign lands to seek one and see who can outmatch him. I merely felt pity upon seeing my sister's haggard appearance, which led me to lose my composure, Su Sisi murmured, providing herself with a justification. Coming down from the training ground, Zhu Sha was utterly dreamlike, unable to believe she had been defeated by a mere 9th-layer Dust Realm warrior. Lin Li expressionlessly withdrew the dagger from his chest. The wound merely oozed a trickle of blood before ceasing. In an instant, blood erupted from the eyes, mouth, nose, and ears of the great insect, rendering it motionless and seemingly lifeless. However, Lin Xianlong, being a diamond 9th segment powerhouse, could easily obliterate the 8 ancient divine tentacles. Susan's corpse may have been one of the earliest to go missing, Yet this time frame was entirely insufficient for the scent of lilac to dissipate completely. The town guard and the yamen were not far apart. Although there was no curfew in the North City, ordinary people seldom appeared outside their homes at night, rendering the streets somewhat desolate. Han Sui was also a fierce general who had crawled out from a pile of corpses. His eyes gleamed with ferocity as he danced with his sword, red blood splattering alongside severed limbs. Nearly 400 individuals were present. Of course, there were more, as some remained behind at the storefront, meaning there were many more in total. Fenger silently gazed at Lu Qingqing, her expression one of deep injustice, as though she had been gravely wronged. A clear voice resonated in the stillness of the night. Su Feng, who had been floating in the air using lightness skills, now plummeted like a falling cannonball, crashing into a pile of snow. Wang Chun scoffed coldly, his hands forming energy chains and mental chains simultaneously upon landing. Enough. Even if you count to 100, I will not return with you. Our issues will be settled here. She suddenly shouted at him. In a side room, upon seeing Wang Ling lying on the large, comfortable bed, her face weary, Xiao Yun felt a wave of relief wash over her. This was merely a consequence of overexertion and insufficient sleep. A gentle breeze swept by, and at that moment, a flash of bloodlight appeared from that direction. Xiao Yun instinctively locked her gaze upon a particular mountain peak. She was the most favored subordinate cultivated by Yan Jingyun, who naturally hoped she could showcase her exceptional talents on a broader platform, realize her life's value, and bring glory to the troops. Originally intending to inform Ai Daling of her divorce from Tan Mu, she hesitated upon seeing her fatigued and melancholic expression, thinking it best not to deliver another blow to her. However, for sure Tian, today was a significant day, a day to outwit the green-eyed zombies. Su Chunlei jolted awake, instantly opening his eyes, then retrieved his boarding pass with his identification and proceeded towards the security checkpoint. He did not believe this was merely an unintentional act. The abrupt shift from the imposing demeanor upon stepping out of the door to sudden gentleness seemed too sudden, perhaps a reflection of the other party's claim of devoting themselves to the Buddha. This system was precisely what he had encountered within the city. They had not anticipated that such a system could also be accessed outside the city. With this system in place, everyone could easily locate their positions, trade, and communicate. They could even request assistance from others in exploring the mysteries of the boundless world. Chapter 176, Soul King Showdown, Hui Yutong vs. Long Outyin, Part 1. After quite a while, Dubuxi finally clarified matters related to Lin Shi to these individuals. Upon hearing Dubuxi's words, the gazes directed at Lin Shi transformed entirely. Lin Shi and her companions had resided in the far north for nearly half a month. During this time, the news of Dubuxi advancing to the limit Douluo had already spread among the continent's major factions, as members of the sect led by Dubuxi. They had naturally learned of this news through various channels. However, I never imagined that one day I would become a pawn in a Putian hospital, relying on patients visiting the clinic to receive so-called commissions and using the blood and sweat of patients to sustain myself. This was utterly despicable, a scourge of society, even inferior to a chicken. Jin Yu and Meng Hu and the others had long been anxiously waiting, while Gong Shaoqing remained unconscious, leaving them utterly helpless. They could only hope for Luo Feng's swift return to save him. As Fong Nan finished speaking, before he could hear his homeroom teacher, Chu Yu, open her mouth, he instead heard a stern voice from behind him. Caitlin gently patted Ziweir's shoulder, signaling her not to be overly anxious. After conversing with Ziweir for a while, she departed from the control room, leaving the two of them in charge. It can be said without hesitation that when these two indulge in drinking, it can only be described as cheating. Even after consuming 2 bottles of Erguo 2, it would only equate to the effect of 1 bottle on an ordinary person. In this era of global evolution, without the assistance of the system, it is likely that he would have been corrupted into a zombie during his first evolutionary process, instead of achieving the current glory. After Su Mama bid farewell to Hikairen, 2 more individuals seized the opportunity to depart, followed by 4 others who left together, ultimately leaving behind the most attractive Zhu Kairen among the 8. Zhao Tianming, who was beside Lu Jun, remarked that although he initially felt heavy-hearted, He couldn't help but feel a slight relief upon overhearing the conversation between Junlin and Lu Jun. It was precisely due to the manpower deployment orchestrated by Jin that the strength of the Dark Guards in Nankai City was somewhat diminished. Although Mu Jinhang had ceased his weeping, his gaze towards Lin Xuechu was still filled with concern. Qin Yu then realized that not only the palace, but also the governor's office was not a place where an ordinary commoner could enter. After a long day of exertion, it would be impossible to claim he wasn't tired. Lining, the most accomplished among the three, would still feel fatigue. Since Nian Xingqian was in meditation, he decided to indulge in a brief nap. Contemplating this, Jin took a gentle breath and sat down again. Though Steward's son had not informed him where to dine within the palace, it was reasonable to assume he would not let him go hungry. General, how about a moment of spring romance tonight? Jingyi whispered into the ear of the still reeling Lei Lai, a warm breath enveloping him. While Su Jinxiu was running and pondering her plans, suddenly a killer crept up behind her, drawing a blade, poised to strike. This divine whip is a treasure of the ancestors. If it's a fake, your life is secondary. I would accompany you to the grave, and I would be the one to suffer. The barefooted man chuckled. By the way, since you came from the bamboo forest, did you also visit that house? What did the old monk Liao Chun say to you? Did he say, Amitabha, disciple, your slaughter is too heavy. You must put down the butcher's knife to achieve Buddhahood? With that, he couldn't help but laugh. Realizing the towering puppet before him was indeed his enemy, he pounded his chest in frustration, roaring in anticipation of the command from the Tiger Claw martial sage, ready to shatter the puppet into pieces. Utilizing the power of the Black Dragon armor, Lewis temporarily harnessed a strength equivalent to half a step into the epic realm, with his magical shield equally formidable, capable of withstanding most low-level spells. Chapter 177, Soul King Showdown. Yutong vs. Long Outyin. Part 2. Upon witnessing Hui Yutong's soul ring, the members of the body sect observing could not suppress their exclamations. For members of the body sect, the concept of surpassing the optimal soul ring pairing was not unfamiliar. Not to mention others, the fourth soul skill, Poison Indestructible, was indeed 10,000 years old, while Long Outyin had stepped into the Millennium Realm from his second soul skill. The formidable physical constitution granted by the body sect allowed them greater latitude with soul rings than ordinary individuals. Yet there are limitations. This time, Shui Irin had a splendid time, indulging in food and entertainment, showcasing her affection for Yun Haoyin, much to the astonishment of the citizens of the capital regarding his level of devotion. At that moment, a chicken, limping with a swollen face, approached the door, and upon hearing the gentleman's words, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. As the massive palm print approached, Mo Chinyan's eyes narrowed, and an undeniable aura of strength surged around him, solidly blocking the clash of the nine heavens thunder and the stone seal, forcefully repelling their attacks. With so many eyes upon him, he was unconcerned for himself, but he had taken to heart the old lady's earlier words, which Mo Fan had also heard. It could be said that he was relying solely on his physical body to withstand the vast pressure. However, while the pressure was formidable, it did not carry the lethal power to take a life, merely instilling the fear of facing death. In the early morning, Rong Duoer awoke, feeling her eyes swollen and painful. Fu Rong looked at her with a complex expression, his blue eyes reflecting deep emotions. Take it off, Shui Irin exclaimed in exasperation. Why couldn't this fool just speak when injured? Keeping it a secret was pointless, especially if it turned out as it did last time, life-threatening. Yumian took a deep breath before quietly sitting opposite Rong Shi, obediently calling her mother. She had first inquired about his love for her, to which he had responded. But now she spoke of leaving and asking him to let her go, leaving him feeling an emptiness in his heart. What on earth is the Lord doing? Chasing after a dog? Shangguan Hong exclaimed in surprise. While these magical powers could be attained through cultivation, excessive absorption could harm the foundation. Do you need anything to procure? This place gathers the most merchants under the stars, so anything you can imagine can be found here. Su Taizai asked Mo again. Commander Sun, please take this. The Imperial Japanese Army has a request. We would like to mine copper on Amling Slope behind your Sun family town. May we? Gue Jingzi stated. After leaving the palace, Mo once again activated his ability to contract space, swiftly departing, this time not merely a few dozen meters per step, but several dozen miles, vanishing within the blink of an eye, far from the divine capital. The middle-aged man's face could not suppress a smile, while the other four appeared despondent. Jean Shuri's expression peculiar. Otherwise, with so many refugees flocking to the city, chaos would have ensued long ago. At the very least, it appeared that there was still some porridge being distributed outside the city. The Japanese infantrymen remained crouched in place, like arrows drawn taut, ready to surge across the Golden Gate Bridge at a moment's command. This sudden turn of events astonished everyone present, including Chung Mingjia, who had just opened his eyes. They never expected that this seemingly frail man could, in an instant, bring the robust Xiangyu to the ground. This stark contrast could only be grasped by those present. It was a dim world, akin to being within a cave underground, where only a vague outline could be seen, while everything else remained obscured. As the saying goes, great skill breeds boldness. With Mo's current strength, he was unafraid of any schemes or traps the opponent may have. The long night was just beginning, and with the entertainment arriving at his doorstep, how could Mo refuse? Thus, he resolutely opened the door. Chapter 178, Soul King Showdown, Yutong vs. Long Outhian, Part 2. Upon witnessing this scene, several high-ranking elders within the body sect could not help but change their expressions. The less experienced disciples might not perceive it, but they certainly could. Yutong's strike had already reached the level of a Soul Douluo. While Long Outhian was indeed talented, his full-powered strike barely grazed the edge of a Soul Saint, utterly incapable of contending with Yutong's soul skills. They instinctively wished to intervene, but Dubuxi merely raised a hand. The four men in white displayed an air of indifference, yet a subtle pride emanated from them. With a slight shift of their bodies and without weapons in hand, they effortlessly pushed forward with fists and palms, leaving 9 to defend more than attack. Upon receiving the parchment from Ao Li, Sang Ruo maintained an impassive expression, yet felt a heaviness settle in her heart, her thoughts consumed by disbelief. Long Jianfei experienced a moment of clarity, realizing that these individuals were not targeting him. However, another question soon surfaced in his mind. He hastily picked up his phone to call Hanyu, only to discover the line was busy. Following Li Fengming's demise, much of the evidence had already been unearthed from his residence, with a person named Chung Guangyin even delivering proof of the connection to the islanders to the authorities. Had it not been for his frail health, preventing him from accompanying the troops across various locations, it was likely that Chun Chao would have met an untimely end years earlier. The pleas to various deities to mediate for the local dragon vein echoed in his ears. While he held no fondness for the name Sang Ruo Lanshi, upon hearing it, Houseman could not help but feel compelled to probe for weaknesses in his adversary, so that upon returning to school, he could strategize without revealing his intentions. The martial arts masters in Jushan County totaled merely 3.5, including Mo Li, lacking in combat experience and exposure to diverse martial techniques. Just days prior, a formidable sorcerer had wreaked havoc in the world of wizards, nearly annihilating half of the 7th Central Domain, affecting numerous nightmare lords residing there, and even severely injuring the Dominic administrator. Observing Long Jianfei's remarks, Qi Yunfeng refrained from commenting further, and the three of them continued discussing various matters, allowing time to pass. Since Qi Yunfeng had expressed his intent to investigate the matter, Long Jianfei deemed it unnecessary to linger, leaving his contact information before departing. Ruo Lan, your blushing demeanor is far more charming than your stoic expression, Buffon remarked to Mei Ruo Lan with a smile. Roar, I truly do not know what to make of you. How could you possibly consume this after claiming you could not moments ago? It seemed they were indeed individuals living on entirely different wavelengths. However, Lu Mingfeng did not leave just yet. He cast a lingering glance at Lu Mingxian, as if wishing to convey something to her. Zishu signaled to Lu Yen, rolling her eyes in exasperation, indicated her inability to comply at that moment. Yin Yu descended from upstairs, immediately spotting the man lounging languidly on the sofa, his eyes glinting with a sharp brilliance. The second tier of the frenzied wind blade technique, severing water with a residual blade. Luo Chong had mastered the technique to its utmost limit, rendering his blade's trajectory imperceptible, and it remained erratic by the time one comprehended its path. Their head would already be severed. With each strike endured, the skill of applying medicinal salves naturally improved. Buffon commented to Mei Ruolan. The room card is stuck inside. I was just about to head to the service desk. Xia Yongning said with a forced laugh before turning to leave. 800,000? Though somewhat pricey. This car is truly remarkable. Upon returning, I shall procure one for myself. Yang Wanru mused while leaning against the plush leather seat, admiring the window. For the ancient apes, the night represented the most terrifying of nightmares. They were unaware of how many of their kin had perished within the impenetrable darkness, generation after generation, their stark white bones serving as a grim reminder. This particular token is exclusive to Xianyu Peak, while another, an intersect disciple's identification badge, is intended for use within the Yu Hua Immortal Gate. Chapter 179, a major upgrade for the body sect. Soon, the frozen dragon Ao Tian was carried away by other disciples of the body sect. Their gazes towards Hui Yutong brimmed with admiration. Members of the body sect recognized only the strong. Regardless of how unthreatening Hui Yutong appeared, she had substantiated her power with unassailable facts. Thus, she deserved the respect of all members of the body sect. Correspondingly, Lin Shi received similar treatment. Unable to be poisoned, Tang Hui was violently struck by Xiao Yan's heart fire, sent flying through the air while spitting out a mouthful of blood. The Song family and Zhou Xiaoyang had always been sworn enemies, and Zhang Nishuan's family background was significant enough to hold weight in Chongqing. Thus, when the son of the Northwest Tiger King appeared in their living room, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Seeds, having unknowingly been left behind, took root and sprouted between the crevices of the stones, surviving against the odds, clinging to a glimmer of life within the confined space. Early the next morning, members of the Xing'e Mercenary Corps gathered promptly, each member presenting a polished and tidy appearance, exuding vigor and charm. At that moment, Yi Qingshuan's phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the caller ID, he exited the room. Qiyu pressed the attack, tracking down to Zhuolu, where he finally engaged in a fierce battle with the Yellow Emperor's tribe. Good men do not live long, while turtles live for 1,000 years. It was reported that Qi Yi was unharmed, while it was the martial artist who suffered. Upon entering the blacksmith shop, Xiao Yan discovered that his room had been lavishly arranged, with several servants assisting in managing affairs. Yet his forging tools remained unchanged, imparting a sense of relentless refinement. Of course, Xiao Yan offered the Shengshui sword. Ling Shuiyue's grandfather accepted the sword, giving it a gentle wave. Xia Haidong was startled. She had thought Yi Chengxian had ceased to inquire about her affairs, only to find he was still preoccupied with them. However, Xia Haidong would no longer harbor naive hopes for him. Song Shan pondered for a moment, deftly flipping the mackerel in his hand, sprinkling cumin, followed by a dash of his exclusive pepper salt mix, before placing it back on the grill. Yao Zihua patted her shining forehead, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she glanced at Meng Qingfei, who sat opposite her. Thus, the Walker team schedule for March concluded. After defeating the Sun, Henderson returned from Phoenix to Indianapolis, immediately receiving good news from the team doctor. Guo Jia could no longer hold back his laughter, bursting out, and the officials behind him also succumbed to mirth. After announcing his name, the attendant led Roger to a private room on the second floor by the window, where Gu Yu, dressed casually, greeted him with a smile, signaling the attendant to leave before swiftly turning to gaze down at the street. He resembled a butterfly, fluttering outside the grasp of fate. With each flap of his wings, the resulting butterfly effect disrupted the predetermined course of destiny, though he remained uncertain whether fate would ultimately force its correction. During this period, Tao Shang had not been in Pengcheng and had just returned, thus remaining uninformed about Tao Gairen's circumstances. Upon hearing Jiao Chan's words, he hurriedly inquired into Tao Hua's situation. From the moment Henderson embraced George and proudly declared him an all-star player, he knew George had evolved into the person he had envisioned. It is said that Neza, having attained the lotus form, remained within the golden light cave of Qianyuan Mountain, diligently training until he reached the pinnacle of celestial strength. The Jinling army currently stationed in Liang Kingdom had the primary mission of verifying household registrations, inspecting the population, and feigning an intent to relocate the entirety of Liang Kingdom's populace to Shuzhou. Chapter 180, Chiaoer returns. The subsequent procedures were quite straightforward. Unable to be poisoned, Du Buji led Lin Shi and Yutong on a brief tour of the body sect before escorting them to their assigned accommodations. Du Buji expressed some embarrassment, stating, "I apologize, it may seem a bit humble in your eyes, but this is truly the finest room we have." Lin Shi shook his head. "It's all right. We do not mind." He glanced at Du Buji, who had provided accommodations for him and Yutong, while Huli cast an indifferent gaze towards Qing Yao, a practitioner from the Shura realm, harboring no fondness for her. "I am a firm believer in the notion that future technologies will rescue our world. Therefore, I have no intention of learning how to compromise myself to avoid the pitfalls characteristic of the Fenglin Huashan style of writing. A person of vision should not squander time on a skill that will be rendered obsolete within 2 to 3 years. The underlying reason for this is that certain internet cafe owners, having observed the burgeoning demand for online services, have noted the scarcity of such establishments, with only a handful existing in each area, thus facing no competition within their reach, to speak neither positively nor negatively. The previous incarnation of Tencent Games serves as a quintessential example of this phenomenon, not only replicating others' ideas but also persistently simplifying their games. In this moment, he felt an overwhelming desire to escape the relentless torment and humiliation inflicted by Golong, as his life now rested in Golong's hands, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Lin Wei pondered briefly before suggesting that they should deliberate further on the matter, urging everyone to return home and contemplate their thoughts, promising that they would reconvene to present their conclusions, regardless of whether they chose to proceed or not, without jeopardizing their camaraderie, as they were all classmates. The strategies proposed by his associates were all long-term plans, none of which could yield results within 3 to 5 months, thereby stifling the growth rate of Renrenwan. "Hey, can you loosen your grip on me a bit? I'm just trying to head home, and you suddenly rush in demanding I hand over something. How am I supposed to know what is surrender?" When Su remarked. Meanwhile, just yesterday, he personally executed Li Yun, with every action underscoring his arrogance, which was not unfounded. This television series, comprising a total of 36 episodes, has taken into account the broader context and will not be aired on Yoshi Fengyun, but rather on Moda Weisher. No sooner had he spoken than Pangda, seated upon his steed, suddenly coughed up blood, his body weakly sliding off the horse and crashing heavily to the ground. Long Tianyi gazed at the flickering, passionate red flames, akin to a fiery maiden, exhaling lightly as he spoke, his heart soaring with joy. The urgent dispatch, expedited over 600 miles, reached Zhushou, stationed in Luoyang. Within 2 days, after scrutinizing its contents and engaging in 2 hours of deep contemplation, Zhushou added a few lines to the document before presenting it to the Han Emperor Liu Bian in the court. However, as a fervent militaristic expansionist, Tojo Hideki clearly displayed his disdain, harboring an intense contempt for China, unwilling to regard it with respect merely because of a few victories. If prior to the September 18th incident one was unaware of the ambitions of the Japanese, then after September 18th, one should have decisively focused on developing industry in the southwestern rear to prepare for a full-scale resistance. If the September 18th incident did not awaken them, then what of the January 28th incident or the Japanese military actions and divisive activities in North China? At this moment, Mi Jiao revealed a long-lost smile, evidently believing that the Zhuling Dan was destined for him. Liang, now somewhat impulsive, was eager to act. He did not wish to witness the Zhuling Dan fall into Mi Jiao's hands. Everyone was taken aback. Such a formidable demon had silently entered the capital city and appeared at the auction hosted by the Yu Lai Martial Arts School. This was not mere arrogance. It was a display of true power. At this juncture, Nangong Chuan addressed the elder, clearly indicating that the Nangong family had yet to reveal their trump card. In the world of competition, who does not conceal their strengths? Liang had similarly refrained from revealing his ultimate technique. Chapter 181, Blood-Colored Haoyan Sect, Part 1. Neo Tian and Titan arrived at the foot of a mountain in Tiando City, exhaling deeply. Finally back. We must swiftly report this intelligence to Third Brother. He had not anticipated that Titan's injury would take over 3 months to heal. Even now, he had not fully regained his original strength, possessing only combat prowess nearing the level of a titled Douluo. The primary issue lay in the tenacious toxicity of the lethal poison. Even amidst the turmoil of the Tiangue Island battle, these mortal cultivators were quite perceptive. Having brought him out for this occasion, the Heavenly Court would find it easier to draft a memorial with the land god smiling at the mountain god. Previously, upon witnessing Wang Ling descend from the heavens, one could now appreciate just how formidable a character Wang Ling was, crouching low and burying his head in fear of detection. Su Yang's awkward attempt to shift the topic only intensified Suzuki Tokai's grave expression. However, moments later, Suzuki's demeanor gradually softened into a smile as he spoke. Upon hearing Wan Zhongshi's words, Kaneki Ken's mind conjured the first impression of the CCG investigator, Amon Kutru, who had seen his true visage. Genie remarked, but one must never squander resources indiscriminately. This way, one remains clear-minded and does not need to hide regardless of where they go. While contemplating the worst-case scenario of relinquishing this job, presenting a tough front before Lu Feiyong was another matter altogether. He indeed felt reluctant, ready to accept whatever consequences arose. She grew increasingly agitated, yearning to uncover the truth behind the events, sensing that Lu Feiyong must have undertaken some earth-shattering action. She even searched online for relevant keywords, yet regrettably found nothing in the end. Strength can only be gauged through competition, Zhang Ruofei proclaimed, as he took the initiative to approach the incoming Lando. Observing the other's antagonism, even Sharon, who sat eavesdropping on the beam, could hardly contain her irritation. Her ample bosom rose and fell with indignation. And had she not been restrained, this forthright and just woman would have likely leapt down from the hall to defend her stance. Yi Shanghan had regained his composure following the earlier confrontation with Chun Yinmei, fully aware that the stakes were much higher than in a mere transaction. Nevertheless, he believed that as a man, once an action was taken, it should be seen through to the end. Fortunately, Bu Hui had anticipated the movements of the Mechanical Life Squad. The moment the IS-3 was activated, he knew they would not remain passive in defense. Wang Chong felt no need for an additional vehicle, as one car could effectively block 2 lanes at F5. Why add another? Moreover, if he feared the enemy would launch a strong offensive against the I car, then it was counterproductive. Furthermore, if Yichin truly had numerous viable options, CCTV would not have broadcast the capture of the drug lord. Yet, until he voluntarily brought up Fang Xiao, Mu Haoyan seemed indifferent to the matter, as if it held no significance to him. As he witnessed Mei Jie enter the restroom, Bu Hui shifted his attention to the man seated nearby, whose demeanor was dismal, occasionally smirking in a manner that caused Bu Hui to inwardly lament the lack of worthiness. How could one not be concerned? As an unknown individual, if he could achieve fame through merely 2 scrolls, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Hai Lan, supporting her head, dismissed the notion, asserting that it was all mere imagination, questioning whether the mere fact of Ao Tian moving next door could signify so much. On the ground, as they pleaded for mercy, Hai Lan wore a grim expression, while Leon remained silent. The 3 men were utterly at a loss, ultimately stripping themselves of all possessions, even their garments. Unwilling to commit a crime, yet eager to pay, they fled, clad in nothing but embarrassment. Had he not been preoccupied with accompanying Yi Zitong, Lung Juanhao would never have allowed Mei Lily to escape. However, such thoughts had never crossed Lung Juanhao's mind. After all, with the ruthless methods of old Master Lan, how could Mei Lily possibly evade abroad to live a peaceful life? Chapter 182, Blood-Colored Haoyan Sect, Part 2, we have misjudged a crucial matter. We must remain vigilant against potential ambushes from the enemy, as no amount of personnel can outlast this formidable foe. Old Zhao trembled as he spoke. In reality, as the term suggests, the primary function of the protective formation is to safeguard. Although it does possess some offensive capabilities, it proves ineffective against super-level Douluo grade powerhouses. Its primary purpose is to form a barrier, repelling formidable foes. Ding Feng smiled. Although he was unaware of Zhu Jia's precise abilities, he could surmise that he would not have any trouble dominating the world. As dawn broke, radiant sunlight streamed through the gaps in the gauzy window, casting a gentle glow upon the dark floorboards. Yu Qingfeng slowly rose from the ground, his garments tattered and in disarray. Upon seeing Wang Lingyu and the others, the youth offered a smile and greeted them. Rather than feeling uncertain, it would be more prudent to eliminate these two individuals. Whether or not they belong to the sequence will soon become evident. The resolute man clenched his fists, the aura of murderous intent surrounding him intensifying. As Yu Qingfeng concluded his words, a figure accompanied by a refreshing breeze settled into his seat. None other than Yu Xingyan. Could it be a spatial overlap? After several attempts that ended in failure, Han Dao decided to cease his efforts. Cheng Weiliang understood that today would not be an easy endeavor. Yet he was taken aback when the opposing party accused Li Yue of being the mastermind behind the internal discord within their ranks. Regardless of the truth or whether this was a mere tactic to bolster their negotiating position, Cheng Weiliang would resolutely deny it. The highly anticipated Beast Fighting Festival was drawing near its grand opening. In Chiu's city, various streets bustled with diverse beastly creatures, led by their masters, making their presence felt throughout the city as the fervor of the populace for the festival reached a boiling point. Stepping onto the fire star, Meng Xiongfei reluctantly carried by Xuan Ning into the sky, then, guided by her directions, flew towards the location of the carp spirit. Lu Daofei, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of surprise. It seemed he had been somewhat ignorant, for this Quan Zhengning was quite renowned. Must we start all over again? Rogers recalled the initial circumstances of the Avengers, who began merely as a subsidiary of SHIELD, gradually stepping into the limelight and ultimately transforming into an organization capable of apprehending dangerous individuals globally. Now, it was merely a return to the beginning. This is exceedingly taxing on the body, yet she had no choice but to proceed. She reminisced fondly about the meals during the Five Kingdoms Conference, even recalling that during her capture by Yanning, the food she received was superior to her current fare. Shenrun faced a greater humiliation than the ministers of the Longxi Kingdom. While ministers could switch allegiances, he was a king without a country. The presence of a fallen monarch in the enemy's court would invoke a dual sense of shame among the former subjects of Longxi, both for their own betrayal and for the emperor they once served. Does Mo wish to abandon me? Yin Bai blinked, her thick lashes fluttering, lips slightly curving as her pupils reflected Ji by Mo's visage. Just then, a knock echoed at the office door, and before anyone could respond, the door swung open. The culprits, Si Qian and the bearded man, were the first to discover and deal with the situation. Fu Li and his companions were a step behind, unable to claim credit, standing awkwardly as they watched Si Qian and the bearded man. "No, you're not," Yulia Wang asserted with conviction, as she too was shrouded in dark energy, even injuring her heart meridian. The dark energy infiltrating her body reminded her of her nation's demise, of beloved friends who perished in disgrace, and of a cherished one she had slain herself. Ultimately, her brother and the sister she had grown up with had also turned to dust. "Very well," Zhou Zishuan said, handing his slightly larger black coat to Lan Jingjing. The overflowing demonic energy was laden with a palpable sense of murderous intent, enough to drive one to the brink of collapse, emanating a formidable aura forged through countless battles. Chapter 183, Blood-Soaked Haoyin Sect, Part 2. Niu-Tian had no intention of holding back in this strike. He did not wish to capture Yu Hassan for information, but this enemy was far too terrifying, having lived for 100,000 years. Niu-Tian had never encountered a being with such a grotesque ability to conceal itself. He had no confidence in preserving the enemy's life, while ensuring their escape was impossible. Thus, he resolved to kill. With his astonishing blow, the entire sea of clouds was stained a deep green. He did not follow. Those without keys could not enter this place. Even if Xie Hui himself were to arrive, his 10th tier strength would be insufficient to breach it. Carmen raised an eyebrow. Suppressing his thoughts on Zhang Yuankong uncivilized remarks about those who had not yet been enlightened. Knowing that half of this was rooted in his own uncertainty regarding what he wished to convey. As their fists collided, Habuz was sent stumbling back over 10 meters, while Zhang Buqian stood firmly in place, unmoved. Habuz's complexion paled for a moment before returning to normal. Just then, a sudden explosion reverberated through the arena, propelling Yang Yi 1,000 feet away. In the past, Lu Juanhui relied on the element of surprise and the power of the blood knife enhanced by the killing patterns. Without the eerie ability of the ghost eye to automatically seek out enemy vulnerabilities, Lu Juanhui would have merely possessed a divine artifact without the means to utilize it effectively. The treasure-seeking mouse nodded, its expression somewhat agitated. Had it not sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Yang Yi, it would have rushed forward without hesitation. The 5 elements chuckled, stating that this was indeed satisfactory. Thus, the remaining demon tribes retreated to the north under the leadership of the 4 great beasts and by Zhe. As for Hu Xian, he was formally accepted as a named disciple by the 5 elements. The short, stout cultivator charged towards Lin Cheng, halting 5 zhang away and raising his spear high, the tip glowing with a pale yellow light. Instantly, a tremendous pressure enveloped Lin Cheng, accompanied by a sharp, howling wind. Is this all the reinforcements you have? With over 150 individuals all landing on the city wall, the captain couldn't help but express his confusion upon seeing no one else approaching. There were over a dozen pieces of meteorite death stones on this iron frame. Lu Juanhui did not hurry to collect them, deciding to retrieve them when necessary. Thus, Duan Qing linked her arm with mine, heading directly towards the teaching building, and I remained silent, simply following her lead. Today marked the 9th day. With only 1 day remaining, why could it not just endure? Manager Xia felt a twinge of toothache. At 11:59 at night, as the midnight bells began to toll, the earth suddenly trembled violently, gradually escalating in intensity as if it had consumed a powerful tonic, a stimulant, or a soul revivification pill. The ground shook dramatically, persisting until the dawn of the next day when the river flowers bloomed fiery red. After listening to Xiao Yin's slow discourse, Li Yuan and Zhao Shan exchanged glances once more, each perceiving disbelief in the other's eyes. This is indeed quite good, Lin Su remarked as she shifted forward. Disregarding for Tai, Tang Yuan ultimately awoke due to an overwhelming headache, lifting her head to see Bei sitting at the bedside, stirring a cup with a spoon. The crown prince dared not utter such words. The Yong'an emperor was already furious, and should anything happen to the emperor, it would be said that it was due to the crown prince's lecherous nature and disheveled palace that had caused the emperor's distress. How could he face the world after that? As she drew nearer, when she was merely a hair's breadth away, Tang Yuan suddenly crouched down. The delicate white lace bra appeared exceedingly thin, and Yi Bei's breathing grew somewhat labored, veins bulging on his forehead. One wonders what expression Long Qi will wear upon encountering the agents of the epoch in Shangxi City, realizing that the seemingly enigmatic ring possessed by Zhang Mu is merely a standard piece of equipment any epoch agent would have. Chapter 184. Tang San's Stratagem? Tang San was pacing back and forth in the God King's office, contemplating what had transpired on Douluo continent when suddenly his eyes lit up. He could sense that Niu Tian was attempting to initiate communication with him. It appears that, although the deities from the divine realm are temporarily unable to observe Dalu, the entities residing within Dalu can establish a reverse connection to the divine realm. He quickly accepted Niu Tian's request, and a cerulean screen materialized before him. Niu Tian, in a state of anxiety, had already exited the mountainous area. Li Tianchao pulled out his phone and unexpectedly dialed Wu Fong first. This was the suggestion of Old Pan, and Li Tianchao naturally regarded himself as a novice, adhering closely to the elder's guidance while abroad. The border inspection at Nankan was indeed exceedingly stringent, and it seemed that the border troops of Myanmar had even increased their sentries, making normal passage through the checkpoint virtually impossible. Li Tianchao shook his head, unsure of what to say. It was likely that Zhu Lei was also left with no options, and the situation indicated a readiness for all-or-nothing measures. As the stone fell, and Lingxi's body plummeted downwards, and I swiftly caught her in my embrace, though I jostled her a bit. Fortunately, no harm was done, and Lingxi's face turned suddenly red, as she thought to herself, "You lecherous man." As Pei Donglai's words fell, Qin Dongxue seemed to discover new territory, whispering something before seizing Pei Donglai's arm and dashing toward the nearby table. Could it be that the presence of outsiders behind the scenes was exerting continuous pressure on Su Yin, compelling her to make a statement? Uncontrollably, Luo Ping activated the San Yuan He Yi Gui Dao Shunju, beginning to actively absorb the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The others quickly caught on and followed suit, practicing their cultivation techniques. "What is happening?" Zhao Jing spoke with her usual bluntness, yet her tone had softened somewhat compared to before. "Indeed, we are merely passing through. May I request an order for passage to avoid any misunderstandings among your troops?" Gao Chong sought a release order signed by Wu Jie, as many matters could not be clarified otherwise. Prior to this, Luo Ping and the others were unaware of their destination until they exited the teleportation array and beheld the scene before them, which led to their sudden realization. It turned out that the man she adored was revered and admired by thousands, an incomparable disparity compared to her humble self. In that moment, Yuer felt both a sense of pride for him and a pang of loss for herself. However, Yun Tian remained dissatisfied, as this still could not counteract the effects of Huanglian Su. Rather, it had become a true partner in every sense, exclusively belonging to him. Even if Ku'er and the others fed it countless treats, it was still solely his. In those years, Zhao's father was preoccupied with business, neglecting the family, providing only financial support to his children, resolving everything with money. "Take your time, don't choke." Xing cast a worried glance at the individual, yet continued to feed. The underground chamber fell silent, leaving only the sound of the middle-aged man eating. "Where is everyone?" As the power dissipated, people gradually regained their composure. Yifeng swayed and retreated to the side, his complexion pale, seemingly weakened. Fortunately, Chu Fei and another supported him. But what of the two from the Meng family? A look of confusion spread among the crowd until one person suddenly shouted. As the situation appeared dire, Helena found herself devoid of options. After contemplating for a moment, she gritted her teeth and pushed the wine jar forward, maintaining her stamina while assessing her opponent's strength. Could this truly be called a punishment? After her father went abroad, Xia Shanshan had been managing his company. Since she had recently taken over, she was still familiarizing herself with various matters, relying on her assistant and company documents for information. Now, Lin Masha exuded confidence, showing no signs of fear, her demeanor naturally radiating a regal quality that made others hesitant to meet her gaze. Chapter 185. Lin Shi's resolution. Meanwhile, Lin Shi was engaged in conversation with Yu Hassan. It was evident that Yu Hassan had been rescued from a perilous situation by his command spell. Lin Shi insisted that all equipment developed by Morgan bore magical seals, ensuring that any damage would prompt an immediate response from her side. Upon realizing that all equipment on Yu Hassan had been shattered, Lin Shi summoned him back without hesitation. Now, Lin Shi had heard him outline the general circumstances. He proclaimed that given his strength, the odds of defeating Huang Ji in battle were exceedingly slim. He was no match for him. "All right, if there are any questions, feel free to ask me. Our Su Mo is shy, so please be lenient with her." Yang Yang spoke with a smile. Learning to drive required an instructor, and Wang William had no qualifications for auditing. Meanwhile, Jean Taiyin was determined to obtain her driver's license within these few days, so she approached learning with utmost seriousness. He could control Han Hyo-ju in that manner, yet he was not particularly inclined to do so. Rubbing her eyes, Tang Luotong sat up and gazed at the unfinished tasks from the previous night, feeling a twinge of self-reproach for her oversleeping. Mo Shijun looked at Lu Jian in confusion, sensing only sincerity and enthusiasm from him. There was no possibility of deceit in those clear eyes. "I will contact the person responsible for your company regarding this matter," Li Ji interjected, having observed Wang William and Park Jin-young finalize the arrangement. On one side was the renowned director Lu Jian's grand production, bolstered by numerous big names, shrouded in mystery with its suspenseful theme. Meanwhile, Others hastily lifted the unconscious Zhao Kong, frantically fleeing Tianyi Hall and rushing back to the Longhu Martial Arts School. Such was his charm. He inspired me to become a person more worthy of him. I constantly strive to improve myself, to become better, so that I may be deserving of him. I have also fallen in love with this striving version of myself. Meng Yuhai's expression shifted as he rose and walked to the door. Finding no leverage, he channeled his internal energy and struck the door with a palm. The door did not shatter. In fact, it did not even tremble. He was aware of the immense power behind that strike. So he hurried to the window and struck the glass with another palm, yet remained unchanged. Faced with the full force assault of the 15,000 soldiers from the bandit suppression camp, the mere 1,000 Qing army cavalry could no longer maintain their formation. Regardless of how the commanding officer, Jiao Laizhen, attempted to suppress them, it was futile. They did not dare to engage in battle. Acquiring director Liu Xiaojiang's film company meant he could leverage his privileges to alter certain parameters, ensuring that director Liu Xiaojiang recognized Li Hao and was willing to cooperate with him. Nurhisai, observing that the two blue banners could not break the deadlock, ordered the army to retreat and prepare to camp in place. Wang Zhuan appeared bewildered. He still could not comprehend the words spoken by the Radiant Emperor back then. Under such intense exertion, Yang Yin distinctly sensed a trace of primal power. Typically, to invite an entire foreign team to China for special effects production would require significant financial investment, along with the necessary connections and background strength to entice foreigners to bring their equipment to China. However, the Agna before Wang Zhuan seemed to harbor a grudge against Judge Misaka Mikoto as she entered the document room, yelling at the judge. To them, the war god was merely a legend. Even if encountered, it had only been in the context of special training, appearing as a coach. Do not worry, Taoist Moron. The members of the Shao family are still alive. However, they cannot be released without consequence. After some time, when the head of the Shao family comes to demand their return, I shall release them, Sun Chongdao stated. After a while, the unfortunate individual's pain seemed to gradually subside. Lying on the ground like a lifeless fish, gasping for breath, weakly asking what had transpired. Chapter 186. Lin Shi's speculation our enemy is the Tang, San who ascended to godhood 10,000 years ago. As anticipated, after listening to Lin Shi's explanation, Debussy was taken aback. Lin Shi sat on the chair before him, nodding earnestly in affirmation. Indeed, it sounds astonishing, but I assure you, I'm not deceiving you. I know you wouldn't dare to lie about such matters, Debussy replied, his expression darkening, overwhelmed by the astonishing news Lin Shi had delivered. Her solemn demeanor while defending herself evoked a sense of selflessness. What does that even mean? You just mentioned wanting to support Lin Air, and now you wish to go back on your word? Dong Laosin glared, his anger palpable. Although Yun Yin felt 100 reluctances in her heart, under the scrutinizing gazes of others, leaving alone at that moment would only draw more attention. She could only accompany Yang Wei's family back to the Yang family silk shop. In truth, Su Xiaoling had previously disclosed her plans to Zhou Chunhong and Jiang Yuer, and the three had long since devised a strategy together. The reason Shun Xiangting imprisoned Chu Tianqiu in the ice cave was originally intended to let him perish in the Ziwu cold tide. However, due to an unexpected twist of fate, it inadvertently facilitated Chu Tianqiu's survival, which, if it were to learn, would surely infuriate him to the point of spitting blood. When the third mercenary was brought in by two members of the military knife team, the three mercenaries appeared to be engulfed in despair, each calculating whether their teammates in the market would detect the enemy's ambush. Indeed, Teacher Ergo, your choice is spot on. Duan Jioda promptly patted Ergo Z on the shoulder. My partner and I exchanged amused glances upon hearing their voices, stifling our laughter. Anyone whose thoughts were not as pure as snow would find such dialogue somewhat ambiguous. The two women noticed breakfast laid out on the dining table, with two portions seemingly half-eaten. Upon hearing Huang Tianchao's remark, I felt an unsettling chill, not from fear, but from a notion of being overwhelmed by such a thing, quite hard to accept. At the moment the trough solution sprayed forth, the spider silk appeared to freeze suddenly, reflecting a luminous white light. The peacock Great Ming Wang sensed her life rapidly withering away, as if her very being were merging with the dense shadows. Yet, as a dignified Buddhist matron, how could she willingly submit to slaughter? Instinctively, he tilted his head to evade, but Yi Xiao's fist landed heavily on his upturned chin. Upon seeing Su Yang's name, her heart raced violently, and an involuntary smile graced her lips. He was incredibly tense and fearful that Su Ben could not withstand Su Yang's intimidation. Thus, he uttered those words, attempting to distance himself from his father Zhao Changji. Upon entering the room, Su Yang found Luo Sha seated in a chair, both of her arms wounded, blood continually seeping from the injuries. The man in black smiled wryly. Having had numerous encounters with her in the lower realms, even facing life and death together in the falling spirit garden, yet he had never seen her so exhilarated. Are you feeling conflicted? Rest assured, I have no reason to deceive you. Whether Song Hongfeng is here, you will soon find out. Observing Wang Mang's troubled expression, Bai Lei chuckled. Suemo Chun remarked, since the Dragon Boat Festival, although they frequently dined together, their time alone was exceedingly scarce. Hence, one must refrain from narrating one's sufferings to others, especially when those others cannot empathize or share in the experience, rendering them incapable of grasping the depths of such pain. Should they both become intoxicated, I would be responsible for returning them. No, I cannot go back. I will call taxi instead. Let Brother Yuanji and Brother Wei Jia handle matters upon returning home, and I shall refrain from contacting my second and eldest uncles to avoid complicating things further. Chapter 187. The Snow Emperor Embryo. Time swiftly passed, and soon half a month had gone by. She was seated on her bed, cultivating, when a voice suddenly resonated. Master, I have returned. She opened her eyes wide. Have you succeeded? Iha Sang said nothing, merely retrieving an object from the shadows. It was a white tray, upon which rested a wooden stand, embedded with at least 100 assorted gemstones. Sigh. He truly cannot let go. Tian Lin shook his head in disappointment, a complex expression sweeping over him as he strode purposefully into the woods. As the decision seal rotated, the vast starry sea of consciousness began to revolve. Countless battered stars slowly circled around a specific center, gradually coalescing into a gentle light that formed a swirling shape, akin to the Milky Way, spinning in harmony. Immersed in 3,000 years of memories, the unbearable past surfaced. Tianli sobbed intermittently, feebly collapsing to the ground. After Chu Hao Ran finished speaking, his father-in-law's eyes sparkled with intensity, fixating on him, while Ma Wanling, sitting nearby, looked at him with delight, secretly pleased, believing she had indeed chosen the right person. Chu Hao Ran had articulated such reasonable and powerful words. She knew her father would surely be moved. Narrowing her eyes, Yin Ai Gu smiled, yet her flower-like visage evoked an unsettling chill. Am I allowed? And Yi still found it hard to believe someone would invite him, though hints of joy were unmistakably apparent in his tone. In mere breaths, the two ancestral-level martial artists exploded in a shower of flesh and blood, all of which was absorbed by the white bone staff. Zhao Yuhuan was not one to remain still. After a while, she began to wander about the courtyard, unknowingly arriving outside Zhang Lian Heir's residence. The guards outside Zhang Lian Heir's courtyard, unaware of her identity, stopped her for questioning. A conflict ensued, resulting in Zhao Yuhuan being injured by the guards. However, the mouse before her was undeniably identical in behavior, demeanor, and expression to the one from before. Yet before she could finish her sentence, Lian pinched her, forcing back the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Although it was not the secret realm they had explored or the pinnacle of treasures, it was undoubtedly among the finest, and no ordinary place could compare. The disparity between the two was unfathomable. Here they come. The door swung open, and Tang Yin stood at the entrance, already prepared with her bundle and sword. Qian Rujun felt that to resolve this issue, she must recompile all the audio, a monumental task. Fortunately, the characters currently taught were few, allowing her to proceed at a leisurely pace. As for Li Jian's phonetic issues, she did not dwell on them too much. After reciting all the characters, she waved her hand and departed. His experiences over several lifetimes were not to be emulated, Zhangmin Xian showed him all the stories of romantic fiction, which are not to be trusted. Why not give a try? Tang Yin Xiong uttered gravely, his hands never ceasing, swiftly taking down another 7 or 8 individuals, leaving one to wonder how many hidden weapons he possessed. At the tomb of Tu Su and others, Lu Jun and nearly 1,000 cavalrymen removed their helmets adorned with white feathers, then tore a piece of white cloth from their inner robes to wrap around their heads. At that moment, encountering a super expert of the Luo Tian Shang Xian level, who was willing to offer them assistance and support, was undoubtedly the best opportunity to resolve the issue. Missing this chance would leave them uncertain when such an opportunity might arise again. In a fleeting moment, Tang Yun unexpectedly drove a sword in her own throat, blood gushing forth as she slowly collapsed, lifeless. Chapter 188. Negotiation with the Snow Emperor. As the Snow Emperor was about to erupt in fury, Duke Busi, fearing for his life, stepped forward, his body swelling to several times its size, as his dark green giant hand reached towards the center of the white vortex. Extreme Douluo? Cursed humans, always preying on the vulnerable. If not for my current state, you would be utterly insignificant. An ice-blue sword light pierced through the air, violently clashing with Duke Busi's outstretched hand. Clearly, this was the Imperial Sword, one of the 3 supreme abilities of the Snow Emperor. Another figure, bare-chested and wielding a large blade, was a robust monk. Zhou Yaoyan exuded confidence, undeterred by the utter defeat of Chun Zheng and Lin Ziki. In his eyes, the overwhelming prowess displayed by Chu Hang could be easily replicated by any amateur at the 4th rank, let alone himself, who was a notch above as an amateur at the 5th rank. Yen Xiao was astonished by the news he received. He had merely instructed Deng how to investigate by Ning's background, never expecting her to be potentially linked to his political foes. In the Central Army, Qin Mu led his personal cavalry out of the battle formation, fixated on Duan Wei's battle flag, relentlessly pursuing. Hearing the thunderous cries of battle behind him, Duan Wei dared not linger, fleeing frantically under the protection of his cavalry. Do you not care for your lady at all? You shall regret this. The shadow let out a piercing roar. It was best to make a hasty retreat, pretending as if nothing had transpired, hoping that the Long Dragon Club would discover the matter later and not attribute the mysterious disappearance of their equipment to them. The victor's display of admiration for the vanquished is a mark of grace, yet the defeated expressing admiration for the victor seems rather peculiar. Like the resonant chimes of morning bells and evening drums, the golden radiance clashed with the black light, fracturing the surrounding space into dark fissures. As the once great Jun family of the northern lands, their dignity must not be tarnished as they traverse their final path. The scenes filmed in a hospital were completed yesterday, with only the final scene remaining, and Wan Wan's filming duties would soon conclude. Zhao Zixian was momentarily taken aback, then gratefully glanced at Wang Luodan behind him before hastily pursuing. Su Yuanyuan's ailments were largely tied to her mental state. She was perpetually suspicious. He vividly recalled, during their early marriage, how he and his elder brother had gathered when they witnessed his brother receiving over 10 calls from Su Yuanyuan. In the end, his brother had no choice but to return home early. She was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy, and he appeared equally elated, smiling in a way that warmly touched the heart. Qiao Song clutched the blanket tightly, obscuring her expression. How could this be? How could she be pregnant when she had taken contraceptives every time? Li Chun was seated opposite Xiang Ning, holding the very application report for the Morning Sun television network. Noticing that Yishanha remained silent, with an unwavering expression, Xia Haoran also refrained from saying more, as this was, after all, an accepted reality. Please come in. Gabriel turned to lead the way, suddenly drawing his sword and sweeping it horizontally behind him, navigating around the shadow wall and along the winding corridors. They walked for quite a while before circling around a massive Taihu stone rockery, finally spotting a lush green lawn adorned with a delicate layer of pale, pink begonia petals. As a gentle breeze rustled the branches against the vermilion stone pillars of the pavilion, Qiu Ruo playfully scratched her waist, causing Yun Ro to burst into laughter. While she pushed back at Qiu Ruo, Su Yi, sandwiched between them, was also toppled onto the bed, and the 3 girls became entangled, giggling and enjoying their time together. Banyang had suffered 2 defeats at the hands of Ming Zhu, making her chances of victory in the future slim. Yet, to let go of Banyang, whom he had long coveted, filled him with reluctance. Thus, he hesitated for a long time without responding. A man in a black uniform with white hair walked within the base, seemingly searching for some information. Chapter 189. The Meeting of the Ice and Snow Emperors. After hearing Lin Shi's request, the Snow Emperor's expression softened considerably. Although Lin Shi's request was difficult for her to accept, it was undeniably reasonable. Despite possessing the force sufficient to compel the Snow Emperor's compliance, he chose not to exert it, which slightly elevated her opinion of him. After pondering for a moment, she inquired, "Is there a successful case for the soul spirit you mentioned?" In her view, the third. She lifted the restriction on her skin armor. As the plates on the outer thigh sprang open, her speed surging as she transformed into a purple lightning bolt, darting across the battlefield. Lu Tingxiu gazed at his departing figure, suppressing the urge within him. The words that lingered at his lips remained unspoken. Wu Tongxing raised his hand, lifting the white cloth covering the corpse. The visage of the body, mangled beyond recognition, fell before the eyes of the onlookers. Su Huai could not contain her tears, but understood that her mother's words were true, choosing to endure for now and seeking revenge when the opportunity arose. The Void Barrier's defense against energy attacks is quite useful, capable of absorbing magic and rendering it ineffective, but it has a limited effect against physical attacks, Khan explained. As the car slowed during the drift, the angle of the vehicle facilitated the observation of the competitors behind through the window. It was absorbed into the skin armor, stimulating its growth while inflicting unbearable agony. Su Mingliang thought without hesitation that it must be the Yang family or her eldest son, no matter how formidable Grandma Hu was. She could not harm her own son. The debt of gratitude was merely a trifling effort. If the other party was wealthy and willing to repay, she could accept it, but if not, it was entirely unnecessary. The one who once harbored deep resentment towards him, Li Wanga, had truly come to the Mu residence, waiting by his bedside for him to awaken. The artist understood well that when someone of Sun Inger's status uttered such words, it was a promise. Having received the current assurance, he felt quite content and extended his hand in return. Chanting reduced Mu Ning's speed, strength, and stamina while simultaneously enhancing his own. "Don't be ridiculous." Li Yi gently pushed away the delicate figure resting against him. Her touch is fragile, as if it could shatter. Afterward, Shinyang gazed at the spatial teleportation talisman handed to her, took a deep breath, and looked at Su Sheng with moist eyes. "Just as I thought," she remarked, observing that in the front room, not a single intact item could be seen, only a ground littered with fragments and a wall adorned with faded murals. Ma Wanfu was unaware that as he had just set off for the Qinglong Empire, demons and mutated beasts were launching a large-scale assault on the Free Trade Federation. The sudden weight bent me over. The coffin was far heavier than I had anticipated. Thus, although cultivators in this Chao Zhai world were relatively weak, the overall combat power system was quite low. If he spoke, the supplier would not only refuse to provide sugar, but other suppliers would also follow suit. The other party was well informed, which saved Mu Ning some trouble, but he still had questions that should be answered in the ensuing conversation. Who knows? Perhaps some people relish squandering their talents. A voice chimed with malicious glee. After about a groping, Chun Chun leaned against the wall, feeling as if he had experienced a dizzying stupor. Upon concluding his words, Zhu Tianpeng ceased further conversation, his left hand forming a seal as he commanded the true form of the Heavenly Emperor to wield the Hongmeng Heavenly Emperor's sword, unhesitatingly charging towards the cracking Sky Demon Emperor. Lin Shen rarely witnessed a man who, upon seeing Meng Xiaoshuang, exhibited no trace of emotion. Ah, how intriguing. Huang Maxin's keen perception led him to notice the figure of Ning Tianlin, resembling a bovine-faced humanoid, curled atop the mountain peak. It is time to end this. The blazing sun pierces through the feathers, and the sacred flames within me surge even more vigorously. Feng Xiaoxian summoned her final strength, pure white flames igniting in her eyes, as if she truly transformed into a celestial bird from paradise. The wings formed by the pure white flames expanded once again, Chapter 190. Convincing the Snow Empress. So, it is. The Snow Empress nodded in agreement, although she harbored disdain for humanity, viewing them as a greedy lot. This particular individual brought her an unexpected sense of comfort amidst her interactions with humans. Without further hesitation, she gently patted the Ice Empress's head and addressed Lin Shi. I am willing to become this human's soul spirit. I shall rely on you henceforth. Su Feng's cheeks flushed, reminiscent of a delicate rose adorned with dew, her pearl earrings accentuating her luminous and tender complexion. Not to mention her. Even the late king expressed a certain respect for Ian, his capable aide, never regarding him as an ordinary servant. On the vast ocean, a common wooden sailboat floated, where Odysseus and Sakura Matu landed, followed by Yaki and others who descended one after another, indeed accompanied by a few who could not fly, finding it too strenuous. The three captives, though unaware of Yang Hao's intentions, felt a chilling dread as they met his icy gaze, an oppressive coldness spreading from their spines. I slept soundly, Bird. Henson cast a sidelong glance, irritated by Bird's persistent pretentiousness despite his age. Li Chong suddenly turned around, observing Wei Zhigao and Yao Hu, who sat dazed, and then glanced at the smirking Tang Yong, his brows knitting together into a frown. Yaki Xiuzhai discreetly shifted her footing, shielding the two behind her, with Ma Shu on one side and herself on the other, wary of Leaf while Yaki kept a watchful eye on Catherine. Robin, while taking a break from walking, chose to eat simultaneously, consuming the remaining pieces of roasted meat he carried. Although the sorcerer had gained the protection of the Sea People, rendering the Exorcist Guild unable to eradicate them, it did not imply that the church lacked the power to eliminate them. After a moment of hesitation, Zhuang Chong disclosed the matter to Qin Xian, as there was nothing he could not share with him, despite the embarrassment it entailed. He could not be blamed. Anyone among them would display a similar expression. Just ask Lu Jiming, and he would surely agree. At that time, Xiao Qingyi, youthful and arrogant, believed himself to possess a modicum of talent, disregarding anyone else. Sujio, will you challenge you to a duel? Where do you reside? I shall seek you out another day for a few rounds. I refuse to believe Wu Yu, will lose every single time. Wu Yu declared, filled with indignation. This aura was tranquil and refreshing, akin to the first green after rainfall, or the warm sun rising amidst winter snow. Gubin pulled out his phone to scan the code, indifferent to the fortune. He thought to transfer 6 yuan, which should suffice. Chun Xiang squinted, sensing something amiss, though her intuition warned her of the oddity surrounding her. Uncertain, she could only shake her head and protect Bai Qian as they entered the house. Qi Yinshu, though disliking his family, found Zhao Jing's actions pleasing. The two sat closely together in a borrowed ox cart, their hands tightly clasped, gazing into each other's eyes with profound affection. After Bairu left, Wei Chun and the others did not linger, casting a meaningful glance at Qin Yi before departing from Pear Mountain. After the meal, while waiting for Han Yubing to arrive, Bai Qian first sent Zhan Qianche into the space, then visited the Su family to inform Su Xiaomei of her inability to accompany them, stating she would meet them at the city gate of Chaichi County once her matters were concluded. We, the Lai faction, are insignificant compared to General Jing. The two young men flattered. Lifting the heavy curtain, a wave of heat rushed forth, causing Liang Dong to furrow his brow. Such an environment was challenging for a practitioner of his attributes. In contrast, Mo Fei appeared invigorated upon entering this atmosphere. Chapter 191. The Return to the Eye of Ice and Fire. How did you arrive so swiftly again? The frantic voice echoed within the Eye of Ice and Fire. The last time Lin she visited, he had taken away a substantial amount of celestial herbs and the derivatives of a 10,000-year-old plant-type soul beast, even absconding with the octagonal Xian ice grass. Though he did not genuinely threaten the lives of the plant-type soul beasts, the psychological pressure it inflicted was considerable. Now, upon seeing him again, you could not help but feel a sense of despair. It has only been half a year. First, secure the direction of the king's palace. Regardless of the nature of that strange energy, we must not allow the enemy to acquire precise information. That energy could potentially become a significant asset in our battle. Li Yi remarked. Good, now it looked presentable. Casually tossing the silk handkerchief aside, she raised her voice to Wang Momo. Momo, please handle this according to family rules. With that, she gracefully turned and departed. Sun Xuerer could not wait to rid herself of this dangerous individual. As he walked away, she pressed the accelerator, speeding away. The car sputtered twice before shutting off, and despite her repeated attempts to restart it, the vehicle seemed to have sustained significant damage, necessitating a major repair. Her heart trembled. It became clear that his face was no longer warm as usual, but had turned chillingly cold. Zio and Mo Han obeyed and left the room, leaving only Yi Yefeng behind, who continued to gaze at the jade pendant in his hand. On the surface, he appeared calm, yet within a storm brewed, waves crashing against his heart. Upon finishing his words, Li Daniu's azure eyes suddenly narrowed. It felt as though nothing had transpired, yet upon closer inspection, a murderous aura loomed. Jian Lu, while cooking vegetables in the pot, curiously inquired, "This stew is delicious. What is its name?" The child, who had been formidable and cold-faced during the exams, had completely succumbed to the endless array of novel delicacies during their time together. In a gathering of noble youths, a blood clan ambush against humans was discovered, with the victims predominantly being nobles and their servants. "You lie still. I shall apply the medicine," Gu Feiyu said, bringing over the medicine, preparing to uncover by Luoshi's garments. Since her return to the palace, she had been harboring a great deal of frustration, as everyone from the Empress Dowager to the inexplicable Yang Yulan had come seeking trouble. The power of the Thunder Domain was gradually being withdrawn. The lightning began to dissipate. Xian Linghua, however, remained fixated, his gaze unwavering. After the ascension of the unfettered emperor, under his governance, the Ba Chu Empire flourished, its national strength surpassing that of the era when Duan Long reigned, subtly emerging as a formidable power on the continent. Li Shimin understood that from the moment he entered the Dao at Yongning, the rift between the Long Sun and Fong families could never be mended. This was a consequence of his own actions as an emperor. He was no longer young, and should anything untoward happen, the mutual restraint between these two families would prevent the young emperor from being stripped of authority. "Let us dine together. We have just eaten." Tang Rui signaled to Su Yusen. Su Yusen nodded, naturally taking a seat beside Tang Rui for dinner. Xian Yuan Chima glanced at Chong Lin. Accepting the letter he handed him, the envelope marked with to Xian Yuan Chima. "Taking 2 days off to accompany my wife on a shopping trip. Haha. Upon my return, I shall unleash my wrath upon the people of Su Yu, and then unveil the invasion of the demon clan." Inside the room, with poor lighting, it was inappropriate to keep Meili around. After Ran Yin donned her mask, she removed Meili. Duan Fei could not help but smile bitterly at the absurdity of the situation. This individual, endowed with formidable strength capable of matching domain-level experts, seemed inexplicably bored enough to torment these students. Xuan Yuan Chima's gaze darkened with indifference. The mere thought of her disappearance alongside that man ignited an overwhelming fury within her, prompting her to fling her sleeves and head for the door, only to be momentarily halted by the sight of the colorful jade flute hanging on the wall. Chapter 192. Target: the extreme north. The once serene lake began to ripple, as icy blue particles rose from the spring and swiftly converged towards the Snow Emperor. Lin Shi observed this scene quietly, contemplating her subsequent plans. In the original narrative, the Snow Emperor, having already become Hui Yuhao's spirit, could temporarily replicate his peak power by absorbing energy from the spring. The current her, however, would be even more potent. Lin Shi estimated that by harnessing the energy from the spring, the Snow Emperor could command Montreal's Air Corps to take flight and intercept. He also notified the high-altitude artillery regiment of the party's elite in Boulogne to enter a state of emergency, while Hugo Shipong could directly command his air forces to engage. He lacked the authority to direct the elite ground troops, hence he communicated with the party's artillery regiment rather than issuing direct orders. Large families are somewhat similar. After all, the elders in my household are quite formidable, Gialisi nodded. The first tier pertains to proficient attributes. For instance, if my most outstanding attribute is mental strength, then my primary attribute is indeed mental strength. As for you, Zhao Gu, your agility is your primary attribute. The French military does not regard the Ardennes region with any seriousness, as their upper echelons have only deployed a significantly weak unit there. Consequently, France is destined to pay a heavy price. Ahead, for German soldiers clad in tank uniforms lay semi-conscious on stretchers, awaiting medical transport, their bodies enfeebled. An armored unit stood nearby, vigilant, their gas masks still unremoved. Before the sentence could conclude, someone beside him tugged at his clothing. As the door creaked open, a shadow slowly emerged, struggling to move forward. It seemed to be a laborious endeavor. With a sudden crash, it stumbled and fell to the ground, attempting to rise, but ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and sitting down despondently. Upon entering the room, one could see Owl Wan, heavily pregnant, reclining on an ornately decorated couch, her eyes slightly closed, clutching a yellow handkerchief. Although Manchitane had been appointed commander of the 3rd Armored Division, it was peculiar that he resembled more of a staff officer. The command headquarters had summoned him back, presumably to plan something significant. Xu Yang vaguely sensed that the command headquarters was conducting a secret military exercise aimed squarely at Poland. Morris and Lin Yunji had never directly interacted before. During their first encounter, the seasoned businessman naturally adopted a professional demeanor, treating matters with due diligence. He had long surpassed the age of seeking parental affection, and now, should he find his parents, it would merely add to his burdens. Fan Meng had slain numerous Kryptonians. If this were an act of vengeance, he would undoubtedly be the primary target. Yet Fan Meng now found even the slightest movement arduous. Confined to lying down or using a wheelchair, even with kryptonite at his disposal, he could not harm the Kryptonians. Following the conclusion of the UEFA Champions League final on June 4th, the next morning, the entire Monaco team boarded a plane returning from Madrid. The proprietress observed the two sitting silently together, increasingly convinced they were a match made in heaven. The angel Xianu was unconscious. Anin was deeply concerned for him, vigilantly guarding her bedside day and night. Even though it was not the weekend, the pedestrian street remained bustling with people, exuding a sense of liveliness and prosperity. Huang Lie's intentions were clear, although he did not explicitly state that Su Jian was inadequate. He had already deemed this second-generation heir to be an amateur in military affairs. However, having failed the university entrance exams 4 times, he began to worry if he was truly capable and whether the other party would be willing to accept him as a tutor. Yet the arrival of Ferguson altered this dynamic. The legendary class of '92 he nurtured single-handedly devastated the Premier League era, unceremoniously dethroning Liverpool from their champion's throne. Unbeknownst to Lan Jiawei, the meticulously Shimin seemed aware that these individuals disliked kneeling on the ground and had prepared numerous stools for everyone's comfort. Chapter 193, The Passing of Mun. Meanwhile, within the Sea God Pavilion, a group gathered around Mun, their faces etched with sorrow. At this moment, Mun had lost all his hair, struggling to keep his eyes open, appearing as if he had but a breath left, hardly resembling the once mighty dragon god Douluo. As the gathering reached a near completion, Mun slowly opened his eyes, surveyed the surroundings, and spoke. "My time is short. Do you all know the path that lies ahead? Old man, there is no need to worry excessively. Mian has stated he will return to the Soul Society. Genmu Jianba did not find this matter particularly troublesome. On the continent of Yaoyue, there exists a consensus that the Longfeng Empire possesses the strongest combat capability. The Tianshuang Empire boasts the most adaptable tactics. The Luoli Empire is known for its enigmatic forces, and if one were to identify a merit of the Jiumu Empire, it would be their exceptionally fine equipment." After Chu Tianxiong departed, Yang Guan arrived at Heyugua's office. As a key leader in Chu Tianxiong's unit, Yang Guan naturally sought his perspective on the matter. "Everyone, I shall be entering." Saiba Si bore a solemn expression, akin to a warrior prepared to detonate a bunker. "This cannot be disclosed lightly. What do you intend to do? Are you preparing for a midnight ambush?" Jing Hu, with a vivid imagination, took a cautious step back. Just as Sumimi was about to pass by the formidable swordsman Macedon, she was halted once more by Mr. Macedon. However, this time, Sumimi did not afford him the opportunity to speak, sliding forward and forcefully colliding her right shoulder against the sword-wielding guard. Hong Chang appeared slightly troubled. Yet Mu sensed a deeper, more profound emotion stirring within his eyes, one that was desperately suppressed. What unspoken words lingered in the air? With a swift flash, a blade of light sliced through the air, and a cultivator was silenced before he could utter a sound, his soul obliterated in an instant. What is Diaochen afraid of? I gaze at the high-ranking officer with uncontainable curiosity. It seems I have never witnessed Diaochen fear anything. If I were to discover his fears, would I not possess an additional bargaining chip? The encounter was not yet concluded, as 3 more figures emerged from behind the alliance. Also cultivators in the tribulation phase, albeit in the initial stage, a tier below the 2 who had appeared earlier. Qin Yin did not inquire about the path, but glanced at the moonlight filtering through the branches, chose another direction, and strolled forward with ease. Li Qinsha expressed mild surprise, noting that the military merit points gained from slaying the dragon had astonishingly reached 30 million. After all, he had only accumulated a little over 80 million from defeating numerous mutated beasts before this. In truth, once netizens learned that Jiming had alerted Alamon of an impending invasion, which ultimately led to Alamon's defeat, the consensus overwhelmingly sided with Jiming, condemning Alamon as inept. People were further puzzled. What hidden intricacies lay within so face swordplay that even Gexinglia could not help but stare in awe? Yet, all present were top-tier experts. Why did they perceive that technique as merely ordinary? There seemed to be nothing particularly remarkable about it. The Hummer itself was inherently well-armored, and after modifications, its safety was beyond question. Thus, Mingfa need not overly concern himself with security. Nevertheless, Li Qian still equipped herself with weapons, specifically 2 M520 large-caliber revolvers. They departed from Song Zinan's residence together, coincidentally heading towards the school gate, which was also the route to Building 13 of the dormitory. As they were about to part ways, Li Chuan was taken aback when Hechu Zinzi unexpectedly suggested accompanying him. He consented, albeit with surprise. The radiant light illuminated the area, and the sky became adorned with colorful clouds, from which brilliant beams of light emanated. This magnificent spectacle, born from the contract mounts, was a sight that Qin Haonan and Yao Ruashi had never witnessed before. Chapter 194, The Passing of Muin, Part 2. Having conveyed all that needed to be said to Bei Bei, Muin held faith that this child would one day grasp the essence of his words. Now his focus shifted back to the academy. Muin turned to regard the 2 individuals standing not far away. Duodua, Linner, I apologize for making you wait so long. Upon reflection, I realize I owe you both much. Qian Duodua lowered his head, overwhelmed with respect. How could that be, Malao? You have always been. At that moment, a throng of mercenaries surged towards him, encircling him tightly. These mercenaries, inexplicably armed with ropes, bound him securely. This was for the best. A faint smile finally appeared on Nipeng's pale face, as if, at that moment, all worries and fears had dissipated. Suddenly, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed. He noticed an unexpected figure, a bald, one-eyed elder, had materialized upon a massive rock. The flower thief, who had previously reveled in his fortune, now fell to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Jishuan seized the opportunity to fire several shots, transforming this bizarre entity, sharing a name with Xiu Jima, into a cascade of brilliant starlight. Everywhere lay remnants of the fierce battle between the male and female giant pythons, suggesting that the combatants had met with total annihilation. Were it not for the constraints of tribal law, under the unprecedented weakness of the Xia dynasty, they could have easily overthrown the court and established a new dynasty. Your intentions are so glaringly obvious. How could I possibly remain oblivious? Lu Yu leaned against the horizontal bar, eyes closed. While a typical person might feel a tinge of anxiety or curiosity upon entering such an alien environment, the middle-aged man with white hair appeared unperturbed, surveying his surroundings as if returning to familiar grounds. Is that fellow being pursued by Hao Chen? Subsequently, Jiang Zishi recognized Rui Cheng and voiced his suspicion. The journey was far from tranquil, with various uninvited monsters appearing, all of which Li Chuan dispatched effortlessly. now ranked first on the Tianhong Cheng leaderboard. He regarded ordinary monsters with disdain. Li Chongrui promptly divided the criminals into two groups, releasing one after education and handing over 5 particularly heinous offenders to Han Xing, declaring, "These individuals must," making a gesture indicative of execution. First was Wang Chuanshan, whose eyes blinked in disbelief. To claim one was unafraid of death would be a falsehood. He realized he was likely doomed. However, after a brief moment, he felt as though he had escaped unscathed, shaking his head and confirming that he was indeed intact. A collective scoff erupted from the crowd, none deigning to acknowledge Song Xiaoyan, save for Yang Fei, who nodded in his direction. A wager must be honored. The illustrious Yoming Lao Gue, a master of the heavenly tier, would never renege. He has secured the briefest window of opportunity for his disciple. That is all he could do. The crowd buzzed with speculation, eager to uncover the identity of the individual who had compelled Ning Xiu to willingly part with 5 million for a mere dance. After bidding farewell to being mayor, Yin Zhaoyan returned to the accommodations arranged at the Ice Palace, seeking a moment of respite when Yin Tianxiu entered. "Do not insult our mean gentleman." A disciple rushed forth, intent on confronting Lin Xue. "I have already slain on Delhi. You may now claim your bounty." Lin Fei addressed Liu Jingjing. At that moment, Zheng Xinyue's phone rang. Feeling unwell, she retrieved her mobile from her bag, discovering an unfamiliar yet oddly familiar number. Without much thought, she answered the call. Chapter 195, The Extreme North. This was my 3rd visit to this frigid place. Hearing Lin Shi's murmured words, Xuedi turned in surprise. "You say this is your 3rd time here?" Lin Shi nodded. "Indeed, but the previous visits did not delve this deeply." Currently, Lin Shi walked alongside Du Busi, Lin Xiu'er, Hui Yutong, and Xuedi across the vast snowfields of the extreme north. Truth be told, at moments like these, he could not help but envy the low-grade source weaponry, which, even within Yin Shuicheng, was a rare treasure. Lu Changqing softly called out, closing his eyes as he fell forward, while the prayer beads sent by Shi Miao suddenly cracked open. Not only was she more beautiful than him, but she also possessed a grace that surpassed his own. His only advantage lay in his physique. "You beast, begone!" Liang Shi's chest heaved, blood seeping from the bandages on her forehead. After all, the Zhang and Sun families had considerable influence across numerous nations, leading to a polarized global landscape. "Aunt Zhao, this scarcely concerns me. I see that Li Bing has been suppressed for too long. It seems he has finally come to terms with it." Fang Yichen refrained from taking credit, having previously encouraged Li Bing in his romantic pursuits, only to witness his success this time, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Upon learning that Song Yang had temporarily departed from Yinqing, the Long Princess felt that Qi Luo lacked protection, prompting her to summon her shadow guards to teach Qi Luo a lesson. In the following days, the police dispatched numerous personnel to monitor Lin Ji and the villa's every move. Today's training session was invigorated, with students training vigorously during the first half and proposing a revenge match during their break, which I and Lin Ji presented to the instructor. The 6 elder members nodded in agreement. Although they had resided in the imperial capital for millennia, their cultivation had stagnated. He could have ruthlessly expelled them. Yet upon seeing Xia Qingtian's face, he found it difficult to act with cruelty. Throughout this time, Hao Fan had persistently pursued Zhu Qing, but had yet to receive her consent. Gu Yunshi became increasingly agitated, feeling that the blame lay not with him, but rather with the 4 figures in black robes who had disrupted the delicate balance. Since Zhuan Maochun had not participated with them, lacking sufficient warm-up, he was not allowed to lead the charge. After traversing the entire day, his swimming skills proved advantageous, enabling him to tackle the underwater weeds without issue. Gazing up at the person before him, with their pair of bright, penetrating black eyes, he noticed that the shyness and innocence he had once cherished had vanished, replaced by a resolute and cold demeanor. On Shi Cheng's dark eyes flickered with contemplation. If there were no traces of entry and exit at hotels or hospitals, there was only one potential location left. Tang Yiyu raised her hand, momentarily forgetting to lower it, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she stared at him. "No, ceiling," she exclaimed, propelling herself from her wheelchair towards the piano keys, resolutely refusing to allow them to be harmed. Nothing is impossible. Even a half-saint is merely this. Let your leader come forth to meet his demise, Bai Lingye continued. As she spoke, the crimson walls of the palace came into view, teeming with an array of various monsters outside. Tai Wei, be cautious of the other monsters and attend to the doll. Zhu Yutong, if you wish to avoid death. Keep your distance, but do not stray far from Tai Wei. I turned my head and whispered sternly. The appearance of that neck-snapping ghost did indeed resemble an eggplant being sliced open and stuffed, yet the thought of it was rather unsettling, instantly diminishing my appetite for eggplant. Calculating the time for the next 2 years, until the doctor fully recovers to a state of 100 and successfully parasites. Those 3 extraterrestrial beings will certainly not set foot outside Europe. Even Bai will return to Europe to guard her companions. Chapter 196. The Snow Emperor's Address before long. The earth began to tremble violently. Towering figures emerged from the horizon, racing towards Lin Shi and the others. Soon, they reached a distance of approximately 1,000 meters from Lin Shi and her companions. Upon arrival, they ceased their advance and knelt upon the ground, bowing their heads in reverence to the Snow Emperor. The Ice Emperor, having appeared beside the Snow Emperor unbeknownst to anyone, gazed upon the scene with pride. Observing the inevitability of the crowd's intent, the one-horned Ghost King nodded, a sinister smile flashing across his lips, instantly awakening the coagulated blood true seed within the 2 bodies. Fortunately, Yun Hao had long anticipated this, having already consumed the last soul-reviving pill. The moment he landed, he sprinted madly towards the depths of the Golden Mountain. As one approaches Baishi Island, the winds and waves are enveloped by a thin mist, creating an atmosphere of serenity and tranquility. Following this, Su Chun took a deep breath and stepped forward, half of his body entering the attack range of the high tower. Beside him, Qing Ling and Lu Yunqing's elegant faces shifted slightly, prepared to offer aid at a moment's notice. After much hesitation, Ma Long suddenly conceived an excellent idea. He sketched an area on his tablet, and upon completion, handed it over to Uncle Zhong. Uncle Zhong nodded, ultimately returning the tablet to Old Du at school. Yili felt a wave of relief wash over her as she recalled the most pressing matter. Once the school becomes aware of the situation and classmates learn of it, despite her innocence, the power of public opinion is formidable. Most of those willing to help are of insufficient strength, as long as they do not hinder Yixiao. It would be a blessing, but to provide genuine assistance might be beyond their capabilities. Xikong Dao Run and Jingyang Dao Run regarded Hua Jingyi's affected demeanor with evident disdain, turning away with expressions of resignation, seemingly preferring death over the sight of her face. Wu Qiuqiu, having been a corporate slave in her previous life, spent her days being drained by her adoptive parents and had never experienced such breathtaking views, having not lived in coastal cities. Nevertheless, she was not surprised, as Captain Ing was the most capable subordinate of Qing Long, and the 2 had always referred to one another as brothers. Chen Yang surveyed the area, nearly 1,000 square meters in size, previously rented by a tenant engaged in electronics. The partitions were already in place, sparing them the need for extensive renovations. They only needed to procure desks, chairs, computers, and other office supplies. As a series of swift sounds echoed through the air, the masked assassins began to fall. One by one, when Shui Nyang fell into a deep slumber, Duanzi Yin opened his eyes, approached the window that had remained closed during the day, effortlessly opened it, and leaped into the night. Though his movements were light, the scorpion spirit displayed no resistance, causing it to panic internally. I am a critical gateway. As long as the array's components are dismantled in order, there will be no issues. Gradually, the intricate mechanisms can be resolved, liberating us from the long-standing entrapment. Yu2 blinked, his hand, previously arranging his hair, halted abruptly and suddenly plunged into the hot spring, capturing the other's unruly hand. Shu Jin felt deeply insulted by being bound, and now the audacity to eat in her presence was intolerable. Upon seeing Li Fu's expression, A.E. recognized his ignorance of the full truth. The Zhang family's public narrative of harassment and the cutting of drug portions was to protect her. Thus, he failed to intervene in time, and by the time he realized, Gao Tiandao's family had already retreated into their home. Faced with the wandering souls and demons upon the earth, humanity's only recourse was to continually shrink back and hide. Meanwhile, Xia Mi, armed and ever vigilant, maintained a battle-ready posture regardless of the circumstances. The third prince fell silent, his expression growing increasingly grim. His pale visage was shrouded in a dark crimson glow, resembling a grotesque, bloated corpse. Even the formidable Tian Wang felt a strong sense of discomfort in the presence of the third prince. Extra, Artoria versus Snow Emperor. On this day, the rear mountain of the Benti sect welcomed two rare visitors. The Snow Emperor regarded the golden-haired maiden before him with curiosity and inquired, "I recall your name is Artoria, correct? What brings you to me?" Artoria nodded. "I wish to spar with you in swordsmanship." "Why?" "Because you are the first renowned swordsman I have encountered in this world." As a beast god priestess, a Xian naturally rode in the carriage of the Wu Ding tribe, while others accompanied by foot, providing protection. Their footwear was peculiar, crafted from grass into large-headed shoes, with elevated soles that produced barely any sound while walking. Just as plant-type martial souls can absorb animal-type martial souls, it follows that strong attack-type martial souls like scythes, hammers, and swords can similarly absorb plant-type soul rings. However, this was only temporary. Once the opponents recognized that they could determine their location through certain methods, they would immediately redirect their assault towards him. For this reason, they wished to prevent Hu Qi from killing the sorcerer, thereby avoiding trouble for themselves. All players of the Dota game carry an inexplicable sentiment towards the hero Karl. In professional competitions, nothing is more captivating than a spectacular display by Karl. Yanshi smiled and offered no explanation, waiting to inform the princess that she could visit at this time in the future. Utilizing their current advantage, they must eliminate some strategic resources. The first target is the enemy's mid-lane tower. The crux is that his ultimate ability is about to expire, making it unwise to engage in battle with the opponent at this moment. A two-dimensional space is flat, it lacks height. The objects within are also two-dimensional, hence devoid of elevation. Although it was a rebuttal to his words, her gentle and melodious voice was so enchanting that Sun Yinling inexplicably felt his ears flush. That evening, Yixing arrived at my place. By then, the sky had turned completely dark. I had already prepared the meal and sat on the sofa in the living room, boredly watching television as I awaited his return. Xie Fangji spoke with an air of confidence, as if her reasons were irrefutable. When she opened her eyes and saw two naked men in the room, her entire world collapsed. Although several ruffians had been driven away, her fear had nearly dissipated. She had indeed been scared enough to weaken her legs. With the Duke Wang's mid-stage Yuaning cultivation slaying a transformation deity, many sect elders of the cultivation world tacitly approved of Duke Wang's commercial activities, allowing him to conduct business within his sphere of influence. The baby orange spirit, feeling overshadowed, grew displeased and promptly expanded, transforming into a figure over 2 meters tall, striding boldly into the enemy ranks. The title bestowed upon the county lord lacked the corresponding dye silver, rendering such an honor merely for show. It was unexpected that Sun Yinling, a mere warrior, could exhibit such tenderness. A single title seemed to envelop her like the warm rays of the sun, soothing her entire being, filling her heart with delight. "It matters not, for I think of you." Qin Luo Fan, instead of expressing anger, smiled and took a seat beside her. At this point, Li Zhao was already breathless with excitement, his throat dry and scratchy. Seizing the moment, while Li Longji still savored his words, he uninvitedly approached the table of Zhang Shuo and others, eagerly quenching his thirst with a cup of warm tea. Some of the peach trees, now mere memories, stood as gravestones before the splendid transformation of the ruins and Peach Blossom Street. Chapter 197. Xiaobai joins the group once the soul beast had mostly departed. Xiaobai spoke up. "Snow Emperor." Its voice bore a tone of grievance, akin to a child denied their favorite candy. The Snow Emperor did not respond immediately, but cast a glance at Titan Snow Demon King. "Atai, you have just assumed the position of the Lord of the extreme North Icefield. The various clans below require your personal reassurance to swiftly establish your authority. Go forth. I shall await you here for 3 days. Of course, I am sincere. Have you ever witnessed me jest? Yiming chuckled. Such a significant event as a marriage proposal was no trifling matter, necessitating concrete actions. Upon witnessing this, Bai Ranran was left speechless, sitting in silence, her pouting lips betraying her dissatisfaction. The city lord's mansion was vast, or at least Mingma perceived it as such. After a long journey filled with twists and turns, the path was exceedingly intricate. The defenses here were stringent, only slightly inferior to those of a typical military camp. A volley of arrows fell, with only two striking the robust man. Yet these arrows were not the work of a hammer, but rather the efforts of two trembling elders who could barely draw their bows. Mingma, you flatter me, he chuckled. I merely cooked on a whim. I'm pleased you enjoyed it. Lan Ruoqing blushed, her cheeks resembling ripe peaches, embodying a bashful demeanor. Brother Long, arrange for some vehicles to assist us. If we are discovered, create some chaos. The fire dragon nodded in agreement. As they exited the alchemy room, the door of alchemy room 25 swung open, revealing a handsome young man of about 18 or 19 emerging, his eyes shadowed with an inscrutable gloom reminiscent of Yuan Qingyu. But what did she ultimately gain? Upon returning from Italy, did she not eagerly seek out that scoundrel? The rhythm of the evening gala was entirely in Su Youqing's hands, who rallied the audience. Initially, she intended to sing a song, but given the audience's fervent calls, she was compelled to think of another. Elder Yun remained fixated on the alchemical formulae, his final laughter seemingly a veil for his true sentiments. I believe I have conveyed this sentiment to you long ago. It is your own inflated self-perception that prevents you from believing it. Gu Xiaobei interjected fearlessly. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Chun Minjing scoffed, yet despite her words of caution against Lin Shifan, she still nestled within his embrace. What unsettled him was the familiarity of the azure flames. He felt he had encountered them before. His latent animosity and aversion towards Yu Wushuang were not merely due to their opposition, but stemmed from her presumption that the North Star must inherently belong to her each time she sought its whereabout from Zhong Tianyu. A notion that irked him deeply. Enough, I shall sleep well and await tomorrow's exchange meeting. Lu Feiyong drifted into slumber, having exited the training space. Suja proceeded towards Yinxiao Town. To stabilize his strength, selecting formidable opponents in the arena was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. As Suja and his companions suddenly broke through the encirclement to join Xiao Yu, the two battling seven-star Yuan warriors paused, retreating to their respective camps, glaring fiercely at one another. Indeed, it is seizing the body. The elder suddenly placed his hand on Qin Hai's pulse point, and Qin Hai instantly felt a surge of formidable inner power coursing through his wrist, reaching the palm of his right hand. In the dining hall, a group of chefs surrounded Zhou Chunhai, brandishing their knives as he chopped meat. I have only just arrived in Jialua City. The speaker, hearing the elder's words, appeared somewhat perplexed. Chapter 198. Earth Dragon Gate. At the Earth Dragon Gate's headquarters, Nanshui called out to the room, Chiu Chiu, why have you locked yourself in again? Hurry and join the disciples in their training. A girl's voice resonated from within. No, mother, I am currently engrossed in a novel. Please wait a moment. Hearing her daughter's response, Nanshui was both amused and exasperated. She opened the door and entered, seizing the moment to snatch away the book. Luo Fu's reaction incited not only anger in Nalan Fu, but also a sense of defeat. During the Ding family's brief period of tranquility, Xie Yinxiu and Ding Feiyong reached the military district in Dama Town without hindrance. A chorus of gasps filled the air, accompanied by screams and cries. As if something had transpired, having spoken, a series of concise yet powerful incantations resonated from Mary Margaret's robust voice. Blood splattered as another attacking howling moon demon wolf fell. And upon hearing Luo Yinhuxi's call, the two immediately halted their actions. Upon entering the room, they found two maidens who had just finished crying. Upon seeing Li Daju's return, they gradually calmed down. The middle-aged man accompanying Dong Qiuxiao maintained a polite smile, directing it both at Jiang Ruoying and Zhang Yuan. She need not unleash a third fire dragon, yet evidently, she perceived a potent threat in Luo Fu's words. She promptly gave Zhang Yuan 2 thumbs up and began to furiously type a response. However, The man in the dark blue robe was merely at the third level of spirit refinement, on par with Lu Xing Tangu, no longer offering kindness, began to mock, humming Castle in the Sky to seize the initiative. Otherwise, old Yang would surely later feign ignorance. As anticipated, and Yunxin's hand fell once more, her red-nailed fingertips swiftly grazing Jian Yu's cheek. Although those were indeed fakes, they were not mere street goods. They were replicas created by renowned artists. While not on par with the originals, they still held substantial value, and thus you did not suffer a loss, the Elder D weakly remarked. All right, it's a deal. After acquiring the soul, it was better to have something than nothing. Recovering even a bit was preferable. However, the failure to sell the fabric, or the lack of any sensation it generated, could be deemed a failure on their part. Since ECI was currently invisible, speaking would reveal her presence, prompting her to utilize the unique skills of the Tianshan creatures, communicating with other Tianshan beings or flora through physical contact. After a lengthy practice, he found himself parched, and as he paused for water, the moment swiftly passed. Exiting the restroom, he felt an inexplicable sense of confusion. He often pondered his purpose at school, realizing he had learned nothing, but had indeed mastered the art of smoking and drinking. "Siya, it is indeed you." Lin Siyu turned her head to see Qin Muyao, who was smiling at her. "You say this is impossible, but that merely reflects your unwillingness to confront the truth. I distinctly remember the events of that time. We both clearly heard it. The children were treated as mere tools, sacrifices by your church." Vina added, "Unlike Vina, this dark power had been passed down through the souls of generations, granting it far more diverse methods than the singular assault style of Carol. Nevertheless, Carol possessed capabilities that Vina could not achieve. During the outbreak of the plague, he was tasked with tracking down its source and eliminating the mastermind behind it. The fallen Dalaran Archmage Kel'Thuzad, leader of the cult. In this world, without spirit stones, one's cultivation would stagnate. Although the surrounding environment offered a relatively rich aura for ordinary people, it lacked the necessary concentration for practitioners." Chapter 199. Reaching an agreement, Lin, she cheerfully acknowledged, "Indeed. We have the means to fully utilize what is there. Name your price." They had to return to the extreme north within 3 days and had no time to waste with Nan Shui. After some contemplation, Nan Shui stated, 5 million gold soul coins, plus a permanent 10 discount on Chaldean products. She had no intention of stopping Lin Shi and her companions, knowing that they could not even access that well. The elderly man before them, regardless of his status or his rank as an alchemist, was significantly superior. Gong Wei Guo remained unperturbed, not overly surprised by Dr. Strange's straightforward revelation. Fang Zheng also expressed doubt, questioning how one could reach a conclusion without considering the results. The store manager clearly recognized Li Mingyue, but hesitated, indicating how much Li Zhe had bullied him. Hong Shi-san remarked, "This is the uniqueness of the Pailai palm. The 18 dragon-subduing palms rely on one's own power, employing 18 different techniques to project palm strength. If the recipient does not counter with their own energy, they will sustain severe injuries." They found a secluded corner by a courtyard wall, where Yuanji acted as a human ladder, helping Li Bai, Zhang Qing, and Wei Yang over the wall, before vaulting over with Zhou Fengchen. Ku Xian was the master of the Southern Hall of the Immortal Alliance, commanding nearly 1,000 disciples, most of whom were devoted to him. If he were present, matters would be much easier. However, he had recently gone to the East Sea on business. Zhao Tianyu could vaguely sense someone lurking in the valley. If they ventured deeper, they would surely disturb that individual. Yet those of skewed bloodlines would need a generation or two of integration before being truly accepted by the royal family. Thus, the two remained unaware that any discerning observer could see that the 4 dragon lords were bound to lose. There was no need for a fight. They shook their heads, indicating their ignorance. Brotherly seems genuinely upset. Let him vent. Where else could he find such an interesting senior brother? She wore a simple white dress, her long hair tied back, and though she wore no makeup, a vibrant youthful radiance emanated from her. Therefore, regardless of Tang Sui's identity, since Long Tingchun accepted him, the Long family must be aligned with him. "Do you really think I can command an army of 100,000? I can barely manage 7,000. Sima Ji was unaware that the 100,000 troops he had painstakingly assembled had already expanded fivefold in the eyes of the Lini people. Such a person would have no trouble defeating someone of Gu Tianlong's caliber, who was equivalent to a master of the Tao. He found it hard to believe this was real. They'd just been in a void, and now they suddenly appeared in a vast, ancient land. Having grasped this knowledge, Lin Qingfei felt he had gained a considerable understanding of the powers above the Hanlin realm. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed across the sky as a shadow plunged into the battlefield, wielding a blood-red slender sword and wreaking havoc, directly dismembering two monstrous entities. Of course, Meng Xian replied confidently, as the saying goes, every profession has its specialty. This is my forte. Mo said, then I shall leave it to you. Qianguang nodded. Mo, what exactly are you and Qianguang up to? Afterward, I conducted a thorough investigation and found no signs of tampering. There were no mechanisms present. Huang Quanjun shook his head. Yes, big brother, we will help sister-in-law quench her thirst right away. 6 men surrounded Tan Yaji on the sofa and carried her toward the bedroom. Luffy scoffed, feeling discontented. However, He Chiao's analysis was sound. Indeed, a person struggling for survival in water would hardly have time to think about zipping up their jacket. Thus, he reluctantly conceded to He Chiao's viewpoint. Chapter 200, The Eternal Ice Cave, Part 1. While several individuals chatted outside the well, those below had already arrived at their destination. Such secret realms undoubtedly had hidden mechanisms, and Nan Shui had informed them of the activation method on their way. There was a small protrusion on the stone wall, exceedingly concealed. Without Nan Shui's prior warning, Yutong and the others would not have discovered it. Yutong placed her hand on it and pressed down firmly. As she spoke, she saw him stagger away. Behind him, Lan Linger retracted her smile, glanced at the sky, and closed the door. Dongfang Jiaoyang scoffed before turning to leave. Observing his resolute figure, Lan Linger felt a twinge of sadness and turned to Luo Yin, parting her lips but unsure of what to say. Some subordinates were puzzled. If the evidence was irrefutable and the young mistress had been found, why had Yi Xiao yet to suppress the matter? Although he was perplexed, he understood that Yi Jiazhan was playing a much larger game. He said nothing further and bowed his head in response. On the arena, 5th AO Tian and I were surrounded by shadows of spears. The two had ignited genuine flames of combat. Hua Mingdai beamed with joy upon hearing this. Bowing her head, So Ming Mo could fasten the jade pendant around her neck. Her gaze towards him filled with happiness and affection, suppressing all distracting thoughts. Fang Chun clenched his fists, a resolute expression crossing his face. In this world, everything was painted in shades of white and silver, with the forest interspersed with flowers and grasses of the same hues. Lin Anren stood out as the only vibrant splash of color. Huh, who was it that professed their affection for me earlier, but now refuses to admit it? Tong Ran scoffed. Qinlan couldn't help but think of Fang Wuyun, the more optimistic of the two. Had it been Fang Wuyun by her side instead of Fang Zhongyan, her emotions would surely have been less complicated. If it were her in such a situation, she would have fled in a frenzy long ago, though she might not have escaped. That would be the instinctive reaction of an ordinary person facing a crisis. Yet, this fellow not only did not flee, but instead walked deliberately toward the 5 of them. She said to Pei Yunsheng, "To be honest, your brother is not a good person. He cannot be with Jian Han, yet he cannot resist straying while with me." In their hometown, second marriages were always concealed. At most, one would wear a red flower on their head when visiting the groom's family. His hair was tousled by the wind, yet this did not detract from his striking and elegant visage. By the time Shan Guang arrived with all his disciples and brothers in tow, the camel's form had long since vanished. Even if Yu Ling is reluctant to admit it, it must be acknowledged that her culinary desires have been exquisitely refined by Qi Shaoyan. At times, when he vividly describes the flavors and textures of various delicacies, it leaves her salivating. He once remarked that one should never display weakness in front of others, for weakness is the final bastion that can shatter one's inner fortitude. Aunt Lu provided them with fresh bed linens and blankets, along with a candle placed on the table, instructing them to simply extinguish it when they were ready to sleep. Moreover, They were closely following him, who never paused, thus leaving no signs behind. At that moment, they passed by a bartender, and Jian Nanfeng discreetly retrieved several red bills from his pocket, slipping them into the bartender's, leaning in to whisper. Throughout the day, they had not utilized the restroom, not merely due to their limited consumption of food and drink, but likely because some are holding back. The Guangfu Garden possesses a basement, and Beiwuyo's basement is secured by a large iron door, reinforced with steel bars on either side, making it impossible to open from the outside. The display screen froze, and upon closer inspection, it became evident that a mystical glow of blue and white emanated from the fire axe in a man's grasp. In Chapter 201, The Eternal Ice Cave, Part 2, after departing from the cavern, the group followed the current of coldness downstream. Soon, they arrived at the spring's source and eagerly dove in. Upon entering the spring, Yutong was met with an even more formidable surge of cold, causing her complexion to change. If the previous chill in the Ice Extreme Divine Crystal Cave merely felt like a breeze, this spring was overwhelming, inducing uncontrollable shivers. Once the crowd departed, the Miao family hall fell silent, save for the occasional warm breeze that swept through the center. He perceived that Su's pharmaceutical was utterly finished, likely unable to pay the penalty fees, and did not harbor any expectations. After all, he was not in need of money, but sought to prove his own capabilities. Rinzhiga was remarkably knowledgeable about martial arts and techniques, fully versed in the martial classics of various lineages. As he spoke, he scanned the crowd. Several disciples, who had performed poorly, quickly bowed their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Su Zimu, initially indifferent, felt a sudden urgency at the thought of her own child. Should the child be born without spiritual roots after her departure? Even with Bo Zhixing's protection, she felt an intense anxiety. Then, Bei Yintianxing let out a furious roar, howling at the heavens, as the spiritual energy in his arm coalesced. With immense force, he thrust his paw backward. She rose, grabbing Charlotte, retrieving a towel from the bathroom, and after tossing Charlotte onto the bed, she tore the towel into strips with great vigor, then bound Charlotte securely. How outrageous! Jiang Kai turned and pushed him away, spinning around with a playful smile, declaring, "My heart is not made of ice. This is my heart." She cupped a ball of flame in her hands, shaping it into a heart, melting the crystalline heart and releasing a cloud of steam that swiftly transformed into a puddle of water trickling between his fingers. Listening to her sister Zhang Ruodong and manager Songman's discussion, Shen Xinyan eagerly opened the door, stepping out and heading straight to Chun Jinshan's room at the end of the corridor. Drugs? Chelsea? That is absolutely impossible. Chelsea is the least likely person to be involved with drugs. I have a few brothers who occasionally smoke marijuana, and they all share a common trait, a feeling of incompleteness that drives them to seek out addictive substances to fill the void. The top 100 of the Dao and Martial Arts Academy will be rewarded with 500 military merits, 500 Dao martial coins, a set of yellow-grade techniques or martial skills, and a high-tier magical artifact. Observing the elegantly dressed individuals adorned with jewels, he felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety. Mu Ziqin's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she nodded solemnly, casting a deep glance at Yexin before turning to leave without hesitation. Mu Ziqin's mother, though reluctant, felt a swell of pride as she watched Yexin and Mu Ziqin enter the Dao and Martial Arts Academy, becoming the paragons in everyone's eyes. You should carefully review the materials. It clearly states here that special guests do not make appearances. Officer Dong unfolded the documents and pointed to a specific section. It appeared that for common demonic cultivators, Qing Shui was not regarded with much seriousness. What captured his attention were the highly skilled demonic cultivators. This was understandable. As with Qing Shui's level of cultivation, he would only take note of those of equal or superior strength. Ordinary demonic cultivators would hardly warrant his consideration. However, due to years of neglect, compounded by various telephone poles and unauthorized constructions, the eastern part of the city appeared particularly crowded and disordered. Clearly, Mr. Wang was somewhat taken aback. He did not expect me to refuse. Not only him, but even Guanning cast a surprised glance in my direction. Sean and Chelsea disregarded her discontent, focusing instead on strategizing where to find someone, all asserting that those with low intelligence had no right to speak at this moment. Chapter 202. The Snow Empress Faces Tribulation. In truth, for the current Snow Empress, the formidable tribulation that should have left her helpless now seemed trivial. The 8 pieces of eternal ice marrow not only assisted her in returning to her peak state, but also elevated her strength to a new realm. Now, even outside the extreme north, the Snow Empress was confident enough to engage in battle with beings of comparable might to the Evil Eye Sovereign. The mere 70,000 years of heavenly tribulation was hardly worthy of her concern. Lin Shi was by the well when she returned home on Sunday. Speaking of her performance, Shi Xianghua was genuinely pleased with Stephen, assuring him that during the next home match, regardless of how busy work became, she would be present to cheer for him. Simultaneously, he was taken aback to discover that the terrifying Hong Huang devouring worm, which struck fear into all beings, was not a creature of the inner cosmos, but rather an entity from the outer realms. Although the Lord of Jiuzhou and the Lord of Jiuming were formidable, the starry sacred land was equally powerful. After all, within the Hongmeng city, there were already 12 formidable beings at the mid-level temporal and spatial sovereign realm, not counting the mothers who were battling outside. The injured bodyguard managed to suppress his pain and move aside, and at that moment, his 2 companions joined him, each wielding a black staff as their weapon. Yesterday afternoon's rain prevented singing, and with the preliminaries scheduled for today, if eliminated, she would no longer need to sing daily. Updates would be assured. If she were not eliminated, this kind of life would continue, and should I hope for our unit's failure? Yu Luxing's expression was one of astonishment as he voiced his question, reflecting his shock and confusion. Roy and the others retreated at a distance, not wanting to be caught in the crossfire. Roy even opened his silver magic eye, eager to observe the unfolding battle. At this moment, he possessed the capability to contend with a peak Do Zong expert and was curious to discover whether he could indeed defeat Qin Nusi. As for finances, not to mention the wealth generated from controlling the Divine Tower daily, even those shops could be said to be thriving, although he was not the true owner. The corresponding dividends were still substantial. Consequently, the final registration fee was halved from 20 taels to 10 taels. A member of the Hua family stepped forward, while several others glared angrily at Huajiang. The internal strife of the Hua family was well known, especially since Huadis and Huapali's father had recently become the family head. When Zhang Jiyun, with tears streaming down her face, confessed that this child was mine, I found myself at a loss for words. Indeed, my earlier inquiries were aimed at what purpose? Even if it were confirmed that the child is mine, what difference would it make? Aside from adding frustration to both parties, what utility would it serve? Jiang Ping understood that his parents took pride in him. Thus he did not voice any dissent, but fully acquiesced to their arrangements. However, that was insufficient. While Lei Dong could ensure his own safety, he could not guarantee the disarmament of Huang Mao before the gun was discharged. Once the bullet was fired, the errant projectiles could strike any unfortunate soul. Rest assured, he will not utter a sound. Lei Dong chuckled lightly, suddenly gripping the donkey's ear with his left hand while delivering a decisive strike to a critical point on the donkey's neck with his right hand. You misunderstand. Mo Zhongqi and I are merely ordinary friends. Lei Dong felt vexed. This Lu Datu was truly a blabbermouth. How could he divulge his hospitality towards friends to Mo Zhongqi and Lei Qianqian? Captain Luo was evidently a car enthusiast. Upon entering the vehicle, his eyes sparkled with delight as he caressed the luxurious leather seats, the ceiling adorned with colorful lights, and the finely crafted onboard refrigerator. It seemed as though he were not inspecting for contraband, but rather savoring the opulence of the vehicle. The implication was quite clear. It was as if Ani were probing whether she and Xiao Quan had engaged in any substantial relationship. If they had not, then perhaps Xiao Quan should take the guest room. If they had, then there was no need for further complications. Chapter 203. Negotiations with the far north. After a moment of reflection, the Snow Empress gently descended from the sky, landing before Lin Shi and the indestructible poison. Lin Shi hurriedly approached her. Congratulations, Snow Empress. It was evident to any discerning eye that the Snow Empress had emerged from this tribulation relatively unscathed. She was still in her prime, a piece of splendid news for Lin Shi. The Snow Empress nodded with a smile. Yes, thanks to your assistance. I would have never achieved a successful breakthrough otherwise. In fact, if these spirits were transferred into exquisite glass bottles and sent to Dixing, the inhabitants of Dixing would regale a long list of wine names after indulging. Matai, Wuliang, Remy Martin, and so forth. That Gue Tian was indeed pushed to the brink to utter Mitsui Yuko's name, which allowed the security to believe him somewhat, leading to the previous scene. A sudden silence enveloped the room. Only the image of the well continued to extend downward, reaching into the unknown pitch-black abyss. However, the same logic applied. The location of the Falling Soul Valley was closer to the mountains than those other entrances. If this massive serpent were cornered, given its colossal size, unless the Falling Soul Valley were entirely sealed off, the 4 to 5 meter high cliff would hardly hinder its advance. The 8 Lei Xianbo looked at one another. Being of one body, they shared an unspoken understanding of each other's intentions. In just a few short years, his students had transformed from freshly graduated university students into seasoned experts. Yet, when reporters inquired about their remarkable achievements, they humbly attributed it all to their mentor's guidance. Chunyu was particularly quiet today. He seemed to be somewhat anxious, unsure whether it was due to the impending meeting with Xian Yuan Yifei or the presence of his father, Lord Chunyu. But the question remained, how did Han Jun time his entrance so perfectly? Very few were privy to this information. How did Han Jun know the state was preparing to take action on the day of the 8-character slogan? Amidst the music, a flowing note subtly elevated her emotive tone, weaving a captivating web in the center. Yet the middle management posed a greater challenge. The production, storage, raw material supply, human resources, external relations, finance, and sales departments were all indispensable, and employing these local workers seemed utterly impossible. As his words fell, a brilliant light suddenly descended from the sky, from which another beam emerged, sealing the Qin Huang Hall tightly. Chun Qingdi lay within the room, hearing the playful bickering between the grandfather and grandson, reminiscent of days spent on Shiliang Mountain with the old monster, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Even as a member of the Shiwa family, descendants of the dragon demon, whose innate fire attribute was naturally vigorous, their eyes involuntarily narrowed at the sight of the golden orb. The soul force devouring the wooden sword would be utilized at my behest, which would obliterate the spirits of the sword masters of yore. This course of action was perilous. A single misstep could lead one to madness or even result in being possessed by the spirits of past sword masters, reversing control and rendering one neither human nor ghost. If she continued this way, Chun Tuan would be injured, and this man would not succumb merely through force. If given some time, perhaps Lu Mingwei could rekindle her relationship with Chen Tuan. In truth, this morning, he was not so miraculous. It was solely reliant on the intangible and colorless element of wind, along with the mental assault principles of Qian Sun's rhythm. Watching his silhouette vanish from view, Lu Shiyao felt a tumult of emotions, unconsciously biting her thumb tightly. Chapter 204. The Whereabouts of Wang Donger, the Ocean, the Cradle of Life, remains one of the few territories that humanity cannot fully conquer. For mankind, the sea has always held a special significance. And ever since Tang San ascended to godhood millennia ago, vanquishing the Spirit Hall, the ocean's importance to the denizens of Douluo continent has deepened even further. Today, Wang Donger continues to steadfastly meditate by the seaside. Oh, how exhausting! After a morning of practice, Wang Donger let out a great sigh. Originally, Lu Yuhan should have accompanied to bid farewell, but despite her efforts to limit her alcohol consumption at the banquet, there were simply too many people seeking to clink glasses with her. Even seasoned drinkers like Xie Changyan found themselves slightly tipsy, let alone she, a fresh graduate, who nearly succumbed to inebriation at the table. Subsequently, the natural powers within these special substances would diffuse into the unnamed realm, replenishing the increasingly thin natural energies due to the expansion of that realm. The waters within these substances would cascade to the ground, forming vast lakes and rivers. Qi Hao felt a tinge of reluctance, but did not insist. He understood the timing was not yet right. This Qin Yu had only crossed paths with him a few times, and they remained strangers to one another. Flames spread from beneath the Qingjia, creating identical fiery rings on either side of her. Chunlin did not harbor any ill thoughts. Upon mentioning such SBA establishments, his first thought was of illicit transactions, rendezvous havens, and wilderness escapades. How now? Do you still have anything to say? Dare you truly take what belongs to me? Your audacity knows no bounds. He sneered threateningly. Chi Hao felt quite vexed. What connection did he have with Chu Xianghua? Time and again, he had shielded her purity, yet he remained oblivious to whom this body truly belonged. In this region, if Tian Quan did not emerge, then Yuheng Peak would be the pinnacle of combat prowess. As a force second only to Tian Quan, the Yuheng level was similarly constrained by resources, and its spells and soul tools could not compare to those of higher tiers. Not even the richness of natural forces could be matched. She was unaware that Ming Fei was a distinguished master student at Wangjing University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, or else she would comprehend the source of such an aura. Exhaling the stagnant air from her chest, Yang Siki secretly thought how perilous it had been. She had expended her vital energy and was at her limit, for even a single concealed arrow could have taken her life. Yet now, having steadied herself, she had gained a sliver of opportunity. Ji Tianma intentionally feigned shock, covering her red lips, her enchanting eyes deliberately blinking, wearing an expression that conveyed her amusement at him. With a singular, resonant note, the high pitch of the jade pipa resonated like pearls cascading onto a plate, harmonizing with the flutes played by the palace maidens behind the stage. In the stillness of the air, the sound rippled like pebbles dropping into water, creating concentric circles of resonance. At that moment, Situ Cheng's eyelids fluttered as he exchanged a glance with Li Shuran, unable to suppress a sense of melancholy. Meanwhile, Mei Yinxue was astonished to discover that the black ring on her finger had inexplicably vanished. She searched diligently nearby, but found nothing. Yinxue, the path ahead must be traversed by you alone, echoed the voice of Shui Qianqing within her. In the darkness, Di Qianshi and Huang Qingwan could only see a pair of piercing, hawk-like eyes, which briefly lingered upon them before moving on. They exchanged a knowing smile and tightly clasped hands, their hearts filled only with joy, devoid of sorrow. Today's events served as a lesson. Had she chosen to yield, he would have immediately silenced all gossip about her in the magazines. After the kiss, Ji Liunyin remained discontented at heart. Not long after, he made an excuse to leave the gathering. Upon exiting the estate, Su Nan swiftly moved forward, while Shi Gang could only rely on his own pace. Let us speak no more of this. Tomorrow's court session awaits, where I shall elucidate the necessity of blood recognition. Loyal ministers and valiant generals, simply rally around me and lend your support, declared the Empress. In Chapter 205, Niu Tian and the Sea God Dalu on the distant Sea God Island. A middle-aged man led 3 individuals to kneel before Niu Tian. We're grateful for the blessings bestowed by the Sea God's envoy. 6 months prior, this man, Niu Tian, arrived on the island bearing a divine oracle from the Sea God. Initially, they were skeptical. After all, the Sea God Tang San had not manifested for nearly 10,000 years. Why would he choose to reveal himself to someone like Niu Tian instead of to his pious followers? Confronted with their doubt, a clash ensued, resulting in a terrifying explosion that sent Ling Tian hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth, clearly suffering a grievous blow. Under the earnest invitation of the 2 major sects in the cultivation world, Luyun sect and Tianwu sect, over 60,000 martial cultivators from various regions eagerly gathered at the trial square, responding enthusiastically to Yi Xiu's call, awaiting his arrival. Indeed, it is the wind. The Wulin River flows from the northwest, while Chao Chao advances from the same direction. Should a southeastern wind arise, we could leverage it to ignite our forces and achieve great success. Zhuge Liang elucidated further. By presenting oneself as bait, one could deceive outsiders into believing they had a golden opportunity to strike a fatal blow, thus enticing them to attack. Ah, you need not inquire. I shall share the truth with you today, he said with a gentle demeanor and a smile. Just as I was contemplating retreat, Shen Yao unexpectedly grasped my arm, directing my attention to the dense brush nearby. The once lethargic demon tree began to regain some strength under the influence of the sword demon, its demeanor growing increasingly wild. With a crack, Frieza shattered the wine glass in his hand, coldly observing the fierce struggle between Vegeta and the Earthlings. The heavy talisman, originally intended to suppress colossal demons, was now utilized upon myself, freeing me from fear of the winds. Gao Lin Xiao and his companion lifted Honggu, placing her upon Xian Zimo's back, and gracefully leaped through the window. The differing surnames of Liu Bing and Nangong Yi stemmed from the fact that they were not biological siblings. Nangong Yi was adopted by Liu Bing's parents. Upon hearing that the dog would be given away, Liu Wanqing's eyes widened, her beautiful gaze quickly clouding with moisture. Over time, Earth's atmosphere may not withstand the sun's ever-increasing temperatures and could gradually dissipate like that of Venus. At that moment, Old Master Liu suddenly chuckled, drawing the attention of everyone present. In the vast and boundless cosmic society, Haigu seemed to soar to the universe's periphery, glimpsing its entirety, an enormous, curving question mark which, when succinctly articulated, transformed into an exaggerated exclamation mark. The so-called 10 Great Warriors does not refer to an annual selection, but rather the accumulation of 10 warriors over several years, who would then undergo concentrated training to assume significant roles, such as the chief guardian of the Dali Kingdom. Every few years, a new batch emerges, becoming the pillars of the Dali nation. Haigu could not open his eyes, his mind ablaze, yet even with his eyes closed, he could still perceive the fierce flames. His respiratory tract burned uncomfortably, the air trapped in his lungs, and just as he thought he might suffocate, a powerful blow struck his chest, allowing him to exhale the pent-up air and breathe once more. Subjected to the sharp ridicule of student council members, it appeared the incident of his outing with Lan Xingqian at Linghu had spread. Rest assured, I will handle this properly and ensure no trace is left for the police to uncover. Su Chunhui immediately grasped Shun Lei's intent. The once stoic Lion guards outside the carriage now wore bewildered expressions, their instincts sensing a reversal of blood flow, their entire beings trembling. Was this truly the master they had known for over a decade? Which one was real? Chapter 206. 2 years later, the Hall of Heroic Spirits completed thus unfolded the events. What are your thoughts, esteemed colleagues? Lin Shi sat in an exquisitely decorated conference room, addressing the others present. Had there been outsiders among them, they would surely have been astounded, for those gathered were all prominent figures within the global power hierarchy. Princess Su Jujio of the Xingluo Empire, Princess Vina of the Tianhun Empire, Senior Sister Zhang Lishuan of Shrek Academy, the leader of the Poison Immortal Sect, Du Busi, and Prince Shui Yao of the Doling Empire, all were present. Unlike the Mirror Tower of the Jack Building, which served internal purposes only, the Jack Building was exclusively inward-facing. Just moments ago, in a fleeting moment of life and death, he darkly pondered whether, should Lang Yin perish beneath the stones, he might have a chance to capture Xie Yuyao's heart. Having flown a distance, Yi Ling suddenly spotted a place ahead resembling an ancient mountain stronghold, with faint figures moving within. A surge of anger compelled Yun Shuang to instinctively lower her head in apology, when suddenly, a familiar bird flitted into her view and landed on her shoulder. Her voice was soft and melodious, yet carried a hint of chill, truly enchanting. Any ordinary man would be captivated. Li Yunfei's hand paused mid-air, his expression revealing no surprise, instead curling into a smirk. Moments later, Prince Xiaohao and Gu Yunjia appeared at the entrance of the Grand Hall, followed by numerous ministers. He smiled as he observed the crowd entering slowly through the main doors. This meant that, without relying on any occupational bonuses or skill activation methods, one could elevate all basic attributes to 50 points simply through supreme point allocation. Hua Xiujin discerned Xie Yuyao's distress, smiling and shaking her head as she approached, taking Xie Yuyao's hand and guiding her in a sweeping sword motion, sending leaves swirling into the air. Despite Zhang Ling's excellent driving skills, it was evident that the opponent was no novice either. Zhang Ling continuously maneuvered, yet the adversary remained closely behind, occasionally unleashing gunfire. After hanging up the phone, Sun Wanwan contemplated calling Wu Xintian. who informed her that she and Zhang Han were enjoying a late-night snack outside. Upon receiving an address from Wu Xintian, Sun Wanwan grabbed her bag and headed out. In the midst of Ji Shun's joy and distraction, the expressions of the concubines exchanged glances, each filled with icy resolve and undercurrents of tension. Bian Shang de Wang Xiong was not taken aback. He leaned back to evade the gun muzzles wielded by the assailants, simultaneously drawing 2 firearms from his coat and pulling the triggers. The mention of Hong Shui resonated deeply with me. I was intimately familiar with Ouyang Hong Shui. Yet at that moment, my confusion rendered her figure indistinct. Who is Zhang Zihao? What relevance does he hold for you? Nan Gongjin's true intent was to uncover everything about Zhang Zihao. Of course, I took notice. Otherwise, I would not have come here, Ning Baobei remarked, nonchalantly finding a seat for herself. The expression on the face of the Prince of Lingu was momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that Xiang Zishi would utter such words. He had assumed she would declare an unyielding desire to break free from the encirclement. However, upon reaching Wan Yin Yuan, he still maintained this rationale. The princess was frail and could not come to Yanjing. Alternatively, perhaps he was lamenting the destruction of his meticulously crafted mousse cake, which had languished in the ice house for half a month, resulting in a bizarre assortment of creations that he brought to his shop despite battling a cold. Upon opening it, he fainted amidst the flowers. Indeed, that man's gaze was terrifying. Although I had never directly conversed with him, I instinctively resisted engaging with him. Perhaps in my subconscious, I had categorized him as an exceedingly dangerous individual. With a resounding noise, the city gates swung open, and the soldiers bracing against the doors were immediately crushed. The cavalry surged in, trampling the soldiers who attempted to intercept them, blood splattering everywhere, accompanied by cries of despair. Chapter 207. Conversations with Beibei and Zhang Lishuan. After everyone had vacated the room, she instructed Xue Di to leave first, before following suit and exiting the conference room. His objective was clear. Upon arriving at a door, he knocked. The door swung open instantly, and Zhang Lishuan eagerly beckoned. Come in quickly. Beibei has been waiting for you. Upon entering the room with Zhang Lishuan, she beheld Beibei. It had been quite a while since the last Soul Master Academy competition had taken place. All right, Jiang Yue sighed, conceding to Qi Huainan's insistence, finally removing her sunglasses to reveal her face completely. Fortunately, Yuan Shi's strength was considerable, and her spiritual prowess was remarkable. Even when confronted by Zhou Yin, she could effectively safeguard herself, avoiding any embarrassment. It turned out to be quite a fine vessel. Zhou Yin recognized the ship's exceptional quality and inferred that its owner must possess an extraordinary background. After resting at home for 2 days, Yuan Xin resumed her relentless visits to the film set. With assistant Sun present, everything had already been arranged meticulously. Gu Shura nodded in acknowledgement and courteously expressed gratitude to assistant Sun ahead of him. Just as he spoke, a middle-aged man, roughly in his 40s or 50s, emerged from the entrance, clad in a suit and displaying an expression of deep concern, holding something akin to a hearing aid. A wave of astonished gasps broke the silence between them, and they halted simultaneously, as Jian Fengho noticed that the gazes of the men brushing past him were fixated entirely on him, achieving a 100% turnback rate. Pouting, Yuan Xin dejectedly took a couple of steps forward, glanced up at him, and was about to speak when she noticed his disdainful expression, prompting her to shuffle forward again. Here, Zhou Yin was already 100% certain of the presence of spiritual stone veins, though the reserves remained uncertain. In retrospect, she felt fortunate that nothing had transpired between them. Otherwise, she would be at a loss on how to face Qi Huainan. Meanwhile, downstairs, the little dog involuntarily trembled, causing the beef it was clutching to tumble into the dish. It then adorably sneezed and stared blankly at the beef in the dish, uttering in bewilderment. Captain Yu Weiwei inquired about our platoon and assured Hu Xinlei that during the selection process, he would recommend our platoon to the brigade commander, allowing our reconnaissance platoon to send its finest for the selection. Li Tongming wished to say more, but noticed Zhou Tianlong's affirming expression, who subtly nodded at him, signaling him to rest easy. Li Tongming hesitated, the words on the tip of his tongue, but ultimately refrained from voicing them. Other comrades felt equally speechless. At such a moment, who was still in the mood for jokes? In light of this, Wan Xian could only sigh. The situation had been perilous. Had they engaged in battle with a colossal dragon, the outcome would likely have been being devoured or annihilated by the hidden firewolf. Mu Tianxin's spirit of self-sacrifice had greatly impacted Wan Xian. The footsteps gradually halted, the elder gazing calmly at Mu Tianxin, raising his hand and lightly letting it fall toward him. Gu Zhao playfully chided and instructed Lu Jiahao to keep his mouth sealed. Lu Jiahao understood the gravity of the matter and was naturally reluctant to speak recklessly, daydreaming about the potential windfall that could allow him to buy shares in his family's enterprise, thus securing a rightful position and crafting a legendary tale of youth entrepreneurship in Weigang. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed something distinctly unique about you. Nan Gongying responded evasively. Such a scene warmed an entire winter, regardless of the biting wind or the snowy nights. Trudging home was invigorating. No matter how cold or weary, the thought of a warm bowl of soup and a smiling face awaiting him filled him with energy. Chapter 208. The Servants Asclepius and Ilex. After organizing matters with Bei Bei and Zhang Lishuan, a circle of blue light enveloped Lin Shi, and the scenery before him transformed into the main sect. Over these years, not only had his soul power surged to nearly level 70, but he had also mastered the illusion known as Shui Jing under Morgan's guidance. He approached a door, pushing it open without knocking. The room's occupant had repeatedly emphasized that if there were issues, one should not knock, but simply speak up without concealment. She was eager to intoxicate Tang Zong, as his right hand had begun to flirtatiously lift her clothing. Si Wujia had long been aware of the incredible phenomena in the original third dimension. Yet being from the older generation, he was quite resistant to embracing new ideas. Song Chui felt that if he could suppress the disdain on his face, his demeanor might improve. Yet he could not fathom why Tang Zong, at merely the 5th level of the star-invoking realm, possessed such formidable power. The 3,000 paper pieces shot forth like bullets, piercing into Wang Hao's body, one after another. At that moment, the city of Manzhou had become the dominion of Qi Tianshou, who had no intention of establishing the main city in Lingzhou. Thus Liu Bowen and others did not unilaterally decide to relocate the capital. Although Yang Sen's endeavor might not yield success, it at least offered a glimmer of hope, alleviating some of Duan Fei's pressure as he gazed at the unconscious Su Rong in his arms, contemplating whether to heed Yang Sen's words, which, while laced with jest, were not entirely devoid of sincerity. At this moment, the Master Kongshan of the Sword Hero had a satisfied expression, patting the shoulder of the Sword Hero affectionately before proceeding to shave the others one by one. Yu. Ling Ji Bodhisattva was left speechless, initially intending to reclaim the body of his pet to see if he could devise a method to resurrect it. The 3 patriarchs exchanged pleasantries, observing your expressions which suggested you had matters to discuss with the esteemed Tiandi. Deng Chanyu inquired. The camp leader succinctly outlined the objectives of the current mission along with the personnel unit configuration, while the entire camp fine-tuned the encrypted radio signals. Everyone conducted a final check on their weaponry, painting their faces with war paint before the 3 battalions swiftly vanished into the lush foliage like arrows in flight. If it is to be, then so be it. What significance does it hold? After all, those who seek the title of sage are not few, and the absence or presence of one more hardly alters the count. Given the context, G. Webai must have been referring to the brother of that beast. Yet he described it as a grotesque and repulsive monstrosity. Such descriptions hardly align with the tall and handsome Ji Webai, do they? Thus, when Bai Ruoshang set her child down for a dance, Shunshur approached and lifted the child into his arms. It is understandable. His previous circumstances were dire, and many must have offered him food. How long could a stranger, with whom he had merely shared a fleeting encounter, be expected to remember him? Only she remained obsessed, unable to forget. The battle with the dark-winged demon had left you utterly exhausted. Engaging in conflict with me would be tantamount to seeking your own demise, would it not? The visions amidst the flames shimmered like rippling water, with light fracturing and flames erupting, while that nightmarish shadow oscillated between reality and illusion, as if capable of transcending the boundaries between the two. Witnessing this scene, Jiao Yue felt a pang of sorrow. To have become such a wretched tyrant is indeed a tragedy. To ensure caution and to conceal his intentions, he decided to temporarily halt the evolution of the light energy, opting instead to study the sacred text of the underworld. Once he fully assimilated its power, he would then advance to the next stage. Yang Hao shouted with a voice tinged with tremors. Despite being drained both physically and mentally, his spirit remained resolute. Rest assured, sister will neither go mad nor perish. Even if death approaches, I shall find a despicable man to share my fate with, Xia Yin declared through gritted teeth, though it remained unclear why this man incited such loathing in her heart. Chapter 209, The Opening Ceremony. A month slipped away in the blink of an eye, and soon it was the day when the experiment commenced. The vast expanse of the snowfield appeared endless, yet it did not feel desolate, for it was teeming with a diverse crowd. As Lin Shi had anticipated, not only did the Tianhun Empire, Xinglua Empire, and Doling Empire attend, but also representatives from the hesitant Ryu Empire and Shrek Academy. Accompanying them were hundreds of ice and snow elemental soul masters. The roar of the bear grew louder and more frequent, resonating in a way that made one's eardrums thrum. Qin Xiao was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Although they were competing in poetry, a matter seemingly unrelated, for some reason, Kakashi felt that Uchiha Obito was on the verge of being obliterated by Su Nan's verbal onslaught. Dressed in a gown of pristine white, identical in style to Yi Qingqing's, her natural beauty and gentle demeanor were accentuated by the garment, making her appear ethereal, like a pure lotus blooming in tranquil waters, reminiscent of a refreshing breeze caressing the lake on a summer's day. The nights in Wumu Mountain were eternally long and dark, with daylight feeling exceedingly distant. Good sleep became increasingly elusive as she often lay alone in bed, staring at the white ceiling, lost in thought. Within that circle, several curved lines emerged, resembling a leaf from afar. Transformed into a warrior, he faced the man-eating sharks, channeling his energy to influence them, causing several sharks to instantaneously transform into dolphins. Henceforth, the family fortune would be shared among all, as the entire clan was expelled to fend for themselves. Their survival would depend solely on their own luck. Xiao Jing answered Ling Yan's question with sincerity, though it contradicted his common sense. He had never heard of anyone going mad due to training a sport. Such an assertion seemed exaggerated. We must shake him off. The imperial descendants in the Cliff Mountains are formidable, and we cannot allow him to latch on. Otherwise, if his allies arrive, none of US will escape. Mei Yao expressed her concerns. Just as Lin Xiang and Nalen Suner were engulfed in confusion, a series of messages suddenly burst forth from their wristbands. Qin Yao froze, her face filled with shock as she looked at Nangong Yu, anxiously stating, "It seems Nangong Ling has taken action. I'm speaking of you." The voice rose higher, for he had never raised his voice with her before. Even if he had feigned anger, he had never truly scolded her. Tonight, it felt somewhat unsettling. As night deepened, the Times cinema nestled in the city center was abuzz with excitement. The colossal neon lights flickered in a kaleidoscope of colors as happy couples strolled hand in hand through the entrance. Upon hearing Xiaolong's words, confusion flickered across the faces of the onlookers. At that moment, Liang Haolong was in Shandong and had not made many appearances. How could one expect to deal with him? Despite his injuries, he felt a surge of happiness, knowing he would soon apprentice under the Iron Mask, thus hurriedly making his way to Ziyun City, which lay beyond Yinqing. To reach Ziyun City, one must first pass through Yinqing, providing Xiao with a reason to enter. At this moment, Qing Qing wore a charming smile as she gazed at the restless crowd below, feeling a sense of secret delight. This land talisman had been crafted by her father, and it was indeed remarkable. In the apocalypse, large cities no longer sustained life. Everywhere was concrete and steel, devoid of land to cultivate, while the countryside turned into a haven of happiness. Flee while the enemy has yet to seize the entire city. Escape as far as you can. Bai Zishi commanded as they retreated slowly toward the west city gate. Yi Junxian smiled brightly, upon seeing her sincere smile. He couldn't help but smile in return from the depths of his heart. Chapter 210. The Divine War Commences. Who are you? Lin Shi stared at the suddenly appearing middle-aged man, his face serious. His instincts warned him that this individual was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. The middle-aged man chuckled. You may have heard of me. My name is Yutong. At the instant Lin Shi heard this name, his pupils constricted, and without hesitation, he extended his hand. A golden longsword appeared in his grasp, and as he infused it with soul power, it almost. Wang Yang received it and noticed that the entire screw was pitch black. Typically, screws in computers or phones indeed possess this color. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Ji Xian felt an overwhelming sense of encouragement, as something she had almost given up on was rekindled with hope. She intended to step out to greet them. But just as she exited the grand hall, she encountered the group of Gu Feng who had already been escorted in. Wu Tong had come out today without a gun. He carried only a phone and keys, lacking any item that could serve as a weapon. In an instant, he grew to 10 times his original height, every muscle pulsating with purple flames, harboring terrifying strength. Having successfully reached the depths of the mountain, he felt as though his body had been struck with a 1,000-pound hammer, nearly falling apart. It must be noted that a single day without locating Cheng Haiyan meant an increase in danger. No one knew how she was faring. So how could they possibly rest easy? This deep pit was the root of my being, condensing all my essence. Indeed, I once sought to slay the primordial ancestor tiger, but the indestructible pearl on him formed a defensive barrier, and despite my best efforts, I could not breach its defenses. Rest assured, although this lunch may not be as delectable as yours, it is still passable. It seems that Cheng Haiyan, feeling she may have been overly harsh in her remarks, added, although her tongue is somewhat sharp, the food here is indeed quite acceptable. After several previous visits to the countryside, the villagers, upon hearing the calls of Li Manjun and Lu Yin, instinctively approached if they had any waste or feathers from chickens and ducks at home. Hung Qiao, now embodying the memories of Qiao Mei, spoke the local dialect fluently, having forgotten to use Mandarin in the past few days. The calculations of the Wu Ding Hofu have come to nothing, and it is likely that the couple will seek external assistance to prevent Sun Yingxia from speaking freely. Even if she were to utter a single sentence related to feelings, he would undoubtedly seek revenge for Ling Jun on her behalf. Although Qing Huan has lived in Qin for some time, she sometimes exhibits a noticeable accent in certain words. The crucial matter at hand is that the memorial accusing her has been proven false by the officials, who meticulously listed the evidence. Late into the night, rain began to pour heavily outside. Hung Xiao closed her eyes, listening to the sound of the wind and rain, tossing and turning in her bamboo bed for a while. In her mind, she repeatedly replayed the scene of Lu Yu embracing her and holding her hand as they descended the mountain. As her gaze shifted, this captivating light drew Su Si Nian's spirit deeper and deeper into a state of melancholy. He Jian, observing from the sidelines, furrowed his brow, sensing the formidable prowess of the sharp-tongued individual. Although Niu Tao was fierce, overcoming him would not be an easy task. He began to contemplate strategies, preparing to assist at a crucial moment. Zhu Jun had already devised a grand plan, and the most pressing concern was ensuring Sun Jian's safe return. With Tan Lin's applause, a squad of guards armed with bows and arrows rushed from the hall. Arrows knocked and aimed at Prince Cheng and his companions. She feared that she might unable to resist turning back and throwing herself into his embrace. Worried that the path they tread would lead to irreparable mistakes and that deep-seated animosities would separate them. Finally, seizing the opportunity to speak, General Zhao raised his voice, uncertain of what his superior truly wished to witness until the elevator doors on the 4th floor opened, revealing General Xiong before him, at which point he realized that this trial was nearing its conclusion. Chapter 211. Division of the Battlefield. It was a moment that left everyone in despair, as their attacks were effortlessly thwarted. A super artifact? Since his appearance, Niu Tian's expression shifted for the first time. He gazed at the gray youth atop the tower, narrowing his eyes. Are you the one hiding in the shadows? Yilix shook his head. I do not comprehend your words, but I cannot allow you to harm my disciple. Meanwhile, neither the crew aboard the spacecraft, the malicious driver of number 29, nor the operator of the green giant responsible for the catastrophe noticed what was unfolding. It is said that they are all figures of the highest caliber in the imperial medical community, the most skilled doctors in their respective fields. Li Yuanjin instructed Li Zichu to focus on his cultivation and await further news, as it was likely an order would be issued for everyone in the Xia dynasty to return home, possibly leading to a national extinction war of great significance. Li Zichu paid little heed to this, thinking that the second floor was quite acceptable, while he heard from Li Xiling that the first floor seemed rather chaotic. Very well. Without hesitation, Li Zichu felt the urgency of the Zhu Xian formation, realizing he could no longer delay his cultivation. Once Janeo Island emerged, without sufficient prowess, he would have no chance to contend for it. The only course was to swiftly enhance his own abilities, because of the things he did not wish to lose. The mere thought of the pain of losing them brought a hint of moisture to his eyes. Thus he was willing to assist others in seeking justice. However, he could not have anticipated that Zhongli had already prepared for these ordinary black mist invaders. And at that moment, the concealed presence of Fo Ben Sure Dao witnessed the black mist invaders stir, secretly astonished that they truly moved. At Shishan Villa No. 1, she was unable to enter and could only stroll around outside. Now completely up close to this high-end villa, Changla paused for a moment, somewhat dazed, and raised his eyes to look at Zhang Changxiu. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, cold as frost, and his gaze sharp as a knife. Wishing he could flay her alive on the spot. A scream pierced the air as workers at the docks halted their labor, the thugs of Dujiang, and the mid-level leaders turned their attention to the scene of the incident. To her surprise, just 3 days later, the eldest prince sent his confidant Fun Li to personally escort away to the White Orphanage, accompanied by Fei Li CT, who had also been granted permission by Bradley. Shortly thereafter, Yu Lang arrived at the entrance of the training ground. His steps were not particularly heavy, but after a brief hesitation, he resolutely entered. Indeed, it was not only Yang Ru Dan who held such sentiments. Even the powers in the other rooms refrained from bidding until the end, not only due to the fame of the Wanyu Gate, but also because the value of the Yu Chan Toad's essence was so high that it could rival that of the royal blood. Amidst the flames, a crimson spirit sword materialized, manifesting layers of fire. Within the flames, the spirit sword spread its wings like a phoenix, producing a clear and melodious sword chant that pierced toward Yifeng. This action drew not only the attention of those in the audience, but captivated everyone present. As the dust settled, Su Yi finally discerned the situation on stage. In their clash, and Ru Lai was not at all at a disadvantage, and their confrontation resulted in a draw. At this moment, the crowd, having reorganized their equipment, found a considerable amount of gear, weapons, and ammunition that had fortuitously flowed into the fray. Let's go. She finished her coffee in one gulp and waved goodbye, heading toward the door. Although Huang Qishui was reluctant to see his home planet fall into others' hands, he was equally unwilling to witness it being fought over. The existence of contention implied a situation worse than falling into the hands of a seemingly developing planet. Chapter 212, The Sea God Rebellion. Upon arriving in Tiando City, Lin Shi immediately surveyed his surroundings, and his expression shifted dramatically. Is this Tiando City? It was no wonder he had this question, as the scenery of Tiando City now bore little resemblance to his memories. The shattered streets, the city in ruins, and the torrential rain painted a picture of despair. Strangely, the entire city was devoid of sound apart from the rain, as if everyone had succumbed to an eternal silence. Feng Junda, seeing that the mill had nothing to do with him, volunteered to accompany Hai Yang, returning with Lu Diyong. Having learned that Ing Fong and several others were grinding beans here to prepare tofu, shamelessly requesting a bowl of tofu pudding. Xie Zheng's voice caught in her throat. She did not know how to respond to this question and could only remain silent. So many things seemed to be fading away. She felt exhausted, weary, and simply wished to sleep soundly without concern for anything else. On the return journey, she marked a few signs, certain she would return. Such a beautiful place. It would be a pity not to bring her family to see it. Only the true divine beings could open the passage to the divine realm. Shouldn't see you. in order to seal the entrance of the demon clan, expended his divine essence and became a demigod, unable to open the path to the divine realm, thus remaining in the realm of light. Soon after, the legendary inner workings of the Mu family reached the ears of the Shang students. It seems that Su Fu had made arrangements long ago, or they were taken aback by Ling Wuyi's transformation in both demeanor and appearance. Hence, they remained silent. During dinner, she ate somewhat absent-mindedly, with Mama Xia erroneously believing that Ling Wuyi's body had yet to recover. Yet, the man could not fathom her inner thoughts as he deftly extinguished the campfire and tidied up the items at the cave entrance. The essence of her metamorphosis stemmed from the exhilarating concept of life and death, a sensation only comprehensible through the trials of a bloody battle. Amidst the chaotic atmosphere, those formidable beings arriving at Nirvana began to coalesce, forming factions and gathering with their respective forces. Very well, you take me along, and we shall see how you suffer in silence. Mu Yu'er furiously flapped her wings, flitting about in the cage. To everyone's surprise, it was Su Xingfeng who struck first, his expression cold and voice laced with disdain. Despite his words, the power behind his blow was far from ordinary, clearly harboring lethal intent. As time progressed, the fourth and fifth rounds of confrontation unfolded and concluded, with the victors being Wang Xinghai and Qi Qianji. Qin Fei's mind swiftly cleared. The fourth year of Zhengchang was indeed the year his mother departed from Tang Fu, poisoned. Might this mysterious disappearance of the soul-strangling kill be linked to the affliction within his mother? With a thunderous crash, the cultivator was violently thrown back by Lin Sun's aura, lacking the time to resist or react. Some quietly rejoiced, letting out a sigh of relief for not being pitted against Lin Sun. Moreover, their movements were akin to phantoms, devoid of sound and fluctuation of elemental energy. With Yi Qing's prowess, it was only when it approached so closely that she suddenly sensed its arrival. "Sister Yanxiu, you have a visitor," Lu Ying remarked upon noticing Ling Er and Brother Ma beside Gang Yanxiu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mei could no longer remain oblivious to the situation. She had been excessively careless. Or perhaps the shamelessness of the three demon clan scoundrels had led them to drug her without her notice. "I discussed with my old partner to give our son 5,000 yuan for his wedding, and the remaining amount to be deposited in the bank for 5 years. The old man said. As the new recruits dropped their belongings, they were met with an unexpected inspection. When the whistle sounded from downstairs, some, including Yan Li, wore bewildered expressions. Mo Yifeng's heart tightened as he rushed forward to grasp Yi Zixi hand, frantically wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Chapter 213. The Cataclysm of the Undead. At that moment on the extreme northern ice field, the battle had gradually reached a fever pitch. Countless colossal beasts roared towards the sky, their thunderous bellows shattering the cloud cover and triggering avalanches. These roaring beasts were not living soul beasts, but rather undead entities with white spiritual flames flickering in their eye sockets. Traditional undead creatures such as bone dragons, liches, and death knights were but a few, as more and more corpses buried beneath the extreme northern snowfield clawed their way out, forging the heavens and earth and crafting divine artifacts. Huang Zheng completely disregarded the attacks of these three blades. In his eyes, apart from figures like Douluo and the unfeeling immortal lord, the assaults of ordinary celestial lords were utterly negligible. Nangong Mo Yun cleared his throat, slightly lowering his head to evade her murderous gaze, lifting the teacup and savoring it slowly. Among the ranks of the Black Flame Legion, there were those who met the requirements and participated, including Wan Lin Lei, followed by Dai Wulan, and the final one, Mu Feng Lei, was a stranger to Han Yu. Upon hearing this, the Empress's expression faltered momentarily before she heard Dongqi Huang respond rather indulgently. If that is the case, let us at least make a small gesture. Rules must not be disregarded, but it is permissible to put on a show. As soon as the words left her lips, Li Xiao Yin walked in from outside, holding a large cotton candy. Upon seeing the cotton candy, the eyes of the child immediately lit up. "Cotton candy," he exclaimed, reaching out to grab it. But Li Xiaoyan quickly pulled it back, preventing him from snatching it easily. She had not eaten for 27 days. Having spent 27 days as an immortal, the experience was less than pleasant. Meanwhile, Huang Zheng felt a sharp pain in his head, his golden blood boiling like water, reaching a rolling boil. A searing sensation spreading throughout his body. He never anticipated that this seemingly inactive person could be 100 times more ferocious than the previous one. Meng Dongyu remained unfazed by their influence, eating and drinking as usual, and after satiating herself, she stood up, intending to leave. The crystal plate resting on the bedside suddenly shattered into several pieces on Jing Chun's forehead. A sly glint flickered in Chao Ji's eyes as he remarked, "Shanghai Hospital may not necessarily be the final choice of the Empire Group." With that, he raised an eyebrow at Jack, exuding an unmistakable air of intimidation. Waiting for him to comply. A piercing screech of brakes echoed behind her, causing her to instinctively turn her head, only to see a familiar jeep come to a halt. Mi Zhen's complexion, although not as radiant as Gong Mei's alabaster skin, was still flawless, embodying a genuine heiress. She likely ranked as the most beautiful among the affluent in Suzhou. "Sai, what has happened to her? Must we register her with the underworld?" Li Wei still harbored a glimmer of hope. Lu Bu prepared to confront the Su Shin people, dispatching agents to release toxic smoke in potential hiding spots to force them out, while also recalling elite scouts from the Central Plains and assembling the Southern Barbarians to form a formidable air force, armed with powerful crossbows and poison bolts. On the newly constructed Glory Avenue in Hongbei County, vehicles sped past. Sun Shengya sat in his family's automatic Panda, his gaze appearing somewhat vacant. Upon exiting the provincial party building, every blade of grass and tree in the courtyard seemed so vibrant, and every flower and leaf so resplendent, that even the sunset during spring appeared exceptionally bright and radiant. Although Kong Rong was proud of his talents, he dared not neglect matters of military and state, bringing heavy gifts and escorted by the Bohai Navy to serve as an envoy to the Fuyu Kingdom. What, having regrets? Feeling timid? I tell you, it is too late. Lu Gong declared as he reached out towards Yifeng. By the picturesque West Lake, Chen Xiaotang and Sakai Noriko met as Su Xian and Bai Nyangzi. While the plot bore no distinction from traditional operas, their performances brought a refreshing charm, with lyrics and melodies embodying modern pop styles. Chapter 214. Igniting the extreme northern ice field after Ilex had vanished with Neo Tion's colossal form, the atmosphere of the extreme northern ice field lightened considerably. Titan abruptly halted, his already dazed eyes growing even more bewildered. After slowly turning his head, a look of confusion crossed his face. Even in his current state, akin to a puppet, he instinctively recognized that Neo Tion was of great significance to him, and with Neo Tion's disappearance, he became utterly flustered. He could not yet foresee the impending thunder tribulation, but he promptly extracted the rewards from the side quest acquired during the previous exploration of the Mengshi ruins. "I might lose, but you will never win," Wan Fengqing confidently asserted. At that moment, Du Ziyuan and the others had just crossed the border into Chongling Kingdom. Otherwise, they would have certainly felt this upheaval. My heavens, the most distasteful thing is that orchid finger. Yet this elder demon believes it is quite charming. Demu Shui Chang grimaced, unable to contain his discomfort. The smile left Ji Liunian momentarily stunned. Such a smile was a rare occurrence during the days he spent alongside Shang Shi, as they always faced each other with the sharp edge of a blade, eventually succumbing to indifference. This smile was a first in Ji Liunian's memories. Yin Yang, Zhangze leapt forward, arms outstretched, and a brilliant light illuminated the city below. Countless torches formed the shape of a heart. That evening, Wang Nanbei deliberately allowed the two to leave, not wishing to entangle himself in the affairs at hand. He escorted Wu Shi to the hospital, ensuring she was unharmed, and after greeting her colleagues, he hurriedly departed. Bulatoa skillfully opened the ventilation duct of his room and crawled inside, navigating the twists and turns of the duct until he emerged through a gap in the ceiling of a room, skillfully maneuvering through the chaotic structure. Finding a suitable spot, he deftly opened the ceiling. Was the duty of soldier. After gathering everyone, Kong co-uttered the first words. Qin Zhongyang had grown accustomed to Wang Nanbei's occasional tricks. If he had spotted Wang Nanbei in the barracks that day, he would have thought the sun had risen from the west. Following this, Han Yueqiao and others began to wander through the dense forest. And it wasn't long before Han Yueqiao discovered the issue. The forest was eerily silent, devoid of any trace of other life forms. As Yin Bei returned to the sect after a series of remarkable feats, Lu Cheng and other true immortals had yet to return. The construction of the sect had made considerable progress through the collective efforts of all the supreme disciples, exuding an aura of auspiciousness and divine light, imbued with an indescribable sanctity and transcendence. The three of them sipped fine wine, lamenting the events of the past month. The sword slave was overjoyed that Wei Dingtian had returned to the Sword Dao Peak. With his return, the sword slave felt the heart of the Sword Dao Peak had returned. For if a marriage were to occur soon, he would be confined to the palace, relying on Yufeng to act in his stead. He did not believe such matters could be substituted. Qian Deipo's words alleviated the tension between Linghu Lingguang and Chong Sheo. With a cold snort, Chong Sheo was about to speak when he noticed the crowd below erupting in fear. However, while the negotiation representatives sensed the underlying scheming, they dared not voice their doubts, for after being confined on the ship for 2 days, their foremost desire was to escape unscathed rather than offend the irascible naval commander before them. Over the years, he had never forgotten the piece of exquisite jade he had named Blue Demonis, which adorned the tip of a missile-shaped raw material. Chapter 215. The Flooding of Tiando. In Tiando City, the rain continued to pour. Even the distant thunderous sounds did not halt the fierce battle between the two. Countless water dragons rampaged above the city streets, ravaging the already devastated metropolis, while figures displayed their prowess, swiftly vanquishing the oncoming torrents. With a slight sidestep, Li Zhejiang narrowly avoided the unseen attack of Yu E Hassan, his eyes widening in astonishment. Similarly silenced was Roland, 2 days prior. An intimate video of Roland and director Lin had surfaced online, but after their marriage announcement, the matter had subsided. It must be said that the rumors had a certain effect. Days after Wang Ting and others departed, a few scattered cultivators began to arrive, albeit with limited strength. Yet any good beginning is a welcome one. In the next moment, a pair of dragon claws, shimmering with a chilling light, suddenly lunged from the left side of Tian Xie, aiming for his head. During the grand banquet today, this king had been drugged, rendering him incoherent and causing him to act in a manner unbecoming of his status. With that statement, the matter was addressed, though not in great detail. The strategist understood this was the limit of discretion owed to his master. The empress remained kneeling outside Feixia Hall, calling for the emperor, her words laced with venomous hatred toward concubine Jing and Zhong Lishua. Zhong Lishua listened, his fists clenched in response. "I am well now. It does not hurt at all," Dongfang Ziqing exclaimed, deliberately twisting her shoulders. Would the outbreak occur? Shun Xiao calculated the days. It should be a slow-acting poison. Yet even the slowest toxin has its moment of eruption, and that time will be different indeed. "I apologize. I did not mean to steal your vitality." Bai Wu sincerely apologized, overwhelmed by guilt that led to such a reaction. After the task was accomplished, Jinsei clapped in satisfaction, then approached the window, moved the vase aside, and climbed out. "Uncle, should we pay a visit to the Jia residence?" Hua Tsubing inquired, having appeared by Wei Qing's side. Yang Yuan, though puzzled, remained silent, knowing the propriety of not meddling in state affairs. Qin Hui listened, feigning agreement on the surface, while inwardly recoiling at the audacity of such shamelessness. True protection lay with the band of barbarian troops outside. These were the loyalists sent by the southern barbarian tribes, who had served the Han dynasty since the prime minister subdued them. However, due to their inability to ascend further while remaining in the lower realms, many formidable beings above the divine level chose to ascend to the divine realm. Everyone here understood Del's nature. He was immensely powerful, yet exceedingly arrogant. Not only did he look down upon these outsiders, but he also treated other extraordinary individuals within the base with the same disdain. His vengeful and combative character further emboldened by the indulgence of his employer. In their original thoughts, Lin Dong should have trembled in fear before them, begging for mercy, only to meet a despairing end. The will to survive is the strongest instinct, yet how many can return from the path of the Yellow Springs? Regardless of how the soul pleads or exhausts its efforts to flee, it cannot break free from the chains of death wielded by the ghostly soldiers, destined to return. With generous salaries and relaxed work, some well-connected employees were assigned to this department. Naturally, if capable, one could be transferred to other departments. The miners held little trust in the green mineral maiden, and Liang Fan understood the reason behind this, thus agreeing to accompany the miners into the underground caves to gather the spiritual herbs they had collected. No, it is unnecessary. There is no such deity as the insect god. Worshipping it will not yield protection. Chapter 216, The Turn of the Tide. A short time earlier, within the fog-laden Ling Do city, faint glimmers of golden light flickered incessantly. In Nuar shouted in exasperation, "What on earth is wrong with you? Have the courage to duel me face to face." He was nearly driven to madness. He had employed every soul technique at his disposal, even unleashing his martial soul's true form. Yet he could not contend with Wang Donger. "Young master, this matter is of great significance and cannot remain unresolved." Du Xing observed Li Jing's nonchalant demeanor, feeling anxious himself. Sylvanus' actions earned Kale That's heartfelt respect for the general who steadfastly guarded the kingdom's gates until the very end. Though Sylvanus had departed, he still retained her title. Upon hearing the first words of the golden-haired youth, Zhang Ong realized trouble was brewing. Indeed, the flames of war had reached his doorstep. Cui Shunshi suddenly ascended onto the table, leveraging his height to discern the expressions of everyone present. The crowd gazed at him, perplexed by the intentions of this middle-aged man. Their attempts to attract investment had been notably unsuccessful, largely due to the geographical limitations of L County, compounded by considerations of transportation and other factors. Consequently, many distilleries were unresponsive, rendering Ding Zhiping's ambition to establish a capital of Baijiu a mere jest. Given that Zhong Hao was an official involved in the examination of the lock hall, it was evident he could not be designated as the top scholar, leaving the possibility of that title open to the others. She stood at the entrance of a conference room, a secluded chamber far removed from the press conference venue. Without deliberate searching, one would never stumble upon such a tranquil space within the expansive convention center. Fo Ding prayed, bathed in divine light that transformed his silver armor into a golden hue. With his great sword pointed forward and his body slightly crouched, Fo Ding charged forth like a knight on horseback. Though sorrow was palpable, there lingered a sense of relaxation, as if liberated from burdensome concerns. The creation by Xingling Game Company was strikingly distinct from the aforementioned examples. She referenced the earlier discourse on cinema, asserting that songs too possess the power to forge worlds. While the production team expressed curiosity regarding the age of the ginseng, none were specialists. Furthermore, as the ginseng had been personally unearthed by Zhou Zikai, it was not something to be shared. Ultimately, after deliberation, they agreed to contact Zhou Zikai. Tang Bingyu was momentarily taken aback, questioning the sudden urge to visit an amusement park, rumored to charge over 600 yuan for entry, with additional expenses likely to arise. She felt somewhat apprehensive about her finances. Upon the arrival of the production team's vehicle, a throng of over 10,000 fans had gathered outside the School of Biological Sciences, their deafening cheers igniting fervor among the students. The idea was commendable, yet disappointment was likely. Han Zhijing's pupils constricted sharply as he fixed a cold gaze upon Shenyang. The workload for rising artists resembled a flurry of snowflakes. Zhang Yuan had scheduled Yinyi's assignments well into the following year. With housing issues resolved, Zhong then could focus on his duties without worry. Before departing, he left several trusted aides to assist in tidying the residence. "Miss Liao, do not fret. Even if we do not act today, we shall rescue Master Liao before the inquiry," the girl remarked. Yun Mo reached for his son from Yin Shi, but, reminiscent of many previous instances, the child let out a wail. Yang Fong, holding mushrooms in her hand, explained that she was unaware of their official names, only knowing which could be harvested for sale and which were safe for consumption, as she gathered mushrooms while elucidating to Zhou Zikai and Tang Bingyu. If the first instance was a misunderstanding, the second left him certain he had heard correctly. Chapter 217. Hui Yutong, who are you? A mere glance exchanged with the current Hui Yutong caused Duling's voice to tremble involuntarily. She sensed that the entity within Yutong was no longer the innocent girl she once knew, but something far more sinister and malevolent, an existence capable of dispatching her in an instant. Who am I? Yutong tilted her head slightly. Just as the evil corpse was on the verge of losing its senses, luminous orbs fell upon it, weightless yet palpable, as the creature felt immense footprints treading upon it. Upon sensing a rupture in its flesh, it simply closed its eyes. Additionally, there existed the World Tree, the Kalu World, the Lan Hai Great World, and other unique entities. Although patience waned, Ling Zhoutian did not lose his wits. Necessary measures were imperative. Do you think this is sufficient to deal with me? Ling Zhoutian smirked coldly, sliding his mouse down the webpage. Thus, no sect's secret manual was of any use to him. After all, the spiritual energy of the entire spirit vein resided within him. He simply needed to discover a method of utilization. Boss, you can't blame me for this. You left the door open, and I had no chance to knock. Zhuge Ji chuckled as he approached the two. Son, how did you acquire that video? Chao Shikeo, having endured much, finally posed the question. Thank you, Sister Bingru. You are the best, Luo Qing exclaimed, running over to entwine her arm with cold Bingru's. Upon hearing this, Ling Zhoutian initially believed that those individuals would not focus their attention on him, and he should maintain his indomitable spirit. However, he misjudged when Long Tian spoke of consequences. Those present, including Lan Yin, exhibited a flicker of fear in their eyes. You need not say more. I comprehend your intent, Chao Wei interjected before turning to leave. Garrett Moi pointed towards the tactical platform's star map, noting that the Tai Riao planet was a significant member of the Second Alliance. Its technological development ranking within the second tier of interstellar society, though its location was suboptimal, situated at the distant end of the star system. Should the Qingzi people invade the second star zone to exact revenge, they might well target Tai Riao. Zhuge Luan soared through the air, soon arriving at the foot of the Taiqing Temple, where a grand stone gate loomed, guarded by several disciples of the temple. Xiang Yang remained oblivious to the fact that he had already transformed. Initially carefree, he had devolved into a being of guile, even leading to the demise of a steadfast friend and betraying Teng Ziong. All of this stemmed from insatiable greed. Yang Xiaoxiao was aware of the matter, having witnessed the footage of CI Shiping wreaking havoc on the stands for the first time. Yi Xiaocai was indeed remarkable. Now the main event approached. As Yi Xiaocai prepared to challenge the reigning champion, General Shangwan, He Kaiyan applauded. Everyone must remember to undergo a physical examination every 6 months, to exercise regularly, to consume ample fruits and vegetables, and to avoid staying up late. Clad in a domestic android uniform, Kara had just entered the house with a box when a tall, robust, middle-aged man charged at her with an ice hockey stick, swinging it towards her head with merciless speed and force. As he excavated downward, Chaos also took time to monitor the battles unfolding on the surface and in space. If one wished to break free from my spiritual constraints, death would be the only option. Seizing the moment when your soul departs your body and the will of heaven and earth descends, you could shatter my spiritual bindings. However, with the illusionist's stealthy techniques, once he escaped my suppression, I would be unable to trace his whereabouts with my spiritual awareness. Indeed, the demons of Wanshan residents regarded Dongfang Yuping's repeated attempts to infiltrate Wanshan as suicidal incursions. No one had ever possessed such audacity to provoke the might of the Wanshan demons in this manner. Chapter 218. Beast, shouldn't I be the one asking this? Who are you, and where is Yutong? Lin, she glared at Yutong. He was unaware of the transformation that had befallen Yutong, but it was evident that her body had been seized by another. Yutong smirked playfully. Return Yutong to me? I am Yutong. What is your relationship with me? Her gaze was intensely eager, clearly intrigued by Lin Shi. At that moment, the surviving populace of the entire fortress desperately required advancements in 2 scientific fields, applied physics and mutant biology. If I succumb to darkness, tell me what to do. If I fall into madness, you must snap me back to reality. Carl pleaded helplessly. Gu Qingyan donned a robe of deep ebony silk today, cinched at the waist with a belt of gold and jade. His raven black hair stood tall, cascading gracefully to his waist, resembling a celestial being in his exquisite beauty. Li Tianhao nodded and remarked, "Indeed, she has laced the wine with a drug. Should you consume it, you might find yourself in perilous circumstances." The particles displaced from the passage in deep space failed to fully reorganize, resulting in a colossal biological cross-section witnessed by Su Atai and his companions. Yet from the side, it appeared merely as a thin veneer. Li Tianhao guided Song Yuha through the labyrinth of vehicles, swiftly navigating the congested thoroughfare, while the corpulent man's BMW remained ensnared, unable to advance or retreat, much to his chagrin. "My dear, observe how the final pages of this ledger detailing promissory notes elucidate this matter," Qiao Shumei said, extending a ledger to Yifeng. Particularly, Lucy's shy and introverted demeanor, contrasted by glimpses of his latent prowess, consistently evoked a unique sentiment within Pei Chu. Although Yu Ming himself was a skilled performer, he could not deny that Wenderson's acting prowess surpassed his own. "Damn, is this intended to crush your grandfather?" Ji Wuming quickly turned to flee, sensing the encroaching pressure of the surrounding space. Chao Luanqing, having returned from North America, stood alone in a corner, silently sipping his drink. A faint smile gracing his features as he observed the animated discussions around him. Li Zhanghe chuckled, just as Cui Feng made a call, seemingly following Zheng Yuanshan's directives. Murong Zhao's bones emitted a gentle crackle as he surveyed the room. Ravaged as if by a typhoon, shook his head slightly, left a stack of banknotes, and leapt through the window. What if it were Guo Bang? He would have already approached them directly, revealing his identity and extending an invitation for a rendezvous. Engaging in intimacy that day, contemplating marriage, yet soon forgetting it, resembling a factory's assembly line. Throughout their journey, thanks to Murong Zhao's blood manipulation abilities, every human they encountered was swiftly drained of their life essence, departing quietly without a sound. She had prepared herself for sacrifice, yet Shi Wanhao, after toying with her for an eternity, hesitated to proceed. Shi Wanhao lingered at the entrance, yet still refrained from entering. After a while, Shi Wanhao exhaled a long sigh. As Li Zhanghe exited Su Zhongyang's office, his phone rang again. Upon seeing the caller ID, he was taken aback to find it was Qinda. LV Bing shook her head. "There's no need. I am new to Su City and wish to explore a bit. You may leave. I shall alight from the vehicle." With that, she opened the door and departed gracefully, leaving Lin Dong with an ethereal silhouette. "Gentlemen, what wares do you all carry?" inquired the officer with a feigned smile. Such a disingenuous grin, akin to a weasel wishing a hen well, caused the expressions of those present to shift dramatically. After practicing for an entire afternoon, it was time to return. "Come, let's head back and share a drink with the master," Mr. Lung suggested. Luo Qing stood aside, his gaze lowered upon hearing these words. He could not help but feel his eyes redden, turning his head away to avoid the sorrowful scene. Chapter 219. The Collapse of Haiwu, Douluo. Within Lingdo City, a chase ensued. "Help! Help me! Do not flee. No one will come to your aid. It is best to end this for both our sakes." Wang Donger relentlessly pursued Yin Nuor, launching attacks with fervor. Beams of golden light fell like meteors, gradually cornering Yin Nuor into a dire predicament. He was on the brink of madness. Never before had he felt so powerless. This girl, clearly. Damn scales. The hand demon seemed to be suppressing his amusement, his voice trembling as he spoke. Eventually, both parties realized that if they continued to fight, they would likely suffer mutual destruction, thereby benefiting other factions. Why? In Tang Qiming's eyes, Gu Sisi and Qin Zhirun were a pair destined to bicker for a lifetime, yet incapable of parting from one another. Wuken broke into a cold sweat, his hands trembling unconsciously as subtle pains radiated throughout his body, intensifying with each moment. This ancient Li Sen Zun was far more formidable than the Daijai Zun he encountered in the chaotic mainland, while the Zhou Tian Xinzun could not even be compared. In terms of strength, the divine clan was nearly invincible, barring a few exceptionally gifted ancient divine beasts, due to their inherent physical superiority. Tianyin gazed at the last character of the letter, her fingers tightening around it, each word articulated with intent. Su Jinru remained unfazed by the rude demeanor of Zhao Wangfei. Requiring no concession from her, she found a chair and sat down gracefully. To live together with someone one does not love could allow for a peaceful coexistence. Yet if Zheng Moyin held feelings for me, marrying him would only serve as torment. Over time, he would inevitably question my affections, growing weary from unreciprocated love, leading to mutual suffering and resentment. However, as his cultivation progressed, and he grasped the curse path within the 6 paths of divine magic, he developed a new comprehension of these bizarre abilities. Perhaps it is best to refrain. I have no desire to present a warm face to a cold backside. Mo Xian shook his head, relishing in his ease. A chilling sensation, as if being plotted against, surged through Yi Feisher's spine, prompting him to think this could be disastrous. No, not a single bastard. Mo, she frowned. She dared not scold Yin Ruojuan, fearing the latter would impose 3 rules upon her. Everyone sought to avoid Ranling, who had just taken up the role of right assistant censor of the inspectorate. With Lu Huiran consistently lamenting upon his return, he has offended the entire court. As he approached the central vortex, he vaguely felt a piercing pain. The bone-chilling wind struck him like blades, penetrating through his very being. The lake was entirely composed of mist, filled with numerous extraordinary entities. At this moment, Yi Jiaro felt somewhat dazed, unable to conjure a suitable retort. It was only after Yi Chu ascended the stairs that she regained her senses. Tonight marked the wedding night. Without fail, Su Hong must remain here, lest he fail to provide an explanation to the Su family. Thus, he first withdrew the public duties of the Su family's most outstanding young heir, transferring him away from the military command. What does Mr. Rong think about revealing Mr. Rong's existence? Yi Feisher resolved to divert blame. Director Yin, you are a workaholic. Should the boss raise this issue, you might instinctively dismiss it. It turned out that the crown prince did not fully trust him, even in his injured state. He was compelled to return to the battlefield, clearly indicating his lack of faith, fearing he might usurp the accolades. Chun Shuyin relayed the situation to Lin Rue, who merely nodded, shifting his gaze to his ailing wife on the hospital bed. Su Zian felt a tinge of disappointment, but still stated, "It's fine." Young Master Ouyang said to deliver the items to the Yueching Inn. As he spoke, he handed the box in his possession to Master He. He had hoped to encounter him here. While he harbored doubts about Ouyang Ningxin, he simultaneously desired to forge a friendship with him. Chapter 220, The Divine Level Stand-In. At this moment, Xingluo City had transformed into a raging inferno. Endless golden flames spread forth, incinerating everything within sight. Zhu Ku anxiously observed the scene, muttering incessantly, "How could this be? This does not align with my script, nor my aesthetic. It should not be like this." Not far ahead, Lin Xiu'er, armed with a long spear, tilted her head in perplexity. "Oh, Your Majesty," Tang San, relying on the fact that his disciple is the great sage equal to heaven, is thus brazen and unreasonable, refusing to surrender Kuei Mulang, insisting that they ought to handle him themselves. The matter concerning Ling Tianxin must not be allowed to falter. Song Gan's eyes revealed a profound depth. "Master, he has emerged, though he is indeed an omen of misfortune. The information is all here. Please peruse it at your leisure." The system stated, presenting the information of the individual to Qin Jiuyu. "Engage," Han Zhong commanded, and without further ado, the members of the 3 great families sprang into action. However, the focus of the provincial station's interview was primarily on us, prompting Xiong to retreat to a distant corner. Facing the camera, I found myself somewhat experienced, as long as the questions did not encroach upon privacy or commercial secrets. I responded to the reporters with answers, especially when asked about my impressions of Qing province, to which I replied, "It is a land of wonders." Do not grow too complacent. You still have to contend with them, and you cannot possibly match their prowess. Zhang Jun remarked. The fortune of the northern domain is indeed more bountiful, but the extent of Qin Jiuyu's influence is simply not as vast. Their chatter continued. Yet without the express permission of Qin Xian, they dared not intrude, mindful of the saint's dignity. "Chairman, what are you still pondering? Last time, Yi Chun made a spectacle at the medical conference. Do you truly wish to miss this opportunity to counter him? Lin Zijian inquired. After all, he is my disciple, albeit a false one. He must comply, for insubordination would be too absurd, Tang Sanzong remarked. Elder, may I confront them all at once? I abhor complications, Mu Chun stated earnestly. Li Zhao remained silent, crashing down onto the table with a thud. I was utterly defeated by them, gazing at a group of inebriated friends, devoid of solutions. Evil God, surrender. Otherwise, your demise will be most humiliating. A formidable member of the soul-devouring clan declared to Mu Chun. Yang Yifeng followed his teacher's guidance. Before he even appeared, his melodious voice drifted forth with a graceful tune. The law enforcement soldiers surged forward, brutally toppling the cloaked figures to the ground, binding them with ropes in a most unrefined manner. Many among them were residents of Yincheng and could not tolerate the oppression of their fellow citizens in Jiangyin City. Han Ming nodded, and upon receiving the shard of inheritance, it autonomously flew into the depths of his mind. In that moment, Han Ming closed his eyes, once again encountering that familiar figure. With a resolute and unyielding heart, Bai Yu hired a carriage, departing the city gates to reach the military camp stationed in the western outskirts of Luoyang. But my lord, those pursuing me hold significant power. My association would merely be a burden. Wei Miao expressed his concerns. Upon this reflection, Shiro decisively halted the true name release of his artifact. With a crack, the knight's sword in his hand shattered into countless fragments, vanishing. The proud concubine's dark brows furrowed slightly as she cast a glance at Han Yuing, as if her words were directed at her. Since it would not adversely affect the public image of the artists under their banner and would also yield profit, why not proceed? Well, I suppose you possess a modicum of conscience. Do you wish to drink? Reba's room was merely a standard 3-star accommodation, and given that this city was not a first-tier one, the maximum expenditure for a day would barely reach 300 yuan. If it were through certain group buying websites, it might not even amount to 200. Chapter 221, Yelecacy versus Neo-Tian. Time rewound to the moment Neo-Tian was just pulled into the semi-plane of the undead by Yelecacy. Neo-Tian, with absolute speed, lunged before Yelecacy, gripping his neck tightly, coldly demanding, "Send me back." Though he possessed the coordinates of Douluo continent and could return with some time, he was uneasy about Titan and wished for haste. Astonishingly, despite being grasped by the throat, Yelecacy laughed effortlessly. In your dreams, gazing at the expansive and deep river, Tian unconsciously strolled toward the bank, deliberating whether to walk along the shore for a while or take a moment's respite when suddenly, the river swelled violently, waves rising several feet high. The tumultuous change in Fu Yuzhe naturally stirred unease among other sects and families. However, Chun Feng understood that such occurrences were rare and not to be trifled with. This time was a coincidence. If it were to happen frequently, it would only lead to self-destruction. Those advanced 5-tier masters and astrologers wield their powers with grave seriousness. Before the surgery, Ji Wei forbade any food or even water. At 8 o'clock, Jun Lin arrived, accompanied by He Ying and Tang Rufeng. Ling He and Yi Jiujiu were also present, though they did not bring food. Mr. Zhang has granted me this opportunity. I will give my utmost effort to make this film, no matter the cost, Zhang Fei vowed solemnly. The heavenly tribulation is ultimately to befall us. Previously obscured by the yin-yang diagram, the tribulation could not descend after advancement. Yet with the complete disappearance of the yin-yang diagram and my return to the main world, the rules of the interface began to take effect. Su Nanfeng, a formidable figure over the years, nonetheless harbored a fear of death. Upon hearing Dr. Zhao's diagnosis, he promptly instructed the driver to take him to the city's finest oncology hospital without hesitation. Seeing that Li Yunsheng remained resolute in his decision, Su Bing felt somewhat helpless. However, considering Li Yunsheng's capabilities, quietly resolving Tang Wuneng without leaving a trace was not a difficult task. So she refrained from speaking further. Li Zhao sat beside Ji Wei, instinctively feeding her a blueberry from the table. A chopstick grazed Shang Biao's sleeve, drawing forth a splash of crimson blood, and the pots and pans on the street were provoked by the blood, surging toward him in a frenzy. Zhang Tian, shook his head slightly. Having just tested Feng Yun, he was now aware of Feng Yun's strength. Maintaining an initial Tier 1 status amid such circumstances was already quite commendable. The constellation Divine Armor, endowed with the defensive might of a deity of fate, could withstand even the formidable force of Wuquang's son Yutong without faltering. You seem disoriented today. I have no desire to discuss these matters with you. I shall return to my room. Long Ao Shui's expression shifted noticeably, her words clearly an attempt to evade Shan Ye's probing inquiries. She may truly have been exhausted. Li Jing waited for her to awaken until nightfall, and finally, he decided to commence the upgrade of the Divine Dragon's Breath. Your embroidery skills are commendable. Should you be interested, I could send you to Jiangnan to work as an embroiderer in my silk shop. Zhan Long's deep, resonant voice echoed in Ningyu's ear. As always, he appeared beside her silently, though this time, he bore fewer airs of dominance and more of an appreciative gaze. Old Dong, you have arrived as well? Your nose is like a hound's, able to sniff out something valuable from miles away. The burly man chuckled heartily. Do not rush. Let us first observe which divine ability the dragon blood fruit enhances. Li Jing suppressed his excitement, focusing his consciousness inward to perceive the changes within his body. Yin Yihang regarded the data with a grim countenance. These were the materials compiled by various factions, filtered over several days, revealing that under the name of Jiang Tingyu, there were more than 17 cards being utilized, both overtly and covertly, each with a different password. Remarkable that she could remember them all. Chapter 222. The Conclusion of the Divine War. Upon returning to Douluo continent, the first sight that greeted me was a deep, bottomless pit. The term pit deserves quotation marks, for its expanse extended over half of the extreme northern ice field. Niu Tian was rendered speechless. He was certain that Titan lacked the capability to inflict such devastation in such a short span. Thus, it must have been those few limit Douluo who had created this chasm. How were they able to accomplish this? Brother Feng, it is not that I wish to ride in your vehicle. I merely grew anxious for my uncle and forgot to refuel. My car ran out of gas just as I arrived here, hence my request for a ride, she explained. Lu Xuanshuang gazed at Hua Lingfeng and remarked that the reasoning seemed rather plausible. I shall go upstairs first. I will prepare dinner shortly. She disregarded his icy demeanor and ascended to the bedroom they had once shared. As she spoke, the door curtain was lifted, and a Yin hastily entered, followed by Han Si, who donned a respectable winter robe. His expression remained apathetic. He merely nodded at Liuli before striding silently to Midalong, extending his hand to take his pulse without uttering a word. Under normal circumstances, she would have stormed out to confront him directly. However, given her connection to Hua Lingfeng, she chose to suppress her anger for the time being, biding her time until he would owe her a debt of retribution. Guyen, who had been kneading at his thigh, abruptly ceased her actions, a blush creeping onto her face as she noticed his obvious arousal. Subsequently, she maintained her silence, curious to see what revelations this young master might unveil. It's a matter concerning our family's business. A shipment encountered a sudden issue. Hence, we are utilizing the Ma family's vessel for maritime transport. It merely serves as an opportunity for some leisurely diversion. Rest assured, such occurrences are commonplace and will not implicate us, Chen Kai assured with a smile. Worry? Huh, I wish him dead. The man observed the individual on the bed, completely devoid of levity. In the shadows, Dailasai wore a smirk of satisfaction. Ma Shuang'er was ill-suited for the entertainment industry, oblivious to her impending downfall. It was merely a slip of the tongue regarding the sponsorship of the advertisement by An Hao Ian that had her so eagerly seeking connections. Abroad? Ruan Yue furrowed her brow, surprised that Han Junjia was considering overseas treatment. If you wish to keep your eyes, it would be prudent to avert your gaze, Jiang Dong said without lifting his head, merely tapping his chopsticks. In the previous moment, he witnessed the stone in Zhou Ma's hand soar forth, embedding itself into a dirt wall some 20 to 30 meters away. As a close relative of the emperor, the Duke of Jinghua commanded respect. Who would dare to disrespect him, search his residence, or confiscate his assets without a decree? Refrain from excessive chatter. We are not alone here. There are other teams on the opposite side of the steel, the individual adorned with a purple-gold crown urged anxiously. However, after spending over a month in the forest without a single lead, and having lost 2 members, The mage Sakin expressed his concern about what would happen should they encounter further misfortune on their return. Suddenly, a chorus of shouts erupted from outside. Glancing down, they saw 5 practitioners from the Roman Empire emerge, and the 5 practitioners from Juzhou were also released, indicating a forthcoming clash between the 2 realms of cultivation. Moron had watched several videos in succession, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the Chuanjian sect practices. As he spoke, the teacher laid out 7 chopsticks on the table, arranging them from light to dark in color. The techniques, derived from the spatial door, essentially transferred strikes to different locations, and rather than opening a spatial door, it was akin to teleporting the strike away. Very well, do as you please. The emperor is not in haste, yet the eunuchs are. My efforts yield no appreciation. It feels as though kindness invites disaster. Shifeng fumed internally, regretting his return. At last, the first climax of this chapter was complete. The past few days had nearly exhausted him. As a student, he could only express one sentiment. Enduring the daily grind was beyond human capability. After a week of relentless writing, he felt a notable decline in his vitality. If he did not take a break, he would reach his limit. Thus, he sought a respite, declaring that he would not write the following day, allowing himself some relaxation before returning to his previous update rhythm. By the way, let me briefly discuss the future arrangements of this book. When it was first released, many readers suggested that I could not write without adhering to the original work. While there was some truth to this, at that time, the plot merely accelerated the storyline of the original Shrek. However, starting from the competition arc, Volume 2, the narrative has taken a wildly divergent path from the original, and as of now, it bears no relation to it. Upon concluding the competition arc, when I indicated that Da Ming and Ming would emerge as divine officials, many expressed skepticism regarding their ability to succeed. They were not entirely incorrect. Had it not been for the collective awakening of the 3 female protagonists, the odds would have indeed been insurmountable. Yet, a plot twist is essential. Akin to how the United States ascended to prominence post-World War II, for the protagonists to gain worldwide recognition of their martial prowess. They too require 1 or 2 significant battles. The Sea God-S Rebellion represents the first of these. Among the 4 great nations, 3 capitals were razed. Had it not been for the royal families being safeguarded by the protagonists in the far north, those 3 royal lineages would have faced total annihilation. The forces of Sea God Island have been obliterated. Even if remnants remain, they are merely marginalized adversaries, easily dealt with in the absence of the limit Douluo. As for Hao Qian and his companion, they would not pose a threat for some time. When they do recover, they will confront protagonists who have surpassed the 7th ring and possess divine official combat prowess, rendering them utterly incapable of resistance. As for why not eliminate them directly, I intend for Wang Dong'er to deliver a thrashing, compelling them to atone for their lives. Otherwise, she would appear too foolish. Tong Hao and Tong Yin will not make an appearance for the time being, as honestly, Tong San has no means of contacting them at present. So, has the protagonist faction truly entered an invincible era? Certainly not. Dai Yutong's true reason for crossing over remains unresolved. The remaining narrative of the second competition arc will primarily revolve around this theme. In summary, that is all for now. I truly lack the energy to continue writing. I'm grateful for the ongoing support from all readers. I'm off to bed now. 1 month after the Sea God-S Rebellion, within the reconstructed headquarters of Jialadi, Linshi furrowed her brow as she perused the documents on her desk. The Sea God-S Rebellion, which occurred a month prior, represented an unprecedented catastrophe for both Jialadi and the 3 kingdoms of Douluo. For the nations originally belonging to Douluo, the capital cities had all been annihilated, and the titles of the Guardian Douluo were nearly eradicated. Even the historical incident involving the Sun and Moon empires had not inflicted such extensive damage. For Jialadi, the extreme northern ice plains were beset by chaos. Shinta Haolong helplessly shook his neck and remarked, "I truly do not understand how Xu Yong instructed you all. When he returns, I shall deal with him as well. It appears he requires a thorough re-education." Yin Feiyong chuckled awkwardly nearby. Shen Nao chuckled softly, leading them to a nearby large tree. He poured a cup of tea for both me and Yiyun, while he himself fiddled with his teacup, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. The situation on Ning Fan's side had also caught Ming Chuanlong's attention. Initially, he had admired the forceful kick Ning Fan had delivered, but now he realized the latter was in peril, prompting him to anxiously draw his sword to strike at the demon tiger, hoping to divert its attention. I also discerned a clue. The two tickets were originally intended for Wang Jiwei and Song Jiwei, merely borrowed to facilitate Hua Jinting's favor. This glow was unprecedented for Mu Bai during his alchemical endeavors, attributed to the substantial purification of the liquid droplet. Ning Fan found himself powerless, intermittently attempting to sense the areas struck by lightning. Given his current physical resilience, such lightning strikes would not injure him. However, internal pain was unavoidable. Qinlu bent down, shaking Xuan, who was not in a deep slumber but rather reluctant to confront reality. Hua Jitian had left them his phone number and had also noted theirs. As they departed, casting glances back, Zhao Ringan found himself cornered by Hua Ji's relentless assault, left with no option but to defend himself. If it came to a life-for-life exchange, Hua Ji would undoubtedly refuse. After all, neither the first prince nor the second prince dared to easily concede in this power struggle. To yield would mean surrendering one's life to others. After Yang Hao and his companions left, Lin Fan and his group silently followed in their wake. The god's insatiable greed had driven Gu Run to his limits. A confrontation with the deities was now inevitable. Upon hearing this, King Zhou tightened his embrace around Ji. Surrounding him were 10 celestial guards, unwavering in their positions, forming a protective barrier that left no blind spots, subtly creating an array that resonated with celestial principles. Their armor gleamed brightly as they stood resolutely, their gazes sharp as swords piercing through the void. "Yi family head, what brings you to me today?" Lin Wu inquired, his tone devoid of courtesy. "There is no need for concern. My friendship with Wanner is steadfast. Even without your request, I would protect her with all my strength. I assure you, as long as I live, Wanner will remain safe," Lu Feng vowed to Yi Jian. "A diary is merely a record of daily events you deem worthy of note, such as the weather, meals, visitors, and your mood," Zhao Yuan remarked with a smile. Those who have long been entrenched in an agrarian society struggle to comprehend the wealth-generating capabilities of industry and commerce. Furthermore, Zhao Yuan had prepared a grand strategy. When the time is ripe, he would initiate the burgeoning financial sector of this era, ensuring that Meizhou would become a paragon of wealth, unrivaled across the cosmos. In this battlefield of 100 nations, falling victim to the venom of the wand, Du Mo Jiao would mean certain death. "Sister, Fanshan has assured me he is fine. You should trust him. You understand why he acted as he did, right? He disapproves of your current state," Qian Shui said. Chapter 224. The uncrowned crowned servant. Shortly after Wang Donger departed, Lin Shi completed his tasks and cleared a space in the room by moving his desk. He prepared to summon his rider-class servant, marking his first attempt to call forth a crowned servant. As the aces chosen by a lay among the servants, their strength was unquestionable. However, Lin Shi had never previously entertained thoughts of them. There were numerous reasons for this. After receiving the payment, Matsushima Kimi swiftly facilitated Yang Bian's entry, bypassing the queue and expediting the necessary procedures. Yang Bian had now officially become a miscellaneous worker. "Return to your original form?" Zhou Jun was utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the elder's meaning. As he softly murmured to himself, he was about to question the elder for clarity when the elder's deep voice interrupted. "Get in the car quickly, otherwise I shall leave," Chao Peng said with exasperation, halting the vehicle. He regarded these individuals with disdain, for they were nothing more than ineffectual drifters. At that moment, Satan was bewildered by the papers that nearly filled half his office. The sudden visit from Ponsno had taken him by surprise. Just as I hesitated, a muffled sound from outside pierced through the inadequately soundproof door. I rushed to the peephole, only to see Huang Yuru, already battered, collapsed on the ground, her defenseless posture suggesting something truly dire had occurred. Yang Bian remained in shock, his mouth agape, at a loss for words. He had never encountered a talking umbrella before. Yanli gazed at her sister with deep concern, sighing inwardly at her sibling's infatuation. Turning her head, she caught sight of Feng Yurong still frolicking in the pond, diving beneath the surface only to resurface again, illuminated by the sunset. A breathtaking beauty emerging from the water. A gentle voice and warm embrace echoed a cherished memory, previously dismissed, now vividly clear. Moreover, he had promised Lu Weining to join several scholars from Huwang for a banquet that evening. It would be impolite to refuse. Yu Chun and the other side at this situation, recognizing the lingering animosity towards other races. Thus, the six continued onward. The scattered cultivators were in utter despair. If they once harbored a flicker of hope, it had now been entirely extinguished. Within the military, countless beams of light erupted, enveloping every registered cultivator. Meanwhile, slightly removed near the sails, a rather unremarkable young man stood quietly in the corner, seemingly forgotten by the world. Can your martial guards not engage in serious matters? Do you genuinely believe in the notion of poverty alleviation and wealth creation? The white tiger phantom brimmed with destructive power, tearing through the sky in an instant, unleashing a Taiji diagram that floated outward. The trio's encirclement faltered, and the long-haired man hastily wielded the Taiji diagram, conjuring golden light to seal the gap. Yet the white tiger phantom lunged again, obliterating another individual. One must understand that the worth of a Jihan-level expert is merely a few million Xian stones. By his estimation, a simplified version of the four-dragon extreme killing formation would require at least 30 to 40,000 Xian stones, equivalent to a tenth of a Jihan expert's wealth. Ningxiu deemed it necessary to cultivate a dedicated maintenance crew responsible for the upkeep of firearms and artillery. By forming a body through the array, they could engage in combat proportional to their physical forms, thus mitigating the impact of spatial confinement. Zhuo Yi shed his clothing, grimacing as the fabric clung to his wounds, forcing him to tear it off. He then tucked the garment away and lay on the bed, groaning in pain. Chapter 225. The imminent split of Shrek within Shrek Academy. A figure darted between the classrooms, hastening towards the Sea God Pavilion. This individual was none other than Wang Donger. She was acutely aware that her standing in Lin Shi's eyes paled in comparison to that of Hua Yutong, and even when compared to Lin Xiu'er, she was significantly lacking. However, she remained undeterred, knowing precisely how to enhance Lin Shi's affection. By ensuring he owed her favors, she believed that in time, he would naturally grow fond of her. Yang Jian fired again, taking advantage of the monster's head tilt to vault over Wang Tian, delivering a kick that shattered the glass window. The previously fractured window yielded completely under Yang Jian's force, sending the creature plummeting. Oddly, after several seconds, Yang Jian found himself unscathed by the wild boar's attack. As his mind cleared, he noticed the wild boar lying at his feet. He understood that Shanzi feared the noise would reverberate through the cave, disturbing the muscovite layer and accelerating its cracking. Yet that scoundrel Lao Jin continued to hammer away relentlessly. As their energies collided, explosions erupted, the fierce winds wreaking havoc, momentarily stalling the raging tempest within the formation. Zheng Qing crashed through two bamboo stalks before finally halting. Upon hitting the ground, he coughed up blood, clearly injured. "All right, that's enough. I've eaten my fill." The Zue Xian Lu truly lives up to its reputation, he said, punctuating his statement with a satisfied belch. "Are you rolling or not?" Li Qi's eyes glittered with a cold glimmer, as if his long sword could leap from his grasp at any moment. Feng Er was also present, but utterly devoid of her usual grace and strength, appearing fatigued and weak. As Zhao Ming succumbed to unconsciousness, a glimmer of golden light emerged from behind him, intertwined with a hint of blue, gradually intensifying in brilliance. With a sudden burst of energy, he struck the surface of the lake with both fists, propelling himself out of the water. With a few agile leaps, he reached the shore, locking eyes with the yellow tiger. At this moment, Wang Chun and his companions had already arrived in Yangzhou. Feeling fatigued after their long journey, they settled in a tavern to rest and savor the exquisite wines and delicacies of Yangzhou. They made a point to relish the local cuisines wherever they traveled, vowing not to leave until they had tasted the regional specialties. Upon witnessing the elder's intent to depart, Wang Ximeng sneered inwardly, thinking that if she could not handle even an ordinary person, she would no longer be called Wang Simeng. After contemplating, she transformed into a beam of golden light and surged toward the fleeing elder. Zhang Xiao Tsong, Xiao Yutong, and Piao Miao were among the group. Over the centuries, both Zhang Xiao Tsong and Piao Miao had reached the pinnacle of the late stage of Ling Xian, just a step away from transcending their current realm to attain the legendary Yuan Xian. Upon finishing his statement, Gongzi Xian fixed his gaze on Lu Jia with his beady green eyes, as if questioning the correctness of his words. Lu Jia quickly cleared his throat, prompting Gongzi Xian to regain his composure, turning back with an air of authority, though his rotund visage rendered him quite comical. On the surface, Huang Zhiping and Wang Chun appeared worlds apart, and this disparity extended inwardly as well. However, they remained unaware of Wang Chen's true essence, leading those around them to anticipate how Wang Chun would be reprimanded. "Haha, Lu, what brings you here today? You seem rather flustered. Has something occurred?" Zhou Wei remarked to Lu Jio with a smile. The two had collaborated on numerous nefarious deeds over the years, and it could be said that neither was a paragon of virtue. In conclusion, whether it be vampires, the radical orc faction of the Black Death Emperor, or the demon masters of Xian Shun Island, many forces were brewing their thoughts and ambitions surrounding the last of the fourth true ancestor's pure body. Chapter 226, The 14 Servants, Part 1. In the half-plane of the undead, Lin Shi approached Tai Gong Wang, who smiled at him. "Have you made your decision?" "Yes." Lin Shi nodded and inquired, "What should I do?" 3 days prior, Tai Gong had merely informed him how he would assist Lin Shi in becoming stronger. However, he had said nothing about what Lin Shi needed to do. Tai Gong Wang shrugged with a smile. "No worries, you simply need to stand." "Indeed. It was a Yu Jiao fan, but you're not her. You are not her." Siming bellowed as the Yu fan lady attacked, seemingly feeling deceived, emanating a tremendous murderous intent. Once, but the Sansheng Min was now but a fleeting memory. In his previous life, he was a confidant of the Tai Ji Tian Di. He Tian laughed, having indeed awakened some memories. "Donggu," I called out to him, but the words that followed faltered. Facing Donggu, I felt fear, as he was no benevolent figure and was associated with the Heisa society. Upon hearing my words, the person on the other end of the line was momentarily stunned, evidently frightened by my statement. The middle-aged man was named Zhong Chu, the highest-ranking official among all the staff. I believe happiness should be pursued, just like Shenlin Feng, who refused to remain passive. I wasted much time these days and was on the brink of despair. I lived under Humei's shadow due to my lack of power and wealth, forced to endure her bullying and threats. As for marriage, it means that after you see my treasure, you must live with me for a lifetime and cannot gaze upon another man's treasure. Dian Feng could only explain it this way. After a decade apart, their cultivation had significantly advanced. Observing Mu Daoran, although still at the initial stage of Xian, he was merely half a step away from the middle stage and was poised to break through at any moment. The dozens of pills suspended around Luo Hao had vanished, and he sat cross-legged like a monk in meditation, enveloped in a faint aura of true energy. As night fell, I returned to my resting place after feasting on fresh blood in the dense woods. Facing the bright moon, an inexplicable sense of confusion and helplessness arose within me. I took out my self-made bamboo flute and gently played a tune. The melody flowed from my heart, resonating with sorrow and melancholy. Due to my recent efforts in brewing continuation spirit tea, the life force within me had already approached the brink of breaking through. Niewei leaned against Li Chen's embrace, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, slowly relaxing the tension she had maintained, and unknowingly drifted into slumber in his arms. Fortunately, the emissaries also feared the formidable space mage before them, thus refraining from delving deeper into the matter. Could he understand? Should I tell him that I am not the true Lan Lianxia, merely a wisp of a soul from the 21st century? Sai Ouyang sighed softly, wondering how such a delightful girl could be so enamored by a young man. Pan Jin Lian recognized the urgency of the situation and dared not conceal anything, softly recounting the events of that day in meticulous detail. Before Mu Feng could act, countless cultivators around could no longer contain their greed and impatience, all vying to seize the ice-fire dual spirit fruit. This creature bore a resemblance to a beetle, possessing two large red pincers akin to a crab, adorned with sharp barbs. Its abdomen was densely covered with hundreds of tentacles, and 6 long, steel-like legs gleamed as they moved nimbly across the surface of the ever-sinking sand pit. It is worth noting that once this matter becomes public, the entire Yingtianfu and the court of the Desong dynasty in Nanjing will undoubtedly face a monumental upheaval. A mere 9 characters represent the mightiest power in the world. The supreme arts of the Shunwu Palace, the Jingong Supreme Skill, is encapsulated in the 9 seals. Although Wu Yuan Ji only possesses 4 seals, he wields them with remarkable clarity and intent. Chapter 227, The 14 Servants, Part 2, soon, at Lin Shi Summons. All 14 servants gathered in unison. The atmosphere within the venue instantly became vibrant. Wan Shi excitedly engaged Morgan in conversation, while her old colleague, Mei Luqi Na, smiled nearby, her eyes filled with pride. Li Shu Wen and Zhao Yun stood together, exchanging insights on marksmanship, occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. Xiang Yu and Chiga Fei, both married, shared drinks while discussing matters. Why the rush? Why the delay? The fire is already upon us. Jiang Wuming, rarely seen in anger, snapped at the well-meaning advice given by Tita, who remained unperturbed. Then came the awakening of the sinister slumber, and Huan Yi appeared. Yin He and Tang Zi, she rescued Emperor Li Su of the Supreme Nation, who promised to repay Yun He with the Qiong Tsang Divine Crystal, while Yun He also pledged to assist Li Su in breaking the seal of the Qiong Tsang God, granting him supreme divine power. Ever since that day, when Yang Mu spat blood, her health had been deteriorating day by day. Yang Jin Xian lived in constant fear, and her sister inexplicably forbade her from visiting, compounded by the absence of news from Huadong Lai, which collectively caused her to lose considerable weight. The words of the Prince of Shun were genuinely heartfelt and sincere, unlike mere pretense. Upon hearing Guan Yu's inquiry, the man in black radiated a sudden surge of killing intent, abruptly turning to slowly remove his hat and unveil his face. How is this any different from the proposal put forth by Roland Tartar? Emperor Andaranda appeared extremely enraged. Xiamin was truly overjoyed, continuously expressing her desire to find an opportunity to eradicate the brother and sister who regarded the Xie family as their enemies. However, she had always struggled to find the right moment. Haven't you all seen them? What more is there to introduce? Su casually remarked as she placed a piece of food into her mouth. Indeed, the monk Xianxing from Shaolin Temple had also spoken similar words. Linine, somewhat puzzled, was about to inquire further when she suddenly exclaimed, "Senior, they have arrived," appearing somewhat bashful. Meanwhile, the opponent was clearly moving with diminished speed, their mind unsettled by the fierce sword energy, causing them to sway unsteadily as if they were about to fall. In truth, it was not surprising that they acted this way. After all, the individual before them held an exceptionally exalted status, and any connection, no matter how slight, would be immensely beneficial for future endeavors. Recalling the admiring gaze from the second prince on that day, Fu Yuanhua felt a surge of excitement within. Just as the hand seal was completed, Lu Suifeng felt a loosening in his grip and looked down to discover that the figure in his arms had transformed into a puppet. With a strike from the stone ring, the flying squirrel-masked alchemist evaded it, and the golden essence collided violently with a mountain wall, instantly causing a tremor that echoed ominously. "Grandma, the dumplings were perfectly fine, and she disposed of them all," she exclaimed in a fit of frustration. The holy Emperor Huchi slammed his hand against the nearby white jade railing, still fuming over the sudden information he had received. Fu Yuanyuan glanced over, acknowledging that Fu Yuanlan's sewing skills were indeed commendable, with a composition that was neat and clear, and stitches that were evenly and delicately executed. Here, possessing vigilance does not guarantee safety, but lacking it certainly ensures danger. The next room was where Su Mania resided. Mu Fei strolled leisurely to the door. Just as he prepared to knock, the door was abruptly pushed open. A glimpse into the essence revealed that Master Li, with such abilities, possessed formidable combat prowess. capable of effortlessly subduing Zhuang Fan. Subsequently, Master Gu Yi seemed to sense something, revealing a faint smile before vanishing with a spatial movement. Since returning, Sun Er had fallen into silence, and Xiao Tian did not press her, instead sharing a few jokes. Although she smiled, Xiao Tian could perceive that her heart was not truly at ease. In Chapter 228, Awakening and Breakthrough with a Passionate Kiss, within the half-plane of the undead, Yutong opened her hazy eyes. She instinctively tried to rise, but was met with a sharp pain in her head, compelling her to lie back down. Don't be anxious. If your body feels unwell, just rest well, a familiar voice reassured her. Yutong instinctively looked to her side, discovering Lin Shi sitting beside her, holding her hand. She immediately felt a sense of relief. Lin Shi, you truly came to rescue me, she exclaimed. You dare to strike my father, the emperor, with such audacity. Princess Shaning pointed accusingly at Xie Jingchen and Su Jin. What? Those scoundrels actually dared to betray me? Who is it? I will surely make them pay. Zhou Hongfei, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger and unhesitatingly believed Wang Hao's words, a display of intelligence that Wang Hao found impressive. Once the investment was made, it was natural to desire a smooth business operation. If one department came to investigate taxes today and another checked safety regulations tomorrow, followed by a fire safety inspection the day after, the constant barrage of checks would leave one utterly exhausted. With masks in place, they could only see each other's eyes. The strangely behaving figure in black stood motionless, his eyes unblinking, resembling a statue. At this moment, she realized that her opponent was even more ruthless, launching an attack with 3 times her strength without any warning. Confidently, Su Yin spoke, inciting the wrath of Xian Tairan. In the Xianhuang universe, who else can withstand him aside from that eccentric? Just as his words fell, a flash appeared, and He Yu had already arrived before him. Even if Wang Hao was not well-versed in firearms, he was quite familiar with the Desert Eagle, a weapon known to all. At this juncture, Lu Wanchuan could not help but wonder if Huang Zi's suggestion to repair the roads was a means to barter for electricity. They were the initiators of the Imperial Road Battle platform and genuinely believed victory was assured, deeming it impossible to rival them. Any one of them could eliminate the entire young generation of the Xianhuang universe. The one who provides the funds is the true capitalist, and thus their word should be heeded. Often, directors are merely fulfilling a role, not the financiers. It is the producers who provide the capital. To complete her mission, Feng Qing disguised herself and infiltrated the Fengchou faction for 3 months, allowing her ample preparation time to successfully defect. Clearly, they intended to take action. If Yiho were to fail, the next target of the Corpse Immortals would undoubtedly be them. Thus, Shi Qingshan drew her sword once more, channeling her inner strength in preparation for battle against formidable foes. Excellent. The troops from the 3 scout battalions should all converge westward. If possible, pursue and harass them without overreaching, Jun Kuan encouraged before issuing the command. Why employ personnel from the Immortal Sect? Jun Kuan inquired, casting a calm gaze at King and Nan, though his eyes betrayed a hint of unperceived intent. In truth, the requirements for a genuine actor are not high. However, since they were filming in Honghua, with adequate facilities available, it was wise to opt for a more comfortable resting place, as filming can be quite arduous. Foundation building practitioners possess extraordinary spells. As the golden light passed, the entwined black threads disintegrated like snow meeting the morning sun. After reviewing the plot that Shun Fei had memorized, they were ready to eat, only to discover the roasted chicken was actually baked sweet potatoes, leading to a repetition of the scene. Jing Hua had sustained a severe head injury and lost consciousness at the time. How could he have recovered so swiftly? Could it be that his father, Jing Tianci, had prepared in advance, leaving behind celestial herbs, allowing him to not only eliminate his old injuries, but also make significant strides in his cultivation? Meanwhile, in the high skies, Yin Lang's eyes flickered with a tinge of melancholy. Although he had anticipated the outcome, seeing the empty arena still left him somewhat disheartened. For the Guardian had not appeared for far too long. In Chapter 229, the onlooker's clarity amidst the bewilderment of the participants, Wang Dong offered her guidance. Lin Shi ultimately did not provide a direct answer. Caught off guard, he felt his mind whirl in confusion. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself alone on the frigid northern ice plains. Gazing up at the night sky above the far north, Lin Shi exhaled a breath of mist. He realized it was unwise to leave Yutong alone in the half-plane of the undead, yet he was too fearful to return. After all, returning would necessitate a response, one that would inevitably lead to the collapse of their relationship. Just as they were about to set off, more teal light orbs surged towards them like will-o'-the-wisps. Naturally, he cherished the night spent beside his mother. For the following day, he would leave home and return to Jiangxin. Wang Min had acquired such a substantial sum of money. How could it have succeeded without the approval of the decision-maker, Chairman Qian Junfeng? However, as Shun Qiqi swam halfway, she noticed Yi Lingxiao swimming towards her. But when she eagerly emerged, she caught sight of his reaction from afar and felt a tinge of disappointment. Yihuan certainly would not take the initiative. She simply bit her finger and sighed inwardly. Only by employing such a method did he manage to gift her those clothes, leaving her no opportunity to refuse. Thus, it is sometimes necessary to express one's ignorance, providing a valid reason to decline when asked later. In such a trivial matter, Miss Schwerer has still offered him so much. Her kindness towards him is truly remarkable. Today, he has dialed her number countless times, causing his phone to heat up, yet it remains switched off. As everyone gazes at Sun Chanka's departing silhouette, they exchange awkward glances until Qi Tian Hengxing is the first to shatter the silence. Thus, when Yang Yong'an returns, Zhang Shi sets aside her embroidery to fetch water for her man. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan feels as if her heart has been struck, sending ripples of emotion throughout her being. Su Qingyun raises his right arm, enveloped in a tempest of lightning, and crashes against the protective formation of Wang Jianglu. The onlookers, awestruck by Su Qingyun, dare not breathe too heavily and quickly clear a path for him to pass. Understanding the situation, Su Qingyun refrains from lingering, propelling himself skyward, vanishing into the horizon, leaving only the two on the ground bowing repeatedly towards the heavens. Among the remaining zombies, ordinary ones are still the majority. Yet there are also numerous advanced mutated zombies that can learn and mimic, possessing a degree of intelligence. Therefore, should a battalion suffer significant losses, it may merely be deemed severely wounded. However, if the structure is disrupted, it will be directly considered as having lost combat capability. The disintegration of the command system indicates a complete loss of control over the battalion. Shi Zhengfeng perceives the treasure of King Mu as akin to an emperor's ancient tomb. One knows it lies there, yet without finding the entrance, one may toil endlessly without success. This time, however, the glances directed at Long Xiaofeng are markedly different. There is no longer the curiosity from before, only a profound astonishment. Unable to find another solution, Wen Ming decides to send a Huang back to convey a message to the soldiers to alleviate their worries, while he and his sister spend the night in the bird's nest. Yet what if I truly choose to flee? What will you do, brother? I may not care about being a coward in the face of danger, but you have shown me immense kindness. I cannot abandon you to flee alone. In a moment of desperation, Lu Yu tightly grasps Yu Zhongping's hand, tears of valor welling in his eyes. No matter, Yu Yang remains unfazed to him. The heavenly fire holds no allure. This equipment was originally intended for Yuer, yet given the chaos here, he is not a member of our Hanyu alliance, and thus, considerations must be made regarding the distribution of equipment. After all, we cannot allow our friends to suffer. When the remaining few dozen bandits guarding the city saw Xiao suddenly struck by an arrow and tumbled down, shock enveloped them all. In the next moment, their courage vanished with Zhuo Zhao's demise. Those steadfastly guarding the gate let out a shout, disregarding everything, and fled. Chapter 230. The agreement upon entering the half-plane of the undead. Lin Shi's gaze met that of Yutong. Her eyes briefly sparkled before dimming, instinctively retreating. Lin Shi felt a profound sense of sorrow. It was evident that she was gripped by fear of what was to come, and the source of her dread was none other than himself. A moment's reflection reveals how foolish it is to flee from a girl who has just confessed her feelings. If I may add, The patterned spider adapts its disguise according to its surroundings. Hence my urging for you to maintain distance from the trees, Xiao Qin cautioned, addressing the three behind him. This realm is a world of swords, with a staggering 129,600 blades standing erect, forming a sword formation. Regrettably, these swords exhibit no semblance of spirit, resembling mere lifeless objects, and cannot even be considered magical artifacts. To venture into the tech industry, one must first possess a technologically mature company. If my assumptions are correct, Zhong Zhitian has set his sights on Wancheng Company, a tech enterprise valued in the hundreds of billions. By Po Jun murmured, a knowing smile gracing his face. Yi Bingyin approached the wall opposite the door, observing that it bore no scratches, only splatters of blood. However, she noted an absence of blood approximately half a meter from the wall, deepening her confusion. This was simply implausible. At this moment, Su Zheng comprehended why Su Bai harbored murderous intent upon their first meeting. Considering the current circumstances, it was indeed inconvenient for him to venture out. Reporters would surely devour him alive. Thus, he generously divulged the address of Ling Lai's new residence. With a swift motion, Lung Tian descended from the clouds, radiating an air of superiority akin to a beacon illuminating the darkness. Mind your tongue. The sum is not for me to decide. And do consider the present circumstances. Heighten your vigilance. Should any mishap occur, I shall hold you accountable, the old demon retorted, his countenance displeased. Let us relocate to a more suitable venue for discussion. It is too crowded here, Zhang Tianyi suggested with a smile, fully aware of the difficulty in pacifying such a multitude. Even if one harbors resentment against him, employing underhanded tactics presents a troublesome affair. Shall we resume our battle then? Yi turned to Bai Xing, a smile gracing her lips. After receiving enlightenment from Hualong's words, the centipede's spirit finally grasped the essence of my Buddha's compassion. The bound demon rope, having entered into my possession, is thus entwined with my fate. Should there be dissent, let us engage in a contest of claims. The conversation on the phone was brief, yet from Xiang Pang's tone, Wang Fen sensed that his previous blood donation must have had a positive effect, granting him a sigh of relief while simultaneously igniting curiosity regarding the outcome of his blood. Guanshan's actions can be understood, yet the result remains unchanged. Su Qian is dragged into death by him. With the special mutated forms drawing near, Su Qian reluctantly hoists Guanshan, leaping once more to propel him upward, preparing to leap out herself. Amidst days of struggle, Maxwell forsook all for vengeance, transforming himself into a shadow demon via shadow magic. As long as his original shadow is not eradicated, he shall not truly perish, which is why he succumbed to Lu Yu's illusion and committed suicide to break free from it. The East Sea Guardian, Senalius, halted his steps, shielding his eyes as he gazed ahead. The barren land was cloaked in a thick frost, imbued with desolation, and the biting wind rose once more, piercing and frigid. Chapter 231. Departure, destination, Sea God Island. Days later, in the coastal city of Kanglan within the Tianhan Empire, a group of individuals of diverse appearances arrived in this bustling metropolis. An elderly man, a lowly, a burly man, a youth, and even a robot formed an exceedingly peculiar ensemble. Clearly, this is Lin Shi and his companions. Sensing the astonished and curious gazes of passers-by, Lin Shi let out a deep sigh and inquired of the dark-haired youth nearby, Taigong, shall we proceed with our plan directly? Upon contemplation, both Xie and Lu Yu concurred that Xiao Fan's hypothesis was indeed accurate, aligning perfectly with the current actions of the other party. Supporting so many families simultaneously, was it merely for profit? Ji scrutinized Gu Yun, yet he regarded him with disdain. Believing that with his robust energy at the mid-stage of the Strength Master realm, coupled with intermediate-level combat skills, Gu Yun would undoubtedly prove no match for him. As for the other items within the cave, everything was accounted for, none missing. Moreover, they appeared even more refined and superior. The future star is no longer what it used to be. It now possesses an immense sense of confidence and morale that is exceptionally high. For Gao Chuan, who has grown accustomed to the diverse breakfast offerings of Huagua, the sheer variety of food options here is nothing short of a calamity. As Gu Yun gazes intently, he observes that these humanoid puppets are not only tall, but also clad in a suit of wrought tan armor, which is over half a foot thick. In their right hands, they wield imposing swords, exuding an air of formidable authority. The swords, measuring over 6 feet in length and half a foot in width, are black in color. Dalu Jiang, infused with the essence of heaven and earth and the spirit of all things, can assist ordinary beings and even transform flora and fauna into demons, with those of higher cultivation potentially acquiring divine abilities. Huang Lianhong pondered for a moment in her office before summoning Wei Di to retrieve the key to the safe. Nearby, several materials were laid out. Gu Yun recognized one as red copper, while he could not identify the others, suggesting they were not particularly precious when placed alongside wrought iron and red copper. He truly attempted to learn, yet found himself unable to engage, preferring solitude to the incessant chatter of the community aunties. In their hometown traditions, the celebration for a child's first month occurs on the 3rd, 6th, and 9th days after birth. Numerous radars were transported to the front lines by train, subsequently dispatched with the army to infiltrate enemy-controlled territory for the clandestine installation of radars. The intention was to mock her perceived lack of capability, which ignited Xia Qingge's fiery temper. Typically stoic, the formidable boss Ji Jin Nan even assisted in Xia with a can of cola. In aristocratic families, lineage is defined by shared surnames among all descendants. In truth, both parties are well aware that I will not genuinely cooperate with the Fox clan, nor will they completely lift the restrictions placed upon me. We are akin to two venomous snakes confined within a cage, poised to strike at one another at any moment. Lu Ha felt a sense of unease because the imperial physician had not provided a clear diagnosis regarding her mother's injuries. The proximity to Yang Guang's robust, masculine aura unsettled her own breath. Yet, I sensed no deceit from the Blood Guard. Despite their small number, the two of them managed to keep nearly 100 people from the execution hall subdued and unable to raise their heads. 5,000 years ago, those low-ranking cultivators might have been transported to that senior's Yuanzhu realm. Wasn't it already halted? Why continue the fight? We were all astonished as we gazed towards the observation platform. However, just as Lu Zhua and Qi Zixiao were about to depart, the elders and leaders from the central continent, who had similarly regained their composure, obstructed their path. This meeting was quite grand. Even if Li Fei had not specifically texted Li Wanwan, she had already seen coverage of it on television. Compared to their previously understated wedding, this celebration for the child's first month was unprecedented, drawing more attention than the wedding that Li Wanwan had disrupted. After confirming that everyone had left, Lin Shi whispered, Yes, master. What is your command? Bring me those two who were following us. Understood. Lin Shi sensed Yue Hassan's presence gradually receding. Upon boarding the ship, he had felt two individuals trailing them. If it were merely that, it would not be a concern. After all, Lin Shi's group was seeking Gu Yu, who was not in her dormitory but attending an elective class, as Su Mani stated blandly, without deliberately approaching Li Sanqing. The banquet hall, illuminated by dim red lighting, instantly brightened as everyone's attention turned towards the entrance, with a palace-style double doors swung open, momentarily revealing a blinding light. The Huangsha Juling Shun is a terrifying entity born in the ancient times, recorded in mythological tales as a being akin to the chaos immortal spirit, inherently divine and originating in the primordial desert, having left a notorious legacy. At this moment, aside from Lao Sigu Huasha, there are also Zhang Ziren, Zhang Iren, and other masters who chose not to venture into the new world, but instead observed selectively, remaining neutral towards Mr. Wu Wu. The art of warfare values the element of surprise, a principle well understood by seasoned strategists. After expressing his initial astonishment, Zhang Bu calmly resumed his seat, feeling a sense of schadenfreude. Among them, the highest-ranking deputy officer was preoccupied with thoughts unrelated to the current sword command. As for the remaining four on the other side, they were in a defensive position, clearly resigned to defeat. How could you possibly enter here? Are you his brothers from the lower realm? Irant's expression darkened as his eyes darted, clearly contemplating something. In the midst of a snowy night, she bit her lip, furrowing her brow, her eyes partially concealed. tightly gripping the divine artifact Fei Shui Lu Pu, seemingly revealing her deep-seated reluctance to engage in bloodshed. "Admiral, what brings you here?" "It's rather crowded." The lady blushed as she spoke, considering the implications of the admiral arriving at her bedside in the middle of the night. Han Shijia could not contain his amusement. Although he could not personally teach that detestable fellow a lesson, witnessing Rand Bingluan's torment of him provided a sense of psychological satisfaction. "Brother, what are you doing here?" "His restaurant is just a street away. He should be at home cooking at this hour." Any intelligent strongman would not believe that mastering martial arts and divine abilities could be achieved in a mere 10 days or 2 weeks, as such speed is implausible. Within less than a day, by the following evening, this individual had acquired precise information, obtaining data regarding Su Ming's residence. The stronghold of the Black Skeleton soldiers lies 50 kilometers to the northwest, less than 20 kilometers from Tel Aviv and the Mediterranean Sea. For this ambush, the Black Skeleton army had emptied their base, leaving it nearly deserted. As for the X-organization, they were entirely oblivious. The devil shrugged, expressing his resignation. A long spear arched through the air like a dragon, sweeping across the heavens, as bolts of blue-black lightning crackled at its tip, forming a deep, unfathomable black hole that seemed capable of devouring everything, shielding Nangong Zhan and rendering him impervious to all attacks, as if he occupied an invulnerable position from the very beginning. How should one describe it? The naval base is quite expansive, with 100 shipgirls dispersed. It could be considered sparsely populated. Thus, even if Chang Fei was spotted while hiding, not a single shipgirl could ascertain his precise location. Months ago, 900 warships of the Great Han Navy had gathered at Bora Island, effectively sealing the estuary of Hengshui to the southeast of Sunjia, instilling considerable fear in the Sunjia officials. Su Xia embraced her ample form, continuing to caress her smooth, rounded posterior, applying rhythmic pressure with her fingers, sinking into the plush flesh, then releasing, allowing it to rebound swiftly. Chapter 233, Deck Conversations, Part 1, several hours later. The two concluded their teachings for the day. Lin Shi exhaled deeply, lamenting, "This is so difficult. The more I learn, the more I feel there's no end in sight." The process of studying the thought patterns of key lines brought back memories of his previous life studying advanced mathematics. The Grand Duke smiled encouragingly. "Master, you are already quite remarkable. Your pace of learning is unparalleled in my experience." After all, I have benefited from. It was only when she became pregnant that she began to perceive a glimmer of hope in her life. Gong Sun Zhan's skill directly struck the fleeing Meng Sun Linglong. While Cheng Pu had just landed nearby, it appeared that with just 2 normal attacks, he could claim the life of Meng Sun Linglong. However, Liu Bei, lurking close by, had already unleashed his skill. Although his words lacked confidence, his gaze was sincere, leading Mei Shi to suspect that perhaps his intelligence had been frightened away by a mouse. Contemplating her words, Qing Lan felt somewhat awkward. She understood that Lin Feng had no desire for the position of king of the Jiren clan, yet, in this critical moment of survival, the Jiren clan needed a ruler capable of stabilizing the situation. Cui Ying was also aware of whom Cui Rue referred to, yet she hesitated to seek him out, fearing it would bring him trouble. Just as self-doubt enveloped her, an intense feeling of being watched grew stronger, piercing and terrifying, compelling her to consider retreating. Mu Qinyan was quite pleased with his reaction. Jiang Jian never suppressed his emotions, and his passionate demeanor was endearing, filling her with a sense of accomplishment. The realization struck her. Did he recognize me? Had all those hundreds I defeated the day before come back to life? Could my day of idleness have inadvertently provided resources for their revival? In an instant, Nong Shui was overwhelmed by the crowd, and Xiao Ju barely had time to utter a few words before being buried as well. I took a glance. Chen Ling activated his holographic device, and a meticulous scanner began to scan the area within 100 meters of radiation. Engaging in a purchasing platform not only required a procurement fee, but the cosmetics sold also had to be split 50-50 with the platform, which from one perspective seemed quite disadvantageous for Lin Feng. However, considering long-term plans, Lin Feng was actually profiting immensely. It was evident that in such a division of responsibilities, The leading machine could determine the outcomes, even the lives of its accompanying machine. Therefore, the demise of the accompanying machine was viewed as indicative of the leading machine's inadequacy. Ronnie Wiggins, what business do you, an archaeologist, have here? Do you intend to personally join the fray? Glass's radiant wings exposed the identity of the old man. I sense a malevolent intent emanating from that direction. It is terrifying. Shall we return? I do not wish for you to encounter any danger. Jianni attempted to persuade her dear friend against joining this dreadful battle. At the moment when Lin Han and Yi Chu Shui were both lost in thought, a light-hearted laugh suddenly echoed through the space, shattering the prolonged silence. As Lin Han and Yi Chu Shui turned to look, the yellow-green light faded, revealing two figures before their eyes. In order to avoid complications, Bai Shu first took Yi Taoling back to Tianyi Peak, allowing her to change back into her own clothing and leaving the paper kite behind before leading her towards the back mountain. Li Hao contemplated briefly before recharging his starting coins and directly tipping Meng Yu Miaoxing with the title of leader. I have matters to attend to and must hurry. As for the price, let it remain as we discussed over the phone. Li Hao needed to visit the vehicle administration office, leaving him pressed for time. Gotcha. If the two ancient beings before him were not present, Yubin would have laughed aloud. A peculiar question arose, and the man in the snow robe quickly reacted, as did the armed man. They began to converse in cryptic, peculiar phrases, almost like a riddle. Chapter 234, Deck Conversation, Part 2. Realizing that continuing this topic would only lead to further disadvantage, Lin Shi swiftly shifted the conversation. Yutong, how have you been feeling these past few days? Has anything unusual occurred? Not long after waking, Tai Gong Wang had come to remind him that as the host of Dai Yutong, it was possible he would experience dreams related to her, just as her master did. Simultaneously, he directly informed Lin Shi that he could not fulfill certain expectations. This time, Liu Yifei had brought down a batch of death gods merely to coordinate with the main forces, acting as the eyes and ears for the subsequent player troops. I understand. Feng Feiyang nodded, retrieving a wine cup from his robe. It was the same ceramic vessel he had used the previous day, quite ordinary, yet now imbued with the divine power he shared with Fu Lei, serving as a testament to the contract signed the night before. Even with sincerity, could mingling with his sickly Guansua Yang Xiong compare to remaining with the Eagle Special Forces? Puyol continuously shouted this to his teammates. He was the spiritual leader of Barcelona, exuding true leadership qualities. Barcelona's style of play was characterized by possession, soft and fluid, yet occasionally delivering a lethal blow, embodying a gentle essence, while Puyol represented unyielding determination. Based on experience, Fanda could barely deduce that the portal was enhanced with a restrictive trap. Only those with superior abilities or powerful deities could trigger an explosion. Although the imposing figure named Shang appeared to harbor no ill will, caution was still necessary, especially after the earlier unsettling incident. Song Ruelong and Su Xianrong casually grabbed a bite on the street before Dong Xiuzhu led them to Dong Yunheng's residence. Upon arriving at this location, Liu Yifei discovered that the Fossil Basin resembled the so-called fertile central area in custom battle maps from the single-player game Heroes of Might and Magic 3. At this moment, Zhang Yuan had no choice but to muster the courage to persuade Vidal once more, but based on Vidal's perspective, Zhang Yuan realized that Liverpool's hopes of acquiring him were likely to be dashed. Gai Nie swiftly dispatched a swordsman, placing immense pressure on the remaining three, who exchanged glances and charged at him with their swords drawn. Months later, Xiang Yu subdued the Qi region, and Zhang Liang and Han Xan, recognizing the tide had turned, also pledged their allegiance to Xiang Yu. In a thatched hut at the heart of the desert, the four sages sat upright, gazing at the 9 massive dragons soaring in the sky and the dazzling imperial jade seal, their ancient faces revealing complex expressions as they exchanged glances and sighed softly. With a thunderous roar from the sky, Lu Yang and Lu Romeng followed suit, while Wang Yan's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable brilliance, prompting her to halt. A muffled thud resonated from below, and Xiao Zhonghua tightly shut his eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably from the corners despite his efforts to contain them. However, in truth, such a cableway was something even its creator, Chun Si, would not dare to traverse. The distance was too great, and the structural integrity was weak. It required additional support to function. No, the one answering Lu Ji's query was Lan'er, who had previously gone to summon Muchun. Her expression was devoid of emotion, as cold as an ice sculpture. It was she who subdued Tianming and carried him inside. As his feet touched the ground, he had yet to glance at the wound on his chest when Meng Qiu charged at him again with her long sword. After unleashing over 10 strikes, he suddenly sensed someone behind him and hastily attempted to turn and strike backward. An old friend? Si Jun assumed it was the officials from Gillen invited to the capital during her birthday last year, and without further thought, she stepped outside. Chapter 235. Dinner conversation. Upon Lin Shi's return, he found Hou Yutong and Tai Gong Wang maintaining their usual demeanor. The moment he spotted Tai Gong standing beside Hou Yutong, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. He had a foreboding feeling that this fellow had undoubtedly instilled some peculiar ideas into Hou Yutong. Nevertheless, tonight, Lin Shi truly lacked the inclination to pursue the matter. Rather, he sensed that any inquiries would only provoke more teasing from Tai Gong. He waved at the two individuals. Of course, acquiring skills without effort was merely a byproduct. His primary intention was to bring Shui Min, the most talented ninja in the realm, under his command to bolster his own strength. After all, the sensation of being looked down upon is one that no one wishes to endure repeatedly. Xiao Mingjian, having just managed to soothe his wife at home, finally caught his breath, only to be struck by such devastating news, leaving his eyes wide and nearly causing him to faint. When he turned back, the monster had vanished. Along with the splattered blood, Xiao Zhimiao sat on the ground, caressing the cursed seals as if they were her most cherished toys. He had gained a degree of renown among players, known for his cold-blooded ruthlessness in dungeons, where he would eliminate every player within the same instance. Even the roots of the world tree seemed to pity this boy, instinctively encircling him as a mother would. As Xiao Zhimiao's cloak slipped, revealing her visage, Li Yin's pupils constricted, and he immediately released her. The weight of negative gazes bore down upon the three of them, making them feel as if they were in a hostile nation, surrounded by adversaries. Although it was unclear what Si Wuji had conveyed to Feng Qing, the expression on his face was undoubtedly one of obsequiousness. Without further deliberation, he gripped the Junshang sword and hurled it toward the rat's direction. However, it was said that he had entered the finals with the top score in the first 2 rounds of the competition yesterday, which left some perplexed. Doar, Heshi Bei, and Yu Rou, despite swiftly dispatching hundreds of cultivators, found that those practitioners were not formidable. Their shock was profound, but did not compare to the intensity of the astonishment brought forth by Feng Qing's actions. Nevertheless, Ling Xiao made no attempt to retreat, his gaze still fixed upon Long Lai, filled with inquiries. Consequently, the members of Li Jinyu's team would no longer need to fear the various loathsome insects in the forest. As for the ferocious beasts, they would have to fend for themselves. They had indeed discovered the presence of several ancient powers, yet only one more mysterious entity was detected. While no further findings emerged, Ishibai spoke with their. Throughout their journey, the relentless Douluo individuals did not allow Xing to slow his pace even slightly. By the time Xing cut through them, a path of Douluo corpses marked a straight line behind him. The Yin God Mirror cultivators required the separation of thoughts to condense all their consciousness into the Yin God, who would then govern the sea of consciousness, commanding all with far greater strength than those of the thought separation realm, allowing for intricate and delicate maneuvers beyond the capabilities of thought separation practitioners. Qingfeng, this is a deity from my clan. I refuse to believe that even the true gods among us cannot contend with you, Wan Feng declared. Although he was a practitioner of the sword sect, the essence of all life emanates from the void, erupting from an infinite singularity. Thus, the transformation of emptiness into reality. The birth of one from nothing, two from one, three from two, culminating in the myriad of things, is indeed so. A dilapidated wooden door creaked open, revealing an empty interior, as expected, devoid of any presence. When Feng's mind was fully engaged, a mere pseudo-spirit could not possibly ensnare him. and a forceful arrow shot forth in response. Following the usual routine, he designed it as the source program and posted it on the forum. However, before he could articulate this painful decision, a sudden gasp echoed through the armored vehicle team's channel. Subsequently, similar exclamations of astonishment and disbelief erupted in a chorus. In the subsequent time, Lin Shi was unable to extract any useful information from the two evil soul masters. After all, they were merely minions with no access to the core information of the Holy Spirit Church. Had two elders from the church been present, Lin Shi would have likely gleaned more insights. Time flew swiftly, and within 3 days, the ship was merely half a day away from reaching Danyang City. Should one call it unexpected or merely logical? "Hey, Yuhan, is he the one who saved your grandfather?" Lin Shan inquired, glancing at the direction where Zhang Chun had fled, her eyes sparkling as if she had stumbled upon something amusing. "Have you eaten enough? Move around a bit. Let me see how strong you are." A high approached Yang from behind. "Do you know how uncomfortable it is to be pressed down by two heavy objects?" Yi Dao Dian feigned great discomfort. Siluo suddenly stood back, watching the restless iron pot with a serious gaze from a distance. On his fist, a layer of spiritual radiance thicker than a foot enveloped it, forming a spiritual energy projectile aimed at Lin Yukon. Yet, Lin Yukon seemed to possess foresight, ultimately countering him, which genuinely startled him. What does this mean? Wasn't it said that only cultivators can attain the 5 elemental energies? Could it be that I'm already a cultivator? He laughed heartily, reveling in his perceived genius. If Qin Song could materialize, he would undoubtedly emerge to slap Zhang Chun to death. Hee. Brother Ye's charm is undeniable. Does anyone know if the next individual is someone Brother Yi is familiar with? Lu Mufeng chuckled, glancing at Shiqing and the others, including himself. All 4 prominent disciples from the sect were acquainted with Yi Dao Tian. Lu Cheng dashed forward, seizing 2 daggers and stowing them away in his backpack. As he took the daggers, the color of the skeletal remains abruptly faded, ultimately turning dry and crumbling to the ground. Thus, he chose the most arduous path, ensuring that you would never again suffer indignities by declaring to my parents that he wished to split the family. Xia Tian, can you imagine how difficult it is for my brother to propose such a thing? Lin Omping spoke hoarsely, tears streaming as Gao Hao Yue and Lin Yu stood frozen in place. The elder is right. Come, sit down for tea. Wang Eru took out the freshly washed tea set and began brewing tea for the elderly man. At this moment, the patrons of the Rui gambling house also poured out, finding the scene before them quite amusing. After Li Hao descended from the martial arts stage, Wang Dafu ascended, striding with imposing confidence, catching Luo Wang's attention as he scrutinized this hulking figure. The two ceased their conversation, and after a considerable time, the sky grew darker and unnoticeably, a light rain began to fall. Upon hearing Zhang Lanfang's words, Gao Hao Yue instantly perked up, grasping her hand and urging her to sit down and converse. However, subsequent events rendered their relationship rather awkward, though they ultimately resolved everything. But those matters are another story. Hee, are you not here as well? You could take care of him for a while, can't you? Nami cheerfully handed this conundrum to Wang Eru. Yet, just as Gao Jing was about to drop the chips, the copper anchor, which hung close to his chest, suddenly grew scorching hot. Now, only Xiao Yin and Shun Ling silently watched the television. The tea on the coffee table long since cooled, and they had not touched a single snack. You are an ability user. What is your power? Mu Yunwei looked at the young man and asked. Mu Yunwei reprimanded, causing the youth to pale in fright. The smile that had just begun to grace Zhang Lingying's lips gradually faded, and the light in her eyes dimmed. 2 violet hands suddenly tightened, making it difficult for the two to breathe, their faces turning purple. Lu Yang's voice was remarkably calm. Upon the arrival of Xiaoho Yifeng, his expression feigned surprise. Yet there was no trace of fear. In Chapter 237, The Stronghold of the Holy Spirit Church, Chun Tao and Fang Yun had not anticipated that Lin she had already seen through their identities, while Wu Feng was unaware that 2 evil soul masters had infiltrated his ship. Chun Tao and Fang Yun's faces turned ashen as they wished to flee, but it was evidently impossible. Lin she extended her hand and captured the 2 individuals effortlessly, raising an eyebrow at Wu Feng. As you can see, these two are indeed evil soul masters of the soul saint level. I do not expect you to defeat them outright, but you cannot even allow them to board the ship. The Emperor of Yunlei Kingdom lowered his head, his expression one of irritation as he looked at the incessantly crying infant, covering the baby's mouth with his large hand. With a thud, Ming Han Feng was struck by an invisible force, propelled backward without any hint of suspense. Tao ran, feeling frustrated, clearly forgot that he himself was among the greatest lechers. He gritted his teeth, determined to remain by Su Wanling's side during this haunting incident to guard against those with ill intentions. Chen's eyes gleamed with an unsettling brightness as he heightened all his senses, fearful of missing the coordinates hidden within the signal's rhythm. Feng Ling leaned against the wall, resting silently for a moment until he finally dispelled his weariness. Luo Chan mused that since you all asked me to handle this, do not blame me later for not giving you prior notice. The soldier trembled, glancing around nervously, ready to flee at a moment's notice. If not for the dark, menacing gun barrel behind him, he would have likely bolted by now. The door was not heavy, but the rust formed over time created a strange stickiness. It was curious what principles the ancient Americans employed to construct such mechanisms. That place, which sounded like a ghost town, was also the location of the first Illusion Beast Academy. It was late, perhaps I was merely seeing things. At this coldest hour of the night, if it turned out I was mistaken and Song Jiao Yao made a wasted trip, I would feel guilty. He was one of the most trusted subordinates of the Explosion Dragon King and a standout among the younger generation of the Dragon Clan. Handsome, composed, elegant, meticulous, and humble, possessing all the virtues of a superior. What scandalous incident? Fu Li paused slightly as he bit into his apple, seemingly unable to comprehend Chu Lin Yu's words. I now feel akin to a wanderer adrift on a journey. Despite being granted a splendid residence by the Heavenly King, I still cannot find the door to enter. Having absorbed the flesh and blood of the external demon beasts, he was mere moments away from complete resurrection. With Su Feng and the others conveniently delivered to his doorstep, he could not afford to let such an opportunity slip away. After bathing, she lay on the bed, utterly exhausted, and fell into a deep slumber almost as soon as her head touched the pillow. Yet, in that half-dream state, she felt something soft and fluffy, akin to cotton candy, land on her lips. Nevertheless, despite everything, they arrived here without regret, bearing their honor. Ultimately, they would also perish on the blood-soaked battlefield, carrying their dignity and pride. Upon first sight of such a creature, everyone instinctively froze. This beast was one that belonged in legends. 2 heads, 2 wings, and claws resembling those of chicken, exuding an aura of overwhelming power. The moment it opened its eyes, it resembled a primordial beast awakening from a slumber of thousands of years, instilling fear in all who beheld it. This allowed Tai Yi to nearly monopolize one side, understanding that such an opportunity would not last long. Thus, after organizing the heavenly realm, he immediately set about arranging matters in the mortal world, aiming to unify the 3 realms. Among the younger generation with whom Lu Chun had exchanged blows, Jia Tao's strength could be considered above average. During their recent skirmish, he had only exerted half of his full power. Shen Huixian also departed from the celestial membrane with a formation, standing amidst the chaotic currents, observing the severely damaged shard of the world. Over 3,000 cannons roared to life, unleashing a laser that lasted less than 3 seconds before collapsing upon themselves and annihilating. Chapter 238. The Third Elder of the Holy Spirit Sect. At this moment, the third elder hummed a tune while returning, his mood exceedingly buoyant. The recent frequent assaults by the Sea Soul Beasts had indeed caused considerable casualties, yet they had managed to reap significant benefits in the process, with each individual at their base making varying degrees of progress. Upon discovering the reason behind the Sea Soul Beast madness, he conceived a bold idea. His current mission was to seek out the City Lord's plans, and so far, everything was progressing smoothly. Yihua, Wan Yao gently called out, but Yihua remained unmoved. Maintaining his posture, Wan Yao, feeling helpless, stepped forward to pat him on the shoulder. Lin Feng's vision expanded, as it seemed he had reached the edge of the forest. where the desolate land emitted the scent of decaying earth. A stream of black liquid flowed through this map. Suddenly, a stone floated above Xiaoming's head, radiating a white light that dispelled the surrounding demonic web and sent all 3 demon clan members flying. With the sensitivity and exceptional skills of the King of Spies, Nick Fury swiftly retrieved the gun from his drawer and turned to point it behind him. In less than half a minute, the two arrived at the entrance of the tall tower, but just as they were about to knock, an unusual sound suddenly caught their attention. Tanya burst into tears, hurriedly turning to look through the car's rear window, but at that moment, Chun Tianyi abruptly swerved the steering wheel, driving out of the shadowy alley. Quite right. Zhao Jie thought to himself that since the company's security dared not act against Chun Tianyi due to Zhao Longfeng's influence, he would simply call the police. For the officers would not care who Chun Tianyi was. What can we do? Tanya suddenly felt a flush of color on Chun Tianyi's face, and his gaze towards her seemed to soften. This world appears peaceful, yet it is anything but. Battles are omnipresent, not to mention the occasional incursions by extraterrestrial beings. The continent itself is hardly tranquil. I have indeed pondered this issue, and it boils down to 2 points. First, due to certain grievances, I have concealed the secret of my origins. Originally composed, her eyes suddenly turned red, tears welling up as she choked out a question to Shinjiahan. The best course of action now is to slay the giant python. Yet my words seem to amount to nothing. If we could kill the giant python, we would not have to worry so much. At that moment, I felt a chilling sensation at the back of my head. I immediately turned, swiftly deflecting the enemy's wrist and sending his dagger flying. Fortunately, with Gu Chenxi's assistance, Nanruo only required some time to recuperate and suffered no serious harm. Lan Ruo, she prepared a simple meal with the food she brought. Though I had little appetite, I still intended to keep them company. Upon her mentioning it, Mu Jinshun suddenly recalled the strange words Yin Er had uttered during their intimate moments yesterday. From then on, regardless of how much Tiao questioned him, Ma Yongjie remained tight-lipped, subsequently banished to the opposite bank by Ma Yongjie, who warned him that if he dared to cross the river, he would be killed. The photograph in Zhao Tingwei's hand was likely given to him by Gao Shangjin. Otherwise, he would never have acquired such a thing. In a cheerful mood, I boarded the vehicle and continued towards the Hongyun family, ringing the bell. The villagers I passed cast envious glances at my bicycle, my humble demeanor laid bare. Previously, riding my electric donkey through rain and shine, no one would have given me a second glance. She was not adept at interpersonal relationships. Every time she went out, Guishu took great care of her, so much so that Cheng Rong Jian once scoffed at him, teasing him as a henpecked husband, as if he himself were not one. Old doctor, he remarked, we are currently at the border, surrounded by a diverse crowd. If you handle this matter so rashly, it could lead to unfavorable consequences. So let's not discuss this further. Chapter 239. Journey across the IC. Now that Lin she had become aware of the Third Elder's scheme and effectively dismantled the Holy Spirit sect's stronghold in the city, he no longer needed to concern himself with future troubles. Coincidentally, he intended to seek an audience with the Sea Princess, for he bore a significant responsibility regarding the deteriorating habitat of the Sea Soul Beast. After posing further inquiries to the Third Elder, Lin she cast him into the undead half-dimension. The majority of individuals possess a mindset akin to a puddle of water, easily disturbed by external forces, creating ripples that seem to persist indefinitely. In contrast, Caesar's mentality resembled that of an unyielding mountain, steadfast and immovable, or perhaps it could be likened to ancient, unmelting ice. On the afternoon of the day when the incident occurred, Ning Qian sought out Jiang Shuyu, and the two exchanged a few words in hushed tones, rendering their conversation inaudible. If one were truly indifferent, why would they pose questions of great significance to the other? After a meal, Li Jiyun felt a wave of relaxation wash over her, casting aside the chaotic and tangled thoughts that had plagued her mind. The exquisite vessels and goblets brimmed with fine wines and delicacies, while the opulent attire of the guests sparkled with the sound of pearls and agates. Every sight was a testament to splendor, from intricately carved domed ceilings to sumptuous feasts, illuminated by crystal lanterns and adorned with golden carpets. The master had once remarked that one should not take advantage of those who bear burdens. Chunye's voice rang clear as she reiterated this wisdom. Wei Sheng, still young, had limited knowledge of the village. Yet his ability to articulate so much exceeded Yin Luo's expectations. Tian Xin perceived something amiss and, without hesitation, joined in the toast, transforming what could have been an awkward moment into something entirely natural. Fang Lin had heard of the concept of strange fields, referring to discrepancies between the landowner and the land records, as well as between cultivators and actual proprietors, a grotesque product of power dynamics. Was the distinction between fighting spirit and magical energy limited to this? Recalling their previous exchanges, Melina blinked and wondered if she could inform him once she comprehended. The middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, 20 taels? For such inferior vegetables? I believe a single copper coin suffices. He conceded that the wine was decent and suggested that the carpenter accept it as payment. He then tossed a copper coin onto the table. Lin Yin had intended to leave, but was taken aback by the audacity of this so-called young Master Tang. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to proceed. For Fenghua had always been the leader of the male insurgents, and his sudden demise weighed heavily on everyone. Following this incident, Zhu Dachong found his misfortunes had lessened, and he no longer felt compelled to concern himself with others' affairs. Perhaps receiving a few reprimands would ultimately serve him well. Thus, Shen Mo, bold in his artistry, brazenly infiltrated the hall, becoming an unnoticed specter among the living. The assembly quickly reacted. The officers, having been robbed of their meal, rushed to reclaim the bloodied cudgel and, in unison with their comrades, subdued the still-dazed Dr. Feng. After the departure of Taishang Lao Jun, Zhang Daoling wasted no time and set off for the West Nyohazhou with Jiguo. With over 3,000 disciples, he brought along 300, soaring above the city to find it bustling and prosperous. As it descended from the clouds, they entered the city in grand procession. The sound of automatic rifles echoed in rapid succession, and in an instant, the previously orderly crowd became a target. Falling one by one, it was time for votes to be cast, and, as anticipated, when classmates clamored for whom to support, Li Yinfeng was the first to designate Xia Li, for he could not reveal his identity or imply it, only suggesting that she was the most likely candidate, which was sufficient. Chapter 240. The Sea Princess Lin Shi and Wang Donger instinctively widened their eyes. What is this? Their astonishment stemmed from the sheer magnitude of the recent psychic probe. Not only did it encompass the surface of the ice sea, but Hui Yutong's formidable mental exploration reached the heavens above and the ocean depths below, capturing every corner of the ice sea. What immense mental fortitude must this require? At the seabed, several thousand meters away, a mermaid accompanied a white-bearded elder, both with furrowed brows, glaring fiercely at the two individuals attempting to flee, bellowing in anger. Do not trouble yourself, Sister Huan. Your assistance in this divorce has been invaluable. Without your legal team, I could not have secured such a substantial settlement. Shu Yu expressed her gratitude. As the dragon reveled in its freedom, the lake returned to its tranquil state, shimmering like a reflective mirror, highlighting the dragon's robust and towering form. The armored soldiers charged forward frantically, launching an assault on the mythical team. Bibidong's long, elegant legs trembled slightly, her ruby lips parting as she involuntarily uttered sound. The cost of this meal, for an ordinary individual, would undoubtedly be exorbitant. However, for Huoling Yang and his companions, it was merely a trifling sum. The elevation of secondary profession levels was a lengthy endeavor, requiring a wealth of professional skills. She was still a distance away from becoming an intermediate tailor. I promptly paid my respects to the abbot, primarily to express my gratitude for his prior counsel, although I later submerged myself in the water. Yet, this did not seem to affect the outcome. Putting aside the peculiarities of Yangshan, a typical alchemist player could manage to keep Elder Yao engaged for 10 days or even half a month, with a firm grip. Lu Tuo tightened his fist and struck the belly of the Gulong stone, causing a whirlwind to rise, darkening the sun and moon, leaving rivers dry, and instilling fear in demons and gods alike. After being effortlessly dispatched by the tomb saint, an influx of malevolent spirits continued to pour forth, even more formidable than before. Li Jian and Xiao Lin, trained special forces soldiers, refrained from wasting time on idle chatter. After a few casual remarks, they began to analyze the situation at hand. While Xiao Lin had some understanding of Shiva, he still required comprehensive information to formulate an effective action plan. Shuebaran observed that the other four seemed disengaged, sighing softly. Indeed, such a dusty place was unsuitable for them, and lingering too long would lead to boredom. Regarding accommodations, Xiao Lin had yet to make any purchases. The colonizers and the Eagle tribe would construct their own tents. However, due to insufficient materials, Xiao Lin sold a considerable amount of high-quality canvas, albeit in unattractive colors, which deterred buyers. Yu Jin contemplated treating others as they wished to be treated, but a cold glance from Rose Shui sent an icy chill through him. He quickly confirmed that this individual was not to be trifled with and decided it best to remain silent. As it became evident that Pearl was unyielding, Kanikyu grew desperate, resorting to bowing fervently, applying such force that Pearl feared she might suffer a concussion. Kanikyu's forehead began to bleed after several fervent knocks. Yu Jian's mind was inundated with questions he had never envisioned, pondering how to address them. Before he could articulate his thoughts, the three-headed serpent of desolation could no longer resist bringing its tail to its mouth. Lu Xuanyang attempted to break free, but the iron chains, crafted from special material, rendered it impossible for him to escape with sheer strength. The round table accommodated only 6 seats, and as the 5 completed their game, Shen Bingwen took a seat at the empty spot, placing her chips upon the table. Chapter 241. Negotiation. It is indeed a valid point that the primary task of any living creature is to survive. Lin, she nodded in agreement. He then shifted the conversation, stating that if, according to your reasoning, anything can be done for the sake of survival, then why would it be problematic for me to eliminate you here? Indeed, while the words of the Sea Princess seem quite justifiable, many occurrences in this world defy logic. To put it plainly, the harsh realities are often named after her. Observing that over 20,000 individuals have joined the support group, he felt an exhilarating thrill within. It turns out she has fans too. Upon glancing at his phone, he noticed a call from a security team, specifically from Tang Qian. Yi Chun quickly answered, only to hear an anxious voice on the other end. Initially, the impression others had of him was rather negative. Over time, people began to attribute various issues to him. He was no longer the indecisive person he once was, filled with doubts at every turn. This transformation brought a profound sense of exhilaration, a feeling that resonated deep within his bones. As countless dark figures of the malevolent monarch prepared to launch an attack, they witnessed Yi Dou's fist erupting with an unparalleled golden radiance. Not having ventured far, Bing Yu spotted a senior brother clad in the attire of a steward, accompanied by several disciples, approaching from a distance. Ding Qingwu promptly introduced that the leading figure was Yin Shi, the steward of the Danfeng outer sect whom Bing Yu sought. That was over 4 million. He had spent the money intended for a BMW to impress others, and now he had recklessly settled the bill. As for requesting a refund from the Crown Hotel, he felt a twinge of guilt, yet ultimately, the allure of wealth triumphed over his inner unease. In truth, the man was quite handsome. Perhaps it was her admiration that made her perceive him as appealing in every way. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi realized that Su Qingqing was attempting to distance herself from their relationship. It mattered not. He would not mind in front of outsiders. Li Su scrutinized Zhou Yin as if assessing a work of art, while Zhou Yin wore a bitter smile, lost in his thoughts. The two exchanged glances, their expressions pale, and ceased their conversation. The words I spoke were indeed accurate, unless they perished here or faced some unforeseen circumstance preventing their return. They would inevitably go back at such a critical moment. Your greed for such a trivial amount of medicine is tantamount to endangering lives. San Bao exclaimed, pushing him down with a single palm, his voice filled with fury. His strength was formidable, and his combat style captivating. It was unreasonable for such a team not to be popular. I remained silent as she assisted me onto the Phoenix sedan. When the embroidered curtain fell, I found myself unable to maintain my composure, leaning against the embroidered couch within the sedan. Were you not saying she was well protected? Mu Zi was the first to inquire, perplexed by the sudden turn of discourse regarding the other realm. Upon my utterance, those present nodded in understanding. They had already perceived the underlying reasons, but none had voiced them. It was I, the uninformed outsider, who inadvertently exposed the truth. Qin Man, Wei Pengtao, and Zheng Qingwei had exited, leaving only Qin Hao and Su Jiayi in the office. Chen Haoren wiped the sweat from his brow. His prior application of 3 needles had consumed half of his strength and energy. Currently, in Saudi Arabia, numerous washout workers were employed there. Beyond this, many domestic factories were gradually receiving orders, which had even spurred the upgrade of various huaxia industries. At this moment, the Han army's formation took on a conical shape. One army advanced forward while 2 flanked on either side, charging towards the center of the Huangjin army led by Zhang Shirtu. In the competition with Guanghua, the Economics Institute found itself at a disadvantage. If changes were not made, it could be surpassed by the future National Development Institute, considering the dedication Professor Yin had invested. Qin Xiaoshan was naturally willing to lend a hand, especially the Lu Jing cultivator, who had previously shown no interest in the remnants of Yunlang Lingxia, was suddenly intrigued. Chapter 242. Reaching an agreement, you speak of becoming a deity? The Sea Princess could not restrain her astonishment. Were they not discussing methods to replace the soul ring? How had the conversation shifted to the topic of divinity? Indeed, Lin, she affirmed, gesturing towards Yutong, inquiring, what do you believe are her chances of achieving divinity? Although uncertain of Lin Shi's intentions behind the question, the Sea Princess pondered earnestly before responding, though it is hard to accept. The rebels, upon witnessing the decapitated head of Yile, were immediately thrown into disarray. After all, they were well aware of who had orchestrated this rebellion, with their leader now deceased. How could the uprising possibly continue? The weary group pressed onward, having yet to encounter the Qin Emperor's Golden Cauldron or locate Wu Shuang and Lu Matzi. For them, the sacrifices had already been considerable. What lay ahead remained unknown. Su Mei furrowed her brow. It was evident that this group comprised members of the 3 prominent families. Yet her predicament left her at a loss. Pang Ningyu and Shua Bud had vowed to drive out the Tatars. If one were to ascertain who among them possessed the most steadfast resolve against the Yuan, it would undoubtedly be these 2. Everyone present was startled. The voice had emanated from the adjacent room. Gu Shao unsheathed his saber and was the first to rush over. Such unions were indeed common among the aristocracy. Many scions, even if disinclined towards the partners arranged by their families, would still opt for marriage to secure familial resources and nurturing. Li Qingfeng had now become the sovereign of the planet, capable of wielding the entire planet's fortune and mobilizing its forces. Why do you gaze at me so? Is there something on my face? Zhan Ji inquired, tilting her head in confusion. Song Ruyu clicked her tongue, observing the other and noticing the faint bluish tint beneath his eyes, which elicited a chuckle. Yin Xiangrong was unexpectedly pregnant. How could this be? He had always taken precautions. Had he not? I shall stay at the hospital tonight. No need to return home. Please keep the noise to a minimum, Lei remarked to his 3 wives, who were about to leave. Yes, Commander. I assure you that once the task is complete, I will confront that so-called emperor with your original words. Lei responded with utmost seriousness upon hearing Shi Guoxiong's expletive. That day, Su Xinlan was at home indulging in a long sleep, having had a restless night. She understood that Li Xian had matters to attend to, thus refraining from disturbing him. Upon hearing this, Aunt Chung could not contain herself, pulling back the covers. It seemed she could not wait for the midwife to arrive. Hu Ao sighed, wandering aimlessly, when suddenly his foot tripped over a protruding hard object on the ground, nearly causing him to fall. After rubbing his foot against the object, he discovered it was merely an ordinary rock. Seeing Hu Ao being knocked away, Mo Qilint's brow furrowed as he swiftly flew forward to lift Hu Ao, who lay on the ground. Whoosh! A beam of light flashed before everyone, and upon focusing, they were both astonished and delighted to recognize that the light belonged to Li Exant, who had emerged from the cliff below. Li Guifei smiled gently, refraining from responding to the Empress's inquiry, instead gesturing for Mama Fan to step forward. Only then did the crowd notice that Mama Fan was holding a tray adorned with yellow brocade, presumably concealing within it the jade guanine mentioned by Li Guifei. By the way, Qin Wuyan, what shall we do about Miss Liu? Xin, who recalled the individual they had abandoned, and Feng grasped the luggage of Ka Dili Na, holding her hand as they stealthily crept into the backyard like thieves. The slumbering Pai Dan, two dogs with keen senses, stirred and were about to bark when Feng shushed them. Sensing the familiar scent of their owner, the dogs immediately approached, wagging their tails and panting eagerly. Chapter 243. Fusion and Confession. In the following 2 days, Lin Shi and her companions played on the icy sea while awaiting the Sea Princess. It was their first visit to the icy expanse, and especially with two beautiful maidens by their side, it would have been rather uncouth not to relish the experience. Typically, in such frigid conditions, one would soon succumb to the cold. Even soul masters, unless possessing ice attribute martial souls, would hesitate to linger on the ice without precautions if they were below the 7th ring. Yet, Lin Shi and her companions harbored no such concerns. 2 days later, ever since starting work at Miao Zi Clinic, the sisters underwent daily transformations. They no longer appeared lost due to a lack of purpose. Each had discovered her own aspirations. Chu Yunxi, however, remained fraught with anxiety over Nuo Heir's disappearance. She initially intended to send the queen away, but the idea she proposed caught her attention. I am not pregnant, nor do I have a taste for sour foods. Upon the mention of pregnancy, Luo Qi recalled her own roughness the previous day, which had deprived her of the opportunity to give him the contraceptive. She would need to remember to purchase some. Upon hearing of food, Lin Xiao's stomach responded as if it had ears, and she quickly forgot her sulk, springing up immediately. Once she had shared many days of meals and living quarters with them, and they were somewhat aware of her temperament. This notion is commendable. Yi Xiaorou turned her head to glance at Li Chunxiao, a faint smile gracing her lips. However, upon noticing the faint bloodstains on the gauze covering her forehead and arms, her brow furrowed tightly. Remembering the surveillance footage of her distressed, panicked flight, fury surged anew, her deep eyes reflecting a bloodthirsty intensity. Yang Ding could not yet ascertain whether Zhao's enterprise had bribed provincial authorities. If so, matters would become significantly more complicated. After much internal turmoil, Yun Feng abandoned the notion of explanation, leaning back in his chair and gazing vacantly out the window. Upon hearing the term Wushuang, Yin Yuji's expression shifted, his lips quivering. Was it that young man with a murderous aura who had threatened him? Very well. I shall await your arrival at the exit. With that, the burly man strode forward confidently. At this moment, Yi Yu's second martial soul had fully manifested, revealing the end of Day's Black Dragon, his true form and second martial soul. However, before proceeding, Yi Mingxian intended to forge a suitable weapon. Engaging in close combat with a hunting knife would be tantamount to courting death, but fortunately, branches were plentiful in the forest. Though the reward for the mid-grade spiritual elixir was substantial, one must remain alive to relish the spoils. After all, these items have been secretly brought back from the cultivation realm, their quantity necessarily limited. In recent years, the domestic film industry has flourished, surpassing North America in total box office revenue and becoming the world's largest box office market. With the already fierce competition among cinemas, the entry of financially potent Alibaba would certainly exacerbate the already chaotic cinema market. Thank you, Your Majesty. The harmonious sound echoed like a well-drilled army, exuding an overwhelming presence. What is happening? Lu Yuan felt a sense of peculiarity. Regardless, since you can retract, there must be a limit, right? With that, Lu Yuan stepped boldly through the door, advancing towards it. A punch connected with his chest, causing the young man's ribcage to shatter, sending him flying and spitting blood. Enough of your nonsense. Witness how I crush you. With that, Yin Zhao unleashed a hook punch, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Mixed together, they are assisting us. Do you really think we could reach the enemy's ranks alone? Zhang Quan, unable to tolerate the self-important officers who looked down upon his team, retorted sharply at the short officer. The assembled professors fell silent, The Elf-type magic, Wind Attribute Intermediate Attack Spell, Sky Wind Frenzy Fawn. Boasted remarkable single-target attack capabilities and often combined with other energies to produce wondrous effects. Akin to the fighting spirit used by knights and warriors during the ancient Six-Element era. Chapter 244. A Day Tour of Danyang City. Ultimately, under Lin Shi's insistence, the Sea Princess agreed to accept a substantial supply of resources from him. These resources primarily consisted of food, with a sprinkling of rare treasures mixed in. The pressing issue of food that had been troubling the Sea Princess was thus effortlessly resolved by Lin Shi. After all, with the formidable wealth of the Chaldean family, rivaling nations, they could sustain a vast population for an extended period. First, examine the design parameters, then review the design blueprints, followed by the experimental results, and finally, personally inspect the engine. Even without engaging in attacks, the distorted goblins would launch frenzied assaults on the nearby Abomination Arrow Tower. The three musketeers remained busy, seeking to acquire scripts, television stations in Southeast Asia, and even cinemas. These were the truly valuable targets, offering a high cost-performance ratio. Though it was a second-hand property, it was exquisitely renovated. Higuei was quite satisfied, promptly signing a contract with the seller and proceeding to the transfer of ownership. One must say, the service was excellent. A one-stop service enabled Higuei to receive the property certificate by 4 in the afternoon. The expensive puppets at this moment resembled dark creatures, appearing so cheap and susceptible to destruction from any impending attack. We lack the strength for construction work. Captain Zhang, we are all agency personnel. Who among us did not break their heads to secure their positions? Now you suggest we leave? Have our previous efforts been in vain? Accountant Feng Jie scoffed. Commander Sun, Consultant Xiao, your timing is impeccable. I have matters to report. Professor Tu Qin welcomed them. Return to report. Without waiting for Su Jiao to nod, Qin Tian produced a rope from his sleeve, tying around his wrist as if leading a dog, jingling all the way. The ongoing repairs and renovations of the ground were steadily progressing. The once desolate Goblin Basin was gradually transforming into a defensive city through the collective efforts of everyone. Lu Bu understood that ordinary words would not sway Sun Qian. He needed to unleash a thunderous revelation to capture his attention. This formation was derived from the main commander, Shun Jizi, after receiving the battle diagram and a total of 200 specially crafted battle chariots, leaving Hu Run astounded. It was not the brilliance of the strategy that astonished him. After all, even the most exquisite strategies required corresponding execution in real combat to manifest their power. Lin Rui Tian was evidently taken aback. Although he was aware that a dozen bodyguards had perished the previous night, he did not realize they had turned to ash. As Lin Rui Tian approached my door, the servants turned and greeted him with Sir. Lin Rui Tian did not respond, but weakly waved his hand, signaling them to attend to their tasks. They understood clearly that incapacitatingly Ding Hao with a single blow was far more challenging than countering his strongest attack. Huaxiao War God, it has been a long time. I must admit I find myself somewhat nostalgic. Lin Kong Xian laughed heartily. Tian Air Miao closed his eyes, and moments later, a transparent pill appeared in his hand. I say, Mr. Zheng, do you immediately accuse me without evidence? Speak not of slander, or I shall not hesitate to take action, Lin Fan exclaimed indignantly. Meanwhile, the sword spirit Xiang Yuan endured the torment of divine fire daily, fostering an ever-deepening hatred for the divine. Year after year, day after day, one day, Xiang Yuan would inevitably succumb to the divine fire's burning, on the verge of disintegration. As those monstrous beings began to panic, it seemed that no further words were necessary at this point. They realized that the human they faced was unlike any other. A person I longed to forget, yet whose memory lingers eternally. The complex expression in Yao Mian's beautiful eyes offered no explanations. Li Manli, filled with trepidation, cast a glance downward, but upon seeing Lin Feiyang's sturdy embrace, she leaped without hesitation. Lung Chengkai entered the dressing room, and the director of the television station promptly followed. Addressing him with obsequiousness, Mr. Lung, you have arrived. Everything has been arranged perfectly. You can rest easy. Chapter 245, A Day Tour of Danyang City, Part 2 soon. Lin Shi and Hua Yutong seamlessly blended into the throng of visitors. After inquiring with the staff, they discovered that this amusement park was divided into various play areas. Those who spent more could enjoy a wider array of attractions, and the section where Lin Shi, the proprietor, resided naturally boasted the most activities within the entire park. The clientele allowed into this area were primarily affluent patrons, hence many soul masters were present, unperturbed by the low temperatures. Consequently, many Qi practitioners were filled with trepidation. Yet they pressed forward, as more and more Qi practitioners surged forth behind them. In Ruo Jun glanced at her bound hands, and then at Mo Shi's. Suddenly, she lost her composure, questioning why she was bound so tightly that it caused her pain. However, Lu Qianqian disregarded the peculiar gazes of those around her, shouting loudly, seemingly oblivious to her status as Zhuoxiang's fervent admirer. As her words fell, several military officers entered, reporting frontline military intelligence to Yin Xianfeng, while some strategists hurried into the palace to discuss tactics against the enemy. No one responded to this exchange. After all, who could guarantee that they would score immediately or avoid mistakes from the outset? She internally lamented the situation, realizing that Ruo Jun had not even attempted to evade this time, indicating he had truly been affected. Li Feng and Zhang Sheng remained silent, as did the others in the room. If one were to identify the most uncomfortable individual present, it would not be the 4 bodyguards incapacitated on the ground. Today had been unfortunate for them, encountering such an unpredictable adversary, one so formidable that they resorted to robbery. The leader of the Wonu people contemplated, casting a glance at his remaining subordinates, who exhibited avoidance in their gazes, clearly lacking the courage to confront. Mommy, I agree, please continue. Mo, she suddenly remembered the option to stay in the dormitory, thus readily acquiescing. Hainan was about to elaborate on the essence of the 5-poisoned soul-severing hand when he suddenly recalled Lu Xian's cultivation level, and more importantly, the invisibility talisman he had for himself and Yunwanhua. Within the Jiangzhou First Detention Center, life persisted in a monotonous cycle. The LCD television on the wall automatically shut off at the designated hour, signaling that it was time for sleep. Lu Shu was not swayed by the apparent provocation, charging recklessly toward Dao Wuhui. Yet, he was unaware of the means by which the wolf demon had stealthily relocated him into this treasure. The chaos of the market could hardly encapsulate the current turmoil. Lu Xian felt overwhelmed, uncertain of how to navigate the situation. It turned out that after when Ruo Shui departed from the Yang family, she was resolute in avenging her father. By a twist of fate, she joined the Xuangu gang. Mastering the swift shadow annihilation technique and the self-harm methods of the underworld, ultimately becoming the Taiyin Star General among the 11 stars of the Xuangu gang. Wang Lin, without a moment's hesitation, answered Xia Jian's inquiry with a well-reasoned response. Should anything go awry, even if the Wu family had instigated the conflict, it would still be challenging to alter their attitude, although they were aware of the strained relationship between Long Luo and Long Yu. Who could ascertain that Long Luo's current achievements were not supported by the divine Emperor Jiru? Lu Xian observed the multitude of vengeful souls gnawing at the protective barrier. Though they were repelled one by one, their sheer number overwhelmed the shield. Furthermore, as a killer, there were monthly benefits based on rank, contingent upon completing the most basic requirement. Each assassin must accept at least one task annually, or else forfeit their benefits for the entire year. Very well. Glancing at the increasingly frequent flashes of lightning outside, it was clear that venturing beyond the boundary without certainty was unwise. Chapter 246, Wang Donger and the New Sea Princess, Part 1. My head aches terribly. I've been ensnared. Wang Donger awoke in bed, pressing her throbbing head, soon grasping the events that had transpired. She removed her hand from her forehead, revealing a wry smile of resignation. Upon reflection, this is to be expected. That girl is undoubtedly in a critical period and would not wish to be disturbed. Hui Yutong and Wang Donger were both well aware that Lin Shi's date was arranged with caution, as Mo Lianqing had specifically instructed Li Yu to create the tunnel on the left side, near the ear chamber. Though lacking practical experience in tomb raiding, Mo Lianqing possessed considerable theoretical knowledge. Furthermore, Kong Ling had mentioned that the void worm has a peculiar trait. if one is killed. All will sense the threat and will excrete a hard silk to encase themselves in a cocoon. Once cocooned, none but the void worm itself can break free. Meanwhile, in the heavens above, the colossal serpents displayed evident panic. However, after a brief moment of disarray, they quickly regained composure. One of the foremost serpents even swung its head back, unleashing a searing breath of flame that surged toward the ancient combat dragon. "Sir, the area is secure. No trace of the enemy has been detected," reported a man with great reverence. "What should we do? Are you familiar with this place?" Cold Feng, nearly shot, expressed his lingering fear. Chun Zheng, however, could only smile wryly, pondering what the demonic arts of the human realm truly amounted to. Now, even reaching the Zhenyuan realm and cultivating the primordial core was related to these demonic arts, which in the divine realm barely ranked among the bottom tier. Could it be said that the stealing Heaven Devil art was merely a legend of the human realm? Was it not clear that someone was orchestrating these events from the shadows? Nonetheless, Chun Zheng seemed to have overthought, for the troubles destined to arrive would inevitably come. And what approached was not the ambush he imagined. They came with open intentions. "Come in," at the command of Xiao Gui, a passage opened within the cave. And everyone filed in sequentially. After speaking, Xia Shui sat beside me, opening a link to a video on her phone. G-Man discreetly appraised Tai Shigua, whose family had long served the royal lineage, chronicling the histories of the royal family and the various lords. G-Man was well aware of this fact. What if, under unchanged circumstances, this beast were not from Earth, but from the cosmos? This time, Tianxiang did not allow Wu Zong to finish his statement. Explosive slash. With 3 consecutive strikes, the elder disregarded everything else. This was his ultimate technique. Should this fail, there would be no recourse. Initially brimming with confidence, he was taken aback by the strength of this seemingly unremarkable elder, realizing he could not withstand the assault and thus retreated to avoid disaster. A ray of sunlight pierced through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the elder's spiritual body as he chanted a complicated array of symbols, forming a barrier in the void that shielded him from the descending sunlight. As Lin Feng became the focal point of the world, eloquently addressing global experts, a pair of discerning eyes quietly observed him from behind. "Get lost." The middle-aged man beside, Qin Yingying, also suffered an attack, a deep wound carved into his arm, blood gushing forth, leaving him preoccupied with his own plight. However, he began to regret his decision even before selling his foot. At this moment, they were surrounded by a throng of beasts, making escape impossible. Chao Xinxin was positioned over 30 meters away from the site of the attack, separated by 2 walls. Yet he could see everything with clarity. Although the 5 cultivators from the Xiaoyao sect possessed considerable strength, the blood energy they encountered was an advanced force they had never faced before, completely overpowering their 5 elemental true qi, resulting in their swift capture by the blood slaves. Chapter 247, Wang Donger and the New Princess of the Sea, Part 2. Is such a thing even possible? Li Jing had never heard of this intelligence. After all, once a deity ascends to the divine realm, they are nearly impossible to descend back to the mortal world. Even in special circumstances, when they do descend, they generally disregard soul beast clans that have no connection with them. Thus, she had only heard a fragment of information from the Princess of the Sea. Therefore, the essence of divine positions was essentially a trade of freedom for power. Wang Donger spread her hands, and upon witnessing this, Ling Feng smiled slightly, waved his sleeve, and departed, leaving the matter for them to handle on their own. Suddenly, a phone rang. Yi Wu Dao cast an apologetic glance at Nailan Hongdo, then rose to answer the call, exiting the room. General Ito Yu Hung wore a face of disappointment, appearing to age a decade in an instant. His already numerous gray hairs now appeared completely white. A fierce battle commenced, and fortunately, this was Beast King City, teeming with orcs. Seeing that the Black Wolf genius was not bravely confronting the fearsome scorpion, a bear warrior expert came over to lend assistance. Feeling that the spatial blockade around them had been lifted, Wei Yang had long been prepared. Without hesitation, he launched an attack on the sea spirit Hailuer, causing a white diamond-shaped light shield to suddenly materialize, enveloping Hailuer within. Regardless of victory or defeat in this battle, I have already lost you. The outcome is predetermined. Lu Yunxiu let out a shallow breath, observing the couple in the inner room happily embracing while washing dishes. Their smiles calmed his heart, alleviating his earlier distress. Under the influence of this energy, Ling Feng's perception of the external elemental force intensified 100-fold. He could almost see the granules of elemental energy, effortlessly seizing them with his consciousness and merging them into true elemental power. In the blink of an eye, his true elemental power saw a slight enhancement. As his consciousness intertwined, Ling Feng sensed waves of entanglement, cutting and tearing force approaching him, seemingly intent on shattering him. A surge of battle intent arose, and Ling Feng exclaimed, "Temporary." Although Lin Lei's attack greatly captured the attention of the colossal beast, the actual damage inflicted was negligible. Lord Yinfeng naturally heard these words. His wind sensitivity was already exceptional, and such a loud sound was impossible to miss. As predicted by Su Mohan, Chun Ipi's attack targeted a spot just a foot away from Su Mohan's right side. Fortunately, Su Mohan discerned the subtleties of Chun Ipi's counterattack. Shangguan Shui had no intention to harm Shangguan Fu. She always believed that someone like him, who relied on a slight background to act tyrannically, was merely a coward at heart. Even without her intervention, someone would eventually deal with him. So Shangguan Shui indeed released her grip. The significant defeat in Shuguang City could be attributed to Murong Chaoyang's carelessness, leading to a surprise attack that severely injured him and caused the troops to lose unified command. Hongzhou opened his mouth and drank deeply, then extended his hand to prepare for further action. At that moment, an attendant slightly bent down, whispering a few words in Hongzhou's ear. Katy Dog absorbed this flame and evolved. Zimin threw a firestone to the Katy Dog engulfed in flames. The guards of Yinchuan City did not gather atop the city walls. Instead, they transported barrels of tung oil to various corners of the city. Hot oil was essential for defending the city, and thus, Yinchuan City had ample reserves. Governor Ling Zhou, Shui Wanshu, served as the chief commander of the Changwu Dao military, launching a northeastern assault on the back of the Turks to sever their escape route while monitoring Tuli Khan to prevent any surprise attacks. How could Lord Water meet with someone like you? I refuse to believe it. I demand a Pokemon battle to see who is more worthy of Lord Water's trust. Mina June exclaimed, exasperated. Chapter 248. The Sudden Change. In Danyang City, Lin Shi and Hui Yutong were enjoying shaved ice. Although it was called shaved ice, the flavor differed significantly from what Lin Shi had tasted in her previous life, as the quality of seasonings varied greatly between the two worlds. Earth's offerings were far more diverse and exquisite than those of Douluo continent. Nevertheless, Hui Yutong found it fresh and interesting, savoring the shaved ice with evident satisfaction. Watching Hui Yutong with her face resting on her hands, Lin Shi felt a sense of peace. Upon hearing the words of the matriarch, the expressions of several other ladies nearby changed, sensing an air of unease. Understood. I shall head over immediately. The Alchemist Guild holds a distinguished position, and it would be quite rude to keep President Hu waiting, Yi Yun remarked with a smile. He had previously met Hu Qing, and although he was unaware of the reason for Hu Qing's visit, it was essential to meet him given his personal arrival. The fire control technique was something Wallace learned from family alchemists during his own alchemical pursuits, and he had spent considerable time honing it in the Sixth Divine World. So his skills were commendable. As they spoke, he made a gesture inviting her to proceed alongside him, engaging in light-hearted conversation as they entered his office. Qi Cheng had diligently devoted his life to his work, never committing any heinous acts, running a conscientious pharmaceutical enterprise. How could he have given rise to someone like Qi Mumu? Mr. Yi, let's dispense with the pleasantries. Have you brought the money? We only accept cash, said Brother Four Eyes. Upon returning to the Xianling continent, in the 10,000 Great Mountains, Yi Yun was suddenly stirred by a powerful wave of spiritual energy. When Xiao was about to inquire further, when Duan Yin abruptly interjected, Principal, would it be convenient for us to discuss this in the office? It's rather cold outside. The three brothers of Xian armor had all been slain by Yi Yun's retaliation, and the pervasive chill began to dissipate. Leaning on his sword, Yi Yun exited the state of divine perception, his complexion as pale as gold paper. Although he did not fear the old Qin family, he was unwilling to be unjustly targeted by such a clan, since old Lady Fu had said as much. Su Shuping felt it unnecessary to say more and nodded after reiterating her reminders. On the first day of her son's return, she had urged him to shave, but he insisted that his facial hair made him appear more mature and composed. Now, he had suddenly cleaned himself up. Could it be that he was experiencing budding feelings? Especially after the news spread that Emperor Jinyuan had been greatly pleased by her antics at Wuyang Palace. It was likely that her status would see a significant rise in the short term. Jiang Yin observed her struggling with her knife and fork and changed seats to sit beside her, reaching for the utensils in her hand. It felt as though a fist had struck cotton, leaving the frustration within caught in limbo. It was rumored that the Divine Fear Whip was a magical artifact specifically designed to combat monsters. Any monster struck by the whip, regardless of the strength of its corporeal form, would suffer damage to its soul. Around the dining table, everyone had taken their seats when Wei Ting finally emerged from the kitchen with the last dish. Suing pleaded with Chun Jinhua to accept more money, but she remained adamant, leaving Suing feeling somewhat helpless. Even though money was quite valuable in this era, for someone like her, who had once possessed billions, a few coins, or even several thousand, held no significance. In the procession of the coffin bearers, Wu Guanshi elegantly waved a handkerchief, inquisitively and somewhat arrogantly addressing Daoist Qianhe. Yi Shangqiu casually tossed something, which the head steward instinctively caught in his hand, only to feel as though he had grasped a searing iron. His expression changing drastically as he nearly dropped the object. A month prior, when she ingested the transformation elixir, she found it exceedingly difficult to endure the powerful effects, which resulted in her failure to successfully break through to the foundational realm on her first attempt. However, regarding Mu Guang's affairs, there was no need for excessive measures. The ledger contained records of numerous court officials' corrupt dealings, which could assist us in securing greater positions, Zhu Yan stated solemnly. Its advantage lies in its mobility, unlike Yi Shangqiu's Black Dragon secret realm, which remains unchanged regardless of the entry point. Chapter 249. The journey to Dongyang concludes. Unbeknownst to her, this predicament was equally challenging for Taigong. Though he appeared calm and collected on the surface, the magical energy within him surged wildly, replenishing the expenditure caused by the previous strike. Given Taigong Wang's character, he naturally contemplated the possibility of engaging in battle with Dai Yutong. As such, he prepared comprehensive defenses against Dai Yutong's abilities, whether concerning spiritual or soul-related powers. Hearing him call her name, Luo Yiran's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she withdrew her arm. Seeking an excuse to depart, old Master Kong, having grown weary, summoned Kong Guangzhu to converse privately. What transpired between them remains unknown to outsiders. However, upon their return, Kong Guangzhu no longer glared at Lu Lian, nor did he target him. Cheng Huaiyan, in search of his wife, remained unmarried for over a decade, and had he known of her tragic accident that left her in a vegetative state, he would surely be filled with regret and self-reproach. Old Turtle believed that it was prudent to anticipate the worst in all matters. This journey westward was fraught with uncertainties, leading him to feel that every situation might be perilous and unpredictable. After lunch, Lu Yunzi voluntarily took on the entire dishwashing task, allowing the three women to relax and converse in the living room. Fortunately, the magical spirit stones were abundant in energy. Mainyang only needed 4 pieces, estimating they would last at least 2 months. That wretched Luo Yiran, despite already being with Lu Yunzi, remained restless. She vowed to make Luo Yiran pay tenfold for today's incident. Bai Mu cast a sidelong glance at Bai Zai's naive demeanor, suddenly realizing that this divine beast, which had slumbered since the decline of spiritual energy, had never experienced the despair of that era, nor had it witnessed the bizarre methods devised by ancient geniuses to prolong their legacies. In June, numerous Russian tourists had arrived, yet most of them dined in groups, with only an occasional few choosing to visit our establishment. Yi Tsuanxin gazed with concern at the fallen Shenlani, contemplating her next move before deciding to rush forward. Shun Qiming sensed, in a vague manner, that standing at a human's height made it challenging to solve problems beyond human imagination. Long Fei's reasoning was sound and without flaw. Zhao Hongwei adopted a cunning demeanor, casting a fierce glare at Li Guanshi, blaming him for his hasty temperament. This rushed exchange placed him in a passive position, leaving no room for further negotiation. At this moment, Li Guanshi appeared awkward and at a loss. Xiaolang, I am fine, merely a bit fatigued and somewhat hungry. Gu Yu chuckled. The surroundings were desolate mountains, devoid of human habitation. After a heavy snowfall, the ground was blanketed with over a foot of snow. A creature with long black fur, save for a pair of bright eyes, had its nose and mouth obscured by hair, rendering its appearance indiscernible. Initially, this was merely a child's innocent remark, but upon uttering it, Gu Bai felt compelled to harbor suspicions. Just then, several subordinates subdued the galloping steed, which, after a frenzied sprint, collapsed to the ground as if deflated. A whole day was thus consumed, and Long Fei finally counted down to the moment of departure. Attending the poetry contest could not involve ordinary transportation, as that would undermine the reputation of the Wei Yuan courier. This dog you raised is indeed smarter than a human, yet you may not be its equal. It can easily enter, but may not have the fortune to exit alive, he remarked. The mother passed away peacefully and was reincarnated in the underworld alongside Jun Shangxiu, continuing their previous life bond. Junzi Xiu addressed Bai Lan. The man paused at the door of the left private chamber, peering inside and taking a deep breath. The Roland beast within the room sensed Lu Xianyuan, expelling alcohol from its body before quietly drifting out the window to find Gua air, landing atop her head. Chapter 250, The Maze of the Sea. Hence, it took less than a day for Lin Shi and her companions to reach their destination. Gazing at the slightly distorted space before her, Lin Shi turned to Wang Donger, who was nearby. Is this the place? Yes, Wang Donger nodded, her expression tinged with bitterness, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. The distortion of this space had reached an extraordinary level. Stepping into this labyrinthine realm would be akin to facing 100,000 foes. With our city walls and arrow towers, do you think I have the upper hand? Yu Shangji let out a light scoff, though her brows remained furrowed. However, should the Mengshan sect intervene to aid the Guangming Church, it would brand the Mengshan sect with the label of the Light Faction, placing its branches in the dark world in jeopardy. Trembling fingers, Zhang Xiongfeng glared at the seemingly righteous individuals before him, nearly spitting blood in frustration. How had the situation devolved into this? At that moment, Zhang Xiongfeng felt utterly bewildered. However, I seem to have forgotten to mention something. As long as I desire to leave, there is no place that can impede my escape. With a wave of his hand, a fissure in space materialized in Chun Yufan's grasp. Do not thank me. Instead, express your gratitude to Lord Mengshan. As a clergyman of the Mengshan sect, Luo, you remain steadfast in spreading the faith of the Mengshan. Behind this GST body, machine after machine surged forth. Throughout, Chun Shin remained absent, attacking from state of invisibility, unleashing thousands of strikes in mere moments, relentlessly slicing through the massive form of the iron-armored beast. Unsustainable? Upon hearing this, the two elders were not foolish, their eyes lighting up immediately. Kai Si charged forth, with the 4,000 Reverse Blade Corps being the first to support, attempting to tear through the ranks of the Blade Beast from the side. Yet, the Blade Beasts emerging from the ground came in an endless stream, as if a subterranean passage had been unearthed. Take the current Xuanyang stone caves and the construction of the Buddha statues, for instance. When the court initially announced this project, the scholarly circles erupted in fervor, with opposition rising from various states and regions. I do not know. I know nothing. No, I mean to say, I share the same questions as you. Zhao Tianyu stammered. Thus, it was that the practitioners of the Demon Clan harbored immense longing for the era led by the Demon Clan under Long Xian's guidance. The young county magistrate, skeptical, extended his hand to lift the curtain, immediately spotting a staggering figure trailing behind the carriage not far away. Upon realizing this, Ning Nanyu paused, as if she had already decided to keep this child, without regard for her own circumstances. The next step would be to plan where to go. Song, Ji casually inquired, causing Zhao Yiqing to suddenly open his eyes wide. Our fates have completely run their course. Moreover, you, a mere servant, are unworthy of my princess's compassion. After stating this, Zhao Gui departed with her entourage, and Mo Batu, along with other herders, prepared milk tea for everyone, aiding the weary travelers in regaining their strength. The monitoring satellite has detected an unidentified flying object approaching Earth at high speed, having already entered the atmosphere, as reported by Shierui. However, what the public fails to comprehend is that this company is solely focused on promoting internet celebrities, neglecting the substantial cake that is the domestic entertainment industry. As I spoke, from beneath the 8 Immortals table, a gleaming blade, cool as autumn water, was drawn with a sharp sound. I was astonished to learn that this on-site mission could yield as much as 500,000 experience points, which was quite remarkable. Su Shiwei and I held hands as we entered. The opening was not vertical, but extended downward at approximately a 60-degree angle. Li Qiang seemed to grasp Yutong's intentions and chuckled, saying, "Brother, I believe he won't be too reckless here. There are many formidable divine formations." He had already encountered them during his extensive search earlier. Chapter 251, The Doom of Haitian Island. Soon, the distorted space returned to normal, and Lin Shi found herself on a small island. The brilliant sunlight bathed the golden sands, reflecting an almost blinding light. Upon seeing Lin Shi, several guards on the beach hastily approached her. "Hey, who are you?" For the reclusive inhabitants of Haitian Island, a stranger like Lin Shi was exceedingly conspicuous. Lin Shi turned to them, offering a warm smile. The combat vehicles were overly selective regarding battlefield conditions, and within Ming Tian's army, there were not many such vehicles. Only the commanders who were reluctant to ride horses retained the chariots as a means of transport. Reflecting on this, Ming Tian sought to reassure his 2 military aides, Do and Shi, diverting their attention. On the grasslands, the conflicts between the Xiongnu tribes often involved warriors from each tribe charging at one another on horseback. After several exchanges, the victor would emerge, while the defeated would scatter, joining other tribes or submitting to the conquerors. Wu Jing casually remarked, glancing at the time, "I just conducted a casual test, and found that the giant seems to attack only things with spiritual fluctuations, including yourselves and the weapons you bear." However, even with this knowledge, Xiaoqi did not believe that an army of merely 20,000 would create significant waves. For precautionary measures, he dispatched the emperor's uncle, Xiaoting, to deal with Yebing, an unpredictable variable. Su Wanqing felt uncertain, but she believed that regardless of the circumstances, if something were to happen to her subordinates, someone would come to investigate. Had Qinyangji held out a bit longer, waiting for Yebing to deal with Guangcong, perhaps the darker aspect of his character would not have been so apparent. However, reminded of her duties to work and to drop the 2 children at school, she exerted herself to rise from bed. As she descended the stairs, Gu Zichen was seated at the dining table, holding Nian Yan while eating, and she contemplated sitting across from him. Xu Shijin informed Liu Xuanda that Lady Suan had returned to Dongwu, and that Zhao Yun and Zhang Fei had reclaimed Ado, with Zhang Fei having slain Zhou Shan. According to news relayed by Li Xin, Yin Wangxi, in a desperate bid for survival, personally dispatched assassins to slay Ji Dan. A son knows his father best. To die at the hands of one's own father is a tragic fate for Ji Dan. Perhaps due to my earlier actions against Yin Long Daoshi since that day, Shushan has ceased its efforts to rescue Yin Long Daoshi and the 5 black-robe individuals, as if they had been abandoned. "Hey, Pongzi, I didn't expect you to remember my nickname. I used to dislike being called that, but now I find it quite catchy," the man said with a proud smile. Speaking eloquently, Cao Cao felt a surge of joy, growing more amused as he ceased to engage in matters concerning Chong Tian's army. As evening approached, Chong Tian prepared a banquet, and the 2 began to toast one another. However, as a good employer, Lin Tian deliberately lingered in Jiling City to attract the attention of more of Bu's subordinates. Rest assured, Wuyin Village won't initiate a conflict even if they are aware, Zhang Ye asserted with utmost certainty. The shadow was a spiritual entity, precisely the ancient spiritual item that Pu Xingtong awaited. Was it truly a spiritual object? Today marked the first day of the Lobster Festival, and certainly, The most important aspect was to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Otherwise, what was the point of coming here? Qin Lao waved his hand, saying, I came out of curiosity. Witnessing the ancient pottery of our ancestors is worth the trip. His two disciples tidied their tools and followed him as they departed. Tianxia Laozu resembled a ghost, and it was needless to say that Ye Feng was currently gravely injured. Even at his prime, he could not match such speed. After speaking, he noticed those around him casting glances at nailing Ruggiero that seemed to say, You handle this. Venting frustrations, sharing truths, and discussing future plans. He began with the crucial matter. In the latest chapter, someone mentioned that Daming Erming must not be spared. Their reasoning was compelling, and I took it to heart. Therefore, I resolved that they must perish. The current plan is to have Wang Dong'er defeat them, leading Niu Qian to sacrifice himself so that Dong'er may live happily in Jialadi. This approach may render her less of a fool. Nonetheless, even if she were to be a fool, there was no turning back. It had come to this. Preserving Dong'er's character and maintaining the integrity of this narrative could only lead to one choice, and I opted for the latter. All of this is my fault, and I sincerely apologize for failing to manage it properly. If any reader can devise a method to eliminate Daming Erming while preventing Dong'er from appearing foolish, I welcome your suggestions. After all, longtime readers know my shortcomings as a new author, and my only redeeming quality is my willingness to heed advice. If your reasoning is sound, I am open to altering the storyline. Having concluded the formalities, I now shift to expressing my grievances and share my thoughts. This book is my first, and for a newcomer, its performance is commendable. However, this does not imply my satisfaction. On the contrary, many seeds of destruction were sown from the very beginning, rendering my writing arduous. Firstly, the female lead's configuration. I am inherently a purist in romance. Under similar conditions, I generally prefer works featuring a single female lead. Yet, I initially crafted a multi-female lead narrative and made promises to the readers. What can be done? The path I chose must be walked to the end, and I have made commitments, even if the reader who prompted this is no longer following my novel. Nevertheless, I do not wish to breach my vow. Consequently, I find myself struggling now, and I must bear the consequences of my choices. I can only say that in my next novel, I shall write a harem with a different approach. Secondly, regarding the protagonist's strength, I stated that I would not suppress the protagonist's power, and I have adhered to that commitment. A promise is a promise, and one cannot retract words once spoken. However, I must admit that the outcome has resulted in the protagonist's strength being severely overpowered. After all, starting with a first ring capable of defeating a fourth ring, and a third ring easily dispatching a sixth ring only leads to an ever-increasing strength. Currently, there are few foes left for him to contend with in Douluo Dalu. As a result, this book may conclude far sooner than I initially anticipated. Thirdly, the ability settings. Some readers have noted that the absence of interactions with the heroic spirits has made the narrative less engaging. I am aware of this. As the author, I too prefer to write those earlier, more humorous, and everyday scenarios rather than the current, relentless progression of the plot. I also wish to explore the storylines of the heroic spirits, but it has become impossible. The reason is simple. Akin to why the emotional arcs with the heroic spirits were eliminated, there are simply too many servants. Even excluding the 7 recently summoned, the original count was already substantial, not to mention the potential future summons. As a novice student, I find it exceedingly challenging to produce articles that adequately highlight the unique characteristics of each heroic spirit, especially when tasked with writing 4,000 words daily. The initial assumptions I made were overly simplistic, compounded by my own inadequacies, leading me to humbly seek forgiveness from my readers. The recent narrative has been particularly taxing for me. I've been unwell with a fever for the past few days, which has further exacerbated my discomfort. I am grateful for the unwavering support from everyone, and I will continue to provide daily updates. I will read all messages from my readers, responding to inquiries and considering suggestions as appropriate. However, I currently feel compelled to divert my primary focus away from this book, opting instead to explore new literary endeavors in preparation for my next work. The new book is under review, and I sincerely hope for a smooth contract process. Thank you all for your continued support. In Chapter 252, The Division of Shrek, a significant event unfolds at Shrek Academy, located thousands of miles away. Outside the Sea God Pavilion, thousands of students have encircled it in silence, many holding placards demanding accountability, expressing their discontent with the prevailing silence. The dense crowd, though silent, emanates an overwhelming sense of pressure as they await a response from the Academy. The situation is delicate, considering that those attending the Dachu Academy are likely not ordinary individuals. Any escalation could lead to undesirable consequences for all involved. Is it over? What did the senior brother say? As Zhong Lishan observed Yang Zheng stowing away the jade slip, he stood up. Although he was unaware of the conversation between Yang Zheng and the Chu Emperor, he sensed Yang Zheng was seeking a resolution. William's expression darkened as he had confidently anticipated a victory for the bloodline participant, having even boasted before Xiao Feng, only to face disappointment when his disciple faltered. Lan Qingsheng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. His willingness to speak softly with Liu Zhen was entirely for the sake of Guobo Shu, whose parents had passed away, leaving her with no siblings. He was her only blood relative. If a rift were to develop, it would undoubtedly cause her the greatest heartache. Amidst the cacophony of the Huaxiao language, countless others were engaged in discussions that Li Long Zhe could not comprehend. Although Han Ge could not transfer Lin Ziyu to him, the mere gesture of reaching out to find friends to arrange a schedule was a kind intention. Regardless of its feasibility, and perhaps Pan Ming had merely mentioned it in passing. With a thunderous command, Di Jiang unleashed the formidable Tian Shunsha formation, colliding with the Zhou Tian Xingdou formation. In that instant, the blue Aegean Sea launched 50 rockets, amounting to a staggering 50,000 yuan. Dear girl, while I faced bankruptcy, you stood by me unwaveringly. That alone is enough for me. Thus, I must repay you well, Lin Yi remarked, gently tapping the elegant bridge of her nose. Indifferently, he slowly placed his hand upon the hilt of his blade, drawing it coldly as Heiya approached. The southeast has historically been a land abundant in fisheries and rice, characterized by its fertile fields and lakes dotted with industrious farmers. This process is often referred to as the third stage, wherein jade is crafted into various items such as bracelets, pendants, and rings. Cousin, this is my husband Lin, and this is my mother-in-law, Demei, in high spirits, introduced Lin Yi to Shirk Song Yun with a smile as she approached. Within the Pengde dormitory, Liu Yang contemplated the message from Lu Jianhong. Gong Sun Guo's behavior stemmed from his desire to be perceived as a passionate individual, hoping that such an impression would earn him admiration and perhaps even apprenticeship from the person he sought to impress. However, the ensuing words from that individual left Gong Sun Guo utterly astonished. After much effort in obtaining a fraudulent marriage certificate to deceive, he suddenly found himself confronted with an even more troublesome issue. He could either rely solely on his own skills to achieve a solo kill, or call for assistance from a jungler to share the spoils. Upon seeing the person, Xing Zhe Yuan and Ti Fu naturally relaxed from their previously heightened state of tension, realizing they were no longer in danger. Locke immediately extended his consciousness, taking control of all the vassals present, except for DMOC. Normally, the noble ghosts would have conducted prior reconnaissance, but the emergence of a sudden demon had injured one of their own, causing the others to hesitate in their exploration. The nearby vampires also refrained from acting hastily, fearing they might jeopardize the situation, which led to Locke being summoned. In the subsequent battle, Lin Yi could only think of retreating, believing that the spirit crossbow chariot and ancient arrows would buy him precious moments to escape. In Chapter 253, The New Shrek, it is revealed that there are a total of 1,237 students, 83 teachers, and 8 titled Douluo seniors, leading one to ponder whether Shrek has truly fallen to such depths. Lin Shi gazed at the datasheet handed to him by Bei Bei, feeling a twitch of his eyelids. It had been less than 2 months since he returned from Sea God Island, and here was Bei Bei presenting him with such a significant gift. Without discussing the internal monitoring team's activities, a cry of despair escaped Huang Feng's lips, causing him to bleed profusely as his grip on the large blade faltered, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of Hua Xiangrong. Days passed, yet not a single person dared to respond to the call for rescue. fully aware of the formidable strength of the bandits. The risk of losing one's life before rescuing her father was too great, thus instilling fear in everyone. With Sister Qiao's good wishes, the eldest young lady will surely be safe, Shun Yun remarked, tears streaming down her face as she knelt beside the bed. Bai He, being the maid of Xia Hongmeng, treated those around her with disdain, prompting Xia Mo to reflect on the cruelty of Xia Hongmeng's heart. However, she also sensed that Bai He was not to be underestimated. If her instincts were correct, Bai He harbored ambitions towards Mu Rongxian. The group acknowledged her words. The 5 individuals were astute and capable, known for their lethal skills and exceptional problem-solving abilities. Essentially, they were talents who excelled in both corporate management and high-end technical expertise. However, Zhang Donghai's corn was indeed delicious. It was a staple in the rib soup he frequently enjoyed. The colossal elephant continued to trample forward, indifferent to the chaos wrought by the soldiers attempting to slay it, as if it were treading through an uninhabited realm, heedless of the lives at stake. I have visited the hospital and taken numerous medications, yet the effects have been minimal, Wan Qin candidly confessed. Boss, why not search him for any items on his person? The man with the pockmarked face suddenly interjected. Upon hearing Ling Xin confess her love for him, Xianshi was momentarily taken aback. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Xin moved swiftly to remove Xianshi's clothing. It was clear that they were merely seeking trouble, finding entertainment in their own mischief. This indicated that the cat army had a benevolent nature, intent on using love to sway the 6 wicked hounds, striving for understanding. The eyes of the flying bat reflected a hint of shock. It moved its lips, yet was at a loss for words. Chu Fan, startled, watched as the large blade descended from the sky, instinctively pulling Gao Zi Kue in front of him as a shield. Now, let me see your expression when you realize I've cracked the code on your computer, he mused. How could one contemplate jumping from such a height in this frigid weather? Dai Li Wei exclaimed in outrage, glancing around but refraining from stepping outside. Having only arrived in Yangcheng for a few days, I found myself repeatedly confronted by the nefarious forces under the command of Shun Yu. One can only imagine the extent of Shun Yu and his minions' audacity. Jiang Yun, nearly driven to madness, issued commands to the man before her. Though he wore a countenance of disdain, he nonetheless complied with Jiang Yun's directives and turned his aggression toward Shijia. Meanwhile, Ling Xion's curiosity regarding the Divine Emperor's past intensified, as he yearned to uncover the illustrious figures the Divine Emperor had once associated with, ocean sovereigns, true demon emperors, and divine fire lords, all of whom were paragons of this realm. Now, with the emergence of the Qinji Daoist, one wonders who else may appear. General Tieli Mu, we are willing to fight to the death for you. Please save our general's life. Upon utterance of these words, aside from the cavalry carrying Shi Li and another aiding in staunching his wounds, the remaining soldiers charged unhesitatingly towards the Liang army. Chapter 254. The inception of the counterattack not far from the Sea God Island. A young girl descended upon a deserted isle. I didn't expect you to hide here. Uncle and second uncle. After entrusting the Sea Princess clan to search for Niu Tian and Titan 2 months prior, she had recently received word that traces of the two had been discovered on this desolate island. Upon hearing this news, Wang Donker wasted no time in making her way there. In truth, she held little confidence in her success. Yet, should Mu Sheng witness the completion of the opponent's defensive combination skill, he intended to unleash the Ice Spike technique, maximizing his magical output with 5 consecutive strikes. Faced with the water gun technique of the water cultivator, Mu Sheng saw no need to evade, eager to test the efficacy of his diamond body technique. I mentioned that Luo's 20% stake in the Yi family was taken by Yi Yuan 6 years ago. Yi Jinxian relayed the afternoon's conversation with Yixing Luo to Nanfeng word for word. The phenomenon of a cultivator's rapid ascension was not unheard of. Through consumption of rare materials or fortuitous encounters, one could indeed experience drastic increases in power. However, such a leap seemed implausible. What have you given me? Why am I feeling this way? Shiju Tian was beset by discomfort, yet he found himself unable to suppress the sensation, even feeling that if he continued to devour, he might perish within his own formation. Long Qing Chun chuckled bitterly, sensing that the devouring heavenly martial vein had become adversarial. It would not manifest until a life-or-death crisis arose. This ancient continent, steeped in myth, undoubtedly harbored its own peculiarities, far surpassing the fated stars of Guangzhou. He could distinctly feel that if he could fully integrate, he might gain deeper insights into this land. Many golden core cultivators had also offered suggestions to Qin Guan, lamenting that it was unnecessary for disciples to squander so much time on mundane matters. Otherwise, the golden core disciples of Sanqing Palace could have thrived even more, rather than wasting precious time on trivial pursuits. In recent days, Nianan Feng had taken Yixing Luo to the company daily, having Ling Yi procure a plethora of her favorite treats to send to the office. Yixing Luo had been enjoying herself immensely. On this particular day, she arranged to meet Qin Lei and invited Lin Yin along, the three of them driving a red Ferrari to a resort. Upon arriving at Fengsong Courtyard, Mo Shang carried XNU and followed her into her residence, while Luo Yu returned to the front hall to report the recent developments. Yin Hua longed to join Ban Xia for a chat, but observing her cold demeanor that seemed to repel any approach, she wisely remained still. She understood that, within Ban Xia's heart, this matter remained a knot. It was already late when Li Nanheng returned from his mission, having arrived well past midnight. When Ming Zhe Yi returned to the courtyard, he suddenly found the entire garden exceedingly irksome, his mood growing increasingly agitated. Gui was momentarily taken aback, inhaling deeply. The fact that Ji Xiao directly divulged his phone password left her feeling inexplicably overwhelmed. Shun Fei Yin stepped forward, standing before Su Lu, and without a word, struck her down with a single blow. He gazed at Shurya and spoke softly, "And sure, I am fine," his voice weak and barely audible due to his frail condition. At that moment, all the imperial physicians expressed their gratitude to Dr. Doe, acknowledging that his fainting had allowed them to escape such perilous circumstances. "Do you not?" Gui retorted, steering the conversation back to Ji Xiao. As expected, Shurqing found herself utterly flustered by Zhou Dong's advances, soon yielding to his playful manipulation. Dinner concluded amidst this inexplicable atmosphere, by Jia Yin naturally stayed over, while Yi instructed someone to prepare a guest room for him. Chapter 255. The Resurrection of Past Spirits. The dual gods reappear. Wang Donger unfurled her butterfly wings, radiant golden light bursting forth. Under the influence of her power, countless golden orbs descended from the heavens, landing on the deserted island. Each orb boasted a diameter of over 10 meters, resembling an unprecedented meteor shower gracing this world from afar. Niu Tian's eyes flickered with astonishment. The magnitude of such power rivaled that of an ordinary limit Douluo. Xia Yuan nodded in agreement. The presence of the accompanying spiritual child held boundless potential. However, given her tenuous relationship with Chun Wunyan, he set aside some distracting thoughts. The lifeless spirit beasts on the ground possessed precious crystal cores, imbued with pure and abundant spiritual energy, suitable for direct absorption. Not recognizing him, Zhu Lili did not scrutinize further, assuming he was a friend of Aheng, and thus turned to head back to the second floor. Sasuke activated his Susanoo, descending rapidly from the sky, gradually releasing it as he neared the ground. While the adage of one's strength overcoming 10 might hold true, others were not fools, knowing one was employing a tank strategy. It would be foolish to engage in a head-on clash. This individual, when faced with an opponent he could not best, would propose a wager to fight again in 3 months, often leading to victory at that later date. "Where did you come by this?" Wei Shui Yin inquired, her expression one of disbelief, having confirmed it was indeed the share transfer contract from the Mei clothing company. The sweater tucked into the skirt accentuated her slim waist, and combined with the fitted design of the dress, it further highlighted her slender silhouette. The belt hung gracefully at her left side, while Yi Mengxi, with her snow-white complexion, revealed her legs, enhancing their delicate shape. Paired with high heels, she appeared enchanting, her hair cascading freely, exuding a mature beauty. Suyu possessed the ability to enlighten. After previously enlightening Lucy C, He found himself lacking an excuse and could only attribute it to the effects of the elixir. A heavy supply ship without an energy shield and an engine was akin to being rendered useless, further burdening its journey. Lu Shuihua felt a sense of foreboding. Should the enemy indeed launch an assault, they must have laid in wait for a long time, meticulously planning to choose this night when the students had largely departed and the school was at its most vulnerable. Mei Jiao and I watched with delight as Lu was temper-flared, turning back to Rainbow with a smile and even making a playful face. It seemed Mei Jiao and I was both encouraging and affirming Rainbow's actions. With newfound motivation, Linan approached his tasks with vigor, uncertain whether the parrot was carnivorous or herbivorous. But knowing it had likely endured difficult days, he believed food would surely lure it. In truth, Bao Sanyi harbored some trepidation. He had already discerned Luo Li's identity. Under the mysterious individual's admonition, he was wary of inadvertently causing harm to the princess. Ha ha ha, you guessed correctly. You will soon become like them, yet before your demise. I shall allow you to savor the wonders of life. It is unexpected that you remain a virgin. In that case, my power can undoubtedly be restored to its zenith. He Yunfei displayed an expression of profound delight. Above the ground, beams of light began to illuminate the surroundings, as Che Langting, Sun Liao Liao, Tang Xinran, Lin Sasa, Hu Jing, and others were engaged in fierce combat against the multitude of grave spirits. Following the court official speculations regarding the royal heir and Zhao Yun's commendation of Zhao Xian, Zhao Yun expressed his gratitude to all the generals participating in this battle, bestowing numerous rewards of gold and silver, as well as promotions and titles. The atmosphere in the camp was quite pleasant. It seemed that everyone had been roused into high spirits, with Lu Long and Gao, whose subordinates, particularly jubilant, while the remaining common folk forced smiles onto their faces. On the surface, Shi Guoquan would undoubtedly refrain from allowing the number of standing committee members to lean towards any particular faction. Balance was certainly his foremost priority. He intended to launch a grand expedition to the west, for the instability of Yedu's situation rendered it impossible for him to depart. Chapter 256, Conclusion and New Beginnings. Niu Tian's complexion was exceptionally pale, half from fear and half due to his poor physical state. The weakening inflicted upon him by the two divine realms was exceedingly harsh. His previous injuries from Guanyin tears had yet to heal completely, and now facing such concentrated targeting was utterly excruciating, being outnumbered 2-1, especially with the opposing forces possessing completely contrasting attributes, left Niu Tian utterly defenseless. The powers of the angel and the Rakshasa were inherently incompatible. Song Ling's melodious voice, which ought to have been pure, was tinged with sorrow, evoking a heavy and oppressive atmosphere filled with disdain for this chaotic world. What are you doing? If you do not hurry and stop them, they will be in grave danger. Chu Yun urgently implored lowly, attempting to free her grasp, but to his surprise, she held on tightly, struggling unsuccessfully. Zhang Tao understood that others approaching their homeland would typically bring joy, yet Mo Lungfeng's heart was filled with a chilling emptiness. If we enter, will the four great families be aware? Zhang Tao inquired, for they were in someone else's territory, and he and Mo Lungfeng were likely unwelcome guests in the Mo family. Thinking of Wang Peng, he recalled the bird egg Wang had gifted him. It was not until he encountered Chunda that he realized it was a chaotic ghost fetus. Although there seemed to be no significant movement now, it appeared that something essential was still lacking for it to emerge. Chun Fei was not particularly anxious. What is meant to happen will happen. Let nature take its course. Lin Feng, can you truly heal my grandfather? Mei Wuhua asked, gazing at Lin Feng with a haggard expression. Although the side quests paled in comparison to the vast number of points available, they could still be described as commendable. After all, a B-grade side quest and a C-grade side quest could hardly be deemed meager. Chenair, what is the matter? Long Hao Yan's voice resounded, silencing the clamor of the crowd and restoring tranquility. The Zhao family, although not as expansive as the Xian family, was adorned with opulence, the blue bricks and red tiles, along with the pavilions and ponds, presented a pleasing sight befitting a century-old lineage. Yunyang began to tremble, tears of grievance streaming down her cheeks. Upon learning of her sister's news, a flicker of hope reignited within her heart, for even a mere glimpse of her sister would render her content. Had it not been for the deception she suffered at the hands of Chen Xiaoshan, she might have fallen for it. But reason continually reminded her that he surely had ulterior motives, which she had simply failed to perceive. What is the matter? Noticing Jiang Tianxin's sudden shift to a serious demeanor, Jiang Qingshan furrowed his brows, his expression growing grave. With the assistance of Du Wuji, Han Mengli led the remaining disciples of her sect to escape Qingyang City, arriving at this secluded location, unable to reverse their century-long decline. Starting from a first shop, Li Shuyuan ran tirelessly for over a decade, focusing on stores that specialized in selling cups. He had seen numerous exquisite cups and had sent photos to Li Ziyuan, but she had expressed that no matter how beautiful the cups were, she only desired her previous one. All disciples, heed my command. Slay these two intruders of the Du Sha sect. After subduing Mao Bing, Su Lu bellowed, charging forward with Mao Bing and a host of disciples armed with weapons. The second type, the realm of laws, possesses special attributes such as earth, fire, water, and wind. This realm not only possesses formidable binding power, but also boasts considerable offensive and defensive capabilities. I need help. Meet me at the hospital in 5 minutes. At the entrance of the emergency hall, read the text message. This elder was a senior member of the Xianling Hall. When it was still operational, he basked in glory. Yet now he scurried like a rat, forced to hide in this barren land, lacking spiritual energy to survive. The unpredictability of life, especially in entrepreneurship, prompted Chen Xiaoshan to shake his head, allowing fate to run its course. There would be a day of revelation. Chapter 257, Future Arrangements. Niu Tian and Titan were killed by the hidden hand left by Tang San, while Tang Hao and Ayin were about to enter. Observing Wang Donger with her dim gaze, Lin Shi could not help but feel a twitch in his eyelids. How should one express condolences? He truly did not anticipate the situation to unfold in this manner. The evidence proved that Tang San's moral threshold was far lower than he had imagined. Wang Donger refrained from responding. After a long silence, she finally asked, "What do you intend to do?" It was precisely this sense of superiority that prevented the official army from retreating. Instead, they adhered to their previous training, establishing their formation. Meanwhile, Mo Wanwan, who remained kneeling on the ground, found no one to speak on her behalf, not even Mo Haoyan, who had always cared for her. Now observing Mo Jiuqing reciting poetry with a heart as still as water. Why was this so? On one hand, it was human nature, and on the other, they felt no sense of belonging. This family could only provide them with a measure of wealth, while everything else seemed to bear no relevance to them. At this moment, He Lien Tao, who had arrived under the cover of night, felt a stirring in his heart. A CI had once mentioned that Li Yi had earnestly studied ancient flutes for several days to win Qi Rou's favor. He turned to glance at a figure clad in black behind him, whose eyes sparkled with joy upon lowering the veil from his face. It was revealed to be Li Yi. The golden blood hole has been breached. Only the fire blood hole remains. The mechanical grim Reaper smiled. Yet the smile quickly faded as he grew tense upon seeing a swarm of vampires behind the blood hole. The vampire army. The summoned golden giant bore the bloodline of the ancient golden crow. Each attack inflicted burns upon Qin Hao. Yet the power of the thunder tribulation served as the primal force that resolved all things. Countless reckless assaults gradually caused the golden giant to show signs of fracturing. Hongdo was poked on the head by an Yutong and swayed before resting her head on an Yutong's shoulder. San'sFate. It's somewhat reminiscent of the blood scent carried by the wind, and the wails of the damned. The description from row C was quite apartment. If I do not pursue, shall I allow you to escape? Since we're now husband and wife and have come out together, we should naturally stay together. Wouldn't you agree? Muxing advised. Only Qin Hongru perceived the truth. Qin Minglan unfurled her inky black wings, her beautiful eyes burning red as if ablaze, exuding a bloodthirsty and dark aura akin to that of Ashura. Although Jun Hui's realm remained at the 10th level, it was akin to Gu Chun, radiating unmatched vigor and astonishing power. Jiang Chengse initially intended to turn away, but could not suppress his curiosity, slowly approaching the girl and sitting down opposite her. At that moment, Jiang Chengsa had once again made a fool of Mu Manny. Today, he seemed to be in high spirits. Otherwise, these matters may require him to undergo numerous rounds of self-exploration before he can truly comprehend them. This, in turn, could demand an excessive amount of time and cost from Kai Su. Guan Shanhu was abducted and remains unaware of his parents or his hometown. During this period, Guan Yinshan has been tirelessly gathering funds and making significant moves. Anyone with a discerning eye can perceive that he is poised for a major undertaking. Yet the specifics of his intentions remain obscure. He braces himself against the ground, striving to steady his trembling body, yet he keeps his head raised, his eyes bloodshot, fixed intently on Nailan Yuqing. Looking around the vast dining hall, whether in the left side Western dining area or the right side Chinese dining area, there are scarcely any empty seats left. A man, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, appears several dozen kilometers ahead of the demon breaker Kipbu. The two are currently communicating through telepathy, as sound cannot travel in the void of the universe. Donghai is your hometown. Is it not mine as well? Murmurs the Lord of Poison Dragon Island, turning with a newfound resolve glimmering in his eyes. Chapter 258. Entering the Sea of Consciousness after sending Wang Dong away. Lin Shi stepped into the half-plane of the undead. How goes the progress, my friends? The place he arrived at was a valley. At the center of the valley lay a jade bed, where Hua Yutong lay with her eyes tightly shut, her brow furrowed, as if enduring some form of torment. Tai Gongwang and Morgan, Lin Shi's most adept subordinates in magic, turned to gaze at him. Morgan nodded slowly, seemingly hesitant. 4 or 5 long swords surged forth, their blades radiating a golden brilliance, slicing through the air with a series of rapid consecutive strikes, as if the sword were a comet cutting through the sky. Upon hearing this, the assembled monks were struck with astonishment, their minds blank. The supreme elder of the Buddhist sect, who seemed to have vanished a millennium ago, had seemingly transformed into this young man. Su Yi still served daily by the emperor's side, occasionally catching fleeting glimpses of Guyan Zhao, which were brief and ephemeral. When she encountered Hong Zhou, he bore an enigmatic expression, never again exchanging pleasantries with Su Yi, as a shadow of gloom seemed to enshroud him. Jia Gairan had not returned to the Yangxin Palace since. Gu Yutian felt as if he had received a reprieve, unable even to meet his father's gaze. Having narrowly escaped a calamity here, he knew that upon returning, a storm would surely await him. Let us first deal with these individuals, the middle-aged man said, casting a glance at Hua Bao and then at the 10 people present. Though these 10 had been meticulously chosen by Hua Qingsong, their adversaries numbered over 20. That they had survived without casualties was already commendable. Had they arrived even a moment later, they might all have perished here. Chun Feng wielded his sword, the blade shimmering with a cerulean light, unleashing the unique skill of a concealed profession, the Azure Dragon's roar. Following a brief respite, the announcements on stage continued. Though they bore little relation to Wang Haoming, as all the betting materials had been opened, Wang Haoming had merely obtained a single piece. Of course, this was contingent upon Dan Xian not entering the palace as a consort. It turned out that the Grand Lady had seen through this, daring to confront the Emperor of Heavenly Ordainment. It was laughable that she feigned cleverness, believing that employing softness to overcome hardness would be an effective strategy against him. Qin Yi observed Cold Yi's reaction with indifference, releasing his grip only when he noticed the latter had ceased trembling. Xiao Song, unwilling to wait any longer, stepped outside with his phone, and just as he reached the door, a figure blocked his path. Indeed, it was still Liu Yuqin and He Yusin's group that bore the brunt of the burden. They lacked these instant meals and had to prepare their own food. Compared to them, Lin Shi's group only needed to boil some water. Upon returning to her room, Wang Yueban was not idle. Her phone rang incessantly with calls coming one after another. Certainly, the production of steel this time is more than sufficient. We can easily provide one for each team, Mr. Li declared proudly. The following morning, prompted by Song Jiao, he brought various foods as offerings to formally request to apprentice under Song Jiao. Lin Shi watched as the car approached a wall, yet Jin Zhanbei showed no intention of stopping. It was an apartment, a duplex, fully furnished and ready for occupation, merely awaiting the arrival of their belongings. Despite her efforts to open her eyes, suppressing the turmoil in her stomach. Her consciousness began to fade into chaos. Report to the team leader. The observation post indicates a group of enemy soldiers moving towards the east gate. It seems they intend to attack, numbering approximately 2,000. A soldier reported. The once black Passat had now transformed into white. Moreover, the driver had removed the license plate and replaced it with one from the capital, rendering the entire vehicle unrecognizable compared to its former appearance. The strike from Li Feng merely inflicted a gash several dozen meters long upon the dragon's body of the giant gate, having little significant effect on its massive form. Chapter 259. Ineffective communication. After a fleeting, disorienting sensation subsided, Lin Shi opened his eyes to find himself within the sea of consciousness belonging to Yutong. If one were to describe her sea of consciousness in a single term, it would be boundless. The golden ocean appeared infinite and offered a remarkably authentic tactile sensation, as if one were truly standing before a real sea. Lin Shi landed upon the surface of the water, calling out, "Yutong, are you there?" There was no response. Therefore, Kato AI extended an invitation to Kakashi to dine with Noera Rin, for only through more interaction can one truly discern feelings. "Have you discovered anything peculiar?" he inquired, pointing to the corpse before them, gesturing for her to see if she noticed anything amiss. Did Kato Takashi genuinely possess the same exceptional talent for learning the Flying Thunder God technique as Minato Namikaze? Hence, Sarutobi Hiruzen devised a plan for him to study that technique. Upon entering the tea house, Long Tianwei ascended directly to the second floor, approaching a room near the corridor. Pushing the door open and stepping inside, Huangshi thought he was mocking him for the substantial losses the Yamaguchi-gumi suffered due to the withdrawal of Dagwa during this operation. As long as they kept Zhangmin occupied without the opportunity to capture anyone, and even prevented him from making any observations, the LS team would have effectively secured half of their victory. Her eyes were still red from recent tears, her nose also tinged pink, making her appearance rather unappealing. "Cousin? What brings you here?" Su Mengyao exclaimed in astonishment as she gazed at Long Linfei, her expression filled with confusion. Descending the stairs, Lin Qing emerged from a dimly lit room after navigating a series of twists and turns through an underground passage. "No, there's no need," Zhang Chu replied awkwardly with a smile, feeling that being at the Gu family home with Gu girl's parents present made conversing with her rather uncomfortable. It was more pleasant to be outside, albeit somewhat chilly, yet warmth blossomed within his heart. The external coldness had long been melted away by his inner fervor. The reason he refrained from suggesting Mr. Lu's deployment while on the mountain was solely to build rapport, to enhance goodwill. Just as he was about to raise his voice in reprimand, his assistant, with wide eyes, gazed towards the entrance of the hall, her face pale as she let out a piercing scream. He must have undergone plastic surgery. Those who have had surgery possess skin indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. I know a master of plastic surgery who could easily alter his appearance, making it impossible to discern the original from the transformed. In a state of both embarrassment and anger, he had no choice but to resort to his ultimate trump card. Although the news pace may be slow, it is relative to first-rate masters. After all, his physical stature allows him to cover distances that would take others several steps with just one stride. Therefore, even at a slower pace, he does not lag significantly. At this moment, Mu Yi realized why the opponent had specifically sent this individual. Nonetheless, he could not help but acknowledge the thoroughness of their planning. Once he began to comprehend the Tianhua Jiangshi too, it would undoubtedly cause some disturbances, and at that time, it was likely that powerful figures from the city would come to observe. "It seemed that fortune was on my side," Mu Yi remarked. In contrast to the Qinglong flag-bearer who had lost his treasured artifact, the Tongdang had been by his side since his days of naivety. Moreover, although Lung Yu had not explicitly stated it, the implications were clear. This artifact was far more complex than he had initially imagined. To this end, Tan Yu had even generously spent several thousand coins to treat a few families to a meal in Yujiangnan. "Since this is the case, Mr. Chun, let us proceed to the office to record your statement. You are the only one present, and we will require your cooperation over the next few days," Director Lee stated. Despite Hoshur possessing a wealth of martial prowess and extensive practical experience, he had already made a grave mistake the moment he decided to yield. Chen Changsho refrained from making a move until the moment was right. Once he did, Hoshur was swiftly dispatched with a single slap, having barely managed a few exchanges under Chen Changsho's hand. Chapter 260. The Malevolence of Humanity. Hatred, Part 1. Yutong, wake up, look what mother's brought back for you. Upon hearing her mother's call, Hui Yutong, or Dai Yutong, rose from her bed, rubbing her slightly bleary eyes, and sniffed the air, instantly perking up. Wow, it smells so good. Mother, what is that aroma? It's a Xiao Bing, little Yutong. Hui Yin'er cheerfully produced the pastry from her bosom and handed it to her daughter. Lin Shou had sewn together 1,000 corpses, chronicling their past experiences in a flickering lantern, resembling intricate pieces of a puzzle. As for the bizarre occurrences witnessed within the lantern, the Mingqi retrieved from the prince's tomb had long since vanished into the intricate labyrinth of the ghost market in the capital, leaving no trace behind. With a series of bear-like roars, a shadow of colossal proportions burst into the room, swiftly toppling everyone in its path. At this moment of warfare, the scions of noble families were not preoccupied with defense, but rather consumed by their avarice for the trial grounds. Although various sects endeavored to seal off the news from the Wuong battlefield, it was inconceivable that these young elites were unaware of it. All they had to do was signal the driver to stop, allowing them the opportunity to sneak behind the pickup truck without being detected. Tong Xin, enduring indescribable pain while clutching her abdomen, painstakingly made her way toward the door. If the national protector, Xiao Zhan, could uncover 3 volumes of the scriptures and merge them into one, he would be able to cultivate transcendent techniques capable of eradicating the malevolent beings. Everything appeared delectable. Yet just as Li Xiao prepared to indulge, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Gu Shangshang smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. The original owner's beauty paled in comparison to hers, though her figure remained as slender and graceful as before. Ning Hai glanced at the list. The low-level instant recovery potion sold for 80 gold coins. The blue gear, rockshell shield, fetched 150 gold coins, while the 2 pieces of green gear sold for 12 gold coins each. Quickly inform him of this situation. We should investigate where he emerged from, Chung Feng urged. As for the cold wind's consciousness, it was also the first time witnessing this white-robed self in action, so there was no urgency to withdraw. Instead, he quietly stepped aside and began to watch the spectacle intently. Luo Jinyang noticed that when the oil lamp was lit, Master Xia's body twitched slightly, emitting a low gasp of surprise. Little did she know, Zhou Zhiqian could not stand Zhou Wire, and just as Zhou Wire was about to sit down, Zhou Zhiqian kicked her chair away and gestured for her to take a seat at the servant's table. Qian chuckled. Matters are not so simple. Handing over the Black Wolf to the 3 of you is merely the beginning of your new trials. Do not interrupt. Let me first explain the situation in Xianfeng Continent. Noticing Ning Hai's intent to speak, Qian swiftly intervened and continued. One cannot deny that the victory in this war finally opened the true passage into the Sunset Mountain Range. After several days of inventory and organization, at noon, when Li Ran planted his battle flag atop the castle, he also renamed the Red Dragon Castle as Mou Castle. Yelu Chukai suddenly revealed a somewhat lascivious smile and continued speaking. Li Lingxia immediately shut her mouth, while Wang Baoquan seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, appearing quite content. The Black Magic True Monarch, the Stabbing Shadow True Monarch, and the Snow Shadow True Monarch swiftly departed, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Some young men nearby couldn't help but laugh at the sight of the usually high and mighty county magistrate in such a state. But Zhang Rongxing quickly shot them a glare to silence their laughter. Chapter 261. The Malevolence of Humanity. Hatred, Part 2. Having entered Shrek through Tongman's quota, Dai Yutong experienced a relatively stable period. There was no need to contemplate murder or fear for her life, a lifestyle she had never envisioned before. It was indeed unfolding before her. During this time, she made the acquaintance of a rather arrogant and handsome youth named Wang Dong. However, to call him a friend would be a misnomer, as he was merely a clingy admirer. "Sister, what are you doing here?" A figure appeared around the corner, and approached the car in just a few steps. Why am I left here? Shouldn't the high priest remain behind? Oomph. Upon hearing Long Tian's allocation of tasks, Qianwu merely pouted, expressing her discontent. This exquisite ice spirit stone felt extremely cold in her hand and was exceptionally challenging to refine. The only delight for Yao Bei was that with each minuscule amount she managed to refine, she could sense a slight enhancement in her cultivation. Opportunities are not so easily encountered. Perhaps one day, my third junior brother and I will stumble upon one. Fan Tuanshuang laughed heartily, not taking the matter to heart at all. Esteemed Taoist, who exactly are you? If you continue to obstruct us, we shall take action. One cultivator warned Long Qianxuan once more. Obacharov was rendered speechless by Chong Lin's imposing demeanor, glancing nervously at the others. Long Tian, what has happened? An explosion has erupted, and the entire academy is in chaos. Before she could tear her gaze away from Long Tian, Yang Shiner exclaimed, her face pale with panic. What? And Wei Chun answered the phone, not bothering with pleasantries, only managing to utter 2 words. On the massive earthworm, yellow earthen energy and green wood energy intertwined. And with each intersection, the giant worm emitted sound waves audible only to its own body, as if it were wailing in agony. However, witnessing Lin Xiaoye's astonishment, Wang Haitao felt a swell of pride, finally experiencing a moment of vindication. Otherwise, given the relationship between Azewire and the elven race, Wang Chung could also rear a few green dragons within the royal city. Bai Xiaohao smiled as he sheathed the sword and, with the night descending, made his way to the foot of the mountain, igniting a campfire, closing his eyes, and awaiting the reawakening of the clan domain. 2 terrifying forces clashed, causing Su Yuan's Haoyan halberd to tremble violently, and the moment they collided, thunder reverberated. The old emperor, incensed, was undoubtedly seeking a rattan switch. Sui, aware of its whereabouts, feigned ignorance, and the others were even less inclined to intervene. Just as he prepared to act, Li Shuyan made a swift motion with her wrist, crouching down to lash the whip fiercely at his feet. Subsequently, Mei Huizi resumed her discussion on attire, cuisine, etiquette, festivals, and the arts, which were undoubtedly rooted in Huaxia culture. Even their nobility was referred to as Huazu. This revelation left Su Yuan momentarily stunned. The essence of the divine tiger was not something easily obtained. The manifestation of true energy signified the successful transformation of the spirit. At that moment, Ling Yunfeng dared not relax in the slightest, as he had only succeeded by a third. Thus, he immediately altered his incantation, concentrating his spiritual energy further. For the next task was to transmute spirit into qi. Given her usual dealings with formidable figures, such as clan leaders and council members, she temporarily overlooked that others might not withstand her formidable spiritual will. Consequently, they dismissed Su Yuan, perceiving him as a mere victim to be exploited. The relentless forces of ice and fire surged forth, and at that moment, the blade's imprint erupted in a tremendous explosion, its energy fluctuations rivaling the earlier detonation. The sea serpent howled in despair before being violently repelled once more. Yet, this was far from the conclusion. Chapter 262, The Malice of Humanity. Hatred, continuation. Upon entering the realm known as Qiankuan Wen Qingu, the initial reception was a barrage of bewildering information. It was said that inquiries needed to be made regarding Dai Yutong's sincerity, yet she had never harbored feelings for anyone. How was she to respond? Absurdly, when she declared her lack of a lover, Qiankuan Wen Qingu deemed her a liar. The secret realm stripped her of all defenses, lashing her with brutal force, compelling her to retract her statements. As an NPC, the significance of Romney in Su Ye's heart was second only to Jiadawa. Thus, Ailong ceased his entanglements after Mei's declaration. For even as a grand shaman, he could not personally ignite a war between the demon and elven races. The flower fairy ball, transformed by Madame Evil Flower, spun rapidly within the nostrils of the King of Enchantment, countless fibers irritating the nasal walls, causing his massive countenance to contort. The dwarf silence did not elicit a response from Lulu Xiao, as at that moment, Lulu Xiao was perhaps genuinely influenced by the thought processes of the Kyurjin Dragon clan, becoming increasingly indifferent to the fates of mortals, a brutal transformation, or perhaps a shift toward iron-fisted resolve. I lack an alchemy furnace and am unable to refine fourth-tier elixirs, Su Yang stated somewhat awkwardly, having always utilized a mere mortal-grade furnace, which could only manage third-tier elixirs at best. His meaning was unmistakable. I do not possess a furnace. I wish to borrow yours. By then, the strength of the level 56 Water Fish Emperor would have diminished significantly. The pursuing Xuenu, with her sword, shattered 3 pieces of azure tiles, landing upon the roof without any pause as she continued her pursuit of Monan. Longing to hold your warm hand as before, yet you are no longer by my side to send a breeze of well-being. With such a comparison, Xiao Zhongmin instantly understood that Elder Shun was quite satisfied with Duran and Ping Ting, and he was already prepared to woo such disciples. It seemed that concealing this information initially was indeed wise, allowing the two to develop freely. Past grievances had resolved themselves, sparing them from the unpleasantness of verbal confrontation. Hadn't they? It turned out that Zhu Ziyu was the surviving son of the deposed crown Prince Ming, a legitimate grandson of the Yingzhou. Now, with the young emperor omitted, even the uncle He Yan's generation was significant. Should He Ming successfully clear his name, Zhu Ziyu, as the sole legitimate heir, would hold a more authoritative position than He Yi. What is the matter? Qin Alfing inquired, noticing Xia Mo's melancholic demeanor. Although he understood the reason behind her sadness, he was reluctant to acknowledge it. Days prior, a rebellion had erupted in the stronghold, resulting in heavy casualties among the brothers left behind. And the mastermind behind it was General Han Fei of Pingyang. At this point, Zhang Long clenched his fists tightly, his eyes radiating a fierce, killing intent. The words spoken were utterly inconsistent with his inner thoughts. He was a man of duplicity and, moreover, a perilous individual. Sister Ting is well-versed in the greater good, and I, as a humble disciple, recognize my responsibilities. I trust we shall all comply with His Majesty's decisions. 11 Yang remarked, I am a scoundrel. You may strike or scold me, but please, you must forgive me. Sikong Han did not intervene, allowing her to vent her emotions upon him. Yet, upon hearing her cries, he was uncertain whether to feel sorrow or relief. Upon hearing this, Xia Mo glanced at Qin Albin, who wore a face of concern, and her heart warmed, thinking, wow, I should interpret that as a confession of affection, right? Yi Zitong diverted her gaze from the coldly handsome Hao Jun and then caught sight of the indifferent He Xie, the sinisterly smiling Lan Si, and finally, the focused Neil, who was intently gazing at the cradle. Yi Zitong felt her breath catch, succumbing to a profound silence. Chapter 263, The Malice of Humanity. Hatred. It was unclear who informed Shrek of Dai Yutong's identity as a member of the Holy Spirit sect, but they had since shifted all responsibility onto her, frantically searching for her whereabouts. Dai Yutong learned of this news from a Shrek student who had wandered into the Star Do Great Forest. According to him, not only ordinary students were seeking her, but even seasoned elders at the Super Douluo level had taken action. Reluctantly, Dai Yutong chose to leave the Star Do Great Forest. As the day darkened, the village farmers returned home, shovels in hand, bathed in the sunset's afterglow. Thus, a fallen soul persevered over the years, enduring in an exceedingly harsh work environment. Sadly, they had long since reincarnated, leaving behind only resentment and endless curses when the upheaval occurred. However, the threat posed by the He missiles launched from the infantry vehicle was substantial, as the explosions were equipped with preset fuses, causing the warhead to detonate prematurely and resulting in high-speed, high-pressure, and high-temperature metal jets, inflicting moderate injuries on the craft that Yi was aboard. Su Zimao begrudgingly hoisted the acerbic old woman onto his back, obediently following Feng Wanyue down the mountain. The tea house near Tianfu Mansion was evidently not established for lower-tier practitioners like Yi Qing. Ultimately, Hua Qian chose a tea house somewhat distant from Tianfu Mansion, frequented solely by practitioners of the Qi realm. Pushing the door open, Wu Xiang swaggered in, having dressed in a manner distinctly ostentatious to leave a lasting impression on the middle school principal, clad entirely in black. "We cannot accommodate your pace. We must return before nightfall and cannot delay tomorrow's departure," the village chief remarked, having previously held a favorable impression of Yutong, yet now perceived him as somewhat willful. Beasts differ from humans. Their inherent forms limit their linguistic capabilities. Nevertheless, the heavens do not entirely forsake the path of beasts. Through fluctuations in spiritual energy, they can communicate with humans. Chun Jiechi originally intended to fetch a cup of water for Tao Xinyu, but upon hearing her words, her hand trembled, scalding hot water spilling on her hand, instantly swelling. Upon hearing the title of the Duke of Wei, Qin Han's heart raced, and she could not help but tiptoe, stretching her neck to gaze at Xiao Ting, catching sight of that handsome brow and tall figure. "If you wish to kill, then kill. We have no kinship with him. So what does his death matter to us?" Bairuaju chuckled. "After hanging up the phone, I immediately dialed the most familiar number, Kaikfu. I need you. I know that once Yuta goes mad, I will instantly lose control of this room." Chimin's affectionate actions left the elders and disciples of the Futomen dumbfounded. Liao Ting, standing nearby, was in shock. She never anticipated that someone of Chimin's noble status would dare to engage in such intimate interaction with Li Bin in front of everyone. Her eyes were filled with envy. "Even without this incident, hasn't your Yang family treated me as a thorn in your side? I advise you to tread carefully and refrain from such self-defeating actions." Bairuaju smiled as she finished speaking and turned to stride out. Upon hearing this, Muyu, who was waiting outside, instantly became anxious. "Oh no, could it be him again?" He waved his hand, and a 3-foot-long artifact resembling scissors appeared in his palm. After learning of this matter, Qin admired Chongqing's vision and fearlessness. After self-reflection, she wholeheartedly supported this marriage. Even Qin Xuan, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of envy. The young man had a handsome and unassuming demeanor, yet it was evident that Zhang Tianyi was filled with disdain and disgust, as if gazing upon refuse in a latrine. Various factions were converging towards Sangshuan Fu City, yet unseen currents of intrigue surged beneath the surface. While some were indeed headed towards Sangshuan Fu City, others flowed towards different destinations. Chapter 264, The Evil of Humanity, Hatred and, thus, Dai Yutong ascended to become the new god of destruction, achieving the status of a deity. Tang San was undoubtedly displeased, yet he found himself powerless. The god of destruction, the goddess of life, and Dai Yutong collectively possessed the might of 3 divine kings. Even if Dai Yutong's power was unstable due to her recent ascension, Tang San would need to secure both Ji Dong and Lie Yin to contend with the god of destruction and the goddess of life. Fortunately, the door made of branches was open from the inside. Otherwise, I would even have been able to exit today. He entered the room, donned gloves, and fetched a shovel to clear the snow from the door, panting heavily as he pushed through the snow. To his surprise, he discovered someone standing by the sheepfold door. At this moment, Wang Qi wished to flee, but Chen Hao was unable to catch up, allowing Wang Qi to swiftly escape from sight. On another front, there were discussions lauding Jiang Qingjiang, claiming his martial prowess had long surpassed Xiao Fei's. It was asserted that Jiang Qingjiang had a far greater chance of clinching the championship than Xiao Fei. The previous victories of Xiao Fei were dismissed as mere luck, destined to be revealed in due time. When that person spoke, a thick accent from Guizhou emerged, yet it was not the standard dialect, but rather a form of local vernacular that made it difficult to comprehend his meaning. "Boss Yuan, the matter I wish to discuss is quite simple. We should reason where reason is due and address the issues at hand. Take, for instance, your demand for 80,000 yuan from the Lin family. I simply wish to inquire how much they actually owe you." Jiang Kairan gently tapped the table, fixing his gaze on Yuan Hong. In a flash, he attempted to flee. Deities cherish their lives immensely, fleeing at the first sign of danger, for their millennia of cultivation would be lost in an instant upon death. Subsequently, Chen Hao flipped his palm, revealing 3 porcelain vials which shattered to release 30 spirit-connecting pills. However, after seeking higher authorities, they discovered that no amount of wealth could aid the hero, Xiao Fei. In a wave of disappointment and sighs, they could only pray in silence for Xiao Fei's safety. The abrupt system notification interrupted Chen Hao's reverie, causing him to sit up abruptly in bed and instinctively close his eyes. The sword of Achilles, entwined with a blood-colored river, could have brought about cataclysmic destruction in the hands of Sahobo, yet in that moment it was being crushed and imprisoned in the void by a mere finger. His first sight was the ceiling of the lorry Gubao, steady yet solemn, entirely devoid of the previous day's dilapidated state. Feichi nodded, probing to ascertain that neither of them was in immediate danger, and proceeded to examine Suodei's wounds. The injury was penetrating, indicating that the bullet had not lodged within the body, a relatively fortunate outcome. Long Tianwang, did you not claim to have subdued Niu Wang? Where is he? His languid voice rang out, casually glancing at the bowed Long Tianwang. No, master? Are you suggesting that all of this was self-taught? Mulan's great-grandfather was taken aback. Upon returning to contest for the sect leader position, Elder Yin Xuan's absence raised alarm for Longteng. Given their relationship, he should have returned to the sect at this critical juncture. The imperial capital of the Lingtian dynasty was bustling today, adorned with festive decorations, and the palace was abuzz with guests. Today marked the day of Long Tianji's grand inauguration. Struck by Tian Youqing's sword, blood-splattered, and a deep wound marred his chest. He was quite renowned in Dongfang Cheng, not only due to his impressive lineage, but also because of his own illustrious reputation. Thus, Li Huai wore a smile as he greeted entrepreneurs and students, addressing reporters' inquiries along the way. Chapter 265. The beginning of the story. This sensation, upon becoming the last human, was peculiar. Yutong felt as if her essence had undergone a profound transformation. She tightly closed her eyes, sensing the change, her expression growing increasingly strange. Beast? Anti-fate powers? There should be limits to irony, shouldn't there? She was the annihilator, defying the fate bestowed by the world's will, set to destroy Tang San and the entire universe. What a jest! I ask you, how many of those mystical energy swords can you consecutively produce? Lu Shuangyang was referring to the ordinary mystical energy swords, not the Duankong sword. Yu Xiao wasted no time, promptly drafting her resignation letter and nonchalantly handing it to the personnel department, tossing it to the plump director before striding out with her belongings. Behind her, a row of astonished former colleagues stood in disbelief. Liu Tuo had previously underestimated the formidable capabilities of the Konglu Dalu. At this moment, he unleashed a swift and thunderous technique. Before Liu could react, someone had leaped over the sword, striking the purple-clad man with a palm. If this were true, then chasing a stone would yield a divine fetus, birthed from the essence of heaven and earth, infused with the mysteries of all creation. Upon its emergence, it would inherently possess immense power. Lei spoke unhurriedly. Stop wasting time. Hurry and leave. The environment here is truly dreadful. Lin Yin, as a member of the Plant Spirit clan, abhors lingering in such dark and damp underground drainage. Observing this scene, the two-headed Serpent King grew increasingly exasperated, yet ultimately refrained from action. On one hand, it feared the might of the Ma Long Yuan. On the other, it recognized the allure of the reward promised by the Ma Long Yuan, enough to set aside its grudge against the severed tail. Although they scoffed, they were left with no choice. After all, the prowess of Liang Xiao was well established. Could they truly hope that their limited skills would avenge this mighty figure? With a cold grunt, the giant cast a dismissive glance at the explosion site, his eyes betraying a hint of regret. Ling Qiu had been engrossed in a tender moment with Huo Lingling when he was abruptly pulled away by Ling Tian, staring in bewilderment at the leader of the Huan Shuman. Although Su Yuheng intended for Dugu Jing'er to take her place at the Empress's coronation, thereby compelling Xiao Ling to acknowledge her and subsequently drawing the Dugu family closer, it was only natural for her to then expand her harem. Damn it, who dares to act so recklessly before me? The tiger does not show its might, and you think I am but a sickly cat? Feng Xiao scolded Wang Lu, who lay on the ground, before turning to leave. Yulian, what is your opinion on this dragon carp? Lu Hui pondered briefly, recalling the records concerning the dragon carp, and then inquired of Xie Yulian. Naturally, if Lu Hui and his companions intended to harm by Xiao Xiao or exploit her as a means of coercion, then by Lao Tu would ensure they understood that the title of the first hunter of Liming City was not merely a hollow reputation. As expected, upon approaching the city, Ling Tian and his companions observed a barrier enveloping the entire city. Any sign of disturbance on their part would result in their immediate obliteration by the barrier. Su Yibao felt a headache coming on. Outright refusal would be too disrespectful to Gao Yang, and there was a possibility that Gao Xiang would not trouble him in the future. Moreover, the invitation had been presented to him, leaving him with little justification to decline. But what of Su Yuang? The Taiping army chose to rest in a desolate mountain, where Li Mingxing was contemplating the future escape route alone. When he had been with his elder brother, these concerns never fell on him. Now, the weight of responsibility rested solely upon his shoulders, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Lu Hui glanced around, noting a significant shift in Lei Xian's demeanor within a brief span. He appeared considerably more serious. Chapter 266, Hui Yutong versus Dai Yutong. Hui Yutong awakened from the depths of the sea of consciousness. She slowly rose, her gaze devoid of emotion. She had just experienced all of Dai Yutong's memories, primarily through a cinematic lens, yet the overwhelming immersion of the experience left her mentally exhausted. It was a monumental volume of memories that had nearly driven Dai Yutong to madness, making acceptance exceedingly arduous. Do you understand? This is my past. Hello. Would you prefer mineral water, a beverage, or juice? The robot, Tong Tong, inquired graciously while holding a tray. Additionally, the familiarity was extraordinary. It felt almost intimate, yet she could not immediately place the voice. The man had black hair, yet interspersed within were strands of a bluish hue, clad in a simple brown robe, presenting an appearance that belied his true nature. The flavor melted in the mouth, and the chili sauce immediately flowed down Uncle Yile's throat. His expression transformed from pallid desire to vibrant hope, as he realized that adding this Lao Ganma condiment to his noodles could lead to years, even decades of success. The envoy died within our territory. This heralds the onset of war. Hu Yun believed he was joking and casually remarked, adopting an attitude that suggested he found Peng Tong dull. A sinister gaze fell upon He Yining from behind. She sensed that Li Yunza appeared melancholic not because of Yi, but due to the hand he held with Azura. He did not even need to stifle her cries, as he clearly was unperturbed by the possibility of her shouting for help. Eben, I did not invite you today to discuss the past, but rather to convey something of great importance. Ning Minuet glanced at Chung Eben and continued speaking. It is highly probable they are already aware of our presence there and have begun mobilizing forces to surround us once their plans are in place, potentially cutting off our escape routes, Pang Tong concluded. This was also one of the reasons Chun Chi held disdain for the Xinhui society. In his previous life, they possessed numerous magical artifacts, yet contributed little effort. However, the current implication from Lord Gangzhou indicated that the emergence of Mr. Yalan had ulterior motives. After enduring extensive trials in the underground city, where he was surrounded by first-tier adventurers of levels 5 and 6, his perspective had sharpened considerably. This individual was none other than Xiao Xueqing, who harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Lin Xiao for taking the Jihan Yinjigua, wishing nothing more than to eliminate him immediately. As a creature of strength, the ox-headed monster possessed not only immense power, but also remarkable resilience. Its tough hide rendered it nearly impervious to damage from blunt objects or sharp weapons. I am the leader of this team. Thus, it is only natural that the spoils be distributed accordingly. The first item acquired is rightfully mine, Song Dong declared, crossing his arms with an air of entitlement. Crucially, this was also a non-negotiable condition. Failure to meet, it would result in her facing the formidable demon, Lord Sukai. However, the issue lay in the fact that the serpent had already stated its intentions so explicitly that Li Yalan found it difficult to refuse. Otherwise, it would be a matter of losing face for both parties involved. Indeed, just as the two were catching their breath, Li Yalan had already brought Bai along, swiftly catching up with the fleeing duo. Xiang Tian and Chun Yang exchanged glances before following the sound, wondering if the figure hiding in the corner was perhaps a spy from the prince of the Zhou family. Sheng Shui exclaimed with excitement, yet Qian Fei remained unresponsive, leaving Sheng Shui feeling somewhat dejected. The news of the Bai family's ancestral hall being set ablaze was suppressed. Similarly, Bai Yongchun sought to stifle news regarding the Miao family's matters. Chapter 267, Hatred and Love, Part 1. What is this? Upon being illuminated by golden light, Dai Yutong's expression shifted dramatically. A torrent of memories, previously unknown to them, surged into their minds, accompanied by intense emotional fluctuations that profoundly affected them. Huh, Hui Yutong, despite her body being half submerged in mud, coldly scoffed. Is this even a question? This is my memory. I merely witnessed your recent actions against me. This peculiar portal, transformed into particles by an unknown force, appeared bizarre to the onlookers. Yet, her passive waiting was not only cruel to herself but also to Guan Yinshan. Both hearts were laid bare, causing mutual suffering. However, after enhancing her physique, Lin Di, now clad in formal attire, though not towering, stood tall and poised. Coupled with his unique, understated charisma, he did not pale in comparison to the other guests. For instance, causing one's parents to hang themselves so they might become ghosts to accompany them in play. They would deem this a splendid act, never realizing they had severed the lives of their parents. Chunzin had once advised me that when encountering vengeful spirits of children, one should not waste time or hesitate, but strike them down immediately, for they lacked any sense of restraint. His expression seemed to convey, since you rejected me so vehemently yesterday, what brings you back today? Ma Fangling's heart sank. This unspoken mockery was more painful than outright rejection. Lin Di furrowed his brows further. Although Mao Mao was aware of his financial situation, her current demeanor felt somewhat off. The television broadcasted fervent cries for battle from the mutants, providing a stark backdrop to their conversation. The sickly woman spoke softly. Upon closer inspection, her bright, clear eyes, gently arched eyebrows, and long eyelashes trembled slightly. Her flawless skin bore a faint blush, and her thin lips resembled delicate rose petals, inviting tenderness. After Norton departed, Lin Tao lightly tapped the table with his fingers. Although numerous troubles remained, the fundamental direction had become clear. Shi Run held her breath, watching the man disembark slowly. His expression was notably indifferent, his gaze equally so, and he did not even furrow his brow. For the Fu Bing, who had practiced the javelin throw countless times, all 3 javelins could be launched within a mere 10 seconds. However, what ultimately shattered Wu Ye's composure was the realization that not a single one among the dozens of Fu Bing possessed any experience. As silence enveloped the crowd, their gazes converged upon Lian, who commenced a rather eloquent demonstration with a white and a black piece in hand. At this moment, everyone's attention shifted towards the entrance, where Right Chancellor Shao Kongning made his entrance. They were in search of the tomb of the legendary martial artist Bai Feifeng, a figure who had once established the Feifeng Villa, renowned for his unparalleled throwing knife skills that dominated the martial world, while also amassing a collection of the finest beauties. Madame Hui handed a handkerchief to the Empress Dowager, who tenderly wiped the perspiration from Yun Xiao's brow, resembling a loving couple. Just as Wang Yao prepared to shield her child from an impending attack, a man wielding a sword intervened, deftly deflecting the blow and engaging the assassin in combat. The combat skills of the Beastmaster sect necessitate a high level of coordination between master and beast. Yet, Shunjia's celestial fox spirit eyes consistently managed to seize control of one of them at crucial moments, significantly diminishing their combat prowess. After proceeding to the kitchen, he personally oversaw the chef as he sliced thin cuts of meat, prepared fish chunks and shrimp, and arranged several platters of various vegetables. Due to the absence of many condiments, no sauce bowls were prepared. Man entered, clearing the tableware, while Bai Yuer made her way to the inner chamber, feeling utterly drained. She shook her head, only to collapse to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 268, Hatred and Love, Part 2. A scene unfolded, moment after moment, as countless memories and joyous moments continuously played out before Dai Yutong's eyes. Seasons changed, time fragmented, gradually filling the brief life of Hui Yutong with vivid recollections that unfolded incessantly. Her emotions were thoroughly stirred by Hui Yutong's memories, leaving her ensnared in their grasp. Eventually, the fleeting yet protracted display of memories concluded, and the final fragments faded away. Yet, during this delay, the pirate ship, while firing cannon shots, had already surged close to Zhang Chu's fleet. As a formidable entity stripped of the most vital attributes of divinity, how would she embark on the journey to reclaim her former glory? Chun Xiao's penetrating gaze seemed to discern truth from illusion with ease, seeing through the facade in an instant. The spearhead pierced the void for dozens of meters, breaking through the ethereal barrier before Tang Xiaoxiang. Its massive form in the hands of a figure clad in white, positioned several tens of meters away, particularly with the lizard men. It was also prudent to check on Ban Lizi to see if any wild beasts suitable for taming were available. A surge of killing intent pierced through Yu Qingfeng's back, leaving him aghast. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a sword brimming with fierce energy, poised to strike down upon his head at any moment. Tang Xiaoxiang immediately charged toward another figure in white, who leaped into the air, brandishing a blade aimed directly at Tang Xiaoxiang's head. However, Yuan Zhongliang's meticulous plans could not account for the presence of the Imperial army hidden within the mountains. Upon witnessing the emergence of the left commander, Yuan Zhongliang finally grasped the situation, silently relieved that he had not escalated matters further. Believing Tang Xiaoxiang was undoubtedly doomed, Gu Xinxiang retreated, landing on the edge of a square, tower-shaped furnace, 300 meters above. Just as we were fretting over this matter, a sudden knock echoed from the door of our neighboring residence. Was it Tang Jiang and his companions? Yet, it seemed unlikely considering they possessed the key. On March 16th, what could be the matter? Lin Moxu realized what Wang Junjie intended to convey and, after checking her phone, understood the significance of the date he mentioned. Yang Bian, unlike the adept Lin Jingying, could ascertain the potential existence and types of tombs merely by observing the terrain with his naked eye. In contrast, Yang Bian, being a novice, could only rely on the detection apparatus he crafted from yellow talismans, copper rods, and peachwood cones, laboriously inspecting each location. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Yixian hastily summoned the Iron Guards back to the city, leading the complete contingents of Tianyu and Tianji, a total of 4,000 cultivators, into battle. After a fierce confrontation lasting mere moments, they returned to the city, suffering over 500 casualties, including the commander from Tianji Chu, Hanyang, who perished on the spot, causing Yixian profound heartache. He leaped through the forest and soon arrived at the foot of the mountain, noticing that the iron chain bridge was unguarded. He swiftly crossed it and hastened toward the mountain peak. Due to the limited range of the listening device, which only extended 50 meters, they could no longer hear the conversations once the Ferris wheel ascended to a certain height. Wang Xing listened in confusion. Although he did not comprehend the situation, he refrained from inquiring further and continued his cultivation. In the face of such a multitude, Chu Feng felt not fear but exhilaration. Amidst a sea of blood, his excitement surged, his body drenched in crimson as he wielded his long sword, reaping lives one after another. Dressed as he was, Chu Feng was naturally stopped at the entrance. However, with silver in hand, negotiations became effortless. Upon presenting a silver ingot, he was warmly invited inside. On the Feng family side, there were no personnel left to summon. The entire Yangzhou was under siege from all sides, besides Xiangming. The Yuxian sect also began to make their move, causing disturbances in remote areas of Yangzhou and plunging the local populace into despair. Chapter 269. Revenge of Yutong. The subsequent events unfolded with simplicity. Lin Shi exited Hui Yutong's spiritual sea, conveying the news of the successful task completion to Tai Gong and Morgan. With their assistance, she facilitated the transition of Dai Yutong to a new position. Dai Yutong officially transformed into Hui Yutong's 9th soul skill, becoming the most formidable spirit under her command. Her designation as the Avenger aptly reflected her life dedicated to vengeance. The first change was in her skin, which turned a dull shade of blue, while her hair shifted from black to a hue resembling gray. A mysterious celestial being appeared to grow somewhat impatient. Although they were all formidable immortals, the lengthy wait was a considerable trial, intensifying their torment as time dragged on. When the monk had consumed nearly an entire chicken, licking all 10 fingers clean, Zhou Chun was taken aback as the monk promptly fell asleep. The next phase involved evading waves of reporters and finally exiting the venue. After a brief tour outside the venue, he felt no inclination to linger. The mouth of the canyon was peculiar, requiring descent from a cliff over 100 meters high. Fortunately, with the aid of a flying summoned beast, they descended to a vast river teeming with countless monsters. Yet he dared not display any trepidation in front of the green-haired youth, who was also of the dragon lineage but bore an imposing identity. Despite Zhou Yinyang's inner turmoil, she could only retreat to her courtyard, anxiously awaiting news. Situ Yin felt bitterness in her mouth, as her home had run out of grain. Though she had nothing to guard, she could not openly express this to Li Daolong, forcing herself to maintain an angry facade as she insisted he accompany her. The individual referred to as young Master Yao waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It is one thing to feel aggrieved. After all, having offered such a hefty price, I must ascertain the quality of the goods to determine if they are truly as splendid as claimed." His tone and mannerisms were reminiscent of a seasoned merchant. The second battle is scheduled for 3 days hence. Xiao Yu is troubled by the decision of whom to select for this confrontation. Strangely, both Yi Rufin and Nie Hong have volunteered, eager to participate in this duel. Get lost before I change my mind and execute you on the spot for blasphemy. Viscount Jia is waiting for you in the infirmary. Dante put away his smile, his expression turning grave as he issued the eviction order, simultaneously concealing the blood-stained cross. A large pot was used to boil the river water, which was then poured into a large wooden barrel in the grass shed outside the kitchen, serving as cool drinking water for the workers. Is it the holy light? People seemed to glimpse hope, their wavering faith stabilizing somewhat. Yet the outcome depended on how Zhang Li would address the situation. The enemy's territory soon fell behind them, and their current whereabouts remained unknown to anyone. In the security hall, an elderly man in his 50s noticed the carriage at the door and Su Ming, stepping out of the shop to greet her. "And you? What did you encounter upon entering?" Zhang Jisin turned to the 2 hunters of the Ouroboros. Crafting such divine artifacts not only requires a plethora of materials, but also modern smartphones as references. He mouthed a curse under his breath, then gently tugged at a thin line. Yang Jian fixed his gaze on Su Ming, his expression inscrutable. After his investigation, he found that Su Ming was merely an ordinary person, devoid of any issues. Lu Chunyang nodded. The 4 continents are vast, with countless paradises, and many reclusive immortals reside in various locales. Just before losing consciousness, he realized he had fallen into the water, while the thunder calamity continued to strike into it. Zhao Ying recalled the year Zhao Che ascended to the throne. The court was unstable, and Zhao Che's reign felt precarious. Each day, she lived in fear of treachery, utterly exhausted by the constant anxiety. Chapter 270, the prelude to Shrek's collapse. At this moment in Shrek Academy, Xuanzi was drinking heavily. Yin Xiaozhe furrowed his brow deeply. "Xian Lao, please pull yourself together. We have not yet concluded. We must focus on revitalizing the academy. You little brat, no need for your input." Xuanzi took another hearty swig and cursed. What a bunch of ungrateful little wretches. The academy has invested so much effort in them, only for him. As the luminous orb descended from the heavens, just as it was about to merge with Kyle's body, it suddenly flickered and retreated. A powerful shockwave erupted, sending trees in a straight line toppling as if a monstrous beast had passed through, carving a path. The Duke of Zhou was furious. 500,000 taels. "Why don't you present it? It's easy to talk when you're not the one suffering. However, if something happens to my pleasure boat, I stand to lose a considerable sum annually." After leaving Li Xintong's room, the red wine bottle was handed over to the officers outside, tasked with preserving it as evidence and securing it in the police car. You better hope that the so-called ally who has been listening to us doesn't let slip this matter to that fellow. Suddenly, a few ogres roasting meat by the fire caught Mo Fei's attention. One of them a boss-level ogre. "Ah, you're the one." This distant relative was a good friend of Ma Chong's from their university dormitory, making it relatively easy for Ma Chong to obtain his identity card for a mobile phone plan. The words of the team leader, forensic expert Zhao, and the trace inspection staff echoed like a film's voiceover, synchronizing with Jiang Feng's visual memories in a low frame rate cinematic experience. "Your Grace, news has just come in. A boy has been born and mother and child are safe," reported Ning expressionlessly. The unconscious fox gradually became transparent, ultimately returning to Tian's side as a faint illusion. However, when glancing at Ren Yuo and Ke, their faces displayed awkward smiles, appearing somewhat uneasy. Xiao Luo Zhua had initially thought Gan Fangling would say something to brush it off, but to his surprise, Fangling seized his hand, smiling. "Let's go see where Uncle is chasing that sword." With a light laugh, she pulled him away towards the distance. Su and I sensed a sudden shift in his soul, shocked to discover that the roots of the lotus flowers had indeed begun to rot. The disastrous situation was alleviated by Yen Xing's order for a massacre. The terrified soldiers picked up weapons discarded by others, aided by countless subordinate officers who assisted Yen Xing in regrouping their forces. Without a central figure, Yen Xing could not have halted the avalanche of defeat. Furthermore, Lu Tseng had requested that someone convey a message to his elder brother Lu Qi, urging him to send their father to Xiangyang. The Zhao royal palace had dispatched renowned physicians to treat his severely injured leg, hoping he would not let familial ties cloud his judgment by continuing to lead troops against the court, thus becoming a disloyal and unfilial subject. Yet, both Long Yun and Lao Yu are Chinese who value strategy. Among the 36 stratagems is one called Sound the East and Strike the West, and another called Secretly Cross the Chun Song. Such warfare wisdom is beyond the comprehension of the African rebels, a precious legacy left by ancestors. After a moment's hesitation, Selena resolved to reach for the pill, only to be outpaced by Jialan, who popped the pill in her mouth, chewed a few times, then leaned down to feed it to Long Yun. 3 grenades had the power to demolish a bungalow, and the explosive force shattered tree trunks, sending green leaves and branches spiraling into the air, resembling a verdant rainstorm. Chapter 271. The Fall of Shrek at the Chaldean Headquarters. Yutong sat alone on the edge of the rooftop, swinging her legs in boredom. How frustrating, left all alone. She pouted, grumbling softly. She had taken Yutong to the Sun Moon Empire to handle urgent matters, specifically leaving her behind to guard the home. According to him, Tang Hao might attempt to break in during this time, necessitating the presence of high-level combatants to stand guard. How could this happen? I'm not at home. No one to supervise you. And you're playing on a computer? Lung Machin feigned a stern expression to tease her. In the northwestern side of the valley, the Western Demon Clan dispatched 1,000 demon soldiers led by 3 demon lords, setting up a primordial demon slaughter formation. As for the potential side effects of drinking the liquid from the glass bottle, was that truly a price worth paying? At that moment, Tang's pupils constricted sharply as he stared at the fist firmly grasped by Jiang Feng. Disbelief etched across his face. After this explanation, Zhang Tian understood. Divine beasts are exceedingly rare, though many folk tales abound, so one cannot take them entirely at face value. Subsequently, Nangong Chongshan tidied up the temporary cave and sealed it. Jiang Yi exercised sole control over Tang Yaming, simultaneously perusing Tang Yaming's memories. Now that the Wheel Flame Spirit's injury had healed, the quest for the 9 nether crystal was no longer urgent. Ding Sitian consumed the corpse hand directly, leaving Jiang Huiran and the others too shocked to intervene. The corpse hand was gone. After eating the corpse hand, Ding Sitian seemed to have completed a certain task and departed amidst their astonished gazes. Zhang Tian believed the black mist could be countered with spiritual energy, but it must be approached gradually, not too forcefully. It is Sunday, and Monday is fast approaching. A remarkable 24 rounds are about to commence, beckoning attention. This maneuver resembles the cavalry's classic feigned retreat, seemingly fleeing, only to unleash a lethal strike when the enemy's guard is down. At last, it is Sun Yu's turn, and his opponent is none other than Tianheng's junior disciple, Tian Chong, which is evidently a prearranged match. Lin Ta maintains a distance of 40 to 50 meters from the second elder, who now advances at a speed of 30 meters per second, while Lin Tuo retreats on all fours at a swift 50 meters per second. They are demonstrating to Hua Bin that they are not merely burdensome, but, at times, even surpass him in strength. The mutt sniffs the tea dry, hesitating between consuming it or abstaining. Their existence serves the purpose of allowing their master to vent desires, managing household chores, and, at times, being subjected to the twisted whims of certain masters for amusement. Once they become tiresome, They are discarded without mercy, akin to refuse, inferior even to ordinary pets. At the dawn of a new year, Ding Kuei bids farewell to Gu Zhuangdian, embarking alone toward Tianmen town. Uncertain of when he shall return, he expresses profound gratitude to President Gu for his care and leaves a gift of 10,000 gold coins for the Mage Guild in Xiaomu City. Zhang Fei, having witnessed 2 bouts, feels a surge of excitement. Upon hearing Gao Yun's call to arms, he hastily spurs his steed, preparing to charge at Liaohua. Lu Xiang and others rejoice, believing that as long as they can restrain young Master Jiang from triggering an explosion, all will be well. Due to Lu Xiaoqing having class on Friday morning, she rushes to the train station after her lesson, catching the next available train to the provincial capital. Arriving in Yuebei City around 4 in the afternoon, he taps the table with his knuckles, contemplating how to convince Mo Nanbei to comfortably start working at Yusher's company. The Huang Xian family, having violated celestial rules, now lurks in hiding, while Huang Yunshan, a half-human, half-demon, remains busy in the mortal realm. Chapter 272. Farewell, Father, and my cowardice. Yes, I am indeed your master. Dai Yutong's eyes gleam with an otherworldly light. Tang-san, I pose a question. If before you stand a person who would, for personal gain, cast the soul of his adoring daughter into 2 halves to dangle before a suitor, how would you regard him? Tang-san's face displays shock. What? Could there truly exist such a malevolent fiend? If given the chance, I would undoubtedly sever his head myself. Han Xiao gazes in astonishment as the old man in black robes hovers effortlessly in the air, cloaked in a faint purple glow, exuding a formidable aura that strikes at the hearts of all present. Though his hair has turned white, his skin remains smooth, exuding an appearance of rejuvenation. Furthermore, he likely still resides in the realm of cultivation, possibly a hidden power observing all within Zhilong City. Pan Fu Bang finds himself speechless. Indeed, such news would not only tarnish his own reputation, but also that of the Qi Tian sect, making silence the better option. I wonder what lies within the talisman that Mao Jiaoying gifted me. I recall the talisman he once entrusted to me, yet the time is not ripe to unveil it. Admittedly, while it may be a clever tactic, without the illusory mirror to dissipate the residual force from the opponent's blade, it would likely lead to a dead end. Yi Feng, too, feels perplexed. The old monster's expression does not suggest a ploy to deceive him. Do not rush. A dying man often has much to say. Let him leave some final words. I, the master, am magnanimous enough to grant him a few more seconds. At this moment, the night wanderer on the high platform stands with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of disdain. The hierarchy among elves is not particularly rigid. As long as royal members show respect to their superiors, it explains why the elven sisters can jest with Angel. This is evidently unreasonable, at least deviating from the heavenly principles conceived by the valiant Mo Ming. It was made clear that today, the Xingtian sect alliance would stop at nothing to advance. Everyone should brace themselves mentally. Subsequently, Lin Su surveyed his surroundings, realizing he appeared to be in the office's lounge. Though small, it was evident that the original occupant of this body was quite capable. Cheyu expertly maneuvers the Ferrari 488, nearly glued to the rear of the Lamborghini Hurricane, surging forward from the center. Despite enduring hardship without complaint, he has surpassed those from noble families, which explains why his cousin is concerned for his safety and sent him for protection. Qin Mo sighs in resignation. Indeed, he cannot rely on these vampires, who are somewhat weak and cannot contend with the martial masters of the Shaolin sect. Seated beside Wei Huli is his diligently nurtured assistant, Qian Mao, while Lao Lu handles the driving. Although she exerted some effort, Ran Xing ultimately triumphed. She excitedly celebrates with Lin Hao, rushing to inform Lin Su. I have yet to say anything, yet you have already agreed. What if I were to ask you to eat excrement? Lewis inquires. Sun Yukai pauses momentarily. Dongda is reliable in his work. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, he would undoubtedly have left a message. Although Du Run did not reveal Gu Liang's fate, Su Chunxiao knows that the vehicle in question was the one Gu Liang drove to rescue the prison. If all goes as expected, Li Daochong also perished within. Chu Yinling carries Xiao Ci along the ancient town's bluestone path, attracting many curious gazes. The heavenly blade has indeed invested significantly. For Yunye's safety and the hope of his disciples' return, he bestows upon Yunyi a rare top-tier defensive celestial artifact. A white-haired elder wielding a great sword coldly remarks, his massive hand conjured from magical energy firmly gripping Yunye's body. Given that they carry firearms, I can confidently assert they are no ordinary folks. At the very least, their business is certainly clandestine. Chapter 273. The Curtain Falls. This is how it is, so. What do you think, Linshi? Am I impressive? Impressive, indeed, exceedingly so. Dumbfounded, Linshi gazes at the self-satisfied girl in the black dress. Her heart's emotions known only to her. He had merely stepped out to attend to matters, only to find that everything had concluded upon his return. Tang Hao, an opponent of immense strength, exhibited not the slightest resistance, easily vanquished by Dai Yutong. Han Yusang, tall and imposing, resembles a sovereign descending upon the realm, exuding an air of superiority, accompanied by the feigned astonishment of Su Xiaoyu. Little did he expect that, after just a few days, the seemingly harmonious Zhou family would reveal so many underlying issues. The old man, burdened with so many responsibilities, may not express it verbally, yet he surely feels the weight in his heart, which explains his tendency to remain at home. He feels that his previous interactions with Guanman Li were preferable, though she has become more amiable, embodying the qualities of a virtuous wife. The disdain he once perceived in her gaze has faded. As for Su Yuning, he has long harbored intentions toward her, yet opportunities to approach have eluded him. However, her high scores afford her greater choice in specializations. If the child wishes to learn traditional Chinese painting, the teacher's thoughts are irrelevant. They will simply teach well. At this moment, Lin Xingyan and Lin Xingyu meet at the entrance, entering the courtyard to witness the scene before them. Neither intends to meddle in others' affairs, so they prepare to head home. Jiang Shiyu, upon hearing this, blushes and retorts, "Dad, what are you talking about?" With that, she covers her face and rushes upstairs. Upon the altar, the incense wafted mysteriously, seemingly stirring without a breeze, giving rise to a slender plume of smoke that danced delicately in the air. Today a spectacle was witnessed by all, and though the circumstances of Xia Jiqing's fall into the water remained enigmatic, it was evident that she possessed swimming skills. Yet, Cheng Jiqing insisted on leaping into the depths to rescue her, clearly aiming to embrace Xia Jiqing in full view of the onlookers, thereby leaving her with no room for denial and compelling her to marry him. Listen to how sweetly he speaks, suggesting that one should temporarily safeguard something with the implication of its eventual return. Indeed, such a gesture is a courtesy extended to you, without coercion to relinquish it. However, at this moment, the corpse king appeared unwilling to concede, for a legion of 900,000 zombies was no small matter. What the other residents in Shengxing Castle? Would they also fall victim to collateral damage? Ashton could not restrain himself from asking. "Rower, do not coddle her. Allow me to discipline her properly, lest she forget her ancestors," Lan Haiping declared angrily. By the time he returned to the central path, he found himself unable to suppress the undead. Their power had outstripped his own, rendering his once slight advantage meaningless. The blind monk of Yeshua was truly formidable. I sensed that he surpassed last year's great demon's blind monk by a notch, Mealy remarked in astonishment. Faced with such circumstances, Li Yang had no choice but to abandon the restoration of the final fracture, redirecting all his focus to subdue the spirit causing chaos within his dantian. Hoping to first navigate through the crisis of the 5 elemental energies spiraling out of control. Using only a fraction of his fingers, he ensnared the wind and light particles, extending one finger across a vast distance to firmly pin down the fleeing Qiu Bai. Su Dong weakly released his grip on the flying sword. In that final moment, his dimming eyes remained fixated on the figure before him, filled with a profound attachment to life as he slowly closed them, his body gently collapsing against the cliffside. Let me go, Lu Yin, you beast." Meng Yuan struggled futilely too weak to resist the guards dragging him away. Word had it that an attack was to be launched against Yi Chen's army. The soldiers of Fang Tian's troops were eager, their spirits exceptionally high. Chapter 274, Coup d'etat. In the palace of the Dalu Empire, Su Tianran sat at his desk, reviewing documents. He was but a step away from the throne. Upon his father's demise, he would ascend as the emperor of the Dalu Empire. He had forged a close alliance with the Holy Spirit sect, and once he took power, he would immediately incite war, allowing Dalu's iron cavalry to sweep across the entire Douluo continent, spreading the glory of Dalu throughout the world. The Douluo continent had recently endured the turmoil of the three nations. What could this possibly mean? Was it not merely a conflict between the Wushuang Kingdom and the Qingqing Empire? Why were other nations now entangled? Li Sangyu sought out the Summoner Skill Mentor, acquiring the second skill of the Elf Summoner, Summon Fire Spirit. Should a Xing prevail, the second princess would become a laughingstock. Furthermore, even if the second princess won and a Xing truly expressed his intent to rescind the engagement to Kangxi, the outcome remained uncertain. As for Suyang Castle, in a previous life, Lin Yu had a slight understanding of it, but at that time, he was stationed in Yin City, a full 400 kilometers distant from Suyang Castle. Upon entering the inner room, I discovered that this gaming room was merely a transformation of the first floor of this residential building. They had opened up the balcony and created a door, yet the interior retained its original layout. Upon hearing this, Lan Xinjia trembled, staring at Wang Chongyang for a long while before laboriously rising, limping out of Zhou Yaqi's home. Fu Yuling respectfully retreated, cradling the jade tablet, gradually slipping into a crevice at the back hall's entrance. The scholars of the Broken Wolf Kingdom could not possibly discern the erroneous research reports all at once, although repeating experiments would eventually reveal the mistakes. That would take at least a month or two, as these studies required considerable time. Since you have come, allow me to arrange a meeting gift from my Flying Tiger Squad, Lu Chuan proclaimed as he stood. A tail? A snake? I pondered, suddenly struck by a thought that startled me. After 5 seconds of contemplation, Lu Yin finally managed to calm his thoughts, his mind now clear and pure. In the thunderous arena, the greatest fear was distraction. Amidst his worries, his foot unconsciously advanced a third of a step forward. And by the time he realized this dreadful mistake, it was already too late. From the very beginning, Su Fu had never entertained the notion of confronting the first emperor. After all, he had witnessed the Qin Emperor's might too many times, and the fear he harbored for the first emperor had been indelibly etched into the depths of his heart. Upon hearing this foolish remark, the guards were immediately struck with disbelief. Nonetheless, as it was the intent of Lord Berlin, they refrained from intervening. With a thunderous roar, a thick cloud of smoke billowed skyward. Should 10 siege cannons fire simultaneously, visibility within a radius of 500 meters would be severely impaired. Yang Bo, preoccupied with other matters, rushed forward to ascertain the firing range of the solid projectiles. Refining the Qisha Law King in such a manner could lead to its utter obliteration. Once reduced to ash, even the mightiest of immortality techniques would be rendered futile. For with the complete annihilation of body and soul, how could one hope for restoration? The defenses atop the city were momentarily inadequate. As a war elephant charged towards the city gate, with a resounding crash, the ram on the back of the frantically galloping war elephant struck the iron city gate, causing an immense noise as the 3 iron bolts behind the gate bent under the impact. The cat warrior Shurjo was somewhat conflicted about the name Tsukikijaoi. Why was such a name chosen? Yet, with so many whimsical names among cat demons, Aoi could only remain speechless. At the command of a seemingly ordinary knight of the temple, 300 falcons promptly sprang into efficient action. Chapter 275, The Holy Spirit's Demise. You mean to say that His Majesty the Emperor and Su Tianran have been assassinated? In a dimly lit hall, Zhong Liwu suddenly sprang to his feet. The subsequent actions of their Holy Spirit sect would greatly depend on collaboration with Su Tianran, the next emperor. This sudden turn of events undoubtedly shattered years of meticulous planning. Who is responsible for this? Are the 9th-level soul mentors in the Dalu Palace merely idle? It was our Lord who specifically instructed that the vehicle be brought to that shopping center for convenience upon returning. Upon hearing this, Princess Baoli was infuriated. She had intended to leverage her status to impose some pressure on Lin Yujiao, only to find herself thwarted. Since the Bai family decreed no trouble should arise within this inn, no one could dare to cause a ruckus here. Remembering the rotund fellow, Liu Yi realized it had been a long time since he last visited him. Yet, with the recent events in Kunlun, one matter followed another, and he could not even meet with Qing'er, let alone the rotund man, and could only wait for a later time. What pretense of superiority? Tonight, my brother requires your presence. Let us ascend. Li Yi tossed a handful of money onto the table, declaring that his brother was not lacking in wealth. Li Xiaoyu was well aware of his mother's disposition. He would keep her in Yinzhou only if she dared not venture to the capital. Li Yi's family had long been ailing, and Lin Yujiao had grown indifferent to visiting her. Lord Li's new robes were nearly finished as the year drew to a close. Moreover, had she not initially supported his pursuit of Su Jingru? Why, now that he had succeeded, did she adopt such an attitude towards him? By the way, this semester I extracted 3,000 yuan from my savings to give to Ani Bao Wan, ostensibly claiming that this sum was given to her by my mother as a token of gratitude for her care towards Jia Qi. Observing her frigid demeanor, Lin Qi was suddenly reminded of the moment when she had first mentioned the phrase losing money. As the truth unfolded, this individual confessed to their crimes. Yet a splendid kung fu banquet was disrupted, leaving Kong Zhenning seething with resentment, her gaze towards Chen Zhuan filled with unbridled fury. The maritime disaster that befell the Li family was most likely caused by tumultuous winds and waves that compromised the structural integrity of their vessel, leading to its immediate disintegration. Upon exiting the interrogation room, Yi Qing casually cast a glance at the adjacent chamber, where as a suspect, Feng Zhiyong was now handcuffed. At this juncture, Daizumi Naoki recognized that retreat was not an option. Should the Central Army fall back, they risked losing this critical battle. However, the first thunderbolt that struck him hardly stirred a ripple before vanishing. On the Fangyi Association communication platform, recruitment information for a counterattack alliance's gun team was announced. Naturally, the recruitment period spanned a decade, with favorable conditions. In truth, it was rather straightforward. After a few exchanges, everyone began to engage in animated discussions or express their opinions. Report, Commander. An official from the Special Affairs Bureau wishes to meet with you. Wei Shi was currently directing combat from a temporary command post when a subordinate entered to relay this message. In a state of urgency, Xiao Feng opened a note and found that Chen Zhuan had written 8 characters in an extravagant style. To deceive you is to treat you as a fool. Observing this, Fu Shi could not help but furrow his brow slightly, as this peculiar creature was unlike anything he had encountered before. Even the Tang Shi and the Yao Yihei who were baffled by its nature. Nevertheless, it appeared that this entity had the capacity to control other anomalous beasts. To his left sat a gaunt man with a pragmatic short haircut, bearing a resemblance to Qin Wei. This must be Qin Guang Tian, as referred to by Ouyang Lai and his companions. Oh, are you looking to purchase property? The elder was somewhat taken aback by the unexpected visitor. After suffering a sudden calamity, Su Jin's heart was already fragile. In her attempt to muster hope in aiding Fu, she was thwarted by the relentless slanders of the Burning Shadow Holy Sect, causing her already weakened spirit to crumble. Chapter 276. Half a year, just as Yutong had anticipated, the Holy Spirit sect was utterly annihilated. It was not that all its members had been eradicated, nor that the evil soul masters had vanished from the world. The Holy Spirit sect was vast, with numerous subordinate organizations, such as the Saint Society and the Shishue Alliance. Even with Chaldean's extensive reach, it was implausible to eliminate every affiliated member of the Holy Spirit sect in a short span, let alone eradicate the existence of evil soul masters entirely. After all, the evil soul master, Li Hong, was leading new recruits to suppress bandits across the mountains, while Yao Xan Luo was not idle either. Aside from crafting bridal accessories and red embroidered shoes for Li Hong, she was learning management from the Han and Fong families. Upon witnessing this, Lu Fu Yao chose not to intervene, although she had spent a considerable amount of spirit stones to acquire the jade box. It was intended for Qian to play with. Whether she wished to use it to store items or to smash it for amusement was of no concern to Lu Fu Yao, as long as Qian Qian found joy in it. Haha, please take a seat. Lu Chuan observed Yu Bai with a discerning eye, slightly nodding before making a gesture of invitation. The male ghost, seeing that the fat man was skeptical, shook his head and then, as if fulfilling a task, turned around and passed through the metal of the aircraft, retreating to the rear cabin to avoid the sunlight. Although there had been some past grievances or misunderstandings between the fox demon and the others, since Yu Bai had already declared friendship, the rest swiftly let bygones be bygones. Ultimately, a box of pearls and a golden flower hairpin adorned with gems were bestowed upon Zhu Ai Lian, after which she was sent on her way. Ma Hui Lan hesitated. After all, having separated into different households, it was essential to maintain a measure of distance. Yet complete estrangement was not feasible, nor would unrestrained familiarity necessarily be comfortable. Yuan Shao remained steadfast, playing directly into Lu Yu's hands. The two sides remained in a standoff until late at night, when Lu Yu's troops began to stealthily withdraw in batches. Your mother is aware, but currently, we have no relatives to rely upon. Zhang's expression was also somewhat troubled. Moreover, the temple had collapsed to such a state that it was likely any related items had been taken away by the locals before the collapse. Not only her, but several others also wished to join the Legion, except for Li Xiaomeng, who, being of the Dragon Clan, found it unsuitable to join any army. Thus she remained silent. Observing the determination of the others, Lin Feng finally acquiesced, but suddenly became serious, stating, unless another being of the Chaos Immortal Emperor level emerges, it is unlikely to reverse this irreversible trend. Accompany me for a walk. After Yang Henshu left, Chen Xen Lei shed her previously charming demeanor, assuming a more grounded attitude. If the barrier were to be breached, it was certain that hackers of status akin to Su Mei would take notice, potentially inviting chaos. Wu Bin Xiushang's expression was dark and uncertain. At present, the scales of victory seemed to have balanced, tilting away from Guan Chaosheng. However, it wouldn't be so simple. The leading figure seized the remaining dozen or so Soul Kings from Lin Feng and headed toward the direction he indicated. Once they departed, everyone stared in astonishment at the grinning Lin Feng, while Song Xingchun gave him a thumbs up. Ye Kai furrowed his brow. The aura of these three individuals felt familiar. Suddenly, he recalled sensing something upon entering the mid-level of the misty forest, although the absence of some powerful, unsettling energies left him perturbed. A fist loomed larger in his vision, as Mu Ning Yu's right fist, still bearing the long sword embedded in her shoulder, came crashing down toward Chu Yu's head. Junyan, it must be a mistake. I could not have performed that surgery. With my years of experience, how could I have left a scalpel inside a patient's abdomen? This procedure was undoubtedly conducted by someone else, and it has nothing to do with me. Ma Jianguang pushed the ultrasound report towards Wu Junyan. After the competition concluded, Bao Tian visited Qi Han's residence, seeking assistance in recovering her strength and energy. While Lin Feng gave Ouyang Yinqing an approving thumbs up. Chapter 277, Douluo Federation, Part 1. I was slightly delayed on my way. Su Jiao casually explained and inquired, "Have you been waiting long?" "Not at all. We just arrived as well," replied Lin Shi, lifting the tea before her and savoring a sip. He no longer needed to be concerned about travel, as he had directly transmitted from the Chaldean headquarters to this room 5 minutes before the appointed time using the water mirror. At that moment, the others had. Ishi-chan pondered for quite some time before ultimately deciding to take her to the same hotel they had previously stayed in. Lin Shui blinked her eyes again, expressing her reluctance to accompany Mr. Lance, as they were adjacent to the Tom family's territory. Should they learn that she had fled from her wedding, they would not show leniency. Do not always rely on coffee. The first cup in the morning is best consumed as plain water. Knowing that Lian was one to disregard advice, Song Yunjun still offered her counsel. In the future, I shall walk alongside them, unwavering and steadfast. The determination in Su Qian's eyes did not escape Su Qian's notice. While risks remained, they were no longer in the realms of construction and investment, but had entirely shifted to the sales department. Any grenade, from the moment the pin is pulled to the final explosion, only spans a mere 5 to 7 seconds. Accidents can occur at any moment. Thus, Qinyang must resolve everything within 5 seconds to ensure safety. The competition for supremacy is no trifling matter, and missteps may prove fatal. Su Qianling endures hardships now. In doing so, his chances of survival will be greater in the future. As he spoke, he crouched beside the charred corpse, retrieving a remnant piece of fabric from the ashes of burnt clothing and presenting it before the crowd. Simultaneously, the iron-armored Mad Bull, after discarding Lu Haohai's body, did not charge towards Lu Tianyang, but instead advanced step by step towards Yi Xian and Lu Muyun. It seemed he had no intention of observing anyone else. He was preoccupied with his own affairs, and time had diverged. Yi Linger stood by, reveling in their misfortune. To accurately pinpoint his target, he meticulously reviewed the distribution map of the Da'in's spiritual veins and crafted a comprehensive and grand plan. Sensing that his father was preoccupied, Qinshan even reached out to gently pat Li Bai's back. Each time, they filled the ranks with waves of individuals, and the entirety of Gaonu City was strewn with corpses, black smoke enveloping the clouds, ruins scattered everywhere, with no trace of the populace. Yet, confronted with malevolence, he felt utterly helpless, his strength diminished in the face of overwhelming power. Thus, when Feng Feifei spoke these words, she approached a young man whose hat was askew and whose attire was exceedingly trendy. If not for this situation, who could fathom how many more such occurrences they would endure over the next 2 months? Once it spreads, the remaining time will grow ever shorter. However, with the fall of the Lord of the Black God Palace and those transcendent cultivators, the Black God Palace no longer posed a threat to their carefree valley. After all, with the top-tier cultivators eliminated, lower-tier ones posed little danger, and the remaining few transcendent practitioners would hardly stir up any significant waves. In the air, the sounds of energy explosions reverberated repeatedly as the purple light of the Martin dissipated. Upon witnessing this, the middle-aged man in white robes moved, darting towards the purple Martin, his right hand transforming into a palm covered in a thick layer of crystalline ice, which he swung forcefully towards the Martin. Misunderstandings aside, why was it that this palace could not see the Prime Minister Ming Xian, who was relentless and insistent on meeting Prime Minister Bai? Suddenly, a figure dressed in eunuch robes leaped from the door, hastily dashing past as he found himself ensnared in the vortex. However, if their cultivation was akin to Xiao Yi's, it would be exceedingly difficult to slay those 2 divine realm beast kings. Yi Jingfeng's eyes glimmered with a sharp intensity. He vanished into one of the walls of the formation, a mere thin barrier already ensnaring him in a position where 7 Dao emperors were trapped. His gaze flickered coldly, and the magic weapon in his hand pulsed with a dark crimson hue. Chapter 278, Douluo Federation, Part 2. Only Su Jiujio remained silent. All eyes turned towards her, awaiting her pronouncement. After a moment of silence, Su Jiujio inquired, "Lin Shi, can you truly assure us that the Douluo Federation will harbor no bias?" The others present displayed expressions that suggested disbelief at her continued questioning. Ignoring them, Su Jiujio fixed her gaze on Lin Shi's eyes, returning to the familiar foothills, how you ascended the mountain step by step, just as he had in the past. The 2 powerful remnants of souls that had arrived were familiar figures, Xian Qi and Xian Ri, who had previously clashed with Tianming. They were among the most formidable remnants from ancient times, nearly the strongest of their kind. It was truly disheartening. Early in the morning, I had hoped to enjoy a good sleep, yet unexpectedly encountered such a situation. He murmured while descending the stairs, observing his weak, lifeless eyes and sensing the deep longing within them. How you nodded and moved a bit closer to the elderly man. At that moment, Yutong, who had been seated on a distant large stone, hurried over, instinctively pulling How you back, not wanting him to get too close to the elderly man lying on the ground. For someone like Qin Han, a well-known best-selling manga artist, this seemed rather ordinary. Somewhere around 500 to 600 kilometers away from Hao Yu, Tianming strode forward unhurriedly, his expression calm and his aura stable, indicating that he had likely recovered from his previous severe injuries. Xian Yuan Yi Yin glanced at the gold card on the table, maintaining a dazed expression. Chu Shi left after checking on the 2 children, leaving Emoli to care for them and amuse the little ones. Emoli looked up at Xiaodong and asked, "Xiaodong, is there truly no chance for my second brother?" She felt that her brother genuinely regretted his decisions. Ouyang Sweki fell silent, realizing that her suspicions were misguided, as she had missed the crux of the matter. The three of them chose their favorite delicacies, and, at Yuan Han's persistent request, Yin Yuanhang and Zhang Dong reluctantly allowed him to pay. Presently, the true immortals in the immortal realm have mostly found their own places. Free true immortals like Lin Feng are indeed highly sought after. His principles are too profound, and, as they were not understood directly by his own essence, he could not grasp a law uniquely his own. Even if the rebels took note of the swiftly approaching cavalry, their commander would struggle to receive timely news. Li Mengchong led scouts to search within 5 miles ahead of the main army, and any merchant or courier spotted galloping southward on the official road would be apprehended for questioning. Status unbound. This item can only be used after binding to a designated user. There are things to do and things to refrain from. Yin Jiming continued to smile, yet his eyes revealed an undeniable tenacity. Grandfather Qingfeng, eliminate him, Jiangnan thought, feeling compelled to seek the elder's assistance, believing that with him, a single strike could vanquish the blood demon. Zhuge Liang possessed extraordinary vision, capable of observing objects within hundreds of meters. He discerned that these 2 sword lights belonged to 2 sword-wielding cultivators, whose attire did not belong to the Yaohai sect. At this time, no official contact had been established between Song and Jin. Thus Ma Zheng found himself at a loss on how to connect with the officials of Jin, and could only temporarily reside in the most prestigious inn in Jinmen, arranged by the Huang family. Zheng Jie finally gained a moment of respite. He turned around to see a burly man, bare-chested and wielding a steel knife, regarding him with contempt. "Yes," the chieftain Changsheng responded, picking up a piece of bamboo and a knife, and promptly began to scrape the bamboo green. Chapter 279. The fall of the Duke's mansion when Lin Shi arrived at the ruins of Xinglua City with Hui Yutong and the others. The Daihao family had been waiting there for quite some time. After years apart, these individuals had changed significantly since their last meeting. The vigor that once characterized Dai Hao had vanished. Half of his hair had turned gray, and his face bore many more wrinkles, reportedly due to the anguish he felt for not being able to defend Xinglua City when it fell. Dai Yaoheng was essentially discussing matters with Du Ziyuan and the Moon Goddess, while Lin Yuping quietly sat beside them, listening without interjecting. In this match, Stoke City was thoroughly dominated by Liverpool, yet despite Liverpool's impressive 21 shots, none found the net, and in the final moments, they conceded a corner goal, suffering defeat at Bet 365 Stadium. Li Jiu leaned against the car door, gazing at him with a radiant smile that was as sweet as honey, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. "Your sister is asleep. Do not disturb her, for she is quite fatigued today," Grandma remarked. Chang Meichin found herself somewhat caught off guard, having not anticipated Du Ziyuan's unexpected words, which left her with an overwhelming sense of being trapped. The old man, in his desire to emphasize the word handsome, decided to directly embody that image himself. He informed our esteemed director Zhuge Erden that Lin Xian's film would be postponed until after its completion. After sending the message, he remained composed, effectively extending the delay indefinitely. The Moon Goddess was elated to have garnered Du Ziyuan's forgiveness, and she cherished the moment, joyfully embracing her son and inquiring about his well-being. She had countless questions that had been bubbling within her, yet she had refrained from asking. Draped in a dark green modified qipao, the luxurious velvet clung to her curvaceous figure, the high collar accentuating her elegant neck and shoulders. The sleeves, 3/4 in length, were adorned with black velvet trimmings, revealing a glimpse of her alabaster wrist, which gleamed brilliantly. He had already recovered, and his outward claims were mere smokescreens. Ferguson's eyes glimmered with a mischievous light. "Am I mistaken, or has our Xiao Zishi turned crimson?" Yin Yushi seized the opportunity to tease from the side. Su Luo could summon fire just like He Wei, but without the need for talismans, and the flames he conjured were larger and brighter than He Wei's. Goodness, Du Feng has his guards call him young master, and now he even has an ID name that includes it, Zhao Liang exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the expense. Yet she produced 300 yuan notes. It must be said that traditional Chinese medicine surpasses Western medicine. After a session of acupuncture, I distinctly felt a change in my vision. Xiao Xiao eagerly retrieved her phone, unable to contain her excitement. I am Xiao Xiao. She lifted her head and bestowed a broad smile upon Tang Chong, her eyes forming a harmonious line, radiating healing energy. Director Yin wore a pained expression, fully aware that a confrontational approach with Jing Ruoxuan would prove futile. He could only prevail through gentleness. Yet, recalling the scene she had just wished to conceal from him, Zhao Kuo ultimately subdued his curiosity, awaiting the moment she would allow him to see the letter. This meant that without exiting the divine beast secret realm before its closure, regardless of one's cultivation strength, the only fate awaiting them was demise. At that moment, I could no longer restrain myself. I scooped up Princess Feng Changqing, her snow-white arms encircling my neck while I held her, one arm cradling her fair, beautiful legs and the other supporting her upper body. Thus, I carried her back to her room and gently placed her on the bed. I found myself longing for the warmth of her embrace. For at least on that long journey, I would no longer be alone. He had long desired the armor. Its exorbitant value made his complexion pale. He never anticipated that this expedition into the secret realm would yield such a remarkable treasure. Chapter 280. Entering the Qiankuan Wenqing Valley. On the day of the establishment of the Douluo Federation, the Duke Baihu's mansion was obliterated. This explosive news, ordinarily sensational, paled in comparison to the momentous announcement of the Douluo Federation's formation, hardly causing a ripple. Almost all attention was drawn to this unprecedented political development. In no time, various rumors spread through the streets. Some claimed that Lin Shi, leading the Chaldean forces, had designs on this. Early in the morning, the spirited Yao Yao cried and fussed. Waking the two, they opened their eyes almost simultaneously, gazing into each other's eyes as their hands, unbeknownst to them, had intertwined tightly during the night. Feng Fei stamped her foot in irritation, exclaiming, "Humph! How could you possibly act like a beggar? I have no idea where to buy a beggar's bowl. You filthy man, a stinking man, go beg on your own. You infuriate me." The commander watched as Huijin and his team ascended the spaceship with an air of authority, feeling a twinge of concern, for this was their first time piloting a spacecraft without any systematic training. The astronauts' qualifications were uncertain at best. The first floor was quiet. Lu Min sat on the sofa, playfully tormenting a plump mouse, pinning its tail down with her paw before swatting it with her other paw. At that moment, the awkwardness made Lin Feng's face flush crimson, a reaction he could not suppress. Nevertheless, he later felt at ease after learning from the bodyguard that she saw no distinction between genders, only the completion of tasks. The trial results delighted the trio. This earthborn remnant was more ferocious and domineering than the legends foretold. The stronger Zhu Peng became, the more satisfied Dora and the others grew. Although the pain of being cut was considerable, the more powerful Zhu Peng became, the greater the pressure he could endure while sniping at the Light Sovereign, consequently increasing the likelihood of mission success. "Students, the time has come to test you. Open fire," the leading instructor commanded sternly. Due to the indescribable and indefinable nature of the void, souls generally cannot operate within it. However, the Morning Dawn Empire had mastered a certain degree of void laws. Within its boundaries, each bubble universe possessed a channel for souls to traverse the Naiha Bridge. The fact that a leading artist from South Korea could engage in such despicable actions is truly infuriating. Moreover, the Purification Order missile, a fleet-class munition, cannot simply be activated by a mere fragment of soul energy. Without the appropriate operational skills and levels, it cannot be detonated, unlike ordinary bombs on Earth, which even common folk can trigger. These once renowned and rarely seen powerful figures suddenly appeared to lose their value, gathering here in droves, with an increasing trend. "Is there anything else? If not, you may withdraw. I need to rest properly," Yang Xiuqing remarked, having been busily occupied for days with little time to rest. Now feeling somewhat fatigued, the three sat around Lin Zhang's bedside, their expressions grim. though not directed at Lin Jiang, but rather at the kneeling Lin Yong and his two sons. Meanwhile, Qing Luo adopted an ethereal approach, each movement executed with a grace that left no trace of confrontation, appearing as if she were a vision, captivatingly beautiful. The homeroom teacher and the school nurse felt a sense of trepidation, fearing that when Xinxing might cause a commotion again. Yet they were taken aback when Xinxing obediently sat down, allowing the school nurse to bandage her wounds. Upon hearing the mention of her first kiss, Yu Hualan's cheeks flushed crimson, recalling that she too had experienced her first kiss. On the other hand, a monopolistic situation could easily give rise to various issues, lacking competitiveness and exhibiting poor execution, which would gradually become apparent. The monopoly of Huanxian technology over global production would inevitably lead to various social conflicts. Chapter 281. The Battle Commences, Part 1. This was a misty place where nothing could be seen clearly. The surrounding elemental energy was dense, making one feel as if they were in a realm of immortals. Lin Shi glanced around and resolved to move forward. After walking for a time, the fog dissipated, and the surrounding scenery became clear, revealing a stunning vista. He found himself nestled among towering mountains, with a pristine lake before him. The water was crystal clear, and astonishingly, its color was Nie Wushuang, hailing from a prestigious family, had never lacked for money, yet upon hearing that Yang Tian had won 1 billion, she was left speechless. Has the teacher thought of what business to pursue? Li Xiang asked as he saw the teacher pull out a cigarette case, quickly grabbing the lighter on the table to light it for him. Although he emerged from the toxic marsh, covered in black mud and grass clippings, and appeared somewhat disheveled, Wu Zijian wore a tranquil expression since his appearance. The bodyguard who had just tossed Julie onto the bed turned around, drawing his handgun with the intent to shoot, only to be struck by a scalding coffee pot hurled by Yang Tian. She was well aware of her father's recent late-night engagements, often returning home inebriated, with his health deteriorating and significant sums of money wasted, yet the issues remained unresolved. In this realm, Xiao Bohan had to assume an irreplaceable role, which proved to be a significant burden for him. Not to mention Wang Kaichuan, a mere novice in physical cultivation, who could not be compared to Su Zheng in any aspect. The elderly lady, afflicted by depression and a touch of forgetfulness, still believed that Li Xiang had just left her home, needing to return to say farewell. Fan Bing, who had never witnessed Li Xiang speak so loudly, was momentarily taken aback and promptly fell silent. In a space where two worlds intersected, 3 individuals sat cross-legged around a low table. A sip of tea brought forth a fragrant essence. At that moment, Xingyu felt a blend of camaraderie and betrayal. She had regarded her friend as a confidant, only to discover her intentions towards her partner, igniting a similar sense of indignation. The time was pressing. The opposition had likely received word and were hastily transporting materials into the realm of decadence, where even the Japanese government could not intervene. As the yang energy began to manifest, the absorption of this energy would not cause harm, but the midday sun was overwhelmingly potent. Only those who had attained the 3rd level could harness it. "Hanyu, you frighten me." As Hanyu opened the door, Jiang Yuyao rushed to embrace him, tears streaming down her face as she spoke. The young man appeared to be an ordinary employee of a company. His employee badge and a blue-gray tie askew on his left shoulder, while he wore only socks, his shoes having vanished. After each endeavor, he often felt his limbs grow weak, as though his vitality had been siphoned away. Xingyu pondered, feeling somewhat unsettled, yet recognized the validity in Bai Susu's words. Zhang Ling possessed remarkable culinary talent, and if he specialized in this direction, he might well achieve the 4th tier by now. In the year 794 AD, less than a decade after Emperor Hengwu established the capital, the vengeful spirit of the wrongfully slain Prince Yalu lingered, compelling the emperor to relocate the capital to Heian, where he appointed the shogun, Tamuramuro, to subdue the prince's ghost, thus ushering in the long-lasting Heian period of over 400 years. "Thank you, Hua Qin. However, I must still pay you rent. I cannot reside in your home without compensation," and Ning said cheerfully. In an instant, the front courtyard of the Si Wang mansion erupted into a cacophony of disordered footsteps, gradually regaining order. It was at this moment that Zhu noticed the air around him had turned chillingly cold. The sun was obscured by dark clouds, leaving only a blanket of gray. Chapter 282. The Battle Commences, Part 2. You are deeply pained? Indeed, I am, Tang San replied with remarkable composure. However, these actions were born of necessity, essential sacrifices. As long as these costs were incurred, Shaoqi could inherit the bloodline of the dragon god, gaining power and status far beyond his current state. What could be wrong with that? So that is how it is. Lin Shi inhaled deeply, inquiring, "Can I conclude that you believe your actions were justified?" Yet others seemed indifferent, casting a glance before moving on, accustomed to such occurrences. Suddenly, the whirring of gears filled the air, and approximately 5 seconds later, the Undying No. 1 robot completed its transformation. The invincible Fist Saint, known for his fiery temperament, voiced his dissatisfaction towards the Batian Saint. Moreover, some resorted to synthesizing chicken bloodstones with chemical materials, appearing authentic in both look and feel, but once polished, their true nature would be revealed. This presents a bit of a challenge, King Qin Guang mused, furrowing his brow. Yet after a moment's contemplation, he added, "However, it may not be impossible to explore. I shall consult with my brothers to see if there is any room for maneuver." Yet, with his current strength, he could not contend with the Hong family, a prominent clan within the martial world, especially considering the old patriarch's swordsmanship had reached unparalleled heights. Yet this elder had managed to provoke Mu Qinxue. Under Lu Chu's guidance, Chen Luyan felt his skills surge dramatically, confident that dealing with the individual before him would require little effort. Perhaps too focused, he failed to hear the persistent knocking. Professor Yin frowned, glancing at Professor Fong. "Forget it. We shall settle this upon our return." Yao Si was about to summon everyone to the flying vessel when a familiar surge of power awakened within him. Was this an ability? August 8th. A day that should have been utterly mundane, transformed into something extraordinary within the virtual world. Although Lin Fei was not wealthy, she had booked a first-class ticket for the relative tranquility and superior service, hoping to avoid trouble from Yibai. "Sir, it was the 2 grandsons of the Yang family who committed the act. After murdering the young master, they did not return to the city that night, which is why it took so long to uncover the truth," the steward respectfully reported. "Hold on tight," Yao Mukin said without looking back, a mischievous smile gracing his handsome face as he dashed out of the cave. However, in a haze of sleep, she felt a strong hand touch her, causing her to groggily open her eyes and see Chun Xinghai had awakened. Yet Wang Feng had not anticipated that the reason Commander Zhang took time out of his busy schedule to visit their home was for ulterior motives. The reverberating thunder echoed in her ears as powerful forces surged within her fist, crashing against both individuals. The blood-winged heavenly dragon had been relentlessly suppressed, or rather, had been mercilessly bullied without any means of resistance. Han Xian was witnessing Qian Er's prowess for the first time, silently acknowledging her hidden talents, feeling much more at ease with her presence. Lu Huan laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Old Six. Perhaps your stone sculpture could surpass the highest-priced work of the genius master Dan Inghuang in the stone sculpture realm." "Lu Yuan, what is the highest price for a single piece by Dan Inghuang?" Tu Lage asked curiously, eagerly seeking an answer. "It was our mother who informed us." Feeling the gaze akin to an endless ocean, reminiscent of an entire vast universe, this level 4 blood demon had evidently reached its limit, unable to resist Shun Hao's will. Thus, Yi Kan ran on, the stone monster in pursuit, unaware that Yi Kan had led it astray. Chapter 283. Instant Kill of Ning Rongrong. Boom! Thunder struck, the fierce power of the lightning rampaging wildly, threatening to obliterate everything. The sun-moon lake boiled almost instantaneously, the terrifying energy evaporating the entire surface, and even the surrounding mountains could not escape the devastation, turning all within sight to dust. Yet all of this had no effect on Lin Shi. "Is that all? Too dull. Exert a bit more effort," he remarked lightly. "Take care of yourself." Zhou Wutian turned away, ignoring Su Yi, and continued to observe the duel unfolding before them. Remaining calm, he reminded himself, "This is merely an illusion. That fellow is far from me, as distant as the Earth is from Mars. "Hey, are you all right, girl?" Cao sprinted towards the location, shrouded in smoke and dust from the explosion. At that time, De Longier's wife was also within the military system. Both of them engulfed in their demanding duties, frequently traversing the nation. In a brief moment, Du Yuan crossed through the Jinshi Hall and arrived at Chuyang Square, which spanned over 70 to 80 acres, similarly beset by illusions. Several disciples of the corpse escort sect, fleeing to this place, had also fallen victim, but fortunately, they were rescued by Du Yuan. Lu Dingtian recalled the mention of Tang Yun's sect, suddenly remembering Chun Bing's last words to Dong Dao before his demise, urging him to inform the sect leader to avenge him. Initially disregarded, this memory now sparked a realization. Qin Ming observed Chung Xian, whose hair had been significantly shortened, scrutinizing her closely. To him, Chung Xian's hair, usually neat and unchanging, now appeared somewhat unfamiliar in its current state. Should he follow the clues and align with Su Qingzong, or continue down a perilous path advocating for Wu Miao? Both choices seemed fraught with complications. He regretted venturing into the murky waters of Hangzhou. Sending a subordinate would have sufficed. Moreover, he needed to devise a means to silence Shen Nong, Yi Run, and Luo Ye. It would be troublesome if Xian and the others learned of his marriage. Lu Dingtian respectfully bowed to Yi Xian, for without her insights, he would not have been privy to such information, which might have been lost in the spirit realm for many years. This was now quite evident. He intended to visit Ping Chung tonight. Chen Xi likely had plans, but he did not anticipate staying behind, as this decision stirred something within him. During work, one could have sentinels, while diligent laborers would proactively bring valuable items to the beach. There is a notion in education regarding changing names, which also serves as a form of implication. Nowadays, after hundreds of days and nights contemplating the various facets of water, coupled with countless attempts, the power of water now lay firmly in her grasp. "Yi Can, this is your homeland. Do you possess any hidden talents? At this rate, my hometown is at risk of being demolished." Although Ma Jun believed in Desai's strength, the defenses of the underworld city were exceptionally formidable. Lin Shumo did not expect this Triceratops to actually come, having merely provided slight assistance to the other party in the past. Zhang Jia's intuition told him that, despite appearances suggesting Zhang Jia orchestrated this incident, the true mastermind was likely the cunning Yi Zi. As for Chu Xian's suspicions regarding this individual, was there really a need for justification? With a command from Special Forces Captain James Shuita, the sound of marching footsteps began to resonate in the seemingly bottomless staircase. Zhang Jia and Zhan Lan had to pause their conversation, focusing on the sudden urgency. In a steam-filled, low-visibility environment, Oldly refrained from taking any rash actions. He could neither ascertain the enemy's position nor determine if Freddy's speed and strength had enhanced within the dream. Any hasty movements could lead to a surprise attack, potentially costing him his life. Chapter 284, Lin Shi vs. Tang San's Divine Sense, Part 1. Rong Rong. Tang San exclaimed in shock. As a top-tier support, Ning Rong Rong could double his combat power, yet she was instantly vanquished in their first encounter. You scoundrel! How could you be so ruthless? Clearly, you are an evil villain. Lin Shi dismissed him with indifference, raising her hand to summon an invisible sword. Wei Gong's bullets might intimidate Ning Rong Rong, but against Tang San, who possessed formidable recovery abilities, it was futile. The so-called dragon technique was a method developed by the human race, imitating the innate divine abilities of dragons. Utilizing dragon energy, along with incantations and hand seals. As her words fell, Yuzi raised her head in acquiescence. At this moment, Yuzi's gaze was clear, her expression calm, and a polite smile adorned her lips, showing no trace of resentment. The words of the giant demon lord reignited the internal discord that had only recently subsided. Do you know who you were negotiating with? Hu Xiong coldly scoffed, clearly displeased with Zhao Yi's tone. As he had stated, beneath the holy domain, all were but ants, and in Hu Xiong's bloodthirsty eyes, Zhao, he was merely a slightly larger ant. This was merely one aspect. As steeds galloped, crates of gold arrived, and workers settled in. The once desolate courtyard transformed into a bustling hub in mere hours. Feng Hao wrapped his arms around her waist, burying his face in her silky hair, inhaling her uniquely sweet and refreshing scent, remaining silent. Parker led them to a room on the third floor, which was impeccably clean, the windows wide open, allowing the sea breeze to billow the curtains in a graceful dance. Li Feng's gaze flickered for a few seconds before he called out to Air Guzi. "Let us go." The lethargic Air Guzi immediately perked up, swiftly following Li Feng out of the underground cavern. After disembarking, Yi Zixuan, carrying the pre-purchased fruits, approached the entrance of a building and rang the doorbell. "Airfun, speak up. What do you need to discuss with me?" Qinfen settled into a chair. The vehicle had yet to depart, and the air conditioning was just beginning to circulate, creating a slight chill. Yet, this man had just entered from outside, and his forehead bore no trace of sweat, which was quite peculiar. Gazing at the shadowy figure in black, both I and Shun Haiying instinctively swallowed hard, as this dark figure seemed devoid of any corporeal form, resembling an ethereal shadow, instilling a sense of dread, for such entities are often referred to as ghosts. Even though she had reached the pinnacle of the fox spirit realm, she could not muster the heart to confront Wang Arii. Heaven rewards the diligent. Finally, as we fled for our lives, we encountered no obstacles and did not meet anyone from the student council, filling our hearts with immense relief. Days passed, and unable to discern the truth, Jiecheng ultimately found himself before the nearly healed Li Yu. Heaving a sigh of relief, Sun Qian felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him as he gently removed the silver needles from Bai Xiao Bai and placed them into the needle pouch. Sun Qian felt a surge of excitement in his veins. If this continued daily, he would soon be on the brink of exhaustion, slaughtering sheep and butchering cattle that night. Yi Liao Aboji truly fulfilled his duties as a landlord, while Li Kungsu and his two companions etched the current state of the chitin into their memories. The chitin soldiers, despite their robust physiques, could not conceal their numerical disadvantage and material shortages after recent internal upheavals. It was only at this point that Hangzhou finally freed his hands to manage the other two imperial gardens in the outskirts. She anxiously lifted her head to gaze at the cold and composed Mo Huaijin, who appeared entirely unconcerned with the matter at hand. Chapter 285, Lin Shi vs. Tang, San's Divine Sense, Part 2. "You are impressive," Tang San coldly remarked. "I have been a god king for many years and never imagined being forced to unleash my Shura divine power by a mere human who hasn't even reached the rank of title Douluo." Lin Shi took a breath and replied with a smile, "You've underestimated many things. Just as I didn't foresee that you would be brutally slain by Qian Renshua and Bibi Dong. Frankly speaking, Tang San's combat prowess after achieving godhood was inferior to that before his ascension. Tianming also encountered this extraordinary talisman for the first time. Although he could fly with a sword, the sensation was entirely different from having wings. Dao Ji was taken aback. He anticipated that Gai Nye would save him, yet simultaneously trap himself in a predicament. However, currently, Lei can only covet the three-color domineering aura, which is not easily upgraded. C2 How You observed her earnest expression, pursed his lips in reluctance, and released his hand, obediently taking a seat on the sofa opposite her. It was only when C2 How You was 4 years old that the completely darkened Sun Yu, driven to madness, hired someone to run over Meng Yun Qian and C2 How You together. In a bid to protect C2 How You, Meng Yun Qian lost her life, leaving C2 How You as a pitiful child without a mother. Tian Ming, though unwilling to believe it, found the judge's words remarkably reasonable. The notion of restoring an orc, whose physical form and nature had already solidified, to its original state seemed almost fantastical, unless a powerful caretaker were present, which might offer a glimmer of hope. However, Tian Ming could not even nurture himself, let alone others. At that moment, within Hua Zhao's body, Tian Ming wore an expression of utmost seriousness. Based on his experience, he judged that something extraordinary undoubtedly existed in this place. The 6 swords of Tian Shan, initially prepared for certain death, found themselves unable to refuse Long Fei Yun's heartfelt and reasonable words. They nodded slightly, and together, lifted the frail old man's corpse, mounting their steeds and galloping away. He suspected that his own leader had transformed into a sticky toffee, clinging to Chung Ling Ji day after day, impossible to pry away. The conversation between the two made Shi Lu feel belittled. As the most valued entity in the Kairouat, it had various means to express its dissatisfaction, routinely nudging Kairouat's belly with its head to convey its grievances. Of course, it was implausible. The dark aura upon her forehead had likely been entwined by spirits for a long time, and a single talisman could not dispel it, providing only temporary protection. Tianya replied with indifference. "Where are the people?" As the dust settled, Lumia gazed at the deep pit on the ground, and Li Gao had long vanished without a trace. Yet Tianya seemed unperturbed, maintaining a fearless gaze at the floor. Just then, the elevator suddenly came to a halt. The three people inside exchanged glances. At such a late hour, it was unlikely someone had returned to retrieve something they had dropped. Although he had not perished at this moment, his Dharma aspect shattered, his golden body damaged, and his cultivation had suffered losses of at least 1,000 years under this strike. The situation had dramatically reversed. The meditation secret technique of life restoration, refined through Kairouat's years of practice, finally achieved a breakthrough during his training in the Sahara Desert. At this moment, his being naturally embodied the highest level of the meditation secret technique, allowing the natural energies of the environment to continuously flow into Kairouat's body. The deputy district chief sat beside the inspection team, subtly signaling a number beneath the table with his corpulent physique. However, such formidable and tyrannical defenses were shattered. The gauntlets were indeed extraordinarily powerful. Under the assault of 3 disciples in the late stage of the Shadow Erosion Realm, the battle puppet on the right sustained successive heavy blows, its brilliance flickering, yet it continued to resist, showing astonishing endurance. He practiced the Grand Pagoda Decision, and according to the teachings of the Pagoda Master, he was the only one capable of inheriting the Pagoda Hall. If not for his currently low cultivation, he could truly control the Pagoda Hall today. Chapter 286, The Breach Defense of Tang San. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a colossal iron whip descended from the heavens, piercing through Tang San entirely. Tang San was already at his limit, and faced with the god-smiting whip, which possessed dual offensive properties against both divinity and demonic entities. And while utilizing the defenseless Azura god position, he was immediately rendered powerless and pierced through. At this point, the battle finally concluded with no significant dangers. The disparity in combat strength between Lin, Shi, and Tang San was evident. Oof. I thought this nuclear explosion magnetic thunder was like the last one. Upon seeing the opposing side's countermeasures, Lu Kohong couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. To be cautious, Tong Xianba and his companions merely claimed to possess the Tian Yuan realm's cultivation, omitting any mention of their superior realm. Thus, even if unexpected events occurred, they would have some level of strength concealed. Since Wu had already obtained his inheritance and was determined to investigate the source of the anomaly, Agon completely entrusted his ideals to him, abandoning everything to accompany Lu Kushi. However, the reality was not so. If one were to rank all the apostles on a scale of good and evil, Rost, the giant octopus, would undoubtedly be the kindest being. Zhang Guangsai's private chamber was not located on the sunlit southern side, but rather on the northern side of the Ming Tian Hotel, adjacent to the road. And across the road stood the Tian D Group. This was a legendary overseas treasure hunt, where heroes bore the missions bestowed upon them by the gods, and their deeds were destined to be sung by the world. Did you eliminate that substance last night? After much contemplation, Yi Hen's gaze slowly shifted to the Demon King, only to find that although the Demon King was dark, it was merely his skin color, devoid of any secretion. Huang Kachin, unable to contain himself, coldly repeated his words, preparing to counter him immediately. During the process of infusing life energy, Lu Kuhong continuously utilized his mental power to envelop it, fearing that the life energy would enter the opponent's body and be devoured before causing any harm. Qin Fan resolutely declined their offer. This ice-glass-type violet jade was exceedingly rare, and he wished to keep it for himself. Moreover, Qin Fan was not in dire need of the several million. Thus there was no rush to sell the jade. Observing I see Ta's valor, all the bugs surrounding him were decisively slain. The addition of the adjutant, wielding weapons and charging left and right, resulted in countless bugs being vanquished on the spot. In truth, the arrival of the Dark Great Era was not a novel occurrence. During the last Great Dark Era, Chun Feng's father, much like him, sought to change humanity's fate, but ultimately he too failed. Later studies conducted by Mei G.C. further revealed that one of the fundamental origins of souls, which countless individuals had pursued for millennia, was the dark element. Zhang Ziqing gazed at the young man bidding, who was renowned as a notorious scion in the capital, leveraging his father's influence to act recklessly. Yet, he had no recollection of this particular young man. He likely noticed Shi Min Kuang's performance today, especially his ability to match Lin Kuang's prowess. Magical metals and gemstones predominantly consist of natural minerals, inherently containing the power of the laws. Throughout the development of human magic techniques, various metals and gemstones have been unearthed and utilized, significantly promoting the advancement of magic techniques. Simultaneously, magical metals and gemstones are also one of the foundations of human technology. Although both individuals held equivalent official positions, they were from different factions and thus harbored mutual disdain. Upon hearing his words, the head of the transportation department's expression hardened. Nevertheless, the funds of the son of Kuha were not particularly abundant, as there were currently no additional trade routes or foreign trade. Moreover, the entire Kupu Lu Star region had endured over a decade of turmoil, necessitating substantial funds for recovery. Chapter 287, The Urgent Meeting of the Divine Kings, Part 1. In the Divine Realm Hall, Tang Xin wore an enigmatic expression, awaiting the arrival of the other Divine Kings. The first to arrive was a figure clad in purple. "See, God, you actually convened an emergency meeting. This is uncharacteristic of you, as you have always maintained a calm demeanor, haven't you?" The visitor was naturally the god of destruction, who, upon receiving Tang San's message, was the first to set out. Precisely because he was on bad terms with Tang San, he was more keenly aware of the hidden truths behind Tang San. "Since I am to die regardless, what do I have to fear? I chose this superpower solely to make Hanyi fall in love with me. Even if it is not true love, as long as I can share a moment of warmth with him, it is worth dying for." Ding Guogua quietly seated herself, waiting for the emperor to commence his meal before she delicately picked up her chopsticks to feed a piece of meat to the tiger cub. Observing that it was nearly a full moon, she mused whether it would eat now. Once the two departed, Bai Qian and Li Ziwei swiftly grabbed their knives and forks. Indulging in steak and pasta, he felt a wave of frustration. It turned out that his alibi was fabricated in such a manner. Previously, he had thought him to be a paragon of virtue, but now he realized he was a scoundrel, possessing even the art of hypnosis. Lin Liang cursed bitterly. Since the young lady is not of the demon clan from the north, why then does she wage war against our human race? Mu Ling inquired. However, she was perplexed as to why she donned such attire at this moment. Yet, due to Luo Mingxuan's assistance in dressing her and styling her hair, a warmth blossomed within her heart. "How much do you know about weapon refining?" Lin Quan asked while seated, gesturing towards the stool beside him. Jing glanced at her curiously and then at Gao Sherman, the smile at the corner of his lips not fully receding. "Luoshi, is that truly you?" The Yin-Yang Tian corpse was taken aback by my words, his eyes widening as he scrutinized me for a long while before finally affirming my identity. For this reason, Anran decided to assign her ears a dual role, one to listen to the gossip around her, while the other half-heartedly tuned into the speeches on stage. It was only after witnessing Yi Sanlang disperse his powers and the chains of the realm vanish that he summoned the courage to reveal himself. Regardless of old grudges or new enmities, he would not spare Yi Sanlang. A white silhouette paused briefly as a towering wave surged forth. A complex nostalgia suddenly flickered across the man's face, and the once vibrant sparkle in his eyes dimmed instantaneously as countless haunting memories silently flooded his mind. Exiting to the square, the throng of 90,000 remained, albeit somewhat subdued, yet within the confines, the cacophony of voices persisted. Jiang Qingzhua was aware of this fact because this miserly gentleman excelled at frugality. To save money, he frequently purchased second-hand goods, which in Rand dubbed the expert in second-hand merchandise. To procure high-quality yet inexpensive second-hand items, Mr. Jiang often frequented flea markets and other avenues. As long as you understand, first stabilize this true essence, then everything else will be manageable, I immediately replied upon hearing Bei Yilei's words. Officer, is there something wrong? Yi Tian did not anticipate that this individual would indeed summon reinforcements, genuine law enforcement officers, and nervously inquired. There was no alternative. Initially, Zhang Yi had primarily considered the 5 elements mystic garment given by Master Tan Xichin, relying on it during several escapes. Your company has been reported for tax evasion. Please cooperate with our personnel for an inspection. The director of the tax bureau initiated the conversation, indicating that they had come with orders to ensure the Qin dynasty would undergo a period of rectification. At this moment, the elder did not know whether his voice had become hoarse from shouting or if he was genuinely incensed. He opted for a policy of nonviolent resistance, simply casting a sidelong glance at the 2 unscrupulous merchants. Although it was merely a glance, its meaning was clear. He was not interested in engaging in car rental business. Chapter 288, The Divine King's Emergency Meeting, Part 2. It was straightforward. The enemy's combat prowess was formidable. I proposed that the Divine Realm deploy at least a level 1 deity to test the waters. Should we fail to subdue the enemy, I would request permission to personally engage in battle. Upon hearing Tang San's request, Ji Dong furrowed his brow. See God, I believe it would be wiser not to adopt such an aggressive stance initially. Regardless of the true intentions of the mysterious puppet master, she did not choose to act. Feng Wu bit her red lips, reluctantly nodding her head. Though she felt unwilling, she could only bitterly divert her gaze from those few individuals and redirect her attention to the stone cliff ahead, emanating the aura of early-stage transformation realm cultivation. The so-called Holy Soul Masters, Art Soul Masters, and the wealth of the 4-headed demon beasts paled in comparison, as even a single item they carelessly discarded could leave countless Holy Soul Masters and Art Soul Masters feeling inadequate. Don't, Brother Long. Please do not address me in such a manner. The man in the trench coat immediately responded with a smile upon hearing Si Long's address. The next day, the city of Jingcheng commenced its operation to capture the traitors, and the number of apprehended officials steadily escalated. Anyone associated with these officials gradually became targets of arrest, inciting widespread unease among the populace. In this procurement, Chen Xinghai spent 170 million, slipping down from billionaire status. Although it caused a slight pang of regret, joy overshadowed it. Qin Mukin remained by her side for several consecutive days, yet when he was near her, she refrained from uttering a word. Conversely, when he was absent, she occasionally exchanged a few words with the caregiver he had hired, though her smile had completely vanished. Sun Yin's responsibilities were clearly delineated. She was in charge of eating, while he handled ordering. She watched him select dishes, secretly grinning like a fool. Winnie quietly observed Qiu Xian, and after an indeterminate time, she snapped back to reality, quietly stepping outside. By now, it was quite late, and Winnie still had to return home. Lin Fei Wu, I promise you. A voice suddenly resonated from behind the group of students. I also promise you. We all promise you. In a short while, 87 students before Lin Fei Wu echoed their affirmations. Still, no one responded, yet the spiritual cultivators automatically parted ways. The implication was clear to Lin Yi. He was to hasten his departure. I halted, turning to fix my gaze upon his eyes. Was it you who reported old Luo's matter? Apart from Dalu and the captain, only he maintained close ties with the higher-ups. Not far ahead lay the grand stone gates, and we both summoned our strength to charge forward. Looking back, I saw that the blood spirit had lifted a massive rock once more, and gritting our teeth, we finally dashed into the crevice of the doors. The considerations at play were, of course, the stable upper limits. After all, stability is never a term of absolute degree, but rather a relative concept. Previously, Mayor Lei had elucidated that for automotive companies, the development of each vehicle is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Thus, this night vigil discussion was devoid of the usual pleasantries. Resembling a heartfelt exchange, among family members on the brink of parting. Gongsun Bai appeared to possess considerable knowledge of Yu Feng's martial prowess. Casting an inquisitive glance from distance, Yu Feng regarded this as an opportunity for a clearance sale, and though his VIP 9 status granted him ample storage space, an excess of miscellaneous items was hardly aesthetically pleasing. Following the training session, Jones hurried home, leaving behind Segura and Sendelos, who sought a ride. Tearing open the packaging of instant noodles, he extracted the vegetable and sauce packets, pouring them into the noodles. Then snapped a section of the ham sausage and layered it on top, finally fetching hot water from the water dispenser. "This is 10 taels. I will repay her debt. Do you have a receipt?" Lord Bao inquired sternly, his expression grim. The old Taoist began by showering Zheng Liang with flattery. Although Zheng Liang was a rank below him, he had no choice, for he was conversing with government officials. Though initially a bit confused, he still clearly heard Yin Qi's voice, leading him to anxiously inquire about it. Chapter 289. The two servants of the ninth soul skill thank you for your assistance. Gilgamesh. No need for thanks, my master. Accepting the documents he had organized from the golden-haired youth, Lin Shi exhaled a long sigh. Finally, the day's work was completed. Truthfully, there were times she genuinely wished to sneak away unnoticed. My master, serving you is the duty of king, especially as you bear the heavy responsibility of contending against the divine. Han Jingxian turned her gaze towards the window, yearning to see him, yet regretting that he had not left behind any trace. Even if he were to save her now, she believed that Duanmu Hao would never regard her with the same affection as before. The diminutive figure emitted a fierce red aura, swinging his long sword towards the void blade. A resounding clash echoed as the two forces collided, causing the void blade to vanish. However, he underestimated the impact of the void blade and was sent flying by the overwhelming force. Luo Tian nodded at Lan Yun, instructing her to wait for him. He glanced around, confirming the absence of onlookers, and in an instant, he teleported, appearing like a specter before the man. Removing his shoes, Long Tian chose to lounge on the sofa in the hall rather than enter the room. He rubbed his weary face, extending his right hand from his sleeve, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the paleness of his palm. He then formed a cultivation seal with both hands before closing his eyes in meditation. Indeed, Luo Tian's voice suddenly turned frigid, and the air around him felt as if it had transformed into a wintry blizzard, exuding a chilling aura. This was the first descendant of the Tai, a figure of immense importance to both Wang Sui and Tai Yi. The Emperor Yongzheng, enraged, ordered a thorough investigation, leading to a comprehensive sweep of the entire internal affairs office. Countless families faced destruction, and many were exiled to military service, leaving a multitude of once arrogant servants now trembling in fear. The brilliance emanating from the spatial barrier was blinding, leaving everyone bewildered about the events unfolding within. Many believed that Luo Tian would surely perish beneath the nine heavens' divine thunder. However, Ling Kong and others firmly believed that not even the most potent magic could extinguish Luo Tian's life. To have survived 6 years amid such terror and threats, a person like this, even if initially normal, had inevitably become extraordinary. The guests exchanged glances, aware that only Duanmu Hao would dare to act so boldly against a patron. They glanced at Amo Su, recognizing their position as his guests. The flickering afterimages danced. The deep azure aura surrounding her body rendered the snow wolves incapable of harming her. Long Ming, accompanied by his 2 wives, disguised themselves as commoners to dine at a restaurant filled with patrons from various provinces. Despite its lack of opulence, the establishment was bustling, making it difficult for them to find a vacant table. With a swift motion, the dark gold skeletal assassin and the dark gold skeletal warrior launched an assault, flanking Tang Zhe with their blades. Du Yusong's recollections, though not a tale of glory, remained an indelible part of his memory. Hearing this, Yufeng gained a newfound perspective of the dilapidated pavilion. Though worn down, this land held treasures. As Chun Feng contemplated another attack, the Wind Thunder secret master suddenly let out a piercing cry, his body oscillating as a look of intense agony crossed his face. Zheng Fei was not truly foolish, and thus refrained from responding. In an instant, The enemy fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. After reviewing the battle report, Long Quan sighed, realizing a strategy was needed to counter the Xinjiang military crossbows. Otherwise, even if Long Ming succeeded in infiltrating the internal city of the Xinjiang Empire, breaching the second city wall would be a formidable challenge. Dad, this Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, convinced he was dreaming, unprepared for the sudden turn of events. Chapter 290. Visitors from the Divine Realm. Time swiftly passed to the evening, and the dining hall of Chaldea became crowded, with hundreds of employees enjoying their meals, many of whom were also servants. They animatedly discussed the day's intriguing events while sharing dinner. Lin Shi observed this scene from outside the restaurant, a smile of satisfaction gracing her lips. Footsteps approached from behind, and without turning around, Lin Shi inquired, "Holmes, is there something you need?" The White Emperor, startled at the sight of the object in the Heavenly Emperor's hand, exhaled heavily, clearly recognizing its significance. At his position, remaining composed was second nature. Yet, in the presence of the Heavenly Emperor, the White Emperor lost his usual poise. The acne-ridden boy stared in disbelief. Moments ago, he had been laughing and joking, yet now tears streamed down his face. What are we afraid of? If he dares to deceive, we shall repay him tenfold, Lin Chen remarked with a smile. Yet, Yi Zhixing understood that Yi Dongsheng had likely misunderstood the intention behind wanting Qin Foreign to serve as a spokesperson. The Zhang family was filled with astonishment, grappling with the unexpected turn of events that tested their emotions profoundly. Where did you hear such a thing? Old Li's mind stirred, suddenly recalling Bai Wuxia's plan to excavate the Qianling tomb to resurrect Yuan Tiangang. Wow. So it seems the lower class of farmers possesses an inherent tendency towards compromise and weakness, and now, facing serious trials, their resolve wavers once more at that moment. Alan felt a slight sting on his wrist, looking down to realize that Fry was referring to the mark of the elven contract on his wrist. The ancient saying about officials protecting one another was indeed rooted in truth. The Ming dynasty's Wu Jingzi described in the scholars how Fanjin's success led to immediate rewards from the county magistrate, exposing the sordid and corrupt nature of the examination system. As Ding Ning watched the ladies adorn themselves with jewelry, asking him which looked better, the voice of Lang Kuei echoed from the backyard. The basement appeared no different from an ordinary one. When Shen Luo pushed open the door, he was greeted by cluttered storage rooms, all in disarray. To find the Dao Si here is truly unimaginable. The existence of this life and death space is astonishing, and our fortune is indeed remarkable. Liao Chun spoke with a hint of excitement, his deep ocean blue eyes sparkling with bright light, the previous worry having dissipated. Thus, compared to their hurried departure, they had not had the chance to inquire further with Sarah about the dragon vein energy. Since the long migration began, Naruto had accompanied Sarah for over a year without leaving, clearly having ample time to seek her wisdom on the matter. At 3 a.m, Yang Xian received a call from Zhang Shi, instructing him to bring the box to her. "According to your computer's age, I'm already an adult," Lucy innocently replied. Ding Ning suddenly realized that the air in the underworld was thick with the scent of death, while here it was not as oppressive. As a master at the late stages of sword cultivation, Ding Shizhong would naturally not ride an ordinary horse. Instead, he rode a hybrid creature, a blend of beast and horse, resembling a steed but with tusks and a mane that stood like flames, exuding a wild and untamed spirit. Due to the crime scene's proximity to Qingyao residence, and hearing that the perpetrator was a guard infiltrated among the imperial army, many stood vigil in the changing hall, as the emperor had dispatched personnel to investigate the tunnels for the culprit's whereabouts. In a direct and brutal manner, the veteran Sakai was struck out in his second at-bat, having not even made contact with the ball, leaving him with an expression of deep frustration as he was dismissed. Chapter 291. The final battle approaches. The gods of greed and the forest were momentarily taken aback, realizing only then who Lin Shi was referring to. They were so accustomed to calling him the sea god that they momentarily struggled to grasp who Tang San was speaking of. Exchanging glances, the two decided to share a fragment of intelligence with Lin Shi. The lineage of the god of destruction has never enjoyed a cordial relationship with the sea god. although the god of the forest is a subordinate deity of the goddess of life, who maintains a relatively amicable connection with the sea god. He has consistently regarded the sea god with disdain. While the few individuals fleeing from the enemies in the underground world were in a state of peril, the players above ground began to disperse and retreat. However, it soon became apparent that the mist enveloping them was insurmountable, akin to being lost in a dense forest. Troublesome indeed. Brother Zhu, I implore you to assist me with this task. Lin Tianxian approached the task counter when he noticed no one was attending to it, while Lu Yin waited nearby. Yet, this did not imply that the green light emitted was weak. Li Yunqing utilized the Yuanling's step to shift his form, and when the green light struck a mountain in the distance, it split the mountain in twain instantaneously. The vortex exuded a formidable force of attraction, but it did not draw in surrounding objects or people. Instead, it ensnared the hundreds of cultivators trapped by the mysterious seal employing demonic means. As long as his divine soul did not transform into the heart of the sovereign demon, he would not be hindered by this radiant prison, rendering it ineffective against him. An antiquated relic? Boss Chui immediately recalled that Zhou Yu desired his traditional firearms, but upon realizing this, he became frantic, even hoisting the high-energy weapon he had just set down, prompting Shun and the others to raise their weapons in response. The aura emanating from his fingers enveloped his entire being, rendering him immobile. This was the domain of the Golden Core. Under such a domain, Yi Bai had become akin to a marionette, for those who reached the Golden Core stage possessed their own domain. Despite their formidable strength and protective chi, capable of warding off malevolent energies, such defenses were merely temporary. Prolonged exposure would render them vulnerable. Should Mido emerge victorious, the loss of 50,000 acres of salt fields would be catastrophic, along with the forfeiture of qualifications for the Agricultural Domain Conference, a scenario utterly intolerable for Wang Jingji. It could be surmised that the battle-maddened warrior now regretted his earlier concession to Feng Meilin. Yi Bai was utterly lost to himself. If he ceased to exist, what could he possibly concern himself with beyond that? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the reapers surged toward them like a flood of locusts. These individuals now comprehended the gravity of their misjudgment. They should have fought valiantly for their escape to seize a fleeting chance at survival. Yet now it was too late. All was lost. Cao Cao felt a pang of sorrow, aware that the 5,000 archers were likely doomed. The 10 opposing chariots were indeed detestable. He could not conceal his military maneuvers from them. They must be destroyed to provide an opportunity for counterattack. He urgently commanded Xiahou Yuan to lead 3,000 elite infantry into battle to disrupt the enemy formation. A chilling voice echoed from the depths of Lu Yu's soul. The next moment, Lu Yu felt a piercing pain deep within his spirit, causing him to involuntarily groan and clutch his head. However, after the fall of the Tong faction, the minions of the prosecution system were swiftly brought to justice, allowing Li Zhizhou to finally breathe a sigh of relief and gain complete control over the prosecution office. A treasure? What treasure? Let me see. In saying this, Ji Du had not anticipated that the object on Xing Luo was not a treasure, but rather a harbinger of death. Brother, you're absolutely correct. How did I not think of that? Yi Ziluo felt a wave of self-reproach, grateful for her brother's presence, for without him, in her state of panic, she would have been unable to devise a plan. Aware of the situation, Xing Luo found herself momentarily speechless, unable to articulate her thoughts. Cold and merciless, driven solely by efficiency and strikingly effective. Yet, upon realizing that the original intent of this plan was to facilitate Henry's escape, it appeared particularly absurd and terrifying. Chapter 292, The Final Battle. In the Divine Realm, Tang San anxiously inquired of the god of destruction. Destruction, what is the current situation? The god of destruction cast a fleeting glance at him and replied, Greed has lost contact with the forest. A glimmer of joy flashed in Tang San's eyes. He then exclaimed furiously, That scoundrel! Destruction! Do not attempt to stop me this time. I must avenge greed and the forest. The god of destruction regarded the indignant Tang San against the backdrop of an endless desert, golden sands stretching as far as the eye could see, with the sun's blinding rays making it difficult to open one's eyes. Thus, despite the perilous environment of Yaoguang Island. The mingling of various cultivators and the countless acts of murder and treasure hunting, it still attracted numerous cultivators each year seeking to explore and strike gold. What? Have I struck a chord, provoking your ire? Murong Shui observed the elderly Wang Fei with a mocking sneer. Shortly after the banquet, Murong Shui wagered a match with your brother in the Beast Arena, and your brother lost, Nighty Chin stated nonchalantly. Meng Daxian turned away expressionlessly, her gaze landing on the execution of Wan He, as blood gushed from his severed hands, staining her vision crimson and evoking memories of the moment he was slain by Chun Hongfei in her previous life. The room fell silent. The envy and blessings reflected in their eyes not only brought joy to Lu Yihan, but also filled the wedding host, Su Kurue, with pride and honor. Following the plump man's eloquent discourse, the words he uttered transformed into golden light, surging toward the gates of the 7th hall, causing the gates to tremble violently. Prepare to jettison the number 3 auxiliary engine. Atlas issued the command anew. At this moment, only 13 seconds remained, and the entrance to the spatial passage was reduced to approximately 300 meters. Mrs. Lin merely exchanged greetings before returning to her seat. Nalan Zi accompanied Lin Su at the cafe for a while, and when Lin Su had rested sufficiently, they continued their exploration together. It has been over 3 months since I provided you with the first batch of materials. Have you made any progress? Surely you cannot claim there have been no discoveries. Although Zhou Xian was not at liberty to offer suggestions, he could not resist inquiring about the state of the collective. Thus, when she observed his waning strength, Ai Xiang felt a profound sense of dissonance and confusion regarding his diminished power. Beholding Wen Shang's face, his stubble resembling a patch of weeds, and his visage weary, she grimaced at the overwhelming stench of alcohol that pervaded the air, tainting her quilt. Yet, no one intervened. Even those who contemplated action were restrained by their companions. Presently, the daily workload was fixed, and earnings had significantly increased compared to before, making the beginning of the month particularly favorable for business. Upon Wen Lin's return, the Wen family experienced little change. The 3 men continued their work outside, while Fan left early for the county town, presumably to procure fine ingredients to treat his eldest son. Without delving into Qin Bai's thoughts, the fleet of warships gradually anchored before the Hall of All Beings, as if they were already privy to the news of the sovereign of all beings. Suddenly, the flagship vanished, replaced by a colossal figure clad in silver-white armor. Song Yinyang understood this all too well. Her thoughts remained straightforward. If he were to profess his affection, declaring, "I like you, do not marry," she would certainly refuse to wed. The air, though fresher after the rain, made the path difficult to traverse. However, upon reaching the bamboo grove, where the terrain rose and the ground became less muddy, she disregarded everything upon spotting the sprouting spring bamboo, rushing over to inspect each one as if they were treasures. Chapter 293, Command Center. How is it? Has it been resolved? In a discreet corner of the divine realm, Tai Gong inquired of Hui Yutong with concern. Hui Yutong shook her head gently. No, after all, they're divine kings, not easily vanquished. Alas, indeed. In this realm, there are 6 servants: Ma Gun, Tai Gong Wang, Kasi Ta, Bawan Shi, Fu Ma Si, and Ji or Game Shi. Including Hui Yutong, it can almost be considered a formidable force. He had no intention of recklessly charging into the sorrowful lands of the Xianbei, as his uncle did. However, it was undeniable that adversaries armed with submachine guns were advancing from beyond the mountains. Amidst the breathtaking display of fireworks, the leading figure fell dramatically. Li Kuafu had only taken a few puffs from his cigarette when he caught a whiff of blood, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. Could it be that Su Ruo Shui had met with misfortune? A shadow of despair flickered in his eyes. If that were true, he could never forgive himself. In the vast expanse of the mortal realm, at the ends of the earth, this life was boundlessly wandering. Her existence seemed to be manipulated by 2 men, leaving her with little autonomy. Bored and feeling vexed by the absence of Yinting, Wuding Yuan decided to take a stroll through the streets. He recalled Jiangchong, as the Master of Wisdom had once remarked on the peculiarity of his fate, prompting him to seek a divination to alleviate some of his troubles. Uncle Hu, I'll continue with my work tomorrow, just getting familiar with things. I can save my rest for later in the month, said Xiaowen to Hu Zhonggui as they all made their way back after closing the shop. The demands of Germany are reasonable. Their blood must not be shed in vain, and we too deserve the entirety of East and West Siberia after the war, Guo Songling stated calmly. Their earnest attitude and determination to achieve victory evidently inspired the competitors within the venue, elevating the intensity of the contest, even if its comedic elements increased by 30%, leading many to overlook it. He possessed a defensive magical artifact, yet to unleash his full offensive potential, he had refrained from deploying it until now. In that moment, he finally recalled his defensive artifact. Jinling Shuang sighed softly, glancing at the hilt at his waist, which was adorned with 12 red gems arranged in a circle. The two archaic characters hinting at the identity of a newcomer. He was none other than the later ruler of the Western Liao, He Chi Tian, now known as the 8th generation Sha Jin Tianmu Ermieli. Having just completed a film with Wolverine, he instinctively chose him once more within the game. Li Mu was taken aback by the unexpected demise of the water goddess, a chill running down his spine, as all succumbed to the effects of the poison. Much of the liquid transformed into a blue light, returning to Li Mu's card. The voice of the shaman resonated powerfully, echoing within the cavern as tendrils of dark energy emanated from his form, mingling with the existing miasma. He merely sensed the sharp pain from a few bruises, feeling a surge of vitality and an increase in both mental and spiritual strength. There is no need to go, Takagi-kun. I have a guitar here as well, Sakai Izumi said, handing a guitar to Takagi Taku after retrieving it from the wall. Let it be. They can handle their own affairs. The two paused their conversation, observing their respective partners. The place they fell into was an underground chamber. While it was called a chamber, it was rather spacious and seemed to stretch into infinity, resembling a subterranean expanse. In truth, Chun Tian's description was somewhat inaccurate, as he had only glimpsed the figure from behind, not head-on. Removing his helmet, Li Mu delivered a lengthy monologue, instantly feeling a sense of elevation in his status. The following morning, after a night of contemplation, Takagi Taku did not report to the recording studio as he usually did. Typically, even without recording tasks, he would often linger in the studio. But this time he began to pack his belongings. Chapter 294, Collaboration with Gu Yuena. Lin Shi wiped the sweat from his brow and asked the silver-haired girl beside him, "Are you certain this is the place?" The silver-haired girl, known as the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuena, nodded gently. "Yes, I can sense the aura of the Golden Dragon King emanating from within." "Then hurry inside." Lin Shi gestured toward the entrance. "Good luck," he added. Since they were to assault the Divine Realm, Gu Yuena was a conspicuous ally. Liu Beishun was a bomb he had placed within Lumen to deal with Liu Qi Bai and his son. He was well aware of the bomb's magnitude, but since he dared to utilize it, he must have a plan for counteraction. He imparted a few instructions to his assistant, who hesitated, casting a wary glance at Jiang Li before departing, her expression suggesting concern that she might devour Shang Chuan. "Call him Dogsy." "Dogsy, still out in the rain, go away." The innkeeper retorted at Liu Li, turning to scold Dogsy. The price sounded steep, yet upon closer examination, it was inexplicably low. This was evidently a creation of Shannon, but the authorities, concerned for their son, carelessly attributed it to the prince. Who would dare complain? Many things occurred, and as darkness enveloped him, he discovered he had transitioned to another world. Lin Ji faced the expert and expressed gratitude in French, his pronunciation surprisingly standard, leaving those present astounded to learn of his linguistic skill. Suja refrained from burdening his father with worries, fearing he would be concerned, while Su Xuan also worried about his son's fiery temperament, leading them both to conceal their thoughts from one another, each believing the other was unaware. A gentle chime echoed, not caused by Li Wei invoking his divine treasure, but rather an unforeseen, intangible mystical force. This was the first occasion on which Shun An had lost his temper with Zhao Zhongjin, likely stemming from a sense of frustration at unfulfilled potential. Your perspective is not flawed. Both the official slaves and those who sell themselves carry their own advantages and disadvantages. It ultimately depends on how they are utilized. Shun affirmed with a nod. However, the bull-headed creature, with its tough hide and resilient flesh, found such minor injuries inconsequential, not only failing to harm it, but also igniting its ferocity. Yet, it was his fifth brother who possessed the capability to truly inflict harm upon Yinchen. Having absorbed and transformed such an abundance of divine leaf spiritual energy, the ice-colored flower's consciousness gradually calmed. Upon being intercepted, Yuan Hong turned to see two guards glaring at him, their swords already drawn. Under the sunlight, the blades gleamed ominously. Yijing Chun, though only at 13th rank, possessed strength surpassing even that of warriors at the 15th or 16th ranks. This is an invitation to the evening gala, scheduled for tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the banquet hall of the Junhui Grand Hotel. As a fitness enthusiast, he was acutely aware of his physical condition. This was merely foundational. Have you heard of Regent Xuan Yuanjing? The shout of the mole-faced man brought him back from his distant reverie. A sudden gust of cool wind swept through, causing his hair to dance in the breeze, his thoughts soaring far and wide. His steps did not waver until he reached the banks of the river within the city. Before him stood a slightly portly middle-aged man, whose political ambitions had transformed an innocent youth into a murderer, leaving him without a home to return to. Even if he did return, he could not do so openly, which made it increasingly difficult for him to endure. It was only when Emperor Song Huizong announced matters and retreated to the side hall that he ordered the Shaoqing of the Guanglu Temple to prepare a meal, awakening those present from their stupor. Following this, Song Huizong commanded the songstress to perform a dance, though it was met with opposition from the ministers, citing that it was inappropriate to perform during the 100 days of the ninth prince. In truth, this was a common occurrence, given the vastness of the Ling Huang Mountains. Encountering a human was not an easy feat. Chapter 295, The Descent of the Dragon God. The terrifying roar of the dragon reverberated throughout the divine realm, causing all deities to change countenance. They were all somewhat familiar with the tales of the dragon god and understood the significance of the dragon's roar echoing through the divine realm. The expression of the god of destruction has deteriorated to an unbearable extent. So this was the scheme you all had in mind. The goddess of life shared a similar reaction. How could this be possible? Meanwhile, he harbored thoughts of the enchanting Hua Yao, growing indifferent towards all his concubines upon returning, except for Mu Jin, whom he cherished as a rare blossom of understanding. This favoritism incited the eldest prince's wife to secretly grind her silver teeth in frustration. Last night, she had specifically visited, seeking Su Qi's cooperation, aiming for an impeccable plan, confident that everything was under her control, though Su Qi's unexpected demise raised her suspicions. Naturally, she refused to believe that he was truly gone. Chen Xiao was somewhat taken aback. The earlier scene undoubtedly showcased the essence of the Jade Emperor's soul, temporarily granting him imperial might under the pressure of the divine phoenix. If he were to actively unleash this imperial power, it could serve as an effective deterrent against adversaries. As long as my beloved is content, I shall comply with her wishes, the Emperor Jing gently assured, tenderly patting her delicate hand. However, she was shocked to hear that it was her who had been rescued by her elder brother, instead of being brought into the palace by the emperor himself. Listening to her nominal husband speak thus, Su Yu felt a mixture of astonishment and embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed. "Be quiet," Wu Qinxue roared, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the figure hiding behind the tree. Qiuling's eyes instantly reddened. She could not comprehend why, at this very moment, her parents, who had raised her, demanded apologies from her, forcing her to endure. She had done nothing wrong. It was that wretched harlot who deserved the blame. Initially, when Ning Ning expressed her desire to play, everyone indulged her whims. Cinema, as a global entertainment industry, possesses a far greater intrinsic value compared to other genres, exhibiting a distinct exclusivity. "Master, is this what you have been waiting so long to convey?" The man's demeanor suddenly turned fierce as he gently struck with his palm. Although Yi Juro appeared delicate, Yi Chu understood that this was merely a facade. Her confidence surpassed that of anyone else. The Emperor Kaisen's greatest fears materialized as his once perfect experiment of power turned against him. "Nonetheless, you are quite impressive. Back in school, you already stirred those senior students into action," Li Ping'an remarked as he approached the kanji pot. Shui Tingyang had only brought a few naval officers to survey an empty plot and some crumbling bricks. After returning home last night, Yi Jiaro increasingly sensed something amiss. The coincidence of encountering identical attire at the banquet and the presence of people by the lotus pond, in her eyes, was not mere happenstance. The young Lu Zhan donned a clean and tidy round-collared robe, cinched at the waist with a slender leather belt. Lacking any official rank, his attire was understated and simple, devoid of any trinkets. Theoretically, he was currently considered a servant of the Prince of Faith. Yichu was unfamiliar with Yin Man's residence, and the lotus pond was rather secluded. After taking a few detours, she realized she had lost her way. A massive surge of seawater rose, mingling with countless marine creatures, including spiritual fish and crabs, as well as enormous deep-sea monsters rarely seen. All these aquatic beasts were pulverized by the might of the middle-aged man, leaving the surrounding sea devoid of life in an instant. Yet, what Yale did not anticipate was that Wang Lang seemed disinclined to coerce him through food. The old man in gray saw this, and his expression changed dramatically. He let out a loud roar, and concentric circles of azure light rippled from his body, transforming into a colossal azure shield that protected the warriors before him. Chapter 296. The Truth Revealed with a Flash of Light. Lin Shi used the water mirror to bring Draco to the center of the Divine Realm Council. This place had already been reduced to ruins under the ravaging of terrifying energy currents, and only those of the Divine King rank remained standing amidst such devastation. Given Lin Shi's cultivation level, it was impossible for him to join this battlefield. After all, he had just attained divinity, barely reaching the level of a divine priest. However, upon Hercules employing the divine wind, he had speculated whether, if he were to venture to the Three Kingdoms era, he should align with a certain faction or establish himself as a sovereign. By the way, how is the effect of your fourth soul skill? Mo Fan inquired while washing up, glancing at Oscar, who was also at the basin. To accompany the heroes who save cities is indeed a matter of great honor for them, undoubtedly filling them with pride. Even Lin Mo was taken aback. Since entering, he had yet to mention borrowing grain from the Wang family, and unexpectedly, the head of the Wang family seemed to know his thoughts, directly sending the grain to him. Zhao Hongling did not fully absorb He Hu's subsequent remarks, as her thoughts were momentarily distracted by his mention of his wife. The main body of a martial soul inherently possesses extraordinary control, allowing for a more effective expression of the martial soul's power. Yet this does not imply that such control has reached its limits. On another note, the success of the biographical film relieved him of financial worries, while simultaneously bestowing upon him immense fame and convenience. The police officer glanced outside the car window. Indeed, there were numerous passers-by, but none were involved in the accident that Jia Jia mentioned. Yi Xiao leaned close to Chen Wenwen, whispering while her gaze lingered on Zhao Menghua, her smile imbued with deeper meaning. The arrival of these troops rendered the Moscow campaign even more thrilling. At this moment, people were contemplating not just the outcome of the Moscow battle, but also the future political landscape following its conclusion. Two security guards helplessly retrieved each item they had taken out, ensuring everything was returned to its original state. Yu Qing, weren't you here to find me? As the emperor, he could not allow others to perceive him as helpless. Thus, he set aside the troublesome Jiang Wan and turned his attention to Bai Yueqing. Furthermore, the British government consented to the German Navy and submarine forces utilizing British colonies established worldwide, while both parties would jointly develop resources and construct military bases and facilities, establishing a scaled cooperation system. Just after Chu Huandong finished his meal and before heading to the company, he received a call from an acquaintance at the police station. Assuming it was another matter concerning Wang Zhangzhu, he hurriedly answered, only to be asked, "What should we do about Song Liangyu's situation?" Upon hearing this news, Wang Zhangzhu was overjoyed, eagerly calling Gu Chunwei to relay the good news to Su Yiming. "Brother CFA, what is wrong with you?" Wan Shui could no longer contain herself, reaching out to pull CFA closer, tears in her eyes. "Choose one from sudden cardiac arrest or suicide. Once you've made your decision, we will practice." "This is absolutely absurd," Emperor Feng Zhao exclaimed, his face darkening as he looked at the memorial presented by his ministers. Due to Bai Yi's influence, Ishimajuan and others did not mind Hua Ruoxua joining, as long as she did not cause any trouble. When Qin Mo arrived with Meng Bai and Li Jiugao, the central square had already gathered some martial artists discussing what had transpired. On the high platform, Lu Xian wore a tense expression. As he finished speaking, Shi Jian raised his left hand, a sphere of lightning coalescing in his palm. The terrifying power of the electricity causing a tightening sensation. Even the emperor was bowing to her husband. She was not the least bit surprised, considering her husband was not much older, yet held the highest military command. Chapter 297. Temporal Turbulence within the Temple of the Gods of Goodness and Evil. Ji Dong and Lai Yin lay on the ground, feebly gazing up at the figure before them, illuminated by a kaleidoscope of colors. Ji Dong forced a smile and remarked, "Indeed, you are the dragon god. I seem to have underestimated you. My apologies, Lai Yin, for dragging you into this." Originally, he and Lai Yin had the advantage to overpower their opponents and were poised to unleash a joint attack to eliminate them. However, with the resurrection of the dragon god and his descent onto their battlefield, "Sister, I truly did not expect you to be so fond of wealth. Do not fret. As long as you can become a formal member in 3 months, the Zhensheng Mu Jiao will only charge a fee based on 10% of your usual income. Compared to the benefits Zhensheng Mu Jiao will provide, this small amount is negligible," Luo Xian replied. "Very well then, let us proceed under this principle." The elves agreed with delight. "Certainly, do give it a taste," the shopkeeper chuckled, now convinced that the other party was indeed unfamiliar with apples. Some individuals, although grouped with the others, retreated to the back as the formation elongated at the onset of battle. He had witnessed many scenes with Wang Dazhuang, but had never encountered anyone with the extraordinary beauty and commanding presence of the gentleman before him. Progress was finally being made, lifting the spirits of Sa Wan as clarity began to dawn upon him. He contemplated the second issue, the need to find skilled individuals adept at calculations. Currently, locating such a group was rather challenging, as he had not paid attention to this matter previously. Moreover, she was quite concerned about the implications of their residence's significance and was reluctant to pry into other secrets. Before Yin Jianjun could speak, Quan Xingnan heard Ding Haihua say, "Tell him that I have already passed away." At that moment, Nyet Tian stepped forward towards Zheng Qianyu, his Xiantai heavy sword scraping against the ground, leaving deep gashes and producing a sound akin to a demonic roar, sending shivers down one's spine, as if the sword would not retract until it tasted blood. After a simple dinner, Qin Wei, he felt a sense of accomplishment for completing another day's tasks, yet a feeling of something amiss lingered, leaving her spirits more dejected than during the day. Miao, feeling shy for the first time, was nonetheless very proactive, as she realized she had only one chance. After her encounter with Wang Chong, it was unlikely she would engage with anyone else. However, since Xiao Ming was able to come, it implied he had the opportunity to leave. He felt an intense desire to see Xiao Ming, yet he suppressed it, for his research had reached a critical juncture. Leaving no time to spare, he would have to wait a while longer. What does that thing truly desire? Why does it act this way? Baozi lamented. At that moment, several men clad in oil-stained denim jackets leaped from the table upon seeing Su Qing Mo burst in. I steadied myself, and with the man in black glasses, we remained in place. Our eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, and the flames ahead indicated that they were approaching. From the sounds, it seemed the heavy-set man was suppressing another group moving toward us. Before Miao emerged, she worried that Wang Chong might be waiting at the police station. But upon her arrival, she realized her concerns were unfounded. He was not there. Tang Ming's actions were instinctive. She even almost kissed Wang Chong, but thankfully, she realized in time and refrained. "Humph, since you have recognized me, you should all meet your demise." Chuning Xiong coldly scoffed, raising his fist as he approached Su Yuchan and Tang Lingxian. It was Kilrog, Deadeye speaking, a chief among the 7 clans, whose strength was relatively weaker. Yet with the disappearance of the Hell's Roar from the Warsong clan, the murder of Durotan from the Frostwolf clan, and Gul'dan's departure from the Ravagers clan, it seemed that the leader of the Blackrock clan, Orgrim, had lost his wits and was considering abdication. Chapter 298, The Crown Position. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Shi comprehended everything immediately. He turned with a wry smile and said, "You have concealed the truth from me quite thoroughly." Crowned and wielding a sword of the sea, Castor shrugged. "After all, I do not know when I am to utilize my crown position. Yet, it appears that there is no more opportune moment than now." At the sight of her expression, Lin Shi understood why Morgan had glanced at her. He spotted Yin Bai Wei and Yin Zhe. While Yin Bai Wei obediently followed Yin Zhe, no words passed between them. Yin Bai Wei wore a visibly gloomy expression, yet her smile remained. Accustomed to the gazes of men, she seemed unfazed, while Yin Zhe removed his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Dai Wen Na cast a glance at Lai Duo Fu, then seemingly with a hint of distaste, turned her gaze away without a word. "It's all right. I thought you were the prince, but on your wedding night, you got drunk. I was worried and had the servants undress you, fearing what others might say." Zihan feigned helplessness. "Nonsense. How could I do such a thing?" When Wan Feng hurriedly waved his hands in denial. Qiu Xian had not comprehended the power of spatial abilities. Rather, he had only a slight understanding, which was sufficient for him to achieve what he desired. A smile of delight blossomed on Qiu Xian's face as he gazed at his palm. Ai Han Jun cast a curious glance at Duan Ku and followed him inside. The other representatives, driven by curiosity and some trepidation, followed suit. Sun Yin and allowed the warm water to cascade over her body, pondering whether she and Qin Muchan would ultimately see their journey through to the end. Would she accompany him for long? Or would he be by her side for the foreseeable future? Xie Chun beheld the young man in the azure robe, who had grasped the essence of utilizing sword intent without exerting force, slightly surpassing her in swordsmanship, able to contend against 5 sword masters of the true martial realm at the 9th level. Is General Chu well? The 7th princess can be quite troublesome. I hope the general will not take offense. Feng Qingyi said as he took Chu Yin Mo from Luo Shui Yi's hands and summoned a guard. In the midst of their conversation, Wang Shueli finished her makeup, and the stage was ready. It was her turn to perform in sequence. According to the intelligence obtained by Gao Han, Chelsea's most desired signing was Shevchenko. But the Ukrainian was lured by promises of the world footballer and European golden ball from AC Milan, deciding to continue his service there, prompting Chelsea's management to pursue Crespo instead. The pursuers, each wielding Persian-style curved sabers, were tall and appeared quite formidable. Under the direction of manager Tong, all eyes turned back to the zombie clock that we had first seen upon entering. It turned out that the stunning beauty was none other than the successful host of Hongjun, Huang Wu. She cast a glance at Diablo, then pointed at the distant creation jade plate, unleashing a peculiar wave that spread outward. The shot was slightly high, almost sending it astray. However, the shotgun's lethal radius was considerable. Even a miss meant that the edge of the blast still struck the faces of the Mo soldiers. Those present exchanged glances. Among the residents of Kuaiji County, only Wang Shiji, Wang Biaoji, and the Yu clan were trustworthy, as the Wang clan could not be relied upon, leaving only the Yu clan to consider. When Tang Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself still crouching beside Charles, clutching his now-cold hand tightly. Yet, upon closer inspection, despite Charles's numerous injuries, his face was forever etched with a look of serene contentment. Chapter 299, the final chapter. 10 years later, on the Douluo continent. Lin Yao, hurry up. A young girl, hands on her hips, expressed her dissatisfaction by saying, "If you continue to dawdle, I shall not wait for you any longer." A boy of the same age reluctantly shifted his gaze from his phone. "All right, just a moment longer. I am currently in conversation with Nader Lauscher." The girl pouted. "You lecherous brother, have you taken a liking to Nader Lauscher?" Caught off guard by her remark, Junying swiftly snatched the tablet away. "Do you not see the resemblance between her and me?" Embracing Luojuan, she could not help but pursue the thought of the girl in the photograph. Luo, showing no restraint, walked directly to Junying and planted a kiss on her lips in front of Juni Bai. Li Yuanqi was taken aback. He immediately recognized the chilling aura that had invaded his mouth and promptly opened his eyes. With Hao Shuang's temperament, how could he endure the feeling of being subjected to such indignity? He promptly turned around and brought his shield down forcefully onto the ground. After a while, When other media reporters arrived, Zhu Tianyun presented them with the doping test report from the National Anti-Doping Center. The journalists recorded the moment with their cameras, while the reporter from He Sheng Rabao merely glanced indifferently, as if it were a mere formality. This did not escape the notice of Zhu Tianyun and his colleagues. Having spent considerable time in the domestic entertainment industry, Junying had gleaned several of its unspoken rules. Sufei's heart had long been entwined with Qinya, and she was prepared for self-sacrifice, sensing that Qinya harbored a fondness for her as well. As the crocodile was liberated, the raucous prince encountered a pincer attack from both crocodiles and mantises in the river, while a fox flanked from the side. The enchanting lady arrived a moment too late, and the prince fell beneath the mantis's scythe. The T-team capitalized on their advantageous vision to successfully counterattack. Although the bar area remained closed during the day, the restaurant and other venues operated normally. With Duan Xiang being dragged away, Wang Yinyang's eyes lost their luster. She slightly turned her neck and gazed at the stone wall beside her, suddenly exerting force to crash against it, her breath ceasing instantly. The lord of the city was urged by others to eliminate the remaining formidable foes. A tempest of fury ignited in their eyes. While Tongqi and Xuzhe were conversing, a mechanized beast rushed towards them with an alarming aura that startled Tongqi. "It appears our return has indeed altered numerous circumstances," remarked the once innocent voice of the night by Hui, addressing the eldest among them. Li Yi astutely perceived Li Haonan's increasingly somber expression and insisted on being carried by a servant to the sunlit flower room. The last time she encountered Li Haonan in the hot spring, she had caught a glimpse of a tattoo on his chest, but in her flustered state, she had dared not confront him directly, leaving her oblivious to its nature. "Hey, is that guy determined to follow us?" The Mad King glanced helplessly at the colossal dragon in the air. Although he yearned to battle that being, he was fully aware of his own limitations and knew he could not possibly contend with it. He might even be swiftly vanquished. "Sisterling, must you be so dramatic?" Liang Dong chuckled, his earlier bravado dissipating as though the preceding events were merely an illusion. Noticing Ling Shuling still dazed, he could not help but laugh. "What does this mean? Does the diviner have knowledge of that fellow's whereabouts? Is he now to be compared with Lu Feiyong?" The elder, filled with curiosity, began to calculate incessantly within his hands. The absence of these competitors significantly alleviated the pressure on Xuzhe and his companions. The oppressed Cao Yu and others fought with fervor, rendering the situation increasingly unfavorable for An Nuofu and his associates. In summary, the traveler Lin Shi arrived in the world of Douluo, and after awakening his martial soul, he discovered 3 distinct markings on his hand. He immediately realized this was proof of his eligibility as a master. A smile of delight graced Lin Shi's lips. "The divine King Tong San, watch as I lead my heroic spirits to vanquish you."